Chapter 1, My daughter is reborn and urges me to speculate in coins? Why am I doing kindergarten titles? Isn't this my childhood home? Did I get born again? This is outrageous, isn't it? Oops, I have to say, it's still the old Chin who was handsome in his youth. Inside the living room, Chin Bufan, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, had a strange look on his face. He subconsciously craned his head to look, noticed my 5-year-old daughter, sitting at her small desk, staring at herself with big watery eyes. Rebirth? When you were young, old Chin? Chin Bufan was a bit strange. Could it be that this old Chin was addressing himself? Why is old Chin looking at me like that? He knows I've been reborn? The voice came again. However, Chin Linger didn't even open her mouth. Just as Chin Bufan was puzzled, Chin Linger got up and came to him. Daddy, I'm thirsty. Chin Linger's milky voice came out. Okay, I'll go get you some juice. Thinking that he had hallucinated, Chin Bufan dotingly pinched Chin Linger's pink face and got up to pour the juice. No, Dad, I'm fine with plain water. Chin Linger revealed an innocent smile. Chin Bufan had a strange look on his face. Didn't you not love drinking plain water since you were a child? A flash of panic flashed in Chin Linger's eyes, but then she said, Daddy, I was wrong. I want juice. It's my favorite. Chin Bufan got up to pour the juice and handed it over to Chin Linger. Chin Linger drank with a face of enjoyment. In her heart, she said, oops. Fortunately this great lady reacted quickly, and almost revealed herself. But I have to say, it's still the juice that's the best. Since working, this young lady has been eating reduced fat meals and drinking plain water in order to lose weight. Since I've been reborn, I should eat and drink while I'm still young. Chin Bufan listened to this burst of rambling, and his mind became even more unimaginable. Inside the room, it was clear that only he and his daughter were there. Could it be that this girl really traveled from the future? Also, how can one hear the heart? Just as Chin Bufan was puzzled, Chin Linger had already finished off a glass of juice. She turned to the kitchen to rinse the bowl and put it back where it belonged, and went back to the small classroom table. This made Chin Bufan more certain of his suspicions. After all, this girl had been clothed and fed since she was a child. When have you ever washed your own cups, and it's so clean? Chin Bufan subconsciously came behind his daughter. She realized that her daughter was erasing the homework she had written earlier. Then, refill the answers again. The script was very neat, not at all like a child's handwriting. I wrote it down wrong? Impossible. Right, I was the top science student of Suhai City back then, the talented girl of Huaqing University. How could I even get the kindergarten questions wrong? What? Chin Bufan froze. My daughter, a future science scholar? However, when he thought about it carefully, Chin Bufan didn't find it strange. Since the divorce, Chin Bufan had quit all his jobs to focus on raising his daughter. Of course, Chin Bufan's parents were very much in favor of this. After all, that's the only precious granddaughter they have. And at this time, Chin Linger had already finished her homework. It seemed to be to keep Chin Bufan from being suspicious. Chin Linger playfully looked at Chin Bufan. Daddy, I've finished my homework. Can I watch TV now? Seeing Chin Bufan nod his head, Chin Linger quickly picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Chin Linger looked at Piggyback with superficial seriousness, but she pondered for a moment. Since I've been reborn, I naturally can't let the tragedy of my previous life repeat itself. Now, the grandparents' company is not bankrupt. Grandpa didn't die of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage from the excitement either. However, the hemangioma in Grandpa's brain, which has existed for more than 10 years, was stimulated to develop sooner or later. But if you take a potent drug before the onset of the disease, and then perform the surgery, the probability of success is 80%. Besides thinking about Grandpa's condition, they're screwing with money. But unfortunately, this lady has empty memories of the next 20 years or so, but they are useless. Thinking of this, Chin Linger suddenly glanced at Chin Bufan. A tense sigh followed. Now I'm only 5 years old. So, I can only rely on old Chin for my future plans to get rich. Old Chin. Old Chin. In your previous life, you carried too much. The woman who left you because she climbed up to another man. This is something that I didn't know until I was 20 years old. It's not just that. I've learned through my investigation that it was that man's secret evil that caused my grandparents' company to go bankrupt. She did this to force you to surrender custody of me. But you, on the other hand, didn't fall into line. And for the next 20 years, you didn't remarry for my sake. I know it, you've always liked Mr. Jiang. Now that I think about it, Ms. Jiang is really good. When you were down and out, she always took care of me. It was my ignorance that forced you to break up. Well, it seems nice to have her as a stepmother and the three of us living together as a family. Chin Bufan quietly listened to Chin Linger's heart, a little lost in thought for a moment. My parents' company will go bankrupt? Father died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage due to bankruptcy? And It's the same man that the asshole ex-wife found to backstab her? Most importantly, this girl even knew that she liked Jiang Qingxue? So much information hit Qin Bufan's brain, which made it difficult for him to accept for a while. And at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came again. Getting money is the top priority. I have to make sure that old Qin doesn't repeat his mistakes in this life, so that he can become the richest man in the world. But how to make money is a headache. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have that much money either. Copying books? But there's no way for a minor to sign a contract. And besides, if I play with the computer, old Qin will definitely talk about me. Qin Linger kept muttering in her mind. And that's when his attention, suddenly, fell on the coffee table not far away. At the top, a financial newspaper with the words virtual coins leaping out at you. Qin Linger was inspired. Why didn't I think of that? I can get old Qin to speculate on coins. I remember old Qin in my previous life, who often made financial investments because he had some free money on hand. Our family's main source of income, that's all. It was because of Lao Qin's influence that I joined a securities firm to work after graduating from Huaqing University. Thinking of this, Qin Linger suddenly spoke. Dad, what day is today? Although Qin Bufan heard Qin Linger's heartfelt words clearly, he did not move and said, No, 16. Why are you asking this? Qin Linger said splendidly, It's nothing, Mr. Zhang assigned homework so that we should learn to memorize dates. Today is the 16th, tomorrow will be the 17th, and the day after tomorrow will be. Her mouth blared so, but Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came out once again. I remember that in my former life. Tomorrow, virtual coins opened at $440 and peaked at $500. And on the 19th, the highest price of virtual coins will rise to $806, while the lowest price is $456. If you can buy at the opening price on the 17th and then sell on the 19th at $806, you'll make $366 on one virtual coin. This house, our house, is worth like $1 million, and the dollar exchange rate today is 6.19. It's almost enough to buy 366 virtual coins, with another 20 times leverage. After deducting many formalities, old Qin would have made more than $2 million. But how do I get old Qin to pike? Hearing Qin Linger's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan was speechless in his heart. This girl, just reborn, and she's thinking about letting herself take a mortgage on her house and poking around in virtual coins? You're so dutiful. Chapter 2, Scratch and Win. $1 million jackpot. At this moment, Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless in his heart though, but after calming down, he chose to believe Qin Linger's analysis. But believe it or not, however, Qin Bufan didn't dare to do what the other party said. After all, Qin Bufan has always been a steady financial player. If you really let him sell his house and then 20x leverage pike, once it drops, it's a real bloodbath. Further, if one's daughter traveled through a parallel world, everything here was different from what had happened in her previous life, then wouldn't you have nowhere to cry? And at that moment, Qin Linger once again spilled her heart out. The matter of advising old Qin to shuttle virtual coins is not urgent for the time being. Granted, I was able to make sure that my memory would not be wrong because I grew up with an unforgettable memory. But I have to be sure of one thing. Is there a discrepancy between the time point of this world and my memory? If it's determined to be the same, it's much more maneuverable. But once it's a parallel world, speculating on virtual coins, naturally, doesn't work. But with my experience from my previous life in a securities firm, I can still make old Qin wind up. But the question is, how do I know for sure? Qin Linger secretly pondered. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. Then he said in his mind, I remember. Today in my previous life, I was hanging out with old Qin downstairs, and old Qin had planned to go buy scratch-offs for fun. But because I wanted ice cream, I didn't go. The next day, outside the lottery store, a banner went up that someone had won $1 million. Later on, old Qin could get upset about this more than once, and said that one of my ice creams was worth $1 million. As I think about the details of the time, it seems that the scratch-off was bought at 6 o'clock, and the scratch-off was a 20 denomination golden cannon. Okay, let's start with that. If I can win the lottery, then I'll be sure that I'm soul-searching the world of my childhood. Thinking of this, Qin Linger suddenly turned off the TV, then looked at Qin Bufan and said, Dad, I'm a bit bored. Why don't we go down for a walk? Qin Bufan smiled in his heart, but on the surface, he said, No, it's sunny outside now. Let's go later. How about 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock? Wouldn't that be too late? That's $1 million. Qin Linger was speechless in her heart, but on the surface, he grabbed Qin Bufan's hand and pouted. Dad, I'm going to go. 10 minutes later, the father and daughter appeared outside the lottery station, and next to the lottery station is an ice cream parlor. Sure enough, it's just like the previous life. If I remember correctly, the next thing old Qin will surely say is, after passing by the lottery store for so long, I haven't patronized it yet. why don't I go and try my luck? Qin Linger thought to herself. Qin Bufan snickered in his heart, but said very cooperatively, after passing by the lottery store for so long, I haven't patronized it yet, why don't we go and try our luck? Hearing these words, Qin Linger was overjoyed in her heart. Sure enough, with joy in her heart, Qin Linger said seriously, Daddy, are you going to buy a lottery ticket? I'll go with you then. First things first, if you win the lottery, you buy me ice cream, okay? Qin Bufan smiled and didn't continue to mess around with his daughter. After all, it was $1 million. He does regret it if someone gets ahead of him. Soon the father and daughter entered the lottery store, and with a glance, Qin Bufan saw inside the counter the golden sacred codex scratchers placed there. He couldn't help but let his eyes light up, and at this moment, the one who was most looking forward to it was Qin Linger. Once you can scratch $1 million jackpot in this, her next plan, then, could be carried out without a hitch. The two men think differently, but the purpose is the same. So the father and daughter's voices came out in unison. Boss, we'll take all of these golden cannons. The owner of the lottery store is bored and playing with his cell phone. When he heard this, he immediately said in surprise, all of them, right? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, more than 20 scratchers were placed in front of the father-daughter duo. After Qin Bufan paid the money, that boss thoughtfully brought 2 coins. First scratch. That boss laughed. Not bad, you won $40 on the first one. Keep up the good work. However, the second and then the third one, after scratching, did not win. Seeing this, that boss laughed. Cheer up, this golden sacred scratchers, the winning rate is very high. There's no chance that, if you guys buy this much at once, the $1 million jackpot up here will be yours. He said so, but in his heart, the boss was actually worried that the father-daughter duo would return the remaining unscratched ones because they hadn't won the prize. His worries were, obviously, redundant. Qin Bufan smiled and looked at that boss, then said, thanks for your blessing, boss. I also hope to win millions. After saying that, Qin Bufan accelerated his speed and scraped. However, they still hadn't scratched the $1 million scratch off until the 19th one. The moment, Qin Linger tensed up a bit, and Qin Bufan, too. As for that boss, he slowly opened the drawer, intending to redeem those winning scratchers, and in the middle of his mind, he could fantasize about Qin Bufan's father and daughter, losing their way and leaving. At this point, after a few deep breaths, Qin Bufan began to scrape up the last one. This time, he was fast. In the blink of an eye, all the coatings were scraped away, and right in the middle of it all, a 7-digit string of numbers jumped out at me. $1 million? Really? Qin Bufan was dumbfounded. As for Qin Linger on the side, she made a clueless expression on the surface. In his heart, however, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the world I soul walked into is the world I lived in as a child. Qin Linger thought to herself. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan left under the envious gazes of a group of lottery winners who had just come in. At this moment, Qin Bufan was naturally incredibly happy because he had won millions. In his heart, however, he became more expectant. He had already decided that he would go to the lottery center tomorrow and redeem the money. Then, it is used to invest in virtual coins. However, what Qin Bufan was thinking, Qin Linger had no way of knowing. It's too. Although she was eating the ice cream that Qin Bufan bought for her on the surface, she was pondering in her mind. Now, I'm certain of my suspicions. This is the world I lived in as a child. But, what should I tell old Qin? Do I have to tell him that I'm born again? I knew he was going to win before he bought the scratch off? No, I'm afraid if I were to say that, old Qin would think I'm crazy and take me to a psychiatrist. But if you don't say anything, won't you miss the opportunity to make money? Virtual coin. I must get old Qin into the game. Granted, it was December 17th, 2017. That was the pinnacle of virtual coins. But that's too far away. And now, old Qin must resolve the great matter at hand. One of them is the tumor in Grandpa's brain. The other is the impending bankruptcy of Grandma and Grandpa's company. And, of course, the most important thing is that old Qin must realize his self-worth. After some pondering, Qin Linger had a bright idea and could be considered to have thought of something to say. Dad! Qin Linger suddenly came in front of Qin Bufan. She looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable seriousness and said, Dad, now that you've made so much money, have you ever thought of investing in virtual coins? Hearing this, Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. This girl, going around in circles, can be considered straight to the point? Chapter 3, So Wild? Because he could hear the heart. Qin Bufan basically understood Qin Linger's thoughts, and because of the purchase of the scratch, he had been completely sure that this daughter in front of him was from the future. However, Qin Bufan did not say anything about his ability to hear his daughter's heart. Instead, he went along with what the other said. Girl, you're only so young, how do you know about virtual coins? Qin Linger had obviously said something earlier. she said seriously. Dad, Xiao Mei in our class. His dad plays with virtual coins. May bragged to us in class that his dad played with virtual coins and earned a car in a few days. By the way, Xiao Mei also gave me a penguin number before. He said that his father was speculating in coins with this person, and that person seems to be quite powerful. After saying this, Xin Linger's heartbeat sounded once again. What this lady says really drips. I'm sure old Xin won't have any doubts about this, right? Old Xin, you must seize the moment this time. After all, virtual coins have been unstable since the 19th. It's not until the 28th that it suddenly raised to $1.77. If you can capitalize on both of these nodes, you can make a huge amount of money. Xin Bufan silently listened to the other's heart. The heart couldn't help but laugh. After a short thought, he said, since my eldest daughter has said so, I'll give it a try. Anyway, your father and I have had some savings over the years, and on top of that, I was able to borrow some from a friend. Daughter, I'll tell you what, let's go back now. You give me that penguin number and I'll talk to someone first. If that's okay, then I'll start in. After all, my daughter is growing up every day and I can't make much money just by managing my finances. So in that case, I might as well let it go. Hearing this, Xin Linger's heart was delighted. Old Xin is still quite on the ball. That's all for now then. Because it's the first time I've played this, I'll just let him buy and sell normally. When he makes his first bucket of money, then I'll figure out how to get him to use 20x leverage again. And then step by step. In that case, money makes money. 1 hour later, Xin Bufan took his daughter to eat at a nearby noodle shop and then went home to finish their respective showers. Xin Bufan began to register his account. Xin Linger, on the other hand, took away Xin Bufan's spare cell phone on the pretext of playing with her cell phone. After registering her penguin number, Xin Linger brought a piece of paper. Seeing the crooked numbers on it, Xin Bufan quickly opened his penguin number and added the other party's friend. Seeing this, Xin Linger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Old Xin, whether we can get rich and then solve the bankruptcy of our grandparents' company depends on you. While saying so in her heart, Xin Linger pretended to rub her eyes and said, Daddy, after I brush my teeth, I'll go to bed. Good night. After saying that, Xin Linger turned around and left, closing the door to her room. Soon after, the penguin came with the message that adding a friend was successful. Simple life, hello? Smiley emoticon. Dreaming back 20 years, may I ask who you are? Simple life, friends introduced. Speculation in virtual coins. I heard that you have first-hand information here. So, dreaming back 20 years, newbie or veteran? The simple life, I've just been researching this for a short while now, and I've already signed up for the account, but I'm not in yet. Dreaming back to 20 years, investment is risky. You need to be careful to enter the industry. I ask again, are you sure you want to get into virtual coins? Simple life, okay. There was a moment of silence on the pop-up side. The other party then sent a photo. On the photo is a line of numbers. Dreaming back to 20 years, this is my virtual coin price prediction for the next 3 days. Although there is a discrepancy, but it is definitely not too big. You can try to buy it first, just as a test of the water. Remember, the throw, don't ever have hesitation. Simple life, roger that. Hugging emoji. Dreaming of 20 years, well, feel yourself out and I'll get back to you on the 19th. Xin Bufan printed out the photos and then briefly labeled them before going to sleep. Early the next morning, Xin Bufan shouted to wake up Xin Linger, washed up, made breakfast, and sent the other party to school. Subsequently, Xin Bufan rushed back home without stopping, quickly opened his computer, and logged into the virtual coin account. At this point, it was 7:10. Shortly after opening, Xin Bufan saw that the price of the virtual coins was almost exactly the same as what Dream Back 20 Years had predicted. Buy. Xin Bufan quickly transferred the money into the account. After a short period of thought, Xin Bufan directly converted his 400,000 deposit into $64,620 and bought 293 virtual coins at a single price of $440 with 2 times leverage. I'll test the waters first, and I'll wait for the price to get to $500 and dump it right away. If today, it tops out at 558, then I'm in for a big game. Under Xin Bufan's patient waiting, on the computer page, the price of the virtual coins kept changing. When it came to $500, Xin Bufan thought nothing of directly dumping all the virtual coins. Soon, Xin Bufan realized that on his account, there was an increase of $17,580. I'm making $100,000 here? Xin Bufan was a bit dumbfounded, and just as he froze, the price of virtual coins had risen to $500.58. But then, the price went all the way down but never exceeded the peak. At this very moment, Xin Bufan's heart was beating out of his chest. After a short period of thought, he took advantage of the price drop to $450 to buy again. And, this time, he bought 3 653 virtual coins directly with 20 times leverage. Turn off the computer. Qin Bufan immediately drove to the lottery center to cash in his prize. 2 hours later, after successfully arriving at $800,000, Qin Bufan once again returned home. Another 619 virtual coins were replenished at $460 with 20x leverage. When Qin Bufan turned off his computer, he felt his heart pounding. You know, that's 272 virtual coins. If it falls too hard, you'll be forced to pop your position before you can raise the price yourself. By then, he will surely lose all his money. However, when he saw the form sent by Dream back 20 years, Qin Bufan decided to let go. In order to calm himself down, Qin Bufan simply ate a bowl of instant noodles before falling asleep. And when Qin Bufan woke up, he realized that it was already 5 o'clock. Oops, forgot to pick up my daughter. Qin Bufan got up in a hurry, and then he planned to go to the kindergarten to pick up his child. But then there was a knock at the door. Qin Bufan quickly opened the door. 2 figures were seen standing outside the door. It was Jiang Qingxue as well as her daughter Qinlinger. Qingxue, why are you here? Looking at the woman in front of him with a ponytail, a sports suit and a lovely look, Qin Bufan's heart throbbed and he was a little flustered for a while. Seeing this, Qinlinger couldn't help but sigh. Dad, what are you talking about? All the other students in the class were gone, and you were the only one who didn't pick me up. So Mr. Jiang had no choice but to send me back himself. You're good, and you're asking how Mr. Jiang got here? And, weren't you the one who taught me to welcome guests when they come? What do you mean you're blocking people out? Qin Bufan heard the words indistinctly and immediately apologized, then welcomed Jiang Qingxue inside. See this. Qinlinger immediately felt some hatred in her heart. Hey, this old Qin, he really doesn't let people worry about him. Forget it, you guys are in love. In order to make up for what I owed you in my previous life, this time, I'll just set you up. How about I just say I miss grandma and ask her to pick me up, then create a chance for them to be alone? Lonely man and woman, dry fire, maybe they can spark love? At this moment, Qin Bufan was pouring tea for Jiang Qingxue. He couldn't help the shiver that ran through his hand at the sound of his daughter's heart. The boiling water ran directly down his fingers, causing him to grimace in pain. And in his mind he was bellyaching. Is this girl so wild when she grows up? Chapter 4, A Childhood Friend. How are you doing? As Qin Bufan muttered, Jiang Qingxue quickly stepped forward as she grabbed Qin Bufan's hand and looked here and there. The concern is overwhelming. Qingxue, me, I'm fine. When he came into contact with Jiang Qingxue's hand, Qin Bufan was a little nervous in his heart. Granted, the two were childhood sweethearts, and the two families are good friends. Only because now Qin Bufan was a single father and Jiang Qingxue was still an unmarried girl. Wouldn't it be irresponsible to the other person if they stayed with them? Therefore, Qin Bufan felt that it would be good if he could keep this feeling hidden in his heart. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan subconsciously let go of Jiang Qingxue's hand. When Jiang Qingxue saw this, she inevitably lost some of her heart. But at the moment, to her, Qin Bufan being scalded was more important than anything else. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingxue directly turned around and went to the kitchen and started looking for soy sauce. Qin Bufan, you're a real person. Pouring a cup of water can be scalded. Such an adult. You can't take care of yourself, and you're expected to bring up your daughter well? Jiang Qingxue was sputtering on the surface though, but the heartache in his eyes was naturally visible to anyone who wasn't blind. Qin Bufan's heart naturally received it, but could only smile. Qingxue, it's better if I do it myself. After that, he used a cotton swab and applied an even layer of soy sauce to the burned area, which took away a lot of this stinging sensation. Seeing this, Qinlinger, who was not far away, could not help but shake her head. Hey, old Qin, this person, still the same as in his last life. He just likes to swing for the fences. John likes him. It's something that's obvious to our entire kindergarten. I can't believe old Qin doesn't know. It seems that it's still necessary for me to assist. Otherwise, if I don't let John and old Qin get along in this life, I guess I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Honestly, Mr. Chang is really good. At that time, Mr. Jiang personally confessed his love to Lao Qin, and was rejected by him as divorced with a baby. As a result, Mr. Jiang directly said, "What's wrong with having a child? It saves me years of nurturing time, and I've earned a great deal of money by getting such a great daughter for nothing." Unfortunately, I didn't know any better at that time, and this matter, hard as it was stirred up by me. Qinlinger's heartfelt words were naturally heard by Qin Bufan. His heart was beating wildly. Jiang Qingxue even said that? Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, Jiang Qingxue suddenly sighed. What's wrong with you? Qin Bufan wondered. Jiang Qingxue looked seriously at Qin Bufan and said, Old Qin, I don't think you can go on like this. You're a family that needs a woman to help out. I think you should find one while Linger is still young. That way, you father and daughter won't have to eat takeout every day. Also, Linger is so young, there are some things that you have no way to take care of. A girl is too big to avoid her father. Of course, on top of that, you're old enough to find someone and your family won't have to worry about you anymore. When Qin Bufan heard this, he laughed lightly in his heart. Is this a way of confessing to yourself? He knew it in his heart though. But Qin Bufan laughed. Qing Xue, I understand what you mean, but I don't want to find another woman. After all, when Jiang Qingxue heard this, she immediately frowned and said, could it be that? You still can't stop thinking about Linger, her mother. Qin Bufan shook his head. Then what exactly do you mean? Jiang Qingxue said with a hint of aggressiveness. Qin Bufan was silent, and at that moment, Qin Linger stepped forward, then said in a milky voice, Mr. Jiang, what my father means is that he doesn't want any other women, just you. What? Jiang Qingxue froze. The mind felt a little incredulous. She didn't realize that such sophisticated words were coming from a 5-year-old girl. However, at this moment, she was more concerned about what Qin Linger had said. She marveled. Spirit, who told you that? Although Qin Linger's body was 5 years old, her soul was 25 years old, so when faced with such a question, she was naturally able to answer it. She said seriously, earlier, my grandmother called my dad and said that if my dad thought Mr. Jiang was okay, she would personally come to his door to propose marriage. However, my dad said at the time that he did like Ms. Jiang, only that he was divorced with a baby and Ms. Jiang hadn't been married or even had a boyfriend, so he's afraid to open that mouth. Oh yeah, Mr. Jiang, let me ask you, you've never been in love. Have you been waiting for my dad? Speaking here, Qin Linger looked at Jiang Qingxue with incomparable anticipation, and in her heart, she said, Mr. Jiang, old Qin, I can only help out so much. Window paper, I've poked through it, it's up to you guys next. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was speechless in his heart. Qin Linger, you're really a good big girl for me. While Qin Bufan was bellyaching, he saw Jiang Qingxue stepping on her high heels and coming in front of him. She reached out with one hand and grabbed Qin Bufan's collar, then said angrily, Qin Bufan, you asshole, we grew up together. When I was little, I dreamed of marrying you. In the beginning, when I went abroad to study, what did you think it was for? It's because you're an asshole, flash marrying someone and they're pregnant. And do you know why I'm suddenly back again? That's because, I know you're divorced. Besides, I have a master's degree from the sea. Why do you think I want to be a kindergarten teacher? That's because I want to help you take care of your daughter. Qin Bufan froze, and at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came again. This confession by Mr. Jiang is so touching. This lady is moved to tears. However, now that I think about it, in my previous life, Mr. Jiang always seemed to be my teacher. When I was in kindergarten, she was employed at my neighborhood school, and when I was in elementary, middle, and high school, she would jump right in and, all of them, be my classroom teacher. Originally, I thought Mr. Jiang was just looking for a high promotion, but it turns out, he was silently taking care of me. In my previous life, how could I have been so stupid? Why did I break them up? Old Qin, if you don't take a stand, I'll really get angry. Qin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heart. To say I'm not moved is impossible. A woman who has loved herself silently for so many years, even his own divorce with a baby is not the least bit suspicious. Such a woman, one must surely take one's life to guard her. Only, the current Qin Bufan did not intend to confess immediately. Instead, after a brief moment of contemplation, he looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, I understand your feelings, but I have to tell you mine as well. The person I was before was so focused on educating my children that I didn't give it a second thought as far as I was concerned. But right now, I need to think about something other than the baby. Like, making money, like you. Jiang Qingxue burst into tears, and Qin Linger had tears in her eyes. She came between Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue and grabbed one with one hand. No words were spoken, but there was an emotion in it that they could feel for each other. Jiang Qingxue wept with joy. After drying her tears, she immediately said, Good, we'll maintain this home together in the future. Now, I'm going to go get the groceries, and then I'm going to make a big meal for you father and daughter. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue immediately went downstairs to buy food. Chapter 5. 100 times leverage. Jiang Qingxue was busy until 10 p.m. before she was sent home by Qin Bufan. As for Qin Bufan, because of Jiang Qingxue's deep confession, his heart was full of energy at the moment. After Qin Linger finished her bath and returned to her room, Qin Bufan turned on his computer. Opening the virtual coin website, he saw the closing price of the 17th, which was 492 yuan, not far from the data given by Dream back 20 years. and at that moment, the penguin avatar in the lower right corner suddenly flashed. 20 years of dreaming, how's it going? Did you get into virtual coins today? What are the details? Simple life, I got my hands on a total of 9,272 virtual coins today. 20 years of dreaming. Simple life, I used 20x leverage. When the text was sent, on the other end of the screen, there seemed to be silence for a moment. A few minutes later, dreaming of 20 years, you're too bold, aren't you? Do you know that with 20 times leverage, if you make a profit, even 1%, you can make 20% profit. However, if you lose money, it may be just a few minutes, your assets will become negative. You trust me that much? Looking at the long speech in front of him, Shin Bufan could not help but smile, and then knocked out a paragraph of text. Speculation in coins is originally a big gamble. Since this is the case, I naturally want to play a big game. Dream back to 20 years, good. Since this is your choice, then I respect. However, remember, must be in the 19th all thrown out, because the 19th to 28th this time period, the price of virtual coins is very unstable. You pry 20 times the leverage. Once fell, not waiting for up. You may be blood money. Remember. Simple life, roger that. Turning off penguin, Shin Bufan smiled before entering the shower room to take a bath. And in the meantime, inside Shin Linger's room, she turned the tablet off. A small face was filled with complexity. Old Shin, this person, usually doesn't show his face, but I didn't realize that he was not going to be a hit. That's 20 times leverage. Not bad for my dad. After some muttering, Shin Linger turned off the light and went to sleep. Day 2. Although it was Saturday, Shin Bufan didn't need to send his daughter to school, but Shin Bufan got up early, for no other reason than to see the opening price of virtual coins. Shin Bufan ate his fries and looked at the opening price. Once he was sure there was no difference in price from what he knew, he waited patiently. Good morning, old Shin. Shin Linger pushed open the door to her room and rubbed her sleepy eyes. What did you call me, girl? Shin Bufan glanced at Shin Linger and said. Shin Linger then remembered that she had traveled back to her childhood, and immediately spat out her tongue and playfully said, I'm calling out to your father. Dad, I'm going to brush my teeth. Brush your teeth. Shin Linger followed Shin Bufan's example and picked up a donut, coming to the computer to read it. My memory was indeed correct. Today's opening price is $496.58. However, in order not to make old Shin suspicious, I deliberately modified the number after the decimal point, and the highest price, I believe, was $703.78. However, old Shin, you must wait until tomorrow to sell off. Otherwise, that would be a lot less money. Shin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heart. The surface did not move, but his heart already had an idea. And when Shin Linger finished one donut and was planning to go for a second one, Shin Bufan suddenly had a stern look in his eyes, because he realized that the price of the virtual coins was rising, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through $650, and it's continuing to rise. Just a few minutes, the price keeps approaching $700. Right now, Shin Bufan made an immediate decision. Sell off all the virtual coins straight away. At this moment, Shin Linger was there drinking millet porridge. When the remaining light saw Shin Bufan's operation, it was a shock. Dad, what are you doing? Shin Linger was superficially confused, but the mind was utterly speechless. Old Shin, are you having trouble with money? You're holding close to over 10,000 virtual coins, and the difference between tomorrow's high and today's high is a full $100. That's $1 million. My God. Regarding Shin Linger's heartfelt words, although Shin Bufan had heard them, he did not move. He smiled and said, although yesterday dreaming back 20 years, told me that it was going to be sold on the 19th, but I've come up with something more prudent. Speaking here, Shin Bufan touched Shin Linger's little head and said, this, if I tell you, you probably won't understand. Shin Linger didn't say anything, but her heart kept speaking. Old Shin, I'm your daughter, and in the future financial circle, I'm a figurehead, so how could I not understand? You are planning to ensure that the virtual coins you bought yesterday are sold off at a high price and then bought at a low price, and then so tomorrow. However, I have to say, old Shin, you're just too good, and in this way, you can maximize your profits. Humph. On top of that, with me, your daughter, as your backstage man, you can be as beautiful as you want to be. As Shin Linger muttered, Shin Bufan looked at the $2.4 million on his account and said, I'll withdraw $400,000 first. The remaining $2 million, buy it in one fell swoop while it's at its lowest price today. A few minutes later, Shin Bufan's cell phone rang. Looking at the $2.47 million that had arrived, Shin Bufan couldn't help but reveal a smile. I didn't realize that in one day, I made over $14 million straight away. Qin Bufan had a look of emotion on his face. I don't blame him for being so. You know, the total market capitalization of your own parent's company is only $50 million, and that's still encompassing all the assets. But Qin Bufan wasn't very happy. After all, because of eavesdropping on his daughter's heart, Qin Bufan knew the great events that would happen in the future. The parent's company went bankrupt. Father died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Of course, now it was added to the matter of himself and Jiang Qingxue. It's a long way to go. While Qin Bufan was pondering all this, Qin Linger beside him suddenly said, "Dad, look." Qin Bufan immediately looked at the screen. As far as I can see, the price of the virtual coins has reached $703.78. And then, it continued to fall. Eventually, it lasted at $494.94. It's ready to go in. Qin Bufan had a deep look on his face. Seeing this, Qin Linger, who was on the side, was quite expectant in her heart. I wonder, old Qin this time, is he planning to pry the leverage again? Qin Bufan glanced at his daughter. The corner of his mouth lifted in an arc, and after, with some maneuvering, he bought 404,089 virtual coins directly with 100 times leverage. After watching Qin Bufan's maneuver, Qin Linger, inwardly, had completely tensed up. I'll go. Old Qin's handiwork. It's too big, isn't it? 100 times leverage? If this is going to be a loss, there won't be any bottoms left. Even if I were from the future, I wouldn't dare take such a risk. Old Qin, in this life, you deserve to make money. But, Qin Linger seemed to have thought of something, and after some pondering, she turned around and went back inside her room. Chapter 6, Speculate on Real Estate. Must speculate on real estate. Regarding Qin Linger's thoughts, Qin Bufan could naturally guess a thing or two. Sure enough, less than a minute, the penguin in the bottom right corner jumps up. Dreaming back 20 years, how's it going? Simple life, today's price, sure enough, was the same as the table you gave me, so I sold it all while it was at its highest price. And then I bought 400,000 virtual coins for $2 million, leveraged 100 times. Dreaming back 20 years, it's really bold, but I have a few words of caution for you. Simple life, I understand what you mean. You want to tell me that coin speculation is risky and requires caution. Don't worry, this is clear to me. However, I am so after reading the table you gave me. Dreaming back to 20 years, you are clear as long as good. Remember, tomorrow, according to the form I gave the highest price to sell, and then the next few days, do not move, and when I analyze the market, I will give you the news. Simple life, roger that. Turn off the computer. Qin Bufan poured himself a cup of coffee, then began to ponder. Stud virtual coins, they do come fast, but the market is fickle. If I hadn't heard Spirit's heart, I would never have dared to rush in. Plus, I can't keep prying the lever. Granted, so far, the virtual coin prices are the same as Spirit's memories of her previous life, but that assumes I'm not in the game. But Spirit's rebirth will not likely cause a butterfly effect. After a short period of thought, Qin Bufan decided that he would call it quits after that time on the 28th. Of course, whether one continues to hold virtual coins will depend on future movements. Qin Bufan feels that the market for this segment of virtual coins will only get bigger and bigger. So, he decided that even if he closed, he would hold the virtual coins himself for the long haul. You'll have to hear what your daughter thinks as far as how much to hold. And at that moment, Qin Linger walked out of the room. Qin Bufan immediately stepped forward and said, Linger, Dad has decided that after that time on the 28th, I'll temporarily give up my virtual coin investment. What? Qin Linger was a bit confused when she heard this. No, old Qin, absolutely not. I'm just advising you not to leverage. I'm not telling you not to invest in virtual coins. Did you know that after 3 years of silence in 14, 15, and 16, 17 will usher in the era of the virtual coin blowout? As I recall, on December 17, 2017, virtual coins would hit an unprecedented peak of $20. 000 That's 132 Chinese dollars. If you held 100,000 of them, you'd have $2 billion in virtual coins alone. And on December 18 of this year, the lowest price for virtual coins was $420. You use $42 million and make $2 billion in 4 years. That's a lot of money. Of course, Qin Linger knew the future market changes by heart because of her super strong memory, but she didn't dare to say so explicitly. After all, I'm afraid no one can believe the movement of the next 3 years, coming from a 5-year-old. After a short thought, forget it, I'll just use Penguin to point out old Qin at night. Thinking of this, Qin Linger said seriously, Dad, virtual coins this, I don't understand, but you can ask the person you added, she should give you good advice. Qin Bufan smiled, not bad, you're right. I decided that I would treat someone to a meal at noon. After all, If it wasn't for that person's guidance, how could I have made so much money? Xin Linger hurriedly said. No, absolutely not. Xin Bufan looked at his daughter. Why? It's human nature for me to treat people to dinner when they bring me money. Xin Linger was speechless for a moment. In his heart, he was saying, I must not let old Qin know that it is actually me who is operating in the dark. Otherwise, old Qin will definitely go crazy. But how am I supposed to live up to this lie? Just when Xin Linger was at a loss for words, the doorbell rang. Xin Linger immediately ran to open the door. It's Jiang Qingxue. The Jiang Qingxue in front of her seemed to have dressed up carefully. She was wearing an OL suit, black stockings. She was already tall and the heels she wore under her feet made her even more graceful. Mr. Jiang. Xin Linger pulled Jiang Qingxue as if she had seen a savior. After bringing the other party into the house, Xin Linger hurriedly took the other party's hand and boasted, Teacher Jiang, you're so beautiful today. After saying that, she looked at Qin Bufan again. Dad, look, it's your favorite black silk. Yeah. Qin Bufan's old face blushed. This girl, really, the mind is speechless though. But it had to be said that today's Jiang Qingxue was indeed even more moving than usual. What? Embarrassed by your daughter's poking holes in your hobbies? Jiang Qingxue said with a hint of a smile. No, absolutely not. Qin Bufan said with a smile, and in order to ease the embarrassment, he immediately said, Qingxue, hurry up and come in and sit down. Xin Linger, however, once again said, Dad, why don't you hurry up and clean up? Qin Bufan was puzzled. Pack what? Xin Linger said seriously. Mr. Jiang dressed so nicely, he must have come to find you for a date. You guys hurry up and go, and as for me, I'll be at home and behave. As these words fell, Qin Bufan didn't know what to say. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, lowered her head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Jiang Qingxue had good reflexes and immediately said, Linger, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Jiang is here to treat you to dinner. After all, knowing your dad as I do, your weekend breakfast will definitely be millet porridge and gasoline bars, and you'll be given some family buckets for lunch. Eating like this on a regular basis is not nutritious. You guys hurry up and get cleaned up. I'll take you to a nice dinner. I've already booked the restaurant. Of course, there's a little something else I need to ask your father for advice on this visit. Hearing this, Xin Linger didn't say a word as she turned around and walked towards her room. Girl, what are you? Qin Bufan didn't understand. Xin Linger turned back. Dad, hurry to pack go to eat a big meal. Qin Bufan smiled faintly. Half an hour later, inside the restaurant, ordering and serving is complete. Xin Linger sipped her juice with a happy face. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, had a sad look on her face. What's the matter? Something on your mind? Qin Bufan inquired. Jiang Qingxue sighed and said, Qin Bufan, this time I'm looking for you. There's really something I need your help with. The thing is, my old man has been persuading me to work in his company, saying that I'm a returnee to the sea, but I'm wasting my time teaching in a kindergarten. Me, again, I don't like to be constrained, and besides, teaching is a pleasure for me. So, I told my dad that I'm going to start investing, but I don't know anything about the domestic market. I've also saved over $3 million over the years, so, I want to learn investing from you. Hearing this, Qin Bufan didn't say anything, and at that moment, Qin Linger's heartbeat came. Mr. Jiang has found the right person this time. Old Qin, it's your turn to perform. If you take Mr. Jiang and make him rich, Mr. Jiang won't love you to death. After all, women are muy strong. Regarding these, Qin Bufan naturally heard everything. He didn't immediately take the other guy in the direction of virtual coins. After all, he remembered that Jiang Qingxue was also considered a small investor. When he first went to college, the other showed talent in this area. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan asked, Mr. Jiang, tell us what you think first. Do you plan to invest for the long term or make short-term profits? Also, I wonder what your predictions are for the future of the domestic industry. In general, Jiang Qingxue paused and immediately said, I think the biggest hit in the future should be real estate. And on top of that, there's the internet, like e-commerce, short videos, live streaming industry. Hearing this, Qin Bufan nodded slightly, and to the side, Xin Linger's heartfelt voice came once again. Mr. Jiang is usually at school, just leading us to sing and play games, but I didn't expect that he would be so accurate in predicting the future wind direction of the industry. I remember the house we live in now was 9,000 a square meter when we bought it, but by the time I was in high school, it had gone up to almost 30,000. If old Qin can buy several sets at the same time, or even if he buys the land directly, he will definitely be able to be among the richest people in Suai City within a few years. Speculate on real estate. Old Qin, you must speculate in real estate. Chapter 7, You'll have to support me if you lose money. Qin Linger's heartfelt words were naturally heard by Qin Bufan. and he decided that he wanted to start working on the real estate industry himself. But not now. After a pause, Qin Bufan looked at Zhang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, speculating in real estate is indeed good, but its long-term profitability, trying to get a return in a short period of time is obviously impossible. Now that you've said what you're thinking, I'm going to be a little discreet. Nowadays, it's the age of internet development, but I have a hunch that in the future, it must be the time when the cell phone industry explodes. When I watched the news earlier, I learned that at the end of this year, the 3 major carriers will receive 4G licenses. By then, 4G phones will surely become a whole new trend, and by that time, software development for cell phones will be the hit of the moment. So, if you want to invest, start with these. Zhang Qingxue couldn't help but fall into deep thought as she listened to what Qin Bufan said. On the other hand, Qin Linger, who was on the side, was inwardly shocked. I drop a good boy. I didn't expect that old Qin's prediction of the future would be so accurate. On December 4, 2013, the country's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, MIT, issued 4G licenses to the 3 major operators. This year, known as the first year of 4G, while the next year began, the country began to vigorously lay 4G signal towers. A few years, 4G network throughout the country. It's also been a few years since the cell phone industry began to blossom with a variety of apps. A number of industry giants have taken advantage of the situation to get rich. As expected of my dad, IQ is really superb. Listening to the rainbow farts in Qin Linger's mind, Qin Bufan did not move. And at that moment, Zhang Qingxue spoke. Bufan, what you're talking about is too far away, isn't it? There's also the fact that I'm investing in order to prove myself to my family's old man. But I don't have that kind of money for all that you're talking about, even though it's a good prospect? Seeing the other party in a difficult situation, Qin Bufan smiled mysteriously. This is simple. I can take you to speculate on virtual coins. Virtual coins? Zhang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan with some consternation. Seeing the other party nodding, Zhang Qingxue hurriedly said, Bufan, I advise you not to play with this. A few months ago, I had a distant relative who got a taste of the virtual coin dividend at first and then dove in head first. As a result, not only did they take the money they had earned, but they lost their money. I advise you, never. Qin Bufan smiled. This I naturally know, but I have the inside track. And, after some practice, I doubled my $1 million. Straight up. Of course, Qin Bufan didn't dare to tell the other party that he had only left $400,000, and the remaining $2 million was directly leveraged 100 times to buy 400,000 virtual coins. When Zhang Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but bristle and say, at that time, my relative even made $5 million. But didn't it turn out to be blood money? All that so-called insider information is a lie. Why else would people tell you such good things? Wouldn't it be nice to get rich quietly on your own? Qin Bufan swept a glance at Qin Linger with his remaining light. Then he said with a straight face, Qingxue, I'm just asking you, do you believe me? Zhang Qingxue said without thinking, of course I believe it. Qin Bufan smiled mysteriously. Well then, let's eat first. And after we finish eating, come home with me. I'll help you register your account and then operate it for you. Zhang Qingxue's pretty face blushed, because she heard Qin Bufan say that it was go home with him, not go back to his home. Could it be that, in Qin Bufan's heart, he had already considered himself as his family? 1 hour later, the 3 returned home. Qin Linger seemed to be trying to create space for Qin Bufan, as well as Zhang Qingxue, to spend time alone. Straight away, he went to his room to rest on the grounds that he was tired. As for Qin Bufan, he quickly helped Zhang Qingxue register her account smoothly, and by now, it was already 1 in the afternoon, but Qin Bufan was slow to get his hands on it. Qin Bufan, what are you waiting for? Zhang Qingxue had a strange look on her face. For the past half hour, Zhang Qingxue saw with her own eyes that the price of virtual coins fell below $500, but then, it quickly rose to $600. If Qin Bufan had gotten in at that time, even if he didn't pry the leverage, he would have been able to make $90,000 immediately from his own $480,000. But as a result, Qin Bufan remained unmoved. Seeing the other party's anxious look, Qin Bufan smiled mysteriously and said, there's no hurry, $500 is not the lowest price today. Haste makes waste. Don't worry, since I promised to help you speculate on virtual coins, I will naturally give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Qin Bufan gently looked at Zhang Qingxue and said, if you're tired, then you can just rest aside. As I recall, you're in the habit of taking a nap every day, and in half an hour, I'll call you up. Zhang Qingxue's heart was delighted. She hadn't expected that Qin Bufan would be so clear about her routine. Okay, I'm going to take a break. After saying that, Zhang Qingxue came to the sofa and quickly fell asleep. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, brought blankets in the room, and after helping the other party to cover them carefully, he continued to observe in front of the computer. Finally, Qin Bufan's eyes lit up when he saw that the price of virtual coins was at $494.94. Qin Bufan directly bought 19,584 virtual coins directly with 20 times leverage. After doing so, Qin Bufan continued to wait patiently. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan could be considered to have dumped all the virtual coins, and at that moment, Jiang Qingxue had already woken up from her beautiful dream. Qin Bufan, how's it going? Jiang Qingxue stepped forward. Qin Bufan smiled. While you were sleeping, I've already helped you buy the virtual coins at the price of $494. Oh, by the way, I used 20x leverage, so the virtual coins in your account, total 19,584. What? Jiang Qingxue froze for a moment, then pulled out her cell phone and began to calculate. This calculation, she was dumbfounded. It is important to know that although leverage is profitable and can make several times the profit, but in the event of a loss, the risk is also exponential. That means that a random $20 drop in the price of virtual coins would result in a loss of nearly $390,000 for yourself, and one's principal, which is only $480,000. That money is what I've been saving all these years. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's tearless appearance, Qin Bufan smiled. Don't worry, when I helped you speculate on coins before, I said that the winnings would be on you and the losses would be on me. Jiang Qingxue beamed, slightly aggravated. That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say, Qin Bufan, is that if I do lose money, then in the future, you can support me. Don't worry, I'm a very nurturing person. Not waiting for the other party to finish pouting, Qin Bufan laughed out loud. He took out a tissue and gently wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of the other's eye, saying, I was just teasing you. Don't worry, your money, not a penny less. More than that, I just now, while you were sleeping, directly at $702, all sold off. Jiang Qingxue froze. Then once again, he turned on the computer on his cell phone and began to calculate. 702 minus 494. 94 equals 207.06. I own 19,584 of them, deducting some of the fees, so I made over $4 million? Qin Bufan smiled, and at this moment, a text message ring came from Jiang Qingxue's cell phone. When she saw the 28 million Chinese dollars arrive, Jiang Qingxue was simply dumbfounded. After all, she had sought Qin Bufan's help purely to earn more. Her goal is to make $40,000 or $50,000 a month with a $3 million principal, and that's pretty much it. Results. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingxue could no longer hold back the excitement in her heart. She wrapped her arms around Qin Bufan's neck and then pecked. Qin Bufan, why are you so great? I simply love you. Qin Bufan was stunned for a moment, and that's when the door to Qin Linger's room opened. She had intended to drink water, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately said, Dad, Mr. Jiang, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. After saying that, Qin Linger obediently retreated back to her room. Only Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue were left wide-eyed and embarrassed. Chapter 8. The man is outside. The woman is inside. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bufan, you've done me a great favor today. Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan with a smile on her face. Say, what do you want me to get you? Car, or house? As long as I can do it, there will be no ambiguity. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's faction of a little rich woman, Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. Then he said, I know you're making a lot of money. Still, save your money. After all, when money is spent, it's gone. So money begets money. Jiang Qingxue nodded. After a short period of pondering, she then looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable seriousness. Today, it's really quite exciting. To be able to make so much at once is something I didn't expect. But, Bufan, I think it's okay to speculate on coins, but I have a feeling that the market, in the next couple of years, might be sluggish. So, I suggest that we take it easy. Qin Bufan smiled, and at that moment, the heartfelt voice of Qin Linger came from the side. Old Qin and Mr. Jiang are really a perfect match. I am aware of future movements because I am from the future. Mr. Ku Jiang, however, is able to judge accurately and know even the market turbulence of the next few years with the eyes of a novice white man. If they're together, with both swords, it's not likely. I don't even need to put in much effort. For all that, Qin Bufan heard everything, and naturally, he admired Jiang Qingxue's unique eyesight. As Qin Bufan pondered, Jiang Qingxue once again said, Bufan, I have an idea. I wonder if you want to hear it. This, I based on what I've learned abroad before, as well as conclusions drawn from observing the movement of virtual coins since their introduction to the present. Of course, you may not believe me, but I feel that I need to make it clear. Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Jiang Qingxue said seriously, today, we can also get our hands on virtual coins once. Today's virtual coins, the lowest price, should be 494 up and down. If that price comes up before the close of business today, we can get in. 20x, even 30x leverage is fine. Of course, if you're planning on playing a big game, 100 being leveraged is fine, but after the 19th, you stop for a while, because according to my analysis, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs in prices from the 19th to the 27th. If you want to get in again, it's best to buy low and normal before the 27th. Wait until after the 28th and sell. After that, it's a long-term hold. I have a hunch that in 17 years or so, virtual coins will climb to the top. After listening to some analysis from the other side, Qin Bufan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and the one who was most surprised was Qin Linger. I'm dropping my ass. Mr. Jiang is a genius. I know where virtual coins are going to be for the next little while because I'm from the future. Mr. Ku Jiang, however, analyzed it so clearly. I am now more and more impressed with Mr. Jiang's investment talent. As Qin Linger pondered, Qin Bufan laughed. Mr. Jiang, thank you for the reminder. I will definitely follow what you said. Jiang Qingxue sniffed, which revealed a smirk. So, why don't I go out and get the groceries? And as for you, keep an eye on the price of the virtual coins. When the time is about right, you go ahead and get into it. And as for me, I'll stay out of it. Hearing what the other party said, Qin Bufan couldn't help but say, since you can predict all this, why don't you buy it yourself? Jiang Qingxue shook her head. You just used your own computer and logged into my account. If we buy our accounts at the same time, there's definitely a security risk. When the time comes, won't we lose more than we gain by having problems with our accounts? Plus, I'm a girl, and $20 million or so in funds is enough for me. I have my dowry saved up. As for you, you need to provide for your family, and there are big plans for investments. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingxue said slightly shyly, I'm a traditional woman. The man is in charge and the woman is in charge, so that the family can be harmonious. Qin Bufan froze. Obviously, what the other party said poked him hard. A moment of contemplation. Qin Bufan laughed. Jiang Qingxue deliberately glared at Qin Bufan. Are you mocking me? Are you laughing at the fact that I've not yet married into your family and I'm claiming to be the mistress of the house? Qin Bufan shook his head. The other person was then led to the computer. When Qin Bufan opened the virtual coin account, Jiang Qingxue was dumbfounded. Then he said, good, you guy, you actually bought more than 400,000 virtual coins quietly by yourself. This is a direct 100x leverage? Qin Bufan nodded seriously. Not bad. Originally, I was still hesitating. After all, the market is moving so fast. Should I just sell it today? But after hearing your analysis, I've decided that I'll leave it for a day and sell it all tomorrow. Then pick a $500 price to buy between 19 and 17. Sell again on the 28th. Next, I'll buy it while it's low as a long-term investment. Jiang Qingxue nodded and didn't blame the other party for speaking only now. After all, her original intention of saying those just now was actually not to let Qin Bufan dive headfirst into virtual coin investment. This is the kind of stuff that, if you make one mistake, you're likely to lose your home. As for the Qin Linger on the side, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. Well, Mr. Jiang said everything I wanted to say, so there's no need for me to wait for the evening to wait for Penguin to find old Qin. And at this time, Jiang Qingxue laughed. Alright, it's alright now. I'll go buy some food. You guys wait for me. Tonight, I'll make you guys a great meal. Qin Linger hurriedly said, Dad, I want to go with Mr. Jiang too. Qin Bufan smiled dotingly. Okay, I'll accompany you. But just as Qin Bufan got up to get the key, the doorbell rang. Qin Bufan opened the door and looked in. It froze. Outside the door stood a woman dressed in designer labels. She's not bad looking, but it was a nosedive. Horror. It was none other than Qin Bufan's ex-wife. Xia Yun, what brings you here? Qin Bufan's tone was somewhat unpleasant. He had been a stranger to this ex-wife for a long time. Although, when he divorced Xia Yun, it was because of emotional discord and there was no so-called third-party meddling. But in the divorce, the other party directly asked for the car, house and even all of Qin Bufan's assets. And now the suite, because it's in the father's name, is the only thing that hasn't been claimed. These, of course, were not what Qin Bufan cared about the most. What he really cares about is that the divorce these 3 years, Xia Yin not to mention come to see her daughter. Not even a phone call. As for the so-called alimony, but also not a penny. Plus, he had learned what happened in the future because he had heard Qin Linger's heart. More and more. He wondered how he had been so blind to marry this woman in the first place. Chapter 9, My Man. As Qin Bufan pondered, Xia Yin glanced at him contemptuously. Then he said, It's not like I came looking for you. I've come to visit my own daughter. What's it to you? With that, Xia Yun violently pushed Qin Bufan away before entering the living room. Linger, you've grown so big? Come on, give mommy a hug. Baby, mommy missed you. Xia Yun deliberately showed a loving look. Afterwards, she quickly stepped forward, wanting to pick up Qin Linger. In response, Qin Linger was subconsciously hiding behind Jiang Qingxue. Mr. Jiang, who is this aunt? I don't know her. Qin Linger's milky voice came out. Summer Ru died of embarrassment. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, was very relieved in her heart. I don't blame her for being so. At first, when Qin Bufan married Xia Yun, Jiang Qingxue was heartbroken, but she heartily blessed Qin Bufan. But when learned from his father, after the marriage, Xia Yun is 70,000 or 80,000 dollars of expenses every month, though after the pregnancy, the other person moderated. However, after Qin Linger's full moon, the other party began to travel all over the world on the pretext of enjoying life. Although he called Qin Bufan every few days, it was because of the lack of funds. Call for money. At that time Qin Bufan was a career upswing, but because of the uneasy daughter, can only just open a year of the company transferred out, and he focused on the kids. But who would have thought? A year later, Xia Yun suddenly said she wanted a divorce because Qin Bufan had no motivation. At that moment, Qin Bufan, seeing that the child was still small, endured, but Xia Yun simply disappeared. Since then, for 2 years, Qin Linger hadn't seen the other side. Even on Qin Linger's 3rd birthday, Xia Yun came back for the divorce formalities, but she didn't see Qin Linger. Now, the other party has suddenly appeared. Qin Linger definitely didn't recognize the other party. Unbeknownst to her, but Qin Linger at this moment had other thoughts. Oh, to think that I was so naive in my previous life. How dare you stop old Qin from pursuing his own happiness because of such a woman. She gave birth to me, but didn't raise me. A woman like that doesn't deserve to be my mom. Where did she get the face to fight old Qin for my custody? Qin Linger's heartfelt words. Qin Bufan silently listened in his heart. Immediately, he stepped in front of Xia Yun. Ms. Xia, if you're here to see Spirit, I'm sorry, you've come at a bad time. We're going out for groceries now. Also, it seems like Spirit doesn't recognize you, so please leave. Xia Yun smiled contemptuously. Qin Bufan, after not seeing you for a few years, your ability to make money hasn't grown much, but your eloquence has improved quite a bit. I'm Linger's mother. What's in your way if I look at my own daughter? Saying that, Xia Yun glanced at Jiang Qingxue, then said in a conspiratorial manner, ouch, I almost didn't recognize it. Isn't that your childhood friend? At first, I thought that you guys must be having an affair, and now, I was right. Qin Bufan clenched his fists. He categorically could not allow Xia Yun to insult Jiang Qingxue in such a manner. However, he didn't want to argue with his daughter's own mother in front of her. Immediately, he glanced at Qin Linger. Qin Linger naturally understood what the other party meant. Immediately, he said, Daddy, this aunt is scary. I'm going to stay in my room. I'll come out when you get rid of her. After saying that, Qin Linger entered the room without looking back. The door to the room closed. Qin Bufan looked at Xia Yun coldly and said, Ms. Xia, just now, I don't want to argue with you in front of my daughter, but I hope that you won't slander Qingxue indiscriminately. Also, me and you, we're divorced, and who I'm with is none of your business. You have no right to judge me on my affairs. If I'm not mistaken, you're here for something, aren't you? When you're done, you can go. Of course, I don't mind calling the police if you're still messing around and interrupting my normal life. Seeing Qin Bufan like this, Xia Yun snorted coldly. Qin Bufan, I didn't expect that you, a loser, would still have such a domineering side. This is nothing like when you were my dog licker. Qin Bufan's eyes narrowed, and Jiang Qingxue was clearly angered by the other party's words. She was in no hurry to explode. However, at this moment, Xia Yun continued, Qin Bufan, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to get custody of my daughter. Come on, sign this agreement and I'll take my daughter and leave. Of course you can refuse, but I'll go to court to get custody of Spirit. Qin Bufan sneered in his heart, and Jiang Qingxue was instantly anxious. She truly liked Qin Linger. It was naturally impossible to let Qin Linger, with such an irresponsible mother. It's totally ruining the child. Qin Bufan, Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said. Qin Bufan nodded. Don't worry, I have my measure. After saying that, Qin Bufan calmly said, the custody of your daughter, you don't want to think about it. This is my attitude. Nothing else. You may leave. Xia Yun sniffed and immediately became angry. Qin Bufan, you bastard. Not waiting for the other to finish, Qin Bufan immediately glared angrily and growled. I told you to get lost and leave my house. Are you deaf? Xia Yun was startled when she was yelled at like that. Qin Bufan, you dare to yell at me. You, Xia Yun charged towards Qin Bufan with open teeth and claws. Qin Bufan dodged a sideways glance. Xia Yun was unforgiving. She came in front of Qin Bufan and was about to slap him, but just then, a slender jade hand grabbed Xia Yun's wrist. That's enough. Any more drama is not good for anyone, Jiang Qingxue coldly said. You stinking cousin, what gives you the right to? Snap. A loud slap interrupted Xia Yun's tirade. That was just a slap in the face for being full of. Snap. This slap is hitting you for insulting Qin Bufan. Snap. This is a slap in the face for not doing your job as a mother. Snap. That slap was me looking at you in the way. A few slaps in succession directly blinded Xia Yun. She glared at Jiang Qingxue with a death glare, and had planned to lash out. Instead, Jiang Qingxue smiled playfully. You came here to spill your guts. Sorry, I'm not used to you. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When this young lady was in college, she was the champion of the city's taekwondo competition. If you're not convinced, why don't you race me? Xia Yun instantly wimped out. She took a few steps back, then glaring at Qin Bufan, he said, Qin Bufan, this is something that won't just go away. I will make you pay. You guys, just wait for me. Throwing this down, Xia Yun fled in a hurry, and Jiang Qingxue grunted. I'm a lady, must I use violence? But if you dare to bully my man, who will you beat if not you? Qin Bufan froze, then looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, What did you just say? Jiang Qingxue's pretty face reddened, and she immediately said, No, it's nothing, I'll go call Linger out. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue spat out her tongue before turning around and going to Qin Linger's room. Chapter 10, Meeting the Parents? Evening. Jiang Qingxue cleaned up the dining table and washed the dishes before mopping the floor. All the busy work is done. Jiang Qingxue instructed. Bu Fan, garbage you throw later when you go downstairs. Then you can shower, clean up, and get an early night. As for me, I'm going back too. Jiang Qingxue looked a little tired though, but enjoy it. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. Qingxue, it's really hard for you today. Why don't you take a rest and leave later? Qin Bufan smiled and stepped forward. It's been an afternoon of grocery shopping and laundry and cooking for us. Jiang Qingxue waved her hand to interrupt what the other party was saying. Then he said, This is not hard work at all. Besides, I like doing chores. Qin Bufan smiled. But how do I remember that you haven't done any housework since you were a child? Being dismantled by Qin Bufan, Jiang Qingxue was a bit embarrassed. After some thought, all she could say was, Well, I really don't like housework, but I can't help it. Who made you today, and helped me make so much money? It's always okay if I thank you for something, right? Qin Bufan smiled even more happily. Is it really just like that? Jiang Qingxue didn't dare to meet Qin Bufan's eyes, and at that moment, Qin Linger, who was sitting in front of the television set, said in a milky voice, Mr. Jiang, just say it directly. What's wrong with doing some chores for your man? Jiang Qingxue froze. She then dropped her attention to the television. On TV, the hero and heroine are hugging in the rain, but just when the two were about to kiss each other, Jiang Qingxue immediately picked up the remote control and switched to the children's channel. Qin Bufan, is this what you usually let your children watch? Jiang Qingxue said without a trace of anger. She's 5 years old. How can she watch this kind of lovey-dovey drama? Qin Bufan didn't know how to answer, and Qin Linger said helplessly in her heart, Ah, what a pity. Just now, the hero and heroine should be kissing. It's really annoying when you don't get any candy. Thinking of this, Qin Linger looked at Qin Bufan as well as Jiang Qingxue again. Hey, the TV didn't knock the candy. How about I go back to my room and then see if old Qin and Mr. Jiang will make any progress? Ouch. If I could see old Qin wallop Mr. Jiang, I would have filmed it. Then when they got married, I played it in front of the guests. Qin Bufan is drinking water. Hearing Qin Linger's heartfelt words, she didn't hold back for a moment and directly coughed violently. Qin Bufan, are you alright? Jiang Qingxue immediately brought tissues. It's okay, I just accidentally choked. Qin Bufan explained. Well, I'll leave you father and daughter alone. I'm going back, Jiang Qingxue said. But just as Qin Bufan was planning to send the other party downstairs, Jiang Qingxue's cell phone rang. Dad. Yes, I'm at Qin Bufan's house. What? Okay, we'll pack up and head over right away. Hang up your cell phone. Jiang Qingxue suddenly had a serious look on her face. Qin Bufan. Jiang Qingxue wanted to say something. Then she said seriously, My parents are at the Lichuan Hotel. And, your mom and dad were there. The old man on both sides said to let us pass. Said he had something important to tell us. What? Qin Bufan was a bit strange. Although, the Qin family and the Jiang family belonged to the lineage, and over the years, the two companies, too, have had business dealings. But meeting each other, Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue basically stayed out of it. But this time, suddenly called them over. Qin Bufan, You say, it's not to meet the parents, is it? Jiang Qingshui was curious. Qin Bufan shook his head, and at this moment, Qin Linger very knowingly got up, turned off the TV, and then picked up Jiang Qingshui's handbag and was about to head out. I didn't realize that grandparents are really godly, meeting the parents so soon. The next step is to discuss marriage matters, right? Old Qin. Ah, old Qin. Before, I didn't have the chance to attend your first wedding. This time, your second wedding. I must be there. Qin Bufan. Half an hour later, Lichuan Hotel box. Grandparents. Qin Linger immediately walked over when she saw her grandparents from her youth. Seeing their granddaughter, Qin Jinsong, Qin's father, and by panphone, Qin's mother, naturally burst into smiles. On the other hand, Zhang Hong, Zhang's father, on the other side smiled and said, "This is Linger, right? Last time I saw her, the girl was only just a month old." A few people laughed. This made Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingshui not know what to do for a while. Well, at this point, Qin Jinsong smiled and said, "Bufan, quick, greet your Uncle Jiang." Qin Bufan immediately called out to Uncle Jiang, and Jiang Qingshui also greeted Father Qin and Mother Qin at her father's behest. After a brief courtesy, Qin Jinsong, by panphone, and Jiang Hong, dropped their attention to their respective sons and daughters. This made Jiang Qingshui even more nervous. Seeing this, Qin Linger, who was sitting beside by panphone, couldn't help but say in her heart, "Mr. Jiang, don't get stage fright. Ugly daughters-in-law have to meet their grandmothers. Not to mention, you're so good-looking and know what's good for you." In fact, at this moment, Qin Bufan was also a bit nervous. After all, in his impression, Jiang's father liked himself a lot. But no matter how much you like it, it's ultimately hard to make up your mind to let your daughter marry a man who was divorced with a baby. Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, Qin Linger broke the slightly dull situation. "Grandma and Grandpa Jiang, what's the matter with you suddenly calling Dad and Mr. Jiang here? You guys aren't planning on getting them married, are you?" These words fell. The adults on either side of the table looked at each other. However, Bai Panfeng did not answer positively. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Would you be willing to let Ms. Jiang be your new mom?" Qin Linger tilted her head and thought, "Of course I'm willing. That way, I can eat the wedding wine. But this kind of thing depends on the love affair. I can't even if I want to?" Bai Panfeng was quite surprised. Qin Jinsong, on the other hand, pinched the bridge of Qin Linger's nose and said, "You child, you're really a human child." After saying that, Qin Jinsong looked at Jiang Hong. "Old Jiang, look, how understanding my granddaughter is." Jiang Hong smiled bitterly and said, "All right, you old man, this is all on fire and you still have the heart to chat about this. Let's set aside the children for now. Don't forget the purpose of our meeting. What is it?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Jinsong and Bai Panfeng immediately revealed deep colors. Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingshui exchanged glances. They were a little lost, and more than that, worry. "Dad, what the hell happened?" Qin Bufan asked. "Could it be that our family and Uncle John's company have run into some kind of trouble?" Qin Jinsong took a deep breath, then looked at Bai Panfeng and said, "Take Linger out for a walk first." Bai Panfeng immediately understood and pulled Qin Linger outside. When the door to the room closed, Qin Jinsong immediately looked at Qin Bufan with a cold face and said, "It's still not that asshole ex-wife of yours. She said that you and Qingshui bullied her, so she asked Zhou Dongfei to find connections and cut off the supply of goods from our two companies. Today, we have a shipment that needs to be made urgently, and if we don't have a supply, we may not be able to finish it in the allotted time. By then, we'll have to pay more than $2 million in damages for breach of contract alone." What? Qin Bufan was confused. Jiang Qingshui, on the other hand, also had an ugly expression on her face. They didn't expect that this Xia Yun would be so vicious, so soon. It's out for revenge. Chapter 11, Beginning of the Sell-Off. "Dad, listen to me explain this matter." Jiang Qingshui felt that she had some responsibility in this matter, and immediately had to explain herself. But he was interrupted by Jiang Hong waving his hand. "This is not the time to pursue responsibility. The one called Xia Yun, I had contact with Zhou Dongfei before when we worked together. She doesn't look like a good person at first glance, so it's not your fault." Speaking here, Jiang Hong's overbearing protection said, "Also, my daughter, I understand. If it's not Xia Yun's mouth that is cheap, Qingshui will definitely not be so angry that she will make a move." After a pause, Jiang Hong looked at his daughter and said through clenched teeth, "Girl, you actually should have crippled her best that time. Even if we don't maim her, slapping her mouth swollen would be a relief." Jiang Qingshui spat out her fragrant tongue, and for a moment, she didn't even know what to say to make it better. At that moment, Qin Jinsong said flatly, "All right, the joke ends here." He looked toward Qin Bufan and said with incomparable gravity, "Son, this matter, what do you think?" Qin Bufan smiled. "I think, At this time, considering anything about apologizing is completely self-defeating. Also, I don't think that there's any need to apologize at all. Then Xia Yun went to see me today to claim custody of my daughter. If we retreat at this time, I'm afraid Linger will have to be done with her. What? There's such a thing? Qin Jinsong had a gloomy look on his face, and Zhang Hong couldn't help but slap the table. This woman, not only is her mouth full of feces, but she's also extremely shameless. I remember Linger is 5 years old, right? How many times has this woman seen the child over the years? Besides, when the divorce was finalized, Bufan gave her the car and the house, didn't he? But that's Xia Yun, not a single penny of alimony. Speaking here, Zhang Hong looked at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, I think it's better to sue that Xia Yun directly. Make sure she doesn't even get visitation rights with the kids. This kind of woman makes me very sick to think about. Qin Bufan smiled bitterly. Uncle Jiang, I don't intend to argue about this. Besides, there's no way to get Xia Yun to stop now with this kind of trickery. Next, let's talk about how to deal with the matter of the crisis of our two companies. Saying that, Qin Bufan glanced at Jiang Qingxue. I decided to privately take out $20 million out, half of the two companies on one side, as my investment, through which to temporarily tide over the immediate difficulties. As for the matter of raw materials, I will find a way to solve it. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Qin Jinsong and Zhang Hong had unbelievable looks on their faces. Son, you're not kidding? You have $20 million? Seeing Qin Bufan nodding his head, Qin Jinsong immediately chided. Nonsense, son, that's not how you blow a cow's skin. I remember last month when your stocks were hedged and you didn't even have money for dinner. Did you? Where did you get $20 million? Qin Bufan thought for a moment and said, Dad, it's like this. I've been speculating on virtual coins for the past few days. I bought high and sold low, leveraged, and made some money. Nowadays, I have quite a few virtual coins on hand. As long as it sells tomorrow, I'll have $120 million. What? Hearing this, Qin Jinsong rubbed his head and stood up, and Zhang Hong was instantly nonplussed. They have also read about the speculation of virtual coins in financial newspapers as well as magazines, but they always felt that the business was too risky. Qin Jinsong was going to say something. At this time, Jiang Qingxue said, Uncle Qin, Dad, just trust Bufan. It's done, so I won't keep it from you. I have been at Qin Bufan's home this afternoon. She used $3 million of my money, speculated for me, and bought all the virtual coins directly with 20 times leverage. As it turned out, after principal, I made $4 million. While speaking, Jiang Qingxue took out her cell phone and opened the bank arrival message. This look, Zhang Hong and Qin Jinsong were completely speechless. Ryoko, Zhang Hongkai laughed bitterly. Old Qin, it seems we're getting old. Now, it's their young people's world. Qin Jinsong nodded awkwardly. No wonder they are so. After all, this time, when they called Qin Bufan as well as Jiang Qingxue, they intended to ask the two for their opinions on how they could deal with the next company crisis. Available results. Qin Bufan helped Jiang Qingxue pike virtual coins, straight to 28 million Chinese dollars. And mind you, Zhang Hong's company, the total market capitalization is just 40 million. People are more angry than people. However, surprised as they were, the two old men were quite sensible. Bufan, it's naturally great that you can make money by speculating on virtual coins, but you have to remember, the heart is not enough. The virtual coin market, it's fickle. You don't want to dive in head first. Qin Bufan smiled. Dad, don't worry about it. Although I fancy the market of virtual coins, I won't easily get into the game without absolute certainty. Jiang Qingxue also smiled. Uncle Qin, Dad, now that the funding issue has been taken care of, should we? Qin Jinsong thought Jiang Qingxue was referring to her affair with Qin Bufan. Immediately, he looked at Qin Bufan with a smile and said, Son, don't worry about it. Your mom and I are definitely in favor of what you and Qingxue are doing. Moreover, I see that this girl, Linger, seems to like her teacher Jiang very much as well. Next, it's up to your uncle Jiang. Zhang Hong smiled. I've always been democratic. The children's affairs, they look after themselves. Jiang Qingxue's pretty face reddened. She was going to ask if it was ready to be served. However, seeing Qin's father as well as her own father take a stance, a heart that was hanging in the air for her, sort of fell. Soon, Bai Panfeng walked in with Qin Linger. Things are done? Then, let's start eating. Otherwise, this precious granddaughter of mine will be starving, Bai Panfeng said with a smile, and immediately called out to the waiter to serve the food. Qin Linger, on the other hand, sipped her juice and looked at Jiang Qingxue with amusement in her heart. Ouch! Look at Mr. Zhang's beaming face, and then look at old Qin's swaggering face. I think, grandparents and Grandpa Jiang have already agreed to what they are doing. TSK, they're growing, really fast. Or, I'll sleep with grandma tonight, then let them go home, and then the raw rice will be cooked. Listen to your daughter's heart. Shin Bufan was somewhat speechless in his heart. This girl, how come all day long? Her mind is full of such nonsense? 1 hour later, wine and dine. Qin Linger had planned to follow the plan, but she was taken directly into the car by Qin Bufan. As for Jiang Qingxue, she followed her father away. Back at home, Qin Bufan had a short phone call with Jiang Qingxue, exchanged goodnights, and then went to sleep individually. Early morning on the 19th, Qin Bufan quickly cleaned up, bought breakfast, and turned on his computer. At the moment, his heart poofed wildly. Granted, he knows all about today's virtual coin trend, but he holds 404,089 virtual coins after all. It also means that for every $1 increase in Bitcoin, he makes an additional $40, 408.9. That's not a small amount. 7 o'clock just arrived. Qin Bufan then saw that the price of Bitcoin, set at $712.76. It's starting. Qin Bufan gazed at his mind, patiently anticipating. Chapter 12, $125 million in hand. Time, minutes and seconds pass, and the price of virtual coins, it's starting to have its ups and downs. Not much fluctuation though. What's going on? Why do I get the feeling that this is the calm before the storm? Qin Bufan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I don't blame him for being so. You know, according to the tip I got from my daughter, today's low was $456.39. That's $38.55 below yesterday's buy price. If it starts to fall back before the maximum price comes, as soon as the price falls to $489.94, one would have to be forced to blow up one's position. When that happens, one will lose money. Therein lies the downside of 100x leverage. And at this point, the price of virtual coins has continued to go down. It didn't take long for it to drop to $500. Qin Bufan saw this. Suddenly, he laughed. It seems that some big dog is starting to play big. I'm certain that within 10 minutes, the price of virtual coins will go higher. And, it's the only chance we'll get today. Next time, for Qin Bufan, it could be said to be incomparably torturous. Seconds are like years. Good on. After the price has been up and down at 500 for a while, the price suddenly shot up to $805. It is now. Qin Bufan didn't even think about it and directly sold off all 404,089 virtual coins, seeing that the sell-off was successful. Only then did Qin Bufan all sorts of breathe a sigh of relief. True enough, Qin Bufan revealed a hint of a smile. He found that once the price reached 805, it began to go consistently lower again. In just 3 minutes, it dropped right down to $456.39. When Qin Bufan saw this, his heart was grateful. It's okay, I'm not greedy. Qin Bufan got up and ran to the restroom to wash his face, which calmed him down. And what Qin Bufan didn't know was this. At this moment, inside Qin Linger's room, she's also watching where the virtual coins are going. The little heart fluttered wildly. Trouble. I don't know if old Qin has sold it. Qin Linger was overwhelmed with remorse. I should have warned old Qin before I went to bed last night. Saying that, Qin Linger put down her computer, got up and walked out. Dad. Qin Linger's heart thumped when she saw that Qin Bufan was sighing there. Old Qin couldn't have failed to sell, could he? Lao Qin, you're too careless, aren't you? But I'm the one who's gotten you into trouble. If I could have told you the details of the rise and fall, it wouldn't have been like this. I count 404,089 virtual coins, down $38.55. Hiss, that's a direct loss of $15,577,630. Forget it, this is not the time to blame old Qin. It is imperative that we seek Mr. Zhang's help. Otherwise, if this hole can't be filled, our previous efforts will be in vain. But old Qin wants to save face. How do I persuade him to please Mr. Zhang? Just as Qin Linger was pondering, the doorbell rang. Qin Linger immediately ran to open the door. He saw Jiang Qingxue standing outside the door panting. Mr. Jiang. Qin Linger hurriedly shouted. Linger be good. Mr. Jiang has something for your father. Jiang Qingxue calmed Qin Linger. Then he quickly came in front of Qin Bufan. Seeing that the other side is silent, Jiang Qingxue asked, You didn't dump the virtual coins just now? Qin Bufan took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Qingxue, and said with slight frustration, That's right, I didn't have time to sell off the 400,000 or so virtual coins, so, forced to burst the position. I lost $15 million outright. Qingxue, I'm in debt. Seeing Qin Bufan like this, Jiang Qingxue didn't say anything. She then said, Now is not the time to be discouraged. Isn't it just $15 million? On my way here just now, I looked at the virtual coin trend. I don't think that $805 is the highest price, and there's another peak for virtual coins today. Now, get a grip. I'll give you $2 million. You give me 100 times leverage, and make me back what I lost before. Qin Bufan glanced at Jiang Qingxue in surprise. Jiang Qingxue said evenly, what are you still waiting for? This money, count it as a loan from me, okay? And, if you lose money this time too, big deal. I'll support you from now on until you get rich. Qin Linger, who was on the side, saw this. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, well, I can see that Mr. Jiang is truly in love with old Qin. Old Qin, you must seize the time. If I remember correctly, there is another low price of $456 today. Today's closing price is $584.61. Grasp this timing. $2 million, 100 times leverage, and you can completely reverse the defeat. Qin Bufan silently listened to what Qin Linger said, and he suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Jiang Qingxue was puzzled, while Qin Linger said in her heart, old Qin couldn't have been stimulated, right? Old Qin, in the future, you are going to be the richest man in the world. You have supportive daughters, and Ms. Jiang, who has said, big deal, she'll support you later. These little setbacks, they're minor. With such words on his lips, Qin Bufan turned on his backup computer, and after manually modifying his IP address, he logged on to Jiang Qingxue's account, and at this point, the price of virtual coins, just at $456.40, Qin Bufan quickly bought 382 virtual coins for $2 million. Qin Bufan, what are you up to? Didn't I tell you to leverage 100x and go straight back to capital? Qin Bufan took a deep breath and said, Qingxue, it's not that I don't want to, it's just 100 times the leverage. It's too much of a test of the mind. You have no idea. It really scared me just now. It's a good thing I sensed something was wrong, or else this wave would have really broken my mind. That's $15 million. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan. So, you were scaring me just now. Qin Bufan nodded sheepishly. Jiang Qingxue instantly pouted in anger, then all in one hand reached out and pinched Qin Bufan's arm. You bad boy, do you realize that I was scared to death just now? I'm all set to buy out my garage and get through this with you. Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue hummed, tell me, what price did you sell it for? Qin Bufan smiled, $805. That means I made almost $125 million. Jiang Qingxue was dumbstruck, while Qin Linger said in her heart, worthy of being old Qin, really decisive. I was worried before that you'd be fixated on the highest price, but when I think about it, I seem to have underestimated old Qin. In my previous life, although I learned a lot in school, I was able to make a living in a securities firm solely because old Qin taught me well. Damn it, I was even worried that he would lose money. He's better than a fox. Qin Bufan was speechless in his heart. This girl, she's getting less and less big. Is that how you describe your own father? And at that moment, Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed, Qin Bufan, I don't care. You scared me just now. So, buy me a nice meal at lunch anyways. Qin Bufan smiled. This is naturally no problem. However, this virtual coin of yours, I haven't sold it for you yet. Jiang Qingxue hummed. There's no rush on this. Anyway, I predict that after the 28th, the price will reach over $1,000, so it's fine to sell it then. So, the three of them quickly packed up and planned to go downstairs, but just after appearing outside the neighborhood, Qin Bufan saw that Zhang Hong was waiting next to his car, and beside Zhang Hong, there stood two young men in suits. Aha! Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came. These two, why do they look so familiar? As Qin Linger pondered, Qin Bufan stopped the car. Dad, what are you doing here? Jiang Qingxue asked. Zhang Hong smiled. Qingxue, this time, I've come to find Bufan to ask for something. With that, Zhang Hong pointed to the two young men behind him and said, Bufan, let me introduce you. These two are Chen Jie as well as Zhang Ming. These words fell. Qin Bufan immediately shook hands with each of them. As for Qin Linger, who was on the side, she seemed to recognize these two people and suddenly let out a cry of alarm in her heart. What? These two? The future giants of the live streaming industry, the founders of Tease Fish? Chapter 13, Buying the Fish. My goodness, Grandpa Jiang has done old Qin a great favor this time. Old Qin, this time, you must seize this opportunity. Qin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heart. The mind, on the other hand, was a little puzzled. Does this teasing fish have something far out in the future? Just in time, the voice of my daughter's heart came again. Chen Jie, Zhang Ming, future founders of Tease Fish. Tease Fish is a live streaming sharing site that uses pop-ups as a viewing point. On January 1, 2014, Amusing Fish became independent from Love Station. After several years of development and multiple rounds of financing, it has gradually become a giant in the industry. Later, the teeming fish merged with Tiger Yeah, and the live streaming world was no longer able to separate itself from it. Though behind, the teaser is a bit of a backwater, but now it's perfectly placed to make a quick buck on the wind. Qin Bufan silently memorized these in his mind, and at that moment, Jiang Hong was the first to speak. Bu Fan, Uncle Jiang has actually come this time because he has something to ask for. These two young men, the latter, before, they were going to ask me to take an equity stake. Originally, I had agreed to it, but to my surprise, the company had a crisis. So, I'm going to have you meet and talk first, and if it works, you'll invest. Of course, Uncle Jiang isn't imposing. If you don't want to, I'll have them find another way. Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Jiang, since you introduced him, he must be reliable. Tell you what, let's find a place to sit down and have a chat first. Once it's feasible, in terms of funding, naturally, it's not a problem. Hearing this, Chen Jie and Zhang Ming immediately looked at each other and smiled, and Jiang Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well then, I've already made a reservation at the Jiangnan restaurant, so let's go there and talk while we eat. Half an hour later, Gangnam Hotel. After a few people ordered their dishes, Qin Bufan didn't delay any longer as he directly said, both of you, let's get right to the point. Your company, what projects are you working on and what are your plans for the future? What are your plans? Other than that, how much funding do you need? Seeing that Qin Bufan was so forthcoming, Chen Jie and Zhang Ming could not help but stare. Afterwards, Chen Jie quickly took out the long-prepared business plan. Mr. Chen, I've put everything you want to know here. Qin Bufan took the business plan and looked at it carefully. Afterward, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly said, $2 million, this company of yours, I'll buy it. What? The two froze, and Jiang Hong was a bit dumbfounded. Jiang Qingxue froze, then came forward and said, Bu Fan, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? I suggest you should think about it. Of course, a field trip would be preferable. That way, it's foolproof. Jiang Qingxue was a bit speechless. Granted, Qin Bufan used 100 times leverage and made $120 million, but 2 million Chinese dollars is not a small amount of money. Qin Bufan is good. Simply read the other party's business plan, and then directly buy the company. If you have money, this is not the way to spend it. However, Qin Linger was infected by Qin Bufan's vigor. Well, old Qin did the right thing. You have to be long-sighted when investing. When Qin Bufan heard this, he silently glanced at his daughter. Afterwards, it dropped its attention to Jiang Qingxue's body. Qingxue, do you think I'm rich and powerful? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Seeing the other's silence, I'm just worried about missing this great opportunity. This company, I see a very good prospect, and, as long as it is run properly, it will definitely become an industry leader in the future. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's silence, Qin Bufan handed over the business plan to the other party. Jiang Qingxue looked at it carefully. He then put it down. Bu Fan, I know, I take back what I just said. However, after reading this business plan, I feel that $2 million is a bit low. Qin Bufan nodded his head and said, so yeah, what I just said was $2 million. Jiang Qingxue sniffed and couldn't help but glare at Qin Bufan. You guy, in the future, don't hide everything in your heart. It's a good thing I know you well enough to know what you're thinking. Otherwise, how bad it would be to make a misunderstanding. Qin Bufan laughed. Okay, I get it. Next time it won't happen again. Jiang Qingxue hummed lightly and casually pinched Qin Bufan's face. That's more like it. See this. Chen Jie and Zhang Ming exchanged glances. Granted, Qin Bufan's big, no nonsense, straightforward $2 million, buy their company, does deserve to be happy, but the next instant, suddenly stuffed them slowly a mouthful of dog food. They, the two singles, really can't afford to eat. On the contrary, Qin Linger, at this moment, her heart was also somewhat bellyaching up. Hey, 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 talking business. You guys are good. You don't want to talk business, but you end up showing love like nobody's business. This dog food, I don't eat it. Qin Linger's heartfelt voice had just reached Qin Bufan's ears, when Jiang Hong seemed to be unable to watch any longer, as he dryly coughed. Alright, you guys pretty much got it. If this keeps up, we're going to have to leave and let you guys get bored here, okay? Jiang Qingxue was a bit embarrassed when her father counted her down like that. At that moment, he could only sit down obediently in his own seat. 2 hours later, a couple of people were drinking and eating. Chen Jie, as well as Zhang Ming, immediately returned to the company to prepare for the acquisition. Qin Bufan had intended to leave, but at that moment, Jiang Hong hurriedly called out to Qin Bufan. Bu Fan, I have something to ask of you. Zhang Hong stepped forward. Qin Bufan looked at the other party strangely. Zhang Hong smiled awkwardly, then said embarrassedly, "It's like this. I heard that you made so much money from Bitcoin yesterday. As a result, I was going to enter the game in the morning. I leveraged 10 times and, as a result, I lost money in less than 3 minutes." "What?" Jiang Qingxue was speechless. "Dad, last night you warned me that I should be careful about getting into the pit, and then you did. Tell me, how much did you lose?" Zhang Hong reached out and compared it to a $600,000? Jiang Qingxue was shocked. Zhang Hong shook his head. "No, it's 6 million. Jiang Qingxue was numb with fear. Afterward, she could only look at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan smiled. "Well, since it's Uncle Zhang's commission, I naturally have to help." Zhang Hong took out his cell phone and quickly connected to the hotel's wireless network, so he let Qin Bufan operate it. Qin Bufan glanced at today's chart and immediately said, "Fortunately, it's not too late today. Bitcoin, today, has gone through 2 ups and downs, and it looks like it should stabilize later. Right now, it's $500, and if you get in at this moment, the next thing you know, there's going to be a small boost in virtual currency. Uncle Jiang, top up the funds, 500,000 will do." Zhang Hong naturally had no problem with this. A quick recharge is complete. Qin Bufan directly bought 4,846 virtual coins with 30 times leverage. "Bufan, are you really sure that it's going to keep going up next?" Zhang Hong inquired. Qin Bufan smiled. "I'm only 90% sure, but right now, that's all I can do." Zhang Hong was going to say something, and that's when virtual coins began to move consistently higher. Zhang Hong burst into anticipation, and when the price reached $550, Qin Bufan directly sold them all. "See this." Zhang Hong was in a hurry. "Bufan, it's only gone up $50. Why are you in a hurry to sell?" Qin Bufan seriously said, "Do the opposite. You can't rush things in order to make money." Zhang Hong was going to say something, but just then, the price of virtual coins, rapidly going down, in just 3 minutes, unexpectedly fell directly to $480. Chapter 14, Ex-Wife Mockery? Seeing this, Zhang Hong's heart beat wildly. This business of virtual coins, it's true that the water is too deep, and you really can't play without a strong heart. Zhang Hong lamented. Qin Bufan didn't say anything, but quickly helped the other party withdraw cash. Looking at the 2.4 million huaxia coins that arrived in the account, Zhang Hong was not happy. He glanced at Qin Bufan, then sighed. "Hey, I was bragging to your parents before, saying that if you can make so much money speculating on coins, I'm sure I can make a small profit too. It seems I overestimated myself. Turn around. I must talk to your parents. This stuff can't be touched easily, or else you really may lose your family." Jiang Qingxue on the side said seriously, "Dad, it's good that you know. However, Bufan made a move this time. Not only did he help you make back the money you lost, but he also made $900,000 backwards. Why don't you even say a word of thanks?" Nevertheless, Zhang Hong grunted. "If I let my future son-in-law help and have to say thank you, wouldn't that be out of the ordinary?" Speaking here, Zhang Hong looked at Qin Bufan. "Bufan, I know, you have money now. However, I've decided that the money you've earned for me this time, when Qingxue marries you, I'll let her use it as a dowry. And, I'm high on you. Good luck." Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue's pretty face reddened. "Dad, what you said? When did I say I want to marry Qin Bufan?" Zhang Hong looked at the other party with a wry smile. "Che, have you forgotten? I arranged a blind date for you last month. What did you say? You said you would marry no one but Qin Bufan in your life. If Qin Bufan doesn't marry you, you'll be by my side to take care of me for the rest of my life." Jiang Qingxue's pretty face immediately reddened to the roots of her ears. Seeing this, Zhang Hong continued. "What? You don't admit it? Well then, just in time. I have an old friend whose daughter doesn't have a date either. I'll introduce her to Bufan." Jiang Qingxue was instantly anxious. "Dad, you're..." Zhang Hong interrupted what the other said. "Alright, cut the crap. I'll just ask you, will you?" Jiang Qingxue was naturally happy in her heart, but on the surface, she muttered. "Qin Bufan, this guy, up to now, he hasn't even made a serious confession. And after knowing her for so long, she hasn't sent me any token of love, not even a flower." Zhang Hong grunted. "You young people, netting all this nonsense. Come on, I can see how you feel about each other, but I don't care. Just go with the flow." Throwing down these words, Zhang Hong glanced encouragingly at Qin Bufan and took the lead to leave. Qin Bufan and the three of them left the restaurant and drove away. "Qin Bufan, are you driving the wrong way?" Jiang Qingxue was puzzled. "That's not the direction back to your house." Qin Bufan said smilingly. "It's still early. What's the point of going home?" Without waiting for Jiang Qingxue to inquire, Qin Bufan stepped on the gas. It was not long before he arrived outside his father's company. Spirit, hasn't it been a while since you've spent time with your grandparents? Qin Bufan said with a smile. Today, you let grandma take you. I'll call grandma now and have her come downstairs to pick you up. Hearing this, Jiang Qingshue's heart was delighted. Is Qin Bufan planning to date himself? As for Qin Linger, although her mouth was full of promises, but the mind muttered, Old Qin, you really forget your daughter when you have a new daughter-in-law. Forget it, you guys have a good date. I can take care of myself alone. Qin Bufan was amused in his heart. This girl, she's got a lot of inner drama. 5 minutes later, Bai Panfeng took her granddaughter back inside the company building. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, drove Jiang Qingxue and drove away. Soon, Qin Bufan parked his car outside a 5-star hotel. Get out of the car, Qin Bufan said with a hint of mystery. Jiang Qingxue instantly tensed up. What does this guy want? Was he planning to take himself to stay at the hotel? This progress, it's too fast, isn't it? Thinking for a moment, Jiang Qingxue shyly said, Bufan, I don't have my ID card. Qin Bufan was a bit strange. To buy flowers, do you need an ID card? Jiang Qingxue froze. It was only then that I realized that next to the 5-star hotel was a flower store. Jiang Qingxue's pretty face blushed. Qin Bufan understood the other party's meaning, and he couldn't help but laugh. After knowing you for so many years, do you think I'm that kind of a modest person? Jiang Qingxue's small face turned even redder. Mentally, he muttered, I wish you weren't immodest. After getting out of the car, Qin Bufan took out the mask and asked Jiang Qingxue to put it on. He then came to the flower store owner's wife. Please help me with a bouquet of white lilies, pink lilies, and moonflowers. The boss's wife glanced at Jiang Qingxue. Sir, for a girlfriend, wouldn't you pair it with a few roses? Qin Bufan shook his head. No need, my girlfriend is allergic to roses. Half an hour later, a bouquet of heart-shaped flowers has been tied. Qin Bufan held the flowers in his hand and came to Jiang Qingxue. For you. Jiang Qingxue picked it up. I didn't expect that you even knew that I was allergic to roses. Qin Bufan smiled. You forgot. When I graduated from college, I went to look for you and bought you a tin of imported rose tea. You were allergic that day, and you really know you're allergic to roses and still have to drink it. Jiang Qingxue muttered in her mind, because you bought it for me. Of course I want to drink it. Saying that, Jiang Qingxue glanced at the bouquet in her hand and then said, You guy, I haven't said I want to be your girlfriend yet? How can you talk nonsense to the boss? Plus, even if you confessed, do you think a bouquet of flowers will fool you? Qin Bufan didn't reply, but pulled Jiang Qingxue and left again. 20 minutes later, the two arrived inside a jewelry store. The clerk saw Qin Bufan and his duo appear and immediately greeted them with a smile. Sir and madam, do you want to buy an engagement ring? Or a couple's ring? I don't know what styles are needed. We have them all here. I can introduce you to them. Qin Bufan glanced at Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue smiled and said, Let's take a casual look. The two of them looked at the counter for a while, and eventually, Jiang Qingxue's attention landed on a 4-leaf clover gold ring. Bufan, you gave me flowers. Now, it's my turn to return the favor. This ring, I'll buy it for you? Jiang Qingxue looked seriously at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan knew that this girl was trying to find a way to thank herself for taking her to earn money from coin speculation, because he understood the other party's character. Qin Bufan finally nodded. That's it, Jiang Qingxue said. Seeing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but say, Qingxue, why don't we buy a diamond ring? Jiang Qingxue shook her head and said, There's no need. This diamond ring thing, it's totally just a tool for those advertisers to circle money. How can it be worth as much as gold? Buy diamonds, don't like them when the time comes, and if you sell them, you'll make a fraction of a penny at best. And gold, losing money, is just a fraction of a percent. After saying that, they tried it on and after making sure it fit, Jiang Qingxue was going to check out, but the two had just come to the counter. An ill-timed voice came. Ouch! Who did I think it was? If it isn't my punk's ex-husband, with his paramour. As these words fell, Jiang Qingxue and Qin Bufan's eyes deepened. The heart unanimously muttered, really bad luck. How come there is this woman everywhere? Chapter 15, Killing the Heart. Qin Bufan was already deeply disgusted with Xia Yun at this moment. Therefore, in the face of the other party's provocation, naturally, he would not let it go. Xia Yun, you'd better build up a little tongue. Qin Bufan said coldly. Bufan, what's the point of talking so much to this unqualified shrew? Jiang Qingxue said evenly. Let's hurry up and go to the checkout. If we keep looking at this shrew, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my flood of energy and I'll have to punch her again. Saying that, Jiang Qingxue seemed to be declaring her sovereignty as she pulled Qin Bufan and was about to go to the checkout. But how could Xia Yun let this opportunity pass? She said coldly, Qin Bufan is nothing more than garbage that I threw away, but it's treated like a treasure by you. You're being really ridiculous, aren't you? Jiang Qingxue smiled and said, it's not certain who doesn't want who. I remember back then, when you guys got divorced, Qin Bufan gave you the car and house, right? He didn't even bother to fight for the property in order to get a divorce. Where did you get the face to say that? Xia Yun knew that if she continued to fight with Jiang Qingxue, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits at all. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Dongfei's number. Honey, someone is bullying me. Zhou Dongfei on the other end of the phone immediately answered. 1 minute later, Zhou Dongfei walked in with a group of bodyguards. Pie in the sky. It was the first time Qin Bufan had met Xia Yun's new boyfriend. However, it was because from among Qin Linger's heartfelt words, she had learned what the other party had done, coupled with the fact that the other party was secretly messing around, attempting to deal with the Qin family as well as the Zheng family's company. Qin Bufan had no good impression of this person, at all. Zhou Dongfei didn't know what Qin Bufan was thinking. He glanced at Qin Bufan and then came to Xia Yun's body. Seeing this, Xia Yun seemed to have found a savior. This, my dear, is the shrew who beat me yesterday? You hurry up and clean her up and avenge me. Zhou Dongfei didn't immediately lash out, but said with a hint of accusation, my dear, this is where you're wrong. This jewelry store, it's my property, and the visitor is a guest. How can we bully people? If that's the case, will we be able to do business in the future? Speaking here, Zhou Dongfei pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose before coming to Qin Bufan as well as Jiang Qingxue and said, both of you, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I apologize for Ru. Afterward, he waved his hand and called out to the clerk who had just received Qin Bufan's duo, you guys will give these two a 20% discount later, and then send a membership card. The clerk froze. Zhou Dongfei said indifferently, your commission remains unchanged. The clerk was overjoyed at his words and immediately brought the two forward to check out. Qin Bufan this, but also did not get in the way of face and so on, faintly said thank you, then went to the checkout. After checking out, Qin Bufan and his duo quickly left. On the contrary, that Zhou Dongfei's face was filled with playfulness. Seeing this, Xia Yun curiously said, honey, what kind of drugs are you selling in your gourd? Didn't you say you'd get back for me sometime and get mad revenge? But you just. Zhou Dongfei wrapped his hand around Xia Yun's hand knife. My dear, this is called killing to kill. I'll find someone to beat up Qin Bufan, so you'll naturally be comfortable. But there's no way that's going to make you completely sore. And, isn't my insane revenge ongoing? Next, we just have to wait quietly, and when the time comes, the Qin and Jiang family companies face closure. They will surely beg us. When that time comes, won't we be completely relieved by humiliation? On top of that, you can also take the opportunity to ask for custody of Spirit. Hearing this, Xia Yun then revealed a smile. However, she quickly pouted. What's wrong, my baby, aren't you happy? Zhou Dongfei asked. Seeing that the other side is silent, Zhou Dongfei put his arm around the other party and said, alright then, later, you accompany me to the bank, do a business, then I'll take you to bye. That's always fine, right? Xia Yun then broke into a smile. Honey, you're just too good to me. For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. Although Xia Yun's appearance made the two of them unhappy in their hearts, it can be changed. It was because of the other party that the relationship between Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue had gone even further. Bufan, where are we going next? Jiang Qingxue asked. Qin Bufan replied, go to the bank first, and send money to my father, and Uncle John's company. After we do that, we'll find a place to eat. Well, I know there's a new couple's restaurant on the east side of town. After all, today is our first proper date. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Qin Bufan said in disbelief. Jiang Qingxue said seriously, we've kind of grown up together since we were little. Originally, I always thought that you were rather naive and a big straight man. Wouldn't have thought that you could have arranged it so well. Qin Bufan bristled. What? Can't straight men be romantic once in a while? Not much longer. The duo arrived at the bank. Excuse me, how can I help you too? The lobby manager inquired. Qin Bufan responded. I need to transfer a large amount of money, and last night, I already made an appointment online. Hear this, that lobby manager was going to ask for a closer look, but just then, an indifferent voice came. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that I'd run into the two of you here again. Mr. Qin, do you guys think it's fate? Qin Bufan turned to look and realized that Zhou Dongfei, who had a gentlemanly appearance but gave off a feeling of a human face and beastly heart, had walked in with Xia Yun. What bad luck, Jiang Qingxue muttered. Why are these two everywhere? Qin Bufan was also a bit helpless at the duo's unsettling spirits, and at that moment, that lobby manager directly bypassed Qin Bufan and the two of them and arrived in front of Zhou Dongfei. Mr. Zhou, welcome, please come with me, we're ready. With that, he pointed to the VIP lounge. Just welcome each other in. Qin Bufan frowned slightly, and Jiang Qingxue directly said, "What do you guys mean? We were here first, why should we let them do business first?" Hearing this, that lobby manager said, "Both of you, I'm sorry, Mr. Joe is a VIP customer of our group. He doesn't need an appointment or a line." So, not waiting for that lobby manager to finish, Joe Dongfei laughed. "These two are my friends, so please give me some face and bring them in with you." In response, that lobby manager naturally didn't dare to have an opinion. Immediately, he said, "All right, both of you, come in with me." Qin Bufan didn't refuse. Anyway, he only wanted to leave here after transferring his account earlier now. But what he didn't know was that Joe Dongfei was actually doing this to humiliate Qin Bufan. "Kid, your parents' company is going broke. I see you. What business did you come to the bank for? Of course, by the way, I will also show you my Joe Dongfei's financial power. When the time comes, it won't scare you to death," Joe Dongfei coldly said in his heart. In his mind's eye, he was already able to fantasize the image of Qin Bufan being terrified by his huge assets. Chapter 16, Who Slapped Who in the Face? For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. The moment, inside the VIP lounge, Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue sat in front of their chairs and waited up patiently. Joe Dongfei, on the other hand, chatted with that VIP manager. "Oh, Dong Zhou, it seems like your business has been getting bigger and bigger lately. According to the development in front of us, in less than 5 years, you will become our Suhai City, the youngest entrepreneur with a value of more than $100 million. In the face of the manager's bragging, Joe Dongfei was naturally flattered. "Ha, I hope so too, but there's a long way to go. After all, times are changing and the brick and mortar industry may not be able to go too far in the future. After all, this is the age of the internet, and industries such as the courier industry and e-commerce will become the mainstream of sales in the future. I would love to change, but it takes a tremendous amount of energy." Joe Dongfei spoke eloquently, and Qin Bufan silently listened to all this in his heart. He had to admit that this Joe Dongfei did have some foresight, and his ideas coincided with his own. It's just a shame. This guy had joined forces with Xia Yun in an attempt to deal a devastating blow to the Qin and Zheng families' companies, taking the blame out of them. Plus what the other side does in the future. It's already a deadly feud. Joe Dongfei, just go ahead and fool around now. When I'm done with the layout, I'll show you what it means to fight back. As Qin Bufan pondered, Joe Dongfei's business has been taken care of. And then, he took the small ticket and came to Xia Yun's body. "Honey, it's done. We can go," Joe Dongfei said smilingly. Instead, Summeru said, "What's the rush, honey? You still haven't told me what business you just ran." Joe Dongfei was very cooperative and said, "It's nothing. I just transferred the final payment of $8 million to my partner." Xia Yun showed a surprised look. $8 million tail? So how big should this business of yours be? Tell me, how much did you make this time? Joe Dongfei said in a modest manner. "Not much, just 4 million, the fruit of 2 months of labor." Hearing this, Xia Yun deliberately whined. "Humph, 4 million income in 2 months. I don't care. At noon I want you to take me to eat something delicious. Other than that, buy it." Joe Dongfei put his arm around the other party and said, "No problem." With that, the two were about to leave. But just then, Joe Dongfei suddenly looked at Qin Bufan, then said to Xia Yun, "Honey, let's just wait here. After all, I'd like to see what kind of business this ex-husband of mine is going to conduct when he comes to the bank. After all, the bank let him come to the VIP lounge to conduct business because of your face. How embarrassing would it be if we left and people didn't care about them?" Joe Dongfei smiled. "It's still my dear who understands things." After saying that, Joe Dongfei was about to instruct the VIP customers to conduct business for Qin Bufan. Who knows? Jiang Qingxue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Bufan, we won't pick up the pieces either. With your assets, getting a VIP shouldn't be a problem. Plus, you're going to be investing, after all, and there are plenty of places to transfer money in the future, so it's quite a bit easier to do business without lines." Qin Bufan smiled. "Good." After saying that, Qin Bufan stepped forward and said, "Hello, I need to handle VIP business. Here's my bank card with my ID. After processing, I need to make a transfer." That VIP account manager sniffed and immediately started to get busy. When Qin Bufan finished entering the password, that VIP account manager got excited. He said in a loud voice, "Mr. Qin, I'll get you a diamond VIP right away. On top of that, I'll set you up with a special receptionist." Qin Bufan silently said, "Many thanks. I need to process a transfer now. 2 strokes total." The VIP account manager quickly brought the remittance slip, and after Qin Bufan had filled it out, he then quickly maneuvered. "Mr. Qin, your transfer operation has been completed. Because you are a diamond VIP, for this transfer, there is no handling fee. And, I've just raised the interest rate on your current funds by 0.3 percentage points. Qin Bufan smiled. In that case, thank you very much. After saying that, Qin Bufan pulled Jiang Qingshui and turned to leave. As for that Zhou Dongfei as well as Xia Yun, they were confused. After a moment of silence, Xia Yun quickly stepped forward. Manager Wang, what do you mean? How do you get that guy Diamond VIP? Also, you gave him a boost in the call rate that high. Aren't you against us? Would you believe my dear? Just deposit the money in another bank? Xia Yun was furious. Manager Wang's series of operations just now, it's a total slap in their face. And Zhou Dongfei's face was not looking too good at the moment. Nevertheless, Manager Wang changed his previous attitude. He said quietly, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, I'm just a part-timer. If I have a quality client, I naturally want to find ways to curry favor. And Mr. Qin is perfectly qualified for me. Zhou Dongfei pondered in his mind. He was going to point fingers. Manager Wang, on the other hand, said coldly, just as well. Mr. Zhou, I know what you're thinking right now. Then I'll watch it for you. After saying that, Manager Wang let Zhou Dongfei come to his side. When looking at the service record just now, with information about Qin Bufan's assets, as well as the transfer information, Zhou Dongfei was confused. How come? Zhou Dongfei was inwardly shocked. Qin Bufan's bank card balance was surprisingly high at 775 million. He felt his head explode. And Xia Yun didn't know any of this. She chortled. What's the matter with you, dear? Zhou Dongfei was indifferent. After a few moments of silence, he then got up and left, leaving Xia Yun in place. Uncertain. Asshole. Xia Yun immediately chased after him. Zhou Dongfei, stop right there. What do you mean you left me behind? Zhou Dongfei had intended to get off. It is evident that the other side is aggressive. Immediately, he said, Xia Yun, let's break up. In the future, we have nothing to do with it. No wonder Zhou Dongfei was so. You know, the reason why he dared to directly deal with the Qin family as well as the Jiang family's company. It's entirely because he's rich and powerful. But know this, his company, with total assets of just $70 million, and Qin Bufan's assets were 11 times his own. Money makes the world go round. If one continued to go against Qin Bufan, I'm afraid that I will soon be played to death by the other side. Thinking of this, Zhou Dongfei decided that he would immediately call his friends and ask them to continue to maintain cooperation with those two companies. And he, in turn, will come to the door to apologize in person. Just as Zhou Dongfei was considering this, snap, a loud slapping sound came. Zhou Dongfei, you asshole, you play and forget it, don't you? I'm telling you, you. Not waiting for Xia Yun to finish, Zhou Dongfei kicked at Xia Yun, ignoring the other party's wailing, and directly drove away. Chapter 17, Future Giants. The hiccup in the bank has left Charlene without a backer, but Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingshui, however, didn't take it seriously at all. The next 3 hours, Qin Bufan brought Jiang Qingshui with him, strolling around the city like a young couple in the heat of the moment. Evening, the two were about to hit the road after a candlelight dinner. Qin Bufan, it's time for you to pick up the kids from your mom's place, Jiang Qingshui said. Qin Bufan smiled. It's still early, there's no rush. Jiang Qingshui looked at Qin Bufan seriously. Bufan, stop it. You have to realize that Spirit is 5 years old and there are things she can feel. If you're patronizing me at the expense of the baby, I'd rather we stay the way we were before. Qin Bufan's heart warmed when he heard this. He could tell that Jiang Qingshui truly liked Qin Linger. However, Qin Bufan was also clear about his daughter's thoughts. He was about to say something, which is when there was a scuffle not too far away. Lu Yiming, let's break up. Tell me about you. This is your 5th business this year. Which time? Isn't it a bloodbath? Though earlier this year, your new company took off a bit, and as a result, by now, you're mortgaging your house and car to pay your employees' salaries. Lu Yiming, I've had enough of this. Hearing this, Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingshui exchanged glances. The two then looked to the source of the sound. Then he found a pair of youths, who were arguing there. Honey, listen to me. This time, it's my last venture. I am confident that I will be able to save the day this time. I'm going to be able to give you the life you want. The youth argued strenuously. The woman interrupted. Lu Yiming, do you have to tell me straight? Okay, I'll tell you. I'm completely dead to you. My dad found me a blind date yesterday. Someone with $10 million in assets, a car and a house. And he promised me a dowry of $888,000 when we got engaged. Speaking of which, the woman looked at Lu Yiming with contempt. What about you? Every time you start a business, you lose several $1 million. This year, you did recoup your losses, but as a result, you can't mix it up again. I, for one, no longer want to live a life of misery with you. Throwing this down, the woman turned directly away, but she didn't seem to be relieved enough. and immediately turned around and sneered. Lu Yiming, go live your life with your crappy today's headlines. See the other guy get in the Big Ben and leave. Lu Yiming immediately lost his mind. How come no one understands me? Lu Yiming scratched his hair with a disheveled expression. My today's headline, in the future, will surely become the leading internet company. My layout, it's absolutely flawless. In the future, it's the 4G era. News, short videos, pan entertainment. All of these, they work. But why is it that I'm always stuck halfway through a project because I don't have enough money? 5 million. This time, all I need is $5 million and I'll be able to save the day. Why am I so useless? Lu Yiming ignored the voices pointing around him. He's crashing there alone. And at that moment, an indifferent voice came out. This gentleman, I'm interested in your headline of the day. I wonder if we could find a place to talk. Hearing Qin Bufan's words, Lu Yiming immediately raised his head and looked at the other party strangely. Qin Bufan calmly said, what you just said about the 4G era, the news and pan entertainment, and so on, has piqued my interest. Of course, we're just talking at the moment, and if you impress me, maybe, I'll invest in you. After a pause, Qin Bufan laughed. Of course, you have reason to suspect me of being a liar, but maybe there's a 1 in a million chance that I'm your boogeyman? Lu Yiming didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up in silence and patted the dirt on his body, then waited for Qin Bufan to speak. 10 minutes later, the two arrived inside a barbecue restaurant. Qin Bufan quickly ordered food, as well as beer. Qin Bufan, Jiang Qingxue wanted to stop Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan laughed. It's fine, I see that this Mr. Lu is in a bad mood right now, and to talk business, a few drinks down first. The atmosphere is there before you can start getting straight to the point. Don't worry, I won't get drunk. Plus, if I do, won't you take care of me? Only then did Jiang Qingxue not say anything. Soon, a table full of food had been served. Lu Yiming, on the other hand, picked up the beer and just drank it all in one go. A bottle of wine down. Lu Yiming was already blushing. Why don't you believe me when you say I dream of marrying her. I've been working hard for this, but when I was about to succeed, she was leaving me. Qin Bufan quietly listened to Lu Yiming complain. Half an hour later, Lu Yiming seems to be taking a break from his lost love. He looked at Qin Bufan and said, Mr. Qin, thank you for listening to my incompetent rant. I've made you laugh. Now, let's get down to business. As he spoke, Lu Yiming took out his laptop as well as his cell phone. Qin Bufan picked it up and was immediately astonished. On the notebook, is Lu Yiming's business plan. Within it, the future business layout, a clear picture. The cell phone page, on the other hand, is an app called Today's Headlines. After briefly flipping through it, Qin Bufan looked seriously at Lu Yiming and said, Mr. Lu, your company, I've decided to invest $5 million, right? I promise. Saying that, Qin Bufan took out a pen and paper and wrote down the address of his father's company, and after that, left his business card. I'll be there at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for now, I'm going back to pick up the kids. After saying that, Qin Bufan called out to the waiter and left the place after the bill was settled. Lu Yiming looked at the note in front of him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, I can be so stupid, still suspecting people of being liars. What do I have now that's worth getting ripped off for besides a company that continues to lose money? After saying that, Lu Yiming simply dealt with a few mouthfuls, then directly took out his computer and prepared the contract. And the other side, Qin Bufan had been drinking a bit, so he could only let Jiang Qingxue drive. Bufan, you're too presumptuous, aren't you? Jiang Qingxue said without a trace of anger. You don't even know much about people, and you just open your mouth for a $5 million investment. I see you're really floating on money. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, I'm really optimistic about that today's headline. Of course, what I value more is that Lu Yiming's talent. I have a hunch that this person, in the future, will definitely be the leader of the internet. Perhaps, he can't compare to Big and Little Horse, but he can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the future internet giants. Of course, Qin Bufan said so on his lips. Instead, he intended to be more discreet. Therefore, he planned to pick up his daughter now, hoping to learn something about this Lu Yiming through the other's heart. Chapter 18, I'll give you $4 million. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan returned home without incident, and at that moment, his cell phone rang. Mr. Qin, it's me, Lu Yiming. I've already drawn up the contract. Can I add your penguin number? I'd like you to go through it first. No problem. We won't see you tomorrow. Qin Bufan sniffed and immediately told the other party his penguin number. Turning on his computer, soon after, Qin Bufan received a friend request message. Subsequently, another contract was received from the other party. Qin Bufan quickly read it. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, tonight, you can spend the night at my place. Tomorrow, I'm going to my dad's company to prepare to negotiate with Lu Yiming about the investment. So, Spirit will trouble you to take it to school. Qin Linger heard the first half of the sentence. The mind couldn't help but mutter. Old Qin, the man, drank tonight and let Mr. Jiang spend the night at home? TSK, not simple-minded. And when the words Lu Yiming were heard, a movement in her mind. Lu Yiming? It wouldn't be the founder of that today's headline, would it? Old Qin wants to invest in him? Qin Bufan silently listened to Qin Linger's heart. He couldn't help but be pleased. This girl really knows Lu Yiming. After all, he hadn't mentioned today's headlines when he spoke just now. It seems I have a good eye. Qin Bufan narcissized himself in his heart. And at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came again. Lu Yiming, that's the future giant of the internet. The jumping bytes created by Lu Yiming, however, encompasses news, entertainment, games, and all other internet businesses. They have an extremely large number of users and play with thousands of people to the extreme. Later, Lu Yiming incubated a number of businesses. The software, Todayin, has almost become a must-have for young and old to pass the time, and even the old people in the countryside. They all know about this thing. In the future, when traffic is king, even the big and small horses are envious to the eye. Old Qin, you're really something. Amusing fish and tadpole, the two giants, were taken down by you. However, I think 5 million investment, or less you should directly buy it, and then let Lu Yiming in charge. You as a handshake. This is the most sensible choice. Qin Bufan silently listened to Qin Linger's heart. The whole thing was a little bad. I'll go. This Lu Yiming, is he so powerful in the future? If that's true, a $5 million investment is indeed less. After all, he had previously paid $2 million for the teeming fish. As Qin Bufan pondered, Jiang Qingxue spoke. Bufan, we're not on the right name now. It's always wrong for me to stay here with you. How about this? Early tomorrow morning, I'll come over to pick up Linger from school. By the way, there's the matter of Lu Yiming's today's headline. I think you still need to consider it carefully. I just searched the internet about him. I found out that he's a man of great ambition, but every time, it's because of lack of funds that he goes bankrupt. There is no telling how many investors are interested in him. But today, he is a feared presence. Also, headline today which is a money burner. I'm worried about. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, I can understand your thoughts, but I have more faith in my vision. It's good to be ambitious. I believe that Lu Yiming can definitely save the day. Of course, you're right, and in this case, I do have to be careful. After saying that, Qin Bufan immediately dialed Lu Yiming's phone. Mr. Lu, I've changed my mind. Qin Bufan said seriously. I have decided, for your company, not to invest. Lu Yiming on the other end of the phone was instantly anxious. Mr. Qin, how can you? Not waiting for the other to finish. Qin Bufan smiled. I intend to acquire your company. I just estimated the market capitalization of your company today, and it would be $3 million. In that case, I'll buy it outright for $4 million. I'll put in an additional $1 million as a turnaround. Of course, you're still at the helm of the company, and you're in charge of all the company's business, big and small. What? Lu Yiming was silent, and at that moment, Qin Bufan continued. I know that you have put too much effort into this software. Don't worry, this software will only shine in my hands, and I'm never going to meddle in any of it. I'm definitely not going to unload on them when they get bigger later on. The boss of this company will only be you. After a pause, Qin Bufan continued. Of course, you can refuse, but I suppose there's absolutely no one else who's going to offer a higher price than me, is there? And you, too, don't want to be unable to utilize your talents and end up watching the company go bankrupt due to lack of funds, just like before, right? Obviously, Qin Bufan's words had moved the other party. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll change the agreement now. And since your words are down, I'll also promise you that within 3 years, our today's headline will definitely shine. The two chatted briefly. Qin Bufan then hung up his cell phone. Less than 10 minutes. Lu Yiming then sent the revised acquisition agreement. After Qin Bufan made sure there was no mistake, he messaged the other party back. He then looked at Jiang Qingxue. Qingxue, why don't you count me out? Qin Bufan said with a smirk. Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. I do want to talk about you, but as a woman, I feel that I should support you in all the decisions you make. Qin Bufan laughed openly, and when Qin Linger saw this, she once again muttered in her heart. I am indeed happy that old Qin has acquired today's headlines, but why do I feel uncomfortable? Well, it must be that I've been stuffed with too much dog food. Muttering something in her mind, Qin Linger could only turn around and go to the restroom to wash up before returning to her room to sleep. As for Jiang Qingxue, as much as she wanted to continue being mushy with Qin Bufan, but in the end, I was reluctant to leave. Qin Bufan sent the other party downstairs and quickly took a shower before he started to get busy in front of the computer. Of course, Qin Bufan wasn't worried about Lu Yiming's jumping bite company. What he was really worried about was Chen Jie as well as Zhang Ming's amusing fish live. After all, judging from Qin Linger's heart, the teeming fish still existed in the future though. But yet, they were already at their peak in 16 and have deteriorated ever since. And the reason why Qin Bufan acquired it was not for short-term profit. Long-term profitability is what he's all about. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan quickly busied himself in front of the computer. He decided, after tomorrow's smooth acquisition of Lu Yiming's Jumping Bites acquisition, he'll make a special trip to Guangcheng. It was already 10 o'clock at night after all the work. After writing down his plans for the future of T's Fish Live, Qin Bufan went to sleep. Chapter 19, The New Boss Takes Office. Early the next morning, 6 o'clock just arrived. Qin Bufan was then awakened by the doorbell. He quickly went to open the door and found that it was Jiang Qingxue who had brought breakfast. Qingxue, why are you here so early? Qin Bufan yawned. Jiang Qingxue didn't have the good sense to say, isn't it because I'm afraid of delaying your business? You hurry up and go wash up. I'll go wake up Linger. I'll take the kids to school myself after we pack up later. As for you, do whatever you need to do. Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue said, what are you looking at me stupidly for? Is there a flower on my face? Qin Bufan shook his head. No, I just feel that you have changed a bit. Seeing the other party's strangeness, Qin Bufan laughed. In my impression, you've always been a big-hearted person. But now, you're so sweet. Not only did you get me breakfast, but you bugged me so much. For those who don't know, you think, you're my housekeeper? Hearing the words housekeeper, Jiang Qingxue pretended to be angry and said, what? You think I'm too much of a housekeeper? Then I don't care about anything in the future. You can do whatever you like. Qin Bufan hurriedly said, no, what I mean is that in the past few years, I've been thinking about the fact that there are many inconveniences for me to bring up my daughter as a big man. So it would be nice if there was a woman who could manage the house for me. Jiang Qingxue was going to say something, and at that moment, the door to Qin Linger's room was opened. Good morning, Dad and Mr. Jiang, Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Her mouth said so, but Qin Linger muttered inwardly, hey, it's enough to get up early in the morning and eat dog food. Qin Bufan ignored the other party's mutterings and instead smiled as he stepped forward and said, Linger, you'll go to school with Mr. Jiang later. Your dad, me, is going to go talk business with someone. Then, I'll make a trip to Hiroshima City's Zaiwetsu district. I'm going to examine, for myself, the current state of that teeming fish. So, you might have to stay with Mr. Jiang tonight. Hearing these words, Qin Linger's heart stirred. Sous Viet Ward, Hiroshima City? That's a great place to be. As I recall, in 13 prices were no more than $20,000, but 10 years later, they were $80,000, or $90,000. Of course, the most important thing is that, as I recall, it seems like there was an old neighborhood in the Zaiwetsu district that was facing demolition during this time period. As I recall, the demolition policy was supposed to be introduced at the end of 13, and at the beginning of 14, it would be implemented. The demolition money, which is a huge sum of money, even for the smallest house in size, was divided into nearly $10 million of demolition money. One family, because of the number of houses, jumped straight to billionaire status in one fell swoop. If only old Qin could go on a buying spree of old houses at this time. Qin Linger's heart was filled with anticipation, but then she hesitated a little. Old Qin currently doesn't know my identity as a reborn person. How should I be able to tell this news to old Qin, so that he can let go of the fight? What Qin Linger was thinking, Qin Bufan naturally heard clearly. He had already calculated the matter in his mind. At the same time, he was somewhat looking forward to how this girl, Qin Linger, planned to tell herself about this matter. And at this point, Jiang Qingxue spoke up. Bufan, how long are you going to be gone? Jiang Qingxue inquired. If you're quick, you'll be back the same day. Qin Bufan said seriously. Maybe a week if it's slow. After all, Hero City has been growing rapidly in recent years. The housing market, the rest of the industry, is like a rainbow, so I'm going to take a good look at it. After a pause, Qin Bufan continued. Of course, my main battlefield, for now, is still in Suhai City. After all, my roots are here. Jiang Qingxue nodded. Alright then, don't worry, I will take good care of Linger. Her mouth said so, but in her mind she muttered, what should I do if I miss you? Qin Bufan naturally saw the reluctance in the other party's eyes, but one can only say helplessly, don't worry, I'll definitely make good time. After all, it's not easy to bring up children. However, you can also take the opportunity to deepen your relationship with Linger. Jiang Qingxue lightly grunted. You guy, I'm now becoming more and more skeptical that you just want to find a mom for your child. Qin Bufan smiled. Finding a mom for my child. I have to like it too. Jiang Qingxue then smiled in satisfaction. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingxue took advantage of the fact that Qin Bufan was eating breakfast with Qin Linger to help the other party clean up. Breakfast is over. Jiang Qingxue took Qin Linger directly to school. As for Qin Bufan, he took a taxi to his father's company and waited up patiently. 8 o'clock just arrived. Lu Yiming had then hurried to the company. Qin Bufan took a close look at the contract and after confirming that there was no mistake, he directly took the other party to the bank to make a payment. After finishing his work, Qin Bufan didn't bother to celebrate with the other party, handing over the planning book he had printed out in advance as a reference, and then heading directly to the airport to take the nearest plane, heading straight to Guang City. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan got off the plane without any problems, and because he was informed in advance, just as he went out, Qin Bufan saw Chen Jie as well as Zhang Ming. The two were naturally overjoyed at Qin Bufan's arrival. After all, to them, Qin Bufan's acquisition of teasing fish for $2 million not only relieved their immediate needs, but also gave them hope. After all, pulling the teasing fish live broadcast out of AC Fun's program alone and then developing it, they have been preparing for half a year. Today, everything is ready. It is expected to be formalized in early 14, but if they are delayed because of insufficient funds, they will surely regret it for the rest of their lives. To them, Qin Bufan was their savior. Thinking of this, Chen Jie took the lead and said, Mr. Qin, thank you for your hard work. I'll pick you up and take you to the office. Those employees of mine are looking forward to having you, the new boss, on board. With the two men leading the way, they made their way to the parking area. When he saw Chen Jie open a somewhat old Volkswagen, Qin Bufan was a bit strange. You too, just drive this car? Qin Bufan was quite surprised. Chen Jie smiled awkwardly. Mr. Qin, it's like this. We've been developing TeaseLive for the past 6 months. People work day and night, but they don't get any income. So, the two of us, we mortgaged the house and bought the car. Use this to advance the salaries of your employees. But, we were running around trying to pull in money, so we spent a couple of $1,000s and bought this car to deal with it. Qin Bufan smiled with satisfaction. In this case, after the matter of acquiring the company is settled, I will privately sponsor one of you with a car. This, as a basis for our cooperation. Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly waved their hands to refuse, but in their hearts, they were even more grateful to Qin Bufan. What Qin Bufan didn't know was that it was because of his move this time that led to the fact that later on, in the face of Goose Factory's poaching, the two were unwavering. In the end, it's a whole new era of teasing fish. Chapter 20, Meeting an Old Friend on the Road. Half an hour later, inside a humble office. This is where you work? Qin Bufan was a little surprised in his heart. If he hadn't heard Qin Linger's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan would definitely not have believed that the future leader of the live broadcasting world. Now, it is such a situation. Chen Jie smiled awkwardly with Zhang Ming. They were about to explain something. However, Qin Bufan went straight to the point. Both of you, let's hurry up and sign. I'll transfer the money to the public immediately after the relevant formalities are taken care of. Seeing Qin Bufan so painfully happy, Chen Jie and Zhang Ming were overjoyed in their hearts. 10 minutes later, signed by both parties, the acquisition, of sorts, is complete. And then, Qin Bufan, led by the two, went to a nearby bank and successfully completed the transfer. Back inside the office. At the moment, the crowd was in a bit of an emotional state. No wonder they are so. It was important to know that in order to develop Tease Fish Live earlier, these employees, including Chen Jie and Zhang Ming who were the bosses, had not slept a good night. They basically spend the rest of their time, besides eating, drinking and sleeping, developing websites. As for Chen Jie and Zhang Ming, they only slept 3 or 4 hours a day. They could be said to have put enough heart and soul into it. Nowadays, it can be considered the best of all possible worlds. Guys, Qin Bufan's faintly smiling voice came out, pulling the crowd's thoughts back to reality. Today, it's kind of the first time I've held a meeting with everyone as a boss. I, for one, don't really have experience in starting a company. So, next, the principals of this company will continue to be the two Chen Jie and Zhang Ming, and the rest of you remain steadfast in your respective positions. All of you, of course, will see your paychecks go up 1,000 fast. In addition to that, I have decided to give the two principals, each, 10% of the dry shares. As for the rest of the employees, they only need to work for 1 year, and after 1 year, they will also get dry shares. When these words fell, everyone's blood boiled once again. They felt that after working so hard for so long, it could pay off. And at this time, Qin Bufan said flatly, everyone, next, it's time to talk about my plans for the future of Amusing Fish Live. Amusing Fish live streaming, at present, is dominated by the computer terminal, while in the future, 4G network began to spread. The cell phone is the real home field. So, I hope that you all must prepare for this step before then. Secondly, webcasts, be rich and diverse. Right now, we're going to focus on entertainment, sports, variety, outdoor, and entertainment is at the top of that list. So we still need to sign anchors before Teasefish comes out. In the beginning, the anchor signing model, ideally, would be a guaranteed salary, plus a commission. I think that these, Chen Jie and Zhang Ming, should have their own ideas. Here I will not interfere too much. What I want to say is that for the healthy development of the live streaming ecosystem, we have to set the right network rules. For example, set a special live management personnel. Once there is vulgarity, rubbing, or unfavorable to the physical and mental health of young people's live content, directly suspend the live broadcast, serious cases directly blocked. On top of that, the live streams have to be diversified, as in the case of gaming, where we need to buy exclusive live streaming rights. This money, it's necessary so that then we'll be able to use this to attract those gamers. The next half hour, Qin Bufan's mouth was full of words. The crowd listened in amazement. Even Chen Jie as well as Zhang Ming sincerely admired Qin Bufan's far-sighted vision. Folks, in the future, it's bound to be a time when traffic is king. Our teasing fish live broadcast, now standing in the wind. If you take advantage of now, to make a name for yourself, in the future will certainly be in the live broadcasting world, with an unshakable position. At this point, the entire staff erupted in thunderous applause. Qin Bufan laughed. Alright, everyone, stop what you're doing for now. I'll treat you to a nice meal at the hotel. Think of it as a treat for everyone. But people didn't show too much excitement. And at that moment, one of the programmers said, "Boss, your kindness is appreciated. Today, however, Tease Live is still in a critical period of development. We need to keep testing. So even if we celebrate, let's just celebrate here and not waste too much time." Qin Bufan laughed. "Okay, I'll call an order." Nevertheless, the programmer hastened to say, "No, boss, the money should be used on the blade. Tell you what, you buy us a burger as a treat." This statement, naturally, caused the crowd to unanimously agree. Qin Bufan had no choice but to ask Chen Jie to help him get a burger. After a simple meeting meal, everyone went back to their workplaces and worked in earnest. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, brought Chen Jie as well as Zhang Ming outside the office. "Both of you, Tease Live has you two pioneers, and with so many dedicated employees at your disposal, what's the worry that you won't grow bigger and stronger? I'm very relieved to have Tease live in the hands of you two. Do a good job. I expect you will give me a satisfactory answer." In response, the two of them, Chen Jie, nodded their heads repeatedly, their hearts having unrivaled ambitions. Leaving the temporary headquarters of the teeming fish, Qin Bufan was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he considered what Qin Linger's heart said about the old part of Guang City's Xiuyu district. Now, the demolition, it hasn't started yet, the word hasn't spread, and on top of that, the housing restrictions are not enacted for another month. I have to take advantage of this windfall and buy more houses. With such thoughts in his mind, but Qin Bufan didn't have a clue. Never mind, I'll just go over to the old town. Maybe there's some good intel to be had. After thinking about it, Qin Bufan immediately stopped a cab and headed straight to the old city center. Qin Bufan just got out of the car. Suddenly, a BMW pulled up beside him. "Qin Bufan?" A surprised and delighted voice came. Qin Bufan turned to look, and at this point, the man in the car wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car. "Wait until the other man takes his sunglasses off." Qin Bufan immediately laughed. "You're Wang Chulong?" The man nodded, and then the two hugged. Wang Chulong, Qin Bufan's best buddy from high school. Later, after graduating from college, Wang Chulong went to the West, and the two of them have been out of touch ever since. Qin Bufan didn't expect that he would be able to be here and run into his old friend. "Qin Bufan, after not seeing you for so many years, you're getting more and more handsome," Wang Chulong said smilingly. "Don't you, too, dominant as ever?" Qin Bufan also laughed. The two of them chattered briefly, and then Wang Chulong went straight to the point. "I heard that your kid got married? And a daughter? How about now?" Qin Bufan sighed lightly. "I divorced a few years ago, and now, I'm renewing my relationship with Jiang Qingxue." Wang Chulong immediately laughed out loud. "You see, back then I said, you in this life, absolutely can't escape Jiang Qingxue's poem. You see, was I right?" After the jesting was finished, Wang Chulong took the other party's shoulder and said, "Come on, we haven't seen each other for many years. Let's have a good drink." After saying that, Wang Chulong was about to leave, but at this time, the driver in the car hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, you forgot that today is the day we talked to Fuyue Group about acquiring the company. If people back out, we..." Wang Chulong immediately waved his hand and said, "There is no way to acquire. The big deal is to find the next home. The company acquisition is important, but also not as important as drinking with my brother. Qin Bufan frowned. Your company, it's going to be acquired? What's going on? Wang Chulong smiled. It's nothing, come on, let's drink first. After saying that, Wang Chulong directly pulled Qin Bufan and arrived at a nearby star restaurant. Chapter 21, Future Real Estate Tycoon? Inside the hotel, Wang Chulong ignored the anxious look of his assistant behind him. Instead, he kept on pushing the cups with Qin Bufan. Soon, one of his faces had gone red. Bufan, my good brother, I'm really happy to be reunited with you today. Come on, I'll buy you a song after we drink. Today, brother will definitely treat you well. Qin Bufan looked at Wang Chulong, who was blushing and starting to speak with a big tongue, and could obviously see what was on the other party's mind. Chulong, drink less, and also, why do I get the feeling that, instead of drinking with me, you're looking for a chance to get yourself drunk? Qin Bufan inquired. Drunk, that's good, don't have to think about anything, how happy is that? Wang Chulong slurred. Come on, good brother, let's keep drinking. Today, no drunkenness. Saying that, Wang Chulong was about to pour wine for the other party. However, the wine glass was blocked by Qin Bufan. Afterward, Qin Bufan looked at the other party's assistant and said, You're Mr. Wang, has he always been this way to drown his sorrows in alcohol? That assistant didn't dare to speak, but could only sigh. Qin Bufan didn't bother to talk nonsense. He seriously looked at Wang Chulong and said, Chulong, tell me the truth. Have you encountered any difficulties? If so, you give it to me straight. I'll figure it out with you. Seeing that the other party was silent, Qin Bufan said seriously, Wang Chulong, does your kid still regard me as your brother? When those words fell, Wang Chulong immediately broke his defense. He glanced at Qin Bufan before tears flowed directly down his face. Bufan, brother, I am suffering in my heart. You know what? Since I came back from studying abroad, I've been developing in Hiroshima. Over the years, I've concentrated on the real estate industry, but my partner, who I've always treated like a brother, is backstabbing me. He purposely smeared me in front of others as an arrogant, bossy, sightless person. As a result, all those shareholders of mine, who were worried about me getting bigger and stronger, switched to investing in my rival companies. To this day, I have no choice but to transfer my company. Speaking here, Wang Chulong grasped Qin Bufan's hand in death. Brother, I am suffering in my heart. All this time, I've almost been jumping out of my skin. But if I die, what will happen to those brothers who follow me? After a pause, Wang Chulong wiped away his tears and revealed a bitter smile. Seeing the other party like this, Qin Bufan was a bit distressed. Immediately, he said, Then have you thought about it? What are your own plans when the company is transferred? Wang Chulong took a deep breath. Of course it's from the beginning. I had to do this before because I encountered a backstabbing. If I can find a reliable partner, far away I dare not say, within 3 years, I will definitely become an existence worth tens of billions of dollars. Qin Bufan nodded silently. So, do you intend to continue in Xiuyu district, or go somewhere else to develop? Wang Chulong naturally trusted Qin Bufan unconditionally. He said seriously, I'm going to go back to Suhai City first. Perhaps the prospect of Suhai City is far less than that of Guangcheng, but as long as real estate hasn't run its course, there's something to screw up. I've decided to go back and develop. And as for the Zaiwetsa district, I'll still come back someday. Hearing this, Qin Bufan nodded slightly. He was about to open his mouth and say something, but then, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Qingxue who called. Qin Bufan immediately got up to connect. Qin Bufan, what are you doing? Jiang Qingxue inquired. Nothing, I'm having a drink with the old king. Qin Bufan laughed, then explained, it's our high school classmate, Wang Chulong. Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be shocked. What you're talking about? Wouldn't it be Wang Chulong who was inseparable from you even in the toilet when you were in high school? Qin Bufan smiled. Exactly. What? You don't trust me? Are you afraid that I'll date another woman? Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said. No, how could that be? I'm not that bored. Nevertheless, in the next second, Jiang Qingxue painted a turn and said, however, you have reminded me. Do you have a computer by your side? I want to video with you. Qin Bufan was just about to say something, when Wang Chulong also barely revealed a smile as he said, laptop? I happen to have one here, and I have a wireless network card with unlimited traffic. Feel free to use it. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly and quickly opened his computer, logging into his penguin number. Qin Bufan had just hung up his cell phone, and a video pop-up soon appeared. Ouch! If it isn't the school beauty of our school in high school, Wang Chulong said with a snicker. Wang Chulong, it's really you? Jiang Qingxue laughed. I didn't realize that you were still the same after a long absence. Wang Chulong also smiled. However, You have changed. The more you have changed, the better you look. Then again, you and Bu Fan, it's kind of a good thing. And now, it's going to blossom. Before, I didn't attend Shin Bufan's wedding with his ex-wife. Next time, when you two get married, I'll make sure to pack a big red envelope. Well, I won't keep you guys from showing your love. After saying that, Wang Chulong retreated to the side. And at this time, Shin Bufan asked, "What's the matter? Suddenly looking for me? It shouldn't be as simple as checking in, right?" Jiang Qingxue didn't have the good sense to say, "Don't mention it. It's Linger the girl. She had to clamor to see you, saying she missed you. I didn't have no choice, so I let the girl see you?" Jiang Qingxue had just finished speaking when Qin Bufan saw a small figure. "Spirit, what's wrong with you?" When Qin Bufan saw Qin Linger revealing an aggrieved look, he couldn't help but inquire. Qin Linger pouted and said, "Daddy, I had a fight with Xiao Mei from my class. Mei said that his father is going to buy a house in the Zaiwetsa district of Guangcheng, and it also said that the price of her house will go up in the future, and she can make so much money then. Dad, aren't you there now? If you don't, buy a house there too, then I won't have to be mocked by Mei." Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but smile. This child is really a human child. While on the side, Wang Chulong said, "Qin Bufan, it's really hard to see that your daughter has a business mind at such a young age. She's a match for you." Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, "Wang Chulong, don't be ridiculous. Linger is so young, how can she be as utilitarian as you say?" Wang Chulong laughed out loud and said, "Good, I'll keep my mouth shut. But, Bu Fan, I'm serious. The house prices over here in Xiuyu district will indeed soar in the future. And, let me tell you, within half a year, the policy of demolishing the old city center will be enacted from above. So if you have free money in your hands, you can indeed buy it as an investment. This is a great opportunity." Qin Bufan sniffed and was about to speak, but at that moment, Qin Linger's voice came again. "Daddy, this uncle, who is he?" Qin Bufan explained. "This Uncle Wang is Dad's good brother from school." Qin Linger was superficially confused when she heard this, and the voice of her heart came swiftly. "Is this Uncle Wang, the future real estate tycoon of Xiuyu district, the chairman of River Star Group, the president of Xiuyu district's Chamber of Commerce, Wang Chulong? If that's true, then old Qin has picked up a great bargain. If he can buy the near-bankrupt Riverstar, in the future, old Qin can be a well-deserved real estate tycoon." Chapter 22, Brothers to Bosses. What? Qin Bufan's heart was incomparably astonished. The reason he is so. For one thing, I didn't realize that I could hear my daughter's heart through the screen. Secondly, he did not expect that his good brother would be the future real estate tycoon of the Xiuyu district of Guang City. As Qin Bufan pondered, Qin Linger's heartbeat came again. "I remember in my previous life, Uncle Wan lost the trust of his shareholders because he was backstabbed. The company lacked funds to operate and had no choice but to sell Riverstar to the Fuyue Group. After settling his debts, Uncle Wang had planned to return to Suhai City. As a result, it hit a wall everywhere, and eventually had no choice but to return to Xiuyu district to continue its development. Well, at this point, he ran into a nobleman. The other directly provide funds to let go of his hands to do. In the end, turned into a miracle. Later, Uncle Wang bought back Riverstar directly because he was unwilling to do so, which was the predecessor of the Riverstar Group. Originally, I just let old Qin buy a house in the old city, waiting for the demolition, but I didn't expect that old Qin could run into Uncle Wang. Hey, thinking back to my previous life, when old Qin was down and out for those years, if it wasn't for Uncle Wang's generosity, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even had a chance to go to college. Although I've never met Uncle Wang, I can always remember this favor. This time, just think of it as repaying Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang in his previous life seems to be worth more than $20 billion. In this life, let old Qin take him and double his value. Well, but, how do I get old Qin to make a move? Qin Bufan wrote all of this down. He smiled in his mind. This girl, she's really worried about herself. Both. Then it's good to initiate the conversation yourself. After thinking about it, Qin Bufan spoke. Linger is good. Daddy will consider what you said. Right now, though, Dad has a more important matter to deal with. After saying that, Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, actually, if you don't call me, I'm going to call you. I need to discuss something with you." Wang Chulong, who was on the side, immediately snickered. "Bu Fan, you kid wouldn't be planning to propose inside the phone, right? That's not very sincere." Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but say, "Wang Chulong, you guy, don't talk nonsense, okay? I've only just started with Bu Fan. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. Plus, looking at how serious this guy is, it looks like it's something important." After saying that, Jiang Qingxue waited for Qin Bufan's reply. Sure enough, he only heard Qin Bufan say, "It's like this." Chulong's company has recently encountered some trouble. He was driven to poverty and had no choice but to transfer the company. I'm going to buy his company out. What? Jiang Qingxue froze, and Wang Chulong, who was on the side, was also a bit dumbfounded. Bu Fan, don't make a scene. You can't joke about this kind of thing, Wang Chulong said evenly. Jiang Qingxue did not answer immediately. A moment later, she spoke. Bu Fan, since you're discussing with me, can you tell me what you think? Jiang Qingxue naturally knew that the current Qin Bufan was considered to be rich and powerful, but she also understood that the other party wasn't the adventurous type either, and definitely not a big deal because of brotherhood. Qin Bufan definitely has his own ideas. Qin Bufan smiled. My idea is simple. I'm looking at the development here in the show low area. Actually, just now when Chulong told me that the old house here was about to be demolished, I was a bit moved. It's just a shame that I'm a person that makes it okay for me to manage my finances, but let me get into real estate. I'm sure I can't play. And today's Chulong, which could have been bigger and stronger, had to transfer the company because it was short of capital. One of us lacks the means, the other lacks the money. The two of us brothers have joined forces, so to speak, and we're a match made in pearls. Jiang Qingxue smiled. In that case, I will support you unconditionally. I didn't realize, however, that you two brothers were just supposed to catch up and, as a result, it turned into a corporate takeover. Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Linger and said, Linger, your father is going to talk business with Uncle Wang, so I'll take you to take a nap, okay? Qin Linger answered with her mouth full. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Her mouth said so, but Qin Linger's heart was relieved. Old Qin, well done. As expected of my dad, he really does things right. However, I suddenly remembered something. I remember, under Uncle Wang, there is a great talent named Zhou Yazhou. This person, for the first 5 years, has been working under Uncle Wang's hand, without showing his hand. But later Zhou Yazhou felt that he was overshadowed by Uncle Wang, so he developed in Suhai City and, eventually, became a real estate tycoon on par with Uncle Wang. If old Qin at this time, can pull it into the banner, for the future into the real estate of Suhai City and layout, perhaps, can achieve the effect of surprise, even, it can pull up the economy of Suhai City by a few levels. Forget it, wait until later to talk to the old Qin. After all, real estate there are still a few years of the wind. A bite cannot eat a big fat. What Qin Linger didn't know was that these thoughts in her mind were fully memorized by Qin Bufan. 1 minute later, Qin Bufan turned off the video. At this time, Wang Chulong could be considered to have spoken. He looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. I say Bufan, are you playing for real or not? Qin Bufan calmly said, your company is facing difficulties right now. Do you think that I would play such a boring joke with you? Wang Chulong didn't say anything. A moment later, he said, Bufan, I can tell you that my company, the transfer fee is not low. Although, nowadays, this company is facing bankruptcy, it still needs $50 million to take it down. You, not waiting for Wang Chulong to finish, Qin Bufan smiled and stretched out 2 fingers and said, I'm prepared to take out $200 million. Of that, $50 million is for the acquisition of Rivistar, and the remaining $150 million is financing for the company. What? Wang Chulong was too surprised to speak, and at this time, Qin Bufan continued to release the king bomb. As long as you can draw up a contract now, 200 million can arrive today. Seeing that the other party was silent, Qin Bufan directly took out his cell phone and just showed the other party his account balance. Wang Chulong's entire body was bad. A moment later, he immediately said to the assistant beside himself, Yazhou, quickly, immediately revise the contract and print it out. I'm going to transfer my company to my good brother. Speaking here, Wang Chulong looked seriously at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, from now on, you'll be my boss. Don't worry, I will definitely make the company bigger and stronger and never let you down. Qin Bufan nodded. I definitely believe you. However, I have one condition, Wang Chulong said in a loud voice. Not to mention one condition, even if it's 1,000 conditions, I'll promise you. Qin Bufan smiled. I want to dig someone from you. With that, Qin Bufan pointed at his assistant and said, I want this Mr. Zhou Yazhou to return to Suhai City with me. Chapter 23, he's a talent. What? Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Wang Chulong was a bit confused. As for Wang Chulong's assistant, Zhou Yazhou, he also had a puzzled look on his face at the moment. Of course, at this moment, they didn't care why Qin Bufan knew Zhou Yalong's surname was Zhou. Rather, he wondered at the other's unexplained request. Bufan, what gave you that idea? Wang Chulong asked in disbelief. Don't you know Yazoo? You're going to promote him? Qin Bufan shook his head. Mr. Zhou Yazhou and we are meeting for the first time today. However, I can see that Mr. Zhou Yazhou has some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become your assistant to Chu Long. Speaking here, Qin Bufan got up and looked at Zhou Yazhou. Mr. Zhou, nowadays, Chu Long's River Star Company has already been considered back from the dead. When we get this side of things done, you'll come back to Suai City with me to develop. How about that? Of course, I'd like to delegate to you. After a pause, Qin Bufan sighed, then continued. Originally, I was planning to take my time figuring things out on my own, and then start making a big splash in the real estate industry in Suhai City. But I've always been an amateur, and with this real estate, there are so many doors. I'm worried I can't play. So, as he said this, Qin Bufan was filled with anticipation. After all, according to what Qin Bufan had heard from his daughter Qin Linger's heart, Zhou Yazhou was the future real estate magnate of Suhai City. If one could pull the other party together, then, one would even have a powerful helper. Faced with Qin Bufan's sincere invitation, Zhou Yazhou was somewhat confused. After a short silence, he said seriously, Mr. Qin, thank you for your appreciation. However, I still decided that I would stay by Mr. Wang's side. Mr. Wang has known me well. If it wasn't for him, I'd probably still be a mall security guard right now. As for me, I haven't made any achievements beside Mr. Wang yet, and I'm not willing to leave just like that. When Qin Bufan heard this, not only did he not get angry, but he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Wang Chulong and said, I didn't realize that your ability to pull people together is stronger than mine. Wang Chulong didn't pick up on Qin Bufan's words, but looked deeply at Zhou Yazhou and said, Yazhou, come over for a drink together. Ha! Zhou Yazhou was somewhat flattered. Wang Chulong laughed, come when I tell you to, don't freeze. After Zhou Yazhou obediently sat down, Wang Chulong poured a glass of wine for the other party. Mr. Wang, I have to drive later. Zhou Yazhou stopped in a hurry. Seeing this, Wang Chulong did not make things difficult for the other party. Instead, he looked at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, count on your kid's eyesight to be able to see the extraordinary nature of Yazhou. To tell you the truth, this guy, Yazoo, is a talent. He can see market trends, and several of my real estate developments have been made possible with his assistance. Besides, Yazoo has a much better eye than I do when it comes to reading people. And before I got backstabbed by my friend, Yazoo warned me to watch out for my friend. But I was so confident in myself that I almost ended up burying my company. After a pause, Wang Chulong drank a glass of wine, then looked at Zhou Yazhou. Yazhou, I have a few words to say to you. You, as a person, have talent, but you have one great fault, and that is that you are too cautious. It's true to be cautious, but that depends on the specifics. Sure, maybe you have your own ideas. Wang Chulong glanced at the other party, then opened his computer and opened one of the folders. Yazoo, in here, is the result of my sleepless days, Wang Chulong said. Originally, I was planning to return to Suai City after selling my company. The information in here is my prediction for the Soho housing market. You have to study it carefully, and maybe, Sohai City, that's where you'll make your mark. Zhou Yazhou immediately got up. Mr. Wang, my experience is still shallow. Moreover, I don't have the energy to go it alone. The most important thing is, Wang Chulong waved his hand to interrupt what the other party said. Cut the crap. If you're a man, give me a good job. Furthermore, although we are each on our own, right now, no matter you or I, we are all employees under Qin Bufan's hand. So, you kid, don't lose me, do a good job. Zhou Yazhou's eyes reddened. Wang Chulong, on the other hand, did not have the good sense to say, get lost, go and wash your face, don't embarrass me. Zhou Yazhou immediately turned away. Afterward, Wang Chulong looked at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, you kid, do you have fiery eyes? Hey, to tell you the truth, this brat, Zhou Yazhou, is very much dealing with me. I'm all set to, groom him to be my successor. Of course, I've never said any of this to him, just in case he drifts. Now that the man is in your hands, you can help take care of my little old brother. Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. Immediately, his mouth was full of assurances. Then, we'll cooperate in good faith from now on. Boss Qin? Wang Chulong snickered. Don't sour me here. Qin Bufan laughed out loud. Soon, the three of them ate and drank their fill. While Wang Chulong led Qin Bufan, he strolled around the old city center. Bufan, before, I didn't have the funds, so I didn't dare to rashly take this piece of land in the old city center. But now, with your capital injection, I can let go of it. If my calculations are good, once the development rights are in my hands, this old town, at least, will give you a profit of $10 billion. Qin Bufan laughed out loud. Good, then I'll wait for this day to come. Because of Wang Chulong's words, Qin Bufan temporarily gave up on buying a house in the old city. After all, in the future, Wang Chulong will be the developer here. and the matter of exchanging the left hand for the right hand is a complete delay. Therefore, after loitering, Qin Bufan took advantage of the bank's closing time before transferring $200 million to Wang Chulong's Star River Company. Only after doing this did they go back to the company and sign the relevant acquisition agreement. After everything was done and the next formalities handed over to Wang Chulong, Qin Bufan took Zhou Yazhou on an overnight flight and rushed back to Suhai City. Since Suhai City was Zhou Yazhou's hometown, Qin Bufan gave the other party a sum of money to go back to visit his family before heading straight to his home. It was already 11 o'clock at night when Qin Bufan returned home. He had thought that Zhang Qingxue and Qin Linger had already fallen asleep, but when he pushed the door in, Qin Bufan saw that Zhang Qingxue was sitting in front of the computer, searching for something while writing and drawing in her book. Therefore, she didn't even notice when Qin Bufan came home. Qin Bufan gave a dry cough. Zhang Qingxue was startled. When she turned around and saw Qin Bufan, she then said without any good humor, "You guy, you scared me to death. You didn't say anything ahead of time when you came back in the middle of the night." Qin Bufan smiled. "Isn't this a surprise for you?" Saying that, Qin Bufan reached out with one hand. "Nah, brought you back flowers." "Humph, the flowers are withered." SMH. Zhang Qingxue lightly grunted. Her mouth said so, but she took it with joy. "What are you doing?" Qin Bufan looked at the densely packed text and couldn't help but say curiously. Zhang Qingxue said, "I have nothing to do. So, I intend to take note of the direction of the housing market in Suhai City in the last few years." Chapter 24, Advanced Planning. Qin Bufan knew it in his heart, but deliberately played dumb and said, "What? Do you plan to enter the real estate of Suhai City?" Zhang Qingxue gave Qin Bufan a blank look. "I'm not that ambitious. It's not even for you. I'll have a video with you this afternoon. I heard that Wang Chulong has already made a name for himself in the Shoyue district of Guang City. I have a feeling that you're definitely going to enter the real estate of Suhai City in the future. So it's not a rainy day?" After saying that, Zhang Qingxue took out a piece of information. "Nah, you send me flowers, I'll send you information. This is the information I asked my old man to get from a friend. Inside, there is a clear record of the future movements of the development of Suhai City. Other than that, there's quite a bit of developer intel, so sift through the useful information for yourself. Well, now that you're back, I'll leave the rest to you, and I'm going to bed." With that, Zhang Qingxue yawned and was about to turn around and leave, but Qin Bufan directly grabbed the other party's hand. "You, what do you want?" Zhang Qingxue's pretty face reddened. A deer in the headlights. Now, Qin Linger was sleeping. Himself and Qin Bufan, lonely men and women, sharing a room. This guy is going to, as Zhang Qingxue pondered. Qin Bufan had come up. "Qingxue, tell me, what should I say about you?" Qin Bufan said softly. "I can't believe I missed out on a woman as good as you before." "I'll be damned." Zhang Qingxue blushed and said, "Now, it's not too late." Qin Bufan nodded his head seriously as he gathered his courage and was about to kiss Zhang Qingxue, and Zhang Qingxue had already closed her eyes, waiting for Qin Bufan to come closer. Everything, it seems, is watertight. But just then, crunch, a sound of a door opening interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere. Qin Bufan and Zhang Qingxue looked towards the source of the sound, and at this moment, Qin Linger froze, but then she closed her eyes and said, "Go ahead guys, I didn't see anything, I was sleepwalking." After saying that, Qin Linger went to the restroom. 2 minutes later, it was straight back in the room again. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxue immediately covered her face. "Qin Bufan, you asshole, how will you let me face Linger in the future? Shame on me." Qin Bufan laughed dryly. The heart, on the other hand, was full of helplessness. This girl, it's not good to get up at any time. She has to show up at this time. And Zhang Qingxue, in order to ease the awkward atmosphere, immediately said, "Bufan, you've been on the airplane for so long, you shouldn't have eaten, right? I'll go get you a bowl of noodles?" Qin Bufan laughed. "What kind of noodles? Let's go out to eat. I'll take you jerking off to the one we used to go to in high school." Zhang Qingxue was a bit hesitant, but it's very late now. Besides, Linger just fell asleep. If she wakes up, what will she want daddy to do then? Qin Bufan smiled. This girl may have a 5-year-old body, but her soul is 25 years old. And just as Qin Bufan was planning to find a random reason, at this time, Qin Linger opened the door to the room once again. "Dad, did you just say you were going to get kebabs? I'll just go with you guys. I missed you so much when I didn't see you for a day." Saying so on her lips, what Qin Linger thought in her mind was, "I wonder if old Qin has taken care of the acquisition of Uncle Wang's company. If it's done, old Qin, you'll just wait for a steady stream of money to arrive. Of course, the most important thing is that I haven't had a barbecue in a long time, and I can't miss such a good opportunity." Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile when he heard his daughter's heartfelt words. Immediately, he stepped forward and said, Yes, my daughter wants to have a late-night snack. Of course it's no problem. Hearing this, Qin Linger instantly applauded happily. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue sighed helplessly. I really can't stand you father and daughter. Although she was muttering, Jiang Qingxue quickly packed up before the three of them left the house. 20 minutes later, Soho High School. In front of a nearby barbecue restaurant, a 50-year-old aunt was busy at a barbecue stand. Auntie Wang, long time no see. Qin Bufan took the initiative to greet him. Auntie Wang looked at Qin Bufan with a strange expression. You are? Qin Bufan laughed. It's me, don't you remember? When I always ate barbecue at your place. One time, I ordered 10 grilled eggplants in one sitting. Hearing this, Auntie Wang suddenly remembered. Your fan? She then glanced at Jiang Qingxue. This, surely, is girl Qingxue? Ouch. I didn't realize that you guys are all married and, moreover, the kids are so big. Ha ha, back then, I said that you two were definitely going to be together, and I guessed right, didn't I? Jiang Qingxue and Qin Bufan smiled at each other. Afterward, Qin Bufan looked at Qin Linger and said, Girl, hurry up and call someone. Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Granny Wang is good. Auntie Wang immediately laughed. Good, what a good boy. Auntie Wang then immediately shouted. Son, quick, a guest is coming. However, after shouting several times in a row, no one responded. This kid, Auntie Wang was a little helpless. Afterward, he could only smile and look at Qin Bufan and said, Little fan, find yourselves a place to sit. What do you need? I'll bake it for you after you order it. Qin Bufan immediately arranged it. Order is complete. Auntie Wang brought a few bottles of milk. Xiaofan, Auntie Wang doesn't have anything good here. You guys drove here, so you don't have to drink. Milk is enough. Thank you Grandma. Qin Linger shouted again. After Auntie Wang went off to get busy, Qin Bufan looked at the familiar surroundings and was overwhelmed with emotion. And at this time, Jiang Qingxue spoke. Bufan, tell me first, what have you gained from the Yueshio district in Guang City? Qin Bufan nodded and immediately said, After I fly to Guang City, Chen Jia and Zhang Ming will personally meet me. Amusing fish I have successfully bought. I decided, take this company, give them joint management, I do dumping can. As for Wang Chulon's River Star Company, I spent $50 million to buy it and, moreover, invested an additional $150 million. That Wang Chulong kid told me that he intends to take the first step and develop the old city center of Shouyue district first. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue nodded slightly and had no comment. And at that moment, Qin Bufan continued. Of course, I have an additional gain. Wang Chulong knew that I had an interest in real estate and, moreover, had money in hand, so he recommended his assistant, Zhou Yazhou, to me. Hearing this, Qin Linger's heart rejoiced. I'll go. Uncle Wang can do it. Surprisingly, Zhou Yazhou was directly recommended to old Qin. Before that, I was still struggling with what method to use to get old Qin to dig this person up. It's not like we need hearts now. Zhou Yazhou early entry into the real estate of Suhai City, perhaps, can advance a few years, so that the economy of Suhai City, a qualitative leap it. Old Qin, well done. However, I remember when Zhou Yazhou came to Suhai City, he hit walls everywhere at first. Later, it was because I found a partner who also had a superb eye for real estate that my career began to flourish. This man, I think his name is Wang Ji. By the way, I remember Wang Ji was depressed and a gambler until he was 30. It was only after a clean slate that he became intoxicated with his career. But, there are so many named Wang Ji in Suhai City. How do I find this person in advance? Just as Qin Linger was pondering, at that moment, a large group of social youths, dressed in sleek clothes, came this way towards the barbecue stall. Just by looking at them, I could tell they were coming. Chapter 25, Paying Gambling Debts, Bringing in Talent. The appearance of this group of youths immediately scared away the customers around them. And when Auntie Wang saw this, she put down the work in her hands and got up to accompany her smiling face and said, Everyone, this is, you guys. The young man at the head interrupted what Auntie Wang had said. Cut the crap and let your son come out. This kid, he owes our boss money and hasn't paid it back until now. If you don't give it back, do you believe I'll smash your barbecue stand? As these words fell, the group of social youths took out their iron bars one after another, just as if they looked as if they might have to smash at the drop of a hat. Auntie Wang's smile gradually stiffened. You know, this barbecue stand, she opened almost 20 years ago. This is her life's work. Thinking of this, Auntie Wang said in a loud voice, Everyone, I will definitely find a way to pay back the money my son owes. Of course, I won't let you come here for nothing. Tell you what, guys, you're all free for your late night snacks at my place tonight. Seeing this, the group of social youths didn't continue to make things difficult, but said, I count on your understanding. With that said, they were going to put the table together and have a good meal. But just then, At the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, a figure, tiptoeing, intended to leave. Seeing this, the youth at the head of the group hurriedly said, "Quickly, bring that brat over to me." Several of his men immediately rushed over, and in no time at all, they brought over a man with shoulder-length hair. "Kid, you think you can run away?" the youth at the head coldly said. Seeing her son arrested, Auntie Wang was in a hurry, but the youth in the lead clearly wanted to teach Auntie Wang's son some lessons. Immediately, he said, "Give me a beating. Let this kid learn a lesson." Auntie Wang was at a loss for words. Well, before the group of social youths made their move, Qin Bufan's flat voice came out. "Guys, stop." Qin Bufan immediately stepped forward. "Kid, this is between us and the debtor. Don't mind your own business," the social youth in the lead said coldly. Qin Bufan didn't answer the other party's words, but instead looked at Auntie Wang and said, "Auntie Wang, what's going on?" No wonder Qin Bufan was like that. After all, in his impression, Auntie Wang's son, during his school days, had good grades. Every year, he also represents his school to participate in the Junior Olympiad organized by the city, and has won several first prizes. When Qin Bufan brought Jiang Qingxue for a barbecue, Auntie Wang had praised her son more than once. It's only logical that the other side has a great future ahead of them. But why do you owe money? Auntie Wang had obviously been asked a painful question. She said with old tears in her eyes, "Wang Ji, this child, when he went to school, he clearly excelled in both character and learning, but after work, he hit a wall everywhere, and after several times, he just let himself go completely. In the past few years, he often went in and out of the gambling tables, and when he lost money, he looked for someone to borrow it, and all the money I had saved over the years was all lost by this kid." Qin Bufan didn't say anything, and at this point, behind her, Qin Linger's heartbeat suddenly rang out. "What? Grandma Wang's son, that's Wang Ji?" While muttering, Qin Linger looked towards the long-haired man surrounded by the social youths. "It seems like it's really him. Back in the day, there was an interview with Wang Ji that I've still seen. Wang Ji seems to have always had long hair, and, on his right eyebrow, there is a mole. Just now I was wondering where to find Wang Ji, and people came out. I'll go. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it?" Qin Bufan also felt that it was too coincidental after hearing what Qin Linger was thinking, and at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came again. "Why don't I ask old Qin to help this Wang Ji? At least he has some friendship with Granny Wang. Of course, this is not the most important. The important thing is, if you can let Zhou Yazhou as well as Wang Ji cooperation, then this Suhai City real estate, old Qin will certainly be able to get a share of the cake. This is a big project of tens of billions of dollars." As Qin Linger pondered, Jiang Qingxue, who was on the side, reminded up in a small voice, "Qin Bufan, you're an adult. There are some things that you can help with, but you must do so within your means." Qin Bufan naturally understood what Jiang Qingxue meant. In fact, he had the same idea as Jiang Qingxue, though, he knows Auntie Wang, but when it comes to money, naturally, you can't make rash decisions. Even if Qin Bufan was sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars, it was absolutely impossible. There are some good intentions, but they can be taken for an ass. Only, he learned what was to happen in the future from among his daughter's heartfelt words. Naturally, he would not miss this good opportunity to pull Wang Ji's strings. Therefore, Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue with a smile and said, "I'm clear about your concerns, but I also have my own plans." Speaking here, Qin Bufan pulled up Auntie Wang, who was crouching on the ground and crying bitterly, and said, "Auntie Wang, this matter of Wang Ji, just leave it to me." Afterward, he stepped forward and looked at the youth at the head of the group and said, "Tell me, how much does Wang Ji owe you? I'll help him pay it back." "What?" Auntie Wang was confused. Jiang Qingxue was dumbfounded, and the social youth, too, were somewhat incredulous. Obviously, none of them had expected that Qin Bufan would help Wang Ji, a gambler, pay back the money. You know, a gambler is a road of no return. Even if the family is broken, the gambler will still go forward. Auntie Wang said in a loud voice, "Xiao Fan, don't. I can't repay this favor of yours." Jiang Qingxue wanted to say something. As for the social youth at the head of the group, he said frankly, "Kid, you're not kidding?" Seeing Qin Bufan nodding, he said seriously, "Of course, this kind of thing, how can I joke?" Qin Bufan also no nonsense, directly opened the cell phone bank, looking for the other side to ask for a note, after calculating the principal and interest, then to the designated account transfer. Seeing this, the social youth in the lead immediately called his boss, and after making sure that the money had arrived, he tore up the IOUs, and then took off with his men. Qin Linger watched this silently. In his mind, he muttered, "Old Qin can be could it be that he intends to cultivate Wang Ji? It's good. His vision, it's fine." As Qin Linger pondered, Qin Bufan didn't open his mouth. Instead, Auntie Wang immediately stepped forward. Snap! She slapped Wang Ji's face. Wang Ji, why don't you hurry and thank Big Brother Bufan? Auntie Wang shouted with hatred. This time, if it wasn't for his help, you'd be half dead for sure. Write down the note, this money, and pay it back yourself. In the future, if you don't get a good job, you'll see if I don't beat you to death. Wang Ji hurriedly shouted. Part-time job? I, Wang Ji, am ambitious. What makes me work part-time? Auntie Wang was also angry. Then if you don't work part-time, you'll sell barbecue with me. Wang Ji was disdainful. Selling barbecue? You want me to sell barbecue for the rest of my life? Speaking here, Wang Ji opened his own computer. Mom, I can tell you, the next 10 years are bound to be all about real estate. So don't worry, I'm not gambling anymore. I'm going to find those real estate tycoons to invest in me, and in less than 5 years, I'll be able to make a name for myself in Suhai City. Inside this computer is the market research I've done on real estate, and today, as soon as the funds are available, I, for one, will be able to change our family's dilemma. When the time comes, you're old man, just wait for the good times. Auntie Wang naturally can't understand this. You dream every day. Can you earn money by dreaming? Wang Ji had intended to retort. Nevertheless, Qin Bufan said appropriately. Elder brother Wang Ji, you seem to be very interested in real estate? Seeing Wang Ji nod his head, Qin Bufan said with a smiling face, it just so happens that I am interested in this aspect, as well. If I paid for you to start a real estate development company, would you do it? Qin Bufan is not a sound. These words fell. Once again, the people present looked at him with strange eyes. Aside from Qin Linger, the rest of them felt that Qin Bufan's decision was, well, too hasty. Chapter 26, Meeting the Right Man. Bufan, what the hell are you thinking? At this moment, Jiang Qingxue was also somewhat speechless. Before, the other party helped Wang Ji pay off his gambling debts, making her uncertain. And now, this guy directly said that he wanted to contribute money to help Wang Ji start his company. Let a gambler start a company. I can't believe this guy thought of that. Just as Jiang Qingxue was thinking about it, Auntie Wang also immediately stepped forward. Little fan, you mustn't have such thoughts. This kid Wang Ji has high eyes and doesn't know how to keep his feet on the ground. Wang Ji was thinking of retorting. However, Qin Bufan was the first to say, Wang Ji, we've sort of met before. You're in the thick of it, and I know it. Let's not dwell on the past. I'm going to ask you right now, if I put up the money and you put up your talent, can you deliver me a satisfactory answer? Hearing this, Wang Ji half-heartedly said, Big Brother Bufan, you didn't make fun of me? Qin Bufan smiled. I've known Auntie Wang for so long, she knows best what kind of person I am. I'm not the kind of person who is full of. Wang Ji nodded seriously and immediately pulled Qin Bufan to the dining table. He opened his old computer, which, surprisingly, was densely packed with information. Brother Bufan, this is the research I first did at a real estate development company 5 years ago. At the time, I was so full of joy that I showed my business plan to my boss. At that time, that boss only had to contribute $50 million to buy that piece of land in the north of the city. Next, just take a loan from the bank, develop, and build a building. By then, the owner will have made a fortune. But that boss, however, was afraid of it, and as a result, 6 months later, the land was bought by a competitor. And now, people are billionaires worth billions of dollars. And this, it's the research I did the year before last. I was going to take it and apply for a job at another company, but as a result, the other party said I had no work experience and fired me outright. After a pause, Wang Ji looked blearily at Qin Bufan and said, Big Brother Bufan, can I ask you first, how many assets do you have that can be mobilized? Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Wang Ji hurriedly said, it's like this. I've recently taken a fancy to the plot of land next door to the Jinling subdivision in the west of the city. If there's enough money, you can buy it out. I can guarantee that there, in the future, it will definitely be the most central economic zone in Suhai City. You'll make at least that much if you can dish out that land. While saying that, Wang Ji stretched out 5 fingers. Qin Bufan smiled. On me now. I have almost 600 million. Qin Bufan directly opened his cell phone bank and lit up his balance. What? Wang Ji's eyes glowed again. Afterward, he immediately said, Big Brother Bufan, if you open a company $10 million of startup capital is fine, and that parcel, by my guess, could be taken for $60 million. 60 million, in the future, can directly realize 5 billion, a steady profit. Hearing each other talk eloquently, Qin Bufan didn't say anything. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, always felt that the other party had some paperwork. On the contrary, Qin Linger was bearing her milk though, but the heart was quite shaken. I didn't expect that this Wang Ji really has 2 brushes. It's amazing that you can predict the future commercial center, just over the Golden District in the west of the city. I distinctly remember that in early 14, near the Goldring neighborhood, it was still an undeveloped area of rural self-built houses. But, at the beginning of 14, the bidding started from above. And at that time, it seemed that Uncle Wang Chulong Wang was also planning to start from this piece of land, and began to make great achievements. But unfortunately, it is due to the lack of funds that we can only watch the cooked ducks fly away. And this Wang Ji, he was able to predict the actions of the top in advance. Old Qin, anyway, you now have money in hand. At most 80 million. You can take it down. You can be sure to seize this wind. Qin Bufan listened to all of this in silence. In his heart, he was also somewhat impressed with Wang Ji. Of course, Qin Bufan was more than happy. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that he could hear his daughter's heart, he would never have dared to hastily activate Wang Ji. Qin Bufan collected his thoughts as he looked at Wang Ji and said, Wang Ji, what you said is just your personal speculation. It's a bit risky for me to contribute $70 million based on just a few words from you. Let's put it this way, I have another, beside me, friend who is somewhat established in real estate. I'm going to call him in right now, and you guys will have a good chat. And as long as you guys are on the same page, then the program will officially open. Qin Bufan immediately called and shouted for Zhou Yazhou, who was sleeping. As soon as Zhou Yazhou heard that there was a serious matter, he immediately did not dare to hesitate and immediately rushed this way. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yazhou is here. He and Wang Ji looked at each other. A hearty laugh ensued. Holy, it's you, kid? The two men exclaimed in unison. Seeing that Qin Bufan didn't understand, Zhou Yazhou hurriedly said, Boss, it's like this, Wang Ji and I, but we are iron buddies from our college days. However, after graduating from college, I chose to go to Guang City to develop, but this kid is bent on developing in Suhai City. Saying that, Zhou Yazhou gave a thumbs up and said, Boss, you're too perceptive. Truth be told, originally, I came back this time. I intend to contact this brother of mine, so that he can work with me. Qin Bufan smiled. Since you guys know each other, that saves me a lot of trouble. After saying that, Qin Bufan brought Jiang Qingxue as well as Qin Linger back to his table. As for Zhou Yazhou, he began to talk freely with Wang Ji. Soon, the barbecue on Qin Bufan's side was already done. Qin Bufan's few people feasted on the food. On the other hand, Zhou Yazhou's chat with Wang Ji had already ended. They came in front of Qin Bufan. Boss, after deliberation, Wang Ji and I unanimously decided to buy a real estate development company outright. Zhou Yazhou said with immense seriousness. As soon as the paperwork is complete, we'll move forward with buying the lot next door to the Goldring neighborhood. Of course, because that parcel, for the time being, is not being developed. So, until then, we need to recruit. If you trust us. Not waiting for Zhou Yazhou to finish, Qin Bufan immediately said, If I didn't trust you guys, I wouldn't have asked you to work for me. Let it go. There's only one thing I can promise you. Funding-wise, I'll do my best to keep up. Hearing this, the two were relieved, while their hearts were filled with ambition. Soon, Wang Ji took Zhou Yazhou into the house and began to organize the business plan. In less than 20 minutes, a thick planning book had been placed in front of Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan ate the barbecue in silence. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, quickly opened it out of curiosity. After reading it, Jiang Qingxue's big watery eyes stared at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan, you guy, what kind of vision is that? Before, I was worried that the person you found would be unreliable, but after reading the business plan, I realized that I was overthinking it again. Both Wang Ji and Zhou Yazhou have great talent. They're in the real estate business, and they're really tremendously accomplished. With two talented people by your side, I have a feeling that the future richest man in Suhai City is beckoning to you. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingxue suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Qin Bufan didn't understand. Jiang Qingxue's small mouth pouted. I'm thinking, when you're rich and knowledgeable in the future and you don't want me anymore, what should I do? Qin Bufan put down the skewers in his hands and said seriously, Don't worry, there won't be such a day. Is it? But I don't believe it. Jiang Qingxue said with a hint of arrogance. If you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Qin Bufan smiled. Qin Linger was helpless in her heart when she saw the two of them like this. Hey, I was fed with dog food before my barbecue was full. Can't stand it. Really can't stand it. Chapter 27, The Founder of Hungry Man. It was 12 o'clock at night when I left the nightstand and returned home. At this moment, Qin Bufan's heart was quite excited. You know, in one day's time, he or she has taken down T's fish in jumping bites. This also means that Qin Bufan has occupied the future of the internet live broadcast, news media, short videos and many other windfalls. Not only that, Qin Bufan had also taken down the River Star Company, a company that would be the largest real estate developer in the future Guang City. And what follows is simply a matter of a few companies developing in a virtuous manner, as originally planned. Of course, What made Qin Bufan happiest was that he had gotten the two great generals Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji based on his daughter Qin Linger's heart. Qin Bufan believed that the two of them would be able to fight a beautiful battle by entering the real estate market of Suhai City in advance. However, soon, Qin Bufan couldn't be happy anymore. One must know that Qin Bufan had spent several $100 million on this fuss. And that's without several companies starting operations. But once you start operating the promotion, it's a big expense. Granted, Qin Bufan's account still had a few $100 million, but it simply can't stand up to this. And most importantly, these are the companies that don't see a return in the short term. Funding, it's still too little. Qin Bufan secretly sighed in his heart. Forget it, nowadays. I need to keep looking for windfalls in addition to messing with money. This time, I'm going to go with more than just long-term investments. And there's still a need to figure out how to find a couple of programs that will be profitable in the short term. Otherwise, even if I had more money, I couldn't afford to consume it like this. Unfortunately, Qin Bufan's idea was good though, but he spent half an hour looking all over the internet and had no luck. Qin Bufan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Could it be that I have to fight with my good girl again? Get some words out of her? Although he was laughing at himself, Qin Bufan knew that he had no choice now. Never mind, let's go to bed and think about all this tomorrow, Qin Bufan muttered. After washing up, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan was woken up by a phone call. Open it. Surprisingly, it was Lu Yiming's call. Qin Bufan was a bit strange, but he knew that the other party must have something important in mind when he called out to him so early in the morning. Boss, I'm sorry to bother you so early in the morning, but I, truly, have something very important to report to you. Lu Yiming went straight to the point. Last night, I received 2 tickets to the convention. Originally, I didn't put much thought into it, but when I inquired, this convention was, surprisingly, very special, because the theme of this convention is software innovation as well as planning in the 4G era. I've heard that there are quite a few companies attending this convention, and on top of that, there are individuals who are raising money. Those are all kinds of software, computer software and cell phone software. I think you should be very interested. Hearing this, Qin Bufan instantly got up. What time does the convention start? Qin Bufan asked directly. After knowing the exact time, Qin Bufan immediately hung up his cell phone and started packing up. And then, Qin Bufan went downstairs to buy breakfast, left a note, and was about to leave in a hurry. Bufan, where are you going in such a hurry? Jiang Qingxue, who had just walked out of the room, hurriedly inquired. Qin Bufan truthfully told the content of Lu Yiming's call. Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but light up as well. Good, go in peace. I'll take the kids to school after breakfast later. Qin Bufan had intended to leave, which is when Qin Linger, who heard the commotion, also walked out. Daddy, where are you going? I want to come along, Qin Linger said in a milky voice. In his mind, he muttered, oops, how did I forget such an important thing? Old Qin now has several big projects in his hands, but those programs? There's no way to make a profit in the long run. But old Qin has limited funds in his hands and must come up with some quick money. I seem to remember that quite a lot of good cell phone software appeared at this convention. Although, those software, in the first few years, developed well, but were eliminated. But spare a thought, those companies, they still make a lot of money. What I remember most clearly is that there was a game called Eliminate that became a puzzle game for young and old within a few months in early 14, when 4G phones started to be released. I remember, when I was a kid, I was criticized by old Qin for playing this, as if this game, later bought by a game company. That year, that game company, directly earned more than $1 billion. It's only a pity that it was eliminated because of poor management at a later stage and the emergence of numerous imitators. But if this company is taken down by old Qin, and then promoted with the help of other companies under his banner, such as Amusing Fish and today's headline, it will surely be able to earn more. Thinking of this, Qin Linger suddenly came to Jiang Qingshue's body and said pitifully, Teacher Jiang, I don't want to go to school today. I want to go play with my dad. Can you take a leave of absence for me? Jiang Qingxue froze. She was about to stop it, but Qin Bufan, because he knew his daughter's purpose, immediately said, okay, Dad promised. Jiang Qingxue was speechless, but then sighed. I can't stand you father and daughter. Okay, I promise. But at that moment, Qin Linger blinked her eyes and said, Mr. Jiang, why don't you take a leave of absence as well? I suppose you'd like to see it with Daddy, too? Jiang Qingxue hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Bufan immediately said, fine, listen to my precious daughter, Qingxue, just take a leave of absence from school. Big deal, let the principal take over. Jiang Qingxue said helplessly, okay, you're a big talker. To be honest, I'm still a little worried about letting you take the kids to the convention alone. Half an hour later, the three of them packed up and headed straight for the convention. Just after getting off the bus, Qin Bufan saw Lu Yiming, who had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Qin, this is the admission ticket. Lu Yiming respectfully handed the 2 entrance tickets forward. Yiming, I'm sorry, I was going to bring you along, but it turned out. Qin Bufan laughed. Lu Yiming shook his head. Boss, I'm just watching the fun even if I go. I don't care. By the way, originally, I was supposed to be the one to show you the way, but my sister-in-law is here with my great-niece, so I had to ask my friend to help lead the way. Qin Bufan was about to speak. At that moment, not far away, came a man wearing a white shirt and glasses. Jiang Qingxue fixed her eyes on it. What's wrong? Qin Bufan wondered. Bufan, this person, I seem to recognize. Jiang Qingxue whispered. Feeling Qin Bufan's slightly sour eyes, Jiang Qingxue hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand, I have nothing with him. It's just, I didn't expect to see him here. After seeing Qin Bufan's eyes ease slightly, Jiang Qingxue then said, his name is Chen Hao, a senior I met abroad. He's a talent. I heard that after he returned to China, he started an official website for ordering takeout with a few friends, called Hungry No. The site is very new and I've heard that in 2 years of development, it has received several rounds of A-share financing, so I'm wondering why he's working at the convention? After hearing what Jiang Qingxue said, Qin Bufan did not move. In his heart, he was a bit curious about this Chen Hao. On the other hand, Qin Linger, who was on the side, could no longer hold down the excitement in her heart. My God, this person is actually Chen Hao, the founder of Hungry? Chapter 28, A Strange Encounter at the Convention. If it's true, this time, old Qin has really come to the right place. As I recall, Hungry Man suffered repeated bottlenecks in its initial years of development. This is so because of Chen Hao's maverick mode of operation. Subsidizing merchants, subsidizing users, subsidizing writers. The result is that in the first few years, although a lot of high-quality merchants as well as resources, but there is always a shortage of funds, especially in 13, when Hungry lost $30 million. But since 14, the spring of hunger, it's come, only because, at this point in time, Hungry Man had worked on a mobile app and mobile payments had begun to spread all over the place. I remember in March 14, Hungry turned a profit, earned $300 million that year, and later it was directly acquired by the old horse. If at this time, old Qin can enter the ownership, to make it bigger and stronger, absolutely steady profit. Next, it's up to old Qin to make a decision. However, I believe old Qin has the vision. Qin Bufan silently wrote down Qin Linger's words and smiled in his heart. Actually, when Jiang Qingxue had revealed Chen Hao's identity, Qin Bufan was somewhat moved. After all, Qin Bufan could be said to be deeply impressed with the product Hungry. Earlier, when his daughter was at school, he used to log on to this website when he didn't want to cook alone. At one point, he just spent $5 and ordered a pasta, and every time you order, you get a discount. Previously, Qin Bufan hadn't had the chance to meet with its founders. Now, with such a great opportunity, how could he let it go? As Qin Bufan pondered, Chen Hao had walked over. Lu Yiming immediately stepped forward. Chen Hao, hurry up and come, I'll introduce you. This is the Mr. Qin I told you about. Afterward, Lu Yiming introduced Qin Bufan to him. The two men shook hands afterward. Jiang Qingxue also stepped forward. Senior, do you still remember me? Chen Hao looked Jiang Qingxue up and down. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, have you forgotten that when I was studying abroad, there were Western students who tried to bully me, and it was you who showed up to drive them away? Chen Hao organized his thoughts, then laughed. You're Jiang Qingxue, schoolmate Jiang? Jiang Qingxue said evenly, yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. I am a little surprised, though, by the founder of Dang Hungry. How come you work at this convention? Seemingly having been asked about a sore spot, Chen Hao was a bit embarrassed. Of course, Jiang Qingxue is the reason why. Actually, it was done on purpose. After all, Jiang Qingxue had a clear-cut grudge. In the beginning, Chen Hao had saved himself once, so, she decided to return the favor as well. Of course, the most important thing was that she also felt that Chen Hao's Hungry Man had a great future. If Qin Bufan can get in on the money, not only would it help Chen Hao solve his immediate needs, but it would also give Qin Bufan a new investment target. It's a win-win, so to speak. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingxue didn't hide it anymore. Immediately, he glanced at Lu Yiming and said, Bufan, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lu calling you here, to attend the convention, is only one aspect of it, and on the other hand, it's supposed to be for the injection of funds for senior Chen Hao's Hungry. The purpose was dismantled by Jiang Qingxue. Lu Yiming laughed dryly, and Chen Hao was a little embarrassed. Jiang Qingxue saw that the atmosphere was almost over. Immediately, he said, Senior Chen, this matter, for the time being, is not urgent. How about this? You take us in for the convention first, and when it's over, we'll find a place to have dinner and then talk over it? In this regard, Chen Hao naturally had no opinion, and immediately led Qin Bufan and the three of them into the convention. Because of the green channel, the convention hadn't started yet when Qin Bufan's trio entered. Three of you sit here now for a while, I'll be over soon, Chen Hao said with a smile, and after having his men bring tea as well as small snacks, he turned to leave. Uncommon. Jiang Qingxue had a smile on her face, but she stopped before the words reached her mouth, simply because he realized that at this moment, Qin Bufan was revealing a deep color. Bufan, what's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue asked. Qin Bufan didn't say anything. Qin Linger, on the other hand, was eating a cupcake while vaguely saying, Mr. Jiang, what else could my dad be? Of course he's jealous. Ha! Jiang Qingxue froze. Only then did this recall that he had indeed been talking and laughing with Chen Hao just now. Immediately, he explained, Bufan, I really don't know Senior Chen Hao well. After he helped me in the first place, I didn't even get a chance to thank him before I heard he was back in the country. Besides, we don't have contact information for each other. You're even eating this dry vinegar. Ha! Seeing that Qin Bufan still didn't answer, Jiang Qingxue could only come forward with wide eyes. Qingxue, what are you doing? Qin Bufan revealed a look as if he was waking up from a dream. How dare you ask me? Jiang Qingxue's small mouth pouted. Why did you ignore me when I was talking to you earlier? Even if you're jealous, you can't do this. Qin Bufan was confused. Jealous? When did I get jealous? I was thinking about things. Seeing Jiang Qingxue was silent, Qin Bufan said, I was just thinking that after all the fuss yesterday, I've already invested several $100 million. Having said that, I am interested in this hungry man and intend to buy it, but I'm worried that as a result I'll be short of funds, and I was just now, all the time, thinking about how to quadruple down and create the most value for the least amount of money. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's small mouth pouted. Humph, Qin Bufan, you've changed, you don't care about me anymore. I wish you were jealous, Jiang Qingxue said. Qin Bufan was somewhat helpless. Thinking briefly, he said evenly, Oh, you expect me to be jealous? Ha! Well then, I decided that this project of Hungry, even if the market value is tens of billions or hundreds of billions in the future, I won't invest in it. So, are you finally satisfied? Jiang Qingxue's pretty face changed slightly. Don't, I was just messing with you. Don't mess with anyone, but don't mess with money. Tell you what, it's really not going to work. I'll give you a kiss and this will be over. Saying that, Jiang Qingxue pouted her little mouth and was about to kiss Qin Bufan. Who knows? Just then, a footstep came. Jiang Qingxue immediately sat back with a red face. Qin Bufan subconsciously looked at the visitor, and at this moment, that group of people also looked at Qin Bufan. However, after just a light sweep, they hurried to the next table. Only one of the youths at the head of the group quickly opened his computer. Now, everyone, let's take the final quiz. After the quiz, we're about to get ready to show off our results in front of our own display case. If we can pull in investors, or, if the other party buys our products outright, then our 6 months of hard work will have paid off. With our elimination game, we will definitely be the first to occupy the market before the 4G network is popularized. Chapter 29, Letting Out a Mighty Words. What? The youth finished with some pep talk. Qin Linger instantly became excited. It's not hard to find a place to get one. Just now I was thinking about how to find the maker of the elimination game. I didn't realize that the other party had delivered himself. Qin Linger was pleasantly surprised in her heart. The people have been found. And next, I just need to find a way to get old Qin to notice these people. When the time comes, with old Qin's eyesight, he will naturally be able to see the benefits this will bring. What Qin Linger didn't know was that all that she was thinking about was heard by Qin Bufan. After a short thought, Qin Bufan immediately got up. Sir, I wonder what you should call yourself. Qin Bufan inquired with a smile. At the moment, that youth is full of swansong. When he saw Qin Bufan walking towards him, he immediately looked at the other party strangely. Excuse me? The youth said with a hint of caution. Qin Bufan smiled and pulled out his business card. My name is Qin Bufan. I'm an investor. I just heard that you guys made a nice mobile game and I wanted to. The youth's eyes lit up. You know, didn't they come here to find a buyer? But before he could speak, at that moment, a middle-aged man who looked older whispered, Haining, this person is a bit strange. I suspect he's a rival company, coming to us to extract information. You don't want to be stupid and give it all away with people. Otherwise, the fruits of our hard work down the road could be stolen by someone else. The youth seemed to believe in the elder brother's words and nodded at once. He then got up and smiled. If you sir are interested in the game we have developed, you can go to booth 72. At that time, we will make our design concepts, all of them, public. As for now, we can't announce it yet. I beg your pardon. The youth smiled politely and left the area with his team. When Qin Bufan saw this, he couldn't help but spread his hands. Come on your own anyway. And what's the rush? Anyway, Qin Bufan, must take down this game of elimination. Even if he had to pay a higher price, he would take it. As Qin Bufan pondered, Chen Hao has already finished his work. 3 of you, I've kept you waiting. Chen Hao hurriedly apologized. Qin Bufan smiled and shook his head. No harm done. After a pause, Qin Bufan seriously said, Mr. Chen, I have an unkind request. I want to come from you. To come to a have about today's convention and exhibition. The details of the various booths, I do not know. Chen Hao laughed. I had long guessed that Mr. Qin wanted this, so I prepared it in advance. Seeing Chen Hao take out a list, Qin Bufan was instantly happy. On top of this list, very detailed information is recorded. Name of person in charge, contact number, company, capitalization. Soon after, Qin Bufan landed his attention on top of display case number 72. Mr. Qin, I wonder which showcase you're interested in, Chen Hao inquired. I can take a back door and let Mr. Qin communicate with them in advance. If it's okay, I'll arrange for you to meet when the convention is over. Qin Bufan smiled. Mr. Chen, thank you, but it's not necessary. I still intend to inspect it personally. After all, if people know what I'm up to, they're sure to brag about their products, and that would defeat my original purpose. Chen Hao nodded. Then, should I give Mr. Chen a brief introduction? After all, the one in charge of this convention, it's me, and I've been in contact with those in charge. And before that, there were several hundred companies bidding on the project, and I ended up sifting through a lot of them. At this, Qin Bufan didn't have any opinion. As he smiled, then I'll trouble Mr. Chen to help me with the gatekeeping first. Soon, Chen Hao took out a pen and began to draw circles on those lists. The display case number 72 that Qin Bufan had his eye on was also listed. Qin Bufan was quite surprised in his heart. It seemed that the reason for this Chen Hao's success was not just having enough vigor, but also having an extremely high level of foresight. Mr. Chen, this 70-second showcase is just a small company with a total investment of just 1 million, Qin Bufan said deliberately. Could it be that Mr. Chen thinks that this software called Elimination Music can take China by storm? Chen Hao nodded seriously. Not bad. Nowadays, 4G is vigorously developed. According to the grapevine, the major cell phone manufacturers now have successfully developed 4G chips. Next, it's just a matter of waiting for the 4G network to start covering, and the 4G era will be here. This year, it counts as the year of 4G. Only, at the beginning of the development, there were a lot of troubles to deal with, like the processing speed of the phone, like the RAM, that sort of thing. This elimination game, on the other hand, doesn't take up much memory and can be played when there's no internet connection, in addition to playing it online. And once it's online again, the data can be uploaded. On top of that, the game, which is shareable, has a stamina limit, and the most important point is that you can spend $1 by stamina, and buy equipment after you run out of stamina. With all these advantages present, this game will surely spread virally, and I can irresponsibly predict that this software, in the year 14, will surely become a game for young and old alike. After listening to the other party's eloquent speech, Qin Bufan couldn't help but nod slightly, and at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came again. This Chen Hao does have a few talents. In this day and age, it's all about bracing the bold and starving the timid. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao is the man with the guts. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the backbone to allow himself to lose money year after year, and then turn it into profit in 14. Looking at the last 20 years, there are really not many companies that have that kind of drive. Qin Bufan naturally agreed with what his daughter said in his heart. After a short period of contemplation, Qin Bufan turned the tables and said, So Mr. Chen's hungry. I wonder in the future, what development? Chen Hao froze. Then he said seriously, Mr. Qin, my hungry will naturally become the mainstream of the future of food and beverage. Still, the 4G era dominates the next few years, and mobile payments, too, are going to be the main grunt of the future. When the time comes, you don't need cash. You just need to bring a cell phone and you can make payments. This kind of convenience will make people gradually become lazy, and eventually, they will be able to order food from restaurants at home, buy groceries, grocery shopping, just buy on their cell phones and have them delivered to their doorsteps. And my hungry, at first, will only specialize in takeout, and when the time is almost right, it will embed grocery shopping, and even medicine, all in the software. Chen Hao smiled confidently. So, I am confident that I can make my hungry man bigger and stronger. Qin Bufan smiled and laughed. Good, just based on Mr. Chen's words, are you hungry? I'm going to take it. However, I, for one, am not good at running a business, so the lead is yours, and as for me, I just need to take care of the financial support. Don't worry about doing it boldly, and the rest, I'll take care of. I've decided, $100 million, to buy your hungry out, and then, invest an extra $100 million in your operation. What? Chen Hao froze, and Jiang Qingxue was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 30, Picking Up the Leak, Taking Down the Fun. It's no wonder Chen Hao is like that. Originally, he was worried that his boasting would cause Qin Bufan to fall into hesitation, and instead, he would have to consider whether or not to invest, but it turned out to be good. Qin Bufan did not say anything, directly said to spend 200 million to take his hunger. Such a bold tactic was something he had never seen at all. As for Jiang Qingxue, she was thinking similarly at the moment, but because Chen Hao was present, she couldn't say anything more. Inherently, Jiang Qingxue hoped that Qin Bufan would help Chen Hao tide over his difficulties, and in the meantime, take the opportunity to make a fortune. But that's not how it plays out. 200 million. That's $200 million. Even if Qin Bufan was rich, he couldn't afford to consume like this. The mind is speechless though. But on second thought, Jiang Qingxue felt that Qin Bufan must have his own reasons for doing so. Eventually, she managed to suppress the thoughts in her mind. On the contrary, Qin Linger was also a bit shocked inside at the moment. Old Qin is as big a deal as ever. However, old Qin, I support you unconditionally. This hungry, not to mention 200 million, even if it's a billion, can be smashed. Anyway, as soon as this software is up, within 6 months, you'll not only make your money back, but you'll make it several times over. Just as Qin Linger was pondering, Chen Hao opened his mouth. Mr. Qin, you're not kidding? Do you really intend to? Qin Bufan smiled. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can sort out the agreement today. We sign on the front foot, and on the back foot, I can transfer the money on top of the company account. Seeing Chen Hao's silence, Qin Bufan continued. What you should, right now, be obsessing over, is not this, but, rather, you must follow your planning and push Hungry Mouse up to the altar of the takeout world. Of course, you should also consider what to do if other takeaway apps come along after Hungry Man catches fire. Also, what you just brought up, online grocery shopping, fruit shopping, medicine shopping, and all that, is really good. But if that's all, I don't think it's enough. You also said that the 4G era is coming today. Cell phones, the internet, is a huge windfall. The cell phone industry, all inclusive. In the future, there will surely be countless cell phone software that will spring up. This includes social, e-commerce, gaming, and dating. And you're hungry, while the main focus is on takeout, can embed e-commerce as well as gaming into it. For example, you can download that elimination game you were talking about separately, and you can also play it on the Hungry Man software. Just pass as many levels as you can, and you'll give away perks and such. As for e-commerce, we can also play around with it, like pulling people in and getting a discount on how much they're getting, or just reducing how much they're getting. That would make the software much more playable. Not only that, but it leads to other things. As for the social category, it's difficult, but it's still possible to give it a try. After all, 4G is just developing now. Nothing is impossible if you catch this wind. Of course, it's difficult for you to do this thing alone. Exactly how it's going to work. But, nowadays, under my banner, I have 2 real estate companies that I can get to help with advertising. And, I also have today's headlines, as well as teaser fish, and other software. These, too, can be boosted for you. Anyway, they're both companies under my umbrella, so it's not a bad idea to advertise with each other. Qin Bufan's words fell. Chen Hao woke up like a dream, and Jiang Qingxue was also a bit dumbfounded. As for Qin Linger, the shock within her heart at this moment had reached an unparalleled level. My God, just now, I was marveling at Chen Hao's layout. I didn't realize that old Qin's thoughts were even more far-reaching. I still remember that in my previous life, Xiaoma dreamed of making e-commerce bigger, while Laoma was planning to focus on socializing. But unfortunately, in the end, it all ended up in vain. And this, after years of 4G development, was an idea they came up with. I didn't expect that old Qin would directly bring up both concepts. However, if you think about it, this idea of old Qin's may not really be feasible. After all, Teaser Live, today's headlines, and Hungry, can all be future internet giants. These companies are now in the hands of old Qin. They can mutually benefit each other, and when the time comes, they will surely be able to take the 2 major markets of e-commerce as well as socialization. Old Qin. Old Qin. Originally, I always felt that you needed me to secretly push the envelope so that you could save the day. But I realize now that I was just throwing in the towel. And you, on the other hand, really have great talent. As Qin Linger lamented, Chen Hao said seriously, Mr. Qin, I have to apologize to you. When he finished, he bowed deeply. Jiang Qingxue said strangely. Senior Chen, what are you doing? Qin Bufan said smilingly. If I'm not wrong, when Mr. Chen first learned about me from Lu Yiming, he just thought I was a pure businessman. To put it more bluntly, you think I'm just a man full of brass, but you didn't expect to find out, after some contact with me, that I'm not at all what you thought I was. Chen Hao didn't deny it and just laughed kindly. In order to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, Jiang Qingxue snorted and said, alright, you guys just don't want to commercially brag about it. Now the convention has begun. So, you two, you can go to the exhibit. As for Linger and I, we'll just wait here for you. Qin Bufan smiled. Good. After saying that, Qin Bufan casually placed the list of exhibitors that Chen Hao had given himself earlier on top of the table where Qin Linger was. Leaving the rest area, Qin Bufan quickly arrived inside the hall. As far as the eye could see, the front of all the major display cases were overcrowded. Those in charge, on the other hand, began to show their results. As for Qin Bufan, he was led by Chen Hao and quickly arrived before the display case number 72. After all, based on his daughter's heart, Qin Bufan knew that the elimination music created by that Wang Haining would be a cash cow. How could he miss this opportunity? Further, this is a small game that can bring together several online companies under your own hand, and by doing so, you can achieve the effect of pulling traffic to each other. Qin Bufan decided that he would take it down no matter what, which, with money that is several times above market price, he's all over it. And just as Qin Bufan, rushing around, came to the front of display case number 72, he was dumbfounded, just because, a couple of other showcases, all of which were gated. The only thing that was incredibly cold was in front of exhibit number 72. Wang Haining, as well as many members, almost accompanied a smiling face when they saw a passing person. But, those people don't even care. See this. Qin Bufan was simply happy in his heart. Good luck. It looks like I can pick up the slack and take this company. Thinking that, Qin Bufan quickly stepped forward. Chapter 31, Packing and Taking. Qin Bufan's appearance was not noticed by the crowd at the 72nd showcase. At this very moment, Wang Haining and his party completely lost the bottom of the just entered the convention center. Originally, they thought that when their exhibition was opened, anyone who came to this neighborhood would be attracted by their products. Even, people will fight over the bidding. He even had a mental picture of the software, from the base price of $2 million, being bid directly to $10 million. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. So far, there were 35 people that went through their display cases, but 30 of them, without even looking, just left. There were 3 of them, glancing faintly, and planning to leave. 2 left, interested in this game though, but when they saw the offer, they just walked away without looking back. How come? Wang Haining was struck by lightning. You know, the money to attend this convention was squeezed out of their teeth. Wang Haining, on the other hand, mortgaged his car. That's what got the money together. They had thought that when this convention was over, they would change their previous dilemma. Results. Haining, the older middle-aged man patted Wang Haining on the shoulder. Why don't we declare bankruptcy when this is over? We all know that you have ambitions, but the truth is you saw it. We've poured our hearts and souls into a product that, as a result, no one looks at. Of course, it's not that I don't trust your vision, but the fact of the matter is, we simply don't have the capital to be able to pry into the future market. The middle-aged finished. The rest of his companions had bitter faces. Some even planned to just give up. Seeing the crowd like this, Wang Haining took a deep breath. Guys, I can feel what you're feeling right now, but today is only the first day of the convention, and we still have 3 days. Everyone must hold on. I'm sure that with this software, we'll be able to wait for burrows. Seeing that people still don't have much confidence, Wang Haining continued. Folks, a few of us hit it off at first. Today, it took 6 months to work on the software. It's the knockout punch that changes our destiny. If, ourselves, we are not confident in this software, not to mention others. With that said, Wang Haining looked deeply at the crowd. Guys, please, you guys stick with me. I'm sure it will be possible to wait for someone who is willing to invest in us. Seeing this, Wang Haining's many companions had their attention, falling onto the older middle-aged man, and upon seeing the other nod, they once again went their separate ways. Only then did Wang Haining reveal a smirk, and just then, snap, a burst of applause came. Immediately afterward, Qin Bufan's as well as Chen Hao's figures appeared in front of the 72nd display case. It's you? Wang Haining looked at Qin Bufan with a strange expression. Qin Bufan smiled. Mr. Wang, we meet again. Wang Haining didn't reply, but instead glanced at Chen Hao. This was because before he came, Chen Hao had heard Qin Bufan talk about what happened in the lounge earlier. Thus, Chen Hao didn't talk nonsense and directly introduced, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Qin Bufan. He's currently my friend. but soon, he'll be my boss. Mr. Sheen is very interested in the mobile version of elimination music produced by your company. So, he asked me to make a connection. And for the rest, you two have a nice chat. I'll leave you to it. Wait until Chen Hao turns around. Only then did Wang Haining look at Qin Bufan. Seeing this, Qin Bufan snickered. What? Mr. Wang still hasn't dispelled the concern that I was sent by a rival to spy on the intelligence? Wang Haining hurriedly said. Mr. Qin is joking. I was being petty about what just happened in the rest room. I apologize. After saying that, Wang Haining said evenly, Mr. Qin, since you're an investor and were brought by old brother Chen Hao, then, you'll be my friend from now on as well. Now, please also come with me and I'll introduce you properly to. Without waiting for the other party to finish excitedly, Qin Bufan waved his hand and said, Mr. Wang, I'm busy, so let's not beat around the bush. For $2.6 million, can I take this company of yours? What I'm saying is, take the whole company, package it all up, and sell it to me. What I mean, of course, includes everything in the company, and that includes you, and the staff under your hand. What? Wang Haining was confused, and in the next instant, Qin Bufan directly hit the king bomb. I can sign the agreement immediately if you agree. And, I can assure you that everything, except for the general direction of development, remains the same. Not only that, but I'll give each of you a 2% stake in the company, with dividends at the end of the year, in addition to your own salary. Of course, if you think I'm lying to you, then forget it. And, I can assure you, it's not going to happen after this village. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Wang has decided to sell this software even at a loss, right? And I, by being able to offer you $600,000 above the guaranteed price for it, have exceeded your current expectations. Seeing his idea dismantled, for a moment, Wang Haining didn't know what to say for the best. Wolf Haining then dropped his attention to the older man. After seeing the other party nod, Wang Haining immediately said, Good, Mr. Qin, we are willing to sign an agreement with you. I hope that everything is as you say it is. With this company of ours, business as usual. After saying that, Wang Haining immediately opened his own computer and modified the acquisition agreement before handing it over to Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan quickly signed, a heart hanging in the air, which fell. Well, guys, since your company, as well as the product, is taken by me, there's no point in continuing to stay here. How about this? You guys leave first. As for the deposit for this convention, I'll have Mr. Chen Hao negotiate with the top and try to refund as much as possible. Wang Haining sniffed and immediately had his companions start packing up. 10 minutes later, the group followed Qin Bufan to this side of the parlor, and Chen Hao immediately rushed over. Boss, I just negotiated with the person in charge, and the deposit on Mr. Wang Haining's side can be fully refunded. And as for the money paid before, other than the money for decorating the booth, the rest of the money can be refunded by 2/3. Chen Hao said seriously. Hard work, Qin Bufan said with a smile. Then he asked, did you quit your job on the convention side? Chen Hao smiled. Of course, before I came to work here to pull in investments. Now that my purpose has been achieved, naturally there is no problem. Only then did Qin Bufan put his heart down. He then looked at Wang Haining. You and Mr. Chen are considered old acquaintances, so I won't introduce you too much. As for the other companions, it would be good for you to introduce them. When Wang Haining heard this, he immediately did not hesitate and began to introduce his companions. Mr. Qin, this is Su Hua, the game consultant of our Haining Game Company. Wang Haining pointed at the older middle-aged man. Qin Bufan just nodded his head silently, and the remaining light glanced at Qin Linger. After all, Qin Bufan had specifically brought everyone here. Letting Chen Hao recognize them was only secondary. His real purpose was to see if these people around Wang Haining were future bigwigs based on Qin Linger's heartfelt words, especially this Suva. Fruity. When Qin Linger heard the name Su Hua, she couldn't help but light up. Immediately afterward, she exclaimed in her mind, I'm going. Surprisingly, it's Suwa? Suwa, surprisingly, is in Wang Haining's company, working as a game consultant? My God. Chapter 32, My Daughter's Goal, to be a rich kid. In Qin Linger's heart, she let out several consecutive exclamations. The whole group seemed incredibly excited. Spirit, what's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue saw Qin Linger's strange appearance and hurriedly inquired. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. Isn't it just knowing who the other person is? Why are you so excited? Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Daddy, Mr. Jiang, I'm fine. Saying so on her lips, Qin Linger's heart, once again, turned over. Old Qin Na, I still say that, in this life, you deserve to be rich. Originally, you came here just to make a quick buck. it can turn out that heavenly luck is about to fall on you. Do you know that the fast head that this manhwa has started is an existence that can rival the tadpole sound in the future? Except that, nowadays, Fast First is still just a cell phone program used to make GIFs. The software has switched to short video sharing since manhwa took over. In the future, Today and Fast First occupy half of the short video world. Before that, I was worried about how old Sheen would be able to separate himself from the other side if Zebra made a move. But now, that worry is completely superfluous. What Qin Linger was thinking, Qin Bufan naturally heard clearly. At this moment, he understood in his heart why his daughter was like this. In fact, before hearing Qin Linger's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan felt that Su Hua had the demeanor of a great general, sure to make a career in the future. But here's what he didn't expect. It's amazing that Zebra has such accomplishments in the future. While Qin Bufan was pondering all this, Wang Haining had already introduced all the people around him. I didn't expect that. Beside Mr. Wang, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Chen Hao was the first to speak. He then came straight to Suwa's body. Mr. Suwa, you're my idol. But, before that, I only knew your name, but I never thought that today, I would have the honor of meeting you. I'm just so honored. Seeing Chen Hao grabbing Su Hua's hand and not letting go, Qin Bufan knew that his chance had come. At that moment, he asked knowingly, Mr. Chen, looking at you, it seems that this Mr. Su Hua has a great origin? Chen Hao hurriedly nodded. Of course, Mr. Su Hua, a graduate of Huaqing University, is a top talent. Prior to that, he worked at Valley as well as Burroughs, and then, later, started his own business. He had brought out a number of outstanding students from abroad, and it was because I accidentally heard one of Mr. Su Hua's speech reports when I first came back to China that I started the Hungry for Hunger brand. After listening to Chen Hao finish talking about the information about Su Hua as if he were a counting house, Qin Bufan nodded his head slightly. It seems that Mr. Suwa does have a great fortune, Qin Bufan said evenly. He then deliberately glanced at Wang Haining. However, I am quite curious, why is Mr. Suwa in Mr. Wang's company? Hearing this, Wang Haining hurriedly said, Boss, the thing is, Uncle Sibu has been preparing for his third business venture ever since he left his job at Baidu, and his plan, it's already in motion. It's just that my company has encountered a bottleneck, and Uncle Sibu and my father are old acquaintances, so he temporarily gave up the work at hand to help me. And, not waiting for Wang Haining to finish, Qin Bufan laughed out loud. Mr. Wang, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to count out Mr. Zebra. What I'm trying to say, really, is that if Mr. Zebra has financial needs, I can help. Saying that, Qin Bufan looked at Su Hua. I wonder, which direction does Mr. Su Hua intend to go with his next venture? Hearing this, Suwa was obviously a bit moved. He paused and took out a copy of the business plan that he was carrying with him and handed it over to Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan quickly opened it. This, Mr. Qin, is my latest venture, Cebuano described. It's a program called GIF Fast First, the software, which has been focused on image editing as well as sharing. There are some users, but if it stays that way, there must be no future in development. So, I'm going to buy it and run it. The money to buy this company, I was ready to pay, but alas, not waiting for Suwa to finish, Qin Bufan did not look at the business plan, but said smilingly, you should be anxious about the later operation, promotion and a series of other costs, right? This company, it should be less than $1.5 million to get there. The cost of promotion, however, is extremely frightening. It might not even be worth 10 times that. That's why you're planning to put it on hold for now. And if you can find an investment, naturally there's no problem. But once you don't have the investment, even you can't make this software work. Hearing this, Suwa froze. He didn't expect that Qin Bufan would be able to see through his thoughts at a glance. Qin Bufan saw that the time was almost right. Immediately, he said, how about this? This GIF Fast First software, I will buy it, and as for your $1.5 million, consider it your investment. Not only that, but I'm going to take this company and give it to you to run. You have the final say on everything big and small. And as for the promotion, when the time comes, like Mr. Wang, you'll deal with Mr. Chan Hao. I don't know. What do you think? Zebra was, at the moment, a little hesitant. And at that moment, Qin Bufan continued, there's not much I can promise you, but I can give you 8%. You don't see that it's not much now, but later, when this software is big and strong, even after the IPO, you're worth, well, a lot of money. These words of Qin Bufan fell. After a brief hesitation, Suwa immediately nodded heavily. Qin Bufan was secretly relieved when he saw this, and Qin Linger, who was on the side, was the same. Worthy of being old Qin, he got Su Hua to join the gang smoothly with just a few words. Before that, I was worried that before Taedaeon got big and strong, Fast First came out of nowhere and would steal the market from Taedaeon. Now, I have no worries at all. After all, in the next few years, in addition to Tadayaki and Fast First, a few other big players, although they also intend to enter the short video, but the market share it occupies, is small. Next, it's just a matter of those few software helmsmen not pulling their crotches and following the development of their previous lives, one step at a time. As for old Chin's decisions, so far they have been far-sighted, so I can sort of stop worrying. Ha ha, old Chin, you hurry up and get rich, and then, I can be my rich second generation in peace. It's beautiful to think about. Chin Bufon was originally still happy at his daughter's praise for him, but when he heard the last two sentences, he almost choked himself. Mr. Chen, Mr. Suwa, and Mr. Wang, you can go back first, Chin Bufon said. I need to keep looking around this convention center. Maybe, it'll lead to new investments. After a few people left, Chin Bufon pulled Jiang Qingxue with one hand and Qin Linger with the other and began to wander around the convention center. But just a few steps out, suddenly, the gazes of Qin Bufon, Jiang Qingxue, and Qin Linger coincidentally landed on top of booth 33. Chapter 33, I am voila. It was no wonder that Qin Bufon's trio was like this. Truly, the tagline on the billboard in front of me was too attention-grabbing. Unusual. Jiang Qingxue was the first to speak. Seeing Qin Bufon nod his head, Jiang Qingxue continued, what do you think of this software called Wi-Fi key? Qin Bufon responded, I think, there's something going on. Granted, the 4G era is fast approaching. Cell phone traffic, however, is a major problem. It would be nice to be able to be anywhere, anytime, connected to Wi-Fi. That way, it would save on cell phone traffic. It's a money saver in disguise. Jiang Qingxue echoed, you're right, but then she wondered, but if this software is so good, why, in front of this booth, are there not many people? Qin Bufon was also a bit puzzled. Nevertheless, at that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice suddenly came out. Wi-Fi keys are now unattended. In fact, more than normal. After all, the 4G era is a brand new existence for both those who are big players in the industry and those who are new to it. Need to keep exploring. Although, today, the three major carriers are about to get their 4G operating licenses, but the 4G base stations have not yet been set up. Not only that, but the cost of traffic on cell phones is still a major problem. That is to say, it is still unknown whether the future of Wi-Fi, after the popularization of 4G networks, has a development prospect. Those investors, precisely because they are worried about this, are, therefore, afraid to take the software. Thinking of this, Qin Linger smiled in her heart. I remember that Wi-Fi key, at the very beginning, also hit a wall everywhere and basically couldn't find a market. And as it sunk in later, and with the high cost of 4G networks, eventually, Wi-Fi found an opportunity to go straight to bigger and better, or even, in 10 years, a straight valuation of $30 billion. And keep in mind that today the software, its total value, is only $1 million. Spend $1 million and spend 10 years incubating a $30 billion project directly. This is a sure thing, but that's just a development from a previous life. I believe that if old Qin can take it, and then with the help of the promotion of several other software under its banner, there is no doubt that it can achieve the effect of surprise. Perhaps, within the next 2 years, old Qin can make it a household name in software. Old Qin, hurry up and take it. After all, when it comes to connecting Wi-Fi to cell phones, Wi-Fi key is a dominant player. Quite a few companies are competing to imitate it, but none of them can beat it. The software, within a few years, had nearly 1 billion users. In a future where traffic is king, there aren't many online companies, yet, that have accomplished so much. Taking it down and then hitting it hard will surely be a big moneymaker. What Qin Linger thought in her heart. Qin Bufon heard everything, and at this moment, he was shaken to the core. Although, Qin Bufon thinks that Wi-Fi key has a good prospect and is an existence that can pull in traffic, but he didn't expect it. It's a software that can have such a huge market. Short thoughts. Qin Bufon immediately took a step. Bufan, it seems that you're going to make a move? Jiang Qingxue inquired with a smile. Qin Bufon nodded repeatedly. Of course, I'm optimistic about this software anyway. Even if there is no prospect for the time being, later on, it may not be possible to kill it. Thinking that, Qin Bufon still came before booth number 33. Guys, can I talk to the person in charge of you? Qin Bufon inquired. However, inside this booth, there were clearly people, but no one paid attention to Qin Bufon. Qin Bufon was about to continue talking. Who knows? A man with black-framed glasses and long hair said, there's no rush, just give me half an hour. If you can't wait, you can leave. What? Qin Bufan was confused, and Zhang Qingxue was a bit dumbfounded. She seemed to be not too fond of the men's attitude, and immediately said, "You guys are too rude, aren't you? Don't you carry out bits to promote your products? Now, we have the intention to work together, but you are in love." You, not waiting for Zhang Qingxue to finish, Qin Bufan immediately interrupted what the other party had said. "Sorry to interrupt," Qin Bufan said seriously. "You guys go ahead and I can wait on the sidelines. We'll discuss business when you're busy." Hearing this, the man with the eyes couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Soon, however, he continued to bury himself in his work. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxue was furious. "Bu Fan, this man is too much, isn't he?" Zhang Qingxue muttered. "Shouldn't we, as investors, be pleasant to us? As a result, these people are not even bothering with us. Are they here to show off their company's cell phone products or not?" Seeing the other party like this, Qin Bufan could only say, "Qingxue, since we are investors, we naturally need to be patient. Wait, besides, I'm looking at this from a different angle than you are. Perversely, I think these guys, at this time of year, can bury their heads in the sand. They're a bunch of doers." Seeing Zhang Qingxue still pouting, Qin Bufan could only laugh. "It's better this way. After we leave the convention center later, I'll treat you to dinner." Zhang Qingxue then nodded. Half an hour passed quickly, but the crowd in front of Exhibit 33 was never busy. During this time, there were a number of people who were interested in Wi-Fi keys and wanted to ask for some details, only to be ignored. Eventually, the men cast contemptuous glances, then muttered and left. Soon, another half hour passed. Zhang Qingxue was falling asleep waiting, and at this point, the man with the glasses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Done. After saying that, he came to Qin Bufan's body. "Say it, what do you want with me?" the spectacled man inquired, his tone unsavory. Qin Bufan was not impressed by this. He said seriously, "I am very interested in the products you have developed, so I would like to." The man with glasses said indifferently, "If you want to invest, at least 3 million, and the company must be operated by us employees. You are only responsible for investing, and you don't have to ask about anything else. Of course, $5 million if you want to buy our company, and the terms, the same as I said above." Zhang Qingxue immediately said, "What's your attitude? And a $3 million investment? Why don't you go grab it?" The man with the glasses didn't answer. He just looked at Qin Bufan and said, "If you can, talk to me about signing a contract. If not, take your time and don't see me off." Zhang Qingxue couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, he pulled Qin Bufan and was about to leave the place. However, Qin Bufan pulled Zhang Qingxue back. "Bu Fan, do you have to have this company?" Zhang Qingxue instantly became angry. Qin Bufan smiled. "You're right. Today, I must take this software. After all, there are often thousands of horses, but not often a bull. I think that I am the burros of this Wi-Fi key. I'm bullish on this company." Hear this, the man with the glasses froze. The rest of those employees who were working also stood up and cast astonished looks at Qin Bufan. And just then, a round of applause came. "Good. With these words from you, sir, then I can sort of rest assured that I can hand the software over." A man with a center-parted haircut walked slowly over. "Boss." Many employees have greeted. The man smiled slightly and after signaling everyone to go back to their workstations, he came in front of Qin Bufan. "This gentleman, hello, my name is Lu Danian, the founder of this Wi-Fi key, and later on, an employee under your hand." Lu Danian said smilingly, taking the initiative to reach out his hand in a very modest manner. Chapter 34, No Money, Buy a Lottery Ticket. What's going on here? Zhang Qingxue on the side was a bit uncertain. Seeing this, Lu Danian hurriedly said, "This lady, I formally apologize to you for my employee's arrogance just now. The reason he was like that just now was entirely at my behest." Hearing this, Zhang Qingxue was even more confused. Soon, however, it dawned on her. "So I see," Zhang Qingxue said. Afterwards, she pulled Qin Bufan and said, "Bufan, if I'm not wrong, this Mr. Lu, the reason why he let his employees be like this, it's really about attracting the attention of investors. Of course, just attracting attention is just one of the purposes, and what you're really doing is screening. It is best described by a proverb, ginger fishing the willing. You think that since you are a 1,000-mile horse, you will naturally have a bull that appreciates you. That's why you guys put on that show you just did." Hearing this, Qin Bufan nodded silently, and at that moment, Lu Danian also hurriedly gave a thumbs up and said, "This lady is really smart. Not bad. I'm doing this precisely to wait for the right buyer. I, for one, don't really like being looked at from above. That's why I purposely set the threshold and delay. If you really want to take this company of mine, you will naturally be patient, and when that time comes, we're on equal footing." But, Ludanian didn't go on with his latter words as he just looked at Qin Bufan. But what? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Ludanian collected his laughter and said, however, what I didn't expect was that this gentleman would be able to endure the conditions that I put forth. Aren't you, worried that this software of mine, it's just a flash in the pan? By then, your millions in assets will have gone down the drain. Qin Bufan said seriously. Mr. Lu are so confident, waiting for Bull to appear. The Bull, if I don't fulfill the requirements of this 1,000-mile horse of yours, when the time comes, if I'm shortchanged by someone else, won't it be too late for me to catch up with you? Speaking here, Qin Bufan smiled. Alright, since the test is over, can we negotiate now? While I have faith in you guys, my girlfriend, it seems, has some concerns. Mr. Lu doesn't want me to buy this company of yours and then our little couple fall out, right? Ludanian sniffed, could not help but stare, then smiled and said, Mr. Qin is right. 3 of you, please. Entering booth 33, Ludanian quickly opened his computer and set up a Wi-Fi interface with software. Mr. Qin, this Wi-Fi password, please set it, Ludanian said with a mysterious smile. Qin Bufan nodded and quickly entered a series of complicated passwords. After doing so, Ludanian handed over a cell phone to Qin Bufan. In here, there's the program Wi-Fi key. Mr. Qin only needs to search for Wi-Fi signals and then find the temporary base station you just set up. Qin Bufan immediately did as the other party said, but after some maneuvering. Instead, you end up needing to enter a password to connect to the Wi-Fi. See this? Ludanian smiled and said, next, you only need to press the decryption button. And that's it. Qin Bufan quickly pressed. In less than 10 seconds, the software surprisingly showed a successful Wi-Fi connection. Mr. Qin, this is where the core selling point of the Wi-Fi key lies. Just download the software and show up wherever there's a LAN and you can connect quickly. It links extremely fast, and the algorithms within it, which are the result of my previous research, are the only ones. The software, of course, is free to try 3 times a month. When the free times run out, you'll need to top up to get it. Each month, for just $15, you get unlimited use, and more than that, it ensures speedy internet access. Listen to the other side. Qin Bufan fell into a short silence. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, nodded her head and said, this way of recharging is quite good. However, I always felt that it might be difficult to turn a profit in that case. Like me, I'm basically in kindergarten, at home, and at the neighborhood coffee shop. 3 times a month is enough for me. And paying $15 for a membership is always, I think, a bit steep. After all, I can spend $15 and buy a fruit. But let me use the membership to watch a movie or something. I'm still used to borrowing other people's accounts. I think the average person is basically in my mentality. Jiang Qingxue had just finished speaking when Qin Bufan nodded slightly and said, what Qingxue said is exactly what I was thinking. After all, Wi-Fi keys exist to save money on traffic for cell phone internet access. As it turns out, it's just a different way to spend money. I think that would, in turn, lose a lot of traffic. So, I have a good suggestion. That is, the wool comes off the sheep's back. We can get on the software and inlay some friendly links. Just download the specified software and get the number of times you can use it. As for this Wi-Fi key, different versions can be made as needed. For example, the owner version, as the name suggests, is the owner of the Wi-Fi signal, and by sharing their account, they use it to gain some profit. The merchant version, where guests eating in the store can connect to the internet and be assured of internet speeds, can be used as a way to drive traffic for the merchant, while for the guests, they can access the internet for free. Other than that, there are other versions. In short, in the early stages, we need to find ways to pull in traffic. As long as daily activity improves, then profitability is a natural nail in the coffin. After listening to Qin Bufan's words, Ludanian fell into the midst of his contemplation, and the employees under his hand were looking at each other. They looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. A look of dismay filled his eyes. Apparently, they didn't expect it. This young man just briefly touched the software. Just so many constructive comments. Even Qin Linger was the same. Strong. This logic of old Qin is too strong. If Ludanian had followed old Qin's advice, I think almost everyone would have known about the Wi-Fi key software when 4G networks were not yet widespread. If this software is the first to be popularized, then it can be used to promote other software under old Qin. Hiss. Qin Linger sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart. She was no longer afraid to keep thinking about it. And the other side. Ludanian had woken up from his contemplation. Mr. Qin, I'll take all your advice, Ludanian said with incomparable seriousness. Qin Bufan laughed, then reached out his hand and said, then, we have a good cooperation. Ludanian laughed. Happy cooperation. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan and Lu Danian signed the agreement smoothly. Eventually, for $5 million, he took down the other company. It was 12 noon when we left the convention center. Qin Bufan took Jiang Qingshui as well as Qin Linger and had a good meal at a nearby dining spot. Bufan, you took down several good companies today, but why don't you look happy? Jiang Qingshui couldn't help but wonder when she saw Qin Bufan's preoccupied appearance. Qin Bufan sighed. It's natural to be happy when you take the company, but I've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the last few days. That doesn't include, among other things, the promotion of the next few companies and a whole host of other issues. Hey, how, exactly, do you make fast money? Qin Bufan had a big head for a while. Why don't I go buy a lottery ticket? Qin Bufan said to himself. It would be nice to make a few $100 million. Qin Bufan was originally just muttering a sentence off the top of his head. Who knows? The speaker has no intention of listening. At that moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice suddenly came. Speaking of lottery winnings, I do remember that in my previous life. Today, there seems to be a cumulative jackpot of $2 billion. But the first prize, it's a wheeling out. At that time, this incident was very sensational. After all, wheeling is very rare, so it's fresh in my mind. After a short silence, Qin Linger's mind suddenly cried out. Great! I remembered the winning number. Chapter 35, another poker session. Qin Bufan silently listened to what Qin Linger had in mind. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This girl, she has such a good memory. You even remember the lottery numbers? However, thinking about it carefully, it seemed like Qin Linger had always had a strong memory since she was a child. Moreover, Qin Bufan had seen the other party's talent in this area early on. So, when it comes to educating each other, it's always been cultivated in that direction. As Qin Bufan pondered, Jiang Qingshui said evenly, Bufan, forget about the lottery. That probability, it's less than being struck by lightning. Tell you what, I'll ask my dad later about any investments that will see a short-term return. My dad, being the man he is, has a wide range of friendships, so there's no chance he can bring you good opportunities. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingshui, what I'm lacking right now is not a small amount of money. What I need is hundreds of millions. With this money, I can get those companies under me to let go. Otherwise, I'll just have to sit on my ass. Speaking of this, Qin Bufan said with incomparable seriousness, why don't we go to the lottery station? A little goes a long way, and maybe if you're lucky, you'll win the lottery outright. Jiang Qingshui looked deeply at Qin Bufan. She then walked forward and took the back of her own hand and pressed it against Qin Bufan's head and said, there's no fever, but if you don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? No wonder Jiang Qingshui was like that. Truly, in his impression, Qin Bufan was not the type of person who was unreliable. But now, the other person is thinking of buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot. However, Jiang Qingshui also knew that Qin Bufan really didn't have any way out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. As she muttered, Qin Linger also said in a loud voice, Mr. Jiang, let's go buy a lottery ticket. After all, my dad got lucky. The last time we were downstairs at the neighborhood lottery station, we bought scratch-offs and, as a result, Dad won first prize. I'm sure Dad will win again this time. Jiang Qingshui couldn't help but freeze when she heard this. Then he looked at Qin Bufan and said, I really can't stand you father and daughter. Okay, let's go buy a lottery ticket. But don't buy too many, just do it for the community. Soon, the trio arrived in front of a lottery station. Dad, how about this? The three of us, one of us writes a paragraph of numbers. Qin Linger's milky voice came out. When the time comes, we'll see who wins the first prize. Qin Bufan naturally had no problem with it. This girl is really good at this. Jiang Qingshui, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. She dotingly touched Qin Linger's small head. Okay, I'll listen to you on all counts. After saying that, Jiang Qingshui asked the owner of the lottery station to bring paper and pen, and the three of them quickly wrote down the numbers. Qin Bufan brought it to the boss. Boss, for each of these tickets, buy 200 bets. Qin Bufan laughed. That boss looked at Qin Bufan with a surprised expression. Soon, though, he was unimpressed. Jiang Qingshui, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless. Bufan, you bought so much, if you don't win, won't it be a waste of money? Jiang Qingshui whispered. Qin Bufan smiled. You change your mind. If we win the first prize, 200 bets, it can be $1 billion, and if we don't win, this one, $200, let's consider it a contribution to the lottery. Once in a while, no harm, no foul. Throwing that down, Qin Bufan finished paying quickly and got the lottery ticket without any problems. Qin Bufan carefully placed it among his wallet. Jiang Qingshui lightly laughed. Look at you. If you don't know, you really think this lottery can be won? Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. Qin Linger, on the other hand, muttered in her mind, Mr. Jiang, Not to mention, this lottery ticket of old Chin's is worth $1 billion. Ha ha, I wonder, when the time comes to win the prize, old Chin and Mr. Jiang, what will be the performance? It's really something to look forward to put it mildly. Qin Bufan glanced at his daughter and didn't say anything. However, it had to be said that although Qin Bufan knew the outcome, but he was still looking forward to it. After all, with $200, you get straight to $800 million, and it's hot to think about it. Qin Bufan, now that the lottery ticket has also been bought, what are your plans next? Jiang Qingxue inquired. She had meant to call her own father and then ask for help in hooking up with some quick money-making business. Nevertheless, Qin Bufan went to smile and shook his head. There's nothing planned for the time being. Of course, I'm talking about the investment side. As for other intentions, naturally. After saying that, Qin Bufan pulled Qin Linger with one hand while the other hand held Jiang Qingxue. Now, you guys accompany me to the bank. Let's get the money to buy the company into a couple of company accounts. And then, I'll take you to the fairgrounds. If you're on vacation anyway, wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't have a good time? 1 hour later, Qin Bufan left the bank, and then it was off to a nearby playground. Good times, they go by fast. In the blink of an eye, it's 6 p.m. Qin Bufan had planned to eat dinner in the neighborhood and then hit the road back home. But that's when his cell phone rang. It was Zhou Yazhou who called. Boss, on our side, something big has happened, Zhou Yazhou said in an incredibly deep tone. What's going on? Qin Bufan was a bit curious. Zhou Yazhou hurriedly told the whole story. It turns out that ever since Zhou Yazhou reunited with Wang Ji last night, the two of them planned to spend money on a real estate company first. Then the process of taking down the unused lot next door to the Goldring neighborhood began. Originally, after some busy work, the company had taken it. However, just as the two men were discussing how much to spend and how to take that plot of land at the least possible cost, suddenly, a rival company directly threatened to take out $300 million to directly buy that piece of land and build a commercial building. And mind you, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji originally had a budget of $90 million at best. But today, the price has more than tripled. It was completely beyond their expectations. Qin Bufan heard all of this. The heart was in a fleshy pain. It seems that the assets inside one's bank card will soon be at the bottom. The mind is helpless though. Still, Qin Bufan decided that no matter how much it cost, he would take the right to develop the future economic center of Suhai City. After all, after hearing Qin Linger's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan was very clear in his mind. The future benefits that can come from that piece of land are well over $10 billion. Such a great opportunity. Qin Bufan would definitely regret it if he missed it. There is a decision to be made though. However, Qin Bufan did not immediately state his position, but inquired, what do you and Wang Ji think about this matter? Zhou Yazhou on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then he said seriously, boss, I think that, for this piece of land, we have to take it no matter how much it costs. After all, once we take this place, we'll have enough to go around. In time, with this as the centerpiece, we can begin to expand our development footprint on an ongoing basis. But if we miss it, perhaps, it will be difficult for us to stand firm in the real estate industry of this Suhai city. This is a war without smoke, and once we win, we'll be considered to have won the first battle. Only the funding. Qin Bufan smiled. In terms of funding, there's no rush. Let me ask you, what day is the deadline? Zhou Yazhou said seriously. The 30th of this month. November 30th? Qin Bufan pondered in his heart. Good, perfectly in time. Hang up on Zhou Yazhou. Qin Bufan sighed helplessly in his heart. Hey, another big investment. It seems, tonight we have to pike Bitcoin again. Chapter 36. Do you know how to tell fortunes? Qin Bufan sent Jiang Qingxue back while he went straight to his home. Qin Bufan quickly opened his computer. Then he said to Qin Linger, who had already finished her bath. Linger, watch the TV for a while. Dad is going to start getting busy. After speaking, Qin Bufan muttered, hey, I didn't realize that I would have to speculate on Bitcoin again. I wonder, is that dream back 20 years, asleep at this moment? It would be great if you could send me some charts of future Bitcoin rises. As he said this, Qin Bufan subconsciously glanced at Qin Linger. Soon, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came through. Sure enough, the investment has to depend on old Qin. To make a quick buck, you still have to look at this lady. You want a chart of the rise, don't you? Wait for me, and in 10 minutes I'll have a very detailed chart of the upward trend from tomorrow through the end of the month. The mind thinks so. Qin Linger's mouth, on the other hand, said in a milky voice, Daddy, I'm a bit tired. I'm not watching TV. I want to go to bed. As Qin Linger closed the door to her room, Qin Bufan quickly opened Penguin. He then opened the chat window with Dream back 20 years. The simple life. Hi, can you give me a chart of the upward trend of virtual coins for the coming period? Dreaming back 20 years, wait, give me 10 minutes. After some long waits, soon, a picture appeared. Dreaming back to 20 years, these data, although not very accurate, but it is not far off. However, I advise you to stop. After all, you almost every time is profitable. Maybe the official website of the virtual coins will be stared at. Once blocked, can be troublesome. Simple life, thanks for the reminder. I'm going to go with 50x leverage this time and then stay out of the game for a while. Dreaming back to 20 years, it's good that you have it in your heart. Sleepy, good night. After Qin Bufan returned a good night, he quickly printed out the picture sent by the other party. Qin Bufan scrutinized the data on the photo. Today is the best time to get in? I bought it at $668. 13 and then 50 times leverage so I wouldn't have to worry about going lower. I then waited until the 26th and sold it all at the high price of $928. 54. I'm going to buy all of, for $300 million. 50x leverage. After some calculations, Qin Bufan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, because he found out, excluding the principal, one is able to get to $940 million if one buys on this trend. Of course, the data given by Dreaming Back 20 years, was that on the 30th, the price was the highest. It amounted to $1.156. But Qin Bufan had to earn less with the idea of being careful. After all, Dreaming Back 20 years is right. If one keeps buying low and selling high, in the long run, one will definitely be monitored by the authorities. By then, it would be a problem if it affected the future trend. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan recharged and bought out. He, on the other hand, looked at the 36, 269, 933 virtual coins on his account with a moment of anticipation. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan woke up early, just washed up. A doorbell rang. Qin Bufan quickly opened the door and looked. Then he realized that Jiang Qingxue was standing at the door. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Seeing the other party's excited face, Qin Bufan immediately inquired. Jiang Qingxue didn't answer, but reached out her hand and said, Bufan, quick, you take out yesterday's lottery ticket. I seem to remember that the string of numbers that Linger bought down yesterday won a prize, and it was the first prize at that. Qin Bufan was silent. Seeing the other party's hurried look, he immediately took out his wallet. Wallet open. There was nothing inside except some cash and bank cards. The lottery ticket, in fact, has disappeared. Bufan, where's the lottery? Jiang Qingxue eyed Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan deliberately played dumb and said, I don't know. In the next instant, Qin Bufan hurriedly said, I remember. Last night before I took a shower, I took out the lottery ticket and put it inside my pocket. Then I took a change of clothes and put them in the washing machine. What? Jiang Qingxue instantly panicked. Qin Bufan, look what you've done. Jiang Qingxue wanted to cry. First prize, that's 5,200,000 bets. That's 1 billion. After personal income tax, you get 800 million. You actually took $800 million and threw it inside the washing machine and washed it away. Seeing the other party's meaty look, Qin Bufan suddenly smiled mysteriously and then took out the lottery ticket from among his pockets. Jiang Qingxue hastily took it, and then opened the website to make sure that the winning numbers were exactly the same as the ones written by Qin Linger, and only then did her heart, which was hanging in the air, fall down. Qin Bufan, you asshole, you scared me to death just now. Jiang Qingxue hammered Qin Bufan's chest and said grudgingly. Qin Bufan smiled. Alright, I was just joking with you. Now, can you rest easy? Jiang Qingxue glared at Qin Bufan and said, in the future, this kind of thing, you should less joke with me. Just now, I almost had a heart attack. Qin Bufan had no choice but to keep coaxing the other party. After the other person has recovered a little, Qin Bufan pulled the other party to the computer. The lottery, it's just a little surprise, Qin Bufan said as he logged into the webpage of virtual coins. And when Jiang Qingxue saw the balance on Qin Bufan's account, she was confused. After losing several times in a row and being convinced that Qin Bufan had bought 362 million virtual coins, she instantly felt her blood pressure rise. Bufan, you tell me, how many times leverage did you, this time, use? Jiang Qingxue inquired as she sucked in cool air. Qin Bufan laughed. I spent $300 million, 50 times leverage, at a price of $668, $13, to buy it. What? Jiang Qingxue was dumbfounded. Then she said seriously, Bufan, I know you're short of money, but it's too risky for you to do that, isn't it? 50 times leverage, but if it goes down a little bit, you'll lose your money. With that, Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, Bufan, why don't you take advantage of the opening later and sell them all? Qin Bufan said seriously, don't worry, I have a hunch that the price I'm buying at is the lowest price in recent days, and I'm ready to sell on the 26th. I estimate that by the time it's all said and done, I'll be making almost $940 million. Jiang Qingxue was a bit skeptical when she heard what Qin Bufan said. Qin Bufan naturally knew that if he didn't show some evidence, the other party might keep persuading him to sell. After some thought, Qin Bufan laughed. How about this? Let's make a bet. I'm betting that it opens today, at $771. If so, then you're in favor of me dumping it on the 26th. If not, then I will, today, sell it for as much as I can make. Seeing Qin Bufan's faithfulness, Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. Fine, I'll bet with you. Soon, 7 o'clock arrived. Qin Bufan quickly refreshed the page, and on the price list, the price of the virtual coins, it was $771. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue was confused. Qin Bufan, you fellow, do you still know how to tell fortunes? Chapter 37, Winning the Lottery. $1 billion. Facing Jiang Qingxue's inquiry, Qin Bufan didn't explain, but said mysteriously, I won. So, on the 26th, I'll dump it all again. But Jiang Qingxue obviously didn't want Qin Bufan to muddle through, and immediately said with incomparable seriousness, Bufan, what the hell is going on? Qin Bufan smiled. Alright, then I'll tell you truthfully. The reason I've been able to make a killing on virtual coins a couple of times during this time is actually because someone tipped me off to inside information. Saying that, Qin Bufan opened his penguin number and showed the other party his chat records with Dream back 20 years. Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but frown slightly after reading it. Bufan, this one. What kind of person is he? Jiang Qingxue hurriedly inquired. Qin Bufan shook his head. I'm really not sure, but it doesn't matter to me what the other side is, as long as it makes money. Qin Bufan could only conceal this matter. What else can we do? Could it be that he had to tell Jiang Qingxue that Dream back 20 years was actually his 5-year-old daughter, Qin Linger? And at this moment, Qin Linger, inside her body, was actually filled with the soul of a 25-year-old. The daughter is traveling from the future. I'm afraid, when this was said, Jiang Qingxue would definitely think she was crazy. And what Qin Bufan didn't know was this. At this moment, Jiang Qingxue actually didn't care about the specific identity of Dream back 20 years. She was just not in her mind. Unusual. Jiang Qingxue suddenly stared at Qin Bufan with incomparable seriousness. I'm asking you, 20 years of dreaming is giving you such cryptic revelations. Did she ever ask you for anything? Qin Bufan shook his head. That's strange. Jiang Qingxue's expression was a bit gloomy. It stands to reason that virtual coins should be fickle when it comes to trends, but this 120 years of dreaming, it's so clear. Is she not a future person, with the ability to see things before they happen? Further, she approached you for no reason other than to reveal information about virtual coins, yet did not ask for payment after you had made a huge amount of money. Strange, all this, it's just too strange. Jiang Qingxue stroked her chin, revealing a look of contemplation. A full little while later, Jiang Qingxue suddenly stared at Qin Bufan seriously. Qin Bufan, do you think that Dream back 20 years could be your admirer? Qin Bufan, he was a little speechless in his mind. Originally, he was worried that Jiang Qingxue had guessed something through this information. Results available. How could she come to such a conclusion? And at this moment, Jiang Qingxue said seriously, not for money, not for fame, then for people. Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue reached out with one hand and grabbed Qin Bufan's collar and said, tell me, that little goblin, who exactly is she? Qin Bufan was filled with speechlessness. The afterglow glanced at Qin Linger's room, but instead of telling the truth, he snorted. I'm not really sure, but if you feel you're having a crisis, why don't I blacklist her? Anyway, people are just giving me the future trend of virtual coins. Pull the plug, I'm just making less money. Further, saying that, Qin Bufan immediately picked up the mouse and made a gesture to find the Lahe button. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, you're crazy. How can you pull the plug on someone? Qin Bufan said with a straight face, you won't suspect anything if you pull the plug. Jiang Qingxue sighed helplessly. You fool, I'm having a meltdown. Don't I want you to coax me? But I didn't mean for you to pull the plug on people. I've read all your records. It's just a very simple chat. Qin Bufan, however, laughed. But, you're in a mood because of her. Or else, I'll ignore her in the future? She's offering me Bitcoin trends and I'm loving it? Jiang Qingxue quickly shook her head and said, no, it's not appropriate for you to ignore people when they are helping you out. Seeing Qin Bufan looking at himself, Jiang Qingxue beamed. Well, in the future, I won't make a scene because of this matter. Although, I don't get to be your good wife, I can't be a stumbling block on your way to making money either. Saying that, Jiang Qingxue snuggled into Qin Bufan's arms. Like this, it's always okay, right? Qin Bufan smiled. No, you have to kiss so I won't get angry. Jiang Qingxue glared fiercely at Qin Bufan. Then he turned back to look at the room where Qin Linger was, and immediately booped and kissed Qin Bufan on the face. And here, Qin Bufan pointed to his mouth in a playful manner. Jiang Qingshue's pretty face blushed, but one could only do what Qin Bufan said. Who knows just then? Crunch! Pulling the expectant Qin Bufan back to reality. Qin Bufan was embarrassed. Jiang Qingxue covered her face, itching to find a crack in the ground, and Qin Linger froze. Oops, I should have known. I'd have gotten up half an hour later. It's not likely that old Qin and Mr. Jiang won't be able to resist. TSK, it would be nice to have a brother or sister for me. How is it that every time it's such a coincidence? Muttering in her mind, but Qin Linger could only go forward in ignorance. Mr. Jiang, you came to pick me up so early? I'm going to brush my teeth and then we're going to breakfast. Ha, Mr. Jiang, why is your face red? Did my dad make you mad? After finishing her milky voice, Qin Linger clenched her pink fists and said to Qin Bufan, Daddy, you're not allowed to bully my teacher Jiang. However, in the next instant, Qin Linger's gaze then landed on top of Qin Bufan's cheeks. She suddenly exclaimed in shock, Dad, you're so bad, you even let Ms. Jiang kiss you. Qin Bufan was speechless in his heart. This stinky girl, it's really good at tearing things down. Well, at this time, Jiang Qingxue said in a loud voice, Linger is good, go brush your teeth. When Qin Linger entered the restroom, Jiang Qingxue took out a tissue and helped Qin Bufan wipe off the lipstick marks on his face. Then in a low voice, he said, Bufan, Linger, this girl, you need to discipline her well. So young and she knows so much. And later, after a pause, Jiang Qingxue continued, also, in the future, when your daughter is at home, don't make any strange requests. Qin Bufan said seriously, okay, I know. From now on, I won't let my girl watch the stick dramas. Also, if you're staying at my place tonight, then I'll drop the kids off at my mom's. Jiang Qingxue's small face blushed. I don't mean that. Seeing Qin Bufan's smirking appearance, Jiang Qingxue lightly grunted. Qin Bufan, you bastard, you just did it on purpose. When she finished, she blushed and came aside. Soon after, Qin Linger washed up and changed into her garden clothes. By the way, she was taken away from her home by Jiang Qingxue. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, quickly cleaned up a bit, put on his sunglasses as well as his daughter's Ultraman mask by the way, and then took the lottery ticket worth $1 billion and went straight to the lottery center. Chapter 38, I'll give you 600 million. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan left the lottery center and then went back inside the designated bank. A bit of busy work is done. Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as looked at the bank information that $750 million had arrived. $1 billion, minus 200 million in personal income tax, 50 million in donations, and 750 million. And with that amount of money I can do a lot more. Qin Bufan was muttering, and at this point, his cell phone, once again, rang. Boss, something big has happened again. It was Zhou Yazhou who called. As soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. I just received the news. The parcel of land in the Golden Plaza, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, will be up for bid. This is an impromptu announcement from the provincial side, and, according to the grapevine, the bidders this time around are all prestigious real estate developers in Suhai City. The bidding reserve is $300 million, and those developers seem to be desperate for the site. One of the real estate companies named Yuehua directly threatened that they have prepared $500 million this time. Speaking here, Zhou Yazhou said with a hint of despair, Boss, I have a feeling that we, this time, might lose touch with that piece of land. I'm afraid our previous layout may have to be overturned altogether and start over. After all, $500 million, we simply can't get it. Plus, the price, too, is completely 5 times over our budget. If it's $300 million, maybe it can compete. But, without waiting for Zhou Yazhou to finish, Qin Bufan calmly said, Yazhou, let me ask you, for this piece of land, if there is enough money to buy it for 500 million, do we have a profit margin? Zhou Yazhou hurriedly said, of course there is, but the problem is, Qin Bufan laughed, the thing is, you're worried about funding, aren't you? You can rest assured of that. Tell you what, I'll make a trip to the office right now. We'll talk more about the specifics when the time comes. Hanging up the cell phone, Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. He glanced at his bank card balance and secretly sighed tersely. I didn't realize that this money had just arrived, and before it was warmed up, a large portion of it was going out, though the mouth said so. However, Qin Bufan had a determined look on his face. The plot of land near the Jinling neighborhood, he was determined to win. Isn't it just 500 million? That's a lot of money, and he can afford it. 20 minutes later, Qin Bufan was personally greeted by Wang Ji as well as Zhou Yazhou and arrived inside the company that the duo had just bought. The moment Wang Ji, as well as Zhou Yazhou, as well as many employees, had a helpless look on their faces. No wonder they are so. After all, since the two had taken the company, they had reformed it in the shortest possible time. The company, which was facing suppression from its competitors and thus was about to go out of business, began to turn its fortunes into gold. And just when everyone was full of expectations that under the leadership of Wang Ji and Zhou Yazhou, they would take the land near the Jinling neighborhood in one fell swoop and then grow bigger and stronger, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Guys, Qin Bufan smiled. I came here to walk you through your problems, and not to see you all show your bitter faces. Now, I need to hear about your plans for this company. Of course, when I say planning, I'm talking about the premise that there's no lack of funding. If you guys can impress me, I'll take that land even if I have to lose my family. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. Soon after, Wang Ji stood up. Boss, our original plan was to first take that plot of land and make it into a commercial building. As long as this is the basis, later on, we can continue to buy new sites near the building, and then property development. Within 5 years, with our real estate company, we'll be able to gobble up that cake. On top of that, we're going to open up a decorating company in the neighborhood and then find some professional designers for the house. That way, we can integrate development, renovation, etc. Of course, if that's all it is, naturally it's not enough. What I'm aiming to do with Yazhou is to make an industrial chain, real estate development, decorating companies, and plumbing. As long as there's oil in real estate, well, it can cause a chain reaction, and such a model can be slowly developed in Suhai City, then the entire Suhai province, and finally spread to the whole country. In time, we could open countless stores. When Wang Ji had finished speaking eloquently, Asia Wang added, Boss, our goal is to create a real estate group. Then we can brand. Qin Bufan had already constructed a future real estate business map in his mind after listening to what the two had said. Good. You too. You've managed to convince me, Qin Bufan said seriously. So, this project, I approve it, you guys let it go. Earlier, Yazhou said that our biggest competitor seems to be Yuehua Real Estate, right? They have $500 million in funds, so, I'll add an extra $100 million. Let me just ask you, can you take that land with $600 million in capital? When this statement fell, everyone present was confused. No wonder they are so. After all, when Zhou Yazhou called Qin Bufan to report last night, the latter was still talking about the lack of funds. But today, Qin Bufan even said he would take out $600 million? Are you kidding me? Wang Ji was silent for a moment and immediately stepped forward. Boss, this kind of thing, you can't joke about it. This is about the future of our company. Qin Bufan glanced at the other party. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Saying that, Qin Bufan took out his computer, then took out his bank card U-Shield. After loading, Qin Bufan immediately transferred money. Well, the money has arrived. Oh, it's thanks to me that I got the bank manager to open up remittance privileges for me, or else I'd have to make another trip to the bank. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Wang Ji and Zhou Yazhou couldn't help but look at each other. They then quickly had their accountant investigate the company's balance. When they saw the information about the arrival of the $600 million, everyone was dumbfounded. Well, I'll leave it to you to take care of this company, Qin Bufan said with a relaxed expression. Remember, you're my right-hand man. Perhaps I can't offer anything constructive about the company. One might even say I'm a bit of a whiz at real estate, yet I can provide financial support. Gentlemen, the future of this company is in your hands. Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan turned around and left. Only Zhou Yazhou, Wang Ji, and the other employees were left frozen in place, unable to return to their senses for a long time. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? Now that's real money. Wang Ji returned to his senses. Well, I know what you're trying to say. The boss trusts us both so much, we can't let him down, Zhou Yazhou said seriously. The two then got up and looked at the rest of the staff. Gentlemen, the funds are now in place. So next, let's let go. We have the boss's support. So what's a little Yuehua Real Estate? A group of employees instantly swept away the haze in their hearts. They quickly organized the documents and prepared for the bidding in the afternoon. Chapter 39, The Difficulty of Being Taken for a Ride. Qin Bufan knew that with the funds in place, the piece of land near the Jinling neighborhood could be said to be a must-have. It kind of put down a big stone in his mind. No wonder Qin Bufan was like that. Granted, today's real estate in Suhai City has not yet reached its prime, but despite this, there are still a number of real estate companies in the game, and the plot of land in the Jinling district is the future commercial center of Suhai City. It can even be said that it is the lifeblood of the future development of Suhai City. If anyone can take this place, they will naturally be able to dominate in the future development of the site. After all, developing real estate comes with a lot of problems. For example, There is insufficient funding and a rotten building is the result. It will be taken over by another company, but it's a lot of trouble. And this is the time when choosing a reliable real estate developer becomes extremely important. Because of this, Shin Bufan wanted to take it down this time even if it was several times higher than the market price in order to become the overlord of real estate in Suhai City in the future. Phew, Shin Bufan sat in the car and secretly sighed in relief. And in the middle of his mind, he was already able to appear the picture of himself becoming the real estate demon king of Suhai City in the future. But just then, Shin Bufan's cell phone rang again. Mr. Suwa, what's wrong? Shin Bufan directly inquired after connecting. Sebra on the other end of the line was silent for a moment. He then smiled dryly. Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, on my side, I've encountered a troublesome matter. What's the situation? Shin Bufan inquired. Sebra sighed. Half an hour ago, I took the funds you transferred to me with the intention of dealing with the owner of Giftfast Head. Originally, everything was negotiated, and the next step was to just sign the agreement and hand it over. But just then, the owner of Fast First suddenly received a phone call. After he hung up, he then told me to apologize and had me escorted out of the office. Shin Bufan raised an eyebrow. There's such a thing? Thinking briefly, Shin Bufan said, Mr. Su Hua, send me your location. I'm coming to you now. I'd like to see what's going on with Giftfast First, Inc. It's amazing that you can turn down your offer. After Su Hua told the detailed address, Shin Bufan drove and went to meet up with Su Hua. Mr. Shin, you're finally coming. As soon as Su Hua saw Shin Bufan, it was immediately like seeing a savior. Shin Bufan was about to inquire. Sebra said in a huff, during the time I'm waiting for you, there were several companies that came here. By the looks of them, they seem to be planning to invest in this company. When Shin Bufan heard this, he couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. After all, he had eavesdropped on his daughter's heart earlier, learned that the Giftfast First, now, is facing troubles with a bleak future, and Shin Bufan yesterday, idly, also downloaded this software, and found that its function is too single. If reforms are not carried out, it is likely that they will gradually be eliminated from the market. Of course, the reason why Shin Bufan wanted to take down this company was because he knew the status of this software in the future of the cell phone short video world. I think the same is true for Sebra. But why, today, has this company gathered so many investors? Do others see the changes that this software has brought about? If that was the case, then Shin Bufan must find a way to pull him in. Even if you can't get them to work for you, make friends with the other side. After all, someone who can have such a vision is bound to be a big shot in the future internet era. Such an existence, even if it couldn't be used for one's own purposes, then one couldn't be offended. Thinking of this, Shin Bufan immediately said, Mr. Su Hua, since all the other investors are here, naturally, we can't go back empty-handed. Why don't we do this, and we'll all get together? I'd like to see who else, besides the two of us, is capable of such foresight. When Su Hua heard this, he immediately nodded his head seriously and said, Good, since Mr. Shin has this idea, then I'll lay down my life. If we really can't take that company, we've at least seen what the big boys can do. Nevertheless, Shin Bufan suddenly looked at Su Hua. My thoughts too are different from Mr. Sebra's. I'm a person who either doesn't make a move or not, but once it's out there, I'm going to take it down. After saying that, Shin Bufan took the lead and walked towards Giftfast Head's company building. For self-reporting, soon the doorman called to report back. Not 3 minutes, a woman slowly descended the stairs. Why you again? The woman said impatiently. Didn't our boss say that our company is not for sale? And $2 million, and you want to buy our company? Are you nuts? Our company, nowadays, has a number of companies injecting capital, with big prospects for the future. After saying that, the woman added, also, this follower by your side. Not waiting for the other guy to finish spitting, the voice then ended abruptly. Only the woman looked Shin Bufan up and down. With that, she tentatively asked, I think I've seen you somewhere before? Shin Bufan looked at the woman in front of him. Immediately, he said, You're Chen Yen? The woman nodded her head repeatedly and immediately smiled. I remember. You're Shin Bufan, my senior in the same major in college. While speaking, Chen Yen laughed. I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing you, you still look the same? By the way, I heard you got married a couple years ago, and then a hasty divorce before the kids were even a few years old? Shin Bufan smiled awkwardly. He was not happy in his mind though, but Shin Bufan didn't take it seriously. It was a pity that Chen Yen was still snarking. He even directly flirted. That, Shin Bufan, have you remarried yet? Shin Bufan was about to say that he had a date. Nevertheless, Chen Yen was the first to say, Hey, I shouldn't have asked this question. In this modern age, women are realistic. You're a single nanny. so I guess it's very difficult to find someone, but it's good to just get by with that. Seeing that Qin Bufan was silent, Chen Yan drew a turn and said, I think nah, why don't you come to our company? I'm telling you, don't look at our company as being bad right now. However, with several bigwigs investing in this company of ours, it must have a great future. Qin Bufan smiled in his heart, and at that moment, Chen Yan smiled and stepped forward, saying softly, Qin Bufan, you came here with your boss. You should be interested in our company, right? Would you like to get some company secrets from me? Just show it and I'll give you some pointers. Maybe you'll get a piece of the action too. Tell you what, you give me 10,000 and I'll give you a top secret file. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Hua, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown, and Qin Bufan was a little angry in his heart. After all, as an employee, you can't disclose company secrets. It's signed on the entry agreement. But this Chen Yan, for the sake of personal interest, even directly marked up the price. Qin Bufan had already decided in his mind that he would fire this woman after taking down this fast-first company. After all, under his banner, he did not need this kind of profit-oriented villain who would not hesitate to sell out the company for his own selfish desires. It's a tumor. Chapter 40, Not the Way Things Are Done. Chen Yan had no way of knowing what Qin Bufan was thinking. Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, she couldn't help but despise. What? You're interested in our fast-first company, but as a result, you can't afford to shell out the money? Am I to assume that you do not have the qualifications to be involved in the development of our company? Qin Bufan didn't answer, but said smilingly, Chen Yan, do you have any feeling that the matter of you selling company intelligence has been taken up? Without waiting for Qin Bufan to finish, Chen Yan snorted, I'm the patriarch of this company. In the beginning, if I hadn't sponsored it, this company would have gone out of business. This company, I deserve a lot of credit for attracting so many investors. Speaking here, Chen Yan smiled and said, also, if people don't take care of themselves, heaven and earth will be destroyed. I sell information. What can I do? Who has proof? Plus, the workplace, isn't it all about the deceit? Brace for the bold, starve for the timid. That's the reality. Speaking here, Chen Yan glanced at Qin Bufan and asked once again, Qin Bufan, do you want information or not? Qin Bufan shook his head. I don't need intelligence. What I wish is to enter your company with my own financial power. Granted, there is a saying that people die for money and birds die for food, but there's also the old saying that a gentleman takes what he wants. Chen Yan smiled disdainfully. Come on, you're the one who's noble. No wonder people like you can't get rich. It's no wonder your wife ran away. Whoever follows you is out of luck. If I'd known you didn't have much money, I wouldn't have wasted my time. Throw that down. Chen Yan quickened his pace, and the attitude has changed significantly from the very beginning. A few minutes later, Chen Yan led Qin Bufan and the two of them to the waiting room. You guys wait here, our boss will come to see you after he's finished talking to a few other investors. Chen Yan threw down these words and turned to leave. What kind of attitude does this guy have? Sebra frowned slightly. I can't understand how this company, how they can use this kind of people. I already have some regrets. Coming here, Qin Bufan smiled. Be at ease. Since they told us to wait, let's just wait. And, Mr. Sebra, our purpose is to take this company. We'll think about the rest when we take it. After saying that, Qin Bufan directly closed his eyes and faked a nap. The hour passed quickly. At this point, the door to the room opened. Chen Yan said in a flat tone, you can come over now. Our boss wants to see you. Enter the boss's office. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who was in a spirited manner, and in front of him, against a thick stack of agreements. Upon seeing Qin Bufan appear, the middle-aged man said flatly, both of you, I'll give you 3 minutes to state your investment intentions and the amount of investment. When I'm finished, I'll have my assistant print out the agreement. Then I'll take a closer look at the protocols and screen them. After this is done, you can go home and wait for news. But let me make it ugly. Below $3 million, there is no point for us to talk. Go ahead. After hearing what the other side said, Sebra didn't say anything, but you could tell by the expression on his face that he was full of opinions about the other man. And Qin Bufan also felt that this guy had drifted a bit. Immediately, he laughed and said, Your Excellency, you've misunderstood. We're not here for investment. My goal is to take this company of yours. With that, Qin Bufan stretched out 3 fingers. The middle-aged man froze. Then he laughed out loud. Young man, are you kidding me? $3 million and you want to buy this company of mine? I take it you're not awake? Qin Bufan indifferently said, It's $3 million, yes, but what I'm talking about is dollars. What? The middle-aged man drew himself up. He looked at Qin Bufan and said, You're not joking? Qin Bufan said with a straight face, Of course, do you think I look like I'm joking? Sebra, who was on the sidelines, froze. he also felt like Qin Bufan was joking. After all, prior to today, this Fast First company, with its total value, was never more than $2 million, and for some reason, it has somehow brought this company back from the dead, and through that, has recruited so many investors. But that doesn't mean this company has the capital to sit on the sidelines. $3 million. That's over $18 million. Qin Bufan used such a high price and bought this company. What is not a joke? Mr. Qin, I think you should think about it. Su Hua wanted to dissuade Qin Bufan, but Qin Bufan said seriously, I've already decided. After saying that, Qin Bufan looked at the fast-headed boss and said, I've already set the price. Whether or not to transfer it, you decide. The man saw that Qin Bufan was so determined. He thinks the other guy is a fool for money. The idea of sitting on the ground was already in the back of his mind. Immediately, he said, this gentleman, this company of ours, has a great future. 18 million, I think, is still a little less. Tell you what, $4 million and I'll sign you up right away? I'll package up this company and sell it to you. Qin Bufan saw that the other party had taken the bait. Instantly, he said, this company is not worth $4 million. I am interested in this company though, but merely interested. After speaking, Qin Bufan calmly said, $7 million. What? The man froze. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Bufan to not follow the routine. He was about to open his mouth. Qin Bufan continued, I suddenly feel that too. 7 million is also a bit too much. Tell you what, one bite, $2 million. Speaking here, Qin Bufan got up and said, of course, if your excellency feels that this price is less, then there's no need for us to talk anymore. Oh, by the way, your excellency should also be aware that, given your company's current situation, there should be no one who can outbid me, right? After saying that, Qin Bufan glanced at Su Hua and immediately led the other party away. Seeing this, that boss was in a hurry, immediately shouted, okay, $2 million, I'm selling. Unfortunately, Qin Bufan shook his head and said, sorry, my patience is limited. I don't even want to buy it for $2 million. $1.5 million. The man was utterly speechless. At the moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself, but at this moment, it was too late to regret. Forget it. $5 million is fine. The man finished muttering. Fearing that Qin Bufan would continue to press the price, he immediately let the booster print the transfer agreement and quickly signed it. Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. Immediately after confirming that the transfer agreement was correct, he opened the computer to transfer the money. The man saw the arrival message. The heart was happy. Immediately, he threw away all those previous agreements that he hadn't had time to sign. You are? Qin Bufan deliberately asked. The man laughed evenly. Boss, this company is now in your hands. So those investors, they have no use for them anymore. Oh yes, this company of ours, there are still more than 20 employees. You see, is it to gather them all here, so that you can go through them first, or just dissolve them in place? Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless. This guy, he's really profit-oriented. Own interests come to hand. Just straight up ignore the company. Qin Bufan now sort of understood why this company would gradually go into decline. He also understood why the Chen Yan dared to be so outspoken and sell the company's intelligence for the sake of profit. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. However, Qin Bufan did not intend to disband the current group. He only needed to remove a few rat turds. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan said, please, call the employees to the conference room. Hearing this, the man immediately asked his assistant to arrange it. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan arrived inside the conference room. Chapter 41, Who's the Rat Turd? The moment. Inside the large conference room, 20 employees that are sitting there, the vast majority of them, they looked incredibly relaxed. The only other person, who was in front of the computer, was busy with something. Qin Bufan glanced at the other party. The mind was quite amazed. However, seeing that the other party didn't look up at him, Qin Bufan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw Chen Yan at a glance, and Chen Yan also discovered Qin Bufan at this moment. She couldn't help but show a look of dismay. With that, he pulled another employee beside him and whispered something. In response, Qin Bufan was unimpressed. It's ready to go, Qin Bufan said to the original owner of Fast Head. The latter immediately nodded his head and then said aloud, since everyone is here, then, I will now announce a major event. That is, we, Give Fast First, are changing bosses as of today. With that, he pointed to Qin Bufan beside him and said, this Mr. Qin, from now on, will be your new boss. As for Mr. Sebra, he is in charge of all the matters of our company, big and small. A round of applause. This statement was met with scattered applause from below. Qin Bufan had planned to go on stage to say a few words, but just then, a voice of anger came out. Boss, how can you? Sell the company? A man got up immediately. Qin Bufan followed the sound and realized that the person who spoke was the same employee who had buried his head in his work earlier. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, that boss immediately scolded. What are you fooling around with? Hurry up and sit down. Listen carefully to the new boss. If you keep this up, do you believe I'm going to kick you out? The man was not the least bit impressed with the threat from his former boss. He looked deeply at the other man. There was a look of hatred in his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Bufan immediately laughed. You seem to have a great deal of preconceived notions about me taking office? The man didn't answer Qin Bufan's question. Instead, he glared at his former boss in exasperation and said, You disappoint me so much. During this time, I've been working my ass off every day for the future of the company, in addition to my job, and I've only been sleeping a few hours a day. I had a hard time finding a way to break it. Even for the future of the company, I got so many investors. Originally, our company, the future can be expected, but for the sake of immediate interests, directly sell the company, you can afford. Our efforts for so long? The man's eyes reddened as he said this. The former owner of Fast Head was dumbfounded at his words. Qin Bufan and Su Hua, on the other hand, were amazed in their hearts. Obviously, they didn't expect that the one who could pull in so much investment was the man in front of them. Granted, neither of them knew of the other's existence until then, but based on the other party's hand alone, it was enough to see that the other party was extremely capable. As Qin Bufan pondered, the man was still counting the sins of his former boss. Qin Bufan had intended to interrupt, but just then, Chen Yan, however, took the lead and stood up. Don't you fool around. Isn't it normal for companies to change ownership? If you don't want to do it, you get the hell out of here. Our company, with disobedient employees like you, is just awful. After Chen Yan finished these nutrient-less words, she immediately looked at Qin Bufan in a pleasing manner. Qin Bufan ignored the other party. Instead, he glanced at the man and said, What is your name? The man pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Chang Yixiao. Qin Bufan nodded slightly and said, You seem to have a big problem with selling the company? I don't know. Why are you so? Are you worried that this company, in my hands, will be scrapped by me? Or, are you worried that my decisions will affect the future course of the company? Or that you already have your own plans, and you're worried that my presence will break your original plans? Chang Yixiao took a deep breath, then said seriously, Not bad, that's exactly what I was thinking. Qin Bufan smiled. Then why don't you think that having me show up will bring this company into an unprecedented future? Chang Yixiao snorted coldly, disdain in her eyes. As he packed up his computer, he said, Well, anyway, I've offended you, my new boss. It was only a matter of time before I was fired, so I won't bother you. I'll submit my resignation later. After saying that, Chang Yixiao was about to leave. Seeing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but indifferently say, If you want to leave, I will never stop you, but will you be happy to go away like this? At least, why don't you listen to what I have to say before you think about all this? Chang Yixiao froze for a moment, then laughed softly. Fine, I'd like to see what kind of heavenly content you can say. Wait for the other to sit down. Qin Bufan directly took out what he had organized and then cast the screen. Folks, I came to give fast first this time, and I came prepared. Last night, I had downloaded the program. I found the software to be singularly functional, and in the future, it's the world of 4G, and by then, 4G phones will be the mainstream of the times, so we need to change the way the company operates. My approach, quite simply, is to upgrade this software, and the software features, too, need to be upgraded. The selling points of this software are as follows: live interaction, short video sharing, and then relying on algorithms to recommend videos of interest to users. Then we can pull advertising, investment, and sponsorships, and use that to get the software out there. I know that at the beginning of 4G development, this software may have quite a few hurdles to cross. These, gentlemen, are the things you need to overcome, and all I can do is keep throwing money at it, and then have you all promote it, run it, and eventually make it bigger and better. Speaking here, Qin Bufan glanced at Su Hua beside him. Of course, when it comes to company operations, I'm a novice white. So, this company, in the future, needs to be run by Mr. Suwa. As Qin Bufan finished his words, Sebra, who was on the sidelines, froze. That Chengyi smiled. Obviously there was some movement. It was only because, surprisingly, the planning of the two of them coincided with what Qin Bufan had said. Is he really just a novice white guy? Sebra couldn't help but be skeptical in his mind. And at this point, Qin Bufan suddenly took a step and arrived in front of that Chinese Xiao. Mr. Chang, my words, I've finished. I wonder if you have any comments? Qin Bufan asked. Chang Xiao shook her head blankly. At this time, Chen Yan spoke again. Chang Yixiao, You have nothing to say, so hurry up and leave. Don't delay the new boss's important speech, Chen Yan said seriously. Cheng Yi Xiaoxiao didn't pay any attention to the other party. After he took a deep breath, he immediately bowed deeply to Qin Bufan. Mr. Qin. No, boss, just now, it was my slip of the tongue. I beg you to give me a chance. I'd like to keep doing it here. Qin Bufan had intended to speak. Chen Yan, on the other hand, spoke again. Chang Yixiao, what do you take the company for? You want to quit your job and leave? What do you think? The company is owned by your family? After saying this, Chen Yan came in front of Qin Bufan. She changed her previous arrogant attitude. Instead, he looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable fawning and said, Boss, it's better to hurry up and remove rat-ass like Chang Yixiao. Qin Bufan smiled. You're right, rat droppings, they should indeed be removed. Chapter 42, The Success of the Internal Trial of Canceling Game. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Chen Yan smiled smugly in his heart. On the contrary, that Cheng Yi Xiaoxiao was despairing in her heart. Okay, I'll admit it, Cheng Yi Xiao said helplessly. I truly hope that this company grows tremendously, but I shouldn't have contradicted my boss on his first day on the job. I recognize it. Turn around and I'll. Not waiting for Cheng Yi Xiaoxiao to finish, Sebra, who was on the side, smiled and said, When did the boss say he was going to fire you? Cheng Yi Xiaoxiao froze, and at that moment, Suwa faintly said, What the boss just said was to remove the tumor among the team. You, on the other hand, are not. Quite the contrary. Not only are you not a rat turd, but you are a pillar of the company. Speaking here, Su Hua looked at Qin Bufan and said, Boss, you just said that I am now the actual manager of this company, right? Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Su Hua said seriously, Well then, I now have two decisions to make. I wonder if that's possible. Qin Bufan smiled and considered it as acquiescence. Sebra instantly dropped her heart. He then looked at Cheng Yi and smiled. Mr. Cheng, I'm meeting you for the first time though, but you're bold and, well, outspoken. And our company, we need managers like you. So, starting today, this company, we'll work together to run it. Do you, have a problem with that? Cheng Yi was blinded by laughter. It took a while to get over it. The rest of the employees, at the moment, also looked at each other. To this, Suva paid no attention. He then turned his attention and landed on Chen Yan's body. You, the real rat turd, you hurry up and write your resignation. Your salary, as well as compensation. I will have the finances release immediately. What? Chen Yan was baffled. Obviously, she didn't expect that Suva would take herself. Completely beyond her expectations. Qin Bufan, you can't do this to me. Chen Yan immediately looked at Qin Bufan. I'm an old alumnus of yours and Qin Bufan didn't bother with the other party. And at that moment, Su Hua coldly said, This is a company, only the boss and the employees. To talk personal, after work. Seeing that Chen Yan was unconvinced, Su Hua continued, Chen Yan, you betrayed the company's intelligence for the sake of your own selfish desires. This is the first reason why I fired you. As for the second, you're bullying yourself on the basis of some merit in the company. In the face of those who come to cooperate, they deliberately hang out to dry and are extremely arrogant. If we let people like you stay in the company, I'm afraid that our company will be overtaken by our rivals before we even make it, right? Of course, you can sue us. However, when the time comes, your betrayal of the company will be revealed. And by then, you should know in your heart what awaits you, right? Chen Yan was furious when she heard this, and Qin Bufan continued at this time. Chen Yan, originally, I should have called the police, but you're my alumni, so let's just forget about it. I hope you won't make a fool of yourself, or else I'll make you pay even if I lose my family. Trust me, I've got this. Of course, before you leave, you must turn in the ill-gotten gains you received today, or else. Chen Yan was furious. He glared at Qin Bufan in death. You, wait for me. The words are gone. Chen Yan turned around and left. Qin Bufan was unimpressed by this. And the next time, Qin Bufan told the rest of the employees to leave. He, on the other hand, called up Su Hua as well as Cheng Yixiao, came to the office, and after some careful instructions, left the place. Back home, Qin Bufan turned on his computer, so he began to organize himself. Nowadays, there's no rush on funding for a while. As long as I sell off all my virtual coins on the 26th, I'll net $940 million. And next, I need to organize the results of this time. Qin Bufan quickly typed 2 lines of keywords, Lu Yiming as well as jumping bytes, on the blank document. Nowadays, at the beginning of the development of jump bytes, what needs to be focused on is the software of today's headlines. With this software, you have to keep promoting it if you want to pull in traffic. I'm going to, put $50 million into it to drive traffic with Goose Factory's newest launch. Wilson. Of course, before attracting traffic, I had to find a way to get creators on board. For this reason, I also have to use strong funding, and with this, get those freelance writers to write articles on this platform and attract users to view them. After all, even if you spend money to attract traffic, you can't boost user activity without quality content. Shin Bufan quickly recorded his thoughts, and then, he began to analyze Chen Hao's hungry software. The software, for now, needs to be incubated. After all, it's not yet time for 4G to become commonplace, and there are quite a few issues that need to be resolved in order to promote the takeaway platform. Granted, in the past, it was also possible to order food by phone, but this, along with the takeout platforms, are two concepts. To put it bluntly, takeout platforms, in fact, are pretty much the same as e-commerce, except that takeout needs to require real-time delivery. Here, there is the question of delivery time, and on top of that, to popularize this software, first of all, what is needed is not customers, but merchants. As long as there are enough merchants on the platform, when the time comes, the merchants will inevitably help promote it in order to make more profit. After all, food delivery saves a lot of money. Even in the future, some businesses could just rent a small storefront and specialize in targeting takeout users. And naturally, there are benefits for users in that they don't need to queue up at the store to get their food. And next, Shin Bufan began to make an extremely profound analysis of the fast first short video, the Wi-Fi master key, and all of them. In the end, Shin Bufan decided to use the very first option. He intends to utilize the different software under his banner to promote each other. In this way, he can achieve the effect of 4 or 2 pounds. Of course, as for Wang Chulong's River Star company that was far away in the Xiaoyu district of Guang City, as well as the companies founded by Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji in Suhai City, Shin Bufan was not in a hurry. Anyway, for these 3 people, Shin Bufan had absolute confidence. Everything, just let it develop freely. As for Shin Bufan, he only needed to keep investing, and he was confident that he would be able to get the returns he deserved before long. After a bit of organizing, Shin Bufan was full of hope for the future. However, soon, Shin Bufan became confused again, simply because, he realized, he was getting more and more ambitious about investing. But on second thought, what's the difference between a life without a cause and a salted fish? Just as Shin Bufan was struggling with what project to invest in next, his cell phone rang. It's Wang Haining calling. Boss, let me tell you 2 good news. Our elimination game has completed its internal testing. Next, it's time for the official rollout. As long as it's a smartphone, you can download it. Shin Bufan couldn't help but smile at his words. This is indeed good news. So, the second piece of good news. What is it? Wang Haining was silent for a moment, then said, the second good news is that I've already thought of a way to use to promote this little game of ours as soon as possible. Only, this promotion, it might be a bit costly. It's going to take about 60 million. What? Shin Bufan froze. What kind of investment that requires so much money? Chapter 43, The Price of Advertising. While Shin Bufan was puzzled, Wang Haining on the other end of the phone seemed to feel that he had been a bit presumptuous as well. Immediately said, Boss, I'm sorry, without waiting for him to finish, Shin Bufan's tone became softer. It's okay, just say what you have to say. The suggestion is yours. The decision is mine. Hearing what Shin Bufan said, Wang Haining took a deep breath and immediately said, Boss, the matter is like this. I've just gotten wind that this year, the 3rd season of China's Good Singing, which was created by our Su provincial television station, is going through an advertising bidding process. This time, in addition to the exclusive title, there's a featured label as well as an interactive support label. According to sources, the base price for the specialty bid is $60 million, while the base price for the interactive support bid is $40 million. My thinking is that taking the interactive support bid, $60 million should be fine. Shin Bufan fell into deep thought after hearing what the other party said. With regards to Chinese good song, Shin Bufan naturally understands it. In the first 2 seasons, Doppelganger Herbal Tea was a household name precisely because it got the exclusive title, although the title fee is sky high. But Duo Bao Herbal Tea also earns a lot of money. Of course, the most important thing is that because of the advertising effect, this herbal tea has almost become the best-selling herbal tea brand in the last 2 years. Thinking of this, Shin Bufan smiled and said, if it's an advertising fee, 60 million is indeed not much. Hearing this, Wang Haining on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Boss, so you're saying yes? Shin Bufan smiled. What else? For a moment, Wang Haining was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Shin Bufan, on the other hand, was incomparably calm. After all, Shin Bufan had overheard his daughter's heart. He knew that the software, Eliminate, was going to be huge in 14. Therefore, as long as it can be promoted successfully, not to mention a mere 60 million, Even if it was 100 million, Qin Bufan wouldn't bat an eye. Haining, let me ask you, when will the bidding for the advertisements of the Good Song of China start? Qin Bufan inquired. 3 p.m. on the 26th. Wang Haining responded. Okay, no problem, wait until that day, I'll accompany you, Qin Bufan said decisively. Hang up on Wang Haining. Qin Bufan pondered for a moment, and immediately called Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, and Su Hua separately. He did not directly state his purpose, but asked them to go forward to Wang Haining's company. After being informed, Qin Bufan simply packed up and quickly went downstairs. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan took the lead and arrived outside of Wang Haining's company. Subsequently, Lu Yiming and the others also gathered. Boss, the crowd shouted in a rush. Guys, let's go upstairs first, Qin Bufan commanded. Under Wang Haining's personal leadership, soon, several people gathered in the conference room. Guys, I have a question I need to ask you, Qin Bufan said with incomparable gravity. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Obviously, this was the first time they had all seen Qin Bufan look so cautious. Qin Bufan didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. I'm asking you guys, when will the company you hold in your hands be able to deliver the product to me? Hearing this, they were a little uncertain. Boss, Chang'e Xiaoxiao was the first to stand up. Before we came, we had already held an emergency meeting with Sebra. The purpose is to discuss our future development trends for this software. Employees are looking forward to it and responding positively. According to the established plan, the new Fast First 1.0 will be out in a quarter. When the time comes, it's time for a full-scale rollout, with Chang'e Xiaoxiao taking the lead. In the next few moments, Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, Lu Danian, and the others also said that they would speed up their progress. As soon as 2 months, 4 months at the slowest, it can be tested internally and then publicized. When everyone had finished, Su Hua spoke up. Boss, do you have any instructions for asking this all of a sudden? Qin Bufan smiled and glanced at Wang Haining. I intend to bid for Chinese Good Song. I'm going to put up $700 million for sponsorship, $300 million of that, bidding for the exclusive title rights, then $200 million to take the featured bid, and the remaining $200 million to take the interactive support bid. What? Hearing this, within the conference room, there was an instant outcry. Sebra was the first to say, Boss, I have a few things I want to say, but I'm worried. Chang'e Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, saw that the other party was about to speak, and immediately said, Su Hua, if you have an idea, just say it, there's no need to be abrasive. Saying that, Chang'e Xiaoxiao looked seriously at Qin Bufan and said, Boss, I think it's a bit risky for you to do this. After all, our product isn't ready to come out yet. The many layouts have not yet been completed. And if we hastily spend so much money on advertising endorsements, I don't feel right. And, with this money, wouldn't it be more prudent for us to use it to buy users? Qin Bufan smiled. What? You don't have confidence in Fasthead's development? Chang'e Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. No, I have 100% confidence. Only, I feel that spending so much money is a bit wasteful. After all, that's 700 million. After Chang'e Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Lu Yiming and the others also expressed their own opinions. They expressed themselves differently though, but the views are surprisingly similar. They felt that Qin Bufan was taking money too lightly, but Qin Bufan didn't feel the same way. After all, these are a few pieces of software. All are future industry giants. If it can be laid out at the beginning of the development of 4G in 14 years, it will surely develop benignly in the future. Furthermore, Qin Bufan had this confidence. The $700 million advertisement fee will soon be earned back when the Good Voice of China starts broadcasting. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan said with incomparable seriousness, Everyone, I know your concerns, but I have my own ideas. This money, I will take out, and never ambiguous. Of course, that's an extra expense. And as far as money for your day-to-day promotion, I'll take that as well. I, for one, will make sure it's fully funded. And all of you, on the other hand, need to make sure that you just make the software under your banner and develop it smoothly. Seeing Qin Bufan like this, Chen Hao, Lu Yiming, Su Hua, Chang'e Xiaoxiao, Lu Danian and the others were speechless. Obviously, they were bowled over by Qin Bufan's powerful vigor. Gentlemen, you may return to your posts and work. After the crowd left, Qin Bufan also drove back home. And at this moment, the big stone in Qin Bufan's heart was considered to have fallen. After all, Suhai TV's The Good Voice of China was a popular variety show in the last few years, and if it could take the title right, it would surely make a few pieces of software as well known as Duo Bao Herbal Tea. Qin Bufan was relieved though, but the thought of having to come up with $700 million all of a sudden is a bit painful. After all, the $750 million redeemed by the lottery in the morning, Because of that plot of land in the golden plot, he himself took out 600 million directly. Granted, on the 26th, one could have dumped all 62 million bitcoins and come away with $940 million. Converted into Chinese currency, it's 8 billion, but that's not enough at all. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan sighed helplessly. This money, how come it's always not enough? While he was depressed, Qin Bufan's collection rang. This time, it was Wang Chulong who called. Gotta, another expense. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly and picked up Wang Chulong's call. Chapter 44, $6 billion gone. Boss Qin, are you busy? On the other end of the phone, Wang Chulong's voice with a smile came. Cut the crap with me. What's up? Just say it. Qin Bufan said without a trace of humor. Obviously, he naturally had different feelings for this buddy from his school days. Gu, I didn't expect it. You're so grumpy after becoming the boss? Wang Chulong continued teasingly. Qin Bufan grunted. Cut the crap and get to the point. I'm bored. Wang Chulong smiled. What's wrong? Who made you angry? Qin Bufan sighed. Not that it pisses me off. It's just, I think there's too little money. In the morning, Zhou Yazhou took 600 million from me, and I committed another $700 million to get a couple of software promotions under my belt. When Wang Chulong heard this, he immediately became serious. You really don't spend enough? Totally burnt out. Ha! Qin Bufan sighed. It can't be helped. Who let these few software, currently, are still just at the budding stage. Since I bought it, I naturally had to keep promoting it and accumulating users. Otherwise what could I do? Wang Chulong stopped snickering and instead said with a straight face. It seems that this is not the right time for me to make this call. Tell you what, I'll tell you about my side of things when you've calmed down. Otherwise, you'd be on fire when I said it. Hearing this, Qin Bufan said in a good-natured manner. Alright, don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Wang Chulong said seriously. I, for one, intend to ask for $1 billion. What? Qin Bufan almost exclaimed in shock. Wang Chulong laughed dryly. Look, you're on fire before I've finished. Qin Bufan was bitter in his heart, but then asked, tell me, what is the purpose of this money? Wang Chulong sniffed, and his tone began to become deep. This side of Guang City's Xiuyu district has recently developed a new piece of land in. I'm going to work with the top to develop it together. If you can take it down, you'll make at least $10 billion, and that's a conservative estimate. Of course, it's all up to you. After all, I don't want the house to rot before it's even built because of a lack of funds. That would have a huge impact on our company. In that case, regarding Wang Chulong's vision, Qin Bufan would never doubt it. After a short thought, Qin Bufan said helplessly, since you've opened your mouth, what else can I say? Wang Chulong was delighted. So, you promise? Qin Bufan laughed bitterly. What can I do if I don't agree? I can't just let the money that's in front of me disappear, can I? However, your maneuvering down the road has added to my already modest assets. Hearing this, Wang Chulong burst out laughing. Okay, first thing, debriefing over, it's normal for you to be depressed. Wang Chulong stopped laughing and said, but the second thing would make you incredibly happy if you said it. Qin Bufan was about to inquire. Wang Chulong continued, this, over the phone, can't be said in a sentence or two, so, I'll just send you a document directly. After you read it, you'll understand. Hear this. Qin Bufan immediately opened his penguin number. Soon, the file sent by Wang Chulong was received. Opening it up, Qin Bufan's eyes instantly lit up. Chulong, is this true? Qin Bufan inquired with incomparable excitement. So there's a fake? Wang Chulong said with incomparable depth. The gloom in Qin Bufan's heart disappeared. No wonder Qin Bufan was like that. Truly, this news of Wang Chulong was too inspiring. And at that moment, on the other side of the phone, Wang Chulong's voice came again. Bufan, actually, that big guy, is a distant relative of mine. He's the reason I got into the real estate business. Then his business flourished, and he wouldn't have gone around asking for help lately if he hadn't run into money problems. At this point in time, if we can take his company, not only will we be able to solve our immediate needs, but also, we will be able to take a good business. Qin Bufan quietly listened to these words, then said, I will consider this matter. Tonight, I'll give you an answer. Hang up. Qin Bufan carefully read the document sent by Wang Chulong again. He was getting more and more excited in his mind. Everything, however, still had to wait until Qin Linger came back from school. Listen to how the other side analyzes the matter when the time comes. Time, soon enough, came to the end of kindergarten. Qin Bufan drove straight to the kindergarten. Dad, Qin Bufan heard Qin Linger's voice from afar. He saw that, not far away, Jiang Qingxue was pulling Qin Linger over to this side. Come on, let's go home, Qin Bufan said smilingly. When the two of them got into the car, Qin Bufan deliberately sighed. Bufan, What's wrong with you? Just now, I could see you were distracted. What happened? Jiang Qingxue asked. Qin Bufan said, today, I did a few big things. Saying that, Qin Bufan directly stated that he had transferred 600 million into Zhou Yazhou's company account. This was followed by a promise of $700 million to bid for the TV station's naming rights. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Qin Bufan, you're really good. You think you're a money printer? Can you get that much money back on your investment? Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but say. Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Jiang Qingxue added, that's not right. Although 1.3 billion is an astronomical amount. But didn't you say that you used leverage and bought 362 million virtual coins? You'll get at least $900 million when it's time to sell. That's $5.4 billion when you translate it. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. Listen to me first. In addition to this, Wang Chulong called me and said that he had his eye on a piece of land and was planning to take it down, and that he needed $1 billion. When Jiang Qingxue heard this, her mouth directly opened into an O shape, without waiting for Jiang Qingxue to speak. But he heard Qin Bufan continue. Of course, it's not just this. The most important thing is that Wang Chulong told me that there is a company that has recently seen its funds shrink. He asked me to take that company, and I, in turn, saw the prospect of that company. And, if I take that company, I'll have a tremendous amount of leverage. That company, it's the headquarters of Fantasia Water Park. When I look at the price list Wang Chulong gave me, and the details, it's going to be almost $1.3 billion to take that company. Jiang Qingxue took a deep breath. She then opened her cell phone computer. 6 plus 7 plus 10 plus 13 is equal to 36. Hiss. Jiang Qingxue sucked in a breath of cool air. He then looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. Qin Bufan, this is $3.6 billion that you casually asked for. According to your investment like this, even 50 billion won't be enough for you, not to mention 5.4 billion. Qin Bufan deliberately revealed a bitter smile and said, so, am I not spitting in your face? While saying this, Qin Bufan's afterglow glanced at Qin Linger in the backseat from time to time, and in his heart, he was quite looking forward to his daughter's evaluation of her investing so vigorously in herself. Sure enough, Qin Linger's heart rang out. Chapter 45, Bottom of the barrel for sure. I'm going. Old Qin's vigor can be awe. Qin Linger exclaimed out in shock in her heart. I didn't expect that he would be so brave as to directly buy that plot of land in the Jinling neighborhood for 600 million. This boldness is really not something that ordinary people can do. However, I'm quite pleased that old Qin has this vision. As for taking the title right in the Good Song of China that belongs to Duobao Herbal Tea, as well as the special label and interactive support label, it's not too difficult for old Qin. And, in doing so, there is no harm done. However, before that, old Qin must urge those software to hurry up and publicize and then promote them. After all, it's nice to get the ad bid, but it's no good if the software doesn't appeal to people. Today's headlines require quality content, and enough creators to provide it. Hungry this software, but the need is to cooperate with merchants, in addition to the need for delivery staff, as well as the development of relevant regulations, the beginning of the time, the need to fight the price war, and so that after the user is enough to begin to collect money. As for the Wi-Fi key software, I don't think it should be much of a problem. We just need to make different versions to appeal to the crowd, according to demand. Of course, the first one to catch fire, I think, must be Wang Haining's elimination. In his previous life, this software was wildly enriching, and in 1 year, was able to take more than $1 billion in profits. And now, with old Qin out of the way, I think that the profit might be multiplied several times over. Qin Bufan couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart as he listened to his daughter's analysis. What he valued most, however, was the Fant headquarters, and this, too, was the reason why Qin Bufan had deliberately sighed and sighed just now. Under Qin Bufan's expectation, Qin Linger's heartbeat rang out once more. Fontaine, I remember this company. It seems to be a Fortune 500 company in the future, right? This company, it has always been about promoting Chinese culture. Granted, today, this company only opens theme parks in a couple of cities, but in the future, there are many theme parks, and there is a strong Oriental culture. However, this company is really burning money. I remember, just a theme park, have to invest billions of dollars, right? If it were anyone else, it might be hard to swallow this cake alone, but if it's old Qin, there's absolutely no problem. Old Qin, although I can't support you financially, I absolutely support you spiritually. Qin Bufan listened to his daughter's heart. A heart, that's what let go. The three returned home. Qin Bufan immediately took the file that Wang Chulong had sent over and printed it out. Qingxue, I just considered it. Qin Bufan said seriously. I've still decided to take Fantagraphics. After all, It's an opportunity for me. I see the future of this company, and I'm confident enough to make this brand all over the country, and even to grow abroad. Jiang Qingxue didn't say anything, but looked at the document carefully. In the end, she smiled gently. You sizable cutie, since you've decided, I naturally support it unconditionally. Let it go. Anyway, even if you lose money, it's nothing. In my account, there's still a bit of money, enough for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Qin Bufan hugged Jiang Qingxue, though there are no words for each other, but it is possible to perceive the true feelings of the other person. Thank you, Kyo Su, Qin Bufan said with joy in his heart. Jiang Qingxue was going to say something, but when he saw Qin linger on the side looking at the two of them with bated breath, immediately she blushed and said, Stop it, the baby's next to you. Qin Bufan smiled and could only reluctantly let go of the other party, and at that moment, Qin Linger bellyached in her heart. Oops, why am I always a passive dog food eater? Old Qin, do you want to let your precious daughter choke to death because she ate too much dog food? Pust. Qin Bufan couldn't help but laugh. Bufan, what are you laughing at? Jiang Qingxue inquired. Qin Bufan laughed. It's nothing, Qingxue, why don't you watch some TV with the child first? As for me, I'm going to contact that mysterious Fant boss through Wang Chulong. Jiang Qingxue naturally understood Qin Bufan's temper. Immediately, he said, Good, don't worry, leave the child to me. Qin Bufan had no worries and immediately called Wang Chulong. Ha ha, Bufan, I knew that you would call me. Wang Chulong said smilingly, if I'm not mistaken, you should have decided to buy that company already, right? When are you going to meet up? How about the afternoon of the 26th? Just in time. In the next few days, I'll write down the new business plan and the program I've purchased to think about. When the time comes, you'll need to see it for yourself. What do you think? Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this, though, he would have loved to make it quick. Let's settle the matter at hand first. But, right now, I'm strapped for cash. You have to wait for the 26th day to sell the 3,620,000 virtual coins in your hand before the funds can arrive. Of course, Qin Bufan also knew that with the current trend, one needs to keep poring over virtual coins. After all, Qin Bufan needed enough money, and the most lucrative thing he could think of, besides speculating in stocks, was virtual coins. However, Qin Bufan didn't want to hang himself from a tree, so, he decided that from today until the 30th, his battlefield, mainly on top of the virtual coins. Once you get through this bonus period beyond that, you will once again put your attention back on speculation yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan began to pay attention to the trend of the stock again. Bufan, are you planning to return to your old ways? Jiang Qingxue suddenly spoke. Qin Bufan smiled. There is currently this idea. After all, this virtual coin, although it can bring me a good income, soon, it will enter a period of fatigue. And as you said, I need enough money now. Obviously, there's no way to give me enough financial support over the long term, on a consistent basis, just from the revenue that virtual coins bring in. So, I'm going to put my sights on stocks. Jiang Qingxue naturally had no problem with this. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qingxue smiled. Just in time, I've recently taken a fancy to a few stocks. One of them, Marshmallow Hill Brewing, is one of my favorites. Qin Bufan sniffed and immediately searched the stock. Upon seeing its precipitous fall, Qin Bufan marveled. You're not afraid that it will continue to fall, are you? Nevertheless, Jiang Qingxue said seriously, isn't there a saying circulating upwards? Stocks against buying, villas by the sea. This is a stock that I predict will continue to fall, but the decline is often preceded by a rally, and my idea is to bottom out and then make a buck on the rebound. Of course, I'm just a noob when it comes to stock investing, so it's up to you to decide whether or not to buy. Hearing this, Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. Since you've said that, I'll take out the rest of my 100 million tomorrow at the opening and buy 5 million shares at about $20. It would be a sure thing if we could bottom out. Who knows? Qin Bufan's words had just fallen, when Qin Linger's heartbeat suddenly came. Don't! You only got 100 million. That's too little. I suggest you take all the money you can get out and buy it. Because, as I clearly remember, Mr. Chang's analysis was correct. Shudo Mountain Brewing will be down tomorrow, and on the second trading day, it'll go from $20 and bounce back to $40. $20 a share. It's a gift. Old Qin, don't mess with the money. Chapter 46, Giving Birth. Giving birth? After hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan was secretly overjoyed, and at the same time, it also admired Jiang Qingxue's talent in stock speculation more and more. He didn't expect that Jiang Qingxue, although she hadn't bought many stocks, could coincide with her daughter Qin Linger's memories about the future trend of stock prices. Soon, Qin Bufan calmed down. Qingxue, I just thought about it carefully. 100 million is still a bit less. By the way, Zhou Yazhou sent me a message earlier, saying that in order to expand its influence, the above has postponed the bidding session, which was supposed to be held this afternoon, to the 26th. So, I've decided that I'll first ask Zhou Yazhou to return the $600 million that I transferred to him earlier to me first. It won't be too late to give it to him when I sell the stock. On the next trading day, 600 million, plus the 100 million I have in hand, will buy almost 35 million shares. If it goes up $10, I'll net $350 million, and if it goes up $20, I'll be at $700 million. Not bad, not bad. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Zhang Qingxue was confused. Bufan, you better be kidding me. Although, I'm a stock whiz, I do know that you can't put your eggs in the same basket. You take $700 million and buy one share. That's too risky. Could it be that you're not afraid we'll look the other way? Once you lose money, even if it's down $3, you're going to lose $100 million. Let's play it safe, I guess. Qin Bufan naturally knew that Zhang Qingxue was doing it for her own good, but because Qin Bufan had Qin Linger as the big man behind the curtain in place to know the future trends, he naturally didn't have to worry about this. Of course, Qin Bufan naturally couldn't tell Zhang Qingxue. After a short period of pondering, Qin Bufan confidently said, Qingxue, I think, you have to trust me. Plus, backing off, if it does go down by then, it's nothing, a couple $100 million, I can still afford to lose it. Seeing that the other party was silent, Qin Bufan continued, you can think of it this way, before, I was able to be unbeatable in virtual coins that I wasn't good at, like a god. Nowadays, naturally, I can't be too bad when it comes to my own specialty of speculation. Otherwise, wouldn't you be smashing your own sign? Furthermore, Shudao Mountain Beer is what we all fancy. It's impossible. We all look away, right? Seeing how certain Qin Bufan was, Zhang Qingxue lightly laughed. Alright, I don't have any more opinions. Qin Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then immediately made a call to Zhou Yazhou. Understanding Qin Bufan's intentions, Zhou Yazhou didn't talk nonsense and said that he would go to the bank tomorrow to remit money to Qin Bufan. Without any worries, Qin Bufan immediately took Zhang Qingxue and the two of them, and went to a nearby dining spot to have a sumptuous dinner. Bufan, tonight, why don't I sleep at your place? Zhang Qingxue took the initiative to speak. Qin Bufan's heart stirred. He looked at Zhang Qingxue incredulously. You're not joking? When Zhang Qingxue saw that Qin Bufan was like this, she naturally knew that the other party was overthinking it. Instantly, he said in a nonchalant manner, don't get me wrong, tomorrow is the weekend, and you guys, every weekend, you stay home. You don't have any problem with that, but Linger is still young. Is he going to eat takeout with you at home? So, I'll take care of your father-daughter weekend meals. Seeing the flash of loss on Qin Bufan's face, Zhang Qingxue clenched her pink fists and said, I can warn you, you don't want to do anything wrong. Now, I'm going to take a shower, so I need to go to your room and get a couple of clothes to borrow. After saying that, Zhang Qingxue directly entered the other party's room without waiting for Qin Bufan to speak. Seeing this, Qin Bufan was startled. Qingxue, wait, my room is too messy. I'll just get you clothes. Qin Bufan quickly got up and chased after him, but it was still a step too late, only to see Zhang Qingxue, who had already opened Qin Bufan's closet, and when she saw the photo inside the closet, Zhang Qingxue froze. Qin Linger also followed at this moment. She saw Zhang Qingxue looking at those photos in a daze. Immediately, she screamed that it was bad. Finished, old Qin wouldn't have lost his wedding photo yet, would he? Could it be that he still has a picture of that woman? If it is, it's a problem. If Mr. Zhang thinks that old Qin has lingering feelings for my irresponsible mom, then my previous efforts will be in vain. Just as Qin Linger was thinking about how to explain for Qin Bufan, however, he saw Zhang Qingxue arrive in front of Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan, these pictures, where did you get them? Zhang Qingxue asked. While saying that, Zhang Qingxue took out those photos. Qin Linger immediately stretched her neck to look. When she realized that the photo on it was actually the daily photo of Qin Bufan and Zhang Qingxue when they were young, she couldn't help but be surprised. TSK, looks like I was overthinking it. Old Qin, this person, hides really deep, even secretly printed so many photos. Who said my dad was straight? He's a romantic, isn't he? But what's with this sudden feeling of fullness? I've had another bite of dog food. Forget it, I'll just get out. Thinking of this, Qin Linger immediately turned around and left, incidentally closing the door with kindness. It was because of the sound of the room door closing that made Zhang Qingxue come back to her senses for a moment. At that moment, she collected her thoughts and put those photos away, then took out Qin Bufan's set of pajamas and said, Bufan, in the future, it's better for you to hide my photos well, but don't let the girl see it. Don't look at this girl. She's only 5 years old, but she knows a lot of things. If seeing my picture reminds her of her mom, then, again, she'll have to be upset. She said so on her lips, but Jiang Qingxue was very happy in her heart. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. When Jiang Qingxue got up and left, Qin Bufan carefully put away the other party's photo. After doing so, Qin Bufan returned to the living room. Dad. Qin Linger suddenly looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable seriousness. What's the matter, my big girl? Qin Bufan couldn't help but reach out and scrape the bridge of his daughter's nose. Dad, when are you going to get married to Mr. Jiang? Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Qin Bufan said with a smile. May in my class. She's always bragging that her mom and dad gave her a brother. Qin Linger said. So, I'd like to have a brother or a sister too. Then I'd have company. Though the mouth said so. However, Qin Linger had another thought in her mind. Old Qin, you must seize the time to take down Mr. Jiang. After all, people are the same year as you. We are now 30 years old. If you guys don't think about getting married and having children, do you? Do you want Ms. Jiang to be a senior woman? Of course, the most important thing is that I, your daughter, have the memory of the next 20 years. With these memories, I'll be able to take the exam by myself, naturally with no problem. With the extra energy, I can teach my brother or sister well. When the time comes and there are 2 top students in our family, won't you be especially honored? Qin Bufan heard what his daughter was thinking and felt some amusement in his heart. This girl, she's got a pretty wide pipe. Linger, I alone can't say anything about me and your teacher Jiang. Qin Bufan said with a smile. To have a child, that's only if the person agrees. Plus, it's a baby, so how can you just have a baby without being fully prepared? You think this is a game where you create a trumpet? When Qin Linger heard this, her small mouth pouted and she didn't continue speaking. Qin Bufan had thought that Qin Linger had already given up on the idea. Nevertheless, after Jiang Qingxue came out of the shower, Qin Linger immediately trotted over to Jiang Qingxue. Mr. Jiang, I need to tell you something, Qin Linger said in a milky voice. What's wrong? Jiang Qingxue was curious. Qin Linger mysteriously came forward. My father has promised that he will have a child with you. Throwing down these words, Qin Linger immediately turned around and ran to her room. Only Jiang Qingxue and Qin Bufan were left standing in place. The atmosphere, in an instant, became ambiguous. Chapter 47, Sichuan Mountain Beer. Plunge. That, Bufan, I'm going to rest. After you're done, go to bed early too. Jiang Qingxue said with a red face and turned around to go inside the bedroom. Hearing the sound of the room's door closing, Qin Bufan felt some small loss in his heart. However, the thought of being in love with Jiang Qingxue, some things, when the time comes, naturally follow. He quickly collected his thoughts, then went back inside his bedroom to rest up. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan then got up to wash and prepare for today's plunge, and Jiang Qingxue was, at this moment, coming from outside. Bufan, it's still early. Hurry up and eat something. Jiang Qingxue said as she brought the bought breakfast. Good. Qin Bufan immediately picked it up and then found bowls and dishes to serve it. I'll go wake up Cher, Jiang Qingxue said. This morning, you'll be working at home. I'll take Cher to the amusement park. We won't interrupt you from doing your job. Hearing this, Qin Bufan's heart warmed. Gentle, kindness, considerate, and very knowledgeable. Isn't that the ideal image of a partner for all men? Qin Bufan was somewhat emotional. Own a divorced man. What virtue and what ability, to find such a wonderful woman? Soon, Qin Linger had gotten up. Ouch, that's annoying. Being at school every day, learning with those little bitty kids and pretending to be a kindergartner is exhausting enough for me. At home, I have to eat Mr. Jiang and old Qin's dog food again. I was expecting to sleep in over the weekend, but I ended up being pulled up by Mr. Jiang. My lady's life, why is it so bitter? The mind was bellyaching though. Qin Linger, however, could only greet Qin Bufan in a well-behaved manner. Linger, you seem to be very reluctant to get up early, don't you? Qin Bufan asked, forcing the laughter in his heart. But don't worry, soon, you'll be happy, because Mr. Jiang will take you to the playground. Isn't the Ferris wheel your favorite? Other than that, there are pirate ships and stuff. Qin Linger sniffed. Her surface was forcing a smile. He even clapped his hands and showed a happy face. But in his heart, he was completely speechless. If it were me as a child, I'd love to play, but I'm a 5-year-old body with a 25-year-old soul, and I'm playing this? I might as well be at home watching some stick-figure romance dramas. Qin Bufan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the other party's tangled appearance. Well, hurry up and go wash up. Then Mr. Jiang will take you out. Qin Bufan reached out and touched the other party's small head and said, Qin Linger had nowhere to speak of her suffering. One can only dutifully enter the restroom. Breakfast is over. Jiang Qingxue pulled Qin Linger away. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed Qin Bufan to remember to eat lunch. The door to the room is closed. Qin Bufan then began to get ready. 9 o'clock just arrived. Qin Bufan then received a call from Joe Asia, saying that the $600 million had been transferred back the same way. Just hung up my cell phone. Qin Bufan then received a message that his bank card had arrived. It's ready. Qin Bufan quickly opened the webpage and then waited patiently. Opening time has just arrived. Qin Bufan's gaze then locked onto the Shudao Mountain beer. In the beginning, the opening price was at $23. Then, it went all the way up and, eventually, stopped at $25. But the next second, instead, prices suddenly and rapidly fell. It went straight down to $22.4. There's no rush. Qin Bufan held his breath and began to patiently watch. It is now. When Qin Bufan saw the price drop to $20, he didn't say anything, he just went straight for the 700 million and bought 35 million shares. However, Qin Bufan didn't put his heart down on this. Instead, it was a relief after 2 hours of constant observation to make sure the price would not continue to fall. Done. Next, just wait until the next trading day, when I'm at $40 and sell it all off. And that's it. Qin Bufan turned off his computer, showing a look of relief. Now, I don't seem to have anything else. Why don't I go find Qingxue and Linger and the others? Qin Bufan said to himself. After simply packing up, Qin Bufan planned to go out. But just then, the phone rang. It's the mother's phone. Qin Bufan suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly picked up the phone. Son, you have to come to the people's hospital. Your father didn't know what was going on and suddenly fainted at work. Qin Bufan's heart thumped. Could it be that the old man is having an attack? After calming his mother down a bit, Qin Bufan immediately drove the car and while going downstairs, he called Jiang Qingxue. After learning the news, the two agreed to meet at the hospital. 20 minutes later, People's Hospital parking lot. Bufan, how is uncle? Jiang Qingxue anxiously inquired. I don't know for now. I hope it's nothing serious. Qin Bufan forced himself to calm down. The trio quickly entered the hospital wing. Mom, how's my dad? Outside the hospital room, Qin Bufan hurriedly inquired. Bai Panfeng said, before you guys came, blood tests have been drawn and the results. You have to wait for half an hour. Enter the ward. Qin Bufan's eyes were filled with heartache when he saw his father who was hanging water. Qin Linger, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes. She was naturally genuine. After all, in her previous life, she had lost her grandfather as soon as she could remember. Nowadays, it was natural not to want anything to happen to the old man again. Grandpa, something mustn't happen to you, Qin Linger said sadly in her heart. Qin Bufan touched the other party's small head. Linger, don't worry, your grandfather's good fortune will come back to him. While several people were chatting, Qin Jinsong had already woken up. Why are you all here? Qin Jinsong said breathlessly. Get back in there and do what you need to do. I'm fine, I'll get some rest and then I can go home. With that, Qin Jinsong was about to get up. Bai Panfeng immediately blocked the other party. You're a man who was a child's grandfather, not a youngster. Hurry up and lie down nicely, and you're not allowed to go anywhere until the test reports come back. And, later I'll take you for a full body scan and I'll see what's going on. Qin Jinsong shook his head. I'm not that fragile, Bai Panfeng said with a straight face. No, previously, I was the one who listened to you. Now, you have to listen to me for once. Qin Jinsong couldn't argue with his wife, and immediately could only nod helplessly in agreement. After a short period of contemplation, Qin Jinsong said to Bai Panfeng, take Xiao Jiang and Linger out and sit down. I'm going to chat with Bufan for a while. Bai Panfeng smiled. Good, it's been a while since you two have talked, so we won't bother you. Wait for a few people to leave. Qin Bufan ran to close the ward door, and at that moment, Qin Jinsong couldn't help but sigh. Son, I may not have long to live. To tell you the truth, I came to the hospital earlier for a checkup and found a hemangioma in my brain. It can develop whenever there is an external stimulus. The other day, I almost couldn't carry it off because of the company. So, in the future, your mom may need you to take care of her. Qin Bufan had long been mentally prepared for something similar though, but when I heard my father say that, it was still very hard on my heart. He was about to be comforted. And that's when, Qin Jinsong continued, by the way, Xiao Jiang, this kid, I think it's very good. If you can, hurry up and get the wedding done while your dad and I are still alive. Oh yeah, and Linger that mom, you must pay attention. This woman, she's climbed up the ladder again recently. Today, the reason I had an attack was because I was angry with this woman. What? Qin Bufan was instantly enraged when he heard this. Chapter 48, frankly, I actually own several companies. It's her again. I'll find her. Qin Bufan gritted his teeth in his heart. He had thought that after the last time, Xia Yun had completely subsided. But who would have thought? This woman has gone from bad to worse. He even called to get his own father so angry that he was hospitalized. Well, he's damned. The previous Qin Bufan was still thinking of sparing the other party once on account of the fact that the other party was the mother of his daughter Qinlinger. It seems, it's being too kind-hearted. Son, don't be impulsive. Qin Jinsong called out to Qin Bufan. That woman, she's not worth dying for. But you're guilty of doing something impulsive for such a person. I'm not telling you this to get revenge. I just want to tell you to protect Linger. Don't let this woman take her away. Qin Bufan took a deep breath. He forced a smile. Dad, don't worry. Your son is not the type of person to break the law because of impulse. Qin Jinsong nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. By the way, I sidetracked your mom. Actually, to clarify a few things with you. Nowadays, the 3 major carriers have received 4G licenses. The 4G era. It's coming soon. When the time comes, it will surely be the world of online shopping malls. And in our family, we've always had a brick-and-mortar store. And I don't have any experience as far as online sales go, but I know that change is necessary. So, I'm going to give our family's company full management to you. Of course, Dad also knows that you are ambitious. If you think that our family's company, there is no development prospects, then just sell it. And then there's the fact that speculating on virtual coins, while it's quick money, it's not a long-term solution. There are so many doors here, I'm afraid you'll flip. So, you might as well find a way to invest in the company with the money you have. Hearing what his father said, Qin Bufan said seriously, Dad, your company, it's better for you to take care of it yourself. Qin Jinsong pretended to be angry as he looked at Qin Bufan. Brat, your father is like this, and you still don't intend to take over the company? Qin Bufan seriously said, Dad, I've gotten someone to tell my fortune before. You're old man, you can live to be 100 years old. As for your hemangioma, I will get the best doctors in the world to treat it for you. And, as for me, don't worry about it. Qin Jinsong was going to say something. Qin Bufan once again said, Of course, I have my own reasons for not taking over your company. Actually, I've been running around for the past few days, quietly buying up several companies. Guang City Xiuyu District. There are 2 companies. One is a live-streaming-based amusement fish, and the other is the River Star Company, which focuses on the real estate industry. By the way, the owner of the River Star Company, which you still know, is my high school good brother, Wang Chulong. And in Suhai City, I've bought a couple of companies, Hungry, Eliminate, Fast First, Wi-Fi Key, and today's headlines. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Qin Jinsong was confused. Son, you're not kidding me? Qin Jinsong said half-heartedly. Qin Bufan smiled. How can this be false? Qin Jinsong naturally knew that his son would not lie. After a short silence, he said with a smile, You brat. Originally, I was worried. You don't think about making progress, and you're bent on fishing for money. I didn't realize that you had done all the big things while I wasn't looking. Originally, I just wanted you to get married and have children with Qingxua earlier, fulfilling my wish, so I could leave without worry. But now, I'm a little bit saddened by it. After all, I want to see you make your company big and strong. I'm still thinking about watching my precious granddaughter, Ling Er, grow up. And, when Qin Bufan saw the other party's expectant face, he couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Dad, there will be that day, but you need to get in shape. As for the brain specialist, I'll find a way to contact him. I must restore you to health. For the next half hour, Qin Bufan continued to chat with Qin Jinsong. The other guy was in a much better mood. Leave the ward. Qin Bufan had a face that was instantly gloomy. Bufan, your face, why is it so ugly? Zhang Qingxue inquired with concern. Qin Bufan did not reply, but subconsciously glanced at Qin Linger. This detail was naturally captured by Qin Linger. She muttered in her mind, could it be that Grandpa's attack was because of my irresponsible mom? Thinking about it, it's really possible. In her previous life, she used to call her grandparents an initiate trouble, and before that, old Qin shocked Zhou Dongfei with his strong financial power. Zhou Dongfei had to dump her in order to please old Qin, and that woman, who is used to being generous, will certainly make trouble now that she has no gold master. This kind of woman is really not worth dying for. Qin Bufan listened to all of this in silence. There was some heartache for his daughter. After all, Qin Linger was Xia Yun's own. As a result, she's all birth and no breeding. And, so many hurtful things have been done. Think about it. Qin Bufan was determined not to hold back any longer. Just as he was thinking about it, an untimely voice suddenly came. Ouch! Where is everyone? That's good. It'll save me time. Tone down. He saw Xia Yun, who was wearing a famous brand and holding a Chanel bag. Walk over. What are you doing here? Qin Bufan said with cold eyes. if it wasn't for the fear of breaking the law. Qin Bufan had the heart to kill this woman. Facing Qin Bufan's inquiry, Xia Yun coldly said, I came here, of course, because I wanted to see if that old man was pissed off at me. It's best if he's angry, naturally, and if he's not, I'm going to strangle him. Jiang Qingxue couldn't listen anymore. She said with a sullen face, Xia Yun, you've had enough. Spirit is still here. Can you be a mom and keep your mouth shut? Xia Yun was completely unimpressed by this. My daughters don't want me anyway. In that case, I'll pretend I never had her. Saying that, Xia Yun came to Qin Bufan's body, looking the other party up and down with contempt in her eyes. Well, I'm here to inform you of a few things, Xia Yun coldly said. The first thing, from now on, I'm going to target your Qin family, and if I don't bankrupt your company, I won't be called Xia Yun. The second thing, I've got a new boyfriend. He's a real estate bigwig in Sohai City. He has deep pockets and has, moreover, promised to give me one of his companies to manage. It's a different time for me now. I'll show you what it means to beg for your life and to die. Qin Bufan listened to all of this in silence, then asked, Are you finished? Without giving the other party a chance to reply, Qin Bufan turned around and came in front of Qin Linger. Linger is good. Why don't you go into the hospital room with grandma and stay with grandpa? Qin Bufan softly whispered. When Qin Linger nodded, Bai Panfeng immediately pulled Qin Linger into the hospital room. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, slowly came to Xia Yun's body. Sensing Qin Bufan's enraged appearance, Xia Yun coldly said, What? Do you want to hit me? Not waiting for Qin Bufan to speak, Xia Yun immediately made a horrified face and said, Security guards, come over here. Someone is trying to cause trouble in the hospital. As these words fell, 10 security guards, who were in the neighborhood, immediately walked over. However, they ignored Xia Yun. Instead, they surrounded the place. One of the security leaders looked at Qin Bufan and said, This woman is not a good person at first glance. We can't see past it. So, what you do next is up to you. Hearing this, Qin Bufan hurriedly said many thanks. At that moment, he also did not care about the so-called pity. Directly to Xia Yun, this poisonous woman is a violent beating, in order to vent his heart. Chapter 49, He's the one who almost bankrupted my dad. 5 minutes later, that Xia Yun had already been bruised and swollen. However, Qin Bufan didn't feel that he had gone overboard at all. After all, the last time she saw this woman, she had sneered at her and attempted to bankrupt her father's company. This time, it was even a direct door-to-door provocation, and there was no regard for his daughter Qin Linger's feelings. Such people, it's simply not worth keeping your hand in. As for Jiang Qingxue on the side, it was also the first time she had seen Qin Bufan so excited, but he didn't think of the other man in terms of violent men. No one else is to blame for this. It was really this Xia Yun, simply annoying to the point of making people abhor it. As Jiang Qingxue pondered, that Xia Yun had gotten up from the ground. She was woefully unprepared, deadly glaring at Qin Bufan. You asshole, I'm going to kill you. With that, Xia Yun was about to pounce towards Qin Bufan. It was a pity that she had only just taken a few steps. It was stopped by those security guards. This lady, please don't make a lot of noise in the hospital. If you want to make a scene, we'll have to ask you to leave, the security chief said. Are you guys blind? Xia Yun said angrily. She pointed at Qin Bufan. It's clearly this asshole that's hitting me. Do you believe I'm going to report you to your dean and have you all expelled? In response, the security chief calmly said, This lady, please go out. Otherwise, we can only take forceful measures. Xia Yun was just about to speak. That security chief immediately waved his hand, and several of his companions quickly stepped in, directly dragging the other party out. Seeing this, Qin Bufan smiled and said, Thank you. That security chief shook his head and said, This woman is full of. I don't like the look of her. Of course, it wasn't all for you that I did this to her. This woman just parked illegally and was stopped by my brother. He outright cursed my brother's ancestors, and I just did it to take the heat off of him. After saying that, the security chief left with a group of his men. Unusual. Jiang Qingxue looked toward Qin Bufan. As far as I remember, you've always been a stoic man, but this time, why are you so excited? Could it be? What happened? Qin Bufan nodded and told him about his father's situation. What? Jiang Qingxue was incomparably surprised. Uncle's illness? So serious? That's got to be a quick operation. After all, hemangiomas are no joke. A sudden cerebral hemorrhage may occur if there is an external stimulus. Qin Bufan nodded seriously. Right, so now I need to find a way to contact the best brain doctor in the world. Schedule my dad for surgery as soon as possible. That way, I can do my own thing in peace. Speaking of this, Qin Bufan's eyes were quite deep. Of course, what this Xia Yun said just now has reminded me. Qin Bufan opened his mouth. She's like a slime ball. This one, specializing in things that make people sick. If it was before, I might have been able to choose not to care for spirit's sake, but she hospitalized my dad, and I have to eradicate this tumor once and for all, or else there will be no peace for the rest of my life. Of course, I'm also worried that this woman will do something unfavorable to Linger. Zhang Qingxue could hear the anger in Qin Bufan's words. Immediately, he said, Bu Fan, Xia Yun is abominable though, but you have to remember that you are spirit's father, so you mustn't do anything stupid. Qin Bufan knew that Zhang Qingxue had misunderstood. He patted the other man's hand, then laughed. Don't worry, I won't do anything that breaks the law, but I have a way to deal with her. Without waiting for Zhang Qingxue to inquire, Qin Bufan laughed. Qingxue, I'm sorry, I may need to trouble you to help take care of my dad here. As for me, I have a bit of business I need to take care of. Zhang Qingxue couldn't help but glare at Qin Bufan. What are you talking about? You're too outgoing. Not to mention the fact that our two families are family friends. Based on our relationship alone, I am obligated to take care of uncle. Don't worry about going on your errands. I'll leave it to me and auntie. Farewell to Zhang Qingxue. Qin Bufan drove straight to Chen Hao's hungry headquarters. Boss, what brings you here? Receiving Qin Bufan's call, Chen Hao came downstairs early to greet him. The mind, on the other hand, was a little strange. Qin Bufan smiled. I have something I need to trouble you with. Here's the thing, you pulled in so many investments before. You sure know a lot of people. I don't know, do they know any well-known brain doctors? My dad has a hemangioma in his brain and has been fainting a lot lately, and I'm looking for a reliable doctor to help with the surgery. Hearing this, Chen Hao smiled. Boss, wait a moment, I'll call and ask. 5 minutes later, Chen Hao said excitedly, Boss, I have a friend who studied medicine abroad. His teacher, a specialist in brain science. Moreover, he developed a theory of minimally invasive surgery and applied it to clinical procedures. It's a theory that allows for the least amount of craniotomy, and the success rate of the surgery, as well as the healing rate, is very high. Coincidentally, that expert, in a week's time, will be coming to Sohai to attend to participate in an international medical symposium. My friend there said to arrange for us to meet then. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was overjoyed. Chen Hao, thank you, Qin Bufan said gratefully. Chen Hao smiled. Boss, if it wasn't for you to step in, I'm hungry, which can be on the right track. It's me who should be thanking you. Qin Bufan had intended to continue saying something, but that's when an assistant knocked on the office door. Mr. Chen, there's someone outside seeking an audience, the assistant said seriously. He said he was an old schoolmate of yours. This time, to talk to you about a collaboration. Chen Hao waved his hand and said, Fine, let him wait. I'll meet him again after I talk to the boss. Nevertheless, Qin Bufan laughed. Chen Hao, since people are here to talk business, don't leave others hanging. Anyway, my business is settled. You go about your business. Chen Hao naturally had no problem with this. He asked to his assistant, What's the name of my old schoolmate? Zhou Dongfei. Hearing this, Chen Hao was nothing, but Qin Bufan's eyes instantly deepened. He immediately folded back. Chen Hao, Zhou Dongfei and we are quite old friends. Why don't I come with you? Chen Hao smiled. Boss, you know Zhou Dongfei? Qin Bufan said seriously. More than recognizing that guy, he almost made my dad's company go bankrupt. What? Hearing this, Chen Hao was instantly enraged. Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely help you out with this bad breath, Chen Hao said with righteous indignation. He then took Qin Bufan and went straight to the restroom. Chapter 50, I'm the boss of Hungry Man. The other side. Inside the lounge, Zhou Dongfei was sitting there, drinking the freshly brewed coffee from his assistant, and a smile of anticipation spread across his face. I don't blame him for being so. After all, as Chen Hao's old classmate, he was naturally well aware of his opponent's ability, and when he learned that the other party had recently sold his company for a high price, he had always had the idea of working with them. Therefore, after being well prepared, it is intended to talk to each other. Of course, his real purpose was actually to get to know the gold master behind the other party through Chen Hao. After all, the ones that can just buy them outright at a high price and are willing to throw money at it. The power of its financial strength is naturally self-evident. If one could gain the favor of the other party, then one would definitely be able to solve the current predicament. Xia Yun, just wait for me, I will make you pay, Zhou Dongfei said to himself. The heart, on the other hand, was filled with anger and resentment. He felt that he had been treating Xia Yun for the past few years, which was not bad at all. Before and after, they spent millions for each other. And because of Qin Bufan's strong financial power, he had no choice but to dump the other party. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong, but Xia Yun was good. After leaving himself, he directly climbed up to a real estate tycoon in Suhai City. Then, Xia Yun turned around and came at himself. Now, under the coercion of Xia Yun as well as that real estate tycoon, those partners of his own, all of them have broken their contracts with him. But he believed that as long as he handed over the plan in his hand to Chen Hao, he will then be able to solve the immediate problem. Just as Zhou Dongfei was pondering these, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhou Dongfei immediately got up. Chen Hao, my old classmate, I haven't seen you for so many years. However, before the latter words were finished, the voice ended abruptly, just because he saw that apart from Zhou Dongfei, surprisingly, there was an acquaintance, Qin Bufan. Zhou Dongfei was a bit confused, and in his mind, he recalled that day inside the bank, being invisibly punched in the face by Qin Bufan. His heart was full of embarrassment. Beyond that, it was more of a curiosity. He doesn't understand. Why is Qin Bufan here? Qin Bufan naturally saw the other party's dismay. He didn't bother to hide it and directly said, Mr. Zhou, I heard that you came here to talk about cooperation with Chen Hao's Hungry. Tell me, how do you intend to cooperate? Also, do you have the proposal with you so I can see it? Zhou Dongfei froze. He glanced blankly at Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao said indifferently, it seems that you and the boss are old acquaintances? Then I don't need an introduction. What? Zhou Dongfei's heart poofed wildly. Qin Bufan, is he, in fact, the man behind Hungry Man? Wouldn't that be? Zhou Dongfei was somewhat unable to accept the facts in front of him, but the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe them even if he didn't. And the thought of the crisis facing his company, Zhou Dongfei could only go forward with a stiff upper lip as he said, Boss Qin, this is my business plan. Qin Bufan picked it up. After taking a closer look, he gave Zhou Dongfei a deep look. Afterward, Qin Bufan handed it over to Chen Hao for him to look over. Wait until the two have finished reading. Qin Bufan calmly said, Chen Hao, this proposal, what do you think? Chen Hao nodded. If it's about the program alone, I think it's feasible. Earlier, I researched Zhou Dongfei's company. The company, it turns out, is actually pretty well taken care of by him. More than that, this company, it just keeps getting better. Qin Bufan nodded slightly. Actually, in terms of running a company as well as networking alone, Zhou Dongfei does have some ability. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have directly bankrupted her father's company in Qin Linger's previous life, ultimately leading to the destruction of her own family. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan's heart was filled with killing Zhou Dongfei. However, Qin Bufan would never put his personal grudges into his work, but this Zhou Dongfei, Qin Bufan would definitely not let him go. I know my business. However, Qin Bufan didn't show it. He looked at Chen Hao and said, Chen Hao, there should still be quite a bit of revolvable funds at your place, right? Chen Hao understood what Qin Bufan meant, but he hesitated a bit. Boss, this matter, should we consider it carefully? Qin Bufan shook his head and said, this company of Mr. Zhou, I'm very optimistic about the future prospects. I decided to buy it. What? Chen Hao froze, and Zhou Dongfei was even more flattered. Qin Bufan glanced deeply at Chen Hao, who seemed to understand something and immediately said, you are the boss. Everything you say. Qin Bufan smiled with satisfaction. Good, I'll leave the matter of dealing with Mr. Zhou's company to you. Turn around, I'll make it up to you how much you're out on your end. As for Mr. Zhou, you go back and prepare the contract first. When Zhou Dongfei heard this, he immediately thanked him profusely and then left contentedly. The other side has just left on the front foot. On the back foot, Chen Hao closed the door. Boss, that Zhou Dongfei has some talent though, but he's a man of no character. And, didn't you say before that he almost caused your father's company to go bankrupt? Can't we just let this kind of person fend for himself? Qin Bufan smiled. Chen Hao, I'm clear about what you said, and don't you dare think I'm a saint. Anyone, I'll forgive. Don't worry, I have my plans. Seeing Chen Hao's silence, Qin Bufan directly said, Zhou Dongfei man can't do it, so let's just replace him. But that's something to think about later. As for now, we still need to use him. After all, he's got connections, and they're still good. But once his connections are in our hands, that kicks him right out. Speaking here, Qin Bufan stared at Chen Hao and said, by the way, I forgot to ask him why his company is in crisis. So, you substitute? Chen Hao naturally had no problem with it. He directly dialed the other party's phone in front of Qin Bufan, because it was on speakerphone. Qin Bufan, who was on the sidelines, heard everything that happened. Hang up. Qin Bufan smiled. I see, last time at the bank, Zhou Dongfei saw my bank card balance. Then, because he was afraid of offending me, he dumped the woman. As a result, that woman developed a grudge as a result. So after climbing up that real estate tycoon, she directly turned her hand against Zhou Dongfei. Oh, this woman, she's really capable. But that's about as far as she can bounce now. A hint of playfulness flashed in Qin Bufan's eyes. He decided, once Zhou Dongfei was settled, he would find a way to deal with Xia Yun, strike the snake 7 inches, and in his mind, he already had a preliminary plan. Chapter 51, Watching Dogs Bite Dogs, Reaping the Benefits. It was already half an hour after leaving Chen Hao's Hungry headquarters. Back at the People's Hospital, Qin Bufan immediately told Chen Hao about his help in contacting the brain doctor, and under his mother's pressing, Qin Bufan could only truthfully tell the truth about his father's situation. Although Bai Panfeng was sad and couldn't accept this fact for a while, it was good to know that there was still a chance to redeem herself now. Bu Fan, it's been hard on you about the surgery. Bai Panfeng wiped her tears and said, Mom, what are you talking about? As a son, taking care of the family's worries, where can you say it's hard work? And, with my dad back in good health, I have more energy to do my own thing. Bai Panfeng nodded, then asked, Then, this condition of your father's, should I pretend I don't know about it, or should I just say it? Qin Bufan thought for a moment and said seriously, Anyway, in a week's time, the operation will be scheduled. So, you just say things are known. I'll be arranging for a caregiver this next week, to come and take care of you. When I'm free, I come here, and all I need is a computer for what I do anyway. Bai Panfeng had no problem with this. Naturally, Mom, it's kind of halfway done with my dad. Qin Bufan continued to speak, and you must be exhausted from all the work you've been doing just now. Get some rest. My dad sighed. I'll take care of it. Bai Panfeng shook her head. That won't work. Although you have more free time, you need to take care of Shuer. I'll take care of your dad. As for the corporate side, without waiting for Bai Panfeng to finish, Jiang Qingxue on the side lightly laughed. Auntie, don't worry. I'll take good care of Shuer. Besides, the boy is obedient. I like spending time with her. Hearing this, Bai Panfeng sighed at once. She grabbed Jiang Qingxue's hand and said, Qingxue, you're such a wonderful child. After saying that, she asked Qin Linger to go to the hospital room to accompany Qin Jinsong, and then glared at Qin Bufan. You brat. You were in love with Qingxue in the first place. I'm genuinely confused as to how you ended up with that woman. Thanks to the fact that people Qingxue doesn't mind you divorcing and bringing up a baby. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Qin Bufan let out a dry laugh, not knowing how to reply. Seeing this, Bai Panfeng once again looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, it's really hard on you. You're not related to Linger by blood, yet you're so kind to her. After your uncle recovers from his surgery, I'll make sure to have this brat, Bu Fan, propose marriage. Also, in the future, if this brat dares to treat you badly, you tell me, and I, as a future mother-in-law, will definitely help you to cut him down. Jiang Qingxue smiled lightly. Auntie, with your words, I am relieved. Bai Panfeng smiled. Well, this ward is pandemonium. You guys better take the kids downstairs. Your dad here. I'll keep an eye on it. If you can't, Bufan will come and sleep here at night and help with the caretaking. As for Qingxue, take Linger and go home with me. At this, Qin Bufan naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. A few people went downstairs, hanging out for a bit. At this moment, however, Qin Bufan had a preoccupied look on his face. What? Worried about Uncle? Jiang Qingxue inquired. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely make a complete recovery. Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Jiang Qingxue said, Don't think so much, let's go eat noodles nearby. I don't suppose you've eaten anything after all that tossing and turning? Inside the noodle shop, Qin Linger feasted on the food, and after Qin Bufan simply ate a few bites, he put down his chopsticks. What? Not appetizing? Jiang Qingxue inquired. Seeing Qin Bufan's desire to speak, Jiang Qingxue did not have the good sense to say, What? With me, you still need to hide it? Just say what you have to say, and I can be your most faithful listener. Qin Bufan sighed and immediately said, Qingxue, when I went to look for Chen Hao just now, I met Zhou Dongfei. This guy wants to work with Chen Hao's Hungry. I bought his company. What? Jiang Qingxue was confused, and Qin Linger also stared at Qin Bufan with strange eyes. Is old Qin crazy? How can he help Zhou Dongfei? In his previous life, he broke our family. This kind of person, it's good not to retaliate against him. How can old Qin still help him? Qin Bufan had just listened to his daughter's heart. Then, Jiang Qingxue also spoke. Bu Fan, are you sure you're not joking? You bought Zhou Dongfei's company? What the hell were you thinking? Qin Bufan smiled. Don't be in a hurry. Hear me out. Before, Zhou Dongfei almost bankrupted both of our companies. This enmity, naturally, is made. However, my purpose is not to help Zhou Dongfei. I simply think this company has a good future and I'm going to take it. As for Zhou Dongfei, after the company is smoothly taken over, I will definitely kick him out. Speaking here, Qin Bufan added, by the way, incidentally, the reason why Zhou Dongfei's company is in crisis is entirely due to that woman. I think Zhou Dongfei must hate her to death now. My intention is to let them dogfight, and when they both lose, I'll reap the benefits. Speaking of which, Qin Bufan sighed. These, of course, are just my preliminary plans. I don't have anything to do with that woman anymore. But after all, he subconsciously glanced at Qin Linger. Jiang Qingxue then understood. It turned out that Qin Bufan was planning to start dealing with Xia Yun. She could relate to the kink. After all, on one side, it was Linger's mother, and Qin Bufan naturally needed to take the other side into consideration when dealing with Xia Yun, while on the other side, it was Qin Bufan's parents, and to Xia Yun that vengeful character surely will continue to hide some moths. So, it's best to go straight for it. Bufan, it's not good for me to say anything more about this, Jiang Qingxue said with incomparable seriousness. It's your choice, but I want you to think about it. Qin Bufan was silent, while his remaining light looked towards his daughter, Qin Linger, and at this moment, Qin Linger was also caught in a tangle. However, soon after, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came out. God will give me a chance to do it again. I must change my previous life, our family's tragic end. If I had to choose, I'd rather be righteous. That mom of mine, she didn't bring me anything but birth. In his previous life, he even killed my grandparents, and he made old Qin and I suffer for the rest of our lives. So, in this life, whatever end she has, it is of her own making. Qin Bufan heard what his daughter thought. A heart that was hanging in the air fell. Summer-Ru, you can't blame me for being hard-hearted. You did it yourself. If you don't do it, you won't die. Chapter 52, a small profit of $700 million. Qin Bufan left the noodle shop and then drove back home. After taking his laptop and simply packing it up, he headed straight for the hospital. Spirit, be good tonight when you're at grandma's. Outside the hospital, Qin Bufan touched his daughter's little head and laughed. To listen to Mr. Jiang, Dad needs to be at the hospital with Grandpa, Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Daddy, don't worry, I'll be obedient. Her mouth said so, but Qin Linger's heart was full of emotions. It's a pleasure to see old Qin so cheerful. In my previous life, my irresponsible mom caused my grandparents to fall ill and my company to go bankrupt. It seems that since that time, old Qin has become a man of few words. When I was small, I still thought old Qin was nagging. Now that I think about it, I'm so clueless. After a moment of emotion, Qin Linger pulled Jiang Qingxue with one hand and Bai Panfeng with the other, drilling into the car. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, brought his laptop computer with him to his father's hospital room. As soon as he entered, Qin Bufan saw that his father was holding a computer and studying something there. Son, you're just in time, Qin Jinsong said with a smile. When Qin Bufan came to his side, Qin Jinsong pointed at the computer. What am I supposed to make of this? I studied it for half a day and, as a result, I couldn't understand anything. Qin Bufan sniffed and immediately looked at the screen. That's when I realized that Dad was actually looking at the stock interface. Dad, what are you? Qin Bufan became somewhat curious. Qin Jinsong kindly laughed. Because of your financing, coupled with the renewal of the contracts of those previous partners, our family's company, at present, is very stable and is still developing in a healthy manner. As for me, there's not much left to do, so I want to look into ways to make money. However, this market of virtual coins is unpredictable, and if you're not careful, you're likely to lose all your money, and I don't have a good heart to play. So, I still decided to speculate. Even if I lose money, it's not a big deal. Plus, my son is a connoisseur in this field, and with your help, it won't be a problem at all. But, I've read a lot of tips online, but, I'm still confused. Qin Bufan smiled. Dad, there are quite a few doors in this business of speculating on stocks. It's not just a matter of reading a few tips and getting it right. Never mind, let me explain the terminology here. In the next 10 minutes, Qin Bufan briefly explained to the other party a series of terms such as bottoming out and shorting. Now, Dad, why don't you try picking a few stocks and I'll help you advise? Qin Bufan said smilingly. Qin Jinsong thought about it for a while and finally said, I think this Marshmallow Hill beer should probably bounce back. Why don't you buy one to try first? Son, I have a feeling that this should be the lowest price. By the way, if you buy at this price, is this a plunge? Qin Bufan smiled. Dad, you're really a fast learner, so says the mouth. However, Qin Bufan was quite surprised in his heart. Is it possible that Dad has a talent for stock speculation? But when you think about it, it's possible. After all, Dad was, at least, a graduate of a prestigious university in the first place, and he grew up very sensitive to numbers. Think about it. Qin Bufan was amazed in his heart. Could it be that I inherited my talent for stock speculation from my dad? And the daughter, Qin Linger, inherited it from herself? To be true, that Qin Bufan can make a living by speculating and investing in stocks makes sense. Soon, with the help of Qin Bufan, Qin Jinsong directly bought 5,000 stocks at a price of 20 yuan. Dad, I have to say in advance, this stock speculation thing. Sometimes, it's all about luck. So, even if this time, you made a profit, you still have to be more careful next time. After all, there are quite a few people, but because of stock speculation, the company went bankrupt. This stuff, it's really just a gamble in disguise. Shin Jin-song naturally knew clearly that his son was doing this for his own good, and immediately answered with his mouth full. Stocks are good to buy. Shin Bufan also opened his computer. He briefly looked at the price of the virtual coins, and then went downstairs to buy some fruits for his father. And after the other party had eaten, washed up, and rested, Shin Bufan went to sleep at ease. There were no words all night, and for the next day, Shin Bufan basically spent it in the hospital. During that time, Jiang Qingxua brought Qin Linger to visit the hospital once, by panphone. On the other hand, didn't have time to visit because she had important business at her company. At noon, Chen Hao made a call and told Qin Bufan that Zhou Dongfei's company had been fully acquired. However, instead of shelving Zhou Dongfei for the time being, Zhou Dongfei continues to be allowed to serve as the interim boss. Other than that, it was a fairly quiet day. Blink, the third day came. It's Monday. It's stock market trading day. Qin Bufan woke up early. After buying his father breakfast, he patiently turned on his computer. Bufan, isn't it true that the stock market will open in half an hour? Shin Jin-song inquired. But Qin Bufan didn't hear it. He immediately said in a bad mood, "Brat, I'm the one speculating on stocks. Why do you look more nervous than me?" Qin Bufan smiled. In his mind, he muttered, "Dad, you only bought 500 stocks, but I, however, bought a full 35 million shares. That's $700 million. Once the price goes up, even one piece, one can make $35 million. But if one loses money, it's a hemorrhage." Granted, the company is aware of today's stock market quote for Shudo Mountain Brewing, yet he is also worried that because of his entry into the market, thus leading to changes in the market price, after some anxious waiting, the stock market opened. Qin Bufan kept a close eye on the price changes. He was breathing a little sharply, and Qin Jinsong, who was on the side, was doing the same at the moment. "Son, the price shot up to 25. Can we sell now? If you buy now, you can make 25,000. Qin Jinsong asked nervously. Qin Bufan smiled. "Dad, there's no rush. There's still room to rise. The way I see it, this stock, it's going to rally to $40 today, and that's the perfect time to sell." Hearing this, Qin Jinsong couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he waited patiently. The hour passed quickly, and the price has ebbed and flowed, boosting from 22 at the beginning to 25, then dropping to $21. Just when Qin Jinsong was a bit at a loss for words, suddenly, prices are spiking fast. In a few minutes of work, it went straight up to $30 and continued to rise. "Son, 35 up, $38 now. Son, why don't I sell it? I'm a little panicked." Qin Bufan had intended to stop it, but at that point, Qin Jinsong directly sold all of his shares. Seeing this, Qin Bufan didn't say much, and the next thing you know, prices keep going up and down. Just when Qin Jinsong was glad he sold early, the stock price is once again elevated. It eventually reached 40 blocks. It is now. Qin Bufan was quick on his feet and quickly sold them all. When he saw the news that the sell-off was successful, Qin Bufan had a heart, which fell. "Son, I should have listened to you and just sold it later." Qin Jinsong was depressed when he saw the high price of $40. He sold it for $38, which means he made 10k less for himself. But when he saw Qin Bufan's relaxed face, he couldn't help but wonder. "Bufan, I see you like this. Like, you bought this stock too?" Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Qin Jinsong curiously said, "So, you made $20 on one share? Come on, hurry up and tell Dad just how many shares you bought." Qin Bufan smiled. "It's not much, a total of 35 million shares, a small profit of $700 million. Chapter 53, Reprisal Plans. What? Qin Jinsong thought he had heard wrong. Immediately, he shouted, "Son, you're not kidding?" Qin Bufan opened his computer. See each other's sell-off records. Qin Jinsong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He wanted to say something. In the end, he could only give a thumbs up and say, "Son, you're still bold. You're spending $700 million on 35 million shares. You're a real piece of work. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your money all at once?" Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. He couldn't say that he had dared to do so because he had hurt his daughter's heart. Could he? "I'm afraid the old man wouldn't believe it even if I told him." In the end, Qin Bufan could only beat a dead horse and said, "That's how stock speculation is. Sometimes, going out of the ordinary will gain unexpected results. Of course, there is also the possibility of guttering. After all, the stock market business is, in fact, deep water." Qin Jinsong was silent when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said, Then next time, if there's any stock you're extremely optimistic about, when the time comes, tell your dad about me, so I can at least earn back my hospital bill. Qin Bufan smiled. Absolutely no problem, but Dad, your main task now is to recuperate properly. Also, I've arranged a doctor for you, and in a week's time, he'll come to Suhai City, so by then, you'll have to cooperate. Qin Jinsong was in an extremely good mood today, coupled with Qin Bufan's cheering and encouragement yesterday. He was naturally full of hope for life. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Who made you my son? After saying that, Qin Jinsong put down his computer and lay down at ease. As for Qin Bufan, he continued to study the stocks. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan spent $100 million, picked a few bullish stocks, and closed the web page. He then opened the official website of Virtual Coin. A brief look at today's trend was reassuring, as it wasn't too far off from the specific data my daughter had given herself. Tomorrow, it's the 26th. Qin Bufan was rather looking forward to it. Meal point. Bai Panfeng came to the hospital room. Ouch. You father and son are quite cozy. Although Bai Panfeng snickered with his mouth, but there was a smile on his face. After all, she couldn't see the slightest hint of decrepitude in her husband's face. And it's important to realize that a person's condition has a great deal to do with the person's mental state. If the mood strikes, the disease can be stabilized naturally. But if you are depressed every day, that would be counterproductive. Wifey, coming? Qin Jinsong put down his cell phone and said, seeing the other party holding an insulated lunchbox. Qin Jinsong smiled. The company is so busy already, so you shouldn't deliver the food. You just take care of yourself and the company, and don't let hard it. Bai Panfeng froze for a moment when she heard this, but quickly recovered her smile and said, don't worry, the company is fine, everything is normal. So, I came home early and made you your favorite rib soup. Why don't you and your son hurry up and drink it while it's hot? Qin Jinsong smiled. That's a good feeling, that's what I'm good for. Bai Panfeng didn't have the heart to say, just know how to coax me. Since you were young, you said you liked my cooking. Look, now I've been making it for you for 30 years. How come you're not tired of it yet? Qin Jinsong said seriously, my wife's cooking is the best. I won't get tired of it even if I eat it for another 30 years. Bai Panfeng glared at the other. You're the sweetest. Well, don't be poor. Your son is watching and you don't know how to be shy. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. After you eat, I'll give you a massage. Otherwise your leg muscles are stiff from just lying there. Seeing this, Qin Bufan picked up his own bowl and headed outside. Son, what's wrong with you? Bai Panfeng asked. Nothing, I'm going out to get some air. The room, it all smells like dog food. I need to get some air. Qin Bufan said with a smile. Bai Panfeng and Qin Jinsong looked at each other. The mind doesn't understand. There's no dog in this room? Where will there be dog food? Qin Bufan came outside and recalled the scene in the hospital room. There was some small anticipation in his heart. I wonder, when I get married in the future, with Jiang Qingxue, will it be the same state? Half an hour later, Qin Bufan had eaten and drank his fill and was sitting there with his head down playing with his cell phone. And at that moment, Bai Panfeng had already walked out of the hospital room. Hey, your dad can be put to sleep by me. Bai Panfeng sat beside Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan glanced at the other party. Mom, are you hiding something from me? Qin Bufan directly opened the door. After all, when his father inquired about the company just now, Qin Bufan caught the subtle expression on his mother's face. Bai Panfeng sighed. Nice, our family, it's been a real disaster lately. Seeing his mother's worried look, Qin Bufan inquired. Mom, what's wrong? When Bai Panfeng heard this, he gritted his teeth. It's not even your evil ex-wife. She ran off to the office again today just after it opened. She said that not only did she have to piss your dad off until he was hospitalized, but she even had to piss me off. But I have to say, this woman has some skills. Qin Bufan didn't speak, but waited for his mother to continue speaking. Bai Panfeng did not hide anything, but directly said, that woman, after being dumped by Zhou Dongfei, has hitched a ride with a real estate tycoon from our Suhai city. That man seems to be 50 years old. His name is Shin Yuehua, the owner of Yuehua Real Estate Company. He is financially strong and, in addition, has given one of his companies, worth $300 million, to Xia Yun. Xia Yun said that she would take me and your father's company and screw it up until it went bankrupt, and that she wanted to see us jump off a building with her own eyes. Qin Bufan's face was expressionless, but the anger in his heart had reached a level beyond measure. This woman, it's still a real death wish. Strike that, too, since she's being stubborn. Well, don't blame yourself for being hard-hearted. The mind thinks so. However, Qin Bufan didn't take a stance, but instead comforted. Mom, this matter, I'll keep it in my heart. Don't worry about it. Our family's company, it will never go bankrupt. As for that Xia Yun, I will make her pay for her wickedness, for what she has done. Well, Mom, you can go back to the office first. You get some rest and don't think so much. Bai Panfeng smiled bitterly. What am I doing back at the company? Quite a few of our company's employees have been poached by Xia Yun and high salaries. Those guys, they don't even want a paycheck. They just leave. So, to appease those employees who still want to stay with the company, I'm giving them a few days of extended paid vacation. It was not surprising that Qin Bufan played such a trick on Xia Yun. Mom, in that case, you can rest at home, Qin Bufan said. After all these years, you've been running the company with my dad, and you haven't had a good break. Bai Panfeng laughed bitterly. With your father like this, where can I rest in peace? Tell you what, I'll be at the hospital with you for the next few days. You'll switch shifts with me when you're free. As for you, go home and stay with the kids. I'm worried that Qing Xue is too tired alone. As for your father's side, I'll find an excuse to muddle through. In response, Qin Bufan was somewhat helpless, but that's as far as it goes. In the next few moments, Qin Bufan continued to pacify his mother, and then, it found a reason to leave the hospital. He went straight to Zhou Yazhou as well as Wang Ji's real estate company. He decided that from now on, he was going to carry out a plan to take revenge on Xia Yun. Chapter 54, So It's a Bluff. Boss, what brings you here? Seeing Qin Bufan's sudden visit, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji were a bit strange. Qin Bufan said flatly, Go to the office and talk. Come to the office. Zhou Yazhou had planned to ask his assistant to make coffee for Qin Bufan, but it was rejected by him. Waiting for the room door to close, Qin Bufan said with a straight face, Yazhou, Wang Ji, let me ask you guys, that piece of land in the Jinling neighborhood, are you bound to get it? The two men froze. However, they knew that this question from Qin Bufan was definitely not that simple. Sure enough, when the two were quite sure, Qin Bufan continued to speak. Well then, I will now immediately transfer $1 billion to you, and I want you, at tomorrow's bidding session, to take this company down at all costs. Zhou Yazhou took a deep breath. He looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. Qin Bufan was also too lazy to talk nonsense, directly opened the computer, and in front of the two of them, he transferred the money to the company account. After doing so, Qin Bufan spoke once again. Transferring money to you is just one of the purposes. As for the second purpose, I am trying to investigate someone from you. This guy's name is Xin Yuehua. Zhou Yazhou seriously said. Boss, unfortunately, I don't know much about this Xin Yuehua. I'm only clear that he's a person with a very powerful wrist. And, over the years, buy real estate. The bottom line is extremely high, worth at least $1 billion. When Zhou Yazhou finished, Wang Ji hurriedly said, I do know quite a bit of information about Xin Yuehua. This guy, very sleight of hand. A few years earlier, in our city of Suhai, there actually existed more than a dozen real estate companies. But this Xin Yuehua either spends a heavy amount of money to acquire it, or if he can't, he tries to discredit the other party. Then by relying on the pressure of public opinion, those companies gradually lose their trust and are eventually delisted. More than that, he's a man who seems friendly but is devious and cunning, and he has an extremely bad reputation in the industry. The real estate bigwigs in Suhai City, and even in other cities in the province, call it the Smiling Tiger. Oh yes, I heard, this guy recently found a girlfriend. That woman also do not know what magic actually let this Smiling Tiger, willing to it's a company worth 200 million, to the other party to take care of. After hearing what Wang Ji said, Qin Bufan silently said, the woman you're talking about is my ex-wife. The Zhou Yazhou duo were instantly embarrassed. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, explained, I'm actually looking for you guys, amongst official business, mixed with some personal matters. You gone, that Xin Yuehua, is our biggest competitor when it comes to taking down the Jinling neighborhood. On a personal note, that ex-wife of mine, she tried to team up with someone else before and nearly bankrupted my dad's company. And this one, more than anything else, just straight up hospitalized my dad. He even went so far as to mess with my mom, threatening to bankrupt the company so that my parents would be forced to jump off a building. Today, my dad's company has a number of employees who have been poached by its high salaries. Hear this, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji then realized. Their eyes met. Eventually Wang Ji asked, Boss, since that woman is not ethical in the workplace and has taken a bite out of Auntie's company, should we do the same to her? That Xin Yuehua, we may not be able to deal with him at the moment, but that woman, I do have some ways. Not waiting for Wang Ji to finish his sentence, Zhou Yazhou, who was on the side, suddenly said, Who says we don't have a way to deal with Xin Yuehua? Seeing Wang Ji and Qin Bufan's strange faces, Zhou Yazhou said excitedly, Boss, I remembered something. This could be our key to dealing with Xin Yuehua. The thing is, a few years ago, when I was still following Boss Wang Chulong, he took me to a party. Among the gathering, there was that Xin Yuehua's figure. It was also that get-together that made me think there was a market for real estate in Soho, too. At that time, I noticed that Shin Yuehua was very respectful to a big brother. The big man, I later learned, was the owner of the Fantagraphics Group. You know Fant, right? It's that existence that intends to make theme parks with a unique oriental cultural flavor in our China. At that time, I heard Shin Yuehua say that over the years, it was because of the connections introduced by Boss Fant that he was able to be so prosperous. I've even heard that manhwa, over the years, has always had financing from the Fanti Group, as if that Fant boss is the real shareholder of Moonflower. Hearing this, Qin Bufan immediately brightened up. If that's true, well, isn't it a coincidence, this whole thing? And in order to verify whether what Zhou Yazhou said was true, Qin Bufan immediately made a call to Wang Chulong. Wang Chulong immediately said that he would immediately call the owner of Fanti to confirm. 2 minutes later, Qin Bufan received a call from Wang Chulong. Boss, I've just asked clearly, Shin Yuehua's company is actually a branch of the Fanta Group. Moreover, my relative said that if you want to acquire Fant, manhwa, too, will be packaged together and handed over to you. By the way, I asked for some tidbits of information. That Shin Yuehua is, in fact, pretending. Yuehua Corporation. The total market capitalization is just 300 million. He had, before, scraped together everything for that plot of land near the Jinling neighborhood, even taking Yuehua as collateral, before he borrowed 200 million from the bank. He is no match for you at all. Hearing this, Qin Bufan laughed. Good, you can convey for me that I'm looking forward to meeting tomorrow. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan had a relaxed look on his face. On the contrary, Zhou Yazhou, as well as Wang Ji, were a bit dumbfounded after hearing the contents of the call. Boss, Zhou Yazhou was the first to speak. You can't tell me that. You intend to buy the Fant Group? Qin Bufan nodded. Not bad, I do have this idea. And, tomorrow, Boss Fant will come to Suhai City to sign a purchase agreement with me. I'm almost ready for $1.3 billion. Hearing this, the Zhou Yazhou duo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They eyed Qin Bufan. The mind, on the other hand, was shaken to the core. This boss in front of me, how rich is that? For the next half hour, Qin Bufan continued to chat with the duo for a while, and because he had learned the true situation of Yuehua Company, Qin Bufan was even more confident in taking the plot of land near the Jinling district. After all, that Shen Yuehua was just a swollen face. Shen Yuehua was still like this. Qin Bufan was sure that the company that Xia Yun was in charge of probably didn't have much financial power. Everything, it's just a complete bluff. Without worries, Qin Bufan's heart could be considered to have fallen. Next, just be patient until the 26th arrives. Chapter 55, Ex-wife's eyes are high? The truth is, she's in debt. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he left Zhou Yazhou's company. Qin Bufan had planned to visit his father in the hospital and buy some food to take there. But a phone call came and directly changed Qin Bufan's plans. The caller ID shows that it's Zhou Dongfei's. Qin Bufan was a bit strange. What's this guy doing calling at this hour? Although he was puzzled in his mind, Qin Bufan still picked up the phone. Boss, let me report something to you. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Dongfei's fawning voice came. Although Qin Bufan was a bit fazed by the voice, he could only patiently inquire. What's the matter? Zhou Dongfei smiled mysteriously. Boss, I want to tell you a good news. After you hear, Qin Bufan didn't have the heart to bull **** with the other party. He said coldly, say what you have to say. Zhou Dongfei hurriedly apologized and then said, it's like this. An hour ago, that woman, Xia Yun, came to our company and she said that she wanted to bankrupt the company. Not only that, but he said he wanted to see me jump off a building after I was broke. And something about making me pay for it or something like that. And before she left, she tried to poach my company. I was very angry at the time, but when I thought about it, I didn't think it was appropriate to keep sitting on my hands like this, so I made some connections and investigated some things. As a result, I found out that the company Shin Yuehua handed over to Xia Yun claimed to have a market capitalization of $200 million to the public. It's actually bull ********. This company, which is actually heavily in debt, has always been a drag on that Shin Yuehua, and Xia Yun took the initiative to climb Shin Yuehua. It looks like Xia Yun took advantage. In fact, this woman fell into Shin Yuehua's trap, and, yesterday, the legal person of this company has been changed to Shin Yuehua. So, if there are problems with this company, the unlucky one will be Xia Yun. Oh, boss, I just got an invitation from Xia Yun. He said he wants me to meet with her tonight. Knowing her as I do, he must have wanted to do a little shaming on me. Qin Bufan had intended to say something, but then, a text message suddenly rang from his cell phone. Qin Bufan opened it up. He couldn't help but smile. I just got an invite too. did Charlene ask you to go to the Rose restaurant? After getting the other party's confirmation, Qin Bufan hung up his cell phone. Oh, this whole thing is getting interesting. I really can't figure out what this Xia Yun thinks. I can't believe they played that. She's dating her ex-husband and ex-boyfriend. Is this intended to be a show-off? Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless. However, if the other party wasn't afraid of embarrassment, what was Qin Bufan afraid of? Thinking of this, Qin Bufan immediately sent a text message back to the other party, stating that he would definitely go to the appointment. Do all that. Qin Bufan called Jiang Qingxue again. Bu Fan, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone inquired. I just called you and I've been on the phone. Did something happen? Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. Qingxue, it's like this. Wait until Qin Bufan had finished what he had learned. Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone couldn't help but stare. He then laughed softly. So, this Xia Yun thinks he's taken advantage of a great deal. And, as a result, get laid? Qin Bufan replied. More than that, Zhou Dongfei called me just now. He said that Xia Yun wants to see him. And then I got the message. Jiang Qingxue froze. Then somewhat incredulously, I suspect that this woman intends for you to beg for her forgiveness. Qin Bufan didn't say that he had already agreed, but pretended to hesitate. Qingxue, what do you say? Should I go or not? Jiang Qingxue didn't hesitate and said, go, of course you have to go. Anyway, this woman can only fool around today. Isn't she trying to get someone to jump? Doesn't she want you to beg her for mercy? Wouldn't it be a disappointment to her if we didn't go? Qin Bufan smiled. What? You're not jealous? Aren't you worried about anything else? Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. This young lady believes in her own charm. I also believe in the character of the men I see. Well, don't dawdle. Hurry up. But remember, you're driving and don't drink. If you do drink, be sure to call me and I'll pick you up. Spirit and I will be at home waiting for you to come back. Putting away his cell phone, Qin Bufan's heart warmed. A woman who understands herself so well, how can she not cherish each other? Soon, only half an hour remained before the appointed time. Qin Bufan immediately drove straight to the Rose Hotel. And to report on the trip, Qin Bufan took a picture to Jiang Qingxue. Qin Bufan got out of the car with his front foot. On the back foot, he saw Xia Yun get out of the car. You're kinda on time, Xia Yun said coldly. She looked east. Anyone else but me? Qin Bufan deliberately asked. Xia Yun looked at Qin Bufan contemptuously. Of course, moreover, that person you've seen before. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that not far away, Zhou Dongfei's car had stopped. Qin Bufan walked over. He and Zhou Dongfei had long been in the loop, so he intentionally revealed a look of surprise. Why are you there? The two men's incoherent voices came out. Apparently, the two perform without showing off. Summeru thought she had succeeded in her ploy. At that moment, he laughed coldly. What? You guys aren't thinking that I've called you here to find you back together, are you? Idiot's dream. My current boyfriend is the owner of Yuehua Real Estate, and I, too, am the president of her company. Just the two of you. I really don't see it. Well, come with me. I've got a reservation. I'll explain the situation to you later at dinner. Inside the hotel box, Xia Yun crossed her legs and looked like she had her eyes high above the ground. Not waiting for Qin Bufan to speak with Zhou Dongfei, Xia Yun then said bluntly, both of you should have seen my methods, right? Now I have all the wind and all the rain. Both of your companies, I could put them out of business in an instant if I wanted to, and you are nothing but playthings to me. Now, there's no one else here either, so I'll give you the chance to kneel and apologize. As long as you kowtow your head to my satisfaction, and then casually compensate me with $10 million, I promise that from now on, I won't trouble you anymore. You guys have to think this through. $10 million? For your company not to go bankrupt? That's quite a deal. Of course, if you refuse, tomorrow, I'll make your company declare bankruptcy and make you jump off a building. Qin Bufan slowly got up. He said indifferently, if that's what you've come to us about, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. After Qin Bufan finished speaking, Zhou Dongfei also made his position clear. Seeing this, Xia Yun was furious, but then she sneered. Never mind, as I see it, you guys are also penniless. Then I'll change my offer for good. You will give me your own 30 dry shares. Every year, I take a cut of it. Is that alright? Zhou Dongfei sniffed and snapped to his feet. Xia Yun, you wish. I will never give you a penny even if my company goes bankrupt. Throwing down these words, Zhou Dongfei turned to leave after glancing at Qin Bufan. Seeing this, Xia Yun spread his hands. This Zhou Dongfei fellow, as usual, is petty. Forget it, he didn't stand the test. I'll leave him alone. After saying that, Xia Yun looked at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan, you haven't left until now. You should be worried that I will really make your parents' company go bankrupt, right? Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Xia Yun calmly said, if you're really afraid, you only have to promise me one condition and I'll let you go. That is, you helped me conceive a child. What? Qin Bufan was confused in his mind. This woman, she's out of her mind, isn't she? How could you make such an odd offer? Chapter 56, The Arrival of the 26th. Qin Bufan kept bellyaching in his heart. It was naturally impossible for him to agree to the other party's request, but on the surface, he pretended to be surprised and said, Xia Yun, this kind of joke, you can't make it. If that Xin Yuehua knows about it, she definitely won't be able to spare me when the time comes. Xia Yun couldn't help but curse stupidity. Can I tell Xin Yuehua about this kind of thing? To tell you the truth, Xin Yuehua divorced his ex-wife because he never had children. At the time, Xin Yuehua thought it was her ex-wife's problem. But I did some digging the other day and found out that her ex-wife got pregnant after she remarried. As a result, I asked someone to check it out and found out that it was Xin Yuehua's own problem. But Shen Yuehua doesn't know. Qin Bufan drifted off. It seemed that this Xia Yun was planning to get pregnant with Xin Yuehua's child as a way to stabilize their relationship. It was a pity that Xin Yuehua couldn't. That's why the other side came up with such a bad idea. But, at this moment, Qin Bufan was deeply disgusted with Xia Yun. Plus he has Lin Shuer. How can he be with another woman? As Qin Bufan pondered, Xia Yun coldly grunted. Qin Bufan, don't get any ideas. I didn't say that with you. My plan, actually, is to drag Xin Yuehua to IVF, and then find a way to steal it. When the time comes, God doesn't know what's going on. Speaking here, Xia Yun looked at Qin Bufan with contempt. You want to touch me? No way. I think you're dirty. Qin Bufan was speechless. Who's dirty? The mind was belabored though. But Qin Bufan indifferently said, this kind of thing is too sudden. I'll have to think about it. His mouth said so, but Qin Bufan had rejected it in his heart long ago. However, after this incident, Qin Bufan also knew that this Xia Yun and Xin Yuehua could be said to have their own agenda. I wonder, if they knew what they thought of each other, would they tear their faces off then? Qin Bufan didn't want to continue to stay here. However, just then, Xia Yun shouted, wait, just in case, you need to sign this agreement. Otherwise, what if you tell Xin Yuehua? Qin Bufan glanced at the agreement that the other party handed forward and immediately opened it to read it. When he saw the content of the simple scribbled agreement on it, Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless. This woman, it seems, thinks she has taken me down? It's just a shame that the agreement, which is full of loopholes and has no legal effect whatsoever. Just as well, I'll let you fool around for a while. Wait until tomorrow, and I'll make you lose your reputation. This is what you get for targeting me all the time. With those words, Qin Bufan took out the fountain pen he was carrying. However, he did not sign immediately, but looked at Xia Yun and said, if I sign, is it? Xia Yun said impatiently, sign it, and then, when you hear from me, the agreement is official from the time we go for IVF. Of course, if you leak it, then your mom and dad's company. Just wait until it goes bankrupt. Qin Bufan laughed coldly in his heart, but his mouth was full of promises. Good, since there is an agreement in place, I'm sort of relieved. Waiting to sign each other's names, Qin Bufan left the place with the portion of the agreement that belonged to him. Outside the hotel, Qin Bufan went to buy a bottle of water nearby. Upon seeing Xia Yun drive away, Qin Bufan then called Zhou Dongfei. Boss, what did I just do? How was it? Zhou Dongfei said smilingly, by the way, Xia Yun didn't make any strange offers to you after I left, did she? This woman, there is something very wrong with her brain. Seeing that Qin Bufan was silent, Zhou Dongfei curiously said, boss, it can't be that Xia Yun thinks that Xin Yuehua can't work, so, seeing that you are young, tall and handsome, so, there is. Qin Bufan glared at the other party. Zhou Dongfei immediately scrunched his neck. However, Qin Bufan didn't explode at this, but instead took out the so-called confidentiality agreement. Zhou Dongfei opened it, almost didn't laugh. This woman, indeed, is no good, Zhou Dongfei coldly said. However, I didn't expect that she would go to such lengths to be with Xin Yuehua, that she would ask for your help to get her pregnant. This man sometimes, without a bottom line, it's really scary. Qin Bufan looked at Zhou Dongfei indifferently. The mind sneers, what do you think you are? Well, this is something that you can just keep in your mind. Go back, get an early night, you have to work tomorrow. After saying that, Qin Bufan turned around and got into the car. Qin Bufan started the car, then called Jiang Qingshui. What? So soon? The rendezvous with the ex-wife are over? It's been years since we've had dinner together. And you guys, tonight, you must be talking a lot, right? Had enough to eat and drink? Jiang Qingshui's laughing voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Bufan coughed dryly. What do you mean by a rendezvous? I'm just embarrassed as hell, okay? So, after the chat, I slipped away in a hurry. Jiang Qingshui was curious. So what did you guys talk about? Qin Bufan said mysteriously. It's better to wait until we meet. By the way, what's the situation over at the hospital now? Where's my mom now? Jiang Qingxue truthfully said. Don't worry about uncle's side. My dad went to the hospital to accompany him. The two old men had a joyful chat. As for auntie, she has gone back to rest. I'm at home with Spirit now. Qin Bufan sniffed and then let go of his heart. On the way back, Qin Bufan stopped by the hospital, bought some fruits for the two old men, and went straight to his home. The moment the door opens, Jiang Qingxue then walked up. She looked Qin Bufan up and down, then said, the smell on you. It's too strange. Hurry up and take a shower. Qin Bufan sniffed. There's nothing strange about the smell. It's quite fragrant. Seeing this, Qin Linger, who was on the side, was speechless in her heart. Old Qin, are you stupid? Mr. Cheng means that you met my irresponsible mom and absorbed the smell of her perfume on your body because of the close proximity. After all, Mr. Jiang, no matter how virtuous she is still jealous of these. After listening to his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan was then enlightened. Instantly, he laughed. Well, I'm in a restaurant, but it's really pandemonium. I'm going to take a shower, and I'll talk to you afterward. 10 minutes. Qin Bufan finished rinsing, and at that moment, Jiang Qingxue brought a bowl of spaghetti. Nah, I thought you said you didn't eat? I was going to buy it for the kids, but now, it's cheap for now. Qin Bufan saw this and feasted on it. He was, however, a little hungry. It was only that earlier at the restaurant, seeing Xia Yun's snarky appearance, there was really no appetite. Soon enough, eat and drink. Jiang Qingxue asked, tell me, what exactly is the purpose of her looking for you? Qin Bufan smiled, then took the agreement out. Jiang Qingxue took a look and became speechless. However, because Qin Linger was beside her, she did not comment on the matter. Bufan, this is something that I think I'd better stay out of. Jiang Qingxue said, everything, you decide. Well, get an early night tonight. Tomorrow is the 26th and you've got a lot of work to do. Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. After a brief chat, they each went back to their rooms to rest up for the night. Blink. The 26th arrived. Chapter 57, Assets of 6.5 billion. Early this morning, Qin Bufan woke up. He washed up, bought breakfast, and waited patiently in front of his computer. Not long after, Jiang Qingxue and Qin Linger also got up one after another. Come and have breakfast, Qin Bufan said smilingly. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, I might be a bit busy today. So, Jiang Qingxue smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of the child. Also, I'll have my dad drop what he's doing for a while and stay with uncle. As for you, you just go about your business in peace. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingxue left with Qin Linger. As for Qin Bufan, he turned on his computer and waited at ease for the virtual coins to open. Opening time has just arrived. Qin Bufan then kept a close eye on the price. When he saw that the opening price was $805.73, Qin Bufan was relieved, and for the next 10 minutes, the price continued to move higher, and soon, it reached $830. However, it then quickly dropped back down, even falling below the opening price. Luckily, when I bought it, it was $668.13, and today's low, it's $800, so I won't lose out if it goes down anymore. While talking, Qin Bufan drank a cup of coffee. Waiting is boring. So, the hour passed quickly. Qin Bufan saw that after some ups and downs, the price unexpectedly began to rapidly skyrocket again. $850. $61. $870. $90. Qin Bufan's breath began to catch, and once the price got to $928.54, Qin Bufan's eyes were quick and he quickly sold it off. Sell-off successful. Qin Bufan was relieved. 1 minute later, Qin Bufan withdrew all the money. Not bad. 300 million Chinese dollars for a net profit of $944 million, converted to 843 billion Chinese dollars, plus 400 million left after I transferred 1 billion to Zhou Yazhou Company before. In my hands, I have a total of 543 billion. That money should be enough for now. Saying that, Qin Bufan quickly found Wang Chulong's company account number and then transferred money through internet banking. After confirmation, only then did Qin Bufan take out his cell phone. Because today's virtual coin sell-off was extremely important to Qin Bufan, he had to turn off his phone so as not to be disturbed. I didn't expect that when the phone was turned on, a flurry of text messages came in. Qin Bufan took a look. All of them were missed call alerts from Wang Chulong. Qin Bufan immediately called back. I say my big boss Qin, what are you doing? Wang Chulong complained. I've called you a dozen times and it's all off. Uncle Liang and we've been waiting for you for over an hour? Qin Bufan's heart was delighted. He naturally knew that the Uncle Liang in the other party's mouth was Liang Weiguang, the boss of Fantasia. Is Uncle Liang already here? Qin Bufan asked. Okay, you tell me the address and I'll be right there now. By the way, apologize to Uncle Liang for me. I was doing something just now, so I turned off my phone. Oh yeah, didn't you say before that you needed $1 billion to buy a piece of land? That money, I've just transferred it to the top of Rivistar's account. Just call and ask the finance over there and let me know when you get there. Well, I'm off now. See you later. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan then went straight to the Tianhao Hotel, and at the same time, in the Tianhao Hotel, inside a private room, Wang Chulong is calling about finances, and when he knew that the financial side had just received $1 billion in transfers, Wang Chulong lightly exhaled. He opened the screenshot sent by the finance and looked at Liang Weiguang with a smile. Uncle Liang, do you believe now the financial power of this new boss of mine? At this moment, Liang Weiguang nodded his head repeatedly. The mind, on the other hand, was quite shocked. After all, even in its prime, it would take quite a bit of time for Liang Weiguang to come up with $1 billion in one breath. Looks like I'm the one who's getting older. Somewhat underestimated you young scions. Liang Weiguang sighed and said, Chulong, this old classmate of yours is full of vigor. You do a good job with him, and in the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the real estate aspect of the Xiuyu district of Guang City. Uncle Liang looks after you. Wang Chulong smiled. Uncle Liang, back then, if you hadn't pulled me through, I wouldn't have been like this. Liang Weiguang shook his head and said, this one of mine, maybe it's called planting good causes to get good results. I pulled you in the first place, and now, in my time of crisis, isolated, no one will help me. You, on the other hand, are willing to help me build bridges. Seriously, nowadays, there really aren't many people who know what they're doing like you. Seeing this, Wang Chulong quickly said, Uncle Liang, don't be depressed. The past, for now. Next, as long as you can successfully sign a contract with Bufan, your Fanti company, you will definitely be able to get past solving the immediate pressing problem. While the two were chatting, there was a knock at the door. Uncle Liang, Chulong, I'm sorry I'm late, Qin Bufan said with a hint of apology. The moment, Liang Weiguang was a little nervous. After all, Qin Bufan's next decision would have a great impact on the future of Fanti. If acquired, Fontaine, the future is bright, but without the acquisition, one can only watch the company go bankrupt and do nothing about it. Thinking of this, Liang Weiguang intended to take the initiative to befriend Qin Bufan. Who knows? Qin Bufan, however, went straight to the point. Uncle Liang, though, this is the first time I've met with you, but I know all about you from Chulun here. I've read through the previous documents. 2. I am very optimistic about your company. Do you think we should sign first, or have we eaten first? Never mind. I'll see about signing on. After I transfer the money into the company's account, I'll be able to eat in peace. 2. Liang Weiguang was confused. He's run a company for so many years. Never have I experienced such a simple and straightforward signing. Could it be that Qin Bufan doesn't want to visit the company's headquarters? Doesn't he, think it through? That's more or less hasty, isn't it? As Liang Weiguang pondered. On the side, Wang Chulong laughed softly. Uncle Liang, you don't have to be surprised. This person, Bufan, has always done things in a straightforward manner. You get used to it. Liang Weiguang nodded his head repeatedly, and at that moment, without hesitation, he quickly took out the contract he had prepared in advance. After looking at it, Qin Bufan immediately signed with the other party, and then, Qin Bufan was very quick to transfer 1.6 billion into the company's account. After doing so, Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Liang, Chulong should have told you before, right? I, for one, am an amateur. Outsiders regulating insiders is bound to have a huge impact on the company. So, you are still the executor of Fantagraphics, and if you are short of money, just let me know. So, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Liang Weiguang had no problem with this. Naturally, after all, he was still hesitant before. If Qin Bufan changed his decision after acquiring the company, he would be in trouble then, and this decision of Qin Bufan was naturally favorable to both sides. Thinking of this, Liang Weiguang snorted and said, Boss, in the future, you can just be a shirker, and you can rest assured about the rest. Qin Bufan smiled in satisfaction. This is very good. Since the acquisition has been taken care of, so can I, as the boss, exercise my rights? Seeing Liang Weiguang's strange face, Qin Bufan went straight to the point. Uncle Liang, I heard that in our city of Suhai, there's a company called Yuehua Real Estate, which is under the banner of Fanta. I want to meet the owner of this company. Shan Yuehua. Chapter 58, The Death of Shan Yuehua. Liang Weiguang's heart was very strange when he heard Qin Bufan's request. After all, since last night, the other party had been investigating there about Shin Yuehua, and today, the other party said straight away that they wanted to see Shin Yuehua after acquiring Fontaine. What the hell is going on here? Just as Liang Weiguang inquired, Qin Bufan took the lead and said, Uncle Liang, there are a few things involved here. I can't explain it clearly in a moment, so it's better to wait until Shin Yuehua arrives here and we'll deal with it slowly. I hope that when the time comes, you will be able to see it through. Liang Weiguang was strange though, but naturally, he couldn't refute the orders of this new boss. Therefore, under Qin Bufan's authorization, he made a call to Shin Yuehua. On the phone, he didn't explicitly say that Qin Bufan had acquired Fontaine, just saying, let the other guy come over and catch up. Waiting for the other party to hang up his cell phone, Qin Bufan inquired, Uncle Liang, before Shin Yuehua comes, I have to take the liberty of asking first, you and Shen Yuehua, what exactly is your relationship? Liang Weiguang said truthfully, this Shen Yuehua, back then, was actually my driver. I see this person, but also more down to earth, and do things seriously, I just happened to open a real estate company in Suhai City, and there would have been no one at the helm, so I made him the CEO of this company, but I have to say, this guy is pretty good, and in a few years, he's gotten the company to this point. Qin Bufan didn't say anything, but silently memorized these in his mind. 20 minutes passed quickly, and at that moment, a knock came from outside the door. Opened the door, then he saw a half-bald middle-aged man, full of smiles, walk in. Dong Liang, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came, so I can pick you up? While saying that, Shin Yuehua sat down with a big grin. Liang Weiguang smiled and after briefly chatting with the other party, he pointed at Qin Bufan beside him. He had intended to present it as it was. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Bufan was the first to get up. He said smilingly, hello Mr. Shin, my name is Qin Bufan. My father is Qin Jinsong. My father's company is also in Suhai City. You should have an impression. Hear this. Shin Yuehua's face instantly became gloomy. Your Summer Ru's ex-husband? Shin Yuehua inquired. Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, the smile on Shin Yuehua's face froze. He then looked at Liang Weiguang with a puzzled look in his eyes. Apparently, he hasn't figured out what's going on yet. Seeing this, Qin Bufan immediately gave the other party a wink before saying, Mr. Shin, the reason why I was able to form this meal is actually because Wang Chulong is my good brother, and Uncle Liang is Chulun's brother, so I want to. Shin Yuehua waved her hand to interrupt what Qin Bufan had said. Afterward, he looked at Liang Weiguang and said, Director Liang, what is your status? Guilty as charged. Calling me here for such a trifle. After a pause, Shin Yuehua said, Originally, if it was your face, I would definitely give it. But if it's about this Qin Bufan kid, then it's better not to say anything. You don't know. This kid, he dared to hit my girlfriend. More than that, after some reckless planting, Shin Yuehua drew a turn and said, Liang Dong, our brothers haven't met for some years, so there's still no need to get upset over something like that. Speaking here, Shin Yuehua glanced at Qin Bufan and said, Kid, you'd better consider yourself unlucky. I can tell you truthfully that your parents' company, sooner or later, will go bankrupt. Your family, just wait and jump. I won't rest until your family is dead. Seeing this, Liang Weiguang sighed in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Qin Bufan was planning to deliberately suppress Shin Yuehua on the basis of his status as the new boss of Fantasia, but now he realized, it turned out to be this Shin Yuehua, bent on bringing down Qin Bufan's parents' company. As it is, then this matter, he doesn't care. Thinking of this, Liang Weiguang didn't continue to dwell on this matter, but instead followed what the other party had said before. Okay, this matter will not be mentioned, but, Sukiakari, today is the day we meet as brothers, and Qin Bufan is friends with Chulong. We all eat at the same table. You're not going to get into any trouble, are you? Shin Yuehua nodded her head and said, Of course, this face, I will still give it. Don't you worry, except for this hotel, I'm enemies with this kid. As for now, he will be your junior for the time being. Speaking of this, Shin Yuehua immediately called out for the waiter. Again, we opened foreign wines and ordered a big, boozy table. Soon, a table of food had been served. Shin Yuehua didn't pay attention to Wang Chulong as well as Qin Bufan, and after 3 rounds of wine, he asked, Mr. Liang, you're looking for me. It should be more than just about the juniors, right? Tell me, do you have your eye on some project in Sohai? Liang Weiguang quietly glanced at Qin Bufan, and after obtaining the other party's consent, he immediately opened his mouth and said, It's like this, my fantasy company has recently encountered difficulties in terms of funding, and I've heard that recently, in Suhai City, there is a mysterious tycoon who is decisive and has an excellent vision. So, I'm going to investigate and see if I can find that person. If I can pull the other side into the game, My fantagraphics, for sure, can go to the next level. Hearing this, Shin Yuehua nodded her head repeatedly and said, Mr. Liang, this mysterious tycoon, I've heard of him as well. He does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Far from it, take a piece of software called Hungry. His boss, Chan Hao, and I also know each other. Before, he even asked me to invest, but I saw that project as too money burning, so I refused. But that mysterious tycoon, however, directly spent several $100 million to buy it, and I heard that he additionally gave Chan Hao several $100 million to promote it. Not only that, but there's a company called Jump Bytes that seems to have him in it as well. After finishing excitedly, Shin Yuehua smiled. Dong Liang, if possible, I wonder if you could also introduce me to that mysterious tycoon after you find him. This Yuehua company of mine, its funds are actually a bit tight these days. However, this is only for the moment. As long as I can take the land near the Jinling neighborhood, I'll be considered to have taken the richest commercial street in the future. When the time comes, its value, how much more than $10 billion? Liang Weiguang nodded his head repeatedly and said, of course, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely introduce you. So says the mouth. But Liang Weiguang sneered in his heart. Unknown to him, if Shin Yuehua knew that the mysterious tycoon he had just loudly praised was the Qin Bufan he was bent on targeting to death, how would he look? Chapter 59, starting to play up. During this meal, Qin Bufan and Wang Chulong ate a lot. As for Liang Weiguang, because of the company's financial problems, which were solved, naturally there was no psychological pressure. As for Shen Yuehua, she had the idea of manifesting her landlord's posture. Immediately, he proposed, Mr. Liang, since the meal is over, should we go to the nearby KTV to sing? It's not easy for you to come here once, so I naturally have to treat you well. What do you think? Liang Weiguang smiled. Going to sing in broad daylight? But it's fine. I'm not in a hurry to get back for a while anyway. After a pause, Liang Weiguang seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, right, didn't you say you have a new girlfriend? Let her come along, just to meet. Shen Yuehua was a bit strange. After all, one had said before that Qin Bufan was Xia Yun's ex-husband, but Liang Weiguang let Xia Yun come under such circumstances. What's the point? However, soon Shin Yuehua subconsciously felt that the other party was intending to be a peacemaker, so that she and Qin Bufan could put their differences on ice. But how is that possible? I don't know. Liang Weiguang's real purpose was to create an opportunity for Qin Bufan to settle his grudge. Soon, the group drove forward to the KTV. Shen Yuehua, on the other hand, rushed to call Xia Yun after getting into the car. Xia Yun, I'll give you an address. So hurry. Yes, my boss wants to see you. It's the Liang Weiguang I've been talking about before. And let me tell you something funny. That ex-husband of yours, Qin Bufan, knows Liang Weiguang, and he's planning to ask Liang Weiguang to plead for leniency, saying that he'll let me make a big deal out of it and not let their family's company go bankrupt. It's just a shame that the woman who offended me. I'll make sure to break their family. Hanging up her cell phone, Shin Yuehua's mind was filled with images of humiliating Qin Bufan later. Even, he had brainstormed the scene of Qin Bufan kneeling down and begging for mercy. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yun, on the other side, was incredibly strange after receiving this call. What happened to that Qin Bufan? Didn't I sign a deal with him before? I won't let his parents' company go out of business as long as he agrees to help me with IVF. Why would he have to do more than that? Xia Yun's heart was strange though, but she didn't think much of it. Anyway, go over there and check it out first. And in the meantime, Qin Bufan called Zhou Dongfei as well as Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji separately after getting into the car. Tell them to make a quick trip to the KTV. Hanging up his cell phone, Qin Bufan then drove patiently. 20 minutes later, inside the KTV king-size box, Shin Yuehua had already ordered the wine, and personally brought in a bottle opener and opened the entire 50 bottles of beer. Yuehua, you're drinking to your heart's content, aren't you? Liang Weiguang inquired curiously. Of course, Dong Liang is here. We definitely need to drink to our heart's content. Don't you think so, Qin Bufan? Shin Yuehua said with a wry smile. There was playfulness in his eyes. He opened these wines, naturally not to drink with Liang Weiguang. His idea was simple. Later on, when Xia Yun arrived here, he would try to find a way to humiliate Qin Bufan. Then he forced Qin Bufan to drink on the pretext of making the other company bankrupt. When the time comes, the other party will either kneel down and beg for forgiveness, either that or finish the 50 beers. He wanted to physically and mentally strike Qin Bufan's self-esteem to the core. Under Shin Yuehua's great expectations, the door to the room was opened. Immediately afterward, Xia Yun walked in. Xia Yun, you're here? Shin Yuehua said smilingly. Saying that, she wrapped her arm around the other party's shoulders before coming to Liang Weiguang's body. Mr. Liang, this is my girlfriend Xia Yun. Xia Yun, quickly call Mr. Liang. Xia Yun hurriedly smiled and greeted the other party. He then pointed at Qin Bufan and said, "As for this one, I won't say much, you should recognize him." Xia Yun nodded, while the eyes glared at Qin Bufan from time to time. Resentment, obviously. She felt that Qin Bufan was looking for trouble over nothing, and at this time, Shin Yuehua stepped forward and said, "Mr. Liang, we've known each other for so many years. Now, Xia Yun is also here. What is it that you want? Just tell me?" Being asked this by the other party, Liang Weiguang smiled. "I don't have anything to say. It's better for you to say it." Yuehua. Shen Yuehua nodded. "Since you've asked me to open my mouth, I'm not going to be polite." Saying that, he pointed at Qin Bufan. This kid called Qin Bufan, a few years earlier, divorced me, Xia Yun, but he's good. Until now, he's still pestering Xia Yun. How shameless and lowly are such people. I can't tolerate, even with a good temper, someone harassing the person I'm with. So, I'm here to state my position. The company of this kid's parents, I will definitely deal with them. I not only want them to go bankrupt, but also in debt, and when the time comes, the whole family will team up and jump off the building. Of course, I'm a kinder person, and his 5-year-old daughter, I'll adopt. Consider it a good deed. After hearing what the other side said, Qin Bufan was speechless. This Xia Yun, she's really good at turning black and white. He had planned to immediately take out the so-called agreement he had signed with Xia Yun. Nevertheless, in the next second, he heard that Shin Yuehua continue. "Of course, for the sake of Mr. Liang's face, I'll give you 2 choices today. Either that, or you drink all the beer here and apologize to Xia Yun and promise never to harass her again, and I'll let you go. Either you kneel down now and apologize, then crawl out like a dog and, from now on, disappear from my sight, and I will forgive you." Liang Weiguang and Wang Chulon looked at each other. The heart was as helpless as it could be, especially Liang Weiquang. After he heard that Qin Bufan had a grudge against Shin Yuehua, he had been thinking of asking Qin Bufan to spare the other party once. For this reason, he even thought about giving Shin Yuehua a step down. Unfortunately, and this guy doesn't even appreciate the opportunity. Liang Weiquang is a smart man. Naturally, it was clear that all he could do, at the moment, was to watch quietly. As for Wang Chulong, he slowly got up and said, "Mr. Shin, don't you think you're going too far?" Shin Yuehua glared angrily at Wang Chulong. "Kid, what are you again? In this case, Mr. Liang didn't even say anything. Why are you taking the lead? Are you worthy?" Wang Chulong was so angry that he almost hit this old guy with a bottle. But think about it. Anyway, this is the last time he'll be arrogant. It won't be long before he pays for his arrogance. Thus, Wang Chulong smiled. "Fine, I won't say anything. So go ahead and make a fool of yourself." Shen Yuehua hummed lightly. He then continued to verbally humiliate Qin Bufan. In the end, he even said directly, "Very well, since you don't know how to raise your voice. Now, the punishment escalates. Get on your knees and drink all the alcohol. Otherwise, I'm going to make a phone call and bankrupt your parents' company when you leave the door of this KTV." Hearing what the other party said, Qin Bufan sneered in his heart, counting the hours. It should be about time, right? Qin Bufan said to himself. "What almost?" Shin Yuehua said in disbelief, not waiting for Qin Bufan to answer. The next instant, the doors to the KTV opened. Then, Zhou Yazhou, Wang Ji, and Zhou Dongfei were seen walking in side by side. Chapter 60, starting to play next. "What brings you here? What brings you here?" 2 voices, kicking out almost simultaneously. The reason why Xia Yun was like this was because she did not expect that Zhou Dongfei would appear here. Shen Yuehua, on the other hand, was surprised at the appearance of Zhou Yazhou as well as Wang Ji. After all, he had been in contact with these 2 guys before when the auction was held above. He was at the same time well aware of the financial power of these 2 men. He really didn't understand why his biggest rival in the competition for the land near the golden plot was here. In the face of Xia Yun's question, Zhou Dongfei did not speak as he glanced at the other party with a sneer and stood honestly on the sidelines. On the contrary, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji, after glancing at each other, they looked at Shin Yuehua provocatively and said, "If you can come, why can't we? We showed up here because our boss had an appointment." "Oh, I forgot to introduce you to my boss, the mysterious tycoon who has been in the limelight recently, in Suhai City." "What?" Shin Yuehua was startled. Soon enough, though, he saw it for what it was. After all, the company that the Zhou Yazhou duo had taken over had long been on the verge of bankruptcy under Shin Yuehua's conspiracy and Yang plot. But after they got in, that company miraculously got up. They simply can't do it if they say they don't have someone behind them with a strong financial backing. Trouble. Shin Yuehua was a little nervous in her heart. After all, Liang Weiguang had come this time to meet the mysterious tycoon. Even, there was the thought of selling the entire Fantagraphics company to the other side. Doesn't this mean that one's own Moonflower, too, is counted among them? After all, Yuehua Company was a company under Fan's umbrella, there was no doubt about that. And that means, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji will change from competitors to partners? The more he thought about it, the less he felt. After all, the plot of land near the Golden Community is a commercial center in the future. It's worth tens of billions. As a result, one has to share the fruits of one's labor with everyone else. Isn't that a lot of lost revenue? The mind is depressed though. But at this moment, Shin Yuehua could only accept this fact helplessly. Zhou Yazhou and the two of them did not continue to wrestle with Shin Yuehua, but instead, they came to Liang Weiguan's body. As for Qin Bufan, he could only forcefully ignore the other party because they had greeted him in advance. Dong Liang, our brothers have heard of your great name for a long time, Zhou Yazhou said with a respectful face. I didn't realize that one day we would be co-workers. It's quite an honor for us. Liang Weiguan laughed. Yazhou, you guys should still call me Uncle Liang, but, I have to say, the Shirshu is a good man. Back then, you were just Chulon's assistant, and now, you're in charge of a company. That's why, I say, gold will always shine. At first, I could see that you were not simple, and I even asked Chulong to cultivate you properly. Zhou Yazhou nodded his head repeatedly. At first, thanks to Uncle Liang being on brother Chulong's side, he put in a good word for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the development I have now. Wang Chulong didn't have a good temper. Zhou Yazhou, you kid said this. You are completely wipe out my discerning eye. Zhou Yazhou hurriedly apologized. Brother Chulong, I was wrong. I apologize to you now. A few people instantly burst into laughter. The atmosphere must be cordial. As for Shen Yuehua, she was completely left out to the side, embarrassed. However, the old man had a thick skin. After he fixed his mind, he squeezed out a hint of a smile and went forward. Mr. Liang, it seems like the mysterious tycoon is the only one missing now, right? Seriously, I really want to meet him. I've heard that he doesn't seem to be very old, only in his 30s, but he has such vigor. I would be so honored to work under him in my lifetime. Hearing this, Liang Weiguan's few people looked at each other and smiled. As for Xia Yun in the corner, her heart fluttered. Apparently, after listening to Shen Yuehua's compliments, she decided that she would, quietly, contact that tycoon. Young, cool, dorking, this is the golden son-in-law of many women's dreams. Afterwards, she couldn't help but glance at Qin Bufan, her ex-husband, then at that Zhou Yazhou, and finally settled on Shen Yuehua, the old man. She regretted it in her heart. Why did you get married so early yourself? As Xia Yun pondered, Liang Weiguang's voice came out with a light laugh. Moonflower, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, well, I already met with the mysterious rich man before you came. And, my Fantagraphics company, he bought it too. $1,600 million, the funds have arrived. The money, by the way, includes your Moonflower company, as well as another company. Shin Yuehua was shocked at this, but it soon faded. Dong Liang, it was in my expectation that Yuehua was packaged and acquired, but I don't care about that right now. What I want more than anything right now is to meet our new boss. I wonder if Director Liang can make some arrangements. When she said this, Shen Yuehua's face was filled with flattery. Liang Weiguan had intended to directly announce Qin Bufan's identity. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Bufan was the first to step forward. He handed Shen Yuehua the non-disclosure agreement he had signed with Xia Yun. Seeing this, Xia Yun immediately stepped forward and snatched it, then directly tore it into pieces. Shen Yuehua looked strange. Xia Yun, what are you doing? Is it hard to believe that there's something unseemly in here? Xia Yun didn't say anything. On the other hand, Qin Bufan, who was on the side, smiled faintly and said, actually, it's not exactly unseemly. Mr. Shen, the matter is like this. This agreement was signed between Xia Yun and me. The agreement was simple. He wouldn't deal with my parents' company as long as I agreed to help her complete IVF and conceive a child. Oh, by the way, she did this, in fact, because she knew you couldn't have children. So that's why, TSK, when the time comes, Xia Yun spoils my child, but that child inherits your legacy, and also completely makes you dead to her. I have to say, this idea, it's not bad at all. Shin Yuehua was so angry that her liver was about to explode. He looked at Xia Yun and said, is this true? Xia Yun is extremely thick-skinned. She saw the confidentiality agreement torn, naturally thought that there was no evidence. However, just as she wanted to explain, she saw Qin Bufan take out 2 more documents. Xia Yun, that agreement just now, was a fake. This is the real thing. Qin Bufan deliberately shook it. Afterward, it was about to be handed over to Shin Yuehua. Xia Yun wanted to keep grabbing, but Shin Yuehua had prepared for it and directly pushed it away. After opening it and seeing the contents of the agreement, as well as the signatures of both parties, Shin Yuehua was already blushing.
Shen Yuehua was green with veins. He felt like he had topped a prairie. But just as Shen Yuehua was about to strike at Xia Yun, Qin Bufan continued, Mr. Shen, don't be so angry. After saying that, Qin Bufan took out the information that he had brought from Zhou Yazhou's side. He handed it over to Xia Yun. Xia Yun, this is the financial situation of the company you are now in charge of. You think this company, with a market capitalization of $200 million, is, in fact, $200 million in debt. Mr. Shen asked you to take this company, and he also made you the legal entity. So once this company collapses, you're going to be $200 million in debt. What? Xia Yun was shocked. Immediately, he quickly opened the information and read it. At this look, Xia Yun's liver flared up. You are punking me. I'm going to kill you. Xia Yun and Shen Yuehua instantly twisted into a ball. It's a mess. See this. Liang Weiguang said smilingly, Boss, I didn't expect that this scene today would be so lively. Qin Bufan smiled. Yes, watching a dog bite a dog is indeed very enjoyable. Hear that? Xia Yun and Shen Yuehua stopped dry humping. They all looked at Qin Bufan. What? Just now Liang Weiguang called Qin Bufan his boss? Is he the mysterious young tycoon? Chapter 61, Avenging a Wrong. At this very moment, neither one could be bothered to roll their eyes, simply because they know that if their suspicions are true, what they should do, as a matter of urgency, was how to solve the immediate crisis. Think about it. The originally arrogant duo were instantly like frosted eggplants. They stood honestly in front of Qin Bufan, but Qin Bufan sat down calmly. On the contrary, Liang Weiguang, Wang Chulong, Zhou Yazhou, Wang Ji, and even Zhou Yazhou, all very cooperatively came to Qin Bufan's side. At this moment, Qin Bufan still had an indifferent look on his face, but because Qin Bufan's identity was publicized, so he gave Shen Yuehua and the two of them a feeling of not being angry. Shen Yuehua, Qin Bufan said indifferently. Shen Yuehua trembled. However, he could only forcefully maintain his composure and said, The grudge between you and Xia Yun, you guys can settle it yourselves after you leave, and I've come to you this time for one main purpose, and that is, to get you to surrender all the rights of the Moonflower Company. Subsequently, manhwa will merge with AZ. All matters great and small are in the hands of two men. Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Zhou Yazhou as well as Wang Ji. Both of you, this matter, leave it to your full discretion. Remember, it must be carefully liquidated. If it's a normal company debt, naturally the company will pay it back. But if it's a private debt, whoever did it is responsible for it. And I don't want you guys to follow up and keep wiping your asses for this. The Zhou Yazhou duo hurriedly assured up. And then, Qin Bufan looked at Xia Yun again. As for that company of yours, it's not within the scope of my acquisition. So, whatever you should do, just do it. You're on your own. Nothing for you here? You guys, you can leave now. Shen Yuehua was struck by lightning, but he didn't know, for the life of him, what to say. In the end, one can only pin one's hopes on Liang Weiquang, Dong Liang, on account of the fact that we've known each other for many years. Please, give me a chance? Shen Yuehua kept pleading. Liang Weiguang sighed. Yuehua, I want to help you too. It's just a shame that I've given you several chances. I'm so close to telling you directly not to mess with the boss. But who made you not even give me face? You've said you're bent on putting people to death. I'm too embarrassed to even beg for mercy now. Speaking of this, Liang Weiguang's face suddenly became gloomy. Plus, you're in Sohai City, acting as a bully. Tell me about you and how many families you've victimized so far. In the beginning, I instructed you to be a bottom line. But you, on the other hand, conspire and use both the masculine and the feminine, and will not rest until your rival company is bankrupt. How was I blind to let you be the boss of Yuehua in the first place? Shen Yuehua was speechless, and at that moment, Qin Bufan's indifferent voice came out. Mr. Shen, actually, let's say that we don't have any grudges. Yet, you had to bankrupt my parents' company. This is a big feud, so you're to blame for everything. After saying that, Qin Bufan waved his hand. The two bodyguards he brought with him immediately fell back and directly controlled him. Yazhou, Wang Ji, you guys go with this former rival. Make a trip to Yuehua Company together. And remember to finish what I've explained as soon as possible. Subsequently, you should remember to attend today's land auction. However, without Mr. Shen stirring things up, that $1 billion, it is estimated that it can't be used up, and the rest of the money will be given to you guys to carry out the development. Wait for a few people to leave. Qin Bufan once again turned his attention, falling onto Xia Yun's body, which was, without waiting for Qin Bufan to open his mouth. Xia Yun, however, hurriedly pleaded, Bufan, remembering that we were married in the first place, and for the record, I gave you a daughter, so spare me this one. I know I'm wrong, I really do. In that case, I promise to remarry you immediately if you wish, and from now on, I will listen to you in everything. You are my world. And, Qin Bufan smiled. Xia Yun, you still know we have a daughter? But which of the things you've done before have you ever thought of your daughter? And, you've hospitalized my dad. You're even going to bankrupt my dad's company and have our family jump off a building. Where did you get the face to ask me to forgive you? Also, do you think I'd use a bowl that's been filled with for dinner? Speaking here, Qin Bufan faintly said, of course, I won't do anything to you either. I don't want my daughter to feel bad about this. However, I'm afraid you'll have to find a way to pay your $200 million in arrears on your own. Hearing this, Xia Yun trembled. That's 200 million. How the hell is one supposed to pay for it? And at that moment, Zhou Dongfei immediately stepped forward. Xia Yun, you are to blame for all of this. Why aren't you as arrogant and bossy in front of us as you were last night? Oh, a clown is a clown. Just you. How dare you take down the boss? This is ridiculous. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Dongfei hadn't even had time to finish his latter words. However, he heard Qin Bufan's indifferent voice come out. Zhou Dongfei, I almost forgot about you. Qin Bufan indifferently said, although, Xia Yun is the culprit, but you, before, seemed to target my parents' company as well. Also, back when we first met, you seemed quite arrogant, so, I've decided to let you leave the company. What? Zhou Dongfei was confused, but then he said evenly, boss, this joke isn't funny at all. I've been wrong before though, but I changed my confidence, and, I'm taking all my connections and sharing them. For that alone, I can claim great credit. Qin Bufan waved his hand to interrupt what the other party was saying. Well, it's precisely because you took out your connections, so you're useless to me. Moreover, you are a person with a bad heart. Keeping you around will be a hidden danger sooner or later. So, do you volunteer to resign? Or do I announce it on the company? Zhou Dongfei was trembling. He hastened to his knees and begged. It's just a shame. Qin Bufan, however, simply ignored the other party. After all, in his daughter Qin Linger's previous life, this Zhou Dongfei had teamed up with Xia Yun to kill her parents in disguise. And this life, if my daughter hadn't been reborn at age 5, I fear she would still be repeating the same mistakes. Parental vengeance. There's no such thing as a past life. 10 minutes later, Xia Yun and Zhou Dongfei left one after another. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Liang, Shu Long, now that the trivial matters have all been resolved, Qin Bufan said smilingly, I wonder, are you two interested in accompanying me to a place? What place? Wang Chulong was curious. I'm going to go to the bidding meeting of the Good Voice of China and take the exclusive title right, as well as the special bid and interactive support bid. Chapter 62, Taking the Exclusive Title Rights. What? Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Liang Weiguang and Wang Chulong looked at each other. Bufan, you're not kidding? Wang Chulong was the first to inquire. You're planning to go to the bidding session of the Good Song of China? Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Wang Chulong inquired in a loud voice. I advise you not to throw money at this. After all, as far as I know, although you have quite a few companies in your hands, all of them are software, except for a few of our real estate development companies. I don't think you have any of those companies that specialize in entities, do you? Qin Bufan nodded his head seriously and said, not bad. In my hands, I now have Uncle Liang's fantasy company, Shu Long your River Star company, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji's real estate companies, plus Yuehua real estate company. In addition to these 4 companies of a real estate nature, I also have the software companies Tease Live. Today's headlines, Hungry, Fast First, Eliminate, and Wi-Fi Key. And this time, my plan is for $300 million of that to be bid on the exclusive title rights, $200 million to be used to take the special bids, and the remaining $200 million to take the interactive support bids. Of course, I'd like to have 2 interactive support tags if possible. That would give me 4 companies to expose. On the Tease Live side, there are already arrangements in place, so it's not in the cards for this one. And Fast First, the software, is still in the midst of a brand new upgrade, so that's not being considered either. But I will put in a proper amount of money for 15 seconds of ad time. Of those, the exclusive title rights, I'll give to Headline today, and the special bid, will I give Hungry? As far as interactive support labels go, if you can have 2 of them, they'll be for the Eliminator, and the Wi-Fi Key, respectively. Of course, in this, the most important thing is the software, Elimination. This thing, in the coming 4G era, is bound to become a universal game, at least starting in 14, if we can catch the wind. The other 3 software, not to mention the other 3, alone, may make a small profit of more than $1 billion, or even a few billion. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Liang Weiguang as well as Wang Chulong were immediately surprised. At the same time, they were suspicious in their minds.
What could be so magical about such a simple little game? Of course, they naturally won't say any of this. Boo fan. Anyway, this money is from you, so naturally we can't say anything more, Wang Chulong said with a smile. Anyway, all we can do is manage our respective companies. That's fine. Since you've invited Uncle Liang and I, we naturally don't have any problem with it. So, the next time, a few people simply packed up, then left the KTV, and went straight to the bidding site. This time, the bidding for the Chinese goods song was held at the Hilton Hotel. When Qin Bufan and his group got out of the car, Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, Wang Haining, Lu Danian and Su Hua had already waited up. Boss! The crowd shouted in unison. Gentlemen, the money for today's bidding session was credited above your appropriate accounts when I arrived. Next, it's up to you guys. Of course, the money has to be spent on the knife edge. If no one is competing, it's naturally best to take it at the lowest price. But if there's a strong competitor, then we keep adding to it. In a nutshell, take the tender and pave the way for being able to make money later. In response, the crowd showed a look of intent. Soon, the group entered the venue in an orderly fashion, and this temporary bidding conference room has been overcrowded. Countless bidding enterprises have sat on top of their seats, patiently waiting up. 10 minutes later, Lu Danian and the others had already submitted the documents prepared in advance. Bu Fan, why aren't you nervous at all? Wang Chulong inquired. Qin Bufan smiled. What's there to be nervous about? Although he said so on his lips, in fact, Qin Bufan was still muttering in his heart. It is important to know that most of those who are able to participate in this tender have a strong background. Dobao Herbal Tea, a favorite in the last few years, picked up the exclusive rights to the title for the first 2 seasons, and White Bird Antelope, one of the dark horses. On top of that, the 3 major carriers, too, are among the competitors this time around. However, with such a good opportunity, Qin Bufan naturally couldn't miss it. Therefore, he decided that he would take this bidding, no matter how much it cost. For this reason, Qin Bufan decided that if he couldn't get $700 million, then he would raise the stakes again. Anyway, I still have almost 4 billion left, so the big deal is to take out 2 billion. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Bufan was instead not nervous. Half an hour passed quickly, and at that moment, the host of Sohai TV, Xiao Hua, walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce that the bidding for advertisements for the 3rd season of The Good Voice of China will officially begin. First, it's the exclusive title rights for this year. Reserve price, $110 million. Now start bidding. As these words fell, a representative of Dobao Herbal Tea immediately raised his card. Subsequently, White Sparrow Antelope also began to raise its hand. Seeing this, the representatives of the 3 major carriers, one after another, also began to raise their cards. For a while, it took on a scorched earth stance, and Xiao Hua started to keep quoting. In just 5 minutes, the price has already crossed 200 million. Seeing this, the big 3 are starting to give up. On the contrary, the White Bird Antelope is always close behind. It was only after Dobao Herbal Tea raised $250 million that the representatives of White Bird Antelope then gave up the competition for the exclusive title rights. Qin Bufan knew the opportunity had come. The reason he didn't compete at the beginning was naturally that he didn't want to raise the price too high. Today, only Doppelganger Herbal Tea remains. Thus, Qin Bufan immediately looked towards Lu Yiming. Seeing this, Lu Yiming immediately raised his sign, and at the moment, Dabo Herbal Tea had thought it was winning. Even Xiao Hua felt the same way, but when they saw that they were halfway there, they couldn't help but freeze. Afterward, Xiao Hua said, today's headline, bidding $260 million. These words fell. Many enterprise representatives looked at Lu Yiming. No wonder they are so. It is important to know that The Good Voice of China has been on the air for 2 years, and because of its hotness, the bidding this year has been unprecedentedly lively, and most of those who can come here have strong financial resources. But how did this headline, today, break through and appear here? And, to put up $260 million to compete with Duo Bao Herbal Tea for the exclusive title? That's a little too hoity-toity, isn't it? However, looking at the attitude of Duo Bao Herbal Tea, it is bound to continue to take the exclusive title this year. Fruity, Xiao Hua had just finished speaking on the front foot. However, the representative of Dobao Herbal Tea was seen quickly raising his card. As for Lu Yiming, because of Qin Bufan's advance notice, he naturally would not be ambiguous. Therefore, after obtaining Qin Bufan's consent, Lu Yiming directly said, I'll offer 300 million. The moment, the representative of Doppel's Herbal Tea was confused. For a moment, Xiao Hua also froze on the spot. As for the other participants in the bidding, there was also a clamor. Xiao Hua saw this. Immediately, he said, today's headline, exclusive title rights of 300 million. 300 million. One time, 300 million, twice, 300 million, 3 times, deal. When the last sentence fell, the room erupted in fiery applause. Lu Yiming, on the other hand, was led by the staff to the backstage and began to complete the appropriate formalities. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hua made a public announcement. Everyone, let's congratulate today's headline for taking the exclusive title of the 3rd season of The Great Chinese Singing Voice with a sponsorship of $300 million. As these words fell, thunderous applause once again came from the scene. Chapter 63, Investing in the Devil. Qin Bufan sat in the middle of the crowd. The mind was secretly relieved. It seems that I was high on doppelganger herbal tea. Qin Bufan secretly sighed in relief and said, originally, I was worried that Duo Bao herbal tea would continue to bid. In that case, I'd have to shell out some more money. 300 million, within my acceptable range. When Wang Chulong, who was on the side, heard Qin Bufan's words, he was somewhat speechless in his heart. Liang Weiguang, on the other hand, laughed. Bu Fan, you have to realize that not all businesses are as rich as you are. Doppelganger herbal tea, though, has a high market capitalization today, but the annual revenue is really just that. They would have been lucky to make a net profit of 500 million last year. And the market, this year, is actually nearing saturation. Duo Bao herbal tea, which can give 250 million, has exceeded their budget. You really do think highly of them. Qin Bufan smiled awkwardly. However, there is a saying that a lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. Facing a company like Duo Bao herbal tea, Qin Bufan can naturally only take the strong assets to deter the other party. As Qin Bufan pondered, the bidding for the special bid had already begun. The reserve price is 60 million, and as the host, Xiao Hua, announced the start of the bidding, soon a number of companies began to raise their cards. As for Chen Hao in the middle of the crowd, he used the same routine as Lu Yiming. He chose, at first, to press on, wait until the time is about right and then strike. The bidding on the special bids, I have to say, was much more intense, especially the doppelganger herbal tea, because it missed out on the exclusive title. Its representatives were bound to take the special bid. As a result, the other side is raising the price by $20 million each time. Soon the competition began to dwindle. Eventually, only the white bird antelope was left to compete with it. However, when Duo Bao herbal tea raised the price to $153 million, white bird antelope immediately gave up. Seeing this, Chen Hao directly offered 170 million. For a moment, the representative of Duo Bao herbal tea didn't know how to cope. That representative hated it with a vengeance. But in the end, the bidding was abandoned. Seeing this, Qin Bufan was very satisfied. After all, Chen Hao had saved himself a full $20 million with this move. With some red tape completed, Xiao Hua announced that the special bid was taken by Chen Hao's Hungry. It seems that there's no point in watching the 3rd round of the auction. Qin Bufan was a bit bored. Immediately, he called on Liang Weiguang and Wang Chulong, and came to the restroom to wait up. So, half an hour later, there was a knock on Qin Bufan's lounge. Immediately afterward, Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, and the others walked in. All done? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. The crowd nodded, then reported up. Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at his words. Lu Yiming's today's headlines, which paid $300 million to take the exclusive title, Chen Hao's Hungry, for $170 million, took the special bid. Wang Haining's elimination, on the other hand, was $60 million and took the interactive support bid, and Wi-Fi key with Fast First, though no chance of those. But Lu Danian and Su Hua got the sponsorship label as well as 15 seconds of advertisement time for $50 million, respectively, after negotiating with its principals. Very well. Originally, I thought that I would need to spend at least $700 million on this bid. I was thinking of taking it for up to $2 billion, but as it turned out, it only cost $630 million. You guys are such good employees of mine, saving me $70 million in one fell swoop. A few people looked at each other and smiled. Well, this way, it seems there's nothing left for us. In the evening, I'm inviting everyone to a potluck dinner. And of course, since it's a potluck dinner, we're not going to talk about work, just to relax. And starting tomorrow, we can all split up and work together. With those words, Qin Bufan intended to leave with everyone. Who knows? Just then, a knock came from outside the door. The host, Xiao Hua, is walking in with a cameraman. Everyone, I'm Xiao Hua, the host of Su Hai TV. Sorry, I may need to delay you a little bit. After all of you, from now on, will be our partners in So Hai TV. Although the good voice of China is still being prepared, we need to warm up as well as audition. So, we're going to have to warm up ahead of time. Of course, it would also be a better way to promote your products. Hearing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but light up.
He hadn't thought of that. It's amazing how beneficial it is after taking the title. This is a disguised way to publicize these software in your hands. As Qin Bufan pondered, however, he saw Lu Yiming slowly step forward. An interview with us would not be necessary. After all, those of us who are in charge of the company are not representatives. If you really want an interview, why don't you interview our boss? As these words fell, the attention of the crowd fell onto Qin Bufan's body. Xiao Hua froze, but to avoid embarrassment, he pointed to Qin Bufan, then said to Lu Yiming, "This gentleman, is he your boss?" Or, Lu Yiming laughed, "He's the boss of the rest of us." In other words, whether it's today's headlines, or Hungry, or Elimination, or even Wi-Fi Butler, they are all properties under Mr. Qin Bufan. By the way, Mr. Qin is also the owner of Fanti Corporation, Yuehua Real Estate, and other businesses. As these words fell, Xiao Hua was confused. After all, as the host of Suhai TV, Xiao Hua was considered to have seen a lot, but like the Qin Bufan in front of him, so young to have acquired so many companies, and for the promotion of its software, the other party directly put up 630 million. Doesn't this mean that the other party's real financial strength is much higher than this? That's too scary, isn't it? The mind was shocked, but it was good that Xiao Hua reacted very quickly. Immediately, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, can I interview you?" "Sure, no problem." Half an hour later, Qin Bufan left the Hilton Hotel, and what he doesn't know at the moment is this. He led the celebration on the front foot. On the back foot, Xiao Hua took this video interview and sent it back to the station. More than that, Xiao Hua held a special press conference. After all, the greatest show on earth needs constant heat, and Qin Bufan, naturally, became the perfect candidate for their hype. A short half-day, a number of news portals, then, have posted their reports. For a while, the good song of China was on fire before it was aired, and the name of Qin Bufan, the great devil of investment, had been thoroughly established in just a few small hours. Of course, Xiao Hua did not publicize Qin Bufan's name as well as his appearance. After all, it's natural that hype can't pour out all the news at once. You have to put a little out every now and then to make the heat last. For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. At the moment, he was leading the group inside a restaurant, waiting for the waiter to serve the food. Qin Bufan had thought to speak briefly. Unbeknownst to me, just then, Wang Haining's cell phone rang. "What? You're not kidding? Good. Start dropping them off for me now. Hang up your cell phone." Wang Haining excitedly looked at Qin Bufan and said, "Boss, Elimination Music has completed its public beta test 2 hours ago, and everything is fine. It hit the App Store about an hour ago. The software, by now, has had 3 million downloads. The numbers continue to rise." Qin Bufan was overjoyed in his heart, and in the next second, Chen Hao, Lu Danian, and Su Hua also received calls. Chapter 64? The good news that follows. 10 minutes later. Only then did Chen Hao and the others hang up their cell phones and return to the box. "Boss, just now, I received a call saying that just in the past hour, the number of merchants on board on our Hungry Markets platform has exceeded 30,000. We have more than 1,000 stores in Soho alone, joining in." As Chen Hao finished speaking, Lu Danian hurriedly said, "Boss, I just received a reminder from my men as well, and they told me that the Wi-Fi key, within an hour, had surpassed 1.8 million downloads." Su Hua followed closely. The downloads of GIF Racer, too, reached more than 3 million, and there's still a rising trend. After a pause, Su Hua lamented, "I didn't realize that the advertising effect is really powerful. You know, before this software, the total number of downloads, but only 800,000. Can be so, still able to maintain the basic operation of the company." Hearing the report from a few people, Qin Bufan also froze a bit. Obviously, he didn't expect that he had only just taken a few software titles, special labels, and interactive support labels in the voice of China to trigger such a huge number of downloads. It's no wonder that Duobao Herbal Tea has shed money over the past 2 years. It does seem that having a TV station to promote it can have a tremendous effect, Qin Bufan said to himself. However, the advertising effect is on the one hand, while on the other hand, it is our software, which needs to be of excessive quality. Otherwise it will be for nothing and just a complete waste of money if it cannot consistently attract users. Speaking of this, Qin Bufan looked at the several people with a smile. "Everyone, looking at you, you don't seem to have the heart to eat? Just as well. If you want to do something, go ahead." After all, with the exception of Haining's Elimination, which is downloadable and playable, the remaining few pieces of software need to be constantly developed. You guys might have to work hard for a while. However, I believe in your abilities. Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Su Hua and said, "Mr. Su Hua, out of all these people,
you probably have the heaviest task. After all, a few others just need to keep optimizing and then start laying it out. The only thing that needs to be done is for Fasthead to overturn everything that has gone before and start over. This task, very arduous, but once accomplished, the effect must be very considerable. Of course, you don't have to rush. Anyway, it's just testing the waters now. Even if it fails, it's nothing. The big deal is to lose some of the traffic. But once the Voice of China starts next year, that traffic, it's bound to come back again. The rest of the guys, too. Therefore, you need not have too much mental pressure. When Su Hua and the others heard this, although they nodded their heads repeatedly on the surface, in their hearts, they had already made up their minds that from today onwards, their own employees, food and shelter would have to be in the company, until the software completes successfully. After all these people in the room have, to a greater or lesser extent, suffered setbacks in the workplace. It was Qin Bufan, the bull, who had changed their previous predicament. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, they will naturally give 200% of their efforts to each other in return. Thinking of this, several people quickly left. Come on, there's a few of us left here again. Qin Bufan bitterly smiled and looked towards Liang Weiguang as well as Wang Chulong and said, Liang Weiguang just wanted to speak. At this time, Qin Bufan's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Yazhou who called. Boss, I've got some good news for you, Zhou Yazhou said with immense excitement. Qin Bufan smiled. Oh, tell me about it, Zhou Yazhou hurriedly said. It's like this. After we left the KTV earlier, we went straight to Shin Yuehua's company. Coincidentally, several real estate companies that participated in the land plot near the Jinling subdivision have come to find Shin Yuehua today. As a result, they were incredibly surprised to see me show up with Wang Ji. We, naturally, didn't hide anything about this, and directly told you about your buying Shin Yuehua's company and then merging it with our original company. When those real estate companies heard this, they simply said that they would give up competing with us. As a result, although they were invited to go, no one participated in the bidding. And of course, we won't bid on it. With no choice, the top could only find me to talk to Wang Ji. Ultimately, that land, we took it for $80 million. When Qin Bufan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very well, Yazoo, I was right about the man. You and Wang Ji really are my right-hand men. Didn't I transfer you 600 million before? The rest of the 520 million, you can keep it, and when you see other plots of land in the future, you can just take them directly, and after you buy them, just talk to me. Hang up on Zhou Yazhou. Qin Bufan suddenly felt an unhappy gaze. Chu Lung, what's wrong with you? Qin Bufan wondered. Wang Chulong hummed lightly. Qin Bufan, before, you said that I was your right-hand man. Now, again, AZ is your left state? Honestly, I'm pissed. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. When did your brat become so pretentious? Okay, it's always okay if I'm 8-armed Neza, right? You are, all of you, my right-hand men. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan's trio left the restaurant. After sending Wang Chulong as well as Liang Weiguang to the hotel, Qin Bufan came inside the hospital. And at this moment, inside the ward, Bai Panfeng was feeding Qin Jinsong Kanji to eat. Son's mom, I'm really fine here. The caregiver is quite responsible. You can rest assured that you're at the company and manage everything, Qin Jinsong said as he ate. Bai Panfeng smiled. Don't think about it so much. Although the caregiver is reliable, they don't understand your eating habits. Also, you can get well at ease. As for the company side of things, you don't need to worry about it. Is it me you still don't feel at ease? Although Bai Panfeng did not move on the surface, but Qin Jinsong, with his intuition, said seriously, Son's mom, tell me, did something happen to the company? You've been here with me for about an hour now, and this is the busiest time of the week on weekdays. I basically have to take 7 or 8 calls. But, so far, your cell phone hasn't rung once. Besides, I've often seen you with a little blank look in your eyes. So, tell me honestly, what's going on with the company? Bai Panfeng froze for a moment, then laughed softly. Don't worry about it, there's really nothing wrong with the company. And, without waiting for Bai Panfeng to finish, Qin Bufan slowly pushed the door in. Mom, just tell our dad the truth, Qin Bufan said with a big smile. Seeing Qin Bufan do so, Bai Panfeng had wanted to speak out to stop him. However, Qin Bufan laughed. Dad, before, you and our mom's company, there were indeed some problems. But, now that it's all settled, you can rest assured. Bai Panfeng was startled. Bufan, are you telling the truth? Qin Bufan smiled. Mom, can this be fake? Qin Jinsong inquired. What exactly happened? Can you tell me now? Bai Panfeng smiled helplessly. It's still not Bufan's plagued ex-wife. Didn't she piss you off to the hospital before? Then when I went back to the office, she went again.
Not only that, but she called for our family to jump off a building. At that time, the entire company's staff was there. So Xiaoyun directly got in my face and poached quite a few people from the company with several times the high salary. Because you were hospitalized and the company couldn't hire anyone for a while, I decided to give everyone a break for a while. After all, what's important to me right now is that you're sick. Qin Jinsong sniffed and was very calm, then looked at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, tell me about our company's crisis. How did you solve it? Qin Bufan sniffed and hesitated a bit, but then he smiled and said, Dad, don't get excited when I say it. It's like this. Xiaoyun's backer is Xin Yuehua. You know that, right? And Xin Yuehua's Yuehua company is actually a branch of Fantasia. Coincidentally, Liang Weiguang, the owner of Fantasia, has recently encountered some financial problems. So, under Wang Chulong's introduction, Liang Weiguang has sold the company to me. So, nowadays, Xin Yuehua's company is already under my name. As the last sentence fell, Qin Jinsong, as well as Bai Panfeng, were confused throughout. Chapter 65, Moving with the Times. After a long time, it was only then that Qin Jinsong said, Son, the Fantasia company you're talking about, could it be the one that specializes in building amusement parks in various cities? A company centered on promoting Chinese culture? Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Qin Jinsong had a strange look on his face. He looked at Qin Bufan suspiciously and said, You're not joking? Not waiting for Qin Bufan to speak, Qin Jinsong hurriedly said, As far as I know, this Fanti company has a strong foundation. Its market capitalization, at least $1.5 billion. Such a big company, how did you take it? Bai Panfeng also hurriedly said, Yes, although, I heard your father say earlier that you bought a stock and in a few days' time, your assets doubled and earned 700 million. Where did you get that kind of money to buy Fantagraphics? Also, didn't you have several companies before? Why are you still buying? Qin Bufan saw his parents staring at him seriously. In the end, he could only say, Dad, Mom, don't worry about it, I have my own considerations when it comes to funding. Anyway, you can all rest easy now. That Xin Yuehua has been kicked out of Yuehua by me. By the way, I'm going to tell you two funny things. Yesterday, Xiaoyun approached me privately because of the company's business, and said, let me help her get pregnant with IVF, and when the time comes, say that she's pregnant with Xin Yuehua's child. This matter has been stabbed to Xin Yuehua. Of course, that Xin Yuehua isn't any good either. That company he gave to Xiaoyun, although it claims to have a market value of 200 million, it actually owes 200 million. Nowadays, the legal representative of that company is Xiaoyun, that is to say, this debt transferred to Xiaoyun's body. These two, both of them, had their own agenda and, as a result, played themselves to death. Oh yeah, that Zhou Dongfei that Xiaoyun was looking for in the beginning wasn't a good person either. So, to deal with him, I bought his company and kicked it out. Qin Bufan finished all of this in one breath. He had been worried that his parents would accuse him of being too hard-hearted. Who knows? The couple didn't comment too much on the matter. After all, it's do or die. Take a step back. If Qin Bufan hadn't mediated from it, I'm afraid the company they worked so hard for most of their lives would have gone bankrupt long ago. As for Qin Jinsong, he is also bound to be in a hurry and fall ill suddenly. Everything is guilty as charged. Alright, son, since this matter has been resolved, in the future, you'll run your companies well. Bai Panfeng changed the topic. Now, of course, the last thorn in your side has been removed. So, I've been working with your dad a little bit. We think it's time to give Kyosu a name. And you don't say we're traditional. You and Xingxue right now aren't even a real couple. But people, they're always taking care of your kids for you. It's not good for her reputation if it gets out. Xingxue is an unmarried girl after all. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. Mom, this matter, I have my own plans. Seeing that Bai Panfeng still wanted to say, Qin Jinsong hurriedly waved his hand and said, Alright, for the child's matter, it's better for us, as elders, to watch quietly. Bai Panfeng thought about it and immediately packed up the empty bowl. Qin Jinsong, on the other hand, pulled out his cell phone, intending to relax for a while. What are you doing? Not well rested. What's with the cell phone? In the face of his wife's ramblings, Qin Jinsong smiled. Am I not passing the time? Saying that, Qin Jinsong greeted Bai Panfeng and came to his side, then said with a smile, By the way, I'll recommend a few cell phone software for you. This one, it's elimination. It prevents Alzheimer's. And this, which is today's headline, which has, on it, quite a bit of good news. High quality. Oh, by the way, child's mother, I'm going to have to recommend something to you next, in a grand way. After saying that, Qin Jinsong opened his computer. Soon after, Qin Jinsong opened the official website of Hungary. What is it? Bai Panfeng said somewhat strangely.
Qin Jinsong laughed. You don't understand this, do you? It's a takeout program. For example, if you don't want to cook and then you don't want to go out, I can order food on this. Then someone will bring the food to your door while it's hot. Bai Panfeng was shocked. There's such a good thing? Qin Jinsong nodded. Of course, society is progressing. Technology is advancing. In the future, there will definitely be so many new things. So, we have to keep up with the times, or else we'll really be out of step with the times. Speaking here, Qin Jinsong looked at Qin Bufan with a smile and said, Son, this website, I haven't registered it yet, and you need to fill out an address, bind a bank card, and a phone number or something like that. So, you take care of it for me. Qin Bufan nodded repeatedly. Okay, no problem. While Qin Bufan was helping his father register, Qin Jinsong then played a game of elimination in front of Bai Panfeng. In the beginning, Bai Panfeng was unimpressed, thinking that this was a game played by children. The more she looked at it, the more she got on top of it. Eventually, grab and play as well. In desperation, Qin Jinsong could only ask for the other party's cell phone and help the other party download it. After playing for almost 20 minutes, Qin Jinsong sighed. I didn't expect that the stamina would run out so quickly. Never mind. I'll just recharge 1 cent and buy stamina. Wait until the newly purchased stamina runs out. Qin Jinsong lamented. Hey, in the future, it really is the era of 4G. This elimination game, although simple, is very interesting. I also wonder where the people who developed this software are talented. However, what I admire most is the mysterious tycoon who bought today's headlines. Hungry in all these software. He actually spent $630 million to buy the exclusive title, special label, and interactive support label for the 3rd season of The Good Voice of China. Such tactics are truly admirable. He's worth the money. Though, the Chinese good song has caught fire before it's aired, and the software, too, is starting to make a name for itself. Laying out before the 4G era is truly remarkable. When Qin Bufan heard this, there was some amusement in his heart. I wonder how Dad would feel if he knew that the mysterious tycoon he had praised so much was his own son. The time soon arrived when his daughter Qinlinger was released from school. Qin Bufan had planned to go to the school, pick up his daughter, and incidentally share what happened today with Jiang Qingxue. But just as Qin Bufan went downstairs, he saw a large group of people coming this way. Qin Bufan saw Xia Yun, who had been beaten to a pulp, in the middle of the crowd. Qin Bufan was a bit strange. He was just about to inquire, and that's when a man with glasses and a mustache stepped forward. Bufan, may I ask, which ward is Mr. Bai and Mr. Qin in? The man inquired fawningly. Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, the man hurriedly said, You don't recognize me? I'm Joe Woods. Chapter 66, Wicked Women. Hearing the other party announce himself, Qin Bufan then recognized the other party, and in his mind, he had realized something. He heard his mother say it. Previously, when Xia Yin came to her mother's company to poach, the first person she found was Zhao Shulin. Zhao Shulin is a senior executive in the company. Back then it was a brother who started a business with his father. But I did not expect that the other side of the face of the temptation of high wages, more than their own out of the country. It even took quite a few people from the company with it. But now that Xia Yun had been beaten back, these guys were thinking of coming to plead for mercy? Do you really think your parents' company is a charity? Once unfaithful, always unfaithful. Although Qin Bufan knew it in his heart, on the surface, he was deliberately playing dumb and said, Uncle Zhao, you guys are a bit too much. You left my parents' company and now you're coming to the hospital to strut your stuff while my dad is sick. My father was at least your brother in the beginning. Don't you think it's too much when you do that? Hearing this, Zhao Shulin hurriedly explained. Bufan, don't misunderstand. Uncle Joe is not that kind of person. We came here to apologize to your father. After all, I've been in your father's company for so many years. Your dad's been good to us. Speaking here, Zhao Shulin slapped himself violently. It was me who was blinded by lard. He pointed a finger back at Xia Yun. It's all because of this wicked woman. She's bullying and it's. Qin Bufan was in a hurry to pick up his daughter from school, so naturally he didn't bother wasting time on these people. However, this bad breath, Qin Bufan had to take it out for his parents. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan playfully said, Uncle Zhao, as I see it, you don't look like the prodigal son returning. It should be that Xia Yun's company has encountered difficulties, right? What? You now know that Xia Yun's company, with a debt of $200 million, and then the other party's own difficulties, can't promise you high salaries at all. In order to protect yourselves, you can only beat up Xia Yun and apologize? Zhao Shulin didn't expect Qin Bufan to directly dismantle his thoughts. At this moment, he didn't even have the heart to consider how Qin Bufan knew all this. All he wanted to do now was to meet Qin Jinsong and use this to gain the other party's forgiveness. Thinking of this, Zhao Shulin's eyes became ruthless.
and he immediately said, "Bu Fan, what do you say? What do I have to do before you're willing to forgive us?" Qin Bufan glanced at Xia Yun and didn't say anything, and that Zhao Shulin, at this moment, was obviously anxious. Immediately, he picked up a slate and directly smashed it against Xia Yun's knee. Xia Yun's ghostly voice came at once. Qin Bufan's eyes rippled when he saw this. Seeing this, Zhao Shulin immediately smashed at Xia Yun's other knee again. Xia Yun directly fainted from the pain. After doing so, Zhao Shulin fawned over Qin Bufan. "Bufan, is that enough now? This ugly woman, trying to bankrupt your father's company. I cracked her kneecaps. You must be relieved?" But Qin Bufan said smilingly, "Uncle Zhao, when did I ask you to hit someone? Don't you know that it's against the law to hit someone? Well, you guys go away, and for that matter, I can answer you for my dad. From now on, there will be no more entanglements between you and my father's company." After a pause, Qin Bufan coldly said, "Incidentally, for your information, Shen Yuehua's company is now mine. If you want to play any tricks, you can try, but what are the consequences? You can ask Xia Yun, Shen Yuehua, or even Zhou Dongfei." Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan patted the other party's shoulder before turning to leave. Only Zhao Shulin and the others remained, frozen on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Left the hospital, Qin Bufan drove and went straight to the kindergarten. "Dad." When Qin Linger saw Qin Bufan appear, she immediately greeted her. "Come on, let's go to the hospital to see Grandpa." Qin Bufan held Qin Linger's hand and said. He then looked at Jiang Qingxue and couldn't help but extend a hand. Jiang Qingxue froze and immediately grabbed the other party. The two of them clasped their fingers together and made their way to the car. "Bu Fan, I see you're in a good mood today." Jiang Qingxue smiled. "Sure." Qin Bufan nodded. "If I were you, I'm sure I'd be in a good mood too." Jiang Qingxue said seriously, "After all, the fact that you spent $630 million today to buy the title rights, special bid as well as the interactive bid for The Good Voice of China can be said to be a matter of contention all over the internet. I read those comments. Now you, but the most mysterious rich man in Suhai City, the investment of the great devil, and, still countless young girls in the heart of the golden turtle son-in-law." Qin Bufan was shocked. "There's such a thing?" Jiang Qingxue hummed lightly, then, opened a portal, pulling up to the comments section. It was surprisingly full of comments like, "Hubby, I want to marry you." Qin Bufan laughed. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, lightly grunted. "Why? Looking at you, you seem to be very complacent?" Qin Bufan laughed. "There's no complacency. It's just, I didn't expect that the way you eat dry vinegar is, surprisingly, a bit playful and cute." Seeing the other party pouting her little lips, Qin Bufan's smile tightened. "Alright, no more jokes. Today, I did have quite a good time, because I solved a couple of big things that were weighing on my mind. And in addition to the title rights to the Good Song of China, I've also picked up Fantagraphics. Not only that, Shen Yuehua's Yuehua company is also in my pocket. And then there's that plot of land in the Jinling neighborhood. I only used 80 million, which is enough to save several $100 million. Of course, the happiest, still, Shen Yuehua has been raised by me. Then Zhou Yazhou, too. As for Summeru, speaking here, Qin Bufan glanced at Qin Linger in the back seat, wanted to say something and then stopped. At that moment, Qin Linger's voice came out. "Old Qin, don't worry, I'm mentally prepared. So, whatever you do to my irresponsible mom, I can live with it. After all, in his previous life, he caused your family to die." After listening to his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan secretly sighed in relief. And at that moment, Jiang Qingxue said, "Bu Fan, what exactly did you do to her?" Qin Bufan smiled. "This is something that has nothing to do with me at all. It's just Xia Yun who made a fool of herself." An explanation. Jiang Qingxue nodded. "As if, you really didn't do anything. You just let Xia Yun go into debt early." Qin Bufan said with a straight face. "Of course, there is something even more dramatic. That is, those employees who were lured away by Xia Yun felt cheated and wanted to continue to return to my father's company after learning about Xia Yun's situation. That Zhao Shulin, in order to curry favor with me, directly took a slate and smashed Xia Yun's kneecap. I'm afraid that this woman, in the future, will have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair." Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. This woman, who has been calculating for a small part of her life, has, as a result, become a clown herself. So, people, never do anything that will hurt the world. Jiang Qingxue lamented. "Okay, let's go to the hospital." Qin Bufan started the car. Half an hour later, the hospital has arrived. Qin Bufan had planned to go straight to his father's hospital room. Nevertheless, at that moment, Bai Panfeng walked over. "Son, take Linger to meet her mother." Bai Panfeng sighed. Seeing Qin Bufan's puzzled face, Bai Panfeng said, "Just now, I had her sent to surgery.
The person is fine now, but her leg is kind of ruined. Can't make waves anymore. So, I decided to send her away. This time, let's think of it as Spirit's last meeting with her. All of this, I have spoken to Xia-yun, and she doesn't want to make a scene. She only said that after seeing her daughter, it would be considered a fulfillment of her wish. Qin Bufan's eyes were deep. He didn't want to speculate on Xia-yun with malicious thoughts though. This woman, however, is not a competent mother at all. As Qin Bufan hesitated, Qin Linger, who was by the side, pulled on the corner of his coat and said, "Dad, go and take a look. And in the future, you won't see each other again." Qin Bufan nodded. Good. Soon, the two arrived at the hospital room. Spirit, go on. Daddy's waiting for you outside. Qin Bufan softly whispered. Qin Linger entered the hospital room, and Qin Bufan happened to receive a phone call at that moment, but just as he returned to the door of the ward, instead, he realized that Xia-yun was actually choking his daughter hard. Asshole. Qin Bufan was instantly enraged. Chapter 67. Why don't you go and rob it? Seeing his daughter in danger, how could Qin Bufan hold back? He kicked the door of the room open, then rushed forward, but what he didn't expect was that Xia-yun had a scowl on her face at the moment, and her face was green with veins. Not only that, the force of the hands was so great that for the first time, Qin Bufan was unable to make the other party let go of his hands. Xia-yun, have you gone crazy? Qin Bufan shouted angrily. He kicked harder, which loosened Xia-yun's grip. Qin Bufan hurriedly picked up Qin Linger. How are you doing, daughter? Qin Bufan inquired. At this moment, Qin Linger had tears in her eyes. She was expressionless. Apparently, even in the midst of this 5-year-old body lived the 25-year-old Qin Linger. She was still a bit overwhelmed. One's own mother would be cruel enough to strangle one's own daughter. Qin Bufan was heartbroken. In her previous life, Qin Linger watched her grandparents leave her. His own family is in a bad way because of his mother. Can be reborn to 5 years old, only to be nearly strangled by his own mother. As Qin Bufan pondered, Zhang Qingxue and Bai Panfeng arrived just in time. See the scene in the ward. They're confused. Bufan, what's wrong? Bai Panfeng inquired. Qin Bufan didn't reply, but said seriously, Qingxue, you take Linger to my father's side. Mom, you go call the police. Zhang Qingxue saw Qin Bufan like this, already understanding something in his heart. He immediately took Qin Linger, who hadn't regained her senses, away. As for Pak Pan Feng, he also turned around and ran to call the police. When the two left, Qin Bufan unlocked the door to his room. He waited for Xia-yun to die, and at this moment, Xia-yun was already looking as if she was insane. Qin Bufan, you wimp, Xia-yun taunted up. Back in the day, when I married you, you were subservient to me, like a licking dog. After the divorce, you must have hated it out of love, right? You hate it. That way, you'll remember me for the rest of your life. And it's a shame about what just happened. Almost, I strangled your daughter. In that case, your Qin family would be considered extinct. Ha ha ha, Qin Bufan, you're really a loser. I've done this to you, and you're still afraid to do anything about it. Hearing the other party's provocative words, Qin Bufan clenched his fists. He felt an anger in his heart that could no longer be contained. But, Qin Bufan didn't make a move after all. He said coldly, Xia-yun, you attempted murder. You just wait for the rest of your life in jail. Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan turned around and left. Only Xia-yun was left to bark impotently and furiously. Qin Bufan, you know, your daughter is not actually your seed. I actually greenlight you over 20 times while I was married to you. You're a green bastard. Regarding these, Qin Bufan was simply too lazy to bother. Back in my father's hospital room, Jiang Qingxue, Bai Panfeng, and Qin Jinsong all looked at Qin Bufan with bated breath. Uncommon. Jiang Qingxue wanted to say something. Qin Bufan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Saying that, Qin Bufan came in front of Qin Linger. At the moment, the way he regarded his daughter was full of apologies. Seeing this, Qin Linger couldn't help but softly say, Father, don't worry, I'm already fine. So says the mouth. However, Qin Linger's heart was full of emotions. Before that, I always thought that the death of a daughter by her own mother could only exist in a TV show. I never thought that one day I would be a party to it. Originally, I had some sympathy for her. But now, love it or leave it. Anyway, the mother-daughter bond between us was completely broken the moment she tried to strangle me. Qin Bufan was relieved to hear his daughter's heartfelt words, and at that moment, Jiang Qingxue, who was on the side, said, Bufan, Linger is only 5 years old, yet she experienced that kind of terrible thing. Let's go see a psychiatrist, I guess. After all, there are so many young children who have stress trauma syndrome as a result of an unfortunate childhood as a child. Linger is so cute. I don't want her to have a mental shadow because of this.
That would not be good for her growth. Although Qin Bufan was certain from his daughter's heartfelt voice that the other party was unharmed. But just in case, Qin Bufan still decided to go to the psychiatric department. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan walked out of the psychiatrist's office. The two were relieved to see that all was well with their daughter's psyche. And that's when Qin Bufan suddenly received a phone call. The woman, son, killed herself. Bai Panfeng said seriously. Qin Bufan sniffed and immediately looked out the window. An ambulance, as well as a police car, was found parked outside. Qin Bufan didn't say anything. Instead, he calmly looked at Zhang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, a place like a hospital is too chaotic, so you'd better take Linger home. I'll be back with you guys later. Although Zhang Qingxue didn't ask, she had roughly guessed what was going on. Don't worry, I'll take care of the baby. After saying that, Zhang Qingxue pulled Qin Linger and left the hospital through the side door. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, came outside the hospital. When he came outside, Qin Bufan happened to see the police messenger giving his mother a statement. Qin Bufan took the initiative to step forward. After a brief explanation of the situation, he followed them out. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan returned to the hospital, and at this point, Qin Bufan realized that the sound of arguing was coming from outside his father's hospital room. As he got closer, he realized it was his ex-mother-in-law as well as his ex-uncle. Son, get out of here. These guys are coming for trouble. Bai Panfeng hurriedly said. Qin Bufan didn't reply, but said seriously, Mom, don't worry, leave it to me. After saying this, Qin Bufan quickly stepped forward. Seeing Qin Bufan appear, Xia Yun's mother as well as her brother quickly stepped forward. It was as if he wanted to eat Qin Bufan alive. You asshole who killed my daughter. I'm going to strangle you. Natsu's mother glared angrily. Immediately, he was about to rush forward. Qin Bufan indifferently said, You guys don't mess around. Did you see the camera behind you? If you make a move, you might have to go to the station. Also, this is a hospital. My dad needs to recuperate now, so please leave. Hearing this, Xia mother suddenly cried loudly. Qin Bufan, you human-faced bastard. Summer's mother shouted. My daughter did you a favor by giving birth to your daughter when she was with you, but you drove her to her death. You're worse than an animal. Facing the other party's accusations, Qin Bufan was too lazy to respond. After all, one has a clear conscience. However, he didn't bother wasting his words with Xia's mother. At that moment, he directly inquired, Both of you, I'll cut the crap. What exactly? So you won't continue to mess around? Xia's mother coldly said, It's very simple. You give us 30 million as a settlement. What? Qin Bufan was speechless. The heart is full of emotions. Granted, the dead are great, but Qin Bufan continued to bellyache. It's true that the kind of kids you have are the kind of parents you have. This Xia mother, she's really good at asking for a lot of money. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan coldly said, $30 million, why don't you go and rob it? Chapter 68, trying to blackmail me? At this moment, Qin Bufan was completely speechless. Charlene committed suicide. On the side of the police messenger, the judgment has already been made. Why should I pay for my own settlement? Furthermore, this woman, she targets herself at every turn, even, again and again, trying to break up his family. Himself, on the other hand, did nothing. After the other person was beaten, he or she even had his or her daughter visit her. The other guy was so good that he tried to strangle his daughter. Such a poisonous woman. If he didn't want to hitch the rest of his life, he really wanted to kill the other party with his own hands. However, Qin Bufan didn't expect that this Xia mother would be so brazen. As Qin Bufan lamented, Xia mother gritted her teeth and said, Qin Bufan, I'll tell you this, if you don't give me the money, then I'm going to go to your parents' business every day and make trouble. Speaking of which, Mother Xia looked to her own son. Seeing this, Xia Jun quickly stepped forward and said, Qin Bufan, I advise you, it's best to give the money and get it over with. I can tell you that I am, right now, working for a big company. I'm the security guy there, and the boss and I are buddies. If you don't pay, then I'll find a way to get you killed. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was somewhat helpless in his heart. Summeru is dead, but as mothers as well as brothers, they didn't show how sad they were. Instead, it's 3 words about money. This Xia Yun, it's really pathetic. Mentally muttering something, Qin Bufan asked, Oh, I don't know, that big company you mentioned. Which company is it? Maybe I even know your boss. Hear that? Xia Jun said smugly, the company I'm with is none other than Jizhou Real Estate. Qin Bufan almost couldn't help but laugh. The owner of this Jizhou Real Estate is none other than Wangji with Zhou Yazhou. At first, the two asked Qin Bufan to pick a name. Qin Bufan then combined the names of the two and took the name Jizhou Real Estate. Earlier, Qin Bufan had heard that Jizhou Real Estate was going to start building a security team on a large scale. using this to ensure that the issue of security facilities during construction, but he hadn't realized that the former great-uncle, 4-1, was employed there. Kind of, Shin Bufan said to himself. He then looked at Xia Jun and said, to tell you the truth, I'm the boss behind Shizhou Real Estate. If you threaten me with this, I'm worried that, when the time comes, you won't even lose your job, not to mention not getting your money. I'll give you a chance. If you don't treasure it, you won't get a chance when you beg me. What? Xia Jun froze, and Natsu's mother couldn't help but scoff. Shin Bufan, you punk, don't you know how to draft when you brag? You said Shizhou Real Estate, a company owned by you? If that's true, then how come your parents' company had a bankruptcy crisis before? You're killing me with laughter. Shin Bufan didn't bother with the other party. Instead, he quickly dialed Zhou Yazhou's number. Yazoo, I have something to ask you. Your company, did you recruit someone named Xia Jun to be the captain of the security department? Okay, you investigate first, and if there is such a person, I'll give you an address and you hurry. Well, he's going to blackmail me. Hang up your cell phone. Shin Bufan then waited in silence. The summer army saw this, not by cynicism, and Mother Xia even scolded Shin Bufan to the bone. Seeing this, Shin Bufan indifferently said, both of you, I sincerely suggest that you take what you can get. Your daughters, now presumably sent to the funeral home. Go see her one last time. The dead are the greatest, and considering that she is Linger's mother, and you are Linger's grandmother and uncle, I can give you one last chance. Hear that? Xia's mother said coldly, what's there to see when you're dead anyway? Xia Jun even said, don't mention that daughter of yours, I get annoyed when I see her. After saying that, the two of them just glared at Shin Bufan. Shin Bufan secretly shook his head. These two, just about have nothing is more important than money written all over their faces. 20 minutes passed quickly, and at this point, the Xia army was clearly impatient. He said evenly, kid, I think you're deliberately stalling for time. Hurry, give us the money. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating your father to death. Then your mother, and I'll drop your daughter. Shin Bufan was about to speak, which is when an indifferent voice came out. Xia Jun, who are you going to beat to death? Hearing this, Xia Jun immediately twisted his head to look. Then he spotted two figures, coming this way. It was Zhou Yazhou as well as Wang Ji. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Seeing the other party appear, Xia Jun was startled, but he thought it was just a coincidence. He even thought that the other party knew that something had happened to his sister, so he came over to pay a visit. Think about it. Xia Jun pretended to be in mourning. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, please, both of you must do it for me. He pointed at Shin Bufan. This bastard, he killed my sister with a plot. We asked him for compensation and he wouldn't give it. Not only that, but after I gave the two of you your names, this brat actually didn't give a damn, and even uttered insults against you. This guy, he simply deserves to die. Xia Jun had just finished speaking, and Xia mother immediately chimed in. In his words, he reduced Shin Bufan to nothing. Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji quietly listened to the duo pouring dirty water on Shin Bufan. Are you guys done? Seeing Xia Jun nodding, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji arrived in front of Shin Bufan. Boss, I'm sorry for being late. There was a traffic jam on the road earlier. What? As Zhou Yazhou's words fell, Xia mother and Xia Jun were instantly stunned. Xia Jun took a deep breath, stepped forward and laughed kindly. Mr. Zhou, don't joke. This kid, how can he be your boss? It's no wonder the summer army thinks so. After all, when he applied for the job, he had heard Zhou Yazhou say that the boss behind this company was sitting on billions. And how could Shin Bufan have such assets? It's just a shame. For all this, Zhou Yazhou had no intention of explaining at all. He coldly said, Xia Jun, do you think that Wang Ji and I have had enough? We'd play such a boring joke on you? Who do you think you are? The Xia army was struck by lightning. It was then that he fell softly to the ground in fear. Summer's mother, on the other hand, apparently hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. She screamed, Shin Bufan, I don't care who you are. My daughter was killed by you. You'll have to pay for it. $30 million, not a penny less. Shin Bufan didn't pay any attention to the other party, but instead looked at Zhou Yazhou and said, Yazhou, why don't you enlighten this person on how long one has to sit in jail for defamation plus extortion? Zhou Yazhou smiled. Boss, what's the point of explaining so much to this old woman? I'll just have it sent straight to the station. After saying that, the two bodyguards directly brought the Xia Jun duo away from the place, and for their pleas for mercy, Shin Bufan ignored them. Phew, Shin Bufan secretly sighed in relief. He knew that with Xia Jun being taken away, the matter of Xia Yun was considered to have come to a complete end. Yazhou and Wang Ji, it's been hard for you to run. There's nothing more for you here. Shin Bufan said with a smile, you can go back. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Ji and Zhou Yazhou smiled at each other.
Zhou Yazhou then said, "Boss, we're here to settle the matter of you being extorted, just for one thing. Other than that, we have an important project to report to you." With that, Zhou Yazhou took out a file. Qin Bufan opened it. The moment was bright. Chapter 69, The Great God of Versailles. No wonder Qin Bufan was so excited. Truly, this document, Zhou Yazhou, is too important. Yazoo, are you sure you want to build a super skyscraper in our downtown? Although the document was right in front of him, Qin Bufan still subconsciously inquired about it. Of course, I'm 100% sure. And the site selection, it's all taken care of, Zhou Yazhou said seriously. And Wang Ji, who was on the side, also got incredibly excited. Boss, speaking of which, it's also time for us to get rich. Seeing Qin Bufan's uncertainty, Wang Ji hurriedly said, "It's like this." Before that, the parcel near the Golden Grove neighborhood was really just a throwback. The purpose of the above is to recruit strong real estate companies to bid for the super skyscraper project. And our Chihuahua Realty took that land. Not only that, but merging that manhwa company. I'm afraid that the top has received word that behind our curtain, there exists a powerful gold master. So the bidding session was cancelled outright. However, to take down this super skyscraper, the Purple Beacon building, it might take quite a bit of money. Speaking here, Wang Ji subconsciously looked at Qin Bufan, and Zhou Yazhou also showed a pensive look. When Qin Bufan saw this, he couldn't help but smile. This project, roughly how much input is needed? How long to build? Other than that, is it just a matter of taking out all the money in one fell swoop? Or what? Zhou Yazhou said seriously. This project, the plan above is that the total investment is 3.6 billion. The money, however, need not all be taken in one breath. And today, we have, as a company, almost $500 million, plus another 100 million at the disposal of Yuehua, for a total of 600 million. Of course, the 3.6 billion, not all of it will be invested by us. The upper level is very important to this project, so it will also allocate almost 1.2 billion. That means, on our side, we need 2.4 billion to make it. Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile. Luckily it only takes 2.4 billion. If I had to come up with $3.6 billion in one go, I would be stretched to the limit, though I could do it. What? Hearing what Qin Bufan said, the two froze. The reason they have been stumped, it is the fear of underfunding. Of course, it's actually quite normal for them to have this concern. After all, when you think about it, during this time, Qin Bufan had spent a lot of money. Wang Chulong's side of Rivistar put in $1 billion, bought Liang Weiquan's Fantasia at a cost of $1.6 billion. On top of that, the Good Song of China, in order to buy the title rights, special label and other advertising costs, used 630 million, plus some sporadic expenses. That's close to $3 billion. They had thought that they would need a loan to take that super skyscraper project, but Qin Bufan even said that he could come up with the money. Mr. Qin, may I take the liberty of asking you how much free money you have on hand? Qin Bufan smiled. Then, without hiding anything, he opened the bank card software directly. When seeing the bank card balance, the two men were dumbfounded. Boss, none of them knew what to say for the best. Qin Bufan couldn't laugh when he saw the two men's dismay. 2 billion seems like a lot, but it can't stand up to us consuming it like this. I'm still short of money. Hear that? The two were speechless in their minds. Thankfully, in this day and age, there's no such thing as Versailles as an internet buzzword. Otherwise, the two must have felt that Qin Bufan was the great god of Versailles. As the two pondered, Qin Bufan waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter you are talking about, it's a matter of great importance. I can't give you an exact answer at a moment's notice, so I'll get back to you when I've returned and given it some thought. Of course, for my so-called reply, you only have to look at the funds in the company's account. The fact that the funds are available means I agree, and you won't have to wait long. I'll have an answer for you by 7 o'clock in the evening." Wait for the two to leave. Qin Bufan returned to the hospital room and visited his parents once again, and in order to avoid similar troubles with his parents, Qin Bufan directly asked Zhou Yazhou to send his company's security personnel over to watch over them on shifts, responsible for the safety of the two old men. Without any worries, Qin Bufan then called Jiang Qingxue. Phone call connected. Qingxue, I'm sorry, something came up just now, so I was delayed in picking up the kids. Qin Bufan apologized. Jiang Qingxue smiled. Don't worry, I won't think much about it. I know you're not okay. So, I drove straight back with the kids. I bought groceries. There are your favorite prawns. And tonight, I'll cook, and make you all a nice meal. When Qin Bufan hung up his cell phone and returned home, Jiang Qingxue was busy in the kitchen. As for Qin Linger, she sat there obediently and wrote her homework. Bufan, you've been busy all day. Go take a shower first. After that, the meal will almost be cooked.
Jiang Qingxue said with a smile.
By the way, I've got a change of clothes for you, as well as a towel and everything. Qin Bufan finished his bath, and on the dining table,
a number of delicacies had been set.
When Qin Bufan saw this, his heart was incomparably warm. After a long day of work, you come home to someone waiting for you, getting your clothes ready, and with a delicious meal. Isn't this the life Qin Bufan always wanted before? That's nice. Qin Bufan smiled happily,
then began to savor nothing.
Bufan, things, all done?
Jiang Qingxue peeled a prawn for Qin Linger before inquiring.
Qin Bufan nodded. Well, what should be resolved, is resolved, and those people, in the future, will completely disappear from our lives. Jiang Qingxue nodded. That's good. The two were mumbling though, but Qin Linger, who had a 25-year-old soul, naturally knew it in her heart. She didn't think much of it, even as it rippled through her insides. After all, she possessed the experience of a broken home in her previous life, plus the fact that she was almost strangled to death by her own mother today. She was utterly indifferent to that woman. The heart, not all at once. Nowadays, she only wants her family to be peaceful and beautiful, and incidentally help Qin Bufan become the richest man in the world. In this life, it's enough. 1 hour later, Qin Linger sat on the sofa and watched TV. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, had already finished packing. As for Qin Bufan, seeing that the time was almost up, he directly spoke. Qingxue, I have something that I need to talk to you about. This afternoon, Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji approached me, saying that a document had been released from above. The top is going to spend money and build a super skyscraper. A total investment of $3.6 billion is needed. The top will put in $1.2 billion, and the rest, the developers need to put in themselves. I'd like to ask your opinion on this, to see if there's any screw-ups? Jiang Qingxue was instantly surprised when she heard this. On the other hand, Qin Linger, who was motionless on the side, suddenly brightened up. That super skyscraper that old Qin said, could he be referring to the Purple Peak building? If so, let alone $2.4 billion, even if it's all invested on its own, we have to take it down. After all, this is an even more valuable existence than that plot of land in the Golden District. Hearing what his daughter was thinking, Qin Bufan's heart was immediately delighted. However, to be clear, there are specifics about the Purple Peak building in the future. Keep listening, he decided. Chapter 70, Thinking of Danger in Times of Peace. Qin Linger did not disappoint Qin Bufan. Her heart's voice continued to come through. If I remember correctly, in my previous life, it was Yuehua Real Estate that took over this project. But unfortunately, that Xin Yuehua had to let the project rot in the end because of insufficient funds. Later, the top could only attract investment and was eventually taken over by a wealthy businessman from the capital. And that rich businessman, after investing heavily, built the Purple Beacon building successfully. Later, that rich merchant, in turn, bought the surrounding land. Within a few years, industrial parks, scientific research buildings, and a number of neighborhoods have been developed. That wealthy businessman from the capital eventually made a fortune and was even on the Forbes list of billionaires. If old Qin can take it down, with Zhou Yazhou and Wang Ji's ability, old Qin can be said to be lying down and making money. Thinking of this, Qin Linger frowned. The funding, however, is a major problem. After all, in old Qin's hands now, there's only more than $3 billion, right? If this money runs out, then other projects will need to be turned around later. And when that happens, there will be a dilemma. After hearing what his daughter had said, Qin Bufan had completely decided that he must take the Purple Beacon Mansion. However, before that, he had to listen to Jiang Qingxue's opinion as well. And at that moment, Jiang Qingxue's gentle voice came out. Unusual, with what I know of you. You had the answer in your mind when you asked me that, didn't you? Honestly, that Purple Beacon Mansion thing, I heard my dad talking about it at lunch too. At the time, my dad also offered to let you take it. The biggest problem, though, is the funding. Now you have a lot of free money in your hands, but have you thought about what you'll do when the money runs out? Like, for example, if you have a couple of web companies under your umbrella that need a big chunk of spending to operate at the same time, what are you going to do about it? Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable seriousness. For your vision, I've never doubted it. If we can solve the funding thing, the rest, it's nothing. Qin Bufan nodded slightly. He then chuckled softly and said, actually, what I'm struggling with is exactly that. At the end of the day, it's still a lack of money. With such words on his lips, Qin Bufan's remaining light couldn't help but fall onto Qin Linger's body. And at this moment, Qin Linger seemed to be in the middle of a deep meditation. After a long time, Qin Linger suddenly got up. Dad, Mr. Jiang, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to take a shower and go to sleep. see the other guy go to the shower. Jiang Qingxue whispered. Bu Fan, have you noticed that Linger? This girl gives off a feeling of being a teenager. I'm in contact with this child on a daily basis, and I've noticed that she is, though the vast majority of the time, an image of innocence and sweetness, but once in a while, it's a deep face. Qin Bufan smiled. This kid probably learned it from me. Of course Qin Bufan couldn't tell the other party the truth. Otherwise, the other party must not be able to accept it. Well, let's not dwell on that for now. I'm going to take a shower too, so you must think about the Purple Beacon Mansion. After all, that's $2.4 billion. Qin Bufan nodded repeatedly. After waiting for the other party to enter the other restroom, Qin Bufan turned on his computer and read the news about the financial aspects of Suhai City to see if there were any good projects. It's just a shame that those are some of the programs that you don't see a return on until later in the process. Close the page. Qin Bufan's head was a little big. Nowadays, the windfall of virtual coins has, for the time being, passed. At least, this month, I won't be getting into it. Even if I buy, I'll have to wait until 17 when virtual coins are at their peak to sell. So, if I want to make a quick buck, I'll have to speculate. Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, at that moment, at the bottom right of the computer, a pop-up window appeared. It was the update alert for Plants vs. Zombies. Qin Bufan had intended to turn it off in passing, but in the next second, he was suddenly struck by an idea. By the way, why am I so stupid? In the future, it's the 4G era. By then, the performance of 4G cell phones will certainly be far stronger than the current 3G phones. Before, those games that were hot on the computer side, they can totally be ported to the cell phone. Speaking of this, Qin Bufan intended to dial Wang Haining's number, which was before his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was none other than Wang Haining. Qin Bufan quickly connected. Boss, I'll tell you two good news. The first piece of good news, so far, the number of downloads of our elimination game has exceeded 13 million, and the numbers are still climbing. More than that, the software, it's already paid for. I just took a look at it, and the company came in over $6 million today. When Qin Bufan heard this, he was instantly delighted. Obviously, he didn't expect that on the first day of Elimination Music's launch, there would be such a huge revenue as well as downloads. The advertising effect, it's just horrible. As Qin Bufan lamented, Wang Haining continued, Boss, I have an idea. I don't know if you want to hear it. Qin Bufan smiled and asked, just say what you have. Wang Haining was silent for a moment, then said seriously, I have considered this matter for a long time. Of course, I don't know if my insights are correct, if I think differently than you. Just listen. After muttering, Wang Haining went straight to the point, though. On the first day of Elimination Music's launch, it achieved good results, but we have to live in peace. After all, it's not uncommon for games to be replicated in our China. Although, we've been able to keep this software hot for now, and it keeps getting better. But this game, it's just too one-dimensional. So, I think that the software, at best, will be hot for a year or two, and then it will probably be eliminated and eventually disappear. To avoid this, I want to expand the company and make it a studio dedicated to developing mobile games. Of course, it's incredibly difficult to try to develop it on your own, from scratch, and my idea is to buy the mobile development rights to those MMOs that have been popular in the past few years. As long as we have these in hand, we are considered to have the bottom card, and then slowly develop it. An exact replica, of course, is very difficult, so it definitely needs to be improved. If we're lucky enough to hatch a full name game software, then, we are even successful. But if it fails, we hold the exclusive rights, and then, other companies, if they want to use it, they have to find us. That way, it's able to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After hearing what Wang Haining said, Qin Bufan didn't reply. Wang Haining thought that Qin Bufan had rejected his offer. Immediately, he anxiously said, Boss, in the future, the field of cell phones will surely blossom. If we can catch the wind ahead of time, we can certainly, not waiting for the other to finish. Qin Bufan laughed and said, Haining, I didn't expect that our ideas coincide. Actually, well, that's what I was going to say before you called me. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, so the big purchase of the rights to develop mobile games can be taken slowly. Your offer, I agree, and leave the recruiting to you. Hear that? Wang Haining smiled back. Boss, it's good to tell you the truth. I knew you'd say yes, so I've gone ahead and made an appointment with a buddy of mine who develops mobile games. His company, at the moment, is having a bit of a financial problem, so, I'm going to have him meet with you, and if it's possible, take all three of his studios and merge them with my company. At this, Qin Bufan was not surprised. After all, before, Qin Bufan had said that although he was the boss of those companies, the head of each company had the right of first refusal.
At the end of the day, just make yourself pat yourself on the back. Okay, I'll set up a time and meet with your friend. By the way, what's his name? Qin Bufan inquired. Wang Haining replied. Yao Xiaoguang. Qin Bufan was puzzled. Yao Xiaoguang? This person, I haven't heard of. As he spoke, Qin Bufan intended to take a look at this person's profile on the internet, and just then, behind him, an exclamation of surprise came. Yao Xiaoguang? Why would old Qin think of looking for information on this person? Chapter 71, Too Hasty? When Qin Bufan heard this, he couldn't help but look back. Only then did he realize that what he had just heard was the heartfelt voice of his daughter. Qin Linger. Qin Bufan smiled. Linger, after you take a bath, when your hair dries later, you have to sleep obediently. Qin Linger nodded her head and said in a milky voice, Daddy, you should also rest early. Don't stay up too late. After saying that, Qin Linger sat on top of the sofa. Qin Bufan had originally thought of eavesdropping on his daughter's heart and then prying into Yao Xiaoguang's bottom line. Nevertheless, after waiting for a small amount of time, Qin Linger never had any idea. Qin Bufan was helpless. Immediately, he could only take the initiative as well. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan sighed while looking at Yao Xiaoguang's profile. Originally, I thought this Yao Xiaoguang was a talent. I guess I was overthinking it. This man, in 5 years, bought 3 companies. Before that it was open net play, but it was never very good. Now, it's planning to get into mobile gaming again, intending to eat the windfall before the 4G rollout. But I fear for the man, the wind will flash his tongue. Forget it, I'd better have Wang Haining tell him to reject the acquisition, so as not to waste time. Qin Bufan's words were naturally said to his daughter on purpose. The goal is to be able to eavesdrop on some clues from among the others' heartfelt words. Sure enough, next, Qin Bufan then clearly heard Qin Linger's thoughts. Old Qin, don't be impulsive. This Yao Xiaoguang is truly a great talent. Do you know that this person, however, has created quite a few internet myths in the future 4G era? Under his banner, there are many games, such as Cool Runnings, Gunfight, Pesticides, in particular, are a software that is a hot commodity for years to come. Every year, it creates $10 billion of revenue for Pony's Goose Factory. If it were before, I would never have let you have it all to yourself, but would have sold 1/3 of its shares to Goose Factory. But times are different now. You can't compete with Goose Factory now, but in 1 year's time, a few of the software under your hand become the hit of the moment. And the future is the era of the traffic is king. You mastered so much traffic. This software may be in your hands to create a greater value. Of course, in a previous life, the software had quite a few slots, especially with the matchmaking mechanic that's been rumored on the net, where winning streaks are followed by losing streaks and the like. I'm sure having you in the game will make a difference. Hear your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan was a bit stunned. This Yao Xiaoguang, is he so capable? However, when he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. It's like a few years ago, when 3G first appeared. Who would have thought that the future would be all about short videos? The times they are a-changin', and the winds, naturally, are shifting. As Qin Bufan pondered, Jiang Qingxue also walked out from the restroom. Spirit, why are you still awake? Jiang Qingxue smiled. Oh, your hair hasn't been blown out. Now, let me blow dry you first. 10 minutes later, Qin Linger's hair had been blow dried, but she had no intention of going to her room to rest. Spirit, what's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue was curious. Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Mr. Jiang, I like to listen to you talk to Daddy. Jiang Qingxue smiled gently, and then, he came to Qin Bufan's body. Bufan, I think it's better for you to rest earlier. If you're not going to rest, I doubt the girl is going to sleep either. Qin Bufan smiled. I also want to take an early rest, but, I've encountered something now. I don't even have the heart for it if it's not resolved. Jiang Qingxue curiously said. What is it? Can it give you a headache? Qin Bufan briefly explained what happened. Jiang Qingxue sniffed and also fell somewhat into a deep thought. A moment later, Jiang Qingxue looked seriously at Qin Bufan and said, Yao Xiaoguang, this person, I don't recognize or understand. This is something, however, that I think you do need to consider carefully. Granted, with your current financial resources, buying the 3 companies under Yao Xiaoguang's banner isn't exactly a difficult task, but just so you're clear, you're going to need a lot of investment after you buy the company. Today, 4G phones are still in the development stage, and the 3 major carriers have not yet successfully received their licenses. Granted, these are sooner or later, but you have to develop several games at the same time, not to mention the problem of late-stage promotion. I'm afraid that the research and development expenses alone are an astronomical amount, but now you have so many projects on your hands. Jiang Qingxue did not continue because she believed that Qin Bufan had already understood what she meant. Qin Bufan naturally knew this, but after listening to his daughter's heart, he couldn't let the cooked duck fly. Bufan, you don't really need to dwell on it. What I'm saying is just my personal opinion anyway. It was also you who asked me what I thought. As for the final decision, it's up to you. Anyway, it's still the same. If you want to buy the company, I'll accompany you, no matter if the future is profitable or not. What I recognize is you as a person. That's all. Qin Bufan's heart warmed when he heard this. Short thoughts. Qin Bufan suddenly brightened up and said, Qingxue, I've heard before that a child's intuition is very spiritual. You see, before we bought lottery tickets, it was the numbers spirit wrote down that won the first prize. Why don't we give this decision to Linger? What? Jiang Qingxue was confused. She was about to say something. Qin Bufan had then arrived in front of Qin Linger. He knew his daughter's thoughts though, but at this moment, one could only explain. Linger, on Dad's side, he has encountered a problem. It's the acquisition of a game development studio owned by an uncle. Now, I have a different idea than you, Mr. Chang. Let me ask you, are you in favor of Dad buying the company? After hearing what Qin Bufan said, at this moment, Qin Linger was also a bit confused. Originally, she was still struggling with how to remind Qin Bufan to acquire Yao Xiaoguang's company. Then take this person under your wing. Results. The other side was surprisingly out of the blue. Letting himself make decisions for him? Old Qin, you're too presumptuous, aren't you? Qin Linger thought to herself. But it's good. It saves me a lot of trouble. After all, it takes a lot of brain cells to keep making me go through all the trouble of reminding you. Thinking of this, Qin Linger beamed her little mouth and pretended to ponder. I'm just like Mr. Jiang. I'll support whatever decision you make. Buy, acquire all three companies under Yao Xiaoguang. After all, these three companies have great prospects if they merge later. Qin Bufan pretended to be surprised. Linger, what did you say? Qin Linger was asked this question. In his heart, he immediately screamed that it was not good. Finished. Did I just say something that's not quite fitting for a 5-year-old? Could it be that old Qin is beginning to suspect me? Hearing this, Qin Bufan secretly laughed in his heart. Naturally, he could not admit that he could hear his daughter's heart. Therefore, he quickly turned his words around and said, Okay, my daughter asked me to acquire it, so I'll arrange it immediately. After saying that, Qin Bufan picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Haining's number, asking the other party to arrange a meeting between himself and Yao Xiaoguang tomorrow, taking the opportunity to discuss the details of the acquisition. Jiang Qingxue finished watching Qin Bufan's series of operations, completely dumbfounded. Something so important. How dare Qin Bufan let a 5-year-old decide? That's a little hasty, isn't it? Chapter 72, A New General. Early the next morning, Jiang Qingxue took Qin Linger to school on the front foot. Qin Bufan left the house on the back foot and went straight to Wang Haining's company. Boss, why are you here so early? Wang Haining greeted him personally. Qin Bufan smiled. It's natural to strike early when acquiring something like a company. After all, I wouldn't want anyone else to get there first. Hearing this, Wang Haining smiled without saying anything. After all, Qin Bufan had always been the type of existence with superb eyesight in his eyes. Nothing else. This elimination alone by itself. This was evident when it was bought by Qin Bufan and then took advantage of the craze that was The Good Song of China, which had 10 million downloads in one day. Haining, you can contact that friend of yours right now and tell him to come over. Qin Bufan said straight to the point. Wang Haining smiled. Boss, you come with me. Actually, that friend of mine, he's even more anxious than you are. He learned about your purchase of his company and stayed directly at the company yesterday and drafted the purchase agreement overnight. I'm afraid, he's not resting now. Qin Bufan sniffed and marveled. Though that said, he learned from his daughter amongst others. This Yao Xiaoguang is the leading mobile online game in the next few years. But since it's been able to produce a hit game, there must be something unique about it. I'd like to meet this guy more and more. Qin Bufan grew even more expectant. Under the leadership of Wang Haining, Qin Bufan arrived inside a restroom. Xiaoguang, Mr. Qin is here. Wang Haining shouted as he knocked on the door, but it was shouted several times in succession. As a result, no one answered. With no choice but to push his way in, Wang Haining could only push his way in. Wang Haining had thought that Yao Xiaoguang was asleep, but the other party was tapping away at the keyboard with unbelievable seriousness, just as if he had no one else to turn to. Wang Haining had wanted to go up to the other side and yell at them. However, he was stopped by Qin Bufan. Wait until he's busy. Qin Bufan waited up patiently on the sofa aside. At the same time, he sized up Yao Xiaoguang. Qin Bufan had thought that the other party was that kind of, wearing a plaid shirt, jeans, and then the image of a programmer with a pudgy face. The other, however, had a short, dry haircut, and there was no mustache. And his clothes, very neat. Nice. Qin Bufan smiled in satisfaction. The half-hour wait passed quickly, and at this time, Yao Xiaoguang could be considered to have finished hitting the last enter key. Finally got the bugs fixed. Next, as long as it runs error-free, it's fine. I've got this cool running game that's pioneering mobile gaming. Next, it's just a matter of internal testing, then public testing, and testing this software with the market. A mumble finished. Yao Xiaoguang stretched his back. Holy, it's almost 8 o'clock? I'm going to have to hurry up and sort out the purchase agreement. I still have to show my proposal to that Mr. Qin. If it's true, as Haining said, that Mr. Qin has enough money for me to work around, I can guarantee that within half a year, I'll make him get his money back. Within a year, make him money. Within 3 years, I dare not say $10 billion a year, but at least $5 billion of net profit is there. Speaking of which, Yao Xiaoguang planned to pull out his own business plan, but when you turn around, instead, they found Qin Bufan on the sofa as well as Wang Haining. Haining, what are you doing here? Yao Xiaoguang couldn't help but stare. Wang Haining laughed out loud. You kid, you're still the same as before. Once you're working, the sky is falling and you don't even know it. I've been here with Mr. Qin, waiting for half an hour. Yao Xiaoguang was amazed. Then he looked Qin Bufan up and down. So, you are. Qin Bufan stepped forward and took the initiative to extend his hand. Mr. Yao, I am Qin Bufan. Nice to meet you. Yao Xiaoguang was flattered. At the same time, it was wrong. After all, Yao Xiaoguang had looked for many investors before he found Wang Haining. Those people, every single one of them, were over 40 years old and extremely arrogant. He vividly remembers that one of the investors was unbelievably overbearing. In a few simple words, Yao Xiaoguang was baffled. Because of the previous lesson, Yao Xiaoguang was extra cautious this time, but it was not expected. This character, who might become his boss in the future, had taken the initiative to show friendship with him. After a short freeze, Yao Xiaoguang said evenly, Mr. Qin, I am Yao Xiaoguang. I am very happy. Qin Bufan smiled. Let's skip the polite words. I just heard from Haining that you pulled an all-nighter last night. So, let's keep it short. How much? To take your company? How much capital is needed at a later stage to be able to ensure the operation as well as promotion of the 3 companies under you? Yao Xiaoguang froze. He said blearily, Mr. Qin, you are on the side. Wang Haining laughed. Didn't I tell you that before? The boss, as a person, has a sharp eye and does things right. You just have to answer the boss's questions honestly. Yao Xiaoguang nodded. Then he pulled up a file and printed it out. Mr. Qin, this is the detailed list I prepared. On the first page are the details of the monthly expenses of each of my 3 companies for the last year. On the second page, it's the inputs I need to develop the new program. Page 3. Qin Bufan quietly listened to the other party finish. The list was then returned to the other party. Tell you what, I'll acquire the 3 studios under your banner. I'll give you this amount. While saying that, Qin Bufan stretched out 5 fingers. As far as pre-company operations as well as expenses, I'll give you that number. Afterward, Qin Bufan gestured a 10. Yao Xiaoguang was shocked. Mr. Qin, you said you would give me 15 million? Qin Bufan nodded with a smile. Yao Xiaoguang was thrilled in his heart. Nevertheless, in the next second, Qin Bufan drew a turn and said, it's 15 million. And, it's still dollars. What? Yao Xiaoguang's mouth grew into an O shape, and Wang Haining, who was on the side, was also horrified at this moment. $15 million. That's 85 million Chinese dollars. This outburst from Qin Bufan was too generous, wasn't it? Originally, Yao Xiaoguang felt that $15 million was already considered a sky-high price, but nowadays, Yao Xiaoguang was like a dream. He said evenly, Boss, you're not kidding? Qin Bufan said with incomparable seriousness, do I look like someone who jokes? However, I have a request. That is, the 3 studios under your banner are to be merged with Haining's company. Of course, I'm not doing this to take away your power, and the so-called merger is just easier to manage. Your respective companies, you all have the right to decide. Still, I'm an amateur. I'm only responsible for funding it, and it's up to you guys as to how you do it. Naturally, the 2 had no problem with this. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan and Yao Xiaoguang signed the revised agreement without any problems. The transfer is complete. Qin Bufan was relieved. At this time, Wang Haining stepped forward and said, Boss, the employees of the company, knowing that you are coming, have been looking forward to you saying a few words. Why don't we have an impromptu meeting? Think of it as cheering everyone on. Qin Bufan smiled. How about an impromptu meeting? However, I do have 8 words for the 2 of you, and the employees of the company. keeping the beginning in mind for the long haul. Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan immediately turned around and left. Wang Haining, as well as Yao Xiaoguang, on the other hand, savored these 8 big words that Qin Bufan had said for a long time, unable to return to their senses. The other side, Qin Bufan had returned to the car. He had planned to head to the hospital, but just then, not far away, there was suddenly the sound of a brawl. No way, our Huawei cell phone will never be acquired by a foreigner. As long as we can carry through this crisis, Huawei Mobile will definitely become the leader of the cell phone industry in China. Hearing this, Qin Bufan immediately became interested. Chapter 73, Goal, Take Down China Mobile. When he looked at the source of the arguing voice, he found a middle-aged man arguing with the woman in front of him. The two men blushed. For a while it was unavoidable. Their quarrel naturally aroused the curiosity of many passers-by, but they don't care, so much so that the two had no way of knowing when Qin Bufan approached. They seemed to think that arguing won't solve the problem, so the woman began to counsel bitterly. Runfei, you're almost 50 now, and you have the Warwick cell phone brand, which is 10 years old, but over the years, cell phone sales have been dismal. Even the company's revenues today are barely enough to cover expenses. If it keeps going like this, it will definitely lose money. I know that you love this company more than me and my daughter, but you, today, can only bow to reality. Listen to me. On Mr. Will's side, I've already contacted him. As long as you nod your head, he'll buy our company for $30 million. In time, the burning problem can be solved. And you, if you're still thinking about making a comeback, we'll start over together. What do you think? When Renfei heard this, he naturally knew clearly that what the other party said was for his own good. He couldn't help but sigh. Meng Yao, I understand everything you said, but you know very well that if we sell the company, the gains we've made before will go down the drain. It's easy to make a comeback, but you can't use the results of your previous research, and even with the money, the company can't get started. Do you know why Will was willing to pay $30 million for our company? That's because he wants the core technology of the Warwick cell phone. Also, I have a lot of faith in this company. A lot of faith. In a month at most, 4G licenses will be issued to the 3 major operators. And with my 4G chip, which has been successfully developed, the cell phone can be successfully developed and sold as long as there is enough funding. You know what this means. This means, Meng Yao waved her hand, interrupting what Renfei had said. Forget it, I can't talk to you. Renfei didn't retort. Instead, there was silence. After a long time, he looked seriously at Meng Yao and said, Let's divorce. The car, the house is yours, and this company, which I'm determined not to buy. That $100 million in debt, I'm on my own. Meng Yao looked at Renfei in surprise. She had wanted to get angry, but then, a disheartened look was revealed. Fine, you'll live with your Warwick for the rest of your life. In the afternoon, I will go with you to the civil office. Throwing this down, Meng Yao huffed and left the place. See this scene. Renfei's face was filled with bitterness. Meng Yao, why can't you understand me? Warwick cell phones, in the future 4G era, can certainly shine, but you. Before Renfei could finish his latter words, he sighed and turned around to leave the place. Nevertheless, just at this moment, Qin Bufan's voice rang out. This gentleman, please also stay. Seeing Qin Bufan arrive in front of him, Renfei curiously said, And you are? Qin Bufan smiled. I am considered an investor. Just now, I heard part of the conversation between you and your honorary wife. I apologize if I'm presumptuous. I'm very interested in what you just said about 4G chips and such. I wonder, can you? Nevertheless, before Qin Bufan could finish, Renfei shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. No wonder Renfei was so. After all, the present-day Warwick cell phone company was in a stormy stage. Moreover, there are businessmen from pretty countries that want to buy it out and use it to get the 4G chip. Renfei had reason to suspect that the young man in front of him was here to spy on the information. After all, from his experience in business for so many years, the young man in front of him did not look like an investor. Thinking of this, Renfei forced a smile before saying, Sorry, I have something else to do. Excuse me. Seeing the other party's distant figure, Qin Bufan didn't go after him. However, in his mind, he had already memorized the name. Deep in his mind, half an hour later, Qin Bufan came to the hospital and passed the time by chatting with his father. He waited until 5 p.m. before leaving to pick up his kids from school. Is everything done? Jiang Qingxue inquired. Qin Bufan nodded. Yao Xiaoguang's company, I've already taken it with $15 million. Moreover, I've asked Wang Haining's company to merge with the 3 studios under Yao Xiaoguang. In the future, the mobile game development aspect will be started together by them. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue didn't say anything more. As for Qin Linger, she secretly sighed in relief.
Obviously, she was very satisfied with Qin Bufan's decision, and at that moment, Qin Bufan added, "By the way, when I was coming back just now, I came across something." So, for the next few minutes, Qin Bufan spoke briefly and concisely about what had happened to Ren Fei. Jiang Qingxue was astonished. "Bufan, the Ren Fei you're talking about, could it be the president of Huawei?" Qin Bufan nodded. "You know him?" Jiang Qingxue said with incomparable seriousness. "This Ren Fei is a legendary figure. Speaking of which, he and my dad are still distant cousins. You do realize that my family was actually quite poor when I was a kid, right?" Later, it was Ren Fei who taught my dad some business lessons, and only then did my dad start to make a fortune from zero. By the way, I heard that Uncle Qin and Ren Fei seem to be college alumni. It seems like your father started the company with Ren Fei's hand in teaching him, so that's why it's as big as it is today. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was a bit surprised. "That's weird. Why didn't my dad ever tell me anything like that?" Qin Bufan muttered. Jiang Qingxue looked deeply at Qin Bufan. "How come you haven't said anything about it? You remember when we graduated from high school and the two families got together? My dad also said that thanks to that relative, they have some assets." Qin Bufan's memory was a little fuzzy, but Qin Bufan didn't dwell on that. He had intended to go straight to the point. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingxue saw through the other party's mind with a glance. "Bufan, you should have an idea about Huawei, right?" Qin Bufan nodded. "Qingxue, it's still you who understands me." Jiang Qingxue lightly laughed. "If it was someone else, I might have discouraged it, but if it's Uncle Ren, I raise my hand." Without waiting for Qin Bufan to speak, Jiang Qingxue said seriously, "Of course, I'm not saying this because Uncle Ren has favored our two families. It's really because, this company, it's a huge prospect. Nowadays, all the major cell phone vendors are starting to plan for the 4G era. Warwick, on the other hand, has long since developed a 4G cell phone chip. It's just a shame, because Warwick is so far ahead of the game. So, there's been a lot of suppression, and the Western businessmen, they're salivating over it. As long as Warwick can get through the difficulties at hand, it will surely go forward and no one will be able to surpass it. Bufan, this is a good opportunity. Maybe, by taking this company, in less than half a year, you'll be able to make back all the money you invested before." After hearing what the other party said, Qin Bufan pondered. The remaining light, on the other hand, fell on his daughter, Qin Linger. Chapter 74, The Merchant of Pretty Country. And at this moment, Qin Linger was savoring what Jiang Qingxue had said. Her heart was full of approval. Worthy of Mr. Jiang. Her analysis is literally exactly as I remember it developing. Exactly. Warwick Mobile, in 2013, suffered a major crisis, but its boss, Ren Fei, carried it off hard by virtue of his superior means. Later, the Warwick phone took off with the Rice phone. In the field of 4G cell phones, it's a no-brainer. And afterward, one of them is in the high-end machine market, occupying a place. And the Rice phone, on the other hand, has become the leader among low-end and mid-range phones. Of course, after a few years, the Huawei cell phone began to rule the cell phone market by virtue of its superior strength. And, moreover, shifted its attention from the country to the world. Since then, it has become the light of China. If at this time, old Qin can get in and help Ren Fei, it must be possible to accelerate progress. When the time comes, you'll be able to do some starvation marketing or something like that, and you'll be able to blow up a little bit. However, there's something I don't know if I should tell old Qin or not. That's the problem with the chip. After all, those few countries in the West, they are not good. Though, after 14 years, Warwick cell phones have few rivals. But then, the pretty countries in the West teamed up to sanction Warwick Mobile. So much so that Warwick Mobile almost faced a major crisis. It's a good thing that later on, Ren Fei started to develop chips on his own. And that's how he solved those troubles. The chip issue has been the West's biggest means of sanctioning Huaxia. But there's no rush for now. When old Qin has enough money, I'll make sure he finds a way to start developing a photolithography machine. In that case, China is magnificent. And old Qin, too, will surely be able to leave a colorful mark in the history of China's development. Qin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heart, and he, too, took the development of the photolithography machine to heart. Qingxue, since this matter, if you don't have any opinions, then it's settled. Tell you what, I'll take tomorrow off and I'll take care of Uncle at the hospital. Spirit I'll take with me. As for Auntie, step in with my dad and let them communicate first, and then, you step in, and that way, it's foolproof. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, there's no need to be so troublesome. This is something that I will take care of myself. Plus, I'm not a kid anymore. It's better for me to go in person for this kind of thing to be sincere. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue did not continue to dwell on it. Good, I'm sure you have it in you.
The two continued to talk for a while. After Jiang Qingxue and Qin Linger left, Qin Bufan sat in front of his computer and launched himself into a daze. Hey, originally, I was thinking of looking for a chance to make some quick money, but buying Yao Xiaoguang's 3 studios, I took out almost another 100 million. This money I have on hand, it's just not enough. A bit of muttering. Just then, the penguin in the lower right corner suddenly flickered. Qin Bufan was delighted. Could it be that, Linger, this girl, has thought of any doorway to be able to make quick money again? Or has he come up with some awesome stock? Sure enough, when Qin Bufan opened the dialog box, he saw that Qin Linger had sent a picture. Dreaming back 20 years, this is what I've been putting together for the past few days. So you can just follow the timing above and buy these stocks. The simple life, you actually speculate in stocks in addition to virtual coins? Dreaming back to 20 years, you don't care. In short, these stocks, you write down, and then at a specific time, bottoming out, and then on the second trading day, sell them all. Simple life, roger that. Dreaming back 20 years, go old Qin. Qin Bufan froze for a moment. However, just then, the other party immediately withdrew the message. Qin Bufan smiled. Immediately, he could only pretend that he hadn't seen the message. In the meantime, inside Qin Linger's room, ouch, that scared me. Thanks to my quick reaction and timely withdrawal of the news. Otherwise, old Qin might have guessed who I am. But he's probably just as skeptical, after all. I'm still just a 5-year-old. After muttering, Qin Linger quickly put the tablet away and went to sleep. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan woke up early. However, since tomorrow is not a trading day, Qin Bufan was in no hurry. Therefore, after eating breakfast and sending Jiang Qingxue as well as Qin Linger to school, Qin Bufan then found the location of the headquarters of Huawei on the internet, as well as there are relevant reports about Huawei cell phones, for the front to go to Huawei to make preparations. Of course, Qin Bufan would love to acquire Warwick, but judging from Renfei's attitude yesterday, I'm afraid it's very difficult. However, if it was financed, Qin Bufan would naturally be happy to do so. After all, when this company gets bigger and stronger, why not be able to get a portion of the profits yourself every year? The time, soon to be 8:30, Qin Bufan drove to his destination, and in the meantime, Warwick's cellular headquarters, inside Renfei's office. At this moment, Renfei, looking at the divorce certificate in his hand, as well as the family photos placed in front of his desk, could not help but have a look of emotion. Hey, Renfei sighed. He knew, however, that he couldn't afford to get deep into the sorrows of divorce right now. The first order of business is how to solve the company's predicament. Knock. A knock on the door brought Renfei's thoughts back to reality. Mr. Run, there's a guest outside seeking an audience. He says he's an old friend of yours, the assistant said with a serious face. Renfei took the information handed over by the other party. Why is Jiang Hong here? The mind is strange though, but naturally, there was a great deal of goodwill toward the old fellow. At first, it was because of Renfei's mention that Jiang Hong had a foothold in Suhai City. Although Jiang Hong had made a fortune, he had kept in touch with Renfei from time to time over the years, drinking from the spring. Unlike some people, once they become rich, they forget the promotion of their benefactors. It will even bite back. Thinking of this, Renfei immediately said, quickly, go greet Mr. Jiang Hong. Wait, it's me in person. After all, I haven't interacted with this old buddy in a while. Coming to the company hall, when he saw Jiang Hong, he immediately went forward. Elder brother Jiang, haven't seen you for a while, how have you been? Renfei asked with a smile. Brother, I've been sloppy lately, and this is why I'm here to meet you, my big brother, since the company isn't busy. Jiang Hong smiled back. He then pulled out the gifts he had brought. Hey, you people can come, I'm very happy, every time, bring me gifts, how can I be good? Renfei excused himself. Well, there's no need to be polite when we're on this relationship. Didn't you bring me something when you went to see me? The two made small talk as they entered the waiting room. Wait until the assistant brings the brewed tea. Jiang Hong went straight to the point. Brother, to be honest, I really do have a big gift for you this time. In addition to visiting you. Renfei was startled, seeing the other person being mysterious. He had intended to inquire. Who knows? Just then, the door to the room was knocked on by the assistant. Mr. Run, it's not good. That rich businessman from the pretty country, Mr. Will, is coming over again. More than that, he is accompanied by your ex-wife, Ms. Meng Yao. Hearing this, Renfei couldn't help but change his face slightly. A bad feeling came over me. Chapter 75, Foreigners, how can they covet the light of China? Elder brother Jiang, you can rest here for a while. I'm going to take care of some personal matters. Renfei's heart was in turmoil though. However, at this moment, he could only barely show a hint of a smile and asked Jiang Hong to wait for him here. Of course, the reason he did so was that he didn't want this old buddy to see his predicament. Zhang Hong naturally saw the other party's mind. He smiled and said, "Brother, I already know about Warwick, but don't worry, it's just a small thing. Just now, didn't I say I was going to get you a present? I refer to the matter of settling the trouble at Warwick." Hear this, Zhang Hong's heart warmed, but then with a helpless smile, he said, "Elder brother Jiang, I appreciate your feelings, but what I, as a company, am experiencing is an unprecedented crisis. So, this is a trouble that you may not be able to solve." Zhang Hong smiled and was about to move Qin Bufan, but Ren Fei didn't give him a chance to say anything further. Instead, they just turned around and left. Seeing this, Zhang Hong immediately followed close behind. Outside the company, Ren Fei really did see Mr. Will, a wealthy businessman from the pretty country, and beside him was Meng Yao. "Meng Yao, didn't you leave with your daughter?" Ren Fei inquired. Meng Yao calmly said, "Ren Fei, as much as I want to leave, but I can't rest easy and start a new life until the Warwick matter is resolved." Seeing Ren Fei's silence, Meng Yao continued, "As I recall, this company, I accounted for 30% of the shares. I am, now, trying to get my shares back, then, resell it to Mr. Will." "What?" Ren Fei froze. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Meng Yao had left a backhand. "I'm being counted on by this woman." Ren Fei gritted his teeth in anger. Yesterday, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the formalities. Ren Fei's original idea was to get the equity back. By this, let him carry all alone. Incidentally, he completely drew a line with Meng Yao, so that the mother and daughter duo could continue their lives abroad without fear. But what I didn't expect was that when it was time to go, Meng Yao said that the 30% of the shares, leave it to her. And the beauty of it is that this company is her heart and soul. If you can, go abroad and develop, then help Ren Fei through his difficulties. But who would have thought? The other party was actually digging a hole for Ren Fei. Thinking of this, Ren Fei looked at this former wife incredulously. "Meng Yao, you're really cruel. You're doing everything you can to sell the company." "You," without waiting for Ren Fei to finish, Meng Yao indifferently said, "Ren Fei, I'm doing you a favor. It's also about leaving a fortune for my daughter. Mr. Will promised me that my shares of the company would be sold to me at 1.5 times market value. I'll share half of the extra money with you. Of course, Mr. Will also said that he would only use the shares in his hands, and that the dominance of the company is still in your hands. All you have to do is just develop your cell phone at ease." Ren Fei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Granted, what Meng Yao had said, at first glance, seemed to be truly for Ren Fei's benefit, but there's a lot more to it than that. First of all, if the equity holder is changed to Will, then the other party is even disguised to get all the rights of the company. By then, if the other party wanted to take the core information of the 4G chip, or other core technology copyrights that belonged exclusively to China to do something else, there was nothing he could do about it. What's the difference between that and selling your company to the West? For a moment, Ren Fei had the heart to strangle Meng Yao, and at that moment, Will slowly stepped forward as he said in a broken Mandarin, "Mr. Run, I've prepared the agreement. Moreover, I've already signed an agreement with MS. Meng Yao, as long as you've gone through it." Ren Fei took the agreement handed forward by the other party, and when he saw the payment on it, his heart, in an instant, sank to the bottom. Ren Fei at the moment, it was rather like being struck by lightning. He was eager to vent his frustration, but also knew that doing this would be of no use at all. Is it possible that, with my company, I really have to let Westerners get a stake? Ren Fei was very reluctant, but more than that, there was nothing to be done, and that's when a voice of faint laughter came out. "Elder brother Ren, it seems that I was not wrong at all in coming to you." The one who spoke was none other than Zhang Hong. Seeing Ren Fei looking at himself strangely, Zhang Hong calmly said, "Elder brother Ren, nowadays, it seems that there are only two choices placed in front of you. First, you accept the facts in front of you. Secondly, you sell this company, and when you do, the equity in the company, you can redistribute it." Ren Fei was speechless. These he knew naturally, but the core issue is, he simply can't afford to sell the company. It was his life's work. For this reason, he even went so far as to divorce Meng Yao. As a longtime friend, Zhang Hong could naturally see what the other party was thinking. He continued his analysis. "I know your reluctance, but if there is such a person, he is an investor in China, and, after paying for your company, absolutely no meddling in any of the business side of things. On top of that, it will give you enough money, and this company, even though he's the owner, all the power, it's in your hands. Do you want such an investor, or not?" Ren Fei was silent. If what the other side says is true, he will naturally accept it. But in this world, how can there be such a good thing?
He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and was about to say something, and that's when that Will's mocking voice came out. Mr. Runfei, you, my friend, are quite the joker. If there really is such an investor in China, there is no chance for me to make a move at all. Speaking of which, Will looked at Jiang Hong with a smirk. The investor you just mentioned. It couldn't be you, could it? Meng Yao on the side snorted. Mr. Will, you're overthinking it. This Mr. Jiang Hong, at first, was still mentioned by Runfei. I still know how much he weighs. I'm afraid the total assets of his company aren't even half as much as my shares. Will laughed out loud. Meng Yao, on the other hand, looked at Runfei coldly and said, don't waste time. Hurry up and call a meeting to announce the matter of Mr. Will becoming a shareholder of the company, right? Will smiled smugly, as if he was determined to win. Which, just then, an indifferent voice came out. A foreigner is worthy of flaunting his power in Huaxia. Is the future light of China also something you can covet? Who are you to mock my future old man? And, you want to compare total assets? Come on, I'll match you. As these words fell, Qin Bufan slowly walked up under the attention of all the people. Chapter 76, Do I look like an ingrate to you? What are you? Seeing Qin Bufan, Will had a strange look on his face, and Meng Yao was also frowning. Qin Bufan didn't bother with them, but instead came straight to Runfei as well as Jiang Hong. Uncle Jiang. Qin Bufan smiled and greeted the other party. Brat, why did you come only just now? You've caused me, my future old husband, to be despised. Do you know that? Although Jiang Hong accused with his mouth, the smile on his face was very strong. Qin Bufan apologized. I've rushed here as fast as I could, but who let the traffic jam on the road? Uncle Jiang, don't worry, the field, I will get it back for you. After all, it's not just a matter of being despised, it's a matter of the attitude of this international friend towards China. After saying this, Qin Bufan then looked at Runfei. Hello Uncle Run, we meet again. Qin Bufan said with a big smile. It's you? Runfei was a little surprised. He naturally remembered that the young man in front of him, he had seen yesterday, and there was a bit of a chat. Only, he would then treat Qin Bufan as someone who was prying for information. When Jiang Hong saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Bufan, you've met with your Uncle Rin? Qin Bufan smiled and nodded. There was a side meeting yesterday. After saying that, Qin Bufan took the initiative to extend his hand and said, Hello Uncle Ren, my name is Qin Bufan, my father is Qin Jinsong, and my mother is Bai Panfeng. I have come here with the intention of acquiring your company. Of course, before, my idea was to invest in your company. But, looking at the situation in front of me, it seems like I'm just going to have to acquire it. Speaking of this, Qin Bufan turned his head to look at Will and said, Speaking of which, I have to thank this Mr. Will. If it wasn't for him stirring things up from this, I would have only become an investor instead of the future owner of this company. Hearing this, Runfei froze. That Will, as well as Meng Yao, on the other hand, looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, they didn't expect that they would be killed halfway. However, after learning of the other party's identity, Meng Yao said disdainfully, Qin Bufan, as far as I know, your parents' company, a few days ago, suffered a bankruptcy crisis. Where did you get the face to disgrace yourself here? Qin Bufan didn't answer the other party. Instead, he came to Will's side. Mr. Will, right? Qin Bufan directly opened the door. I heard that you're buying Warwick Cellular? Can you show me your financial resources? Will naturally sensed the provocation in Qin Bufan's words. Immediately, he said proudly, under my hand, there are 2 listed companies. One of them, with a market capitalization of $50 million. The other one, with a market capitalization of $100 million. On top of that, I have $90 million at my disposal. Remember, I'm talking dollars. Hear this. Meng Yao was smug. He felt that Qin Bufan would definitely be intimidated by his strong financial power. Nevertheless, Qin Bufan said carelessly, so, your total assets, is $240 million, converted to 485.6 million Chinese dollars. This money of yours, it's not much. Qin Bufan snorted. What? Will was confused, and Runfei, at this moment, also frowned. On the contrary, Jiang Hong was laughing quite a bit. Young man, things can be messed up, at best. Diarrhea. Meng Yao taunted up. But words you don't say. Do you know what 4 billion Chinese dollars is? Do you think that it's just a series of numbers? Qin Bufan looked deeply at Meng Yao. Auntie Meng Yao, we are also considered to know each other. It would have been, and I didn't want to embarrass you too much, but what you're doing is chilling. Qin Bufan waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about all this nonsense. Afterward, Qin Bufan took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Chulong's number. Chulong, I need you to help me investigate someone. Qin Bufan opened his mouth. He's a Western businessman named Will. Okay, in a minute, I'll wait for your reply. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan then waited patiently, and Ren Fei was guilty of muttering in his mind. Although, looking at Qin Bufan's calm and unhurried behavior, it was giving off a bottomless look. But Qin Bufan is the son of a former friend, and he kind of knew Qin Jinsong's bottom line. How could Qin Bufan have that ability to buy his own company? But, now Ren Fei was kind of sick and desperate. He could also only place his hopes on Qin Bufan. Other than that, what else could he do? Seeing this, Zhang Hong on the side couldn't help but whisper, "Elder brother Ren, don't worry, this future son-in-law of mine is capable of a lot. He will certainly solve the immediate pressing problem. Not only that, but it also earns face for us Chinese." A minute passed quickly, and at that moment, Wang Chulon's phone call came through. What? And such a coincidence? That's interesting. Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile after hearing the other party's report. It turns out that this Will is an old acquaintance with Liang Weiquang, the boss of Fanti. They were supposed to be close friends, but Will, as a person, is extremely jealous. He watched Fantasia grow bigger and bigger, so he secretly tripped up, causing Liang Weiquan to experience a lack of funds. What happened next, of course, was even more dramatic. After Will learns about Fantagraphics, which has been brought back from the dead with a $1.6 billion investment from a mysterious tycoon, the idea came to me at once. So he took the initiative to show goodwill to Liang Weiquan, and he told Liang Weiquang that two of his companies, both of which had significant losses. The surface has an extremely high market value though, but really, it's on the verge of bankruptcy. It was a pity that Liang Weiquan, who had seen through Will, could not possibly tell the other party this. In desperation, Will investigates in secret. It was only when he learned that the mysterious tycoon was in Suhai City that he rushed here overnight. After much thought, he planned to buy Warwick. The reason he did so, access to Warwick's core secrets, was one aspect, and on the other hand, it's looking at Warwick's growth prospects. The bottom line is this: at that time, one could use the Warwick company as a bargaining chip to negotiate with that mysterious tycoon. He knew that Chinese people, all of them, had their own patriotic feelings. Naturally, he couldn't stand by and watch such a promising company buried in the hands of a Westerner like him. That's really a lot of planning. Qin Bufan was amazed at this guy's methods. It's just a pity that in the end, it's just an empty game. Qin Bufan hung up on Wang Chulon, and then, once again, the attention fell on Will. Mr. Will, I think I'm going to reintroduce myself to you. Qin Bufan laughed. My name is Qin Bufan. I'm the new owner of Fantagraphics. It's also the boss behind River Star Group, Jizhou Real Estate, Hungry, Fast First, Eliminate, Wi-Fi Key, and Tease Fish Live. You've gone to great lengths to try to attract my attention and get me to buy two of your companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy. You're not looking for investors. You're looking for ingrates, aren't you? Do I look like an ingrate to you? What? After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Naval was confused for a moment. Chapter 77 Negative News. You're the mysterious tycoon who's been making waves in Suhai City. Recently? Will inquired incredulously. After a pause, he continued. You're not kidding? Qin Bufan indifferently said. Do you think that I have that kind of time to play this kind of boring joke with you? After saying that, Qin Bufan didn't bother to take care of the other party and directly came to Ren Fei's body. Uncle Ren, now, can we talk about the issue of Huawei's acquisition? At this moment, Ren Fei was in a daze. He subconsciously looked to Zhang Hong, who was on the side, and said, this future son-in-law of yours, is really. Zhang Hong smiled. I'm not sure. In short, the decision of everything is in your hands. Elder brother Ren Fei laughed. Then he looked at Qin Bufan and said, good. Qin Jinsong has raised a good son. Back then, I slightly instructed Qin Jinsong, and I didn't realize that nowadays, the one who rescued this Huawei company of mine is his son. Who says good people don't get rewarded? After saying this, Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then looked at Qin Bufan and said, Bufan, no, I should address you as boss. This isn't the place to talk. Come on, let's go to the conference room and talk. Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. He turned back to the stunned Will as well as Mengyao. Both of you, why don't you come along as well? Just in time. Let's discuss the issue of your shares belonging to you. Let's just be done with it for good. At this moment, Will, because he had learned of Qin Bufan's identity, how could he have any of those messy thoughts? He's a smart guy. Just tear up that agreement. Afterwards, he licked his face and came forward. Mr. Qin, just now it was me who had no eyes and didn't recognize you. It was my fault. Please give me a chance. I'm definitely. Without giving the other party a chance to finish, Qin Bufan waved his hand. Since the contract is null and void, you have no business here. You can off.
Seeing the other guy standing there deadpan, Qin Bufan tasted playful. What? Do you have to ask Uncle Rain to ask you to leave? Seeing this, Renfei immediately called for security personnel and blew the other party away. At this very moment, the one who was most embarrassed was that Meng Yao. She took a deep breath, then smiled and stepped forward. That, Bufan ah, just now it was Auntie Meng. Qin Bufan smiled. Auntie Meng, don't worry, your Uncle Ren's ex-wife. Not to mention, this company. I haven't bought it yet, and even if I did, I would treat you respectfully. And don't tell me if you have anything to do with this company. It's Uncle Ren who has the final say. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan smoothly signed the acquisition agreement with Renfei. Uncle Ren, to acquire the company, I used 100 million. The 30% share of the company is $30 million. So hurry up and buy it from Auntie Meng. And the other $100 million is for company operations, development, and promotion. Of course, if you still need input at a later stage, just talk to me directly. I'll make sure the funding chain continues to keep up. At this moment, Renfei had quite a dreamlike feeling. Thinking back to yesterday, his own company, Warwick, was still on the verge of bankruptcy due to lack of funds. But now, Qin Bufan's 200 million investment directly brought the company back from the dead. Boss, thank you. Renfei was overwhelmed with emotion. The eyes that looked at Qin Bufan were filled with gratitude. Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Ren, from now on, you'd better call me Bufan. And don't thank me. I got into Warwick to make money. And, of course, return the favor in passing. So, if you want to thank me, make this company of ours bigger and stronger, and strive to become the light of China soon. Renfei nodded repeatedly. He then laughed. Since now, you, the new boss, is in office, would you like to have a meeting to say a few words to everyone? Qin Bufan smiled. There's no need. I know that because of the company. It puts the employees under tremendous pressure. Instead of a meeting, why don't we have a company potluck and let everyone relax? It's a combination of work and play. After a pause, Qin Bufan suddenly thought of something and immediately said, but then again, I really do have a sentence to explain to you, Uncle Ren. In this case, there's a lot at stake. What I want to talk to you about is the cell phone chip. If I'm not mistaken, so far, Huawei cell phone chips, in fact, have always needed to import raw materials from international sources, right? I hope that, while Uncle Ren is developing cell phones, he can also produce self-developed cell phone chips. On top of that, the cell phone system, too. Only then will the lifeblood of our Huawei cell phones not be held in the hands of the West. Hearing this, Renfei's face was filled with dismay. These, he had thought, only he could think of. Results. Qin Bufan, however, directly hit the nail on the head. The young man, it seems, is not a so-called thug. Rather, it's really about decision-making ability. Renfei's attitude towards Qin Bufan began to change drastically. Alright, Uncle Ren, I'll leave the rest to you. I gotta get out of here. After saying that, Qin Bufan glanced at Zhang Hong. Ha ha, Bufan, let's go. Let's find a place to drink tea between the two of us. Zhang Hong laughed out loud. Obviously, the resolution of Renfei's Huawei company crisis was also considered to have solved the big issue in Zhang Hong's heart. Qin Bufan left with Zhang Hong. That Meng Yao, on the other hand, changed her previous attitude. She said gently, Renfei, look, when are we going to go through the remarriage procedures? When Renfei heard this, he immediately laughed coldly. Remarriage? In your wildest dreams. Renfei handed over the share transfer agreement, which had been prepared long ago, to the other party. I'll have finance transfer the money to your private account as soon as you sign. Go away. I don't want to see you. Seeing Renfei leave, Meng Yao stood there frozen, unable to return to her senses for a long time. She knows, Warwick has started the road to rise, but all of this is completely irrelevant to her. In the meantime, inside a tea house, Bufan, you kid, you're hiding deep enough. Zhang Hong laughed out loud. Originally, I thought your assets, at best, were $2 billion. But you're good. You've taken down so many companies and have $3 billion in deployable assets on hand. Amazing. You are just amazing. Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Jiang, don't tease me with this. Now I'm all worried. With all the companies I have under my belt, a casual promotion would cost quite a bit of money. This $3 billion I have, it's just not enough. Zhang Hong laughed. This, I can't help. I heard it from Kyosu. Nowadays, the orgy of virtual coins has come to an end. Next, there's a period of silence for at least 3 or 4 years. So, for now, you can only start with speculation. You're more proficient in this area than I am. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. Indeed. And at that moment, Zhang Hong looked at Qin Bufan with a smile on his face. Brat, do you have any powerful stocks that you would recommend me? Earlier, I did hear from your father that you took him to speculate on stocks and made a small profit.
Qin Bufan had no problem with this. Naturally, immediately, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down the few potentials Qin Linger had given him. It's even clear when to plunge and when to sell. Uncle Jiang, just follow what I have up here, Qin Bufan said. Jiang Hong laughed. Okay, I believe you. Turn around.
I'll try with 10 million.
Of course, if it earns money, I won't touch it. Your Uncle Jiang.
Consider it as my daughter's dowry in the future.
Half an hour later, after Qin Bufan finished his tea with Jiang Hong,
he planned to fight his way back home individually.
But just then, Lu Yiming's phone call came. Boss, it's not good. Negative press for The Good Song of China, and the repercussions are extremely bad. What do we do? Hearing this, Qin Bufan's face changed slightly. Chapter 78. We don't want to make money out of this black heart. What's going on? Qin Bufan took a deep breath. The mind, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He just took the title right. Special label and interactive support label for the third season of The Voice of China yesterday. How come the negative news popped up all of a sudden? This is too much bad luck, isn't it? As Qin Bufan pondered, Lu Yiming said, you'll know if you watch the news. Qin Bufan opened his portable computer. When I opened the page, I was surprised to see a flood of invective, especially on top of Weibo.
Several headlines denouncing the shady practices of Chinese good song appeared.
Qin Bufan opened a few random entries. Some of these, he realized, were trainees from previous seasons,
complaining about the unfairness of the competition.
Some of them are some dark videos, and one of them caught Qin Bufan's attention. That is, the so-called draft is actually just scripted. Those trainees, long ago,
paid a clear price for the right to turn their mentors around.
After reading this, Qin Bufan was somewhat helpless. He immediately said, Yiming, I'm going to make a trip to your company now. You immediately contact Su Hua, Lu Danian, and Chen Hao and have them meet at your place. We're going to have an emergency meeting.
Lu Yiming naturally didn't dare to hesitate at this.
After all, this matter, if not handled well, it could be doom and gloom for them, or even,
a product that has been so hard to hatch may just die.
Uncle Jiang, something came up, so I'll take my leave, Qin Bufan said hurriedly. Bufan, wait.
Jiang Hong called out to his opponent.
Qin Bufan glanced back at the other party. Bufan, your company's business, you handle it yourself,
Jiang Hong said seriously.
However, Uncle Jiang wants to tell you a few words. Businessmen, though, aim to make money,
but there is a saying that a gentleman takes what he wants.
If you're making decent money, even if you're making more, people won't say anything.
But if it's making money against your conscience,
that would be a big no.
Throwing down these words, Jiang Hong turned around and left.
Qin Bufan stood still for a moment in deep thought. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan arrived at Lu Yiming's Jumping Bites headquarters, and Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, Wang Haining, Su Hua, Lu Danian and others had been waiting for a long time by now.
Boss,
this matter, what to do now?
Lu Yiming was the first to inquire.
Qin Bufan didn't speak, but asked, everyone, what do you think about this matter? Lu Yiming thought for a moment, got up and said, looking at the revelations on the internet this time, the so-called insiders of the good song of China are real. There's no washing up on this one. And today, the major portals, even my headline today, have received letters from lawyers.
The other side told us to hurry up and delete any relevant information about this negative news,
or sue us. On top of that, nowadays, with the help of the banknote ability,
those few headlines in the microcosm have all been cleaned up.
More than that,
all those accounts that posted negative news were banned.
Qin Bufan nodded slightly. He said calmly, so what do you think we should do about this? Lu Yiming was stopped by Qin Bufan's question. After a moment's thought, he said, boss, if it's for the company's sake, I definitely think that, in this case, we'll press on and wait for the heat to pass and we'll be fine. Yet, I don't feel right about doing this. Surely,
becoming a sponsor of the third season of The Good Voice of China can increase the visibility of our brand.
Yet, it will be criticized. Lu Yiming gritted his teeth, then looked at Qin Bufan and said,
I'm even worried that when the time comes,
you, boss, will also be criticized. Qin Bufan smiled. Criticize what? Lu Yiming took a deep breath before he mustered up the courage to say,
he will be criticized for eating ugly,
or, a black-hearted capitalist or something. Lu Yiming's words fell.
The whole room was in an uproar.
Obviously,
everyone did not expect Lu Yiming to be so bold as to say such a thing.
Qin Bufan didn't move. He looked at the heads of the remaining companies and said, gentlemen, why don't you tell us what you think as well? A few people froze for a moment, but in the end, it was Su Hua who stood up and said, boss, Lu Yiming's words are unpleasant though, but I hold my hands up in favor of it. Qin Bufan's face instantly stretched. Seeing this, Chen Hao also rose and said, I also agree. Lu Danian chimed in, boss, I don't feel like a good person though, but letting my company become a sponsor of this kind of program, I won't be happy even if I make money later. After all, what's the point of earning more money if one has no conscience? Qin Bufan frowned. See this. Lu Danian as well as Wang Haining rose and expressed their views. Very good. Qin Bufan nodded and said, but the face did not stretch in the slightest. Hey, Lu Danian sighed. The rest of them didn't speak though. Instead, he had gotten up, intending to leave. Obviously, there was some disappointment in Qin Bufan's unmoved attitude. What are you doing? Qin Bufan inquired. Lu Danian was the first to say, Boss, our philosophy, it has gone against you. So, I'm going to go back and pack up and submit my resignation. The rest of the few people were reluctant to give up though, but the idea of leaving has also been expressed. In response, Qin Bufan calmly said, who says, I have a different philosophy than you guys. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan finally couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. Guys, you're overthinking this. Just now, I was actually testing you guys. Very well, you have all passed my test. It also proves one thing sideways, that I have a pretty good eye for people. Seeing the crowd's astonished gazes, Qin Bufan indifferently said, this time, the matter of the Chinese good song has taught me a lesson. In the future, we must keep our eyes peeled when choosing a title. This time, let it be a lesson. By the way, the companies you work for, I assume you've all signed up for Weebly accounts? Now, have the person in charge of running the account issue a statement. Let's just say that we're officially canceling all cooperation with the good song of China, and we reserve the right to hold people accountable. After all, it's the negative news of Chinese good song that precedes it, and it has a great impact on our company's development. So if they want a breach of contract fee, then we'll sue them in the name of affecting the company's reputation. Though, after this battle, my previous layout may be cut off at the waist, but still, it's black money that we don't earn. As these words fell, within the conference room, thunderous applause immediately erupted. Chapter 79, Who's the winner? Soon, Wang Haining and others have called back to the company and asked them to release a statement about it. And at this point, above the internet, the overwhelming water army is beginning to guide the direction of public opinion. The enthusiastic netizens, however, are not buying it at all. For a while, there was a lot of arguing. To this, So High TV, however, began to wait and see what would happen after releasing a simple accusatory statement. After all, this time the news, it's negative though, but in their minds, they just need to find a way to shut up those who post negative news and they'll be fine. It's more than that. With their PR skills, they could even turn this into a favorable side. Heat, that's what it's all about. For better or for worse. Thinking of this, the person in charge of Chinese good song couldn't help but look smug. Make a scene. The bigger the ruckus, the more heat will be generated for the great Chinese singing. When the time comes, we will be the final winners. Besides, the money is already in my pocket. Can I still spit it out? Above all, don't those who publish opinion want money? Here's the money. You guys shut up. Thinking of this, the person in charge proudly called for his assistant and asked the other party to find a way to contact those who would attack the greatest song in China. Tell them it's going to be $1 million or $2 million before they choose to shut up. Of course, if it has to be tough to the end, then let him sit in jail. Command over. He immediately looked at another assistant. Let me ask you, how is the heat from those portals being handled now? That assistant truthfully said, right now, the hot searches on Weibo and other portals online have been pretty much dealt with. Not only that, but we've bought several new hits. Public opinion, I think, will soon be on our side. The man in charge smiled in satisfaction when he heard this, but just then, that assistant's face suddenly changed slightly. Mr. Zhu, look, he handed the notebook forward. When the person in charge saw this, he couldn't help but change his face slightly, simply because, what he saw was, a video of today's headline unilaterally announcing the termination of the contract. The assistant then opened several other accounts. It was found that all the companies under Qin Bufan's umbrella had released statements. He was struck by lightning, but this is no time for anger. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Qin Bufan's number. Only, sadly, it was a constant duty cycle alert. That guy named Qin Bufan, is he crazy? He can settle unilaterally for 15% liquidated damages. 650 million invested. Need to compensate 97.5 million Chinese dollars. As he said this, Mr. Shu gritted his teeth. He dialed Qin Bufan's number once more, but unfortunately, there was never an answer. Mr. Zhu, it's not good. Hearing this, Mr. Zhu immediately stepped forward and came in front of the other party. This look, he was completely overwhelmed. Just because, just moments ago, a story shot to the top of the list once again. It was an audio clip. The audio plays and it's Mr. Zhu discussing the turnaround price with another person. Even,
The other party clearly stated which mentor they wanted to be a mentee of.
Done. Mr. Zhu was struck by lightning at the moment. For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. At the moment, he was a little apprehensive. It was easy to send out a statement this time, but the consequences are terrible. Forget it, at worst it's a fresh start. I can still afford this little loss. Qin Bufan said to himself. One can only console oneself with that. Of course, it wasn't just Qin Bufan who was like this. Even Chen Hao, Lu Yiming, Wang Haining, Su Hua, Lu Danian and the others were like this at the moment. And just as everyone waited in trepidation, the cell phones of Chen Hao, Su Hua and the others rang one after another. They quickly got on the phone. What? Are you sure you're right? Did it really reach 50 million? Okay, I got it. Wang Haining was the first to hang up. He said with immense joy, Boss, great news from heaven. An hour ago, our elimination downloads suddenly stopped. But right after we released the statement, the number of downloads surprisingly reversed straight away. And by the time I hung up the phone, the number of downloads surpassed the 50 million mark. Wang Haining finished. Chen Hao also immediately said, Boss, the company's phone, just now, was almost bursting. A number of businesses have said they want to work with us in depth. It even said they were willing to pay for their own consumer vouchers if we would accommodate the merchants, and that there aren't many conscientious businesses like ours. We must be allowed to shine. Then Lu Yiming, Su Hua, and Lu Danian also reported up, saying that the number of downloads of their own software was already 3 times more than that of yesterday. Qin Bufan was confused. He subconsciously opened Weebly. That's what I realized. The negative news of the good voice of China has once again rushed to the top of the hot search, and along with it, a couple of companies under their own umbrella. See its comments. Surprisingly, they are all clear and favorable reviews. The occasional few comments that called Qin Bufan, the behind-the-scenes boss, ugly eating, robbing while the fire is burning, pulling out salary from the bottom of the cauldron and the like were attacked by countless voices of condemnation. Qin Bufan was a bit dumbfounded. This Chinese good song negative news. After some fermentation, Qin Bufan had actually become the biggest beneficiary? Of course, it wasn't just Qin Bufan who was like this. Sebra and the others, too, looked at each other. Ha ha. Sebra laughed out loud. Boss, it looks like we made the right choice. Also, we're on the right track. A gentleman takes what he wants. Black money, absolutely no money. Definitely not the evil capital that specializes in cutting leaks. As these words fell, the crowd nodded in agreement. Afterward, the crowd arrived in front of Qin Bufan. They said in unison, It's an honor to have a boss like you leading us. After that, everyone bowed deeply. Qin Bufan nodded slightly. Very well, everyone, today's incident is a major reminder for us. Hopefully, in the future, we'll share the same. Absolutely no deviation from the original intent. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan left Lu Yiming's company with everyone. But just then, a figure that quickly walked over. Bufan, I heard from my dad that there was negative news about the good voice of China and it had a huge impact. How is it on your side? Has it been affected? Zhang Qingxue was incredibly concerned. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, don't worry, it's all worked out. I've asked my company to terminate the contract with the good song of China. What? Zhang Qingxue's face changed slightly. Then wouldn't you have to compensate for the termination fee? Moreover, without the advertising effect of the good voice of China, how should your company, under your banner, be exposed? Qin Bufan laughed and immediately opened the software mall on his phone. Zhang Qingxue finished looking at the number of downloads of several software. Completely dumbfounded. Only after a long time did she say, Bufan, is this a blessing in disguise? Qin Bufan smiled. I think it should be called, Body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Come on, I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to take you to that new couple's restaurant on the west side of town for a nice meal. Saying that, Qin Bufan directly pulled Zhang Qingxue's small hand. Zhang Qingxue, on the other hand, was as relieved as ever. However, after a light smile, she showed a torn look of desire to speak. Hey, forget it, I'd better wait until after dinner. Then I'll talk to Bufan. Zhang Qingxue sighed in her heart, and at that moment, she could only temporarily hide her heart in her heart. Chapter 80, Casting 4 War Tigers 2, Rose Couple's Restaurant. Inside the box, Qin Bufan and Zhang Qingxue finished ordering. At this moment, Qin Bufan was still immersed in the rejoicing of those software, which was unexpectedly sought after by the whole nation because of this Chinese good song fiasco. He rattled off to Zhang Qingxue, recounting the general process. Zhang Qingxue was naturally happy for Qin Bufan, and by now, the steak and wine were on the table. Unusual, though we came by car, but I've called ahead with my dad, so if later, when we've had too much to drink, I'll have the driver come and take us back. Come on,
let's drink to the fact that a few of your companies have been blessed with a bright future due to misfortune, Jiang Qingxue said with a dimpled smile. She picked up her goblet and drank half of it straight down. When Qin Bufan saw this, he was a bit strange. Although Jiang Qingxue was a Chinese, she knew about Western food etiquette. But why? The feeling she gave off today, as if he was planning to get drunk on purpose? And, at this point, it's clearly kindergarten work time. But Jiang Qingxue suddenly came to find herself? After all, even if she was worried about herself, at this point in time, all she had to do was call to say hello. Anyway, you'll pick up your kids from school yourself in the afternoon. Qingxue, you have something on your mind? Qin Bufan inquired. For a moment, Jiang Qingxue didn't know what to say to make things better. Bufan, this matter, wait until we get back. Now, let's enjoy the time in front of us. Speaking of which, this is the first time we've ever, both of us, come to a couple's restaurant proper. Qin Bufan knew Jiang Qingxue's character. Not much inquiry was made at once. Instead, they accompanied each other to savor the food. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan was already a little drunk. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, had a small red face. When Jiang Hong's driver arrived, he quickly dropped the pair off at their home. Hey, this silly girl, what is it that you have to tell me? Qin Bufan smiled helplessly. Seeing how drunk the other party was, Qin Bufan could only go and bring hot water to help her wipe her down. He, on the other hand, poured himself a cup of tea and used it to sober up. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan had almost slowed down. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, woke up from her sleep. Awake? Qin Bufan inquired. Jiang Qingxue didn't say anything and directly hugged Qin Bufan. Half a day later, only then did Qin Bufan let go of the other party. He realized that Jiang Qingxue was already in tears. Qingxue, what's going on? Qin Bufan inquired. I'm worried when you're like this. If there's anything, you can just tell me directly. If there are difficulties, we'll work them out together. If it's something else, I can help you too. Jiang Qingxue took a deep breath. She pouted her little lips and said, Qin Bufan, I'm a little thirsty. Qin Bufan smiled and was about to go pour water for the other party. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingxue pointed to the tea on the table. I want to drink from your cup. Qin Bufan favored the other party with a glance before handing the cup forward. A glass of water to finish. Jiang Qingxue said, Bufan, you should know that I had a dream of being an actor since I was young, right? The thing is, 5 days ago, I offered a piece of information to a theater group. I got an answer from that theater group this morning, asking me to audition at 3 o'clock this afternoon. If it gets through, I can just play the female lead. Hearing this, Qin Bufan frowned slightly. Regarding Jiang Qingxue's dream of becoming an actress, Qin Bufan had actually always known about it. But today's entertainment industry is too chaotic. If you can't get the director's favor, you must not be able to get out of the circle. But this favor is unacceptable. Although Qin Bufan understood Jiang Qingxue's character, it is also clear that the other party would never do something against their will. He was even more convinced that the other would not betray himself in order to fulfill his dream of becoming an actor. But, in the midst of this showbiz dystopia, it's just too hard to get ahead. The mind thinks so. However, Qin Bufan did not indicate his thoughts. Only, Jiang Qingxue, however, clearly perceived these. Bufan, I know, you have concerns, but don't worry about it. In this life, I'll only marry you. Other men, not even on the radar. Of course, I'm doing this because I actually want to improve myself. After all, you, now, are the future richest man, and I, for one, want to make myself that, the woman who can match you, among other things. Who knows? Not waiting for Jiang Qingxue to finish, Qin Bufan, however, was the first to speak. Silly girl, Qin Bufan smiled. You've put words in my mouth. Wouldn't I be failing you if I didn't support you again? Okay, I promise. But I'm going to accompany you to the interview this afternoon. Not only that, I'm going to bring Linger along. Consider this our first step towards fulfilling your dream of becoming an actor. Jiang Qingxue was thrilled. He didn't expect that Qin Bufan would agree to himself so easily. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Qin Bufan had already made certain decisions. And so, the next half hour, after the two of them simply packed up, they called Jiang Hong's again, wait for the driver to arrive. They first went to the kindergarten to pick up Qin Linger, and then went straight to the location of the crew. It's a good thing that the crew isn't far away, just on the outskirts of Suhai City. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan saw a banner hanging in front of a small villa, the cast of War Tiger 2. Qin Bufan couldn't help but light up. Qingxue, what you're going to enter is actually the cast of War Tiger 2, he said in a continuous inquiry. Yeah, what's up? Jiang Qingxue said uncertainly. Qin Bufan laughed. If you had said that you were going to be in Tough Guy Kyung's cast, I wouldn't have said anything. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's behavior, Qin Bufan said seriously, Director Oh Kyung is a great talent, and he's also a man with a very positive outlook. When War Tigers 1 was his first directorial effort, it was a direct $500 million box office hit upon release. I've heard for a long time that he's planning a second installment. I didn't realize that so soon casting would begin. Seriously, I'm definitely going to get Oh Kyung's autograph when I see him later. Seeing Chin Bufan's giddy look, Jiang Qingxue laughed softly. Those who didn't know this thought it was Chin Bufan who was coming to the casting call. After muttering, Jiang Qingxue laughed. Okay, if I'm successful in my casting, then I'll make sure to get director Oh Kyung to give you an autograph. Now, can we go in? Chin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. Soon, a few people arrived outside the crew. Hello, I'm Jiang Qingxue, I'm here for the casting, Jiang Qingxue said politely. A woman with an assistant director's tag around her neck heard this. He came forward in unbridled amazement. She looked around Jiang Qingxue several times, and finally, clapped her hands and said, "Good, very good. This character of yours is very much in line with the character in the script. Quick, come with me to the audition. If the director nods, you'll be the female lead." After saying that assistant director immediately pulled Jiang Qingxue away, and at that moment, an assistant came forward. "Both of you, it's hot outside, please follow me to the restroom?" Chin Bufan smiled. "No, you guys get busy with yourselves, I'll just stroll around first." The female assistant sniffed and left the place after saying "Be my guest." Chin Bufan was bored. He had planned to take a casual walk, but at that moment, two figures not far away attracted Chin Bufan's attention. Chapter 81, Investing in War Tigers 2. $200 million. Those two figures. One of them is none other than Oh Kyung in a tank top and shorts. The other person, on the other hand, wore glasses and held a briefcase in his hand, as if he was dressed as a businessman. At the moment, Oh Kyung is coming up with the script. "Mr. Lin, just take a look at this script of mine. I am confident that the box office of War Tigers 2 will definitely be even higher than the first one," Oh Kyung shouted as he walked away. The words were filled with prayers. When that glasses man, Mr. Lin, heard this, he slowly stopped. "Director Wu, it's not that I don't trust you. There's really nothing I can do about it. I said that I can invest $50 million in you as long as I make my girlfriend Lily the female lead in this movie. But you don't listen. You don't want, do you, me to get into trouble with my family's baby for investing in this movie of yours? Well, I'll give you another hour to think about it. Once the time is up, in the future, even if you beg me, it's useless. Not only that, but I'm going to contact those few friends of mine and ask them to divest as well." Throwing this down, Mr. Lin turned to leave. Oh Kyung Pilgrim, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. He didn't expect that this Mr. Lin would do anything to make his girlfriend the female lead in this drama. But, Oh Kyung, however, insists that the drama is bigger than the sky, and that girlfriend of Mr. Lin's doesn't have the slightest talent for acting, except for scratching her head. His own War Tigers 2 is a movie that promotes patriotism with a military theme at its core. If you use such a person as a heroine, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the box office will be dismal. Not to mention, his own dream of directing would have stopped there. Of course, the most disgusting thing is that Mr. Lin's girlfriend, who is an 18-line actor. As a result, on the basis of her boyfriend's status as an investor, she directly offered $30 million for the movie. But you have to know that the total investment of this drama is only $160 million. All the money has to go to the right place. If you give all the money to the actors, how can you make quality episodes out of it yourself? Does it, end here? Oh Kyung was filled with a helpless look. Chin Bufan watched V silently. The mind, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless, but then, he laughed softly. "It seems that I've come to the right place this time. I haven't read the script, but I trust Oh Kyung's directing skills. I have a hunch that War Tigers 2 will be a great movie in terms of word of mouth and box office." Chin Bufan finished saying this, subconsciously glancing at his daughter Chin Linger. Obviously, he hoped to learn about the future of this movie from among Chin Linger's heartfelt words. Under Chin Bufan's expectant gaze, Chin Linger's heartfelt words could be considered to have been delivered. It seems that my guess was right. Old Chin really did have an investment idea for this movie. Old Chin, if you have an idea, make a move. After all, this Wolf 2 has set new box office records in China many times during its release. Eventually, it settled on a $5 billion gross. And back in the day, this movie, it almost cost Oh Kyung his family money, but it's good to see that it eventually came back to life. If Old Chin can take the entire investment, and then, if he promotes it with a few software in his hands, he might be able to break through this number. Old Chin, take her. Listen to your daughter's heart. At this moment, Chin Bufan's heart was boiling. $5 billion gross? That's astronomical. Emotional. Qin Bufan was also somewhat shocked at his own vision.
Originally, his idea was simple. While making money, support Oh Kyung, a great director. In the process, let it make more good movies. But who would have thought? This movie, surprisingly, was able to make history at the Chinese box office. Good. Very good.
Qin Bufan had decided in his heart that he must take the investment in this movie. With such thoughts in mind,
Qin Bufan brought his daughter with him, and quickly arrived in front of Oh Kyung. Hello, Director Wu, Qin Bufan said with a smile. At the moment, Oh Kyung is depressed though. However, he didn't drop his temper on Qin Bufan,
but inquired with incomparable seriousness.
May I ask who you are? Qin Bufan introduced himself. My name is Qin Bufan. I'm a fan of your movie, and my girlfriend, invited by you to come to the casting. Her name is Jiang Qingshui. Hearing this, Oh Kyung pulled out a file. Jiang Qingshui, right? She's good in every way. If the acting is passable, naturally there's no problem. Don't worry, there won't be any of that nonsense in my crew. My actor, I will protect its safety issues. Qin Bufan thought he was here to supervise. Immediately, he quickly shook his head and said, Director Wu, I don't mean this. Never mind. You go ahead and get busy. Or let's talk about something else after my girlfriend finishes her audition. Oh Kyung looked at Qin Bufan strangely. Something else? Qin Bufan laughed and didn't say much, but pulled Qin Linger to the side under a big tree and waited patiently. Seeing Qin Bufan like this, Qin Linger was puzzled in her heart. It's really strange. Old Qin was very dry before, whether he was acquiring a company or doing something else. But this time, why are you so hesitant? Could it be that he's worried about the box office? Think about it. Investing in a movie is extremely risky, and there are times when the first one is exceptional at the box office, but the second one is poorly received. It even happens that you lose your capital from time to time. How should I make old Qin firm in his resolve to invest in this movie? Hearing this, Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. The reason he didn't bring up the investment right away, it's not so much the fear of not working at the box office. Rather, it was because Jiang Qingshui was casting. If he brings up the investment now, there's no guarantee that Oh Kyung will think that Jiang Qingshui is a connected person, thus ignoring each other's acting skills. After all, preconceived notions guide one's judgment. Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, Jiang Qingshui had come outside. Unbelievable. My audition is over. By the way, I just saw Director Oh Kyung and I got an autograph from him for you. Jiang Qingshui joyfully handed her signature forward. Qin Bufan smiled and picked it up, before reaching out and tenderly scraping the bridge of the other party's nose. Jiang Qingshui blushed shyly and said, Don't make a scene. This is a movie set. How bad is it to be seen? Qin Bufan laughed. Then, why don't we get in the car and get tired again? Jiang Qingshui couldn't help but glare at Qin Bufan. Okay, enough of that. Let me ask you, how did it turn out? Qin Bufan inquired. Jiang Qingshui said, This, I have no idea in my heart. Although, when I was studying abroad, I read a lot of textbooks that had information about actors, and I also participated in some Western movies, but I still leave a lot to be desired. I was afraid that Director Wu would not see me. Never mind, we'll have the answer tomorrow anyway. Let's go back first. Qin Bufan was about to speak, but at that moment, he saw Oh Kyung walking in a hurry with his assistant director and assistant. Ms. Jiang, please wait. Oh Kyung stepped forward quickly. With a smirk on his face, he said, Congratulations, you passed your audition. I was very pleased with your performance in terms of detail, emotion, and line work. Congratulations, you've become the female lead in War Tigers 2. Excuse me, are you free, now, to sign an agreement with me? Jiang Qingshui was pleasantly surprised. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, laughed. Qingshui, I told you, your acting skills must be fine. Jiang Qingshui was about to open her mouth, and at that moment, Oh Kyung spoke up again. Ms. Chang, before we sign the contract, I need to clarify a few things with you. We have limited funds in the theater, so perhaps we may not be able to pay you for your film for several months. But don't worry, this money, we will pay it. On top of that, you'll get a cut of the late box office. Also, with this play, it may be necessary to move from place to place, even abroad, during which time, perhaps, there will be certain unforeseen dangers. Jiang Qingshui seriously said, Don't worry, Director Wu, I'm not afraid of suffering. And, nevertheless, without waiting for Jiang Qingshui to finish, Qin Bufan, however, said seriously, Qingshui, I can't afford to let you suffer, and I can't watch you filming for that long without a paycheck. Jiang Qingshui froze. He didn't expect that Qin Bufan would smash his own scene at this time, and Oh Kyung is slightly embarrassed at the moment. Who knows? In the next second, Qin Bufan turned his words around and said, Just as well. Before, Qingshui,
You were unable for me to mention business because of the casting. I'm worried that it will affect Director Wu's judgment.
But now, you're the heroine, so I, too, will speak my mind a little. With that, Shin Bufan looked at Oh Kyung with a smile. Director Oh Kyung, I'm willing to invest in War Tiger too. Up front, just a slight investment of $200 million. If there is a shortage of money again, at a later stage, I will continue to invest. What? Oh Kyung couldn't help but stare. Chapter 82, Successful Signing, Taking Box Office Hit. No doubt, Shin Bufan's bravado completely stunned Oh Kyung. However, Oh Kyung is considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen someone like Shin Bufan, who was so generous. Could it be that he was joking with himself? As Oh Kyung pondered, Jiang Qingxue, however, changed her face slightly. She smiled at Oh Kyung and said excuse me before pulling Shin Bufan aside. Bufan, are you crazy? In your hands now, there's not much money left, and all those companies under your umbrella are in need of turnover at the moment. With all these hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars you're investing, you're going to run out of money on your hands very soon. What should we do then? After a pause, Jiang Qingxue said, I know that part of the reason you invested in this movie is because I became the lead actress of the play, but you don't have to. Shin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, you're half right. I invested in the movie War Tigers too, and on one hand, it's really because of you. Since you're planning on being in it, I can't say I'll make sure you're a hit, but I hope you'll use this as a springboard to a hit. And beyond that, I actually have some selfishness of my own. Think about it, if this play catches fire, when the time comes, it's going to be a big deal. And naturally, as an investor, I'm in the acknowledgement column, right? It's a walking advertisement. More than that, later on, if you become a hotshot actor, I can also ask you to be an advocate. Do you think I'll make or lose money by then? Jiang Qingxue glared at Shin Bufan without any good humor. You guys, you only know how to look on the bright side. But, have you thought about it? If, and I say if this movie fails at the box office, won't it be? Then, Shin Bufan smiled. Don't worry, I'm optimistic about director Oh Kyung. He's definitely not going to let me down. Also, you really don't need to worry about the funding side of things. I've found the door. I'll start implementing it tomorrow. When the time comes, just watch. Seeing Shin Bufan's confident appearance, Jiang Qingxue smiled helplessly. You really, don't know what to let me say to be good. Shin Bufan smiled, and then, pulled the other party to Oh Kyung's body. Director Oh Kyung, I've made up my mind. I'll be investing $200 million in this movie of yours. However, I have a simple request. That is, for the investment of this drama, I need to use several of my companies to join forces and invest. I wonder if that's possible. Of course, on top of that, I'll need, at the beginning of the movie, a brief advertisement for those few companies of mine. Seeing how serious Shin Bufan looked, Oh Kyung inquired, Mr. Shin, are you really not joking? Shin Bufan didn't answer, but instead called Lu Yiming, Wang Chulong, Chen Hao, Wang Haining, Su Hua, Lu Danian, and even Lian Weiguang in front of each other. 10 minutes later, Shin Bufan looked at Oh Kyung with a smile and said, Director Oh, they'll be there in half an hour. Let's, right now, draw up a contract and start negotiating when the people arrive. What do you think? Half an hour later, inside one of the crew's meeting rooms, in front of Oh Kyung's face were several movie investment agreements. Oh Kyung-chan at the moment, still a little apprehensive. Until now, he couldn't believe that the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, owned so many companies under his banner. And with some anxious waiting, Liang Weiguang and his party have arrived. Boss, the crowd shouted in unison. Guys, you're finally here. Shin Bufan said smilingly. He then pointed to Oh Kyung and said, This is Director Oh Kyung. You should know his name, right? Hearing this, the crowd came forward, especially Liang Weiguang. He took the initiative and stepped forward. Director Oh Kyung, I didn't expect that we'd meet again. Back in the day, during the filming of War Tigers 1, we at Fantasia, for reasons of our own, lost touch with it. This time, the investment in War Tigers 2, we, Fantasia, will definitely not miss it again. Otherwise, I'm bound to regret it for the rest of my life. Oh Kyung is naturally impressed with the owner of Fantagraphics in front of him. At first, he had dinner with Liang Weiguang. Moreover, at that time, Liang Weiguang said that if War Tigers 1 was filmed and there were problems with funding, he could be approached. It's just a shame. When Oh Kyung arrives at the door, he learns that Liang Weiguang has left the country. He also called personally, but there was no answer. That's why that collaboration didn't work out. Oh Kyung collects his thoughts and then looks at Liang Weiguang in dismay. Mr. Liang, isn't your Fantasia company doing well? But why? With that, he subconsciously looked at Shin Bufan. Liang Weiguang smiled awkwardly. It's a long story.
In short, in today's Fantagraphics, although I am still the top person in charge, the boss, however, has changed. Incidentally mentioned, Mr. Sheen, in the beginning, was spending $1.6 billion to buy this company of mine. Oh Kyung couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Seeing that the padding was almost done, Liang Weiguang immediately stepped back. Sheen Bufan, on the other hand, slowly got up and said, Director Oh Kyung, I'd like to formally introduce you to these companions around me now. This is the head of one of my largest companies, Mr. Liang Weiguang, of Fontaine. This one, the head of Hungry Man. This one. Stay tuned for the end of the presentation. Oh Kyung already didn't know what to say. At this very moment, it was only then that he was truly aware of Sheen Bufan's identity. Mr. Sheen, you are actually the mysterious tycoon of Suhai City who has been in the limelight lately? Oh Kyung inquired in dismay. Sheen Bufan nodded slightly. I didn't realize that my name had reached Director Oh Kyung's ears. Oh Kyung smiled. That's for sure. Previously, when The Good Voice of China was set up, various media outlets were clamoring for your coverage. You took the sky-high price of $630 million for title fees, special bids, etc. And when the negative news appeared, you directly set aside your relationship with the Good Song of China. This is a move that I really admire. Speaking of which, Oh Kyung-chan said, it's quite embarrassing to say the least. Actually, it was after I learned of your existence that I thought of moving my crew to Suhai City. For the sake of making connections and meeting with you, it's just a shame that as much news as you've been in the news, your identity, it's too mysterious. I've been to a lot of people and they won't tell me, but I never thought that Mr. Sheen would take the initiative to find me. It's really an honor. Sheen Bufan laughed. Director Oh Kyung, if there are no more questions, can we sign the contract now? 1 hour later, the signing ceremony is complete, and without hesitation, Sheen Bufan directly opened his carry-on computer and transferred $200 million into the crew's account. After doing so, Sheen Bufan had intended to leave, but just then, the heartfelt voice of Linger, who was on the side, suddenly came. Chapter 83, Ambiguous Atmosphere. Oops, I got a great idea. Since I know which movies, in the future movie market, are big hit subjects, I can totally get Old Sheen to open a company that specializes in investing in film and television. In that case, Old Sheen has made his money and his reputation has gone out. Wouldn't that be better than buying a TV station's sponsorship? I'll go. I'm too stupid, right? Why am I just thinking of it now when it's such a good idea? But now is not the time. At least until War Tigers 2 is released and Old Sheen gets a taste of the movie's sweetness before he can hint at it. Otherwise, if I say it now, I won't be able to find a chance at all. Sheen Bufan couldn't help but smile in his heart after hearing his daughter's heartfelt words. Not bad for my daughter. Sheen Bufan muttered in his mind. You're thinking what I'm thinking. In fact, Sheen Bufan also thought that he should open a movie investment type of company. Anyway, Linger possessed the memories of the next 20 years. Which movies are the hits of the future? The other side knows it by heart. It's a total sure thing as long as you let your daughter gatekeep and screen the scripts. However, at this moment, Sheen Bufan was also caught in the middle of a dead end. That is, how should one find an excuse to talk about starting a company? Just as Sheen Bufan was thinking left and right, to the side, Liang Weiguang spoke up. Boss, I have a proposal. I wonder if you could listen to it? Liang Weiguang said. Sheen Bufan looked deeply at the other party. Liang Weiguang said seriously, I think that we should start a company. This is a company that specializes in investing in movies. I think that as technology develops and the times are progressing, the quality of movies in the future will definitely be higher and higher. Of course, this is all predicated on having good scripts. These words fell. Lu Yiming said evenly, I think Mr. Liang's proposal is good. And then, Chen Hao, Wang Haining and others also expressed their views. Sheen Bufan smiled. Mr. Liang, this proposal, I agree. But I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to starting a company. Granted, several of the companies under me have a future, but that's because those of you in charge have strong capabilities. It's naturally no problem for a movie and TV investment company to want to open it. But the question is, who should be approached to become the head of this company? After a short period of pondering, Sheen Bufan's eyes lit up. He looked at Liang Weiguang and said, Uncle Liang, as I recall, it seems that there is an animation company under your Fantasia company, right? And there was an anime that came out last year called Bear Appears? This anime, I even watched it with my girl last year. How about this? I'll register a company, and then, you have the head of that anime company. Merge with this company. You're single-handedly responsible for personnel transfers and such. By the way, speaking of investing in movies, I do have an idea. Since Bear Appears is such a hit, how about we make a big anime movie ourselves? Hearing this, Liang Weiguang hurriedly smiled and said, Boss,
the matter of the big anime movie, I've actually been preparing for it. Originally, this was something I wanted to report to you and get you to sign off on. Saying that, Liang Weiguang took out a business plan from his briefcase. Qin Bufan opened it up and couldn't help but light up. Not bad, you can start shooting. And at that moment, Liang Weiguang had a pensive look on his face. Boss, I still think that you have to be careful about the movie and TV investment company. After all, this is not child's play. Though, Little King does have a good track record when it comes to anime, but investing in a movie, I'm worried. Qin Bufan waved his hand to interrupt what Liang Weiguang had said. Uncle Liang, I trust the talent under you as much as I trust you, Qin Bufan said seriously. Let your people, let go, as long as the script is good, invest directly. Of course, if there's any hesitation, you can ask my opinion in advance. When Liang Weiguang heard this, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Okay, you're the boss. I'll listen to whatever you say. Qin Bufan laughed, then continued, by the way, when it comes to big anime movies, I do think that the quality must be guaranteed. If this Bear Appears Raiders of the Lost Ark does well at the box office, we could totally do a series. I still say that what earns money, as long as it doesn't go against the law, as well as your conscience, let it go. Of course, since it's an anime movie, in addition to the script, you have to ensure the quality of the picture. In this regard, it must be carefully sculpted. Liang Weiguang sniffed and assured him. It was already half an hour after separating from Liang Weiguang and the other company heads. Qin Bufan took Zhang Qingxue to the school and went through the exit procedures, and then it was back home. Unusual. I need to continue my classes at the school for half a month. When the time comes, I'll be running around with the crew after the newly recruited teacher takes the class. On my side, don't you worry. As for you, you'll have to work harder then. Don't eat takeout too often. If you really don't want to cook, hire a babysitter. And then the problem of picking up and dropping off the kids is solved. Qin Bufan laughed. Alright, my housekeeper, I'll be good and bring up my daughter. Zhang Qingxue lightly hummed. What? You think I'm nagging? But in a week's time, you won't be able to hear me babble if you want to. Saying that, Zhang Qingxue took out dishes from the refrigerator and came to the kitchen to get busy. Qingxue, let me help you. Qin Bufan laughed. This time, Zhang Qingxue did not refuse. After all, there wasn't much time left for himself to accompany Qin Bufan now. 1 hour later, the three of them had a hearty meal. Dad, Qin Linger took out a tissue and wiped her mouth while shouting. What's wrong, my good girl? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Qin Linger said seriously, I kind of miss Grandma. Why don't I stay at Grandma's today? Qin Bufan shook his head and said, that won't do. Your grandmother is busy with the company during the day and has to find time to go to the hospital to take care of Grandpa. How will she have time to take care of you? Qin Linger had intended to continue saying something, and at that moment, Zhang Qingxue laughed. Bufan, why don't you let Linger go and accompany Auntie? As for Uncle's side, I'll have my father accompany him. Think about it, Auntie has lived with Uncle before. Now, how boring to live at home alone. It's not likely to give birth to boredom. Linger is so well behaved and cute. She can definitely make Auntie happy. And how can you refuse a child's request? Qin Bufan looked at Zhang Qingxue in surprise, but Zhang Qingxue didn't say much and directly pulled Qin Linger to her room to simply clean up. Yay, I'm going to find Grandma. Qin Linger spoke happily with her mouth, but in his mind, it was something else. Old Qin, Mr. Zhang is about to enter the crew for the shooting. Before that, you were bad at doing something because I was there. But now, I'm going to stay with Grandma. If you don't take the initiative again, then I really despise you. Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless. This girl, she is really worried for her old father. Half an hour later, Zhang Qingxue sent Qin Linger back. Bang! Zhang Qingxue closed the door to her room, and Qin Bufan's heart couldn't help but tremble fiercely. The two men looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Chapter 84, Sleeping Together. That, Bufan, I'm going to take a shower. Zhang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan somewhat sheepishly, then returned to her bedroom to get her pajamas. Soon, inside the shower, there was the sound of water clattering. Qin Bufan didn't want to be wishy-washy though. The voice, however, seemed to have a penetrating quality. It constantly reached Qin Bufan's ears, and in the middle of his mind, images kept appearing, lingering. Qin Bufan felt his mouth dry. So, half an hour has passed, and at this point, Zhang Qingxue, who was wearing a pink nightgown, walked out. Bufan, hurry up and go wash. While speaking, Zhang Qingxue wiped her wet hair. Qin Bufan quickly went to take a shower. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan came out of the shower. Why isn't your hair dry? Qin Bufan quickly stepped forward. Then bring the hairdryer and help each other dry their hair. Ouch! Zhang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan with a smile. You seem to be pretty good at blow-drying hair. Judging by your skills, Qin Bufan seriously said. You're overthinking it. I practiced this when I blew out Linger's hair. I just blew out the hair of the opposite sex for the first time. After saying that, Qin Bufan put away the hairdryer, then laughed. Take an early rest. I'm going to start getting busy when I wake up tomorrow. When the time comes, you'll have to work hard to get the kids to school. Jiang Qingxue nodded. Don't be polite with me. The two men each got up and headed for their rooms, but as they closed the door, they glanced back at each other in perfect silence. Obviously, they both knew what the other had in mind, but not taking that step. The door to the room closed and Qin Bufan looked at the ceiling in a daze. Even though he didn't want Jiang Qingxue to go and suffer, also wanted to be with each other every day. But Qin Bufan knew exactly what Jiang Qingxue was thinking. 1 week to go, Qin Bufan muttered in a wooden voice, so he planned to sleep. But just then, suddenly there was lightning and thunder outside. Immediately afterward, a torrential downpour fell. Qin Bufan immediately got up, simply because he knew that Jiang Qingxue's greatest fear was thunder. Come outside Jiang Qingxue's bedroom. Qin Bufan quickly knocked on the door of the room. The door to the room opened quickly. However, before Qin Bufan could inquire a bit, Jiang Qingxue immediately pounced forward and wailed. It's okay, Qingxue, I'm here. It's fine, Qin Bufan said softly, pulling the other man into the living room. At this moment, Jiang Qingxue was still trembling. Qin Bufan was helpless in his heart. Naturally, she knew exactly why the other party was like that. Simply because, when she was a little girl, it was a rainy day with lightning and thunder that Jiang Qingxue witnessed her mother die in a car accident. It's a good thing this thunderstorm came and went so quickly. When everything returned to calm, Qin Bufan softly said, Alright, it's alright now, so hurry up and go rest. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan pitifully and said, Bufan, I'm scared. How about, stay with me tonight? Qin Bufan froze. Eventually, he nodded his head in agreement. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Jiang Qingxue woke up early and went to buy breakfast. After the two of them finished eating briefly, Jiang Qingxue drove to pick up Qin Linger from school. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, quickly opened his computer. After much anxious waiting, the stock market can be considered open. Qin Bufan quickly took out the stock at a glance chart that his daughter had sent to him using the penguin number of dreaming back 20 years, and immediately began to operate it. I have to say, this daughter of mine's memory, it's really good. After so many years, she can remember when to bottom out and when to sell, Qin Bufan muttered, and at that moment, directly began to operate. 5 minutes later, Qin Bufan directly spent $100 million and bought the shares of Palm Chew Technology. This palm curve technology, too, seems to be standing in the wind. Qin Bufan murmured to himself. This stock, as I recall, started to explode earlier this year. Previously, they have always been a platform specializing in page games, but after learning that the three major carriers are about to take the 4G license, they began to turn their hand to making handheld games, and the tests in all aspects are very good. But, spare me, this trading day, to the next, straight up 200%, still exceeds my expectations. A mumble finished. Qin Bufan suddenly felt that he had made a very wise move by allowing Wang Haining to merge with Yao Xiaoguang's company, and next, just let the elimination of the first battle, followed by the development of other handheld games, and, perhaps, can make the company listed within a year? For a while, Qin Bufan was somewhat looking forward to it. However, there is no rush in these matters. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Bufan began to wait again. 20 minutes later, Qin Bufan used another 200 million and bought shares of Dafan Technology. So. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan had more than 3 billion in his hands, and only 1 billion was left. According to the data given by Spirit, on the next trading day, I'm going to make $400 million on Palm Quest alone, and Dafan Tech, I can make $260 million. Following this trend, in just 2 days' time, my $1 billion in assets will rise straight to $6 billion. With this money, the next thing I know, I'll be completely relieved. Qin Bufan was expecting a lot for a while. Hey, during this time, I've invested in so many companies before and after. The money that goes out is like running water, and up to now, those companies haven't brought in much revenue, other than my own speculation. Hey, no wonder they say business is hard. If I don't have enough money, I'm afraid it's been stretched to the limit for a long time. As Qin Bufan lamented, Liang Weiquan's phone call came through. Boss, I have 2 pieces of news for you. The first thing, the bear appears in the Raiders of the Lost Ark. The script has already been drawn up, and the next step is just to plan for the filming. Probably the plan is to release it in the winter holiday season of 14. The second thing, the investment company, I have arranged for people to register the company. Almost 15 working days, the Film and Television Investment Company will be officially launched. For the company's location, I have the following tentative locations, which I'll send to you later so you can finalize. Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Liang, you're really godly. Liang Weiguang on the other end of the phone said smilingly, that's of course, I'll definitely carry out the boss's orders. Furthermore, to open a movie and television investment company, naturally the faster the better. How can you not be in a hurry to make money? Qin Bufan was naturally very satisfied with this. Uncle Liang, I'm relieved that you're doing something. I'll leave this matter to you. Hanging up the phone, Qin Bufan planned to take a rest. After all, in the past few hours, Qin Bufan had been in a state of nervous tension, and now, it was all taken care of, and he only needed to wait until the next trading day for the funds to arrive. However, Qin Bufan hadn't slept for 10 minutes when his cell phone, once again, rang. It was Wang Chulong who called. Bufan, good news, my doctor friend, with his mentor, has changed his itinerary. They'll be coming to Suhai City earlier, and, get off the plane in an hour. When the time comes, you can just pick up the plane at the Sohai Mayu International Airport. Hearing this, Qin Bufan instantly stopped being sleepy. Chapter 85, Profit is the only thing that matters? It was because the place where Qin Bufan lived was almost a 40-minute drive from the Suhai Mayu International Airport. Therefore, after Qin Bufan simply packed up, he headed straight to the airport. At the same time, the news was told to his mother. By Panfeng, the international airport is quickly approaching. Qin Bufan waited outside the square, but he could see the person he wanted to see. Dr. Will, Mr. Wulin, hello. Qin Bufan greeted him with a smile. Wulin smiled. Mr. Qin, let's not say anything polite for now. I'm a little pressed for time with my mentor, so let's go visit your father first to make sure of his condition. In this regard, Qin Bufan naturally had no problem with it. He quickly drove and went straight to the Sohai People's Hospital. When the car stopped, something that Qin Bufan didn't expect happened. Just outside the hospital, a large group of people were there holding banners, welcoming Will as well as the two Wulin doctors. At this, Qin Bufan was quite dismayed. He had only learned from Wang Chulong before that these two, both of them, were experts in brain science, especially Dr. Weir, that's a world-renowned presence, but I didn't expect it. It's amazing how their arrival can cause a stir in this hospital. Even the dean was alarmed. While Qin Bufan was secretly pondering, Dean Li Changqiu walked over. Will, my old classmate, welcome to be able to visit our hospital, Li Changqiu said with a smile on his face. Oh, Li, it's good to see you. Will smiled back. The two of them briefly chattered about family matters, and only then did Li Changqiu turn his attention to Wulin. Teacher. Wulin stepped forward with a face full of respect and greeted him. Li Changqiu laughed. Brat, going abroad for the past few years, not a small change? I've heard that you've improved a lot since you've been with Will, and I've heard that you've opened your own biopharmaceutical research lab? How about, when, can you go back to your country to develop? In that case, so that you can make a contribution for your motherland? Wulin said seriously. This, I've also considered. Only, I can't decide until after I've successfully developed that special effect medicine. After all, this special medicine, which is the result of 5 years of joint research between mentor Will and I, will be available in the market in half a month at the most. When the time comes, it's bound to be a boon for brain tumor patients. As long as the research is successful, I can go back to my home country with peace of mind. Hearing this, Li Changqiu once again laughed out loud. Nice. I am greatly honored to have a student as patriotic as you. On the side, Will laughed. Li, we just came to China and you're going to poach my best students. A bit much, isn't it? However, Wulin said before that he wanted to return to his country to develop, but it's only because of the special effect medicine that it's been delayed. As much as I'm sad to see him go, since he's going back to his country, I naturally can't stop him. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's go visit this Mr. Qin's father first. After we read the test reports, we'll discuss how to proceed with the treatment. In this regard, Li Changqiu naturally did not have any opinion. Good, then I'll be waiting for you in my office, and I'll treat you to the best restaurant at noon as a pick-me-up. Waiting for Li Changqiu to leave with his men, Qin Bufan's trio quickly arrived inside Qin Jinsong's hospital room. After briefly looking at the case as well as the CT, Will didn't say anything, but instead looked at Wulin and said, Wulin, what do you think? What are the chances of success for this operation? Wulin said truthfully, Teacher, I think that, based on the patient's current situation, it's perfectly fine to do minimally invasive surgery. In the later stages, it can be completely eradicated with regular medication. Will shook his head. No, your analysis is wrong. I think that by putting the patient on a potent drug, he or she will make a complete recovery. Hearing this, there was a flash of dismay in Wu Lin's eyes. This subtle display was captured in Qin Bufan's eyes. Qin Bufan was a bit curious. Mr. Will, your special effect medicine, Isn't it still not successfully developed? But why? Will smiled. Mr. Sheen, my special effect medicine has, in fact, been successfully developed. And it has been injected in mice. It worked out great. Although we haven't officially launched it yet, I think it's fully ready for clinical trials in patients. Hear this. Wu Lin frowned, but he didn't say a word. And so did Qin Bufan. Granted, he doesn't know anything about medicine, and he doesn't know what that potent medicine actually is, but he understood one thing. That is, there are very cumbersome steps in the marketing of potent drugs. Development, injectable animals, clinical trials. It is then sent to a specialized facility for testing. Make sure the drug is okay before you go to market. But now, that potent drug is being used on his own father before it is officially approved. That's pretty irresponsible, isn't it? While Qin Bufan was bellyaching, Wu Lin can sort of speak up. Teacher, I think the matter of the special effect medicine will have to be put off for a while. After all, Wu Lin wanted to deny what his opponent had said. Instead, Will said with a deep look on his face, Wu Lin, you're my student. You should listen to me. Wu Lin was silent. The atmosphere was awkward. And at that moment, Dr. Will looked at Qin Bufan and said, Mr. Qin, you are the patient's son. The decision on this matter is yours. I'll start by analyzing the situation at hand with you. Your father's surgery, naturally, can be done, but the surgery, while minimally invasive, will require a craniotomy. You should be aware of the risks involved. And, after the surgery, although there are matching medications, no one can guarantee whether your father will be able to return to the state he was in at the very beginning, or whether he won't develop postoperative syndrome. But if you take the special medicine, I can guarantee that your father will only need to take one course of treatment to make a complete recovery. Qin Bufan looked deeply at Wu Lin, then asked, I don't know. The price of the special effect medicine, Dr. Will said, specialty drugs that aren't really that expensive. $2,000 a pill. And your father's condition, which isn't that serious, would be fully recovered with a course of almost 2 months, or 60 pills. Hear that? Qin Bufan was confused. The $2,000 a pill for the special drug, taken for 60 days, totaled 742,800 Chinese dollars. Granted, it was nothing to Qin Bufan, but for ordinary people, that's a lot of money. While Qin Bufan was bellyaching, Wu Lin spoke again. He looked incredulously at Dr. Weir and said, Mentor, didn't you say before that the original purpose of our development of the special medicine was to cure the sick and save lives, and to reduce the risks associated with surgery? But why, then, have you set such a high price? Such a huge sum of money, ordinary people, which can afford to pay? Hearing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but look deeply at the other party, and then, glancing at this Will, he lamented in his mind. It seems that this martial art has been keeping its beginnings, but Dr. Weir, it seems, has become a profit-oriented businessman because of his capitalism? Chapter 86, Showing Your True Colors. Half an hour later, Will and Wu Lin left the place with a grudge, and Qin Bufan didn't reply right away, just left the two's number before saying that he would call them back when he had thought it over. Bufan, you say this is a mess. Bai Panfeng had a sad look on his face. She had expected that when the two doctors showed up, they would immediately arrange for a treatment plan and begin treatment, but as it turned out, the two doctors disagreed. Mom, take it easy, Qin Bufan comforted. There must be a reasonable solution to this matter. Anyway, let's just be patient. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still planned to find Wang Chulong to investigate Dr. Weir as well as the martial arts information. He needs to be understood in many ways, then the final decision will be made. But just then, Jiang Qingxue rushed over with Qin Linger. Qingxue, you weren't at school. Why are you suddenly back? Qin Bufan inquired. Jiang Qingxue said seriously, Bufan, you're really something. The doctor in charge of treating uncle is here and you didn't say anything. It's a good thing my dad told me, otherwise I'd still be in the dark. Afterwards, Jiang Qingxue said with a straight face, what did the doctor say about uncle's situation? Qin Bufan could only tell the truth. Jiang Qingxue was silent. He naturally understood the tangled mentality in Qin Bufan's heart. After all, surgery carries some risks, even minimally invasive. After all, it was going to be open heart surgery. But, the potent drug that Mr. Weir has made has not yet been approved. Granted, the other side made a big deal out of that potent medicine, but as a son of man, Qin Bufan naturally had to be more careful. Bufan, don't dwell on it, Jiang Qingxue said seriously. If that's not possible, why don't you contact a few more specialists for a consultation? After all, there are so many brain specialists around the world. Qin Bufan smiled bitterly. He then said with a straight face, Dr. Will, is recognized worldwide as a leading brain specialist. He has said that there are certain risks associated with this surgery, and naturally the rest of the specialists will be of the same rhetoric. Honestly, if Dr. Will's special medicine really works wonders, it's nothing to spend a little money on, but the point is, Zhang Qingxue was also caught in a conflict after hearing what Qin Bufan said, and just when the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came out steeply. Dr. Weir, martial arts, brain tumor medicine, all of this, why does it sound so familiar to me? Qin Bufan was delighted at his words. Could it be that there is also information about these two doctors in my daughter's memory? Under Qin Bufan's anticipation, Qin Linger's heartbeat came again. That's right, Will and Wulin. It seems like this is the year that a special drug for brain tumors was developed. And the drug, after a series of red tape, was successfully approved for marketing. However, it seems that Will had a huge disagreement with Wulin over the price of this drug. Will feels that it's natural for them to make a big profit after all the effort they've put into finally developing the drug. However, Wulin dismissed the idea on the basis that it is the duty of a doctor to save lives. Later, Wulin volunteered to leave his job and then return to the country, and that Will, on the other hand, gave up his original job and just opened a biopharmaceutical company. This company, at first, grew rapidly with that special drug. However, it has been criticized because one pill is worth $2,000 until the end of 14. After this company went public, on the Chinese side, a biopharmaceutical company also appeared. Moreover, they have developed a special drug for brain tumors that is more effective and has a more stable efficacy. The boss behind this company in China is none other than Wulin. As for Will's company, although it grew rapidly, it was a flash in the pan, and later, after it went public, because of its bad character and because it had developed a banned drug, its stock fell to pieces, and in the end, Dr. Will's reputation was ruined. It wasn't until Dr. Will went to prison that he regretted it so much, simply because, at that time, he clearly realized that, at first, if it wasn't for Wulin's help, this drug for brain tumors would never have been able to be produced, but he, however, unloaded his ass. But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan's original wavering attitude instantly disappeared. In its place, there was immense determination. That potent drug, it's got to work. However, it would be pointless to just buy the special effects medicine. What I want is a patent for this potent drug. More than that, that Wulin, since there is great talent, I naturally want to take it as well. A capitalist in a pretty country? Don't deserve a patent on this potent drug. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Bufan said, Qingxue, you guys wait for me here. I'll be right back. Looking at Qin Bufan's faraway figure, Zhang Qingxue's heart was strange. This guy, what's the idea again? 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan had already arrived outside the dean's office. He would have knocked on the door, but then, within the room, there was a sudden noise of a quarrel. Seeing this, Qin Bufan could only wait silently outside. Of this, the three men in the room had no way of knowing. Mentor, that's a proposal that I don't agree with. Wulin blushed. Have you forgotten what the original purpose of our research on this potent drug was in the first place? Heal the sick to save the people. But nowadays, before the special drug is approved, you're thinking about how to make money. $2,000 a pill for a potent drug for 60 days. Is such a price something the average person can afford? In the beginning, you had said that there is no distinction between noble and lowly when it comes to healing the sick and saving people. But now what? Facing Wu Lin's blunt questioning, Will smiled indifferently. Wu Lin, you Chinese have an old saying that people are not for themselves. You mustn't forget that I provided the formula for this medicine. And you, just a perfecter. Also, you are my student, not my boss, and have no right to question my pricing. This special medicine is my life's work. I didn't break the law, but raised drug prices, and no one can question my decision. Wulin clenched his fists. The mind, on the other hand, is indignant. Not bad. The initial formula for this potent drug was indeed provided by Will, but everything that followed was done by Wulin himself. In order to perfect it, Wulin didn't know how much effort had been expended, and some of the drugs mentioned on the initial recipe have been replaced by martial arts. If we're really talking about it, this potent medicine is a completely different animal from the original formula. Just as Wulin pondered, Will spoke again. Wulin, looking at you, it seems like you're not on the same page as me anymore. Just as well, this potent drug has been developed anyway, and your visa, it looks like it's about to expire, right? It's better to be at ease in the country. I don't need you as a student anymore. What? Wulin was completely confused. He really didn't expect it. The mentor in front of him, whom he had always respected, was such a brazen person. Unloading. That's the real face of this mentor, right?
Seeing this, Li Ziqiu, who was on the side, wanted to say a few words, but being an outsider himself, it was naturally not good to get too involved. Immediately, he said, "Both of you, don't get angry yet. Come on, I've booked the restaurant. Let's eat first." Wu Lin, don't be annoyed with your mentor either. Hurry up and apologize. After all, if it wasn't for Will in the first place, there's no way you'd be able to get a foothold in Pretty Country and be the youngest brain specialist. After saying that, Li Ziqiu forcibly pulled the two of them and headed outside. Opened the door. He happened to see Qin Bufan standing in the doorway with a smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" Will said with a furrowed brow, his eyes full of coldness. Chapter 87, $5 million. Buy the patent. In the face of Will's questioning, Qin Bufan didn't answer, but instead looked at Wu Lin and said, "Mr. Wu Lin, I don't know, can I have a few words with you?" Wu Lin had a strange look on his face. He had thought that Qin Bufan had approached him this time because of the surgery for his father. Immediately, he said seriously, "Mr. Qin, don't worry, I'll arrange for your father's surgery, and I can assure you with my 10 years of practicing medicine, your father will make a full recovery." Whereas Qin Bufan shook his head and said, "You've misunderstood. I've never doubted your medical skills, but what I came to see you about this time is about something else. There's something about the special drug you and Dr. Will developed." Wu Lin was uncertain. He was about to inquire. Instead, Dr. Will was the first to say, "Young man, if you're inquiring about potent medicine, you should be looking for me. Wu Lin has been fired by me. As soon as the formalities are completed, he will lead my biopharmaceutical team. Also, I'm not happy with your attitude, so I've decided that I'm not going to use the potion on your father." In the face of the other party's provocation, Qin Bufan didn't bother. Instead, he continued to look at Wu Lin and said, "Mr. Wu Lin, I am deeply impressed by your talent, and just now, your statement has made me deeply realize what it means to be a true healer. So, I want to work with you for the long haul. I'll pay for it, and you just contribute your talent. I think that with your creativity, you will be able to develop a potent drug that is more efficient and affordable than the current one." Hearing this, Wu Lin was confused. Actually, just a moment ago when he was arguing with Dr. Will himself, Wu Lin had already thought of a way back. That is to develop a special drug for brain tumors that belongs to China itself. Who would have thought? Your own thoughts just appeared. Qin Bufan surprisingly then offered to contribute. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? The mind is amazed though, but Wu Lin is also considered to have seen a lot. For a while, there was some questioning of what Qin Bufan had said. Qin Bufan could naturally feel these as well. He said seriously, "Mr. Wu Lin, you are a talent in brain science that belongs to China. My solicitation of you, for business, is only secondary to my real purpose, which is to see that people like my father, who are ravaged by brain tumors, get the treatment they deserve. And there's no need to take on the pain that comes with surgery. I suppose that's why you researched specialty drugs in the first place, right?" Seeing that the other party was silent, Qin Bufan said seriously, "As long as you nod your head, I'll find someone to start a biopharmaceutical company right away. And you, as head honcho, of course, if you don't want that potent drug you developed before to become a tool for someone else's profit, I can buy out its patents." Speaking of this, Qin Bufan then turned his attention down to Will's body. "Dr. Will, I'd like to ask you, how much are you going to sell the patent for this potent drug?" Qin Bufan inquired. Will froze, and that's when Qin Bufan's cell phone suddenly rang. "It's Liang Weiquang calling. Boss, where are you now?" Qin Bufan suddenly inquired. Qin Bufan smiled. "Uncle Liang, why are you calling at this time?" Liang Weiquang on the other end of the phone inquired. "Bufan, I just heard Chu Long say that Dr. Will went to Suhai City. Have you met?" Qin Bufan glanced at Dr. Will. "I'm here, right now, negotiating with him about purchasing that special brain tumor medicine." Liang Weiquang froze. "Oh, this old boy, he's really fast. Only the day before yesterday, he called me to ask me about the boss behind the curtain, and I didn't expect that he would start acting so soon." After a pause, Liang Weiquang continued. "Boss, what do you think about this special medicine?" Qin Bufan said seriously. "As long as the price is reasonable, naturally there is no problem." Liang Weiquang fell silent. Then he said, "In that case, I'm fine with it. By the way, I'm calling you because I have something important to report to you. Will's patent for a potent drug. You can buy it, but Will, the man, is not a doctor of any medical virtue. He's a man, imbued with Western capital, a real businessman. This person must not be used, otherwise it will only ruin your reputation." Hearing this, Qin Bufan smiled. "Uncle Liang, I've just seen what you're talking about. A potent drug that needs to be taken for 60 days. and the price for one is $2,000. Even if I were blinded by money, I wouldn't dare sell it for such a high price. I'm not black-hearted enough to do that. Hanging up Liang Weiguan's cell phone, Will in front of him had been confused. He eyed Qin Bufan. When Qin Bufan saw this, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. He went straight to the point. Oh, I didn't expect that. Going around in circles. As a result, the person Mr. Will is looking for is actually me? Ha! Will doesn't know what to say anymore. On the side, Wulin seemed to have realized something as well. Immediately, he said, Mentor Will, what's going on? Qin Bufan laughed and said, Mr. Wulin, this matter, it's better for me to talk to you. Mr. Liang Weiquang, also known as the owner of Fantasia, was previously facing bankruptcy due to financial problems. I was the one who put up the $1.6 billion to defuse his company, and this Dr. Weir knows Mr. Liang. So, after learning about this, he thought of selling the patent of this special medicine to me. Of course, it must be said that Mr. Will is very greedy and he wants the money all to himself, but yet, he doesn't intend to let himself get deep into the wind, so he came early to Suhai City in China this time, under the pretense that it's for the sake of my father's medical treatment. The truth is to find me, the gold master, and sell me the patent. So, he purposely offered the high price of $2,000 a piece right in front of you, in order to make you mad, and then provoke you to leave his team. When that happens, the money, naturally, goes into his pocket alone. After hearing all of this, martial arts were completely stunned, and Li Changxiu, who was on the side, didn't know what to say for the best. Granted, he knew Will was a profit-oriented businessman, but yet, he also definitely didn't expect this guy, who even counted his own students, and, by such despicable means. Will, you disappoint me so much, Li Changxiu said coldly. Having you as a friend is a black mark on my life that I can't erase. Henceforth, we are cut off from each other. To this, Will frowned, but soon, he smiled frankly, but said nothing more, obviously not going to defend himself. And at that moment, Qin Bufan's indifferent voice came out. Mr. Will, I'll buy the patent for this special effect medicine of yours. What I need to buy is the perpetual patent rights at a bite-sized price of $5 million. Of course, you can refuse. However, do you think that in this world, besides me, who else would be willing to pay such a high price for the patent of this special effect medicine of yours? Also, you've completely flipped with Mr. Marshall. With his ability, coupled with his previous experience, it's not unlikely that he'll be able to develop an even more efficient potent drug within half a year. At that time, this special drug of yours can be eliminated from the market. Do you think you can make $5 million in 6 months? Hearing this, Will panicked for a moment. Chapter 88 Daughter's System activated? Half an hour later, Will left, and it is guaranteed that the notarization as well as the transfer of the patent will be completed in as soon as 1 week. Qin Bufan was in no hurry about this, and he was happy in his heart. After all, once this special drug completed clinical trials and passed approval for marketing, Qin Bufan would be able to allow his father to use it without having to suffer the pain of surgery. On the contrary, Wu Lin, who was on the side, was frowning. Dr. Wu Lin, what's wrong with you? Qin Bufan inquired. Seeing that the other party was silent, Qin Bufan said smilingly, What? You don't seem to be happy about the patent of this special effect medicine coming into my hands? Wu Lin took a deep breath. Then seriously, from a personal point of view, I am naturally very happy. However, I think that Mr. Qin's price for naval is too high. After all, Will did nothing but provide information on the raw materials to develop this potent drug in the first place. All of it, was done independently by me and my research team. But at the end of the day, the money, it went to Will alone. Honestly, I don't deserve it for myself. It's like, the child I worked so hard to raise, being taken away from me by someone else. Qin Bufan could naturally understand all this. He patted the other man on the shoulder and said, Mr. Wu Lin, don't worry about it. Actually, well, this royalty, I was going to give $10 million, but come to think of it, that Will is insatiable, and even if I gave more, I wouldn't share it with you. That's why I'm pressing for half the price. Of course, I'll give you the rest of this $5 million, but this presupposes that you, with your team, will be in China, working for the biological research company I run. What do you guys think of that $5 million as an advance on my salary as well as funding? Wu Lin was confused, but then, a hesitant look came over his face. Obviously, after the Wu Lin incident, he had scruples, fearing that Qin Bufan would be like that Will, a businessman above money. Qin Bufan saw through what the other party was thinking. Immediately, he laughed. Mr. Wu Lin, I, for one, don't have any experience with the so-called special effects medicine or anything. So, I'm only responsible for starting the company, and all you guys have to do is to hurry up and research the special effect medicine. Of course, you can rest assured that I will have absolutely no part in setting the price. I can even tell you straight up, as long as this company doesn't lose money and ensures normal operations. Speaking here, Shin Bufan sighed. Although I'm a businessman, I also know that there is some money to be earned. And some money, however, can't be earned, and to be a human being, one needs to have a conscience. It's too ugly to eat, and it's definitely not going to last. In the case of this special drug, my original intention of buying it out was actually to do my part for the country. After all, there are many patients with cardiovascular problems in our country, and if there is a special drug that eliminates the risk of doing surgery, and if you can recover by taking the special drug, why not? And then my father, for example, if I didn't have a little bit of money, I couldn't afford to face a huge $120,000 drug bill. So, I don't want those ordinary families to end up losing their homes in order to treat their families. After hearing what Shin Bufan said, Wu Lin was stunned. Undoubtedly, Shin Bufan's words were considered to have completely spoken to his heart. Mr. Shin, you're not kidding? Wu Lin inquired. Shin Bufan smiled. Of course, I can put all that on your entry contract. Wu Lin shook his head. No need, Mr. Shin, I trust your character. After all, it's enough for me, Wu Lin, to be blind once in my life. Now, that will definitely cancel this medical seminar and instead go straight back to pretty country. Also, the previous team, he'll be disbanded immediately, so I'll have to make arrangements. No sooner had Wu Lin said this than his cell phone rang. It was the other head of the team calling. Wu Lin, what's going on with Dr. Will? He just called me and told me to disband our team in place, and, also, have the finances settle our paychecks. After hearing what his companion said, Wu Lin sneered in his heart, but instead of telling the truth, he said, Will and I have fallen out. Let me ask you, right now, with the team disbanded, what are your thoughts? The companion on the other end of the line said seriously, I'd have to ask you about that? If you still need us old boys, we'll go wherever you go? Wu Lin laughed out loud. Good, then you guys hurry back to Huaxia. On my side, I've already found a new boss for you. This boss, unlike Will, who just squeezes us, he's nice, and it was also made clear that everything we do is from the patient's perspective. In contrast, Mabel simply sells drugs at high prices with no regard for the patient. Hearing this, the companion over there immediately laughed. Good, this is the kind of good boss we're missing. By the way, the boss is a nice guy, but the money side of things, Wu Lin laughed again. Don't worry, if I didn't investigate clearly, could I let you guys come over? Hanging up his cell phone, Shin Bufan had planned to leave, but at this time, Wu Lin suddenly called out to Shin Bufan. Mr. Shin, I suddenly thought of something to take care of. I'll take my leave first. Anything, we'll call. After leaving their cell phones with each other, Shin Bufan then returned to his father's hospital room. Bufan, how's it going? Jiang Qingxue quickly stepped forward. Shin Bufan said smilingly, don't worry, everything is taken care of. And, I just, did something big? Seeing Jiang Qingxue's strange face, Shin Bufan didn't answer, but instead looked at the other party with a smile and said, why don't you guess what I've done? Jiang Qingxue did not look at the other party in a good mood. When Shin Bufan saw this, he could only smile and then told everything as it was. What? Jiang Qingxue was confused. You're pretty decisive. You guy, Dr. Will developed a special drug that hasn't even hit the market yet, hasn't even completed clinical testing, and you have the audacity to just buy the patent? Aren't you afraid that this Western drug won't be approved? That's $5 million, equivalent to over 30 million Chinese dollars. That's not how you play when you're rich. Shin Bufan said seriously. Don't worry, I believe in my own vision. Oh yeah, that Will is planning to go back home now. This guy is also really greedy, disbanding the team early before the people even arrive. I, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take in Wu Lin and all of his team, and I'm going to open a biopharmaceutical company that specializes in developing special effect medicines. Jiang Qingxue sniffed. After some pondering, he could not help but laugh. Good, since you've done it all, then I won't say anything more. Plus, I also think it's a good thing. I believe that this biopharmaceutical company can save countless families that have been torn apart by diseases in the cardiovascular area. Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue clenched her pink fists and immediately said, Humph, in the future, whoever dares to say that our family Shin Bufan eats ugly and is a greedy capitalist, I'll be in a hurry with him. Shin Bufan had intended to say something, and that's when his cell phone rang. It's the martial arts fighting over. Mr. Shin, I have good news. Just now, I've already found a senior in drug supervision and management through Dean Li Chancho's connections.
I've already reported your father's situation, and they said that as long as the drug is taken for testing, after confirming that it's correct, even if this is going to be unapproved to be marketed in Huaxia, they can still allow your father to take it. And my companion, who has already purchased a plane ticket, will have the approved potent drug in your father's hands by noon tomorrow at the latest. Hearing these words, Qin Bufan's heart, which was hanging in the air, fell, and just then, Qin Linger, who had been silent on the side, suddenly cried out in shock in her heart. Activating system? What is this? Chapter 89, Strange Mission, Target $20 billion. Hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan's heart was strange. However, Qin Bufan also liked to read novels in his spare time. Count yourself as a veteran enthusiast. He naturally understood the so-called system, also known as the Traveler's Gold Finger. The ability to issue tasks to the host and then receive the corresponding rewards. Qin Bufan knew it by heart though, but at the moment, it was all that could be done to perk up his ears and listen to what the system of his daughters had to offer. Under Qin Bufan's expectation, the voice of his daughter, Qin Linger, once again came. Fatherhood system? Secretly maneuvering to help my father make money. This system was bound to me when I was reborn. The condition for activation is to resolve all the grudges from previous lives. That's why the system was considered completely activated when Grandpa was about to get the special medicine. Because of the special medicine, Grandpa was able to recover completely. Qin Linger was analyzing in her mind. That is to say, if old Qin hadn't bought the patent for this special medicine and instead had allowed Wulin to perform the surgery, Grandpa would probably have repeated the mistakes of his previous life? Old Qin. Old Qin. This time, it's really thanks to your decisive decision. Otherwise, if anything happens to Grandpa, we will surely regret it for the rest of our lives. After a moment of lamentation, Qin Linger's attention suddenly fell to her body. Qin Bufan looked closely, but he couldn't see anything at all. I'm going, Qin Linger once again exclaimed in her heart. What kind of system is this? Opening with a mission of purgatory difficulty? 3 months, help old Qin earn 20 billion, and that's in US dollars? If I can't complete it, the system will be unbound, and my soul will leave this body. Not only that, but the soul of this body from when I was a child will also be erased, and I'll become a vegetable for that? Qin Linger was close to outright spewing profanity, and so did Qin Bufan. Soon, however, he regained his composure. Granted, these days, virtual coins are out of the gas for the time being. However, Qin Bufan has a powerful speculation ability, plus the added benefit of his daughter's past life memories. It's not that hard to make $20 billion in 3 months. Just as Qin Bufan was thinking so, Qin Linger's depressed voice came out. It's over and done with. This TIE system, it's screwing me over? This $20 billion of earnings, surprisingly, does not count personal speculation. It must be the company acquired by old Qin. The profits earned to count. How come? Qin Linger felt her head spinning, and at this moment, Qin Bufan was the same. To know, at present, these companies that Qin Bufan had bought were basically throwing money at them in the early stages. Although, because of the negative news of the good song of China, it made Qin Bufan unexpectedly become a winner in life. So much so that several of his software began to accelerate. Follow the immediate progress. You can't make $20 billion in 3 months, let alone a year, let alone in dollars. The mind is depressed though, but Qin Bufan naturally did not want his daughter to leave like this, both the reborn one and the daughter's own soul. Otherwise, what is the point of him even if he makes more money? Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, Jiang Qingxue seemed to be able to see something strange. He couldn't help but say, Bufan, Linger, what's wrong with you father and daughter? Especially Spirit, you're only 5 years old, and you have something on your mind at such a young age? Qin Linger woke up like a dream when she heard this. Immediately, he milked his voice and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm hungry. Jiang Qingxue wasn't suspicious and immediately said, okay, I'll go and order. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue looked for Qin Bufan to ask for a computer and started ordering food with hungry. Order complete. Jiang Qingxue pulled Qin Bufan outside. Bufan, Shuer is justifiably dazed because she's hungry. But what's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue said seriously. Don't tell me you're hungry too. Qin Bufan let out a kind smile. Then he said, Qingxue, let me ask you, is there any way, without speculating in stocks or buying virtual coins, to make those companies under me profitable within 3 months? Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan strangely. Why are you asking this? Qin Bufan said seriously. This is very important to me. Jiang Qingxue thought for a moment, then asked rhetorically. It depends on how much you want to earn. If you want to earn a few hundred million, it shouldn't be a problem. If you want to earn more, like a few billion, then you'll have to work hard. Qin Bufan laughed bitterly. Then what if I plan to make $20 billion in 3 months? Jiang Qingxue didn't answer,
but instead reached out her hand and pressed the back of it against Qin Bufan's forehead.
Ha, you don't have a fever? Why are you still talking nonsense? Qin Bufan was bitter in his heart. He can't always say, daughter has to get herself through this because of system activation. Otherwise, she'd be erased, right? Bufan, what's wrong with you? Jiang Qingxue inquired once again. Why do I get the feeling you're weird? Qin Bufan didn't speak, but said seriously, I can't explain it clearly for a while. Never mind, there's still time anyway. I'll take my time thinking. Jiang Qingxue didn't ask much when she saw that Qin Bufan was like this. Soon the takeout was delivered. After briefly picking up a few bites, Qin Bufan left the hospital on the grounds that he had something to do. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan arrived at Wang Haining's company. The moment. Inside the conference room, Lu Yiming, Chen Hao, Wang Ji, Su Hua and other heads of the companies, all gathered together. Boss, you're in such a hurry, calling us over. What's going on? Sebra was the first to inquire. Qin Bufan didn't bother to talk nonsense. Immediately, he went straight to the point and said, everyone, I've come here this time because I have an important matter that I need to ask you about. It was naturally the first time everyone had seen Qin Bufan in such a prudent manner. They were beyond curious. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, spoke again. What I want to ask is, in 3 months' time, with our company's current operations, will it be able to earn $20 billion? When these words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. The heart felt that the other party was a little crazy. When Qin Bufan saw this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Everyone, you don't need to say anything, I know the answer. Su Hua was the oldest among these people, and thus, could tell that Qin Bufan had something on his mind. Immediately, he took the lead and said, Boss, what's going on? Why are you, all of a sudden, in such a hurry to make money? Qin Bufan naturally couldn't tell the truth. All he could say was, I was trying to challenge myself. I'll see if I can make a profit in the short term without relying on me to speculate in stocks and virtual coins. And that profit, it's an amount I can't reach at the moment. Hearing this, the people present shook their heads. Obviously, they felt that this so-called challenge from Qin Bufan was a bit of a pipe dream. Which is when, however, Su Hua smiled mysteriously and said, Boss, if you really want a challenge, I do have a good note. Qin Bufan brightened up. Really? Chapter 90, the best gift of all. Seeing Qin Bufan's expectant look, Su Hua said smilingly, Boss, this matter is actually very simple. I thought you said you couldn't speculate on stocks in your personal name, but it doesn't say that it can't be in the name of the company. So, you can pick a couple of good stocks and let us buy them on your behalf. Wouldn't that circumvent those conditions you just mentioned? Seeing that Qin Bufan didn't say a word, Su Hua said seriously, Boss, this is the only method I can think of at the moment. After all, these companies you've bought need to be in constant operation before they can start generating revenue. And nowadays, the 4G industry has not yet reached the blowout era, so our layout has to continue. Although, we can speed things up, there's no way to rush something like this. Speaking of which, Su Hua curiously said, Boss, you're in a bit of a state today. What's going on? Qin Bufan smiled and shook his head. It's fine, Sebra, just do as you say. This is something that will take place from the next stock market trading day. How about this? For each company you're in, I'll give $10 billion as startup capital. Then, I will give you a stock and you will just buy and sell at the time points I tell you. Remember, always get what I tell you to get. By the time it's profitable, it's even above the company. All of this, of course, needs to be done after the business at hand is done, so as not to delay the business of the company. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan left from Wang Haining's company. At the moment, he was relieved. I now realize what it means to care. If it was the usual, Sebra's way, I'm sure I could have thought of it. But because I was worried that my daughter would be wiped out of the system because she failed the mission, I messed up for a while. If Linger that girl knows that I've thought of a way, she must be very happy, right? With such anticipation, Qin Bufan quickly returned to the hospital. Inside the hospital ward, Qin Jinsong and Jiang Hong were eating there. Seeing Qin Bufan appear, Qin Jinsong said, Son, why are you here? Why haven't you gone home? Qin Bufan was a bit strange. Jiang Hong, who was on the side, said smilingly, Bufan, you should hurry home. Qing Shui has prepared a surprise for you at home. This girl, for your sake, dragged me right over here to be with your father. It seems that in her heart, you are much higher than me, her real father. Seeing the sour look on the other party's face, Qin Bufan smiled awkwardly. Immediately, he could only change the topic and said, What about Linger? Qin Jinsong replied, That girl said she was afraid of her grandmother being alone. So, she went home with your mom. Seeing that Qin Bufan didn't move,
Jang Hong got up without good reason, then pulled Qin Bufan aside. He said in a serious tone, "Brat, my daughter will soon be filming with the cast of War Tiger 2. You won't have much time alone, so cherish it. By the way, you should know my daughter's character, so don't worry about her being bullied when she shoots. I'm older, that's why I also want to enjoy heaven sooner than later. My thought is, when this play comes out, you guys, just do what you have to do, right? Bu Fan, you're a good boy. You don't want Qingxue to be with you without a name, do you?" After hearing what the other party said, Qin Bufan said seriously, "Uncle Jiang, I understand what you mean. I'm comfortable with Kyosu, and I look forward to the day I call you father-in-law." Hearing Qin Bufan's clear statement, Jiang Hong laughed. "Good, I look forward to that day as well. Well, get the hell out of here and don't get in the way of me having dinner with your dad." It was already 2:30 when Qin Bufan left the hospital and returned home. He opened the door. It turned out that the hall was dark. Qin Bufan was about to turn on the lights, but that's when, at the dining table, candles were suddenly lit. With the light, Qin Bufan saw Jiang Qingxue in a long dress. She seems to have taken a shower. As Qin Bufan approached, he could smell a faint fragrance. "Back?" Jiang Qingxue said softly. Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue, who was slowly approaching, and said smilingly, "I heard my future old husband say that you prepared a surprise for me at home? Where's the surprise?" Jiang Qingxue smiled mysteriously, then ran to turn on the lights. Only then did Qin Bufan realize that there were so many gift boxes neatly placed within this living room. Qin Bufan counted a total of 31 gift boxes, exactly the same age as Qin Bufan. "Qingxue, what are you?" Qin Bufan was confused. Jiang Qingxue tenderly said, "Bu Fan, although we grew up together go childhood sweethearts, but come to think of it, I haven't properly celebrated your birthday yet. In a month, it will be your 31st birthday. I'd be out shooting a movie at that point, so, I may not be able to come back to be with you. I'll just have to give you an early pass." While talking, Jiang Qingxue pulled Qin Bufan to the gift box labeled 1. Qin Bufan opened it up, and inside was a hand puppet of a well-known anime character. "Qin Bufan, I know that you liked this hand puppet a long time ago." Jiang Qingxue picked it up and handed it over to Qin Bufan. "Now, I'm giving it to you. Consider it your birthday present when you turned 1. Qin Bufan immediately fell in love with it. Jiang Qingxue then opened gift box number 2. Inside, a thick stack of VCDs lay. "This is a collector's edition VCD of your favorite anime? I asked a lot of friends to get my hands on it. I hope you like it." A smile bloomed on Qin Bufan's face, and in the next few moments, the rest of the gift boxes were opened one after another, and those gifts, too, have gone from toys in the beginning to practical things like wallets and belts and such. Well, next is the last gift, and one that I have prepared for you with great care. Jiang Qingxue smiled gently, then she brought a bow and wore it on her body. After doing so, she slowly removed a gift box from among her pockets. The gift box opens. Inside, surprisingly, was a diamond ring. The diamond ring glows beautifully under the light, just as Qin Bufan was staggered. However, he saw Jiang Qingxue take it out and then looked at Qin Bufan with a serious face. He then dropped to one knee. "Mr. Qin Bufan, will you marry me?" Jiang Qingxue inquired with a sincere face. For a moment, Qin Bufan didn't even know what to say to make it better. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue smiled gently. "Mr. Qin Bufan, may I ask, are you willing to marry M.S. Jiang Qingxue?" At this moment, Qin Bufan's heart completely melted. As he picked up Jiang Qingxue, "I'm willing, Qingxue, actually, you don't need to deliberately prepare a gift for me, because, you are my best gift." Chapter 91, Let's Rest Together. After saying that, Qin Bufan hugged Jiang Qingxue and gave her a deep kiss. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan was having a candlelight dinner with Jiang Qingxue. The two had happy smiles on their faces. Wine and dine. The two of them cleared the table as if they were a small couple. The hustle is over. Jiang Qingxue took her pajamas and went to take a shower. And Qin Bufan wasn't idle either. He turned on his computer and logged into Penguin. And at that moment, in the lower right corner, a burst of avatars flashed. Qin Bufan opened the chat box. "Dreaming back 20 years, how are things these days? The simple life, it's not bad. Today, I bought almost $2 billion according to the stocks you gave me. Dreaming back 20 years, nice, keep it up." Qin Bufan had intended to reply, and that's when the chat box popped up with another message. "Dreaming back to 20 years, I see that you seem to have earned a lot of money during this period of time. How about, let's have a bet? The simple life, what bet? Dreaming back to 20 years, let's have a long up to 3 months bet. The bet is very simple. I ask you, in addition to personal speculation in stocks, coins, to earn a sum of money, and not much, 20 billion US dollars, do you dare to respond to the war?"
Qin Bufan froze. The heart, on the other hand, is smiling. Linger, this girl, is really resourceful. She actually knows that through the penguin number of dreaming back 20 years, she is able to deliver the task issued by the system to herself. Qin Bufan had a countermeasure long ago though. But naturally, you can't say it outright, but respond to it. Simple life, you're a bit of a pushover with this bet, aren't you? My current company, although the market capitalization is quite a lot, however, it has not yet reached the stage of profitability. If it's a year, maybe it's okay, but 3 months, 20 billion, and it's in US dollars. I feel like it's purgatory difficulty. The moment. The other end of the penguin. Inside a bedroom. Qin Linger had a helpless look on her face after reading Qin Bufan's reply. Old Qin, I also know that this is forceful, but this damn system, it just happened to release such a quest. What's even more outrageous is that it only told me how severe the punishment would be for not completing the mission, but was mentioning the rewards for completing the mission. Hey, I was happy for nothing. Binding this crap system. Bugger me. Qin Linger muttered something. It was then only possible to continue sending messages. Dreaming back 20 years, I'm just asking you, do you dare to accept this challenge? Simple life, since it's a challenge, I naturally accept it, but I have to ask one thing clearly. You just said that this $20 billion of profit, never allow private speculation in stocks and coins. Other than that, are there other requirements? Being asked by Qin Bufan, Qin Linger immediately opened the systems panel. Then, he replied, that's good. Private speculation in stocks and coins is not allowed. There are no other requirements. Simple life, well, from the next trading day, I will transfer my private money into the accounts of various companies, and then use the company account to speculate in the stock market. So there is no problem, right? Qin Linger was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Ah, old Qin, you're really smart. What about this card system bug you're shelving? But it's still you. Today, I've had my head up my ass trying to solve this problem. But as it turns out, there's more to this? Thinking of this, Qin Linger quickly replied, that's good. 3 months later, I want to see your results. Of course, during this period, I will provide you with different stock quotes, or the old rules, you just follow the nodes of time I give you to operate. Next, after the two of them briefly chatted for a while, Qin Linger took her penguin offline. She then took advantage of Bai Panfeng's bath to bring a pen and paper, and then began to write down the future growth of certain stocks as she remembered them. Half an hour later, Qin Linger wrote it down, then took a picture and sent it to Qin Bufan. Old Qin, whether I can continue to survive depends on you. After saying that, Qin Linger kneaded the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can, quickly falling asleep. And at this point, Bai Panfeng had already finished her shower and blow-dried her hair. Spirit, did you take Grandma's pen? Pak Panfeng inquired. But Qin Linger didn't respond at all because she was too tired from considering things during the day. Eventually, Bai Panfeng saw the fountain pen on the table. This girl, playing with my pen again? Bai Panfeng muttered. And then, he intended to put the fountain pen away. But then, she found the paper ball inside the trash can. What is it? Bai Panfeng had a strange look on his face. Out of curiosity, Bai Panfeng picked it up. Ooh, I didn't expect that Linger, at such a young age, would be able to write so well. Wait, isn't this stock? Linger, this girl, how could she understand stocks, and know exactly when to buy and when to sell? What the hell is going on here? Bai Panfeng had wanted to wake up Qin Linger, but seeing that the other party was sleeping too well, he eventually had to give up. Never mind. No chance. This is what Bufan taught Linger. This boy Bufan is also really. Linger is only 5 years old. Is he planning to cultivate Linger into a stock prodigy? After muttering, Bai Panfeng glanced at the stocks in his hand and was a bit dazed for a while. Why don't I buy some and try it? If what's written on this piece of paper is true, I can buy and sell exactly according to this trend? Anyway, I've had a little bit of savings over the years. If it can make money, naturally it's best. Even if it can't, I'll take this to Bufan at that time, and I think he'll definitely make up for the loss for me. With such thoughts in mind, Bai Panfeng ran to help Qin Linger cover her quilt, then returned to his own room, put on his presbyopia glasses, and began to busy himself. For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. At this moment, after receiving Qin Linger's prompt, he excerpted it and then sent it to Lian Weiguang, Wang Haining, and the others respectively. After doing so, Qin Bufan closed his computer, and at the moment, Jiang Qingxue walked out wearing a purple short-skirted nightgown. As the other party's shapely figure approached, Qin Bufan's heartbeat accelerated somewhat for a moment, and at this moment, Jiang Qingxue was also blushing. Unusual. You get in the shower. I'll wait for you. 3 simple words. It made Qin Bufan tremble. An indescribable feeling went straight to the sky. Good. Okay. 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan finished his bath.
He saw the door to Jiang Qingshue's room closed and thought that the other party had fallen asleep, but just entered his bedroom. However, he saw Jiang Qingxue, who was there to help Qin Bufan change the bedsheets. Bufan, the sheets have been changed, Jiang Qingxue said softly. Qin Bufan nodded slightly. He touched his nose and said, "That, Qingxue, there's nothing more for you here. You, take an early rest." Well, we'll rest together." After saying that, Jiang Qingxue had a red face and got into the quilt. Chapter 92, Sell them all and make a profit of $293 billion. Inside the comforter, Qin Bufan and Jiang Qingxue were close by. At the moment, the two of them were looking thoughtful. Unusual. Jiang Qingxue took the initiative to speak. "I feel like I'm dreaming. I've loved you for so many years. Now, can you be considered mine?" While speaking, Jiang Qingxue suddenly got up, just looking at Qin Bufan from the top down. Qin Bufan immediately felt a surge of qi and blood. The heartbeat accelerated steeply. Qin Bufan knew, if he didn't take the initiative himself, there was no guarantee what Jiang Qingxue would think. "Never mind, whatever, sooner or later, you have to take that step," Qin Bufan pondered in his mind. Then he was about to hug Jiang Qingxue tightly. When Jiang Qingxue saw this, she couldn't help but close her eyes. However, just when everything was about to come to a head, Jiang Qingxue suddenly got up. "Qingxue, what's wrong with you?" Qin Bufan was concerned. Jiang Qingxue didn't reply, but quickly ran into the toilet. Seeing this, Qin Bufan could only wait up outside the door. "Qin Bufan." Inside the toilet, Jiang Qingxue's slightly bitter voice was heard. Qin Bufan was concerned. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingxue really can't say it. In the end, can only say, I that came. "Can you go out and get me some pads? I don't have any." When Qin Bufan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "I thought it was something. Just wait, I'll be right back." After saying that, Qin Bufan immediately left. When it came back, it had an oversized black plastic bag in its hand. Putting it in through the doorway, Qin Bufan dryly laughed. "I've asked the boss. There's a daytime one, a nighttime one, as well as an anti-side leakage one, and a safety pant, so watch yourself and wear it." After saying that, Qin Bufan came inside the living room. Thinking back to his embarrassment at the convenience store just now, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Then, opened his cell phone and searched for something. Soon, Jiang Qingxue came out of the restroom. "Bufan, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that my period would be a day early," Jiang Qingxue said with a red face. Qin Bufan smiled and shook his head. He gently grasped the other man's small hand before sitting him down on the couch while he went into the kitchen to get busy. 20 minutes later, a bowl of ginger brown sugar water has been cooked. "Hurry, drink it while it's hot. You're on your period. You can't catch a cold." Saying that, Qin Bufan brought a warm baby and tenderly pressed it onto the other party's stomach. Only after doing this did Qin Bufan let out a sigh of relief. The moment, Jiang Qingxue's heart was overwhelmed with happiness. She felt that the man in front of her was a man she could definitely commit to for the rest of her life. After drinking the ginger and brown sugar water, Jiang Qingxue's complexion improved quite a bit, and immediately pulled Qin Bufan, snuggled in each other's arms, and slept happily. There were no words all night. Early the next morning, Jiang Qingxue got up early and bought breakfast. "Qingxue, I'll drive you there." After breakfast, Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue and said. Jiang Qingxue smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. That's how it's been done before. You don't underestimate the resilience of women. As for you, just do what you have in hand without fear." Qin Bufan could only nod helplessly. Wait until Jiang Qingxue leaves. Qin Bufan then quickly turned on his computer. After all, a new trading day has arrived, and next, one has to sell off those stocks one bought earlier. After some long waits, it's opening time. Qin Bufan gazed at his concentration and began to wait. It was about a half-hour wait. At the moment, the first sell-off node is 2 minutes away. At 9:20, Palm Curve Technology will climb, reaching the highest price of the day, followed by a plateau. Qin Bufan said to himself. He waited patiently. Sure enough, just as 9:20 arrived, Qin Bufan saw that Palm Curve Technology had reached a peak after some climbing. Qin Bufan didn't bat an eyelid and directly sold them all off. Seeing that the sell-off was successful, Qin Bufan directly opened the second stock. Dafan Tech, at 9:35, will peak like never before. Fruity. When the time came, Dafan Tech's numbers climbed rapidly. Qin Bufan's quick eyes and hands once again sold it off. In the next few moments, Qin Bufan sold one stock after another as if it were mechanical. When the last stock was sold, it was 10:30 a.m., and at this point, Qin Bufan opened his cell phone, and he sent a "get it done" message to Jiang Qingxue. Within seconds, Qin Bufan's cell phone rang. It was Jiang Qingxue who called. "What? Did you sell it all?" Jiang Qingxue inquired. "Of course,
This time, I made a small fortune. After some expenses, I came to $2.93 billion. Shin Bufan said smilingly. The challenge, however, is only now beginning. Oh.
Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone was a bit strange.
Challenge? What challenge? Shin Bufan smiled and said. It's like this.
The friend who gave me the stock as well as virtual coin tidbits earlier said that he wants to come with me for a challenge. She told me to use means other than speculating in stocks and currencies in my personal name to make a profit of $20 billion in 3 months with those companies I've acquired so far.
What?
Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone was a bit confused.
Bufan, don't tell me you've agreed to the challenge? Hearing Shin Bufan's affirmative answer, Jiang Qingxue was somewhat speechless. Bufan, you're playing too big a game, aren't you? As far as I know,
those companies in your hands don't have the means to make a quick buck
in a short period of time, unless you pull the plug. But all of that, it doesn't do the future of the company any good at all. Plus, $20 billion, that's 123.8 billion Chinese dollars. Making that much in 3 months is impossible when you think about it. Shin Bufan seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Qingxue would have this reaction.
He smiled mysteriously and said,
Don't worry,
the mountain man has his own plan. That challenge, straight up,
says that it's not allowed to be in the name of an individual, but it doesn't say, in the name of a company. So, I've discussed it with Uncle Liang, Su Hua, Wang Haining and the others. I will give the company an ongoing capital injection, and that capital, for no other purpose, is dedicated to speculation. In that case, it's not on a personal basis. Jiang Qingxue was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. Well, since you've said so, I don't have any comments. After a pause,
Jiang Qingxue continued. Since you've accepted the challenge,
why don't I have a challenge as well? Let's guess how much this War Tigers 2 has grossed since its release. My guess, there's a $2 billion gross. Shin Bufan said smilingly. Smaller pattern. I estimate that the movie will gross, at least, 5 billion, even more. After some thought, Shin Bufan said smilingly, how about this? If I guess correctly, how about you just marry me? Shin Bufan said with a smirk. It's like a wisecracking look. Chapter 93, A Gamble, a motorcycle turned into a Land Rover. Jiang Qingxue on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh lightly when she heard this. Shin Bufan, when you tell me this, I don't even know if you want to marry me or not. Shin Bufan sniffed and said with a hint of a serious tone, Of course I want to, dreaming of marrying you. However, I have great confidence in this War Tigers 2. I believe that this movie will set a brand new record at the Chinese box office when it hits the market. Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. I don't believe it. You guys just don't want to marry me. That's why, on purpose, you guessed so high at the box office. Humph. Shin Bufan, I can kind of see through you. Shin Bufan smiled bitterly. Naturally, he couldn't say it outright. It was the prospect of this movie that he himself was so willing to throw money at it. But, that said, Shin Bufan clearly remembered that when Qin Linger had mentioned this movie, it seemed that it had not been properly publicized at the beginning of its release. Thanks to the fact that it's because of the movie's superior quality that it has become a masterpiece that people are clamoring to go see. And this time, this movie has Shin Bufan in it. Moreover, Shin Bufan had also decided that after the movie was finished, he himself would use the various companies under his banner to sell the movie. In its previous life, War Tigers 2 was a gross of around $5 billion. And in this life, I'll see if I can break that record. Never mind, I'll just set a small goal, $10 billion. With this thought in his mind, Shin Bufan was full of ambition for a while. Bufan, why are you ignoring people? I'm talking to you? Jiang Qingxue said with a slight grudge. Shin Bufan returned to his senses and said, Sorry, I was, just now, thinking about something. I was thinking about what kind of wine we're buying to celebrate when War Tigers 2 hits theaters and breaks $5 billion at the box office. Lafite 82? No, foreign wine is not something I'm used to. There, we can buy Thatch. This is the light of the nation. Speaking of this, Shin Bufan seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he said, Right, Xing Shui, turn around and talk to director Oh Kyung. We can add more soft advertisements for national brands among our movies. Remember, it has to be a free implant. After all, this movie of ours, besides being released in China, will also be shown overseas. When the time comes, let the world see how far we, China, have developed nowadays. Jiang Qingxue replied seriously. Don't worry, this matter, I will definitely keep it in my heart. After all, this War Tigers 2 movie of ours is meant to promote patriotism, so naturally it should have its own character. After a pause, Jiang Qingxue said, However, after reading the script, I'm worried about one thing. That is, the protagonist kills his way out and then saves his compatriots. With this plot, will it be criticized by those internet spammers who say it's too much? Of course, That's just my personal guess, huh? Not that anyone has a problem with that. Qin Bufan said smilingly. Qing Xue, don't worry about it, the jets will definitely be there. After all, no script, no matter what it is, can be 100% perfect, but I trust director Oh Kyung's script. Since he designed this bridge, he will naturally have a reasonable explanation. Plus, are Westerners allowed to have lone heroes like Rambo in their movies? Are we not allowed to have powerful warriors in Huaxia? If a spammer says something with this, I think even if director Oh Kyung doesn't explain, those who are patriotic will spew it all over the place. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue then put her heart down. It was because Jiang Qingxue was about to go to class. Qin Bufan could only hang up his cell phone reluctantly. The next half hour, Qin Bufan only left himself 480 million funds, and the rest of the money, all transferred to Wang Haining, Chen Hao, Liang Weiguan and other people in the company account above. After the smooth remittance, Qin Bufan called one by one, telling them to make sure to follow the data he had sent them earlier, and to sell on time and on point. After repeated instructions, Qin Bufan went straight downstairs, ordered food at a nearby restaurant and packed it to take to the hospital. Just showed up at the hospital, Qin Jinsong immediately called out to Qin Bufan, "Son, go check on your mom. She seems to be a little possessed." Qin Jinsong said fervently. Qin Bufan was curious. "Dad, what happened to my mom?" Qin Jinsong hurriedly told the whole story. It turned out that in the morning, Qin Bufan's mother, Bai Panfeng, came to the hospital early. After taking care of Qin Jinsong, Bai Panfeng directly asked for Qin Jinsong's laptop, registered on the stock website, and certified personal information. And for the rest of the time, Bai Panfeng had been talking to himself there, operating in front of the computer at one moment, and at another moment there was to a book, scrutinizing it. After hearing what his father said, Qin Bufan also felt very strange. Immediately, he came behind his mother. This look, Qin Bufan immediately showed a strange expression on his face. "Mom, what made you think of speculating? Didn't you know nothing about this before?" Faced with her son's question, Bai Panfeng smiled mysteriously and said, "Son, don't ask so many questions. Anyway, just let me operate on my own. Isn't there a saying that if you take a chance, a bike becomes a motorcycle, and if you gamble, a motorcycle becomes a Land Rover? You brat, you've made so much money in the meantime. Your old lady is envious. So yeah, I'd like to try it." Speaking of this, Bai Panfeng looked at Qin Bufan with a smile. "Brat, don't worry, I'll just take my personal money from all these years to fund it as well. I haven't touched a penny of the company's money. Anyway, it's your old lady's job if you win. If I lose, big deal. You make up that loss for me. I don't suppose you have a problem with that?" Qin Bufan smiled bitterly. "Feelings of your old man, is this how to pick your own son? Forget it, Mom, you're happy. I can still afford such a small loss." Hearing this, Bai Panfeng smiled, then continued to operate in front of the computer. But the more he operated, the more Qin Bufan felt that something was wrong. Simply because, the stock that Mom had bought was exactly the same as the one that the previous Qin Linger had sent to herself. Not only that, but the nodes where the mother buys are the lowest prices of the day. Qin Bufan couldn't help himself. "Mom, take your time buying," Qin Bufan said smilingly, "but I suggest to you, old man, that you had better buy more. Tell you what, I have $480 million on hand right now. I'll simply lend you all of it. Sure, you earned it, just pay me back my principal. If you lose money, buy a lesson. By the way, we can also mortgage our dad's company." Well, hearing this, Bai Panfeng couldn't help but glare at Qin Bufan. "Bufan, I'm just trying, you brat, but you want me to dump my family's money, huh?" Bai Panfeng said without a trace of humor. And Qin Jinsong, who was on the side, also became somewhat speechless. "Bufan, I am asking you to advise your mom to take it easy. Why are you still planning to play a big game? You even want to mortgage my company. Don't you know that this company is my lifeblood, ah?" Qin Jinsong said somewhat breathlessly. When Qin Bufan saw this, his heart was helpless. "Dad, Mom, you're going to be sorry for what you did today," Qin Bufan muttered in his heart, and did not persuade any further, but took out his computer, and then after some waiting, all bought a bull stock. Chapter 94, The Special Pill. Seeing Qin Bufan so curious, Qin Jinsong and Bai Panfeng were completely baffled. "Son, that's a bit too grandiose, isn't it?" Qin Jinsong said as he sucked in a cool breath. "Almost 500 million, you directly all buy a stock, this to lose, not." He felt his blood pressure rise a little. Just after Qin Jinsong finished speaking, Bai Panfeng chimed in. "Old Qin, you were trying to get your son to persuade me before. As it turns out, my son is crazier than I am." Qin Jinsong gave a dry laugh. "Come on, I don't care about your mother's business. That's your own money anyway, but don't you dare touch my company." Speaking here, Qin Jinsong quickly lay down. As for me, I'll just rest in peace and recuperate. After all, our family is, sort of, completely on track. Next, I just have to wait for my son to get married, and then I'll watch my granddaughter slowly grow up. And in this life, I'll be almost satisfied. Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. He was going to turn off his computer and then call and contact Wulin to ask about the progress of the review of that special drug. Who knows? Bai Panfeng, however, stepped forward and said, Son, I have just delayed several times to buy at a low price because my operation was too slow. This price has gone up. Why don't you help me? Mother's request. Qin Bufan, naturally not good to refuse, immediately picked up the other side of the computer. And operation. Son, I'm here. Bai Panfeng had planned to show Qin Bufan the timestamps he had transcribed, so that the other party could buy those stocks according to the records on them. But Qin Bufan didn't even look at it. Yet every time, it manages to buy the stock at its lowest price of the day. So much for some hustle. Qin Bufan closed the computer. Mom, let me operate for you on the next trading day. Qin Bufan took the initiative to speak. After all, stocks can change, so to speak, in an instant, and if you don't time it right, you might even lose money. Plus, a half-minute early versus a half-minute late, even if it's profitable, the money in your hand is completely different. You're not familiar with computers, so it's better if I do it. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Bai Panfeng nodded. After a moment's thought, she inquired, Son, I heard Qingshues say earlier that the reason why you, before, earned a fortune in virtual coins was because of the help of a valuable person. Then, you made billions of dollars in stock for a few $100 million. Straight up, also because of that guy. Don't know this one. Qin Bufan didn't wait for the other party to finish, and immediately said, Mom, I've made a deal with that friend that there's something about her that can't be revealed to the public, even to parents, girlfriends, and daughters. Qin Bufan had thought that he would be able to muddle through with these words. Nevertheless, Bai Panfeng looked at Qin Bufan and said, So, this matter, Qingshui and Linger are not clear about it either? Qin Bufan saw this. Secretly, it's not good. He knew he had just accidentally blurted it out. After all, Mother's speculative intelligence today was operated on the basis of the note left by Qin Linger, but he just said that his daughter didn't know about it. That's a total case of here's nowhere to go. Qin Bufan was a bit flustered in his heart. He was going to find an excuse to put it off. Who knows? However, Bai Panfeng directly took out the note from Qin Linger. Nah, this one. I think it's yours, right? Bai Panfeng asked. Qin Bufan was a bit flustered in his heart. Nevertheless, Bai Panfeng said seriously, Son, in the future, don't just throw away such an important thing. You don't know. Last night if it wasn't for Linger, that girl, that my fountain pen, I accidentally found this note in order to look for the fountain pen. I'm afraid it's still at home in the trash. When Qin Bufan heard this, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Mom thought that the note was written by herself and then taken by her daughter. With such thoughts in his mind, Qin Bufan said seriously on his lips, Mom, I'll be careful next time. While speaking, Qin Bufan muttered over and over again, Also, I'll tell Linger that in the future, don't just touch the things in front of my computer. Hear this, Qin Jinsong, who was on the side, asked, Child's mother, so you just speculated on the stock market, in accordance with Bufan's speculation intelligence? Bai Panfeng rightfully said, That's for sure. Otherwise, why do you think I, a stock speculation white, would dare to take out millions to speculate on stocks? It's not like I got my money from the wind. Hear this. Qin Jinsong was silent for a moment, and then, he looked at Qin Bufan and said, Son, according to the data on this intelligence of yours, on the next trading day, if you sell according to the timings on the note, how much of this 1 million, your mom, will be able to get her hands on? Qin Bufan thought for a moment and replied, After removing the principal, as well as the handling fees and such after the sell-off, Mom can almost earn a 300 square feet large villa in the city. Qin Jinsong froze. You should know that the current house price in Suhai City is no more than 8,000 at the highest, and the villa area, the price of a square meter is almost $12,000. So, your mom invested this $1 million and, as a result, will come away with $4.6 million? Qin Jinsong inquired. Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Qin Jinsong immediately asked, Son, let me ask you, is it too late to mortgage our company? Qin Bufan laughed out loud. Bai Panfeng even said with a hint of mockery, Gu, I wonder who said just now that the company is his life, and that no matter what, he won't mortgage the company? Qin Jinsong seriously said, I didn't think that this speculation can bring such a big profit. Seeing this, Bai Panfeng immediately said, Alright, I'm messing with you. You, of all people, are good at everything, but when it comes to things, you like to be serious. but the mortgage company is still out of the picture. The doctor said it's best for you to be quiet these days. When the time comes to actually mortgage the company, you're going to regret it, and you'll even be unable to sleep. You're going to be thrilled when it does profit that much. Right now, your emotions are the most important thing. Get well in peace, and the money-making days are ahead of you anyway. Hearing this, Shin Jin-song could only nod helplessly, and just as by panphone pacified Shin Jin-song, Wolin's phone call came through. Shin Bufan had just answered it when he heard the good news. Mr. Shin, the drug has been tested by a professional organization and has reached the medical grade. Next, all that is needed is for the hospital's President Lee Changcho to sign my application, and Uncle can officially take the special effect medicine. Shin Bufan was happy in his heart. After some waiting, Wolin rushed over. All formalities completed. Shin Bufan looked at the bottle of special effect medicine in front of him. The big stone pressed in his heart is considered to have completely fallen down. To be able to put its Shin Jin-song, Shin Bufan had planned to tell Jiang Qingxue the good news, but just then, Shin Bufan's cell phone was the first to ring. It was Jiang Qingxue's call. Just got through. Jiang Qingxue's preoccupied voice came out. Bufan, Director Oh Kyung's side has suddenly decided that Battle Tiger 2 is going to start, so I might have to follow the crew and leave Suhai City early for the capital. Hearing this, Shin Bufan was struck by lightning and suddenly felt like something was missing in his heart. Chapter 95? The boom in the movie and TV industry. At this moment, Shin Bufan was obviously not ready to part with Jiang Qingxue. It's temporary though, but he had already adapted to having Jiang Qingxue by his side. But, Jiang Qingxue also has her own dreams. Shin Bufan categorically could not stiffly fold the wings of Jiang Qingxue's dream for his own selfishness. Thinking of this, Shin Bufan took a deep breath and after slightly adjusting his thoughts, he said, "When do you guys plan to leave?" Jiang Qingxue said seriously, "I had, before, already asked my mom to help me pack all that luggage. My mom sent it to the theater. Right now I'm at your house, almost 3 hours away, and we're leaving." Hearing this, how could Shin Bufan have any hesitation? Immediately, he went straight to his home. 20 minutes later, Shin Bufan appeared at home. Inside the living room, Jiang Qingxue was sitting in front of the sofa, and in front of her, there was a suitcase. Seeing Shin Bufan return, Jiang Qingxue greeted him with a smile. Unusual. Jiang Qingxue had a gentle look on her face. "What's the rush? Didn't we say we had a few more days?" Shin Bufan asked. Jiang Qingxue said helplessly, "This can't be helped. Director Oh Kyung said that right now. The actors are in place and the script has been filmed. And every day of delay now is a waste of funding. It's investor money that has to be spent. That's why Director Oh Kyung decided that he wanted to hold a press conference as soon as possible to inform the media about the upcoming shooting of War Tiger 2. Seeing Shin Bufan wanting to speak, Jiang Qingxue lightly laughed. "Alright, you don't have to worry about me. You're the sole investor in this movie. Director Oh Kyung will definitely take special care of me. And, this time, it's your first foray into the movie industry. As long as the movie is released and has a hit at the box office, in the future, you're bound to be on a roll when it comes to movies, and it's only natural that I, as the heroine of this movie, should try harder. Well, big deal. When you're free, go visit the cast." Speaking here, Jiang Qingxue looked at Shin Bufan with incomparably positive colors and said, "On the contrary, it's you. You must take good care of yourself during the days I'm out shooting. Go to bed early, get up early, and don't forget to take your daughter to and from school because you're working. Also, I've hired an auntie for you who will take care of your 3 meals a day." After finishing some words of explanation, Jiang Qingxue saw that Shin Bufan was still somewhat reluctant to part, and immediately said, "Well, it's not a parting of life and death. I'll come back to you when I'm done filming. Although, I guess, I did hope to get into acting before, but on second thought, I can't have it both ways. So what? I've decided that I'm going to drop everything that's going on when this movie is over. Outside, I'll be your assistant and help you share some of the work, and at home, I'll be in charge of taking care of you father and daughter. I strive to be the perfect wife as well as stepmom." When Shin Bufan heard this, he smiled. "That's what you said. I'll remember." "Okay, that's what I said." Jiang Qingxue smiled. "And, I'm as good as my word. Happy now?" Seeing Shin Bufan nodding, Jiang Qingxue pulled the other party to sit on the sofa. The two snuggled together. Time, fleeting. Jiang Qingxue is gone. Walked in the crew car. Shin Bufan was unwilling to give up though, but yet, they could only watch the other party leave. And at the moment, it was almost time for my daughter to leave for school. Shin Bufan could only gather his emotions and head straight to his daughter's school. "Dad, has Mr. Jiang gone off to shoot a movie?" Shin Linger's milky voice came out. Shin Bufan nodded. "Yes." Shin Linger looked at Shin Bufan blearily. "Daddy, are you sad to part with it?" Seeing Shin Bufan smile helplessly, Shin Linger said seriously,
I saw the TV say that a small farewell is better than a new marriage. When Dad and Mr. Jiang meet next time, they'll definitely be more in love. Qin Bufan smiled and touched the other party's small head. Man-child, get in the car. Wait until the car starts. Qin Bufan had planned to visit Qin Jinsong in the hospital before returning home. But just then, his cell phone rang. It's Liang Weiquan calling. The phone just picked up. Liang Weiquan's slightly agitated voice came out. Boss, I have good news to report to you. That movie and TV investment company of ours. It's been approved. In about half a month, we'll have a business license. And I've already chosen the address. It's in the capital. And my Fantagraphics company, Xiao Wang, who's in charge of film and animation, has already brought his team and gone over ahead of time. They'll take care of everything. You can rest assured. Qin Bufan smiled. Uncle Liang, hard work. Please tell Xiao Wang for me. Just say that when the company is officially established, I will treat everyone. Liang Weiguang also smiled. Boss, there's no hurry about the treats. What I said just now is just a part of the good news. The next one is the big one. Hearing this, Qin Bufan immediately looked forward to it. And Liang Weiguang didn't pretend to be mysterious, but said directly, this matter, we still have to start from last night when little Wang went to the capital. He had consulted a friend who was somewhat accomplished in film because of his previous preparations for the Bear Appears series of movies. So, last night, just after he arrived, he received an invitation from that friend to meet. That friend of his revealed quite a bit at the party. The movie industry, for example, is going to blow up in the next few years. However, this is not good news for the smaller companies, because, with the major theaters, led by Douyin Cinemas, the rules of scheduling are going to get stricter and stricter. Basically, if the box office doesn't work in the first 3 days, it will gradually reduce its schedule or even go straight down later. This must be doom and gloom for the smaller studios. And that friend of Wang's doesn't have a big movie company. So, to avoid going out of business at a later stage, he's planning to sell the company. And there are quite a few people who think like that. So, going forward, there could be a wave of acquisitions. When Qin Bufan heard this, he immediately became interested. But he didn't voice out his guess, instead inquiring, so, Uncle Liang, what are you thinking? Liang Weiguang said bluntly, my idea is simple. Either don't do it, or strike while the iron is hot and make acquisitions of those small film and television companies, thereby expanding our influence. So, I think, those small companies, we can take them. Not only that, but we're going to be signing with those great screenwriters. Then set up a special script review department. And whenever there's a good book, let the companies under its umbrella start picking it up. I think if this keeps up, we're going to be in the movie and television industry, and we're going to wind up there. After hearing this, Qin Bufan didn't answer immediately, but calmly said, I'll consider this matter first. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Hanging up his cell phone, Qin Bufan couldn't help but look his residual light to the back seat, because Qin Bufan had been on speakerphone the entire time he was on the phone just now. Qin Linger could hear her clearly. The consideration that Qin Bufan was talking about was, naturally, listening to his daughter's heart before making a decision. Under Qin Bufan's anticipation, Qin Linger's heartbeat, indeed, rang out. Chapter 96 It's Right to be Ambitious. What? Grandpa Liang proposes old Qin to expand the size of the movie and TV investment company? That's a good one. After all, Grandpa Liang was right when he said that the box office of the movie industry, starting in 14, began to grow explosively, and at the same time, it's devastating for the smaller companies. I distinctly remember that in 14 alone, more than 20 companies on the movie side of the business went out of business because of box office flops. Some companies, moreover, have been open for more than 10 years, and a number of companies, on the other hand, have gone public with financing because they have made movies that have been box office and word-of-mouth successes. For example, Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei brothers of Huai Film and Television, is in this year to take advantage of the trend of rise. Even in a previous life, they sold their homes and cars in order to raise enough money to deal with a year that was historically transformative for the movie industry, and to take advantage of the situation after they got over the hump. By the time 15 years rolls around, the market capitalization of its company, moreover, is about to break the $100 billion mark, a share of $65. If old Qin can buy those companies and form a big enterprise, and then, by excellent scripts, he will surely be able to rise to the top. When the time comes, old Qin will be able to use the money he earns from making movies to run his companies. Then, again, the movie can be publicized with other companies under its umbrella. It's totally 100%. After listening to his daughter Qin Linger's slightly agitated heart, Qin Bufan couldn't help but light up. He naturally trusted his daughter's judgment. Since this option works, then we must strike while the iron is hot. However, soon Qin Bufan became a bit hesitant. After all, All the money Qin Bufan had on hand was trapped by stocks, and the rest of the funds were all given to Liang Weiquang and others for stock speculation. Nowadays, Qin Bufan really didn't have the spare money to acquire movie companies in large quantities anymore. Further, since Qin Bufan knows the future situation of Hua Yi film and television, he naturally will not give up this piece of meat and potatoes, and I'm afraid it's not easy to acquire a company as large and deep as this one. Qin Bufan briefly estimated that he, this time, would have to pay out at least $2 billion to buy out those large and small companies. But know this, now Qin Bufan, in order for his daughter to continue to exist without being wiped out by the system, had to accomplish a profit of $20 billion within 3 months. Just as Qin Bufan was hesitating in his mind, Qin Linger's heartbeat came again. Hey, Liang Weiguang, this proposal is good though, but old Qin nowadays doesn't have that much money. There's less money after all. If old Qin had a $10 billion, then it's no problem how he plays it. Thinking of this, Qin Linger's thoughts were in a flurry, but just as Qin Bufan resolved to give up on this plan for the time being, Qin Linger's heart suddenly rejoiced. Right, why didn't I think of that? There's this way? I can ask old Qin to mortgage the companies under his hand. I believe that with Lao Qin's ability, he will definitely be able to fulfill the challenge of $20 billion in revenue within 3 months. And with enough money, old Qin will surely be able to make money out of money. Qin Bufan's eyes lit up. Granted, he didn't like the idea of mortgaging the company to get the money. However, with the situation at hand, one has no other choice but to do so. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan immediately sent his daughter to the hospital and let her mother, by panphone, take care of her before heading straight to the nearest Wang Haining's company. At the same time, he called the heads of several other companies under his umbrella. Half an hour later, inside the conference room, Qin Bufan gathered everyone together. As for Liang Weiguang, Chen Jie, Zhang Ming, and Wang Chulong, they could not arrive in time because they were far away from Guang City, so they could only participate in the meeting in the form of video. Folks, this is still the best staffed meeting we've had so far. Qin Bufan laughed softly. Well, I'll cut the crap. I've called you all together this time for one purpose, and that is, to raise enough money. As you know, I have, before, made a plan to accomplish a net profit of $20 billion in 3 months. But, I'm getting a little greedy, and lately, I've been looking at the profits in the movie business. So, I'm going to, raise a whole new company. It's only a shame, because most of the money I have in my hands has been given to your various companies for speculation. Funds cannot be replenished. Although, I had $480 million on hand, all of it was bought by me for a potential stock. Even with the favorable scenario, I'll only have $208 billion by then. So, I need you to pledge your respective companies and get enough money. Don't worry, this fund, I will return it with interest after 3 months. Hear this. The crowd attending the meeting was all baffled. No wonder people are so. After all, before, when Qin Bufan said that he wanted to make $20 billion within 3 months, they felt that this was already crazy enough. But what I didn't expect was that Qin Bufan actually had to mortgage the company and then start a whole new layout. They coincidentally felt that Qin Bufan's move couldn't even be described as crazy. Rather, it's insanity. But on second thought, when Qin Bufan acquired their company, wasn't he also generous? And several of the other side's decisions have moved the company in a good direction. As for the supposedly ugly eating, they don't feel so. After all, one lives one's life, and if one is not ambitious enough, but chooses to lie flat, what is the point of such a life? Think about it. Liang Weiguang was the first to smile. Boss, honestly, I just love your kind of vigor. Mortgage company, I don't have any problem with that. Turn around. I'll have the finance side do the liquidation and submit the relevant information. Su Hua also hurriedly said. Not bad. Life is a big gamble. Boss, I'm willing to fight alongside you. Wang Chulong chimed in. Let the storm come harder. After hearing what the crowd said, Qin Bufan said in a loud voice. Everyone, I will definitely live up to the expectations. 1 hour later, everyone left in droves. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, was as relieved as he could be and rushed towards the hospital. Bufan, what's wrong with you? Bai Panfeng stepped forward and inquired. I saw you look sad when you left, but when you came back, why were you red-faced again? Qin Bufan responded. Qingxue left after the crew, so naturally I can't bear to part with it. As for me being happy right now, it's because, well, I just made a bold decision. That is, mortgaging all the companies under my umbrella and using that to get funding. And with this money in hand, my first and foremost plan is to open a movie and television investment business, to lay the groundwork for me to break into the movie and television industry. Mom and Dad, just wait and see. The future market capitalization of this film and television investment enterprise of mine is at least $100 billion. with $2 billion, prying a $100 billion market. You guys, can I not be happy? Hearing this, Bai Panfeng and Qin Jinson looked at each other, too shocked to speak for a moment. On the contrary, Qin Linger smiled in her heart. Old Qin, you have to work hard. I can already see that the title of richest man in the world beckons to you. Chapter 97, Going to the capital to buy a movie company. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Qin Bufan waited for his daughter to fall asleep. He pulled out his cell phone, prepared to give Jiang Qingshui a call. But just then, his cell phone was the first to ring. When he saw the contact, he was overjoyed. What? You've only been gone a couple hours and you miss me? Qin Bufan said smilingly. Jiang Qingshui on the other end of the phone lightly hummed. Not really. I'm just worried. Some little cutie can't sleep because she misses me, so I just called to say hello. Of course, I stopped by to check in as well. Qin Bufan also hummed softly like the other party. Really didn't think of me? But why do I sense a strong undertone of missing? Could it be? Is this the legendary cement sealing of the mouth? Jiang Qingshui was amused by this cement-sealed mouth. Immediately, he said, okay, not messing with you. I'm calling you on a busy day. Tonight, Director Oh Kyung took me to a reception. I've met quite a few big names in the movie business. They were very friendly to me as a newcomer. And it also said that if this movie grosses too well, in the future, it will consider working with me. After a pause, Jiang Qingshui continued, but don't worry, I'm not stupid and know that these are just polite words. So, I'm just dealing with it. Well, I've been hiding in the restroom for almost half an hour, so I can't say if I don't get out. On my end, you don't have to worry. I grew up spending time with my dad and I'm good at this kind of coping talk. I'll protect myself. And Director Oh Kyung is nice too. Some circle jerk tried to get me drunk and was directly blocked by Director Oh Kyung. Right. One last thing, the day after tomorrow, in the afternoon, the opening ceremony will officially open. And then, we'll have to shoot all over the world. Alright, Bufan, good night. You have a good night's rest. Hanging up Jiang Qingshui's cell phone, Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile. In fact, Qin Bufan was really quite relieved about Jiang Qingshui's safety. However, it is important to realize that show business is a place of fame and fortune, and there's all kinds of bull in there. Granted, there is a saying that flies don't bite, but realize that flies will sting anything. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan had decided in his heart that this time, no matter what, he would take down those movie and television companies. Granted, Qin Bufan doesn't dare to guarantee that he can be the standard bearer of the movie industry, but at least it will stay true to its original intent and be a breath of fresh air in the industry. Just wait until the next trading day and I'll have $2 billion in my account. I'm going to take the movie company down. After saying that, Qin Bufan immediately fell asleep. The next day, Qin Bufan went straight to the hospital as usual after sending his daughter to school, where he accompanied his father for a nagging session. I have to say, the special medicine of Wulin is really outstanding. Father only took it twice. The whole person looks much more energetic. A quick check showed that all the data was perfectly normal, and getting the CT report, Li Changqiu informed that the hemangioma of that brain patch contracted by 1 millimeter. It also means that this preliminary medication at the patient has a tremendous impact. As long as you keep taking it, that hemangioma will just go away. Originally, Li Changqiu recommended that Qin Jinson remain hospitalized for observation. However, Qin Jinson was in a hurry for the company and directly proposed to recuperate at home. Qin Bufan naturally knew that it was impossible for his father's character to stay at home honestly, but they can't argue with each other. In the end, the only option was to be discharged. Before leaving the courtyard, Qin Bufan specifically called in Wu Lin. Let the other side start preparing for the opening of a biopharmaceutical company. In response, Wu Lin was naturally happy. He is a doctor and a pharmaceutical researcher, so naturally he hopes that his product can make some contribution to the society, to his country. Qin Bufan sent his father home, and that's when his cell phone rang. It's Wang Haining's phone. Subsequently, Liang Weiquang, Chan Ho and others also called. The reason they did so was to tell Qin Bufan the good news. That is, the mortgage company has been approved. And, related to the payment, it arrives within 24 hours. Qin Bufan made a rough estimate. By mortgaging the company this time, you can get your hands on at least $10 billion yourself. With this money, Qin Bufan could rest assured that he would strike boldly. Dad, Mom, I'm planning to make a trip to the capital tomorrow. Qin Bufan said seriously. I'm taking Linger with me. After all, my dad just got out of the hospital and you can't be distracted from taking care of the kids, so the best thing to do is for me to take the kids. Hearing this, although Bai Panfeng was worried in her heart, she didn't stop her. As for Qin Jinsong, he laughed. Son, since you have your own ambitions, go ahead. By the way,
you must remember to go and see Qingxue. This girl, although she has been abroad before, you will not be together then. But now, she's about to follow the crew around the world to shoot a movie, and its laboriousness, naturally, goes without saying. Even if you can't help her out of her labors, at least let her feel your warmth. When Qin Jinsong finished speaking bitterly, Bai Panfeng smiled. Yo, I didn't expect that you're still a warm man, but to me, why don't you keep me warm? AI. It's true that it's still the son and future daughter-in-law that have a higher status in your heart. Hearing this, Qin Jinsong laughed dryly, and in the next second, Bai Panfeng waved her hand and said, Alright, I'm teasing you. That comment you just made was actually a bit redundant. Why do you think our son took the kids with him? It must be to bring her to meet Qingxue. Qin Jinsong then realized. Qin Bufan sniffed, but he didn't refute it. However, the fact that he brought his daughter along to the capital to see Jiang Qingxue was just one of the reasons. And the most important thing, Qin Bufan didn't know much about the showbiz scene in the capital. However, his own daughter, Qin Linger, possessed the memories of the next 20 years. Although it was said that Qin Bufan made movie and television company purchases in bulk, he also had to consider the risks involved. But if you can screen yourself based on your daughter's heart, you will naturally be able to greatly reduce the risk. As Qin Bufan pondered, Bai Panfeng continued, Son, if you have an idea, go for it. But remember, always take the kids. While speaking, Bai Panfeng removed the jade bracelet in her hand. He shoved it into Qin Bufan's hands. This, your grandmother gave it to me when I first married your father. At first, I was going to give it to Xia Yun, but that woman looked disgusted, so I didn't. Perhaps it is destined by heaven that she is not a member of our Qin family. Originally, I was going to wait until you were married to give it away, but I think now that the time is about right, so it's up to you to take over. Qin Bufan would smile. For the next half hour, Qin Bufan continued to talk to his parents. Only when school was almost over did Qin Bufan drive away. After helping Qin Linger ask her teacher for a vacation, Qin Bufan then took his daughter and went home to start packing up. After buying their plane tickets, the two of them went to sleep individually. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Target the capital. Departure. Chapter 98. Funding in place. 12. $2 billion. It was the first time Qin Bufan had come to the capital. Therefore, when one exits the airport and sees the crowd of people, one can't help but be startled by the unprecedentedly lively scene in front of him. As for Qin Linger, because she was a student of Hua Qin University in her previous life, she came here with ease. And at this point, not far away, a car pulled up. The car door opens. Under Liang Weiguan's banner, Xiao Wang, who was in charge of animation as well as big movies, rushed over. Hello, Mr. Qin, I'm Wang Fei. Xiao Wang greeted very politely. Hello. Qin Bufan smiled and shook the other party's hand. Afterward, he greeted Qin Linger, who was on the side, and greeted Wang Fei. When Qin Linger saw this, she was quite surprised. After all, as a big fan of Bear Appears when she was a child, Qin Linger was naturally as familiar with this household anime, as well as the big movie it spawned. Ooh, I didn't realize that this Uncle Wang was so young, but I have to say, he does have a few talents. I remember that in my previous life, Fontaine had problems because of certain business concepts. It led to so many situations in the company that in just 1 year, one division lost 10 crores. For this reason, the company almost made major layoffs, and Uncle Wang's animation industry department, naturally, suffered a blow. But Uncle Kwang talked to Grandpa Liang Weiquan Liang overnight, and in the end, Liang Weiquan forcefully argued and insisted on continuing to make the big movie. It is also because of this initiative, resulting in that year's box office of that big movie pulls high, through which the whole company not only makes up for the loss of 1 billion, and even that year's financial report also netted a few hundred million. If old Qin wants to open a movie and television investment company, I think it would naturally be excellent to have Uncle Wang become its head. However, Uncle Wang can't take full responsibility. Of course, it's not because he's not strong enough, but, rather, his eyesight is limited only to the anime aspect. As far as live-action movies go, he doesn't know the first thing about them. But spare a thought, if Uncle Wang is sitting on the sidelines, he could totally make a hefty profit if he can take down those big hit anime movies that have grossed over a few $1 billion at the box office. Qin Bufan listened carefully to his daughter's heart. He was quite surprised. Apparently, it was not expected that this little king had such talent. Qin Bufan quickly collected his thoughts, then looked at Wang Fei and said, Little Wang, this time, I'll work hard for you. As a driver, Xiao Wang smiled and said, Mr. Qin, it's my pleasure. Now, I'll take you and your daughter to the hotel first. After all, it's been a long journey, so after resting, I'll treat you to a meal of the capital's delicacies. What do you think? Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. Under Xiao Wang's driving lead, Qin Bufan and Qin Linger soon appeared in front of a 5-star hotel. Qin Bufan entered the room and opened it. The room, which was cozily decorated, and, on one bed, a number of rag dolls. It looks well prepared at first glance. Qin Linger, who was on the side, couldn't help but light up. This Uncle Wang, worthy of being born in animation, knows what little girls like. Ah, when I was little, I dreamed of all the rag dolls in the bed I slept in. Is this the fulfillment of my childhood dream? With this thought in her mind, Qin Linger immediately tuned to the bed with a happy expression on her face. When Qin Bufan saw this, he smiled in his heart. Girls, even when they are older, can never resist these dolls and such. Have a heart, Qin Bufan said with a smile as he looked at Wang Fei. Wang Fei smiled back. It's good that you like it. Mr. Qin, when do we dine? You can go ahead and rest for a while if you want. If you have other business, our dining can be postponed. Qin Bufan thought about it and said directly, Little Wang, I have two main purposes for coming here this time. One of them, to acquire those movie studios. So I want you to get organized. As for the second, my girlfriend, she's currently in the middle of a press conference for the opening of War Tigers 2. So, I'm going to go ahead and go to the opening ceremony for a bit. We'll think about the acquisition after this is settled. Qin Bufan had to. Granted, he knew the acquisition could not be delayed. Can be embarrassing. The current Qin Bufan, with the funds in hand, is not yet in place. Granted, his own personal account, which he had given to Wang Haining to help him operate, but the time point given by Qin Linger to sell the stock had not yet arrived. Qin Bufan could only wait patiently. Who knows? Qin Bufan's words fell. Xiao Wang, however, laughed and said, Mr. Qin, in fact, these two things can be done together. Here's the thing. Today, at the Sycamore Clubhouse in the capital, there will be a gathering of filmmakers. I asked a friend and got some admission tickets. According to the grapevine, Oh Kyung, the director of Battle Tiger 2, has also been invited to attend. And on top of that, the bosses of those big and small movie and TV companies in the capital circle will also attend. So the acquisition, it's perfectly fine to wait until that time. As he spoke, Wang Fei took out 3 entrance tickets and handed them over to Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan carefully put it away. The heart is happy. His remaining light, however, glanced at Qin Linger beside him. He was very glad to have brought his daughter here. After all, just bring Qin Linger to this party tonight. Then one will be able to sift through them one by one. Little Wang, you've done me a great favor, Qin Bufan said smilingly. Xiao Wang smiled dryly when he heard this. Seeing the other party's desire to speak, Qin Bufan smiled and asked, Little Wang, you seem to have something that you want to tell me. Xiao Wang smiled awkwardly. Mr. Qin, it's quite a shame to say that. Actually, this time, the matter of inviting you to dinner was not arranged by me. Rather, it's my cousin. His company, it's been in great difficulty for a couple of years. The few movies that have been produced have been dismal at the box office. Now, the partners are pulling out, and those investors, not intending to keep losing money, have offered to unwind the deal. His company, it's barely holding up. Of course, I don't have the luxury of your acquisitions for this meeting. I don't want, either, for it to be because of this thin point of mine that you acquired it. What I'm really hoping for is that you see a great future for this company. Hearing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but laugh. Come on, tell me, your cousin, who is in charge? Which company is it? Wang Fei said seriously. Huai Pictures. Qin Bufan almost laughed, and Qin Linger, who was on the side, was also happy in her heart. This is still a case of you plant a garden and you can't plant a flower, but you can't plant a willow without a will. Before that, old Qin was still racking his brain on how he could reach out to Huai Pictures. Who would have thought that the other side would take the initiative to find them? Who wouldn't want to give up a company that's delivered to their door? Hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan agreed a million times. Immediately, he said, Little Wang, since you've said so, then fine, I promise to meet. Qin Bufan had just finished saying this. There was a sudden burst of text message alerts from his cell phone. Qin Bufan quickly opened it. Seeing the arrival messages keep appearing on your account, he was happy in his heart. Just because, the $12 billion payment he's been longing for is in the bag. Come on, let's go now, Qin Bufan said with incomparable excitement. Chapter 99 $3 billion for a successful acquisition. Capital. A Chinese restaurant with a strong imperial atmosphere. Inside a certain private room, under Wang Fei's introduction, Qin Bufan saw a middle-aged man. It was one of the owners of Huai Pictures, Wang Zhengjuan. Have to say, the other side is very temperamental. Although because of the company, Wang Zhengjuan looks rather disheveled, but it's still hard to hide that unique aura. Mr. Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you, Wang Zhengjuan said with a big smile. Qin Bufan smiled. He didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when facing such a big shot. After a simple hush-hush, Qin Bufan, as usual, went straight to the point. Boss Wang, I already know a rough idea about your company. I, for one, don't like to beat around the bush, so I would like to hear your intended price. If it's appropriate, then our cooperation, officially, begins. Of course, you should also know about my character as a person from the young king, right? I only know how to invest money, but I don't know how to run a company, so it's pretty simple for me. Even if YE Pictures is acquired by me, the original situation of the company will not change. I, on the other hand, will only sign off on important decisions. Other than that, the company operates business as usual. What do you think? Naturally, Wang Zhongjuan didn't have any opinion on this. After all, earlier, it was in the midst of his chat with Xiao Wang that he had learned that Qin Bufan liked to be a shirker, and it was only then that he had agreed to meet. After all, in the course of his career, he has met many companies that were operating well, but once they were taken over by someone else and there was the matter of outsiders regulating insiders, there would be operational problems. Wang Zhongjuan does not want his company to be in such a situation. Sure, Wang Zhongjuan is from the bottom of his heart and loves his company. He would never have sold this company if it wasn't for the fact that it was facing bankruptcy due to financial problems. But, on second thought, although the company changed ownership, but the big and small things, or the two brothers are still in charge. That for them, naturally, there is no change. As Wang Zhongjuan pondered, Qin Bufan smiled. Boss Wang, I still have something to say. That is, I actually came here because I heard that in the future of the movie industry, there will be an upheaval. Quite a few small companies that could face bankruptcy. Of course, opportunities and risks go hand in hand, and since there is turmoil, there are naturally opportunities. So, my idea is very simple, and that is, I'll first buy out YE Pictures, and then, by YE Pictures, I'll take those companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy, buy them out, and then reorganize them. In doing so, making money is naturally one aspect, while the other flip side is that good money drives out bad money and gets rid of the negative impact brought about by the movie and TV winter as early as possible. By the way, after integrating the company, I have a couple of small comments, and that is, to put more effort into choosing the scripts and the writing of the scripts. As for the actors, although we need traffic stars, we are determined not to allow those who ask for sky-high prices, and as for those who have no acting skills, we are determined not to. Money goes where money goes, and on top of that, we need to sign some stars, as well as work with some well-known writers. Acting veterans are naturally best. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Wang Zhongjuan was staggered for a moment. The eyes with which he regarded Qin Bufan were filled with astonishment. Originally, he really thought that Qin Bufan was just a rich man with a bit of assets. It doesn't give the company any ideas for growth at all. What the other side just said, it can be word for word. Every single sentence is spot on. It is important to know that in the past few years, Wang Zhongjuan's company, the movies it has produced, although not to say they are crude, the script, however, is only poorly written. Of course, that's not the worst of it. What's scary is that they seem to be at a dead end and have been following the big words traffic is king. So much so, that the actors and actresses they found were all pink-faced youngsters who were handsome but lacked masculinity, and who acted all by roaring. Either that or someone who doesn't even have the basics of acting. General script, poorly acted actors. The end result was a box office flop and the reputation of their company, which was in tatters. Even those who had acting skills were dragged down by the former. Eventually, the company deteriorated. Thinking of this, Wang Zhongjuan quickly got up. He bowed deeply to Qin Bufan twice. Mr. Qin, I have to thank you. It was you who made it clear to me that I was inadequate. Over the years, because of all the chaos in the market, so much so, that I followed blindly. I would have thought that any movie produced by our company is bound to be famous, but I ignored the audience's sensibilities and the two most important things about the movie. Number one is the script. Second, it's an actor. Granted, those traffic kids, they can bring enough buzz. For the movie, there is enough publicity. But our country, there are so many of them. And how many fans do those traffic kids have? We, however, have thrown away the watermelon and picked up the sesame, ignoring the vast majority of the audience in order to appease those small segments of the user base. This, then, is our company's biggest dilemma. Qin Bufan smiled. So, when do we start signing? Wang Zhongjuan smiled and immediately opened the folder he was carrying and took out 2 documents. Signing off. Qin Bufan was instantly relieved. Boss Qin, Wang Zhongjuan shouted with a smile on his face. Sincerity. Qin Bufan shook the other's hand. Half an hour later, Qin Bufan put $2.5 billion into the account of Huai Company. Of this, $1.5 billion is for company acquisitions. The other billion was for Wang Zhongjuan to start making acquisitions of many companies in the name of Huai. Of course, Wang Zhongjuan is the executor though. But the final decision was still in Qin Bufan's hands. Therefore, Wang Zhongjuan promised Qin Bufan that he would, at the earliest, draw up a list of companies for Qin Bufan today, as well as their registered capital and other information. After Qin Bufan had gone through it and then screened it, they would then proceed with the acquisition process. And on top of that, Wang Zhongjuan also asked Qin Bufan for an additional 500 million for signing up actors, as well as signing up screenwriters. In response, Qin Bufan naturally didn't make any sense. It was 2 hours after leaving the hotel. The moment. It's just over 2 hours until the opening ceremony for War Tigers 2. Qin Bufan was filled with anticipation. I wonder how Qingxue will behave when she sees me at the opening ceremony. Qin Bufan said to himself. Chapter 100 War Tigers 2. Zhang Qingxue had no way of knowing about what happened on Qin Bufan's side. At this moment, she was inside the venue of the opening ceremony of War Tiger 2. This venue, at the moment, has been renovated, and outside, there were already a lot of reporters, media and others waiting for a long time. Zhang Qingxue looked at the speech she had prepared in advance, intending to recite it one last time. Still working on it? A laugh came. Zhang Qingxue turned to look, and when she realized that Oh Kyung was standing in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Director Oh Kyung, I've memorized this speech. I'm just reviewing it now. Zhang Qingxue said evenly. Oh Kyung smiled. No, Ms. Chang, you're doing great. I want you to take that spirit and bring it to acting. Also, I assume you stayed up late last night? You don't have to be like this. In the future, you should rest when you need to rest, and shoot seriously when you need to shoot. There's no need to tire yourself out so much. Also, Mr. Qin gave you to me in order for me to bring out an excellent actor. And when the time comes, if you mess up your health, Mr. Qin will definitely come after me. When the time comes, won't I be in trouble if I pull out? Hearing this, Zhang Qingxue smiled. Director Oh Kyung, I'm Bufan's girlfriend though, but I still want you to. Oh Kyung laughed. You're overthinking it. I see you because of your acting skills. Has nothing to do with whose girlfriend you are. Of course, it's not entirely because of Mr. Qin that I'm taking special care of you. I just hope that I can personally cultivate a good seedling, just as a modest contribution to the future of the movie industry. The two were chatting, and that's when Oh Kyung received a phone call. Good. I know. Please don't worry about this. I'll get it done. Hanging up his cell phone, Oh Kyung came to Zhang Qingxue once again. Let's go. The opening ceremony is about to start. Relax. Don't be nervous. In the future, this kind of thing, you have to face it often. You are so nervous now. When the time comes, if our War Tigers 2 is killed and needs to be publicized nationwide, won't you not even know how to talk? Hearing this, Zhang Qingxue laughed dryly. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingxue followed Oh Kyung from backstage to inside the venue. And at this moment, there are already reporters showing up one after another. Oh Kyung Pilgrim is clearly well traveled. On the contrary, Zhang Qingxue was a bit nervous. 20 minutes later, the opening ceremony was officially opened. Those reporters started asking questions. Oh Kyung naturally answers this question. Seeing this, those reporters immediately landed their attention on Zhang Qingxue's body. Ms. Zhang Qingxue, we were very surprised after we learned that you are the female lead in War Tigers 2. We wonder, do you think you have the ability to take on this role? Ms. Zhang Qingxue, may I ask, if this movie is a box office and word-of-mouth success, do you think it's because of you or because of director Oh Kyung? Ms. Zhang Qingxue, I've heard through the grapevine that you've never acted before, but this time, you've taken the unprecedented step of becoming the female lead in Battle Tigers 2. So what's the relationship between you and director Oh Kyung? In the face of these questions, Zhang Qingxue was somewhat speechless in her heart. Granted, for today's opening ceremony, she'd made a point of watching quite a few movie opening ceremony videos online. She also knew that the reporters were bound to ask some incredibly tough questions today. If the answer is good, it will naturally add to the movie. But if there is the slightest loophole, those journalists will surely seize it and make a big fuss. By then, Zhang Qingxue's acting career would have a black spot, not to mention that it would more than likely cause the movie, even before it opened, to be caught in a public opinion storm. Those media outlets, they don't care about that. They need enough traffic and a topic that will generate discussion. But, these guys, they're underestimating themselves, aren't they? After thinking about it, Zhang Qingxue answered seriously. The first question, whether I can be qualified to be the female lead in this drama. So far, no one can comment on it. After all, the movie is for the audience to see. As long as the audience comments are good, I naturally count myself as competent. But if the reviews are mixed, then it means I still have room for improvement. The second issue is that War Tigers 2 is a continuation of War Tigers 1, and on top of that, has a more distinctly patriotic sentiment in
This movie will make us proud to be Chinese. If it's a success, the biggest credit goes to director Oh Kyung. Naturally, because he's the one who put a lot of effort into the script of this drama and changed it in countless versions. As for the second credit, it is all of us who participated in the shooting, lighting, props and all the other staff, many actors and actresses. The success of a play, naturally, cannot be the credit of one person. As for the third question, before that, I've always been a fan of director Oh Kyung, and before that, I've studied some acting privately. I see that this opportunity is rare, so naturally I won't miss it. Please rest assured that I didn't take any backdoor. I followed the normal casting order while entering the cast. Speaking here, Zhang Qingxue drew a change in style and said, "Everyone, today is the opening ceremony of War Tigers 2, so let's return to the topic, shall we? As for the interview, it's better to wait for the press conference later. We'll talk again." After saying that, Zhang Qingxue retreated to the side. Oh Kyung, who was on the sidelines, was amazed to see this. He had been worried that Zhang Qingxue would be nervous and say the wrong thing. It's not going to be good when these reporters key in and then make a big deal out of it. But who would have thought that in the face of these questions, Zhang Qingxue would be able to answer them? Even, it's a good way of avoiding the weight of the situation. Mr. Qin has such talent. As his girlfriend, Ms. Jiang is naturally not simple. It seems that my worries were somewhat redundant. Oh Kyung couldn't help but feel emotional. Oh Kyung collects his thoughts and then begins to skillfully respond to the reporter's inquiries. 2 hours later, the host announced that this opening ceremony for War Tigers 2 was over. Wait until those reporters leave. Wu Kyung laughed and looked at Zhang Qingxue. Director Oh Kyung, I just didn't say anything wrong, did I? Zhang Qingxue inquired. Oh Kyung gave a thumbs up and said, "Qingxue, you answered well. Well, there's nothing more for you to do here, so you can leave now. Anyway, we don't leave until the day after tomorrow for the first shooting location. So, in the meantime, you can take a vacation and, incidentally, meet the people you want to see." Zhang Qingxue was a bit confused. Someone I want to see? But, all he wanted at the moment was to see Qin Bufan, but that guy is still in Suhai City. Zhang Qingxue was wondering, when suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind her. Zhang Qingxue subconsciously turned around, and saw that a bunch of lilies were appearing right in front of her. Ms. Jiang, hello, I'm a fan of yours. May I ask you out for a shopping date? As these words fell, the flowers slowly fell. Zhang Qingxue then saw Qin Bufan's figure. It was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 101, a sci-fi masterpiece? Half an hour later, Kyoto, inside a Chinese restaurant, Zhang Qingxue ate the roast duck that Qin Bufan sent over. Can't help but be filled with happiness. Apparently, she hadn't realized until now that she was still talking to Qin Bufan yesterday, expressing her thoughts. Today, Qin Bufan appeared here. She had quite a dreamlike feeling. What's all the giggling about? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Zhang Qingxue shook her head. It's nothing. By the way, what brings you here all of a sudden? Also, what should Linger do when you come to the capital? After all, Uncle needs to recuperate during this period of time, and Auntie is busy with the company during the day and has to take care of Uncle at night. As a result, Auntie had to spend energy taking care of Spirit again. How exhausting is that? Qin Bufan said seriously. Don't worry, I know my mom works hard. That's why I came to the capital this time, and specially took a few days off for my daughter. Just think of it as taking her around and traveling for a break. Also, I've come to the capital, but I have important matters to deal with. Subsequently, Qin Bufan was brief and concise, and told him that he was going to create a movie investment company in the capital city, and in order to raise enough funds, he mortgaged out his company. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxue was not surprised. Since you're all here, I won't express myself too much in this matter, but I am, right now, a little upset. Saying that, Zhang Qingxue suddenly pouted her small mouth. What's wrong? Qin Bufan was a bit confused. Zhang Qingxue lightly hummed. Originally, I thought that you came over to the capital this time because you missed me to the extreme. As it turns out, your main goal is to start a movie investment company. Look at me. Just in passing, Qin Bufan. He didn't even know what to say to make it better. Seeing Qin Bufan like this, Zhang Qingxue snorted out a laugh. Look at you, still so unamused. Zhang Qingxue softly said, I'm not going to be unreasonable. I'm glad you came to see me, for whatever reason, because it's a sign that you care about me. Well, let's hurry up and eat. After we eat, we'll take Linger around together. Qin Bufan shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. Zhang Qingxue glared at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan, how did you promise me in the first place? You said that even though we're together, we have to take care of our daughter's feelings. It's all about the daughter. But, not waiting for Zhang Qingxue to finish counting, Qin Bufan hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. I mean,
I'm afraid we don't get to hang out. Because, before, Wang Fei gave me 3 entrance tickets. Says there's going to be a filmmakers party around 5. This meeting, it seems that there are quite a few Big Brother level people attending. And on top of that, quite a few movie and TV companies, famous directors, and screenwriters will be there together. So, I thought I'd go along for the ride and maybe see some markets? Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue looked strange. I think I've heard director Oh Kyung mention it. However, director Oh Kyung, at the time, didn't seem very happy when he said that. Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. Granted, there was no way for Qin Bufan to know the exact cause, but because he heard his daughter's heartfelt words, he understands that Oh Kyung has actually been isolated from the movie industry because of her maverick personality. Even in the future, when War Tigers 2 was released in theaters and gained unprecedented box office, not many people issued congratulations. Think differently. Being in the movie industry, it has been ostracized. Whoever it is, it's not in their heart. Qingxue, this is a matter that is not to be dwelled on for the time being. Qin Bufan's thoughts pulled back to reality. Now, let's hurry up and get ready. Naturally, Jiang Qingxue didn't have any opinion on this. A bit of cleanup is done. The two headed straight for their destination venue. As soon as he appeared, Qin Bufan saw that outside the venue, there were quite a few fans waiting there with banners. Qin Bufan was somewhat helpless. After all, through the news, Qin Bufan knew that those attending the party this time did not include those stars as well as actors. But those fans, they are so fanatical. Of course, Qin Bufan also knew that those fans were like that because their favorite beans had connections with those companies. And, for this gathering, there was media involvement. Promoting a new movie for your own loved ones, they are naturally incredibly enthusiastic. Whether or not it would have an impact on this gathering was not even on their minds. No wonder. My daughter says that in the years to come, the fan economy is becoming more and more frightening, even to the point of being pathological. But the good thing is that it's not all fans. Otherwise, it's horrible. While Qin Bufan was muttering in his mind, he saw 2 figures walking slowly not far away. It was Wang Fei as well as Qin Linger. Mr. Jiang. Qin Linger ran over with small broken steps. Spirit, are you having fun? Jiang Qingxue said with a smile. Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Of course I'm happy. Just now Uncle Wang Fei took me to the playground to play around, and he also bought me a lot of delicious food. Saying that, Qin Linger looked blearily at Jiang Qingxue and said, Ms. Jiang, did you have a good time on your date with Dad? Jiang Qingxue reached out and pinched Qin Linger's little face. Of course, but Teacher Jiang is even happier to see you. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue hugged Qin Linger and entered the venue through the side door under Wang Fei's leadership. Mr. Qin, you're here? Wang Zhongjuan immediately stepped forward, and beside him, he was followed by a man. It was the other family member of Huai, Wang Zhonglei. A few people briefly greeted each other. Wang Zhongjuan then smiled and said, Mr. Qin, this way, please make yourself at home. I have a few more friends to meet. As for this side, I've already spoken to the person in charge. If you have any business, just ask for Little King. He'll take it up with the people in charge. Wait for the 2 to leave. Jiang Qingxue, who was on the side, could not help but be a bit stunned. Bu Fan, those 2 just now, aren't they the bosses of Hawaii? Jiang Qingxue said in dismay. Qin Bufan smiled. Before, they were indeed the owners of this company. But now, I am the owner of this house. Jiang Qingxue was confused. Qin Bufan smiled mysteriously and immediately told his words about the $1.5 billion to buy Huai Company. You guys, you're hiding a lot from me. Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. Qin Bufan had intended to say something, but at that moment, a cacophony of noises came from behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, this book of mine will surely become the representative work of future Chinese sci-fi movies. Please, you can let me in. Hear this. Qin Bufan immediately turned around. Jiang Qingxue and Qin Linger, on the other hand, subconsciously looked at the sound. Chapter 102. Take them down. Take them all down. And at the moment, a man dressed in ordinary clothes and wearing glasses was standing at the doorway. He had a book in his hand and a fervent pleading look in his eyes, and in front of him were several security officers. Today, sir, what we are running is a filmmaker's potluck. No idle hands shall be involved. Please don't give us a hard time. After all, we're just making a living. It wouldn't be good if we got our paychecks docked because of you. The man with the glasses wasn't the kind of person who messed around, but naturally he couldn't afford to give up this opportunity. Immediately, he said, Everyone, don't worry, I will definitely not make any trouble. I'll leave as soon as I find the right screenwriter, said the man, gesturing to the book in his hand. This book, it's my life's work. I'm really confident that if I can take the book and make it into a movie, it will definitely leave a colorful mark in our Chinese film history. Hear this, see this. The guard sighed helplessly.
Sir, excuse me, we have to be able to afford our paychecks, so, we'll just have to evict you and hope you. However, without waiting for those few security guards to finish, Qin Bufan's figure slowly walked over. Guys, why don't you give me a break? This gentleman, I don't think, is deliberately looking for a fight? The few security guards looked at Qin Bufan with some strangeness in their eyes. However, when they saw Wang Fei beside the other party, they immediately let go of the man with glasses. Mr. Wang, the guards didn't know what to do. Wang Fei laughed. You guys go, leave the rest to me. Of course, if anything happens, I'll be responsible and the brass won't blame you. Hearing this, those security guards then left. Qin Bufan looked at Wang Fei with a smile. Little Wang, it seems that in this capital city, my face is no match for yours. Wang Fei hurriedly said modestly. Boss, don't make fun of me. I'm just dipping my toe in the water with those two cousins of mine. It's not like you don't know that the person in charge of this party today is a friend of my cousin's. How can I have any face? At best, it's a fox and a tiger. Qin Bufan smiled and patted the other party's shoulder before arriving in front of the middle-aged man. This gentleman, I just heard you say that you seemed confident in your work. What do you think? Your own work could be adapted into a movie? And it will also open up the market for the sci-fi genre, which is the weakest in Chinese cinema. Being asked this by Qin Bufan, the man with the glasses said confidently, Excuse me, are you a screenwriter? Qin Bufan shook his head. So, you're the director? The man with the glasses inquired again, seeing Qin Bufan shaking his head again. Oh, well, thanks for helping me out earlier. Excuse me, throw that down. The man with the glasses left the place a little lost. See this. A deep color flashed in Qin Bufan's eyes. At this point, Jiang Qingxue on the side whispered, Bufan, you seem to be interested in that writer? Qin Bufan nodded seriously. There is that much interest. Jiang Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. If so, why don't I help you talk to him? After all, I am a fan of his books. Qin Bufan was a bit surprised. He was about to inquire. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, was the first to say, Bufan, you don't recognize that person? It's also true that this guy, love to read urban or metaphysical novels on weekdays. It's normal that you don't recognize writers in the sci-fi world like this one? Seeing Qin Bufan's face filled with curiosity, Jiang Qingxue said seriously, Alright, I won't sell you short. The writer, named Lu Xinxi, represented by 3 bodies, Wandering Earth. The book in front of it focuses on the story between Earthlings and aliens. The setting in it is very original, and so much of it, so thought-provoking. As for the book that follows, it is about the imminent extinction of the sun and the inability of humans to continue living in the solar system. As a last resort, the world has made a major decision to get Earth out of the solar system and find a new habitable zone. After hearing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but light up. Granted, he hadn't read either book, but I've seen both books described on a number of forums before. Some media outlets even rated it as the pinnacle work in the Chinese science fiction world. A lot of emotion. Qin Bufan said strangely, It's reasonable to say that these 2 books are able to bring Lu Xinxi a huge profit, but why? Does he give the impression of being down and out? And, Jiang Qingxue smiled. You don't know about this, do you? This sci-fi writer, he's a real presence. He kept a very small portion of the fees he earned from writing his books for himself. Most of the manuscript fees, he donated to children in poor disaster areas. When the South flooded last year, he donated $6 million in supplies in one breath and went to the front lines to help personally. Qin Bufan was dismayed in his heart. Then he said, That's something I'd like to learn from him. Jiang Qingxue smiled heartily, then asked, Then let me ask you, do you have any ideas to help this great writer Lu? You're kind of doing your country a favor in disguise if you do that. Qin Bufan didn't speak, but subconsciously looked at Qin Linger. Granted, Qin Bufan did help Lu Xinxi with the idea of giving him a hand. However, the adaptation of science fiction into a movie requires a huge investment. It has to be a strong team of writers to make it work. Furthermore, since it's a sci-fi movie, the thing that burns the most money is, naturally, the special effects aspect. On top of that, there's the timing of the shoot to consider. If it was as simple as just contributing to the country, nature is best. But Qin Bufan was a businessman after all. He definitely can't make money at a loss. Although the idea is somewhat realistic, but that's just the way it is. Therefore, Qin Bufan needed to eavesdrop on some information from among his daughter's heart. Under Qin Bufan's anticipation, the heartfelt voice of his daughter, Qin Linger, could be considered to be ringing out. Old Qin, I have to say, in this life, God is really after you to feed you. You just bought Yi, the future leader of the movie industry. So soon, a business is delivered to my door. If I remember correctly,
This Wandering Earth by Delu was highly acclaimed upon its release. The total box office of its movies, though not as horrible as War Tiger 2, is still in the top 5 of Chinese movies. Old Qin, take him down. Then let Delu himself be the screenwriter. In the early stage, you desperately smash the money, and in the later stage, you can easily return the capital. Take it down. Old Qin, this movie, you must take it down. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan was already sure of his thoughts. At that moment, he looked at Zhang Qingxue and said, Qingxue, I've decided to take the movie and television adaptation rights of this work. Chapter 103, Wandering Earth, Happy Cooperation. Zhang Qingxue saw that Qin Bufan had changed his previous hesitant attitude. Immediately, he smiled and said, why did you change your mind all of a sudden? Without waiting for Qin Bufan to reply, Zhang Qingxue said incomparably seriously, Bufan, that remark just now, I was just speaking off the cuff. Granted, there's nothing to say about Delu's character, and he's an extremely powerful sci-fi writer, but adapting is much more difficult than writing. After all, an adaptation needs to follow the original and, moreover, create something completely new from the original. Once it's not changed, it's bound to ruin the original. This kind of thing has happened more than once in the movie and TV industry. Plus, we, in China, don't have a team that can take this movie. After all, with this sci-fi movie, it's assumed that every frame will need to be edited by a special effects artist. It's a huge undertaking. Among other things, after listening to Zhang Qingxue's analysis, Qin Bufan laughed. Qingxue, I've considered everything you said, but that's not a hard thing for me to do. As you said, we, in China, currently do not have a sci-fi blockbuster that can hold its own. So, we have to be the first to eat crabs. You must remember that I, Qin Bufan, am a businessman though, but also a wahine. In my bones, Chinese blood flows, so if I can do something to win glory for my country, even if it's just a trivial thing, I feel honored. And to commit to making a sci-fi movie that belongs to China, I think that this is something that can make our China famous overseas. Of course, I'm going to follow Delu's example, and I've decided that half of the profits made after the release of this movie will be used to subsidize children in poor mountainous areas. I can't just be a businessman full of brass. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Zhang Qingxue immediately gave a thumbs up and said, good, worthy of being my man. Qin Bufan, being with you is the least regrettable thing in my life. To be honest, I was a little worried before that when you got rich enough, you'd turn into a profit-oriented person. It seems that I am the villain. Qin Bufan burst out laughing. Come on, let's go find Big Writer Lu. Qin Bufan said seriously. On this side, Qin Bufan had already made up his mind to take down this sci-fi masterpiece no matter what. There was no way for Lu Xinxi to know about this. At the moment, he's still looking around with his greatest hits. However, whether it was a screenwriter or a director, when they saw Lu Cixin's poor appearance, they all hated to hide far away. It was so that Lu Xinxi circled around, and nothing. How come? Lu Xinxi was a bit desperate. His original thought was that he would definitely be noticed by all the people when he came here. Even those well-known directors and screenwriters will scramble to cajole when they learn it's their work. Results available. Their own work goes unnoticed. Why? I have a great deal of confidence in my work. Once the adaptation is successful, it's bound to become a heirloom classic. This movie, moreover, will surely break the spell of no sci-fi in China. But why? After a few feeble sentiments, Lu Xinxi was like a walking corpse, just planned to leave the venue. Who knows? Just then, a calm voice came. Mr. Lu, how about, let's have a chat. Lu Xinxi immediately raised his eyes to look. He saw that the visitor was Qin Bufan. Can't help but feel a little lost. Qin Bufan was not angry at this, but seriously said, Mr. Lu, I will now formally introduce myself. My name is Qin Bufan. I'm the owner of Huai Pictures. I'm very interested in both of your novels. I hope I can have a long time with you. What? Lu Xinxi had an incredulous look on her face. He was about to speak. At this point, Wang Zhongjuan as well as the two brothers Wang Zhonglei walked over. Boss. The two shouted in unison. Hear this. It was only then that Lu Xinxi dared to be certain that Qin Bufan wasn't bragging. His original despair disappeared in an instant. In its place, it was full of excitement. Did you just say that you're going to sell my movie and TV rights? Really? Lu Xinxi inquired cheerfully. Qin Bufan had intended to speak, but that's when Wang Zhongjuan immediately interrupted. Mr. Lu, wait here for a moment. After saying that, Wang Zhongjuan called Qin Bufan aside. He frowned. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Could it be that you're planning to buy the rights to Three Bodies and Wandering Earth? Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head as a matter of course, Wang Zhongjuan immediately sighed. Boss, it's not that I'm throwing cold water on you. Actually, well, before, I thought about picking up the movie and TV adaptation rights for these two novels, but the degree of difficulty involved is just too great. Sci-fi movies, that's an oddity in the Chinese film and television industry. Whoever shoots dies. I think the movie, the investment and the filming, it's really not difficult at all. But the hard part is, the design of the script, and the post-production. I think that unless we work with the West, we may not be able to make a hard sci-fi movie that will satisfy audiences with our own technology. Just after Wang Zhongjuan finished speaking, Wang Zhonglei also sighed. Boss, to be honest, I'm also a fan of Mr. Lu Xinxi's books. The descriptions in there are really evocative. But making a movie, it's not like the others. I think that taking this movie could be burdensome for us. It's not just for us as investors. It's a huge challenge for the writers. In short, I think you need to be careful. Qin Bufan naturally knew that what the two brothers said was true. And their concerns are not without merit. Even ask yourself, if Qin Linger didn't have the memory of the next 20 years, Qin Bufan wouldn't be able to hear his daughter's heart, and he would be very cautious. But how can one give up $4.5 billion at the box office? Think about it. Qin Bufan said with incomparable solemnity, both of you, I have a sentence that I don't know whether to speak or not. Investing is really just like gambling, but I, for once, want to gamble. At worst, the big deal is that it's a box office flop and the movie loses money. I can afford to pay for this, but if the bet is right, it will be a multi-billion-dollar gross. I hope that you can trust my vision. As in, I bought your company before. Hearing this, the brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei looked at each other. Eventually, they nodded their heads. Who let Qin Bufan be their boss? See this. Qin Bufan secretly sighed in relief. And then, he turned around and came to Lu Xinxi's body. Mr. Lu, I think our cooperation will soon begin. Qin Bufan said with a smile on his face, then offered his hand. Lu Xinxi was overjoyed at his words. Mr. Qin, let's have a good cooperation. Chapter 104, Developing Anime IP. Next time, Qin Bufan pulled Lu Xinxi, so he chatted as if no one else was around. A full half-hour later, it was only then that Qin Bufan pulled Xiao Wang, and after carefully instructing him, he allowed him to take Lu Xinxi away. At least sign the agreement first so that the night doesn't grow long. Wait for the other to leave. The two brothers, Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan, had a look of desire to speak. However, seeing that the wood has been turned, they naturally can't say anything more about splashing cool water. Short thoughts. Wang Zhongjuan spoke up. Boss, since you've taken the rights to 3 bodies as well as Wandering Earth, do you have any ideas for what to do next? Like, the production team? Like, who to get to direct? Other than that, do you have a candidate for the screenwriter? Qin Bufan said seriously. This is currently in no hurry. In short, my rule is to take a bite out of a counterbite. You can't get fat in one bite. Now that the development rights are in hand, it's only natural that the next thing to do is to go with the flow. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, the two were somewhat speechless. But, on second thought, that's probably a good thing. After all, if you just buy the rights to a movie adaptation, $10 million at most will do. Though this amount is not a small amount either. But compared to spending a huge amount of manpower and money, and then flopping at the box office, the money, well, it's nothing. I don't know. Qin Bufan's words were deliberately said to his daughter Qin Linger. After all, the daughter comes from 20 years later. Naturally, she knows all about the team behind Trilogy as well as Wanderlust Film and Television. If you find each other with a reminder from the other side, in time, everything, then, will follow the course of his daughter's former life. The only difference is that the investors have changed. And under Qin Bufan's expectant gaze, my daughter's heartfelt words did come to mind. The team that produced both novels, fortunately, I remember very well. However, as old Qin said, there is no hurry in this matter at the moment. Now, what old Qin should consider is how to acquire that company. One thought. Qin Linger, while focusing her attention, landed not far away. There was standing a young man in a white suit and glasses. Qin Bufan was instantly incomparably curious. He stepped forward and said deliberately, "What are you looking at, daughter?" Qin Linger was flustered by such a question, but it was a good thing she reacted quickly enough. Immediately, he said in a milky voice, "Daddy, I see that uncle. So young. I heard you guys say earlier that the ones who come here are the bosses who make movies. Could it be that that uncle is also the owner?" Qin Bufan knew it by heart though, but then he couldn't help but praise his daughter for her quick wit. After all, she dropped this question. Someone is bound to answer for himself. Fruity. I only heard Wang Zhonglei go up and say, "Linger, that uncle, he's not the boss of the movie. Oh, his name is Su Chen, and he was working as a planner in my company before. However, he left his job half a year ago, and I heard that he went to Chuanshu to open an animation media company. Like,
They released a good anime last year. I think it was called 100,000 Cold Jokes, and it seemed to be well received. But well, with a company like this, unless you have enough backbone yourself, then there will be all sorts of problems once the capital chain breaks, or word of mouth collapses. Speaking here, Wang Zhonglei smiled to himself, then touched Qin Linger's small head and said, "Forget it, if I tell you this, you girl won't understand." Hearing this, Qin Linger didn't retort on the surface, but in his mind, he grunted coldly, "Who says I don't get it?" However, I have to say, this Uncle Wang Zhonglei, he really does hit the nail on the head. This Su Chenzhao Square, in the beginning, really came into its own in the anime world. 100,000 cold jokes alone is enough to seal the deal. It's just a shame that at the end of 13, the anime media company suffered a huge crisis. That would be investor divestment. But the good thing is that Su Chen, with his business skills, has successfully pulled in new investments. So much so that, after less than half a year of silence, Su Chen rose again. His company, on the other hand, has expanded from a few dozen people to several hundred. As for the company's earnings, they are a full 10 times higher compared to 13, and in the years to come, this company, which has always been the leader in the animation industry, no one will be able to shake its position. Right, I remember. It seems like the rights to adapt Delu's Three Bodies anime are in their hands. It was almost a huge sensation when it was released. Not only that, but the rights to anime adaptations of several popular comics and novels in China have also been taken by it. Listen to what your daughter is thinking. Qin Bufan was instantly thrilled, and because of his daughter's reminder, Qin Bufan apparently had a new idea. By the way, nowadays, I have quite a few companies in my hands, and this Three Bodies and Wandering Earth are two big IPs. If I can fully develop their copyrights, there are quite a few derivative rights to those two novels alone. By then publishing, electronic rights, games, anime, movies, TV shows, even some peripheral. There's just so much that's actionable here. Qin Bufan was thrilled for a moment. It was like finding a new continent. Of course, now is not the time to think about that. The first order of business is to take down this air square in Suchen before anything else. One thought to this. Qin Bufan looked towards Wang Zhonglei as well as Wang Zhongjuan. 2. Since that Mr. Su Chen is an acquaintance of yours, why don't you, introduce me? The two Wang Zhonglei brothers had a strange look on their faces, but they didn't ask much. Instead, he went forward and took the initiative to seek out Su Chen to strike up a conversation. At this point, Jiang Qingxue whispered, "Bu Fan, should you not?" Qin Bufan nodded seriously. "Not bad, I plan to take that company. After all, I've seen 100,000 cold jokes and several other anime from this company. High quality. If I can get it to join me, I think my company, in the future, can have a place in the field of anime, big anime movies, etc. I'm a person who either doesn't invest, and since I do, I naturally want to blossom on many fronts, and then let the companies under my own hand mutually benefit each other and grow together. And this Air Square, naturally, occupies an indispensable place in it." Jiang Qingxue smiled lightly at his words. "Never mind. You guys tend to catch people off guard with your ideas, but who made you come to the capital this time? Just for the acquisition? Good. I have no problem with that. Consistently and unconditionally supporting you." Jiang Qingxue had just finished speaking, and at this time, Su Chen and Wang Zhonglei had finished chatting with the two brothers. Afterward, Su Chen slowly walked this way. When Qin Bufan saw this, he was naturally happy in his heart. Immediately, he said seriously, "Mr. Su Chen, I would like to ask, how much money can I buy your Air Square?" Chapter 105, The All-Powerful Ghost. What? Su Chen was confused. You know, when Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan approached him for a chat just now, they only said that Qin Bufan was interested in his company. Interested in joining. Only then did Su Chen plan to talk to Qin Bufan. But who would have thought? The other side went straight to the point. Ask how much to buy his company? This caught Su Chen off guard. The two Wang Zhonglei brothers, who were on the side, were also a bit confused. But think about it. It seemed as if Qin Bufan had been so outspoken when he faced them earlier. Think about it. The two simply said nothing and waited it out. And at the moment, Su Chen had slowed down. He looked at Qin Bufan and said, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I have no idea of selling the company. After all, this company, which I started, has gone from its humble beginnings as a small studio to the size it is today. I'm very confident in the future of this company." The other party's behavior was naturally guessed by Qin Bufan. After all, youthfulness. The same was true for myself back then, and it is only after enough trials and tribulations that the mind matures. But, for these, Qin Bufan naturally had enough experience. He said smilingly, "Mr. Su, I hope you'll consider this carefully. Of course, It's a bit of a strong decision for you to make all at once.
In that case, I'll give you half a month to think about it. If you can, you'll contact the two principals at HYC. When the time comes, we'll discuss the acquisition. Well, you and the two Mr. Wands continue to talk. I'll take my leave. Throw that down. Qin Bufan pulled Jiang Qingxue as well as Qin Linger out of the area. Bu Fan, you're just going to give up? Jiang Qingxue was a bit incredulous, and at this point, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came. Mr. Jiang, you're overthinking it.
Old Qin is just trying to catch a break.
And that's a very clever move on his part to retreat. After all, young people have their own pride.
Suddenly someone appears and says he wants to buy the company,
and no one wants to do it. But this Su Chen, for sure, will regret it. After all, if I remember correctly, his all-square company, the day after tomorrow, at best, will see investors pulling out. After all, those investors, who are profit-oriented people, do not have a long-term vision. As for All Square, it's still making money, but the bonus period is over, and there's not a lot of produced anime at the moment. Those investors can't afford to wait any longer. But this, however, is a disguised opportunity for old Qin. But, thinking of this, Qin Linger's brows clustered. She then glanced at Qin Bufan and continued to think in her mind. However, why do I get the feeling that old Qin is the one who looks like he's wise to the world? Could it be, he can hear my thoughts? This is unlikely, isn't it? Qin Bufan listened to all of this quietly. The mind laughed instead. My good daughter, I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't heard your thoughts. These, Qin Bufan categorically could not admit. He only saw him look at Jiang Qingxue and said gently, Qingxue, how can I give up this company? It's just that, from the chat just now, I can see the character of this boss Su Chen. Since we can't acquire it right away, we'll bide our time. My idea is simple. What is mine cannot run away. And what is not mine, even if I catch it anyhow, will always leave. Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Jiang Qingxue with a smile. It's just like us. Round and round you go. And don't you end up by my side? Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's pretty face reddened. Afterward, she glared at Qin Bufan and said, You, this person, are bad. Let's talk business. Why are you talking about us all of a sudden? So says the mouth. However, Jiang Qingxue's heart was beautiful, and at the moment, inside the huge venue, many famous directors and investors in the movie and television industry have arrived at the scene. On the contrary, Qin Bufan took Qin Linger as well as Jiang Qingxue and found a corner to look around. Jiang Qingxue was just watching the fun because she didn't know what was going on. But Qin Bufan and Qin Linger, although they didn't communicate, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. That is, to see if there is a dark horse among the partygoers attending this gathering. Suddenly, Qin Bufan's attention fell on a man not far away. The man was rangy-looking, over 180 tall, lanky, and bearded. It gives an immediate impression of a prairie man. Qingxue, do you recognize that man? Qin Bufan suddenly approached Jiang Qingxue and inquired in a low voice. Jiang Qingxue followed Qin Bufan's pointing and immediately said seriously, Bufan, you don't recognize that person? His name is Goner. This man, he's a freak. He participated in talent shows in his early years, and later, became a mainland pop singer. On top of that, he's an actor, voiceover, music producer, and, eventually, even threw himself into writing movies. You don't see him as a man with a rough-hewn exterior, but a very delicate and highly intelligent being. He's multifaceted, but he's accomplished something in each. Qin Bufan smiled. So it is. I'd say this one gives off a feeling that it's not quite the same as the other directors, the investors. After a pause, Qin Bufan said with a smile, since you are so complimentary of this person, then, why don't we give him the task of producing the movie of Wandering Earth? What do you think? Ha? Jiang Qingxue blinked her eyes and looked blankly at Qin Bufan. There was incredulity in his eyes. Bufan, you're not kidding? Jiang Qingxue inquired. There's information about Goner that I've read in reports, true or false, and, even if that information is true, wouldn't you be a little too hasty in making this decision all of a sudden? Qin Bufan smiled. I also feel hasty, so isn't this a discussion with you? Jiang Qingxue was speechless. On the other hand, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came at that moment. I'm going. Old Qin, why do you have such a good eye? True to form, my dad, though this decision of yours, it is indeed rash, but, it was an incredibly good decision. Do you know that in his previous life, this Gonger was none other than the producer of Wandering Earth? It is precisely because the team he assembled worked day and night with fantastic efficiency and conscientiousness, and was almost harsh to the extreme with regard to the handling of the picture, that, in the end, this hard science fiction masterpiece, which set a precedent for Chinese cinema, was produced. Right, I remember. At this moment Gongge, is still just a small person in Hawaii movie. As a screenwriter, old Chin, hurry up and dig people, with Gong Good joining, your command, but added another big general ah. Chapter 106, harassed. What? Chin Bufon was quite dismayed in his heart. He didn't expect it. I was surprised to find the producers of Wandering Earth in the latter days of my own life just by looking at it casually. Chin Bufon suddenly felt, ever since his daughter was reborn, he seemed to have a magical ability himself. That is, wherever you go, you will come across people who have outstanding abilities in some field in the future. Chin Bufon couldn't help but laugh at himself. Does it say, after her daughter is reborn, she gets the system, and she, herself, gets some kind of imperceptible golden finger? As Chin Bufon pondered, Jiang Qingshue's voice came from the side. Bu Fan, are you really not joking? Jiang Qingxue inquired once again. Chin Bufon smiled. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Jiang Qingxue didn't say anything. She then smiled softly and said, that's fine. Since you said so, then I, for one, will support you unconditionally. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue quickly got up. When he saw Chin Bufon standing still, he couldn't help but say, go away. Aren't you digging for someone? Then do it before it's too late. Chin Bufon would smile. Soon, the three came to Goner's body. Mr. Goner, hello, Chin Bufon said with a big smile. Excuse me? Although Goner is rough and mineral on the outside, he is very delicate on the inside. Granted, Goner felt he had great talent, but now he's just a tiny screenwriter for Hawaii Pictures. From the time he had appeared until then, no one had ever greeted himself. Thus, he had to suspect Chin Bufon's purpose in approaching him. Of course, what he was most worried about was that Chin Bufon would seek himself out to obtain the trade secrets of Hawaii Pictures. After all, he didn't know that Hawaii had been acquired and still felt that the company was in a storm. Thinking of this, Gonger said evenly, I'm sorry, I don't know you, and besides, I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Gonger was about to leave. See this, Chin Bufon didn't go after him. There was just something in his mind. Thinking back to his own period of time, every time he met someone who had some establishment in the future, those people, it was as if they were defending themselves against thieves, not willing to say anything more to himself. It seems that, in the future, it would be better for me to just reveal my identity. That would save a lot of trouble, Chin Bufon was saying. At that moment, Wang Zhongjuan came in a hurry. Mr. Chin, please also follow me to the suite on the second floor. I'd like to introduce you to a few well-known directors in the field as well as screenwriters. They know about HYC and are very interested in you. Faced with Wang Zhongjuan's invitation, Chin Bufon, however, didn't have any interest. However, Chin Bufon didn't refute the other party's face, but followed them out. Before leaving, Chin Bufon handed Chin Linger over to Jiang Qingxue for the other party to help take care of her. Spirit, we'll wait here, Jiang Qingxue said gently. Your dad will be out soon. When the party is over, Mr. Jiang will take you to eat something delicious. Chin Linger naturally didn't have any opinions when she saw this. However, she naturally wouldn't be so idle, but instead pulled Jiang Qingxue, came to the buffet, and started pouring out the food. Jiang Qingxue sat quietly and just watched Chin Linger enjoy her food with a doting face. The atmosphere was quite harmonious for a while. However, just then, a voice, suddenly, came. Hello, young lady, here's my card. A business card then landed in front of Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue looked up and saw a man with glasses and shoulder-length hair, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Sorry, I don't know you, Jiang Qingxue politely said. Didn't even look at the card. In response, the man was not angry. Instead, he sat directly beside Jiang Qingxue. This young lady, don't take this the wrong way. I didn't mean anything else. I just see that you're pretty and have a great demeanor. Nothing less than the first-rate actors I've seen. As it happens, I have a play that needs to start shooting, but the play is missing its leading lady. So, I have this plan to audition you. But of course, you don't have to say yes right now. You can go back and think about it. But I can tell you that I don't know how many actors who are thinking of waiting for such an opportunity. But I took one look at you, and it's an honor. If you lose it, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Hear this, Jiang Qingxue sneered in her heart. Although, Jiang Qingxue was not deeply involved in the world and had very little experience, but that doesn't mean she's stupid. The man in front of her who called himself a director looked like he wanted to subvert himself. However, he didn't dismantle the other party's intentions, but smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have a slot. Jiang Qingxue's words were naturally the truth. After all, he will soon be starring in War Tigers 2. Therefore, there is no time to care about that. But to the long-haired man, it was a different story. This lady, you can't be serious, the long-haired man said with a hint of teasing. And don't you dare sympathize with me. Actually, I've seen a lot of women like you. Don't you just want to be an overnight success? Now, I'm giving you this opportunity, but you don't cherish it. Could it be that you haven't seen someone as ungrateful as you are? Jiang Qingxue didn't refute the other party, but instead looked the other party up and down. Then, she looked at Qin Linger and said, Linger, it's a bit noisy here. Shall we go somewhere else? Qin Linger nodded her little head and said, Mr. Jiang, just say directly that this person is like a fly and is annoying. No need to beat around the bush. Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but froze. You child, when did you learn this kind of rhetoric? Qin Linger said in a milky voice. Teacher Qin, when I watch a TV show, the female lead will say this when she encounters someone harassing her. Jiang Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed. You child, you are telling the truth. But don't say such things in the future. Qin Linger nodded her head seriously and said, Mr. Jiang, I know. Jiang Qingxue smiled, then helped the other party to pick up the food in front of her. But just as the two were about to turn around and leave, the long-haired man was clearly enraged. He looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, Don't you give your face away. Afterward, he pointed at Qin Linger and said, Also, you little brat, do you have any tutelage? You dare to call me a fly? Jiang Qingxue was instantly enraged. She looked at the man with a hint of coldness and said, This gentleman, I don't care what kind of bull director you are or what your purpose is. In short, whatever you say in front of me is fine, but talking about Linger, absolutely not. Please apologize, or else, don't blame me. Hearing this, the man burst into cold laughter. You're being rude to me? Tell me, what are you trying to do to me? Without waiting for Jiang Qingxue to speak, the long-haired man coldly said, I forgot to tell you that for this gathering of the movie and television industry, my cousin is in charge of the security for this occasion. Since you dare to act recklessly here, then, I will kick you out. When he had just finished saying this, not far away, a group of security personnel hurriedly arrived. In the blink of an eye, they had the place surrounded. Chapter 107, Driving Out the Scum. Seeing the image in front of her, Jiang Qingxue did not panic in the slightest. As for Qin Linger, she also calmly ate the food in front of her. See this, the long-haired man immediately came to one of the security chiefs. I suspect that this woman, and the kid, didn't have an admission ticket and snuck in to rub it in. You guys hurry up and take her to security for some questioning. Remember, always take a careful inventory. If anything is missing here, when my cousin pursues the matter, you won't be able to eat it. Facing the long-haired man's orders, the man in charge gave a look of embarrassment. I don't blame him for being so. After all, before, the two brothers, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, had deliberately explained that they should take care of Jiang Qingxue as well as Qin Linger. Moreover, it was specifically informed that Qin Bufan was the new owner of Huai. They naturally didn't dare to do anything to Jiang Qingxue, but this long-haired man in front of him, in the capital circle, was considered to have some small status. They dare not offend. So, after a brief moment of thought, the man in charge stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, I advise you, it's better not to fool around. This MS, Jiang, but, not waiting for the other to finish, that Lin Changqing coldly said, What, my words don't work now? I told you to take this woman and you won't even listen to me? You're thinking that after all the years you've worked under my cousin, there's no way I can get him to fire you? The reason why Lin Changqing didn't wait for the other party to finish, that's because he feels emboldened. After all, he was known to have a wide range of connections in the capital circle. As for the Jiang Qingxue in front of him, he didn't have any impression. It's too. He felt that even if Jiang Qingxue had some status, but it can't be better than yourself. Think about it. Lin Changqing snorted coldly, then looked at the person in charge and said, I'm giving you an ultimatum now. Either that, or take these two away. Either that, or roll your own ass when the shift is over. I say, hear that. That person in charge also came to fire at once. He was about to retort, and at this point, an indifferent voice came. Oh, I'll just be gone for a little while. Why is this place so bustling with activity? These words fell. Qin Bufan slowly walked over. Behind Qin Bufan, he was followed by Wang Zhonglei, Wang Zhongjuan, and several other prestigious directors as well as movie investors in the Beijing circle. Seeing the formation in front of him, Lin Changqing's eyes immediately glistened. Simply because, based on the station before him, one thing was clear to him. That is, that Qin Bufan standing at the front is the new boss of Huai Brothers. Qin Bufan. He immediately stepped forward. Holding Qin Bufan's hand, he said, Mr. Qin, it's better to meet than to hear 100 times. I've heard a lot about your great name. It is truly an honor to meet my father today. Speaking here, Lin Changqing took out a business card and directly forced it into Qin Bufan's hands. Not waiting for Qin Bufan to ask, Lin Changqing with a fawning face said, Mr. Qin, I Lin Changcheng, although in the Beijing circle cannot be counted as a big brother, but the size is also a figure. In the future, you have what command? A phone call, I will help you. Not waiting for the other to finish. Qin Bufan was somewhat speechless. He subconsciously turned back. It was found that Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Zhonglei, as well as the others, were somewhat intolerant. When Qin Bufan saw this, he naturally understood what was going on. Immediately, he was about to go around his opponent. But that Lin Changqing was a deadbeat. He quickly followed close behind, and the mouth kept saying flattering and pleasing things. After all, Lin Changqing came here this time, mainly because he had learned from the grapevine that Qin Bufan's identity. The other side, though not in the capital circle, but a real dirtbag. He has a number of companies under him, each company, with great promise, and most importantly, Lin Changqing was very conceited and felt that he had great talent in movies. If Qin Bufan, the bull, could let himself in, he's bound to do something. Because of this, it was Lin Changqing who was so dead set on it. It's just a shame, when he saw Qin Bufan come to Jiang Qingshui as well as Qin Linger, he suddenly stopped. Lin Changqing's face became very ugly, and at the same time, an ominous feeling of foreboding came over him. Does it mean that? Lin Changqing was dumbfounded. The whole person was struck by lightning. To this, Qin Bufan chose to ignore it. He only saw him looking at Jiang Qingshui with a smiling face and said, Qingshui, can you tell me what's going on? Jiang Qingshui said seriously, it's like this. Just now, you went to talk about things with the two boss Wangs. This director Lin suddenly approached me and said he wanted me to be the female lead in his new movie. I was not interested in this, naturally, so I politely declined. But this man, he has to pester me. And then the child, Spirit, who is a human child, said he was a fly. As a result, she said that Spirit has no tutelage. And then she thought of getting security and taking us away yet. Jiang Qingshui had just finished speaking. Qin Linger immediately said with divine assistance, Daddy, this fly uncle is so annoying. He's almost like in the movies, the big bad guy who's a bully. Hear this. Qin Bufan's eyes sank. He touched Qin Linger's little head and said, then Daddy will help you teach the bad guys a lesson now. Okay? Wait for a nod from the other side. Qin Bufan turned towards Lin Changqing. The moment. Lin Changqing panicked. Mr. Qin, let me explain. I didn't know this lady was your girlfriend. I didn't know that little friend was your child either. Otherwise, even if I were given the guts of heaven, I wouldn't dare to. Not waiting for the other to finish, Qin Bufan said with a wry smile, so, if it's someone with no status and no power, they can just let you hurl abuse? For a moment, Lin Changqing didn't know what to say to make things better. Qin Bufan didn't bother with the other party. Instead, he looked at Wang Zhongjuan and said, this guy, I dislike him. Also, the reputation of the movie and TV industry is stigmatized by this kind of scum. Wang Zhongjuan frowned. Immediately, security personnel were called to take him away. And it was announced among them that whoever cooperated with Lin Changqing in the future would be working against Huai. A simple sentence is considered to have completely cut off Lin Changqing's future in the movie and television industry. The matter of Lin Changqing, it clearly didn't have any effect on Qin Bufan, Jiang Qingshui, and Lin Shuer. So, after the other side is driven away, Qin Bufan then took Jiang Qingshui as well as Qin Linger and left the place. But what Qin Bufan didn't know was the scene. It happened to be watched by Gonger, who was not far away. When he saw Qin Bufan leaving, he immediately chased after him. Mr. Qin, could you, please, lend a hand? Gonggu came in front of Qin Bufan and asked with an expectant face. Chapter 108, Reusing Gonggu, Wandering Earth preparing for filming. 20 minutes later, inside a cafe, Gonger was, at the moment, looking at Qin Bufan with a smile on his face. In response, Qin Bufan similarly smiled. Mr. Gong, why do you suddenly want to talk to me again? In fact, Qin Bufan's words could be said to be a knowing question. After all, just now, when he and Wang Zhongjuan, the two brothers, went to the upstairs box to chat, Gonggu was also there. Qin Bufan spoke eloquently with those bigwigs of the Beijing Circle's movie industry present, and it also gives some of his thoughts on the movie industry. Qin Bufan's remarks were incredibly ahead of his time and hit the nail on the head about the mess in the movie industry today. For example, the movie's plot is shoddy, the actors are inept, and the post-production is, well, merely poor. Another example is that movies are supposed to be for all audiences, not to make money or target a specific group. Another example is a movie that has limited investment, but is underfunded in order to rope and traffic stars who have no acting ability whatsoever. Blah, blah, blah. These words, naturally, are word for word, and it's spot on. It had to make the bigwigs in the movie industry look at it. Of course, Qin Bufan also explained his strategic approach. That's where the good steel is used. Eliminate stars with no acting skills and empty traffic. The money has to be put into the production side of the movie, not spent and wasted just so those stars can have a row.
Of course, when Shin Bufan proposed that he would refuse the participation of those sky-high priced artists,
many people present expressed their surprise. However, after listening to Shin Bufan's explanation, not only did everyone not refute it, they even applauded in agreement. In fact, some of the actors, who are paid super high salaries and end up acting in plays that are a mess of, actually know it all too well. Take, for example, a movie released some time ago by the Wang Zhonglei brother duo. The movie, with an investment of $200 million, resulted in the lead actor in it taking $80 million of that. But when it was released, the movie's word of mouth was in tatters and, as a result, it only took in less than $30 million at the box office. They know that it's not that the play's script doesn't work. If you were to replace an actor with high acting skills and then invest the money in the production of the movie, it would never be so. Of course, all of this talk was heard by Gonger. It was also that time. Only then did he decide that he must find Shin Bufan and have a good chat. Moreover, apologizing for the disrespect he had shown to Shin Bufan earlier. Think about it. Gonggu quickly got up and said, Mr. Shin, you claim to be an outsider to the circle though, but your dissection of the movie is spot on. I'm sure that Hui, with you at the helm, will be able to get past the immediate crisis. Shin Bufan smiled. Mr. Gonger, you shouldn't be looking for me just to kiss my rainbow but, right? Gonger smiled in shame, then admitted, I'm looking for Mr. Shin for a total of two things. First, I apologize for my arrogance earlier. With that, Gonger bowed deeply. As for the second, maybe I'm going a little overboard with this request, but again, I feel that if I don't say anything, I might miss a good opportunity. I, Gonger, came from a music talent show, but I love movies more. Over the years, it's been as a screenwriter. It's just a shame that the last thing Hallyu is lacking at the moment is screenwriters, so I've never had the opportunity to fulfill my ambitions. Mr. Shin, I think, is my goal. Shin Bufan heard this. The heart is naturally happy. After all, it was Gonger's words he was waiting for. He categorically could not say so explicitly. After a moment's thought, Shin Bufan looked at Gonggu with a smile and said, Mr. Gong feels that you're talented but don't have the opportunity to show your ambition? Now, I'll give you 10 minutes, and if you can impress me, I can make you the head of the screenwriting department at Hawaii. Of course, if it doesn't impress me, then how about you continue to work here in peace? Hearing this, Gonger's heart was delighted. Obviously, he had come prepared to find Shin Bufan this time. He was seen turning on his portable computer and then opening one of the PPTs. Mr. Shin, this is the business plan I produced over the years. This business plan, so far, I haven't shown it to anyone. And you, first, Shin Bufan pretended to take the notebook carelessly. But soon, Shin Bufan could not remain calm, simply because, the content of the business plan is so shocking. This business plan, there are over 50 pages in all. The first 30 pages are basically devoted to criticism. Its content, which was similar to what Shin Bufan had said earlier, was not far off. And the next 20 pages are a dissection of the mess and the many problems in today's movie market. And on the back of each question, Gonger wrote his insights and how to correct them. After reading it, Shin Bufan handed it over to Jiang Qingxue again. Jiang Qingxue sighed in awe for a moment. As for the Qin linger on the side, although she didn't move on the surface, but the heart was equally shaken. I'm dropping my ass. This Gonggu really has great talent. His dissection of the market is facile and thought-provoking. And he was able to accurately predict the future direction of movies years ago. Even I, a traveler from the future, can't help but be impressed. But then again, if Hua-E brothers could have activated Gonggu earlier, they, as a company, wouldn't have been losing money year after year. Listen to your daughter's heart. Shin Bufan was naturally very agreeable. He was about to open his mouth, and at this point, his cell phone rang. It was Wang Fei who called. Boss, I've just signed the agreement with Mr. Lu Xinzi. He said he's willing to sell us all the rights to 3 bodies as well as Wandering Earth. Total price $100 million. However, Mr. Lu Xixin said that a clause needs to be attached. That is, he must become the executive producer and personally direct the film. As long as you sign, he can take the $100 million as an investment. Hearing this, Shin Bufan directly responded. Good, I agree to Mr. Lu Xixin's request, so hurry up and do it. Hang up your cell phone. Shin Bufan looked at Gonggu with a smile. Mr. Gonggu, I have decided to reuse you. I have decided to make you the producer as well as the general director of the famous science fiction novel, Wandering Earth. Financial investment is not a problem. I just say one thing. This movie, the first consideration is the quality as well as the selection of the actors and actresses, and the post-production. It must also be perfect. I'll give you 2 years, and in 2 years,
after this movie is released? You need to give me a satisfactory answer. Hear this. Goner was confused. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qin Bufan would let himself be the producer of the sci-fi masterpiece Wandering Earth as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 109, Finding Another Way Out. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan parted ways with Goner. After leaving, he called Wang Zhongjuan again and explained his thoughts. Wang Zhongjuan had doubts about this, though, but who made Qin Bufan the boss? In the end, I had no choice but to agree. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan couldn't help but laugh. Originally, my purpose for this trip to the capital was to acquire several movie investment companies. I didn't expect it, but it was so rewarding. Could it be that this is what is called God chasing after a reward? Jiang Qingxue, who was on the side, couldn't help herself. Qingxue, what are you laughing at? Qin Bufan asked. Jiang Qingxue laughed even more. I was amused when I heard your phrase God rewarded me with food. But, thinking about what you've been through all this time, it does seem to be true. Before that, you were just a full-time baby daddy. But who would have thought that in just a few days, you would have directly jumped from being worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to this existence today? So you are indeed a lucky man favored by God. But it doesn't seem accurate to say that. God rewarding food is one aspect. Most importantly, you also have superb market insights. And, I've noticed that every time, the product that everyone thinks can't possibly get up, comes back to life in your hands. Ah, yes. Jiang Qingxue suddenly got up with a start. What's wrong with you again? Qin Bufan didn't understand. Jiang Qingxue said with incomparable seriousness, it's nothing, I just suddenly remembered a novel I read before. The hero of that novel was supposed to be just an ordinary guy. However, after the awakening of the system, it became very powerful, both in terms of speculation and investment. Eventually, became the richest man in the world. Speaking of this, Jiang Qingxue looked at Qin Bufan with a hint of snickering and said, Bufan, tell me honestly, do you have a system enchantment? Qin Bufan hurriedly denied it. System? What's that? I've never even heard of it. I don't have a system plus. While speaking, Qin Bufan glanced at his daughter Qin Linger with his remaining light. And at this moment, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came out. I can prove that old Qin doesn't have a system. Because, with the system added, it's his baby girl me. Though the mind muttered so, but Qin Linger was actually a bit vain. Who would have thought? Jiang Qingxue was surprisingly accurate in her guess. But, Qin Linger was not afraid of this. Anyway, one would never admit to such a thing. Aha! Beat it to death and deny it. End of thought. Qin Linger suddenly remembered. Jiang Qingxue is going to follow the crew of War Tigers 2 around tomorrow. She felt that she was simply an overpowered light bulb here. At that moment, Qin Linger deliberately yawned and said, Dad, Mr. Jiang, I'm sleepy. Hearing these words, Jiang Qingxue lost some of her heart. However, she put Qin Linger first. Linger be good. I'll let your father drive and take you back to the hotel to rest, Jiang Qingxue said, whereas Qin Linger smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, there's no need for Dad to send me off. Just have Dad call Uncle Wang, who will take care of me. As for you, how about a nice date with my dad? Without waiting for Jiang Qingxue to speak, Qin Linger looked directly at Qin Bufan and said, Dad, quickly call Uncle Wang Fei. Qin Bufan's heart rejoiced a little. What a great big girl in her own right. It's not worth it for me to spoil you so much. 20 minutes later, Wang Fei left with Qin Linger. As for Qin Bufan, he took Jiang Qingxue's hand. Let's go? Jiang Qingxue lightly hummed. Bufan, are you really relieved that Wang Fei is helping you with your daughter? This girl is skinny. If she makes any mess for Wang Fei, it won't be good. Plus, Wang Fei is only in his 20s and doesn't even have experience with kids. Qin Bufan smiled. Qingxue, don't worry about it. Now, don't you worry about Spirit. What you should be thinking about now is how to spend the rest of your time with me. Jiang Qingxue sniffed and pulled out her cell phone to check the time. Since you've taken the initiative to invite me, then this young lady will reluctantly go to a candlelight dinner with you. After we eat, we'll go shopping. After all, there won't be many opportunities for us to date like this in the future. Qin Bufan smiled. Why do I hear you say that as if you don't want me after the fire? Jiang Qingxue glared at Qin Bufan. Screw you. I can do without everything. Just can't do without you all. Qin Bufan came forward. Are you talking to me in love? Jiang Qingxue skimmed her mouth. Less stinky. I just don't want to be too flashy. After all, I have a hunch that War Tigers 2 is bound to do well once it hits theaters. And I, as the female lead, will naturally become a big hit. I'd like to date you fair and square at that time, but there are just too many unscrupulous media outlets. And, in order to attract traffic, they are simply shameless. When the time comes, if it's a big deal, like when I'm on fire, I'm dating after a rich guy, or even a so-called mistress, or something like that. Of course, these aren't important. What's important is that if those guys go after the root of the matter and pick up your details, or even expose Schwer, when the time comes, there will be constant trouble. Qin Bufan knew this though, but I was still happy to hear the words in person. After all, as Qin Linger's prospective stepmother, Jiang Qingxue could be said to treat her daughter with sincerity. In that case, you can take care of it yourself afterward. Think about it. Qin Bufan directly wrapped Jiang Qingxue's waspish waist and brought the other party to the car. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan's date with Jiang Qingxue ended. During that time, it was as if they had endless things to say, and even, they brought up embarrassing stories from their childhood. Their bond, it's getting deeper and deeper. Reluctantly sending Jiang Qingxue back to the hotel, Qin Bufan also returned within his hotel. Boss. Wang Fei saw Qin Bufan appear and immediately walked over. Hard work. Qin Bufan smiled. Wang Fei quickly said, "No, Miss Linger is very well behaved. She's either reading a book or watching a TV series, but it's me." Instead of finishing the latter words, Wang Fei awkwardly scratched his head. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Wang Fei said with a red face, "On the contrary, it's me who slept for more than an hour without realizing it." Qin Bufan laughed out loud. "Not to mention, bringing up a child. It's actually very easy to doze off. Something that I know all too well." Wait for Wang Fei to leave. Qin Bufan brought the delicacies he bought from a small store nearby and handed them over to Qin Linger. "Watch your daughter happily eat it." A loving look appeared in Qin Bufan's eyes, and in the heart, a deep color flashed. After all, after the activation of my daughter's system, that 3-month mission to make $20 billion, I'm just now getting started myself. It's a long way to go. Qin Bufan decided that when he returned, he would formulate a targeted program himself. After all, that's 123.8 billion Chinese dollars. And speculating in the name of a company is never a long-term solution. He had to find another way out. And just as Qin Bufan was thinking about all this, the cell phone rang. "It's Lu Danian calling." "Boss, I have some good news to report to you here," Lu Danian said with incomparable excitement. After hearing what Lu Danian said, Qin Bufan's eyes instantly exuded essence. Chapter 110, Opening Western Markets. No wonder Qin Bufan was like that. Truly, this news from Lu Danian was too inspiring. "Good, old Lu. You keep up the good work. How to operate, you see for yourself. If there's a lack of upfront investment capital, I'll definitely help out." Hanging up Lu Danian's phone, Qin Bufan was simply happy. "Ha, I didn't realize that with so many companies under my hand, it was Wi-Fi Key that took the lead in occupying the foreign market. According to the situation in front of us, in at most a month, Wi-Fi Key will be able to start making profits in the pretty country. Good, just great." Of course, Qin Bufan's words, although they seemed to be talking to himself, but in reality, he was talking to his daughter, Qin Linger, and at this moment, Qin Linger couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard this news. But soon, she calmed down. "Old Qin, this, in fact, is nothing strange. After all, when it comes to the development of 4G, people's pretty country is really years ahead. They have been laying out 4G networks for 10 years. By now, the 4G subscribers in pretty country have exceeded 8,000W, and Lu Danian's Wi-Fi Key, in his previous life, was originally developed and expanded in the West, and Lu Danian later, fancying the domestic market, plus, bent on making a name for himself in China, he shifted his home base. After more than a decade of development, the market capitalization of the later Wi-Fi butler have exceeded $5 billion. However, I have to say, old Lu is really a smart man. He knows that Huaxia's 4G network currently needs to be mapped out, so he is directly turning to foreign countries, and when the time comes, both sides will bloom. It's good. It's really good. No wonder old Qin is so happy. Right, since the Wi-Fi Key in foreign countries can achieve such outstanding results, I wonder if the old Qin will be in the hands of a few software put into the Western market, will not be ahead of the excellent results? No chance. $20 billion in 3 months is really not a dream. But, what should I tell old Qin? What Qin Linger didn't know was, at this moment, Qin Bufan already had this aspect in mind. Hear your daughter's thoughts. The first thing he did was not hide it. He came directly to his daughter's body and said, "Linger, Dad is struggling with something right now. So, I'd like to hear your thoughts?" Qin Linger said in a milky voice. "Daddy, if you have any ideas, just say them. I'm your daughter and can share for you, but I'm only 5, and there's so much I don't understand." Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. "This girl, she's pretending. A bit of belly aching." Qin Bufan said with a straight face, "The matter is like this. Before, didn't Dad acquire several companies? Those companies, the future is far away though, but it's not currently profitable. And Dad, again, made a bet with a friend that I was going to make a lot of money in 3 months. As you know, Dad only knows how to speculate on stocks. Everything else, he can only be considered a layman. Just now, your uncle Ludanian said that the Wi-Fi key produced by the company he governs has achieved good results in Pretty Country. The downloads, in a single day, topped 2 million, and it was profitable. So, I'm going to mirror that model a little bit, but I can't decide. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Qin Linger pondered for a moment with her chin in a pestle. Then he looked at Qin Bufan and said, Dad, when I was watching TV earlier, the heroine said something to the hero. When you ask someone a question, you actually have the answer in your mind. Sometimes following your heart often leads to good results. Qin Bufan was slightly stunned. Immediately, he laughed. Good, I know what to do. Subsequently, Qin Bufan immediately called Lu Danian. He finished his thought. Lu Danian burst out laughing. Boss, truth be told, when I called you earlier, I guessed that you would consider it that way, but I can't say this with a straight face. Now that you have said it, then we can let it go. As it happens, I'm taking a trip to the Pretty Country in the next few days, and I'm also interested in having a few others. Send someone over with me to negotiate, if you trust me. Not waiting for the other to finish, Qin Bufan immediately said, Old Lu, what are you talking about? If I didn't trust you, how would I let you let go of the job? Just follow your own plan. As for Chen Hao, Su Hua and the others, I will also send a text message and inform them one by one. In the next few moments, the two continued to discuss specifics. In the end, Qin Bufan decided that this time, Lao Lu traveled to the beautiful country, and only brought Wang Haining, as well as the software of the elimination of music to go. If the elimination music can break through, Qin Bufan will put all the software on the Western application market. Not only that, Qin Bufan would also specially dispatch the person in charge to open a branch over there, in order to occupy the foreign market in the future, and lay out in advance. Get off the phone. Qin Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and although Qin Linger deliberately showed a look of ignorance on the surface, but the heart was happy. I have to say, that's a good decision. Indeed, in his previous life, the fruit cell phone of the Pretty Country occupied a great market in China. On the contrary, China's cell phones, however, can only be sold domestically, unable to open the door to foreign countries. If old Qin lays out his plan ahead of time at this time, it's not likely that the Huawei cell phone under his hand will reverse the situation of his former life. However, it is still the same. If you want to make the Huawei cell phone, can be like the fruit cell phone, in the West to create a name, old Qin focus on the consideration, or the chip problem. Thinking of this, Qin Linger felt emotion in her heart. Before that, I had the simple idea of making old Qin a rich man with the memories of my previous life. But now, I'm getting ambitious. Not only do I want to make old Qin a rich man, but also, I want to make him an entrepreneur with a conscience, and a patriotic entrepreneur. This path is difficult, but I think old Qin will be able to make it this far. After hearing what his daughter was thinking, Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile heartily. At the same time, his heart was full of anticipation. The nation thrives when it is the long-cherished wish of every Chinese child. After all, that unpleasant period of history, although it has passed, that hatred is deeply rooted in the heart of every patriot, carved into the bone marrow. If we can revitalize Xia, why not make some money yourself in the process? As Qin Bufan lamented, there was a loud knock at the door. Qin Bufan opened the door and looked in. He saw Wang Zhongjuan as well as the two brothers Wang Zhonglei, standing at the door. Boss, I'm sorry to disturb you in your daughter's rest so late. However, we do have something we need to tell you. While speaking, Wang Zhongjuan took out an invitation. Qin Bufan opened it. Only the four big words Charity Gala jumped out from above. Qin Bufan was about to inquire, and Qin Linger, who was on the side, suddenly exclaimed, Charity Gala? Could it be the Charity Gala that was a sensation in the capital at the end of 13? If so, old Qin, you must attend. Because, among the collection, there are a lot of good things. 111th Charity Auction. Qin Bufan was a bit baffled when he heard what his daughter was thinking. However, in order to find out what's going on, Qin Bufan immediately looked at Wang Zhongjuan and said, I wonder, is there anything appealing about this Charity Gala tonight? Wang Zhongjuan smiled and immediately took out another pamphlet. Mr. Qin, this is tonight's auction item. You can go through it first. The main purpose of this party is to conduct an auction. The auction items in it are donated by those well-known companies in the industry as well as individuals. All the money received will be invested in the construction of the mountain area, and there are specialized agencies that monitor it. Speaking of this, Wang Zhongjuan kindly laughed. Shame to say, the two of us brothers feel that this time is an opportunity. If we can have an outstanding performance at the time of the auction, it will naturally have excellent publicity for the company's reputation. Plus, we can show the outside world that you, the new boss, are a passionate philanthropist. Of course, We feel that being charitable has a number of benefits, such as benefiting the community, and getting a waiver of a portion of the tax, so to speak. As Wang Zhongjuan spoke, he suddenly realized that Qin Bufan's face had turned a bit ugly. Seeing this, Wang Zhongjuan hurriedly said, "Boss, I actually mean..." He was going to explain something, but Qin Bufan laughed. "I understand what you mean. However, since the state has a policy that donations are exempt from a portion of the tax, it is natural to encourage this behavior. What the outside world says, as long as we can do it with a clear conscience. Furthermore, since you're an entrepreneur in China, donating some money is naturally more than just to avoid taxes or for the sake of the so-called reputation. I'm actually upset because you said this. This is something you can think about in your mind, but when you say it, it's tasteless." Wang Zhongjuan nodded repeatedly. Wang Zhonglei, on the other hand, hurriedly rounded up the situation and said, "Boss, my big brother actually didn't intend for this to happen, but it's really not appropriate for him to say that. It's a good thing we're on our own. Otherwise, if word gets out, we might become profit-oriented villains or even hypocrites." Qin Bufan laughed again. "Hypocrisy and all that doesn't matter. I've, before, been told by a number of people that I'm a bad eater because I bought so many companies. So what? First, I have done nothing to wrong my country. Secondly, I'm not being profit-oriented either. It doesn't matter what other people say." A brief flirtation. Qin Bufan then opened the booklet, and at that moment, Qin Linger also came forward. This look, Qin Linger had already determined the guess in her heart. That's right, it's this charity auction. The first one, a $3 million worth of Qing Dynasty porcelain donated by a tycoon in the capital. This porcelain, the only one of its kind in the world, was bought by a famous director for $5 million. Dramatically, that well-known director knows an old-timer in the antique world. Once that old-timer went to the other party's house as a guest, and the other party fell in love with the porcelain at once, and eventually, bought it for $10 million. At the time, that director still thought he had made $5 million, but the next year, he saw on the news that this porcelain, which was auctioned at a world-renowned auction, was the grand finale. In the end, a Western businessman bought it outright for a whopping $20 million. It is rumored that that director broke with that old-timer in the antique world because of this. Of course, this is just one of those babies. As I recall, the most sensational thing about this auction was actually a group of insignificant ancient books. Those ancient books, more than 200 in all, turned out to be bought for $200,000 by a director who loves books. Later, when that director was reading the book, he realized that on the title page of the book, it was densely packed with stamps. Those stamps, total value, over 300 million. The story was spread by the nanny of that director's family, who was chatting with someone. It was later played up in the media. That director had no choice but to admit it honestly. Of course, if that's all there is to it, this auction will, at best, only be teared up and crystallized for fun. The reason why this auction is the most sensational of all the auctions is that each and every one of the lots here, after a few years or even a dozen years, will be at a premium. If old Qin can buy them all, he can make a big profit in addition to his investment. If we don't go to this charity auction event, old Qin will definitely regret it beyond measure. To earn money, as long as you don't violate your conscience or break the law, who can say anything? After listening to Qin Linger's heart, Qin Bufan's entire body was blinded. Porcelain that cost 3 million Chinese dollars went straight to $20 million a few years later. Book bought for $200,000 has $300 million worth of stamps hidden inside. Movies don't even dare to do that. While Qin Bufan was inwardly dismayed, Wang Zhongjuan spoke. "Boss, this auction, are you going? If it goes, I'll arrange it right away." Qin Bufan smiled in his heart. "Go, definitely have to go myself. After all the money raised from this auction goes to charity. For that alone, Qin Bufan had to go. Plus, if you can do charity work and make a small profit yourself, why not? Anyway, those lots are on the agenda. To whom is it not a gift?" Though the mind thought so, Qin Bufan, however, dropped his attention to Qin Linger. "Spirit, what do you think? Should Daddy go?" Qin Bufan inquired. Qin Linger hurriedly nodded her head and said, "Dad, go, you must go. And, I'm coming with you. After all, it's so boring to stay in this hotel." Qin Bufan smiled. "Good, then let's go join." Having said that, Qin Bufan took out and immediately opened the computer. It then transferred $200 million to Wai Yik's account. "Boss, what are you?" Wang Zhongjuan was a bit puzzled. Qin Bufan smiled. "This money is for tonight's auction. Since it's for charity, naturally it can't be ambiguous. It's either that or nothing. Once you do it, it's natural to play it for real. So, I decided to buy all of those collections tonight, one piece at a time." "What?" Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Wang Zhongjuan as well as Wang Zhonglei looked at each other.
Crazy. They thought Qin Bufan was crazy. Otherwise, who would take 200 million and buy so many lots? Boss, you're not kidding? Wang Zhongjuan inquired. Qin Bufan laughed. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Chapter 112, $5 billion box office heroine. 1 hour later, in the capital, inside the venue of the charity auction. Not bad for the nation's capital. Qin Bufan couldn't help but feel emotional.
I didn't expect that a small charity auction would be so grand.
Tonight, it seems to be attended by companies from all walks of life in Kyoto. Even a lot of celebrities come here for the auctions.
I can't wait to enjoy such a spectacle.
As Qin Bufan lamented, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice also came out. Old Qin, don't even think about that.
The stars attending the auction tonight are just to grow the prestige of this auction.
They can't make a move. After all, for them,
such an occasion is an opportunity for exposure.
To put it bluntly, this is nothing but a show.
And those artists who are truly committed to charity have long since physically gone on to do public service.
Hearing this, Qin Bufan wasn't surprised. After all, just compare this charity auction to the Cannes Film Festival, and you'll understand. Fake wrestling, red carpet rubbing, attention grabbing, just enough talk for them. Qin Bufan collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about this. 10 minutes later, several people entered within the venue without incident. Of course, because Qin Bufan brought his daughter along. Naturally, it caused a lot of strange looks. To this, Qin Bufan didn't care at all. After smoothly arriving on top of his seat, Qin Bufan waited patiently. And at the moment, inside the venue, a number of journalists had already come. While on top of the huge high platform, quite a few stars appeared one after another at this moment. Among them, the men were handsomely dressed and the women were scantily clad. Basically, they are the current hot traffic stars. They were constantly being interviewed by reporters. The prettiest words on my lips. However, Qin Bufan was secretly amused. Qin Bufan had planned to rest in his seat for a while. Unbeknownst to me, at that moment, Qin Linger, who was on the side, said that she had an urgent need to urinate. Unable to do anything else, Qin Bufan could only take his daughter over to the restroom. When his daughter had finished relieving herself, Qin Bufan had intended to take his daughter back. But just then, not far away, there was a sound of shouting and cursing. Are you blind? How dare you run me over? Do you know who I am? Also, this pair of shoes of mine, worth $300,000. You stepped on it. Hurry up and pay for it. When Qin Bufan heard this, he was a bit curious and immediately turned his head to look. That's what I realized. A woman who was being surrounded by a large group of people. Among them, a gorgeously dressed beauty was cursing at the former. Look at that look, just like a shrew. That woman, she seems somewhat familiar. Qin Bufan muttered. How come I can never remember his name? Though, all I know is that she's done a couple of big hits. As Qin Bufan muttered, Qin Linger on the side was somewhat speechless. Old Qin, surprisingly, doesn't even know about Wu Yanjin. This one, however, is one of the big hit actresses of 13. This woman, however, has two faces. She is an innocent young lady in front of the stage, but behind the scenes, she is a person who likes to play a big game, and her character is not good. I seem to remember that after she became a big hit, she had no one in her sight, and even dared to pigeonhole the interview with the central mom, and was finally beaten up by everyone. However, it doesn't matter if old Qin doesn't remember this person. It's irrelevant anyway. On the contrary, that young lady he scolded is a marvelous being. Her name is Zhang Xiaofei, although at the moment, she's an 18th line artist, but has sharpened his acting skills and is not a bad person. Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaofei is also considered a breath of fresh air in the industry. She doesn't accept subterfuge and goes by the book, although, previously suffered a lot, but with a comedy movie hit, eventually, also among the first line, became a $5 billion box office heroine. If old Qin can take him down at this time, and then cultivate him properly, in the future, he will definitely make a difference. Qin Bufan silently listened to what his daughter was thinking. The mind fell back on a few missteps, but that's the way it seems to be in the entertainment industry. When character fails, sooner or later the house collapses. Only those entertainers who are virtuoso will last. While Qin Bufan was thinking about all this, he felt a tug at the corner of his shirt. Qin Bufan looked down, and at this moment, Qin Linger was looking blearily at Qin Bufan as she said in a milky voice, "Daddy, that auntie is so pitiful. She was bullied by so many people. Why don't you go help her?" Qin Bufan smiled. "Good, my family's eldest daughter's request. Dad will definitely fulfill it." After saying that, Qin Bufan stepped forward. "Guys, excuse me." Qin Bufan stepped forward. "Hear that?" Wu Yijin immediately twisted her head to look. Upon realizing that Qin Bufan was approaching, he immediately said indifferently, "What? You want to find me for an autograph? Wait a minute, can't you see am teaching a lesson? Qin Bufan smiled. Sorry, you might have misunderstood. I don't know you.
I just don't think it's appropriate for so many of you to scold someone like this, a little girl.
Wu Yanjin glared angrily. The heart was very angry. This guy, he doesn't even recognize himself? And, to fight for Zhang Xiufei? She couldn't help but sneer. You're a funny one? What, a hero? Yeah, my shoes.
This woman stepped on them and now they're broken.
$300,000. You pay up and the person can be taken away. Otherwise, less acting like a big-tail wolf in front of me. Qin Bufan looked down. Aren't your shoes just dirty from being stepped on? With the material of your shoes, you should be fine with a little rubbing, right? Plus, how come I see your shoes? They don't look like authentic, but high imitation? A couple $1,000 for that. Of course, Qin Bufan's words were not just a casual remark. After all, before the marriage, Qin Bufan opened a company, and all it did was shoes. So, with years of experience, it's obvious at a glance whether it's genuine or an imitation. You cut the crap. Being dismantled by Qin Bufan, Wu Yanjin was a bit annoyed. Seeing this, Qin Bufan didn't bother to continue wasting his words with the other party. Instantly and without delay, he pulled out his cell phone. You look like a star to me, don't you? What awaits you if I upload this face of yours to the internet? When Wu Yanjin heard this, he instantly wimped out. She glared angrily at Qin Bufan. You wait for me, I will make you suffer. After saying that, Wu Yujin took his many assistants and quickly left the place. This gentleman, thank you, for helping me out. Otherwise, if I really had to pay 300,000, I couldn't afford it.
Zhang Xiufei said with a grateful face.
Qin Bufan smiled, then said, Miss Zhang, this is a trivial matter. No need to take it to heart. Also, I've seen you in plays. And also I'd like to mention that you have a great talent for comedy. Since I can't shine on regular dramas, in the future, I'll just delve into comedy first. I feel that you are one opportunity away from shining. Speaking here, Qin Bufan pulled out his business card. On this, there is my contact information. By the way, at the moment, Huai has been acquired by me. So if you're interested, you can call me at any time. Of course, if you'd like, we can find a place to talk when this charity auction is over. Seeing the other party eyeing him, Qin Bufan laughed. Don't get me wrong, I just see your talent. Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan turned around and left. Zhang Xiufei, on the other hand, stood in a daze. Chapter 113, You're the boss? The other side. Qin Bufan had returned to the venue. After about a 20-minute wait, the charity auction could be considered to have started. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to be able to come to this charity auction. Our auction is dedicated to making a small contribution to the charity of our country. All of the lots in this one are provided by major corporations, and all of the proceeds from the auction will go to a good cause. And, as the host finished some opening remarks, the auction has officially begun. Soon, there was a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, holding a porcelain and placing it in front of the auction table. Ladies and gentlemen, today's first collection is a porcelain piece collected by the famous movie superstar, Mr. Sung. The porcelain, a treasure from the Qing dynasty, when Mr. Shang bought it for 3 million, in the hands of foreign merchants. Now, at the low auction price of 3 million Chinese dollars. Now, you may all make your bids. As these words fell, a woman in the middle of the crowd immediately raised her sign. Okay, MS, Wu Yanjin, 305 million, with Wu Yijin being the first to strike. Many celebrities have been bidding on it. The rest of the business, and the heads of the company, are not surprised by this. After all, the appearance of those celebrities was solely for the purpose of emphasizing the atmosphere of the auction. They would never actually bid on it. Sure enough, once the price reached 1 million, those stars have calmly put away their cards, because their mission for the night is kind of done. Fruity. When many stars close their hands, a number of entrepreneurs are beginning to step up to the plate. Just a few minutes, its price, then, reached $5 million, and there's a continuing trend of improvement. When Qin Bufan saw this, he immediately looked at Wang Zhongjuan beside him. Wang Zhongjuan immediately understood and started to join the bidding team. And, as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly raised the price to $6 million. As for Wang Zhongjuan, those companies naturally knew and were aware that the other party had now been bought by a mysterious tycoon who had bought the company. It can be described as rich and powerful. Further, the Kyoto circle isn't that big. There are only a few people with real money, and there is close cooperation between them. They naturally wouldn't fall out with each other over a collection. So, as the person in charge of the auction struck the hammer, this collection, naturally, fell under the name of Hua Yik. And the next time, quite a few collections came on stage one after another. And this time, Wang Zhongjuan naturally wouldn't hide it. And so,
just half an hour. Those collections, all of which were taken by Wang Zhongjuan for $120 million. Qin Bufan saw this, not without a secret sigh of relief. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, on the other hand, felt a meaty pain. After all, that's $120 million. You could say it's sky high. And keep in mind that making a big budget movie, sometimes, doesn't even require that much money. These, of course, they could only think about in their minds. However, they had decided that, turning back, they must ask Qin Bufan properly what the other party intended by doing this. 20 minutes later, all formalities have been completed. Those in the collection, on the other hand, are escorted directly by specialized staff. Daughter, we can go now. Qin Bufan couldn't wait to have a good look at the many collections, especially the overpriced stamps among those books. Qin Bufan even thought of waiting for the two Wang Zhonglei brothers and their astonished behavior after seeing those stamps come outside the venue. Qin Bufan waited patiently. As for the two Wang Zhongjuan brothers, they quickly met up with Qin Bufan after going on stage and giving a brief speech. Boss, Wang Zhongjuan smiled bitterly. Today, you have made us, the two brothers, earn a good wave of eyeballs, but $120 million, just to wrestle a full house. I feel, we lost money. Qin Bufan smiled. I don't think so. After all, didn't you see how those who attended the auction behaved after seeing you guys being so generous? I'm sure there will be quite a few people who will want to work with us starting today. Of course, losing money? Absolutely non-existent. This, however, cannot be said now. Wang Zhongjuan was helpless when he saw Qin Bufan's mysterious appearance. But since the money is spent, it's useless for them to even dwell on it. But just as a few people were about to hit the road, at that moment, a large group of people came this way. Headed, it was that Wu Yanjin. Two boss Wangs, could you lend a hand? Wu Yanjin said with a big smile. You are, MS. Wu. Wang Zhongjuan recognized the other party at a glance. Wu Yanjin was secretly pleased in his heart and immediately said, I didn't expect that Boss Wang would recognize me as a small actor. It's really an honor for me. Wang Zhonglei said indifferently. MS. Wu is a traffic flower. We naturally know each other. However, MS. Wu's main battlefield has always been dramas. But we're in the movie business. Which? Wu Yijin smiled. The two boss Wangs? That's not true. People go higher. Even though I'm a TV actor, I have a movie dream. And tonight, I saw the financial strength of your company. So, I hope that if your company has any good scripts in the future, we can work well together. Although Wu Yijin said as such on her lips, what she was thinking in her heart was a different matter. As a hot star today, Wu Yijin felt that if she threw out an olive branch, Huai would surely accept it. Even, there will be someone specifically, who will write tailor-made scripts for her. When the time comes, one's movie and television will both blossom. It's perfect. It's just a shame. Wu Yanjin's idea was good though, but apparently, Wang Zhonglei as well as Wang Zhongjuan brothers do not buy it. After all, not to mention the Wu Yanjin in front of them, even the 80 young flowers in the entertainment industry, they all had a good friendship, but alas, they would never date each other for a play. Granted, film and television are not separate, and yet, it doesn't mean that being good in a TV show makes you suitable for a movie, and this performance of Wu Yanjin was really a bit greedy in their opinion. Further, this Wu Yanjin heat is there though, but the acting was poor. Most importantly, the other person's character is not good, playing big on set, and scolding staff members, completely different faces. It simply doesn't meet the standards they are vetting actors for now. Wu Yijin wasn't stupid. Nature saw all this. She said evenly, you too, you need to stop thinking about it. I think it's important for us to cherish each other for such an opportunity to work together. What do you think? The two Wang Zhongjuan brothers looked at each other, thinking this woman is a little difficult. After a moment's thought, Wang Zhongjuan laughed. MS. Wu Yanjin. In this case, we can't say anything. Why don't you ask our boss? After saying that, the two of them immediately staggered apart. Wu Yanjin saw Qin Bufan with his daughter behind the two at a glance. It's you? Wu Yijin froze. You're the new owner of Yi? Chapter 114. I don't like it. Facing the other party's inquiry, Qin Bufan indifferently said, it's me. Yes. Hearing these words, Wu Yanjin, for a moment, didn't even know what to say to make things better. She even had a sense of quivering. After all, earlier in the suppression of Zhang Xiaofei, when Qin Bufan stepped in, he only thought that the other party had brought a child with them, and it was unlikely that they were just little people who had sneaked in from somewhere. Available results. The other party turned out to be the new owner of Huai. Granted, Wu Yanjin had no previous cooperation with Huai, but because she's now in a TV series and has some success, it's only natural that she has quite a bit of insider information. And today, the reason why she took the initiative to find Wang Zhongjuan as well as Wang Zhonglei, it's because of this company. which was bought by a mysterious owner. Moreover, according to the information she knew, that mysterious boss, his identity could be remarkable. At a young age, he has bought several companies, especially after the previous negative news of the Good Voice of China broke out. It would rather pay an astronomical amount of liquidated damages than terminate its contract. Such tactics, such vigor, it's admirable beyond belief. And Wu Yinjin's original intention was that if he could make the acquaintance of the mysterious boss, she can do whatever it takes to gain favor with the other person, including hitching a ride on yourself. After all, if there is such a powerful gold master in, she can then cross over to the movie industry and have a double win in film and television. The 80s youngest flower is bound to have her own place. Wait until then. You still have the wind at your back and the rain at your back. But who would have thought? It was surprising that he himself had offended this mysterious tycoon right from the start. But, have to say, Wu Yijin's skin was indeed thick enough. Even when she felt her face being slapped, she froze and didn't leave in disgrace. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, Mr. Sheen, I'm sorry. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. You're the head of a company. Surely you won't turn your back on a little actor like me? Sheen Bufan smiled indifferently. He naturally knew that this woman was morally kidnapping herself. Pity, he, Sheen Bufan, didn't eat this at all. However, Sheen Bufan naturally couldn't fall for the other party's words. At that moment, he dotingly pinched Sheen Linger's pink face and said smilingly, Daughter, this auntie asked me to forgive her and then work with her. Dad doesn't know what to decide. Why don't you analyze it with me? Hearing this, Sheen Linger said in a milky voice, Daddy, this aunt is so bad. The shoes were just soiled, so they're looking for $300,000 in damages. And, Dad, you said that her shoes were bootlegs. People like that have questionable character and a penchant for blackmail. She must think she's awesome because she's rich. She can look down on anyone. In that case, Dad, you're richer than she is, and you can naturally look down on her. By the way, Dad, isn't it called do or die? Hear this. Sheen Bufan laughed. Then he deliberately asked, Where do you know so much sense from? Sheen Linger was cooperative. She quickly said, Dad, I got that from a kindergarten book. Sheen Bufan smiled in satisfaction, and when he looked at Wu Yinjin, his face instantly cleared. Miss Wu, you see, such a simple truth. My daughter understands it. Before you thought you had a position in the circle and were considered a big shot, and you were able to pull the stomp on other actors. Now that I am in a position where I am not in a position where you can compare yourself to you, do you think that I will forgive you? I'm not a saint. Of course. That being said, if you do have some talent, or are a good actor, I'd consider it. Unfortunately, your acting, your character, I don't like it, so I refuse to work with you. Of course, you can call on your fans to bash me, or even smear me. However, if you do this, you're not just offending Hawaii as well as me. What you're offending is the entire film and television industry. After all, the status of the two boss wands is not something a small actor like you can offend. Hearing this, Wu Yinjin blushed. She was angry in her mind though. However, it could only hold back its anger. As Sheen Bufan said, she's just a small-time actress. She can't afford to offend these big shots in front of her. And just as Wu Yujin was planning to turn around and leave, Sheen Bufan continued to speak. By the way, Ms. Wu, I have to remind you, sooner or later, virtue will eat its own fruit. Your position today was not easy to come by. You should treasure it. Otherwise, one day, you won't have a chance if you're banned for playing a big game. When Wu Yujin heard this, he couldn't help but turn around and reluctantly smiled. Thanks for the reminder, Boss Sheen. I've remembered. With those words, the group fled in a hurry. To this, Sheen Bufan didn't bother. Anyway, he's reminded in place. If this woman remains obsessed, it's no one's fault. This little episode of Wu Yanjin, it clearly didn't affect Sheen Bufan in the slightest. He looked at the two Wang family brothers with a smile and said, Two of you, shall we go to the company first? At this moment, those collections we got from bidding should have arrived at the company building by now, right? Hearing this, Wang Zhongjuan and the two of them were somewhat puzzled in their hearts. However, when he saw that Sheen Bufan had been preoccupied, he immediately became somewhat curious as well. Could it be that something good exists within these collections? Think about it. Wang Zhongjuan spoke up. Boss, just in time. I know an expert in the antique world. He's a connoisseur of treasure picking. Early on, he had bought an antique for 200,000, which, as a result, sold for a whopping $10 million at an auction house. Of course, that's just one example. In short, this expert has a sharp eye. Our small circle, if we buy something good, we will basically look for his valuation, and it's very accurate. Hearing this, Sheen Bufan's eyes lit up. Good, then please invite him over.
Qin Bufan said expectantly, and in his mind, he had another way to make money. However, just as a few people were planning to hit the road immediately, at this point, not far away, a figure walked slowly. It's none other than Zhang Xiaofei. Qin Bufan's heart was delighted. Actually, Qin Bufan knew early on that Zhang Xiaofei was nearby, and just now, although he was maneuvering around Wu Yinjin, but the real purpose was to make Zhang Xiaofei take the initiative to find himself. After all, this one, however, is the future $5 billion box office queen. How could one let the other be buried? Think about it. Qin Bufan took the initiative to step forward. Ms. Zhang, it seems that you have figured it out? Zhang Xiaofei nodded. Mr. Qin, I've figured it out. Qin Bufan was satisfied. Good. Tomorrow, go to Hawaii and sign the agreement, right? When the time comes, I'll get a specialized screenwriter to write your comedy script. With your talent, with the right script, you will definitely be able to slowly fight your way to the top. What? Zhang Xiaofei froze. He had thought that Qin Bufan would test himself in all aspects. Then it will be finalized. Who would have thought? The other guy just let himself sign? As for the two brothers, Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan, they were also baffled at the moment. They want to say something, eventually chose to shut up. Alright, Ms. Zhang, it's a deal. Also, don't worry, Hawaii Company treats all artists equally. Of course, whether you can grasp it or not, it's up to you. If you really can't decide, go talk to your best sister. Throwing down these words, Qin Bufan waved his hand and got into the car. Zhang Xiaofei, on the other hand, was so excited that she burst into tears. Immediately, she dialed her good sister's phone. Linger, I have good news to tell you. Chapter 115 Shock from the Master Treasure Hunter. Qin Bufan had no way of knowing about what happened after he left. At the moment, his heart was happy. It also felt that this time, coming to the capital, was the most correct choice. After all, if he didn't come here, how could he have signed such a promising comedy artist like Zhang Xiaofei? It's also even more unlikely that, for 200 million, you can buy a lot worth at least 2 billion. Granted, Qin Bufan knew that there were still 5 minutes to go before he could see the lots, but still anticipation is high. That feeling, it's like, you get something shipped online and you have to be the first to pick it up and unwrap it after the courier has dispatched it, even though it's clear what's inside, but still incredibly anticipated. Soon, Qin Bufan, Qin Linger, and the two Wang family brothers had already arrived at the company building. This moment, it's actually time to get off work, but at the moment, the staff of that auction, on the other hand, was working furiously to transport the auction items towards the elevator. They moved lightly and carefully. After all, if there is any damage, they are the ones who pay for it. As it is, a busy hour. The office of the Wang Zhongjuan duo was already filled with all kinds of auction items. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Let's take it apart together. Qin Bufan said smilingly, with the package open. Those collections, all of them, fell in front of Qin Bufan's eyes. Qin Bufan's eyes were filled with joy, and at this point, the collection expert that Wang Zhonglei had called out had also already arrived. Little Wang, it's a big night. You called me here. I can tell you, if there's nothing eye-catching in the collection, my old man is going to be angry. A scholarly dressed expert walked in with a folding fan. Qin Bufan didn't recognize the other party. Qin Linger, on the other hand, felt that this old man looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment, it doesn't come to mind. On the contrary, the two Wang Zhongjuan brothers quickly stepped forward. Elder Zhang, you're finally here. Don't worry about it, the ones we've asked you to taste today are all first-class goodies. After saying that, Wang Zhongjuan pointed at Qin Bufan, then introduced, Boss, let me formally introduce you. But the expert of Antique Street, Zhang Yiping Zhanglao. Afterward, Wang Zhongjuan turned to introduce Qin Bufan to Elder Zhang. Qin Bufan took the initiative to step forward and said with incomparable humility, Elder Zhang, my name is Qin Bufan, and I'd like to ask you to savor these collections today. Zhanglao smiled. Good, no problem at all. Little Qin, don't worry, I, Zhang, have seen countless rare treasures with these eyes. I either don't look at it, or once I do, I'll never go out of my way, so don't worry. By the way, I take the liberty of asking, where did you get this collection? Qin Bufan kindly laughed. I'm ashamed to say that these collectibles, I bought them for $200 million at tonight's charity gala. Hearing this, Elder Zhang was quite a bit stunned. Afterward, he laughed out loud and said, Little Qin, you're so bold. A collection for a charity gala, don't you dare pay that much for it. I have to admire you. Qin Bufan naturally heard the dissatisfaction in the other party's words. After all, in the treasure hunting industry, there is a saying that has always been followed. Collections, by the best not the most. And like Qin Bufan, he spent $120 million and bought all the lots. It's a complete case of people being stupid and having too much money. The two of them, Wang Zhongjuan, obviously also saw the unhappiness in Zhang Lao's words. Immediately, he smiled and rounded off the conversation. Elder Zhang, why don't you hurry up and give us a tasting? After all, we bought so much porcelain this time with the idea of losing money, purely for charity. But we don't want to lose too much money, otherwise it would be embarrassing to spread the word, wouldn't it? Elder Zhang nodded indifferently. Immediately, he came before the first piece of the collection. At first, Zhang Lao was filled with disbelief, but after seeing a sweeping glance, his face immediately changed. Then he took out his white gloves and put them on, took out a magnifying glass, and began to scrutinize it. This look, Elder Zhang couldn't help but show a deep color. He then asked, "This collection, how much did you pay for it?" Seeing Elder Zhang like this, Wang Zhongjuan hurriedly said, "Elder Zhang, we spent $6 million on this Qing dynasty porcelain." Immediately afterward, Wang Zhonglei said with a hint of nervousness, "Elder Zhang, why don't you directly say how much we lost? Don't worry, we're prepared. You just say it directly." Elder Zhang didn't say anything. Carefully, he set the Qing dynasty porcelain down. Then, it looked at one of the ancient paintings. After briefly reading it, Elder Zhang immediately put it down again. So. It took Zhang Lao a full hour to go through all the collections. At the moment he was slowly removing the white gloves from his hands, then wiping the sweat from his forehead again. Elder Zhang, Wang Zhongjuan slowly stepped forward. His face twitched. "You can't say that we, this time, lost at least $100 million? Wang Zhonglei was smiling though. That smile, however, was worse than crying. On the contrary, Qin Bufan was indeed incomparably calm. "Elder Zhang, just be honest, this collection, how much is it worth?" Qin Bufan asked. Elder Zhang still didn't answer. Instead, he was looking Qin Bufan up and down. Eventually, he took off his glasses and bowed deeply towards Qin Bufan. "Xiao Qin, I have to apologize to you. Before, I only thought that you were a young man of great wealth. There's no way to know how the collection plays. But today, I realize that I have gone astray." Qin Bufan naturally understood what the other party meant, but Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, however, looked at each other. They were never clear. Well, at this point, Elder Shang's bitter voice came out. He glanced at the Wang brothers and said, "I'll say it like you guys. This Qing dynasty porcelain is very well preserved. There are only two in the world. One of them, which went up for auction in Pretty Country last year. Although the surface of that porcelain had some flaws, it was still bought for a whopping $5 million. And this porcelain in front of me is well preserved and without the slightest flaw. I conservatively estimate that it would be at least $20 million if put up for auction." What? These words fell. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei looked at each other. They naturally trusted Elder Shang's eyesight. It was also clear that the other side would never take it at face value. The two of them, Wang Zhongjuan, were a bit confused. This porcelain, they just spent $6 million, but its valuation, surprisingly, is as high as $20 million. That translates to 123.8 million Chinese dollars. Doesn't that mean that they've almost made their money back on this one piece of china alone? Who knows? Before the two could express their inner shock, however, he saw Elder Zhang continue to speak. "Don't be shocked, guys. It's this next collection that will drop your jaws." While speaking, Elder Zhang came before the pile of ancient books. As he carefully opened the title page, a single stamp kept appearing. Zhang Lao forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and said, "These stamps, the total value, at 300 million. What?" These words fell. The two brothers, Wang Zhongjuan, once again showed a stunned expression. Chapter 116, New Ideas for Making Money. Half an hour later, Elder Zhang left. Before he left a business card. And at the moment, the atmosphere in the office was rather odd. Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei looked at Qin Bufan, and in their minds, they kept summarizing the previous valuation of these collections by Elder Zhang. Results, its total value, it was found, exceeded $2 billion. Boss, Wang Zhongjuan kindly smiled. "I, for one, have never admired anyone, but today, I am really convinced of you." Wang Zhongjuan nodded repeatedly. No wonder they are so. After all, today's charity auction, their idea is to lose money and make money. It's even ready to be a meaty pain in the ass. But who would have thought? Qin Bufan bought all the collections. Each and every one of them far exceeds the original price. Especially that collection of ancient books. They bought it for $200,000. And as it turned out, the stamps hidden inside were worth $300 million. A premium of 1/500 times. For other lots, the minimum premium was 4 or 5 times. Terrible. That's just awful too, isn't it? In one night,
Qin Bufan directly exchanged 120 million for $2 billion in assets.
Seeing the two as such, Qin Bufan said smilingly, "This is pure luck on my part.
I didn't expect those collections, either, to have such high prices."
Speaking here, Qin Bufan glanced at Qin Linger and said, "Then again,
the biggest contributor this time is my precious daughter. If she hadn't wanted to go, I never would have attended the charity gala myself."
Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Qin Linger with a smile and said, "Good daughter, tell me, what toy do you want?" Qin Linger replied in a milky voice, "Daddy, I want Barbie." Qin Bufan smiled, "Okay, Daddy will buy it for you tomorrow." After saying that, Qin Bufan looked at Wang Zhongjuan and said, "Two of you, what do you say? This collection, should we stay or find a way to sell it?" The two didn't reply, instead waiting for Qin Bufan to answer. Qin Bufan was about to say that he would sell the collection and liquidate it. After all, for Qin Bufan, the most important thing of the moment was to earn more money as soon as possible under the name of his company. After all, the difficulty of making $20 billion in 3 months can be imagined with your toes. Who knows? Just as Qin Bufan was about to open his mouth,
Qin Linger's heartfelt voice from the side suddenly came.
"Ha, an alert appeared in my system. What? My mission progress bar. It's starting to load? Let me convert this loading progress bar to exactly 188 billion Chinese dollars, and the total value of the collection, which old Qin bought, is 2 billion, minus 120 million. Does it mean that old Qin can be counted on top of the mission even if he doesn't sell the collection? If that's the case, then old Qin has another doorway, that is, to start entering the antique market. However, old Qin certainly knows nothing about antiques, but the matter of palming the eyes, with that elder Zhang, can be accomplished." While speaking, Qin Linger stood on her tiptoes and landed her gaze on top of the business card on the table. "Wait, Zhang Yiping? Why do I feel this name is very familiar?" Qin Linger thought secretly,
and soon Qin Linger was overjoyed.
"I remember. This Zhang Yiping, real name Zhang Jun. He's an expert known for his treasure hunting, and loved to appreciate all kinds of antiques. Later, he opened a direct antique store called Pinjiang Yiping. The main purpose of this store is to help those antique lovers to appraise their treasures, while Zhang Yiping can take a cut from it." "I remember, and I've read something about him before. That Zhang Yiping, over a period of 10 years, helped appraise at least 10,000 antiques, 5,000 of them, all with extremely high premiums, and he, himself, loves collecting, as well as buying antiques. Among them, a Tang Dynasty antique, which had been appraised as an inferior item, was obtained by it. He bought it for $100,000 and, as a result, sold it for a whopping $800 million. Later, there was even an unwritten rule in the auction world that once you get a certificate from Zhang Yiping, you can have a limited auction, only because Zhang Yiping is never out of sight. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan was even more interested in that Zhang Yiping. After all, to Qin Bufan, to make $20 billion, he can do anything. After all, this is a matter that concerns the well-being of his daughter. Once it can't be completed within 3 months, the system will then erase the daughter. And now, the company under Qin Bufan's hand, although it can make money, but it is a drop in the bucket. And Qin Bufan even doubted it. Of course, Qin Bufan can make money by speculating on stocks. However, if you keep making profits without losses, you are likely to be monitored as a problem account. Further, even if something like that doesn't happen, Qin Bufan also felt that he needed to blossom on multiple fronts. No doubt, compared to speculation, frying antiques for an even better value. After all over the world, there are auctions held almost every day, and there is no shortage of rich collectors in the world. Buy antiques far beyond their value for a very low cost. It's a sure thing. Think about it. Qin Bufan suddenly looked incomparably seriously at the two Wang Zhongjuan brothers and said, "Two of you, I have an idea. I wonder, you two, if you could help me make it happen?" Seeing Qin Bufan's mysterious look, the two of them hurriedly said, "I want to invest in that Elder Zhang and help him open a museum. I'm responsible for paying the money, while Elder Zhang is responsible for buying the lot. Those lots, just put them on display in the museum. And on top of that, in the future, for the lots that Elder Zhang buys, I can give him 1/1000th of his hard-earned money at the original price. As for the lots we bought today, all of them will be handed over to Elder Zhang for safekeeping." What? But Qin Bufan's words fell. The brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei were confused. "Boss, are you serious?" Wang Zhongjuan inquired. Seeing the other man nodding squarely, Wang Zhongjuan smiled bitterly. "All right, although I don't know what you intend to do, but what you are thinking is absolutely right. I'll contact the elders for you now." "Who knows?" Qin Bufan, however, hastily shook his head and said, "This matter it's not appropriate to talk about it over the phone. As it happens, I'm very interested in Elder Zhang, so, I intend to pay my respects in person tomorrow, and of course, I'll need the two of you to help me with the introductions. Hear this, the two naturally had no problem with it. Wait for the two to leave. Qin Bufan had a relaxed look on his face. He had a hunch. If that museum does get built, then, don't talk about making $20 billion yourself. Even another 10 times that is possible. Sure, Qin Bufan, because he doesn't have much money in his hands, he naturally has to consider the question of disposable funds. So, Qin Bufan's idea was to visit Elder Zhang tomorrow. On one hand, in order to negotiate cooperation with the other party, while on the other hand, it was to sell a part of the collection with the help of the other party's connections. Chapter 117, It's All About Feelings. Early in the morning of the second day, Qin Bufan then yanked Qin Linger up. One preparation is complete. Qin Bufan had already gone downstairs, and at this point, Wang Zhongjuan as well as the two brothers, Wang Zhonglei, had been waiting outside for a long time. Boss, those collectibles, I've already had them sent to Elder Zhang's home. Apparently, Elder Zhang is very interested in your proposal, and a promise to meet and talk more about it. By the way, I've already bought a gift for the elder, as you instructed. With that, Wang Zhongjuan opened the trunk. Inside, surprisingly, were 2 boxes full of Mao Tai. Wang Zhonglei said with a smile, Zhang Lao has 2 major hobbies in his life, collecting in fine wine, and our circle. There is an unwritten rule. Every time you let Zhang Lao treasure appraisal, once the valuation given, higher than the collection price, we'll send him a bottle of Mao Tai. Besides, it's naturally more convenient to talk about business over a drink. Qin Bufan smiled. Good, then we can set off. The group quickly got into the car and went straight to Zhang Lao's home. Half an hour later, a few people came before a quadrangle. Qin Bufan was dismayed in his heart. In Kyoto, owns a 4-room house. What kind of family is that? He was inwardly horrified. On the other hand, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei smiled at each other. Mr. Qin, to be honest, we were scared when we first came here in the first place. But, in time, we realized that we were shocked early, simply because, the collection inside, was even more amazing to the eye. Qin Bufan immediately brightened up. Wang Zhongjuan smiled mysteriously and went forward to knock on the door. Soon, Elder Zhang opened the door. You're here? As it happens, I was having breakfast and ordered one for you as well. Don't you guys be polite. These are the most orthodox capital city delicacies. I don't know how many times better than what you guys ate at the hotel. Following Elder Zhang into the courtyard, he came inside the main hall where Elder Zhang lived. Qin Bufan was immediately staggered. This main hall is filled with a surprising number of jewels, porcelain, and famous paintings. It's like a small museum. Elder Zhang, all of these are in your collection? Qin Bufan inquired. Zhang Lao smiled flatly. Not bad. These treasures, apart from those left behind by my ancestors, there are quite a few more, which I have bought around over the years. Shao Qin, dinner is not about business. Come on, everyone hurry and dine with me. A few people entered to the offset. Only a sandalwood table was set up in front of a table full of delicacies. Qin Bufan couldn't help but eat his fingers, and Qin Linger was the same at the moment. Thus, after Elder Zhang had the few people serve the table, Qin Linger feasted on the food. It was a breakfast that lasted an hour. After the nanny cleared the table, Elder Zhang began to make tea again. Afterward, he poured Qin Linger a cup of raw squeezed juice. After doing so, Elder Zhang smiled and said, Little Qin, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I'm very interested in what you said about investing in a museum. However, I have a problem now, and that is, the selection of the site. You have to realize that this is Kyoto. It's a lot of money. It takes at least $3 billion to build a major museum. If it were a small museum, it wouldn't require so much money, but that shouldn't satisfy your ambitions. Qin Bufan nodded. Elder Zhang, what I'm struggling with right now is exactly this. However, I do have an easy solution. That would be a direct acquisition. What? Zhang Lao looked at Qin Bufan in surprise. Seeing this, Qin Bufan then said with a smiling face, Elder Zhang, truth be told, last night, I specially investigated. I found out that over on the Second Ring Road, there's a private museum that's having problems because it's not being run well. Nowadays, it's being sold at judicial auction for almost $2 billion, and I, for one, intend to take over the museum. Of course, as a connoisseur in antique collecting, you must have been there, and I wonder, do you know anything about this place? At all? Elder Zhang didn't answer, and at this time, Qin Linger was filled with strangeness. Old Qin wants to buy the museum outright? How come he didn't tell me? Wait, that museum on the second ring? Could you be talking about that museum of antique china? I'll go. Old Qin, you're really a big shot. Support. Old Qin, I raise my hands to support your decision.
Qin Bufan couldn't help but smile in his heart when he heard what his daughter was thinking.
It seems that one has made the right bet. This museum has some value. Unable to help it, Qin Bufan turned his remaining light towards Qinlinger. Under his expectation, Qinlinger's heartfelt voice did indeed come out. Speaking of that museum, I'm pretty impressed. In my previous life, I went to college in the capital and visited that museum many times. From this, the history of that museum is also known. Speaking of which, and it's dramatic enough, at the end of 13, that museum, because of mismanagement, led to increasing losses. Eventually, the owner of that museum then sold all the collections inside. It can be difficult to make up for the losses, and, ultimately, only a judicial auction is possible. Later, the museum was taken over by a wealthy man, but it was during the reconstruction that it was discovered that, underneath that museum, there existed 9 ancient giant tripods. The 9 huge tripods, of different shapes, but with ancient designs on them. Later, after research by historians, it was finally determined that the 9 tripods were built by the Xia dynasty. It is also that asking for the tripods in the center of the world, the 9 tripods that divide the 9 states. This is a rare and valuable treasure, and the rich man, who kept the secret hidden until the museum was later reopened. This museum, because it has such a town treasure, is famous all over the world, and many people come to admire it. And that rich man, from then on, doubled in value and was noticed. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan's heart was filled with dismay. Apparently, he didn't expect it. This museum, surprisingly, has such unknown secrets. To know, the 9 cauldrons, it's not even an exaggeration to call it a representation of China. The 9 cauldrons, dividing the 9 states, Xia, Shang and Western Zhou. The 9 cauldrons are all symbols of power, and the same was true during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Whoever wins the 9 cauldrons wins the world. It's just a shame. In later years, Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, and Han Gaozu countered the Qin dynasty. The 9 cauldrons, however, disappeared unexpectedly. Since then, it has become legendary. Who would have thought? The 9 cauldrons are surprisingly buried underneath that museum. Qin Bufan collected his thoughts. The idea of taking that museum had been reinforced in his mind. And it's going to be a quick one. If you are shortchanged, wouldn't you have no place to cry? As Qin Bufan pondered, Elder Zhang could be considered to have spoken. Qin, can you tell us why you chose that museum? Elder Zhang opened his mouth. Qin Bufan smiled. Elder Zhang, you collect antiques and famous paintings by virtue of your powerful eyesight, as well as your profound knowledge. I am sure, however, that you have occasionally been in a situation where you could not tell the difference for a moment. So, at this point, you need to go with your feelings, and I, for one, bought that museum on my very first instinct. I think that can be taken. As he said this, Qin Bufan's tone was firm. On the other hand, Zhang Lao looked deeply at Qin Bufan. Well, there's no point in talking more. Since you've said so, I, for one, will accompany you over there to take a look. After saying that, the crowd quickly packed up, and then headed straight to the museum. Chapter 118, Hurry up. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan and his group had already appeared in front of that museum. Sure enough, it's here. Qinlinger opened her mouth. What did you say, girl? Qin Bufan pretended to be surprised and said. Qinlinger immediately realized that she had slipped up. At that moment, he quickly smiled and said, Dad, it's nothing, I just thought, this place looks like a palace. Beautiful. Dad, are you buying this place? Qin Bufan smiled. Not sure yet. However, if Grandpa Zhang thinks this place is good, we'll start buying it. After all, your dad and I don't have any experience in opening museums. And besides, I don't know if those collections are real or not. Everything has to be decided by Grandpa Zhang. Hear this. Qinlinger was clear in her mind though, but yet, he could only show an innocent smile and said, Grandpa Zhang, you must buy this museum. I think that this museum is a feng shui treasure. Down here, there must be some important treasure buried. When Elder Zhang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Linger, you're a small child, and you know about feng shui. With the treasure? All of this, you saw it on a TV show, right? While speaking, Elder Zhang lovingly reached out his hand and touched the other party's small head. A thought. Elder Zhang looked at Qin Bufan and said, Little Qin, I was a bit hesitant before, but now, I've decided to buy this place. After all, the older generation says that children's eyes, unclouded by the world, can see quite a few things that adults cannot. Since your daughter likes this place, it's not unlikely that there's some rare treasure hidden here. Speaking of this, Elder Zhang joked, You guys, if we remodel this museum at that time and find that treasures really exist here, was that a windfall? The two brothers, Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan, smiled at each other. obviously didn't take Elder Shang's words to heart. On the contrary, Qin Bufan.
Then he laughed in his heart.
He could already imagine that day coming.
Well, I just contacted the former curator here on my way here, Elder Zhang said solemnly. This place has been judicially auctioned off, but it hasn't been sealed yet, and that curator, Lu, will take us in for a tour.
After entering it, you need not say anything. Everything, look at my eyes. Hearing this, a few people were a bit surprised, but in the end, it was a serious nod. 10 minutes later, Curator Lu came in a hurry.
Elder Zhang,
rare guest. I didn't expect that you would come back here, Curator Lu said with a smile. He then dropped his attention to Qin Bufan's group,
his heart a little strange. I don't blame him for being so. After all, the elder had just called him and only said that he was catching up with an old friend. He had expected the two to have a drink.
As a result, the other party had brought so many people with them. In response, Elder Zhang did not explain, but smiled and introduced the other party. Curator Lu knows that Wang Zhongju and two brothers, but it is the first time to see Qin Bufan. Therefore, when he learned that Qin Bufan was the owner of Huai Company, he could not help but be filled with astonishment. Short thoughts. Curator Lu pulled Zhang Lao to the side. Elder Zhang, what exactly is this situation? This little Qin, it shouldn't be.
Facing the other side's misgivings,
Elder Zhang smiled and said, this little Qin, he is an extraordinary being. Last night's charity auction,
he spent $120 million and directly auctioned off all those lots.
Last night, the two Wang bosses asked me to palm the eyes, and guess what happened? Seeing Curator Lu's face full of curiosity,
Elder Zhang said seriously,
as a result, I found that those lots,
all of them have prices far beyond what they were auctioned for,
and the total value of those lots is at least $2 billion. After hearing what Elder Zhang said, Curator Lu was dumbfounded. After all, he and Elder Zhang
were considered old friends.
The other side is definitely not the kind of people who believe in what they're saying,
but it's a forgiveness. He still felt that what the other party had said was too shocking.
It should be known that in the auction line,
although there occasionally existed those who were so rich and generous that they directly bought all the lots,
but that's a very small minority,
and the fact that all the lots he bought were at a premium was almost unheard of.
But, after listening to what Elder Zhang said, Curator Lu felt that the young man in front of him must have extraordinary talent. Otherwise,
he wouldn't have been able to afford to buy Huai at such an early age.
One time,
the eyes with which he regarded Qin Bufan were filled with astonishment.
Thinking briefly, Curator Lu suddenly looked at Zhang Lao with a smile and said, Zhang Lao, tell me, what is the purpose of your special trip to find me?
Zhang Lao said seriously,
I've come to discuss something with you.
Take this museum of yours and sell it to Shaoqin.
Of course, I know that you have, over the years, owed a lot of money to buy the collection. I can get Shaoqin to help you pay off your debt, and all you have to do is continue to be your museum director. Curator Lu was a bit confused, obviously, for a moment, didn't understand what the other person meant. Who knows?
Zhang Lao smiled mysteriously and said,
Little Lu, I'll ask you, do you believe in this old brother of mine? Curator Lu said with a straight face, of course I believe it. Besides, right now, I owe the bank $3 billion, so you don't have any need to lie to me even if you wanted to.
Elder Zhang smiled with satisfaction.
Very well, since you opened this mouth, it's a deal. After saying that,
Elder Zhang pulled Curator Lu and came in front of Qin Bufan.
Little Qin, things, I've almost made it clear. Next, you'll have a nice talk. My idea is not to go to judicial sale. First, let Boss Zheng pay off what he owes and get the museum back, while the two of you go through the acquisition process. Qin Bufan fell into a brief moment of contemplation when he heard this. On the contrary,
Qin Linger muttered in her heart,
what exactly is Grandpa Zhang's intention in playing such a trick? Be aware that museums at judicial auctions are much lower than market value. Wouldn't it be more economical to just shoot it? But Grandpa Zhang is being redundant. It's really confusing. But the next second,
Qin Linger exclaimed in shock in her heart,
I know, Grandpa Zhang is planning to rope in Curator Lu to work for old Qin, but it's definitely not going to be that simple. It is unlikely that Grandpa Zhang is planning to, directly, take this museum, as well as all the collections under Director Lu's name, all of them, and, Grandpa Zhang must have known that there must be something of great value present amongst Curator Lu's collection. That's why, step by step, he got Curator Lu on the hook. Of course, it's not really appropriate to say digging a hole. After all, being able to enter the judicial auction process must mean that more than just this museum has been seized. The same is true of the collection inside, because these are under the name of Curator Lu. Old Qin, hurry up and make a move. I choose to believe Grandpa Zhang. Listen to your daughter's heart. After some thought, Qin Bufan also felt that his daughter's analysis was likely correct. At that moment, he took the initiative to speak. Pavilion Director Lu, let's do what the elder said. What do you think? Make me an offer. If the price is right, I can transfer the money to you now. Who knows? Qin Bufan had just finished speaking, before Curator Lu could say anything. However, I heard Zhang Lao immediately open his mouth and said, Curator Lu, I'll add a word ha. Xiao Qin said the acquisition. It's the acquisition of the museum in your name, as well as the collection you own. Hear that? Curator Lu's face changed slightly. Qin Bufan saw this. The heart was glad. Her daughter's suspicions, she knew, were correct. The reason why Zhang Lao has turned simplicity into complexity, the target, precisely, was the other side's collection. Not bad. This old man hadn't even become an employee under himself, and he was already thinking for himself. Chapter 119, Buying the Museum of Antiquities. As Qin Bufan pondered, Curator Lu immediately looked embarrassed. Elder Zhang, I really don't know how to cope with this move of yours, he said with a bitter smile. It's not like you don't know that those collections, they're my lifeblood. Although, nowadays, those collections, they have entered the judicial auction process. Instead, I talked my friend into buying it, store it with him for now, and then, when I have money later, I'll buy it back. Yet, your old man. Zhang Lao seemed to know that Curator Lu would say this. He said confidently, Little Lu, as your forgotten friend, I know exactly what you think, naturally, and, I know you're torn, but, think about it, you owe $3 billion. Even if you sell this museum, you'll only get your hands on $2 billion. You're going to be $1 billion upside down after you pay it back. So much money, I'm anxious for you, and now, the opportunity is in front of you. If you miss it, you won't have such a good chance in the future. Furthermore, do you think that it's a good idea for you to find someone to judicially bid for those collections of yours? The other party has promised you verbally, but if they turn around and sell, you have no law. Of course, I can assure you of two things. First, when this museum reopens at a later date, you'll still be the curator inside. Secondly, those collections of yours will only be used for exhibitions and will not be auctioned off. But of course, they can naturally be auctioned off if you loosen your grip. All of this can be written into the contract. What do you think? Seeing that Curator Lu was still hesitating, Elder Zhang sighed. That's fine. Since you won't, then, this matter will end here. After saying that, Elder Zhang immediately made a wink towards Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan was about to leave immediately. See this? Curator Lu was instantly anxious. He quickly said, Yes, I promise. Zhang Lao laughed out loud. As for Qin Bufan, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As for Qin Linger, she admired Elder Zhang's art of speaking. At the same time, one can't help but feel emotional. Granted, what Elder Zhang said just now was somewhat calculating, but then again, Elder Zhang's concern is indeed not unreasonable. After all, in my previous life, I've heard a few tidbits of information. This curator, Lu, asked a friend to help him buy it in order to keep his collection. What I didn't realize was that by the time the collection arrived, that friend had changed his mind, simply because, the judicial auction of those collections, their prices are far below the market price. And let's not talk about the auction. Even if you sell it at market price, you can make a lot of money. To those who are money-oriented, the so-called friendship is nothing at all. Because of this, I didn't stop it. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan had a heart that sort of fell. After all, he was in a hurry to make money though. But if you build it on the suffering of others, count on it. Even if it makes money, he couldn't have peace of mind either. I think that Elder Zhang was so resourceful that he had already thought of this before. While Qin Bufan was thinking, Curator Lu took the agreement out of the briefcase he was carrying. The two signed quickly, and Qin Bufan didn't hesitate and directly transferred 3 billion to the other party. See this? Curator Lu had quite a dreamlike feeling. But, this is no time for sentimentality. It is imperative that the money owed is paid off first as soon as possible. It was a 3-hour wait. After a series of formalities were completed, Curator Lu could sort of tear the seal off. Enter it again. Curator Lu was quite emotional. But it's done. He could only resign himself to his fate. Who knows? Just then, Curator Lu's cell phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, Curator Lu was a little frightened in his heart. And at this time, Zhang Lao came over. And when he saw the caller ID, Zhang Lao said with a smile, Hurry up and pick it up. Then tell people the truth. Curator Lu smiled helplessly. However, it had come to this, and he could only tell the truth to the other party. He felt that the other man would understand himself. Also, by doing this yourself, you're saving the other side money in disguise. Who knows? Curator Lu just got through. On the other end of the phone, a voice of inquiry then came. Old Lu, what's wrong with you? Didn't you ask me to bid on those collections of yours? But why? The judicial auction side called me and said all those lots were withdrawn. Facing the other party's questioning, Curator Lu smiled bitterly. Old Li, I'm really sorry, I've already decided to sell my museum, along with the collection, as a package, so don't bother. Hey, look at me. I've just been working for hours and I forgot to tell you. However, even though you didn't do me any favors, this is a favor that I will definitely remember. Who knows? Curator Lu's latter words had not yet been finished. At that moment, there was a sudden burst of hysteria on the other end of the line. Surname Lu, what's wrong with you? I have the money ready, but you, straight up, quit. Aren't you making me work for nothing? You're going too far. Man, cut it off. And afterward, be strangers. Hearing the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, Curator Lu was confused for a moment. What's going on here? I saved old Li's ass. Why is he still pissed? Curator Lu was puzzled. And that's when Zhang Lao said flatly, Xiao Lu, such a friend. It's good to be cut off. Curator Lu looked at Zhang Lao strangely, and Elder Zhang said flatly, this matter, it's very understandable. Think about it, those collections of yours, they're worth a lot of money, and you and your friend, just a verbal agreement. Naturally it has no legal effect. That is to say, those collections, if they were bought by your friend at a low price, that's what he's got. Curator Lu froze. Elder Zhang, old Li shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Curator Lu still wanted to argue, but old Zhang said smilingly, then do you think there is a more reasonable explanation other than this one? Think about it differently. If you ask someone else for help, will the other person cut you off when it turns out they don't need the help again? Curator Lu was silent. After a long time, Curator Lu bowed deeply to Qin Bufan as well as Elder Zhang. Mr. Qin, Elder Zhang, thank you, Curator Lu said with immense gratitude. If you guys hadn't shown up, I'm afraid that those collections of mine really couldn't be returned to me. Qin Bufan smiled. Curator Lu, let's not talk about that first. Nowadays, the museum is unsealed. Why don't we go in first and check out your collection? Incidentally, let's look into how we can get this museum rebuilt. In this regard, Curator Lu naturally did not have any problems. Qin Bufan had some expectations in his heart. Obviously, he was very interested in the collections in the museum, and at the same time, it is also hoped that the 9 tripods that are buried underneath this museum can be dug out earlier. I wonder, after these liquidations are completed, can my daughter's system mission be completed directly? Qin Bufan's heart was filled with expectations. Chapter 120, $2 billion in 2 days. Under the leadership of Curator Lu, Qin Bufan and his group quickly entered the museum. The moment. On top of the display cases, there are various antique collections, and above those antiques, there are seals attached. But now that the formalities are complete, Curator Lu can naturally remove the seal. Little Lu, before I just heard that the collections among your museum are worth a lot of money, Elder Zhang said with a hint of dismay. Today, I realize that the rumors are not false. While talking, Elder Zhang came to a display cabinet. This is an antique painting on a fan. Is this Tang Yin's Jiangting talking about the ancient world? I remember when you bought it for $6 million, right? Today, this painting and calligraphy is, at least, $12 million. After saying that, Elder Zhang came before another painting. Qiantang Traveling Picture, one of Tang Yin's heirloom masterpieces. In 10, the final bid was $23, $8 million. Today, it's at least $70 million. And the next time, Mr. Zhang began to estimate the value of other collections. Hearing this, Qin Linger quickly began to do some mental math. A rough estimate. Qin Linger was dismayed in her heart, only because he found out this was originally worth $1 billion in paintings and calligraphy. The total value today is in the neighborhood of $3 billion, to say the least. That is to say, Qin Bufan was equivalent to, and bought these paintings and calligraphy for $3 billion, and a museum for nothing. It's a deal. It's totally worth it. No, I have to hurry and look at it. My system panel. Qin Linger's heart was beating a little faster at the moment, and after reading the panel, Qin Linger was overjoyed in her heart. I'm going to go. The system progress bar, even directly raised to 10%? What's going on here? After all, even if the system didn't count old Qin's bank loan, this time, it's only $2 billion, right? Converted to dollars? It's almost $3. 231. Maybe why? Just as Qin Linger was puzzled. On the side, Qin Bufan's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Suva calling. Boss, good news. I sold all the stocks I bought according to the timeline you gave me. One share netted 3.45 times. Sebra had just finished the remaining few, then called. So, half an hour later, only then did Qin Bufan lightly exhale. Boss, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhongjuan was curious. Qin Bufan smiled. It's nothing. Those companies under my banner, in the past few days, have been speculating on the stock market according to my request. Today, it's all profitable. Just now, They debriefed me. Nice haul. I roughly figured that yesterday. With the collection we bought at auction, plus the assets of this museum,
and the money from the stock speculation, I made almost $2 billion in 2 days.
What? These words fell.
Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei looked at each other.
On the contrary, Curator Lu as well as Elder Zhang. At this moment,
he was also dismayed.
The atmosphere, for a while, got a little weird. No wonder a few people are like that. After all, that's $2 billion. Converted to Chinese currency that's 38 billion. That's an astronomical amount of money. 2 days. Makes so much money. For a moment,
they felt their heads buzzing.
Xin Bufan saw this, couldn't help but smile. Gentlemen, you seem to be interested in this as well? Well then, why don't I give each of you $1 billion so you can have some fun too? Of course, it's in the name of the company you work for. If it makes money, I can give you a 1% cut at the end of the year. Hear that? Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei couldn't help but light up, but
they quickly revealed a look of suspicion.
After all, as the former heads of YE,
they also like to speculate on stocks.
But it's basically just a small fight.
With $1 billion in speculation,
it's the kind of thing they can't even think about. After all, if you can make money, naturally it's 1,000 times better, can be more likely to lose money. After all, there are rules in the stock business, though, but it is very elusive. They feel that the probability of making money by spending $1 billion to speculate on stocks is not even as high as buying a lottery ticket. Seeing a few people like that, Xin Bufan smiled. You don't need to operate. I'll let you speculate on the stock, the capital. I'll put up, and you, just acquire the stock in the name of the company. Of course, since I'm asking you to make a move, I'm naturally fully prepared, and all you have to do is just buy the stock at the point in time that I've set, and then sell it at a specific time on the next trading day. How's that for easy? Hear this.
Wang Zhongjuan's few people still found it unbelievable.
No wonder they are so. After all, Xin Bufan said about speculation, it's almost like a mechanical action. But the other side, really can accurately predict the changes in the stock market? But think about it. If the other side doesn't have that ability, and how is it possible to make that much money in 2 days? A thought.
Wang Zhongjuan said seriously.
Boss, since you are not afraid, how can we, as employees, possibly back down? I'll take this job. Curator Lu and Elder Zhang also hurriedly agreed. A few people chatted briefly, and Xin Bufan, indeed, transferred $4 billion to each of the 4 people present. And Xin Bufan said that he would turn around and tell a few people the details of the speculation. Boss, since things are finalized, why don't we go for a drink? Wang Zhongjuan inquired. Xin Bufan smiled. There's no rush. Afterward, he looked at Qin Linger to the side and said, Good daughter, earlier, your grandpa Zhang said that children's perception of things is sharper than that of adults. Daddy asks you, did you perceive anything good within this museum? When Qin Linger heard this, she was at a loss. Dad, I don't know. So says the mouth. Qin Linger, on the other hand, pondered in her heart. I'll go. What does old Qin mean by that? Why do I get the feeling he's a little weird today? Before the auction, he had to ask my opinion. Buy this museum and ask my opinion too. And now, old Qin is asking me if there are any good things in this museum? Could it be that old Qin found something? But that's impossible. Or maybe old Qin also has a system boost? As Qin Linger pondered, Zhang Lao went up smilingly. Xiao Qin, stop it. Little Lu is one of our own. This museum has good things as far as the eye can see. If you're going to say anything else is good, it's going to have to exist underground. Xin Bufan laughed. Elder Zhang, you don't say. I have a feeling that underneath this museum, there could really be something good. As far as I know, this museum, before the Qing dynasty, has been handed down by a family, right? And that family, the bottom line is extremely strong. But later on, that family declined, and all the good things within it seem to have disappeared. I have a feeling that those treasures are, most likely, buried under the ground. Hear this. Elder Zhang smiled. It clearly felt that Qin Bufan was flirting. As for the 2 Wang Zhongjuan brothers, they did not say much at this moment. But Qin Bufan didn't care. He once again looked at Qin Linger. Just point to a place, daughter, and then I'll get someone to dig. If you don't dig it, forget it. Wouldn't it be a windfall if we dug it up? While saying that, Qin Bufan looked at his daughter with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 121, Digging Out the 9 Cauldrons. They're worth a fortune. At this very moment, Qin Linger was clearly a bit overwhelmed, and in his mind, he muttered, I don't blame him for being so. Truly, Qin Bufan's maneuver was too confusing. What the hell is going on here? I look at his confident little eyes as if he's 100% sure that I know there's a treasure hidden down here. However, Qin Linger knew that at this moment, she was being driven to the duck. Forget it, what's the point of dwelling on it? Anyway, I'll do as well as old Qin tells me to do. And,
It would save me from having to remind him. Think about it. Qin Linger looked at Qin Bufan in a milky voice and said, Daddy, I'm going to point out the place and then dig out the treasure. Can you take me to the playground? Qin Bufan smiled. Whether it's dug up or not, I'll take you there. Hear this. Qin Linger immediately revealed a happy expression, and then she started searching for memories. I remember that the 9 tripods, buried in the same location, and it seems to be located directly below booth 3. Let's see. In a previous life, booth number 3 was located under a famous painting by the present-day Tang Dynasty painting saint, Wu Daozi. Qin Linger muttered in her mind while locking her gaze at Wu Daozi's famous painting. Daddy, there's a treasure under this one, Qin Linger said in a determined tone. Qin Bufan stroked the other party's head favorably. Then he looked at Curator Lu and said, Curator Lu, please find workers. I want to excavate here. What? These words fell. The people in the audience had a look of dismay on their faces. They had thought that Qin Bufan was just joking. Or rather, to coax little children. Available results. After Qin Linger pointed out the exact direction. They're really going to do it? Boss, you're... Curator Lu was clearly in a bit of a bind. While Zhang Lao directly said, Shao Qin, stop it. I was just talking off the top of my head. Why are you really digging it up? The two brothers, Wang Zhengjuan and Wang Zhonglei, also hastened to discourage them at this moment. But it was as if Qin Bufan had made up his mind. He said seriously, Gentlemen, let me tell you something esoteric. When I made my fortune, I had nothing to do with this baby girl of mine. In the beginning, I only had one sweet, and on hand, a couple $100,000. One time, we were walking past the lottery store downstairs and my daughter asked me to buy scratch-offs. As it turns out, I won $1 million. Then, my daughter's classmate's father speculated in virtual coins, and I kind of thought the same thing, so I added a mysterious high-profile person. It was under the guidance of the other side that I got the assets I have today. Of course, the most amazing thing was the buying of the lottery ticket. At that time, I was suffering from a lack of funds at hand, so I went to the lottery station to try my luck, but I never thought that I would win $1 billion straight away. And that string of numbers is what my daughter wrote down. So, I have a feeling that this daughter of mine, there may be some kind of talent, or maybe there's an incredible power in her. Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Wang Zhengjuan and the two of them and said, This is something that I think you two have witnessed for all to see, isn't it? Wang Zhengjuan kindly laughed. This, I really can't refute. After all, yesterday we invited you, boss, to participate in the charity auction, and you left that to Spirit's decision. Because of that, we were able to buy those collections and make $1.88 billion straight up. When Elder Zhang heard this, he was a bit moved. As for Curator Lu, the same is true. After all, this museum now belongs to Qin Bufan. Plus, the other side is only digging in this one small area. If you really can't find the treasure, it won't hurt. But if you dig up the treasure, that's a lot of money for nothing. Think about it. Curator Lu finally nodded. 3 minutes later, Curator Lu called a friend of his who was contracted to do the work and hung up after briefly explaining the situation. Boss, the people have been arranged. They'll be here soon, Curator Lu said seriously. In his heart, there was some little anticipation. Half an hour later, that construction crew has arrived. After asking for general information, they started construction. Wang Zhonglei, Wang Zhengjuan, Curator Lu, as well as Elder Zhang and his entourage, were waiting on the sidelines. You guys have to be careful, Curator Lu said seriously. After all, you're digging for a cultural artifact, so it wouldn't be good if there was any damage. Of course, Curator Lu could have contacted friends in the archaeological community. It's more reassuring to have them there, but if one tells them that it's because a little girl casually pointed it out, they balk at the idea that there are artifacts here. It's sure to be laughed at. Time, minutes and seconds pass. 2 hours later, that group of construction workers, they've dug down to 10 meters underground. Only, unfortunately, there was still nothing. See this, Elder Zhang and the others were a bit lost, but it was soon taken for granted. After all, if Qin Linger could dig out treasures with a casual finger, that's just upside down. But on the contrary, Qin Bufan always looked calm and relaxed. He looked at the construction crews who were already beginning to show disinterest and said, Keep digging, everyone. Hard work guys. I'll double your pay when the rush is over. As soon as I heard that, those employees were instantly energized. And so, another hour soon passed. And that's when one of the workers said evenly, Dig it. Hear that? Elder Zhang and the others, who had already given up hope, suddenly brightened up. Come on, let me down. Elder Zhang said with incomparable excitement. With the help of the construction crew, Elder Zhang quickly arrived at the bottom. He pulled out a flashlight as well as a magnifying glass and took a closer look. Elder Zhang, how's it going? Curator Lu hurriedly inquired.
Elder Zhang didn't say anything. Instead, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed his family's number. Quick, send me that book. Hear this. The people in the room were staggered, especially Curator Lu as well as the two Wang brothers. After all, they had known Zhang Lao for decades. For the other party's rich knowledge in literature and games, it can be said to be breathtaking. General cultural relics. The other party carefully look at the end, can be like a family name to say its origin as well as the authenticity, and even the market price. But this time, the other side actually wants to check out the book. Elder Zhang, what kind of treasure is underneath this museum? Curator Lu inquired with incomparable anxiety. Elder Zhang didn't reply, but said seriously, I'll talk about it when my book arrives, because right now, I'm not sure that my guess is accurate. 1 hour later, those employees had already begun to send all the treasures they dug out, one after another, to the ground, and the ancient book that Elder Zhang had asked for had already reached him. A quick check. Elder Zhang came before the 9 large tripods of different shapes. He said to himself, ha ha, I didn't expect that this 9 cauldrons, which, among the legends, were cast by the Xia dynasty and, later on, worshipped as the heirloom of the nation, would be here. As these words fell, the atmosphere, in an instant, became somewhat bizarre. Chapter 122, A New Opportunity, Bidding on the Capital Courtyard. Seeing the crowd do so, Elder Zhang went up with incomparable excitement. I am now 100% certain that these 9 tripods in front of me were cast during the Xia dynasty, with the copper contributed by the 9 herdsmen of the world. According to the information, the 9 cauldrons, what they represent is the 9 states under the heaven. The idiom of asking for the center of the world and so on, which is spoken of in later times, is precisely about these 9 supreme treasures. These 9 tripods have great historical value, certainly, because it carries so much significance in history that it cannot be measured in monetary terms. Even I wouldn't dare to put a price on it. But the only thing I can say for sure is that if these 9 tripods were to be auctioned off, at least one of them would reach $10 billion. And, that's still a conservative estimate. What? Hear this. Wang Zhonglei, Wang Zhongjuan, and Curator Lu were confused. And then, Elder Zhang smiled bitterly. But then again, this 9 cauldrons is very special. I think the top will never let it appear in the auction. So, we can only display it here as a museum. But, spare me, this museum of ours, with this 9 cauldrons as its town treasure, will surely cause many people to come to see it. Speaking here, Elder Zhang looked at Curator Lu. Curator Lu said seriously, don't worry, Elder Zhang. I'll make everything clear to the top later and then submit an application. Elder Zhang, naturally, did not have any opinion on this, and then, he turned to look at Qin Linger. His face was filled with emotion. Linger, you girl, you're just too powerful. You casually pointed, and we really dug up these 9 treasures of immense value. To be honest, your grandpa Zhang, I've seen every big storm in my life, but never expected to come across something so amazing. Metaphysics, it's just so metaphysical. Qin Linger pretended to be confused, but in his heart, he was happy, simply because, at this moment, she had opened the system panel. He realized that after Zhang Lao finished pricing the 9 cauldrons, the task progress bar on your own system is loading. Eventually, it was fixed at 69%. It's just too good to be true. I didn't expect that this time. When I came to the capital, I directly accomplished most of the small goal of $20 billion. Next, just get the rest of the tasks done. Right. According to my experience of reading system novels in my previous life, the tougher the task issued by the system, the more generous the reward received, the more generous it is. I wonder, what reward will I get when the mission is completed? One time, Qin Linger rose up in great anticipation, and Qin Bufan was indifferent to that so-called system reward. For him, making $20 billion is purely a matter of keeping his daughter in existence. After all, if you don't even have a daughter, what's the point of him wanting more money? Qin Bufan collected his thoughts. Quick calculations were made in the middle of his mind. There is still 31% of progress left until Spirit's mission is complete. That's $462 billion. Converted, that's 78 million Chinese dollars. Though, for others, it could be astronomical. But I'm perfectly capable of speculating in stocks, as well as buying collectibles to finish. In 3 months, it's totally fine to make that money. Qin Bufan thought secretly. The mind, on the other hand, was relieved. 1 hour later, Qin Bufan left the museum and returned to the hotel. Rested briefly, Qin Bufan then opened his computer and logged into Penguin. And on the side, Qin Linger had planned to rest for a while, but when he saw that Qin Bufan had opened the Dreaming Back 20 Years chatbox, he immediately got up and said, Dad, I have a stomachache, I'm going to the restroom. Well, go on. Qin Bufan casually responded. When Qin Linger saw that Qin Bufan didn't turn around, she immediately quietly picked up the tablet, as well as the small notebook, and entered the restroom. Less than a minute, Qin Bufan then saw the gray avatar of Dream Back 20 Years light up. Dreaming back 20 years, how has it been progressing lately? Simple life, the war record is good. I followed the tips you gave me, bought a few stocks, earned a sum of money. In addition, I also in the capital, acquired a private museum, under that, dug out the 9 cauldrons. Qin Bufan finished crackling. Soon, there was another message from the other side. Dreaming of 20 years, great, keep up the good work. You're $462 billion short of completing our bet. Simple life, I don't know. Do you have any more tidbits of information? Dreaming back 20 years, I had guessed you would ask this. Wait. A moment's wait followed. The other person sent a picture. As usual, a number of stocks are clearly listed on it. When to buy and when to sell. How much will be gained is clearly stated. I just did some rough calculations. If you buy according to what I wrote, you'll be able to net $1.5 billion this time, which means you're still short of $2 billion. However, I have some bad news for you, which is that after the third trading day, the stock market will experience a long period of turbulence, and the bull market will turn into a bear market, so you'll need to keep an eye on your wallet for this period of time. Simple life, roger that. Qin Bufan had thought that this chat would end here, which, in the next second, dream back to 20 years, however. The stock although temporarily unable to speculate, but I give you other ideas to make money. That is, in the west side of the capital over there is a courtyard is being judicial auction. The relevant information, you can investigate the internet. The starting price of this quadrangle in 300 million. Simple life, you're asking me to shoot a courtyard house? Could it be that later on this courtyard house will go up in price or be demolished? Dreaming back to 20 years, small. Your pattern is small. To tell you the truth, this quadrangle has a history of several hundred years, and in this quadrangle under the big tree, there exists a small basement poured by the steel, which has a lot of treasures. Its total value, at least in 20 billion. What? Read all about it. Qin Bufan was so surprised that his eyes went wide. $20 billion baby? Wouldn't that mean that all one would have to do is buy that villa and then close on it, and the daughter's system mission is complete? Qin Bufan continued to chat with Dream back 20 years, for a few moments before saving the image. Immediately afterward, it was sent one after another to the heads of the major companies under his name. Of course, Qin Bufan naturally reminded the crowd that when this transaction was over, they would have to sound the alarm for the time being. After all, a bull market turning into a bear market is no joke. If it is not done correctly, it is likely to go straight into bankruptcy. It's too. There is a saying circulating in the stock speculation world, stock speculation is risky, and you need to be careful when entering the industry. It's just a shame. In this business, it's all about risk and opportunity. If not for the fact that Qin Bufan had his daughter as his golden finger, he also dared not rashly take his entire fortune to speculate on stocks. Accounting is complete. Qin Bufan turned to his mother again and greeted her. Of course, the mother, by panphone, made a fortune because of her previous stock speculation. She became interested in the business of stock speculation. Therefore, after Qin Bufan told the other party about the information of one of the stocks, he instructed the other party to wait for this profit and then close his hand, so as not to dive headlong into it. After doing so, Qin Bufan was completely relieved. Next, it's time to start buying that quadrangle on the west side of the capital. Qin Bufan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 123, The Courtyard. The transfer is successful. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan got up early, and Qin Linger was also happy. After the father and daughter had a simple breakfast, they went straight to Zhang Lao's house. Little Qin, you're just in time. I have good news for you. Curator Lu's application has been approved. The meaning of the above is very simple. Those 9 tripods can be used as the treasure of the town hall. Not only that, but $1 billion will be handed down from above to fund the refurbishment of the museum. Hearing this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but light up. He was relieved. One really grew up in a wonderful country. A lot of emotion. Qin Bufan went straight to the point. Elder Zhang, I didn't come to you this time to inquire about the museum. You live on the west side of town, and I wanted to ask you if there have been any judicial auctions here lately. Zhang Lao was a bit strange. Xiao Qin, why are you asking this? Seeing Qin Bufan's silence, Elder Zhang said, yes there is. It's just over there on Zuanwoman West Street. But that quadrangle, I'd advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself, because it's not worth it at all. Qin Bufan looked at the elder in disbelief. Zhang Lao explained, it's like this, that courtyard house is real estate under the name of a real estate company. That company, for taking this quadrangle as collateral in the first place. It's just a shame that they then had problems with the building and had to rot. and now they owe the bank a lot of money. That's why it was taken to judicial sale, by which it was repaid. Granted, this place, because it's located in the capital city, which is an inch of land, I'll be honest, it's not very cost-effective. After all, the size of this quadrangle, it's only 300 square feet. When you convert it down, it's the equivalent of 230,000 a square meter. This is just heavenly, and that's still the reserve price. If there are multiple bidders, it'll probably be higher. Little Qin, I advise you to think twice before you act. Qin Bufan smiled. Elder Zhang, I know everything you said. Still, I want to buy it, so I need to trouble you to show me around. Of course, the sooner the better in this matter. Otherwise, it'll be a problem if someone gets a head start. Elder Zhang looked at Qin Bufan strangely. Little Qin, do you have any more tidbits of information, or is that the result after you asked Spirit? Qin Bufan smiled. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Seeing Qin Bufan's confident look, Zhang Lao smiled helplessly and said, well, who made you the boss? Half an hour later, led by Elder Zhang, Qin Bufan arrived before the courtyard house that was judicially auctioned. Subsequently, specialized staff were contacted. The staff member directly opened his accompanying computer and said, both of you, I'm sorry to say that since the courtyard is now in a state of seizure, I'm not authorized to take you in. However, I have a video presentation here. If you guys feel up to it, just submit your information and put down a deposit. Qin Bufan smiled. It doesn't need to be that troublesome. I'll just pay the deposit directly. What? The staffer was confused. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qin Bufan would be so forthcoming. And the same is true for Mr. Zhang Lao. He was about to open his mouth. And at this point, the two brothers, Wang Zhongjuan, rushed over. You're just in time. I have something I need to trouble you both with. As I recall, you guys are capital city residents, right? This quadrangle, you need a capital city account to be able to do it. Otherwise, it's not good to transfer. So, I need to take the real estate here and put it in the name of HYC. The two Wang Zhongjuan brothers looked at each other. After all, they had rushed here after receiving the call from Qin Bufan. As for the details, Qin Bufan said that he would know when they arrived. But who would have thought? Qin Bufan was actually asking them to buy this quadrangle in the name of the company. Boss, you have to be careful. The two of them, Wang Zhongjuan, could not help but advise. However, at this time, Elder Zhang smiled bitterly. Before you guys came, I already said it. But little Qin seems to have made up his mind in general. The two brothers sniffed, which silenced them. See this. Qin Bufan brought Qin Linger forward and looked at the staff member. Excuse me, is the judicial auction possible after paying the deposit? The staffer said, good, the deposit is $50 million. After the auction is completed, as long as you provide detailed paperwork and information, and pay the final payment, I will take you to the closing, and in as little as 2 hours, you will be able to close successfully. 15 working days at the latest. Of course, as soon as the closing paperwork is filed and then the agreement is signed. Legally, this quadrangle belongs to you. If you have questions, you can consult with a specialized attorney. Saying that, the staff took out a list and told Qin Bufan to prepare these. Seeing this, Qin Bufan immediately handed it over to Wang Zhonglei. After Wang Zhonglei went ahead to prepare the relevant information, Qin Bufan was guided by the other party, opened the computer, successfully logged into the website, and finished paying the deposit. Now, it can begin, the staff member said seriously. Qin Bufan really saw the word start on the page. Immediately, Qin Bufan didn't bother with nonsense and directly started bidding. But after waiting for several minutes, no one grabbed a shot. How come no one's bidding against me? Qin Bufan was a bit strange. Elder Zhang and Wang Zhonglei looked at each other. The mind, on the other hand, sighed helplessly. After all, the price of this quadrangle was too outrageous. Unless it was a person of great wealth like Qin Bufan, who dares to buy it out of the blue. After all, a quadrangle of 230,000 yuan per square meter is almost difficult to command a premium, even in a place like the capital, where land is scarce. As the two pondered, Qin Linger on the side, however, rejoiced in her heart. It looks like old Qin can take this quadrangle at the lowest price. In fact, Elder Zhang and Wang Zhongjuan were not wrong at all when they advised old Qin. After all, the price of this quadrangle, according to the unit price, is really outrageous. Even if prices soar later, this quadrangle will only go up a few tens of thousands, spending $300 million in a few years, only to earn tens of millions of dollars. A big investment, little return. Few people will do so, but this is good. Old Qin can buy it at the lowest price, which saves a fortune. As Qin Linger pondered, the minutes ticked by, and at the moment, the countdown shown on the webpage has less than 1 minute left. Time to zero. The 4 big words, bidding successful, immediately came into view. The staff on the sidelines were delighted to see this. This quadrangle, it's a sellout. Qin Bufan glanced at Wang Zhongjuan beside him. The other party immediately asked for the specified account number and then called the finance to transfer the money. Less than a minute, the finance side called to report that the transfer was successful. Seeing this, the staff immediately took everyone forward to the court to bring the relevant certificates with immense enthusiasm. After Wang Zhonglei arrived, the closing procedures began. Tossed for 2 hours, the closing was successful. The staffer was beyond happy to leave. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, led the group, removed the seal and entered the villa. Elder Zhang, now, you can contact Curator Lu here. We, for one, are going to start digging for treasure, Qin Bufan said with a smirk. What? Hearing this, the people present could not help but look at each other. Chapter 124, Underground Treasure Dredging, worth $20 billion. Boss, are you saying that there are treasures amongst this courtyard? Wang Zhonglei stepped forward and asked with a hint of incredulity. Wang Zhongjuan also looked at Qin Bufan strangely. As for Elder Zhang at this moment, he was also a bit incredulous. Little Qin, are you telling the truth? Elder Zhang inquired with incomparable seriousness. Granted, he didn't believe what Qin Bufan said from the bottom of his heart, but, all that has gone before, it made him believe. And the two brothers, Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, were the same at the moment. Boss, what the hell is going on here? Wang Zhongjuan asked. Qin Bufan smiled, then said with a pretext he had already thought of. This courtyard house, to put it mildly, is related to a distant relative of my father. That distant relative's ancestor was a native of the capital in the first place, and the owner of this quadrangle is the owner of that ancestor. Back then, there was turmoil in China, and the owner of this courtyard house, in order to avoid being affected, so he left the place overnight. As for those treasures, what they could take away they took away, and what they couldn't take away they buried underneath here. The owner of that four-room house had the idea of going back after the unrest had subsided and continuing to live the life he had before. Unfortunately, but lives are lost in the field. The quadrangle, on the other hand, was inherited by one of the old owner's relatives, and that relative's descendant is the owner of that real estate. Unfortunately, the secret underneath this quadrangle is unknown. Actually, Qin Bufan's words were 3 parts true and 7 parts false. So, Elder Zhang and the others were simply unable to discern the truth. Sure, what the reason for this is, they don't really care. At this very moment, what they cared about the most was still whether a small treasure trove really existed underneath this quadrangle. If that's true, then, this time, Qin Bufan can make a small profit again. Think about it. Zhang Lao immediately dialed the phone number of Curator Lu. After a brief and succinct explanation, Curator Lu said he would come over immediately. Guys, don't look at me like that. Ha! Qin Bufan was a bit uncomfortable when he saw Elder Zhang, Wang Zhonglei, and Wang Zhongjuan, all staring at him with strange eyes. Zhang Lao laughed softly. Little Qin, if this time, you can really dig out the treasures from underneath this courtyard, in the future, I will do whatever you say. The two Wang Zhonglei brothers concurred in succession. No wonder they are so. After all, everyone is a businessman. Naturally, the priority is to make money. And Qin Bufan had such a high level of foresight. They felt that even if they couldn't make the big bucks, even if it was just a mouthful of soup, it was still more money than they had made before. People go higher. Soon, Curator Lu arrived with a group of friends from the construction team. Under Qin Bufan's command, a group of people quickly began construction. Qin Bufan had a calm and collected face. On the contrary, Elder Zhang, Curator Lu, and the two Wang brothers began to hold their breath. Half an hour of digging. Curator Lu, there is indeed a small underground warehouse here, a construction worker said. Come on, everyone, grab your digs. Curator Lu's eyes lit up. And so, after another hour of hustling, the entrance to that little warehouse can sort of appear. Granted, they don't have a key, but the good thing is that with today's technology, it's incredibly easy to pick old locks from the past. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, the entrance was opened directly. Xiao Qin, you guys wait outside, Elder Zhang earnestly admonished. After all, this artifact stuff, if you're not careful and bump it, it's likely to be worthless. Leave it to the professionals. Afterward, Elder Zhang glanced at Curator Lu. Both of them took out the gloves they had with them, then went in and started working. They keep coming in and out, and each time it appeared, a few antiques jumped out at you. Qin Bufan counted on the sidelines. There are more than 100 pieces. The two worked for over an hour. There has been a lot of sweating. Elder Zhang, Curator Lu, why don't you guys take a break first? Then we'll proceed with the valuation. Qin Bufan said kindly. It's just a shame. Qin Bufan, however, underestimated these two ashes antiques wailed. They were physically tired at the moment though, but the spirit is strong. Qin Bufan saw this. The heart knows it's done. To make these two so excited, those artifacts must be worth a lot. Soon, with everyone helping out together, the collections were brought inside the main courtyard. Elder Zhang didn't even drink the water, and directly picked up a painting in calligraphy and said, Xiao Qin, I'll simply estimate the price now. This painting and calligraphy, preparing to ride on a journey from the Tang Dynasty period, although the author is unattested, it is worth at least $8 million by virtue of its unique style of painting. And in the next few moments, Elder Zhang kept picking up those calligraphy and paintings. The spring tour of Mrs. Guagua, the hairpin lady, Xiao Yixing's lanting drawing. These words and paintings are all national treasures. And then, Elder Zhang began to introduce the vases as well as the bronzes and such respectively. A lecture was given. Elder Zhang couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Little Qin, if I didn't make a mistake in my valuation, the treasure we just found within that treasury, its value, totaling $20 billion. And that's a conservative estimate. If it can be put up for auction, the value is estimated to double. Qin Bufan had long been mentally prepared though. Can be heard in person. It still feels shocking. As for Curator Lu, Wang Zhonglei and Wang Zhongjuan, the same is true. They turned inside out, and the eyes were full of incredulity. No wonder they are so. To know. Today, they were called by Qin Bufan. In fact, in order to buy this courtyard in the name of Huai Company. With this, they disagree from the bottom of their hearts. It's just a shame. Who made the other guy the boss? They had no choice but to do what the other side asked. However, who would have thought? After the closing, Qin Bufan directly excavated the place. 300 million, get a quadrangle, and bonus antiques. Wouldn't that mean Qin Bufan in just a few hours just earned $20 billion? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. One time, the way they looked at Qin Bufan was completely different from before. If anything, before this, Qin Bufan was just a discerning businessman, and now, they felt that the other party was simply a godlike existence. Boss, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced, the two Wang Zhongjuan brothers said in unison, and Curator Lu was in agreement. Qin Bufan just smiled at this. His gaze, on the other hand, landed on Qin Linger's body. Qin Linger on the side. She didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he was happy, simply because she saw that her system progress bar had reached 100%. System, quick, let me see. What's the reward you're giving me for the completion of this mission? Qin Linger muttered in her mind, and when she looked at the reward clearly, inside, she instantly boiled up. Chapter 125 Rate of Return? Going to the antique market to pick up leaks. No wonder Qin Linger was so excited. Simply because, this time, what the system had rewarded was just too much. This is simply developed. A one-time award of $20 billion. Not only that, but I can see the ROI. My goodness. Doesn't that mean that I'll be able to see a return on old Qin's investment in a project in the future? Doesn't that mean that old Qin will be able to do business in the future, so to speak? Qin Linger was simply overjoyed, and Qin Bufan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Apparently, he didn't expect it. This time, helping his daughter to complete the system's mission, he was able to get such a benefit. And just as Qin Bufan was thinking about how he could make money with his daughter's newly acquired golden finger, his cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Bufan took a closer look and his eyes bulged out, simply because he saw that he was above his account balance. Surprisingly, it has increased by 123.8 billion Chinese dollars. That translates to just under $20 billion. Dad, what's wrong? Qin Linger was curious. For a moment, Qin Bufan didn't even know what to say to make it better. After all, he can't always say, just listen to my daughter's heart myself. Immediately after that, one somehow gets an extra $20 billion, right? A thought. Qin Bufan could only say, it's nothing, it's just a spam text message. Qin Linger didn't think much about it, and at the moment, she was looking forward to it. Hey, now there's trouble. Looking at the system, this $20 billion reward is going directly to old Qin's account. If he then realizes that so much money has inexplicably appeared in his account, will he be scared then? The most important thing, of course, is that the source of this money, somewhat inexplicably, could be something wrong. Never mind all that, let's talk about it later. If I really can't, I'll directly showdown with old Qin at that time. Wait, in case I showdown with old Qin, what if the system automatically unbinds at that time? Right, I can use Penguin to contact old Qin. When the time comes, just say that this money is dream back 20 years to give him a reward. Alas and alack, this young lady is truly gifted and intelligent. Hearing his daughter's self-praise, Qin Bufan smiled in his heart without saying anything, and at the moment there was some anticipation in his mind as to what was going on with the rate of return that his daughter was talking about. Short thoughts. Xin Bufan looked at Zhang Lao and the others and said, Curator Liu, I'll trouble you to transport this collection to the museum. I'm relieved to have you transporting it. Speaking here, Xin Bufan looked at Elder Zhang and said, Elder Zhang, this quadrangle matter has almost come to an end. However, I have one more thing to ask. I wonder if I can help. Zhang Lao looked at Xin Bufan strangely. Xin Bufan smiled. To be honest, I've always felt that I have good luck on my side. This, of course, is very metaphysical to say the least, but after all this, I've basically settled on this. If it was the previous Zhang Lao, he would definitely just think that Xin Bufan was talking nonsense, but seeing with his own eyes, the fact that Xin Bufan spent $300 million and then, within this courtyard, dug out antiques of astronomical value, he couldn't admit it even if he didn't. After a moment's thought, Zhang Lao smiled. Little Qin, it's good to have something straight. Xin Bufan seriously said, I want to ask you, this capital city, is there any famous antique market? I'd like to take my chances. Zhang Lao laughed out loud. Little Qin, you really did ask the right person. I've practically shopped all the antique markets in this capital. Let me tell you briefly about a few of my favorite places to go. So, for the next half hour, Mr. Zhang named the characteristics of those antique markets as if they were his own. For example, which street has a high probability of picking up the slack? Which street has the most fake stuff? Listen to all of this. Xin Bufan smiled. Then I'll just go to that antique street on East Main Street in the West City. After saying that, Xin Bufan left the place to a few people to clean up. He took Qin Linger and headed straight to East Main Street. Half an hour later, Xin Bufan couldn't help but light up. Vintage architecture. Laid-back pedestrians. Those people spoke in an authentic Beijing accent. However, the Xin Bufan at this moment didn't come here just to hang around. His purpose was to hold back the treasure by his daughter's hand. I remember Elder Zhang said that there are especially many hawkers on East Main Street, and although there are quite a few fakes as well as defective items in there, if you have a good eye, you'll be able to dish out nice treasures at a very low price. 5 years ago, Elder Zhang had bought a blackened Xuanwu statue from a peddler. According to that peddler, this Xuanwu statue was dug up by his ancestor under the ground. There's nothing special about that statue, but the eyes of the basilisk statue are set with 2 jewels. There was a famine that year, and the peddler's ancestor had no choice but to sell the Xuanwu statue. Unfortunately, a rich merchant, however, only bought the 2 jewels and threw the basilisk statue away. When Elder Zhang learned of all this, he bought it right away. Go back and cut it open. Inside the Xuanwu statue, there are actually more than 20 gems hidden. Zhang Lao made $5 million with $1,000 directly, and it became a great story for a while. If I have the luck that Elder Zhang has, it would be really great. Of course, the reason why Xin Bufan said these words was so that his daughter Qin Linger would hear them in her heart. Sure enough, Qin Linger couldn't help but smile in her heart after hearing this. Old Qin, what's $5 million for $1,000? You've got big daughters in. If there's really something good here, I can buy it all for you. Let's make you a small profit. Hearing this, Xin Bufan was instantly relieved. The 2 men moved forward slowly. Soon, came before a stall. This boss, welcome, I wonder what you need, the stall owner asked with a warm face. The bosses of the next few stalls also came forward, eyeing Xin Bufan. Xin Bufan was not surprised by this. After all, the line of antiques. There is a maxim, 3 years do not open. Open eat 3 years. The profits here are, naturally, substantial. They saw that Xin Bufan had a very high temperament, and it gives the impression of an antique whiteness. If they could sell the things in their stalls to each other, they could naturally make a lot of money. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd of hawkers, Xin Bufan smiled and said, Everyone, I can't look at it if you guys are surrounding me like this. Take it easy guys, one at a time. Hear this. The vendors immediately waited with bated breath, and that's when Xin Bufan bent down while his gaze fell on a tattered book. On the book, the 4 big words ritual rhyme strategy were clearly written. Boss, this book, how much? Xin Bufan asked curiously. Chapter 126, The Jade Buddha, containing heaven and earth. That peddler saw Xin Bufan's face full of anticipation. I can't help but feel happy in my heart. Immediately, he said seriously, Boss, you really do have a good eye. This ancient book, it's an authentic work from the Song dynasty. Look at the fonts on this. They're all real Song. Also, I can assure you on a personal basis that this is the only orphan copy of this book in the world, and it's worth a lot of money. This is a book that has been passed down from my ancestors to this day. Speaking of this, the peddler laughed bitterly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that someone in my family was sick and needed an operation, I really couldn't afford to sell it to pay back the money. Xin Bufan silently listened to what the other party had to say. Though, the peddler spoke with affection. But businessmen occasionally say something against your will. What's the point? However, Qin Bufan didn't bother circling around with the other party. Instead, he asked directly, "This ancient book, how much can I sell it for?" The peddler sniffed and deliberately revealed a difficult look. "Boss, how about this? Seeing as it's your first time patronizing this stall of mine, I'll give you 30,000. Qin Bufan frowned. This man is quite the lion. 30,000 for an ancient book of unknown authenticity? Mentally though, he muttered. However, Qin Bufan's remaining light looked at Qin Linger, who was on the side, and at the moment, although Qin Linger's surface was ancient and unperturbed, inside, however, it had long since been shaken to an unimaginable degree. Just because, before Qin Linger's eyes at the moment, dense text appeared. The Ritual Rhymes, a lone book of the Song dynasty, whose value in the Song dynasty was equivalent to that of the modern Xinhua dictionary. This book, which is of great historical value, sold at an auction in the capital 2 years later, with a final bid of 23.9 million Chinese dollars. The mind finished meditating on these. Qin Linger was completely stunned. As for Qin Bufan at this moment, he was also surprised. Apparently, he didn't expect it anyway. This little book of rituals and rhymes is of such high value. Sure, at this very moment, Qin Bufan was almost 100% sure that the peddler in front of him was trying to trap himself. He must have thought the book was worthless. Look at yourself like an ingrate. Both. Then he or she is not welcome. Think about it. Qin Bufan looked at the peddler with feigned hesitation and said, "Boss, your asking price is too harsh, isn't it? $30,000 for a book? I have a few dollars in my hand, but I'm afraid if I buy it, people will say I'm stupid." The vendor seemed to know that Qin Bufan would say that. He said fervently, "This boss, words can't be said like that. Business is about integrity. I'll give you 30,000. It's really not that much. Besides, you don't look to me like the kind of person who can't spare 30,000. Do you? If you really can't, you can ask a specialized antique appraiser. It's not like I jacked up the price. If you don't feel right about it, when the time comes, you can come and return it." This peddler talks with his mouth full, but in his heart, he sneered. After all, for these vendors, things have already been sold and there are no refunds or exchanges. Further, by the time he gets his money, he'll have long since slipped away. And the booth, it's not fixed. At that time, even if Qin Bufan wanted to find himself, he wouldn't be able to. What the other side thinks, even if Qin Bufan didn't know, he could still make a rough guess. After some thought, Qin Bufan said, "Boss, $10,000. I'll take it." That boss hesitated. When Qin Bufan saw this, he directly put it aside. Then, a few other things were looked at. However, the few times she picked it up, Qin Linger was silent. Qin Bufan knew that these few items were definitely of little value. But just as Qin Bufan was planning to continue bargaining with that peddler, Qin Linger, however, suddenly spoke up, only to see her cry out in a milky voice, "Daddy, I like this one." While speaking, Qin Linger pointed at a dirty Buddha statue. Qin Bufan looked away. It is vaguely recognizable as a seated statue of Dharma. Qin Bufan was a bit strange. Does this dirty little thing have a lot of value? Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, the voice of my daughter's heart, once again, "Old Qin, this thing, it's a marvelous treasure. Don't look at this thing now, but if you clean it up, it's worth a lot of money." This thing, a seated statue of Dharma on a futon made by He Chaozong of the Ming dynasty. In a previous life, he was bought for $300. Then, it was spotted by an antique collector, who bought it for $10,000, but turned around and sold it for a whopping $1 million. At an auction 2 years later, its price climbed right up to $12 million. What? Qin Bufan's heart poofed up wildly. To know, Qin Bufan came to the antique street, originally just thought to have some fun, and in the meantime, test the daughter's return rate. In the end is how it is. Results. Surprisingly, there were 2 huge gains. The heart was shaken though, but fortunately for Qin Bufan nowadays, he had seen many big storms, therefore the surface remained motionless. Short thoughts. Qin Bufan followed his daughter's topic. "Linger, you like this little thing?" Qin Linger nodded with great certainty. Qin Bufan looked at the peddler and was about to open his mouth, and at that moment, Qin Linger said in a milky voice, "This uncle, my father loves that book, and Linger loves this Buddha statue. How about this? Why don't you go cheap and sell it to us all together?" That boss sniffed. Immediately, he laughed and said, "Little girl, you're so cute. Uncle will promise you good luck. Originally, this ancient book, below 30,000, I would never sell it. For your sake, $25,000. I'll sell you this book and this Buddha statue, as a package." Speaking of this, the peddler also looked at Qin Bufan with a fervent look. "This boss, I'm doing this for the sake of your daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be making money at a loss." Seeing this, Qin Bufan sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll transfer the money to you now, please write a receipt.
The vendor still sighed continuously.
But inside, I was happy. After all, this ancient book, his expected price is 10,000. As for that Buddha statue, he has found a lot of people to look at it, and they all think it is a scrap. When you do the math like that, you've got an extra 10,000 for yourself. There's no need to panic this month. Soon, the vendor wrote down the receipt, and then, took out 2 more boxes and packed them up. Qin Bufan held it carefully, and then, before coming to a stall next door, the vendor next door saw that Qin Bufan was so good at fooling him, and immediately, his heart burst with joy. In his heart, he was thinking about how to blackmail Qin Bufan properly. I don't know. Qin Bufan, however, had set his sights on an emerald Buddha with half of its body broken off early on, simply because, from amongst the voices of his daughter's heart, Qin Bufan knew, this emerald Buddha has something inside. Inside, it contains 9 Tang Dynasty gems, each one, worth millions. Chapter 127, spending $3 million, earning $5 billion. At this moment, Qin Bufan's heart was filled with excitement, but, he was not in a hurry to immediately inquire about the price of the emerald Buddha, but instead pretended to look at the other collections on the small stall. It was a pity that after looking around, Qin Bufan didn't even get anything. The peddler saw this. Immediately, he said anxiously, "This boss, take another look. I have quite a few good things in this stall. This, an agate bracelet from the Ming dynasty. This, a jade Buddha head from the Qing dynasty. And this." Qin Bufan deliberately showed disinterest. See this. That peddler was afraid that this fat meat in his hand would just run away. Unbeknownst to him, just as he opened his mouth, Qin Bufan suddenly played with the emerald Buddha. "Boss, after I've looked at it for half a day, it seems that this emerald Buddha is the only one that has some meaning," Qin Bufan said. "It's just a shame that the thing is only halfway down. And as you know, broken artifacts, even if they have extraordinary origins, are ultimately just remnants," revealed by Qin Bufan. The vendor burst into dry laughter. For a moment there were no words. Qin Bufan didn't continue to talk nonsense. He only saw him holding the emerald Buddha and said, "That's fine. Since I just said that I would take care of your business, I'll buy this. Boss, 1 bite, how much?" The peddler's heart was delighted, and he immediately followed the example of the previous peddler, intending to fool around a bit first. Afterwards, he said, "This boss, this emerald Buddha of mine, it's absolutely genuine, so if you offer 50,000, you can just take it." Qin Bufan was speechless in his heart. This guy is quite the lion. Such a price to pay for a broken jadeite Buddha. But, that's good. Originally, Qin Bufan was still thinking that if the price given by this vendor was reasonable, he would buy the other things along the way. But the other side is so black-hearted, then he or she will have no psychological burden. After thinking about it, Qin Bufan sighed. "Boss, this thing, a bite of $2,000. If it's not for sale, I'll go somewhere else." After saying that, Qin Bufan intended to return the emerald Buddha. That boss was in a hurry. Immediately, he nodded his head back and forth. Qin Bufan finished the payment without any problems. The vendor, on the other hand, took the bills that had just arrived and counted them carefully. He was outwardly calm, but inside, I was happy. After all, this emerald Buddha was something he had picked up at the hands of a scavenger in the first place. Get it for $10. Now, it was bought by Qin Bufan, an ingrate, for $2,000. He or she made a full 20 times that amount. It's not a bad deal. Take this emerald Buddha without a hitch. Qin Bufan bought a few more things at a few other stalls one after another. Then, he got up and headed deeper into the curio. 2 hours later, Qin Bufan had strolled through almost the entire antique street, and he bought more than 50 curiosities with the method he just used. These antiques, either that or it's a very rare treasure, either that or it's contained within. Oh, good harvest this time. Qin Bufan smiled in satisfaction. That's not a bad thing for him to say. After all, the one who was just now did some rough calculations. He spent more than $3 million before and after this trip to the antique street. If the returns seen by his daughter Qinlinger are good, the total value of these collections that one has purchased exceeds $5 billion. Make $5 billion in assets at a cost of $3 million. This is simply more dramatic than making $2 billion in 2 days before. When Qin Bufan appeared outside the antique street, he saw Curator Lu's car stop. "Boss, all of these, you bought them in the antique street?" Curator Lu inquired with a face full of dismay. Qin Bufan smiled. "Not bad, Curator Lu. For these collections, I'll trouble you to send them to the museum. Of course, you can contact Elder Zhang and ask him to value the collections. As for me, I may have to go back later." Curator Lu's mind was filled with questions.
One must know that although he didn't have the keen insight of the elder, as well as the powerful ability to recognize treasures, but he's kind of half an artifact expert. Though, he knew that Qin Bufan had special abilities, but he could never believe it. It's amazing how many great things exist on this antique street. Qin Bufan didn't continue to explain. Anyway, he's not doing anything right now, so just keep experimenting with the special abilities gifted by your daughter's system. Qin Bufan bid farewell to Curator Lu. Then, it was straight to a nearby lottery store. Boss, please bring out all the scratch-offs, Qin Bufan said smilingly, his remaining light, on the other hand, looked at Qin Linger on the side. At this moment, Qin Linger didn't know that Qin Bufan was testing the truth of her return. She thought that Qin Bufan was testing his luck. Immediately, he milked, "Daddy, are you going to buy scratch-offs to play with again?" Not waiting for Qin Bufan to speak, Qin Linger said in a loud voice, "Dad, why don't you? This time, I'll pick and you'll be in charge of scraping. Let's see how much money we can make. This time, shall we?" Qin Bufan naturally didn't have any problem with this. Soon the owner brought out scratch-offs of all denominations. As for Qin Linger, she quickly opened the system panel. Her eyes, however, lingered for a moment on a $10 denomination scratch-off. When they saw that the return was negative, they immediately averted their eyes. Found it. This scratch-off with a $3,000 jackpot in it. This scratch-off can win $100. A careful selection was completed. Qin Linger began to do as she had done again. She carefully selected among the 20, 30 and 50 denominations of scratchers. No way. With a 100% winning rate, even if this boss doesn't suspect it, old Qin will definitely suspect it. Never mind. I'll just pick out some scratch-offs without bonuses and fish out of water for a bit. But would I be doing this a little too deliberately? With that, I can have old Qin pick it out as well. In that case, won't mixing ours together muddy the waters? What my daughter thinks. Qin Bufan naturally heard everything. Immediately, without waiting for Qin Linger to open her mouth, Qin Bufan also picked out some scratch-offs and then mixed them in. Qin Bufan asked the boss for a scraper and started scraping. So, Qin Bufan was busy for half an hour. In the end, Qin Bufan directly won a full $8 million with $3,000. The father and daughter, under the dismayed eyes of that owner, left the lottery store. Good girl. It seems that we are all still lucky, Qin Bufan said smilingly. The heart has concluded. What does the rate of return that my daughter sees actually mean anymore? Nice. With this special ability of Linger's in place, in the future, my investments, I will surely be unbeatable. Mentally muttered something. Qin Bufan immediately drove off, and for the rest of the day, Qin Bufan took his daughter to savor a meal at a nearby snack street before heading straight to the museum. Qin Bufan just got out of the car. Curator Lu quickly approached. Seeing the other party in a hurry, Qin Bufan couldn't help but wonder, "Boss, you're back just in time. Something's wrong." Qin Bufan was a bit strange. "Curator Lu, what's going on?" Curator Lu said in a loud voice. "Don't ask first. After you go in, you'll know." Qin Bufan nodded and immediately followed the other party into the museum. Chapter 128, The Jade Buddha Breaks. 9 jewels emerge. When Qin Bufan came to the museum, there was a lot of noise in there. Qin Bufan fixed his eyes and found Zhang Lao, debating something with quite a few well-dressed people there. It seemed to be because of too much excitement. Zhang Lao blushed. As for Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, they were at a loss for words. When the remaining lights saw Qin Bufan, the brothers immediately trotted over. What's going on? Qin Bufan wondered. Why did Elder Zhang argue with someone? Wang Zhongjuan smiled awkwardly and then told the story. It started about 2 hours ago. At that time, after Curator Lu brought back all the collections that Qin Bufan had bought in the antique street, he immediately contacted Elder Zhang, intending to have the other party value these collections. After appraising quite a few treasures in succession, Zhang Lao began to get excited. And so, he then contacted a group of his old friends, intending to have them come along and see the ability of Qin Bufan, the new boss, to hold the eye. However, with the half-bodied emerald Buddha torn from its wrapping, those old friends of Zhang Lao's then began to snicker. They said that Qin Bufan appeared to go out of his mind. This half-bodied emerald Buddha is worthless. And so, for the next few moments, they argued around the emerald Buddha. Until now, Qin Bufan sniffed. He was a bit speechless. On the other hand, Qin Linger, who was on the side, was able to see through it. Ha ha. So, this Grandpa Zhang is also a man of nature. If I'm not mistaken, old Qin is now a godlike figure in the antique world in Grandpa Zhang's mind. To put it bluntly, old Qin is a loyal fan of Grandpa Zhang and can't allow others to say anything half bad about him. However, I didn't expect Grandpa Zhang to argue with someone for so long just because of a few taunts from an old friend. Qin Bufan was also somewhat speechless at the moment. Hey, this is a mess.
muttering all the while. Qin Bufan quickly stepped forward. Elder Zhang, and all the old men, let's all be at ease, Qin Bufan said with a bitter smile. When Elder Zhang saw Qin Bufan appear, it was as if he had found his backbone. Immediately, he said in a hurry, Little Qin, you've come just in time. You say, you buy half of the Emerald Buddha. Is not this treasure? There are special things? Seeing Qin Bufan smile without saying anything, Elder Zhang said evenly, Little Qin, why don't you hurry up and open your mouth? The rest of those antique experts also hurriedly dropped their attention to Qin Bufan at this moment. Feeling everyone's expectant eyes, Qin Bufan smiled helplessly and said, Elder Zhang, you and your friends are experts in the antique world. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Zhang Lao immediately blew his beard and eyes out. He pulled Qin Bufan to the side, then said fervently, Brat, don't you drop the ball at this time. Hey, never mind, I'll be honest with you. These people we see in front of us are all in the antique world of the Beijing Circle, and they are all dignitaries. My purpose is simple, that is, I intend to component a treasure appreciation association. It's an idea that I've had for a long time, but with some hesitation. However, after seeing these collections you bought today, and after I evaluated the prices, I am even more convinced. My purpose is to deify you and then have you be the president of the Treasure Appraisal Association. That's why I'm arguing with those old guys around this Emerald Buddha. Although, at first glance, this Emerald Buddha is, indeed, not worth much, but I definitely don't believe that you, with your abilities, would go off the deep end. When he said this, Zhang Lao's eyes were incomparably firm. Qin Bufan was a bit stunned, and Qin Linger obviously didn't expect it either. The reason why Zhang Lao is so, surprisingly, drunken. Treasure Hunters Association? That's a good idea. However, Grandpa Zhang is really something. He has a unique vision. He has personally admitted that the Emerald Buddha is not worth much, but he unconditionally believes in old Qin. Indeed, a loyal fan no doubt. However, I just wonder how old Qin should end it. After all, when old Qin bought this half-bodied jade Buddha before, he must have bought it by feel. Even he would never guess that it contains 9 jewels worth nearly $100 million. Right? Forget it. At this moment, it's better for this lady to take a shot. Think about it. Qin Linger suddenly pulled Qin Bufan's shirt and said, Dad, that Emerald Buddha is the culprit behind Grandpa Zhang's quarrel with the other grandpas. Why don't you drop him? Qin Bufan pretended to be surprised, but the heart was smiling. Have to say, this girl is really smart. It's amazing that you would suggest yourself in such a way. Gotta. My daughter said so. Qin Bufan naturally had to go along with the steps. Think about it. Qin Bufan nodded his head and said, Linger is right. I'm going to drop this Emerald Buddha right now. After saying that, Qin Bufan entered the crowd and directly picked up the Emerald Buddha. Zhang Lao was confused. As for those old friends of Zhang Lao, they were laughing at the moment. Old Zhang, I told you so. This big Buddha isn't worth anything at all. You have to be stubborn with us. Hear this. Zhang Lao's face was a bit ugly. He felt that his idea of forming a treasure appraisal association might be out of the question. Of course, what disappointed him the most was that Qin Bufan, who had always been unbeatable, even had times when he lost his hooves. However, just as the elder was filled with depression, Qin Bufan directly slammed that Emerald Buddha heavily onto the ground. Boom! That Emerald Buddha was instantly in pieces. Zhang Lao's many old friends laughed even harder, but soon, they couldn't stop laughing, just because they found out. Among the emerald shards, there were surprisingly 9 gems. Qin Bufan picked up the gemstone without haste under the stunned eyes of the crowd. 9 in all. I didn't realize that there was really something amongst this Emerald Buddha. Qin Bufan murmured to himself. He turned to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, these 9 jewels, I still ask for your help in appraising them. Qin Bufan opened his mouth. Zhang Lao was a bit confused. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, shouted again. Only then did Elder Zhang come back to his senses. He was seen picking up one of the gems and scrutinizing it. Then the reading continued. Until the 9 jewels are read. Elder Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Qin, I knew it. You either don't make a move, or once you do, you're bound to reap a great harvest. Zhang Lao said happily. By the way, I looked at your shopping list earlier. This Emerald Buddha, you bought it for $2,000, right? I can tell you right now that for $2,000, you bought 9. Total value. Gems worth at least 100 million. When this word fell, those old friends of Zhang Lao could no longer laugh. At this very moment, they all looked at Qin Bufan with stunned eyes. The inside had turned over long ago. Chapter 129, Qin Bufan has become a master treasure hunter? Quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was filled with dismay. And inwardly, the thoughts raged. Well, at this point, Elder Zhang opened his mouth, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere. Little Qin, though, I had no doubts about your eyesight from the beginning, but you paid $2,000 for this emerald Buddha with 9 jewels inside. I still find it unbelievable. So, can you tell us whether you, in the beginning, knew about the inside of this jade Buddha already, or did you buy it for some other reason? With this question, everyone's attention, once again, fell on Qin Bufan. Ahem. Qin Bufan gave a dry cough. With that, he smiled and said, guys, if I say that I'm totally betting on the fact that it's my good luck, would you believe me? For this explanation, people naturally don't buy it. If anything, once or twice in a while, it can be considered good luck. But Qin Bufan had done something similar to this an unknown number of times. It's hard to say if you're going to fool around with luck again. But, Elder Zhang and the others were smart people, and since Qin Bufan wasn't willing to say more, they naturally couldn't inquire too much. Well, this matter, let's stop there, Elder Zhang said smilingly. Now, let's get down to mentioning business. As he said this, Elder Zhang swept his gaze towards these old friends in front of him. Everyone, you've all seen Little Qin's methods in antiques. So, I have an idea, and that is to form a treasure appraisal association. Let Xiao Qin become the president of this association. This association, it's a for-profit treasure hunting organization. Of course, my original reason for forming this association was really quite simple, and that was to give those collectors an organization that could ensure the value of their lots. And if this organization of ours can grow bigger and stronger, and eventually become a brand, then perhaps, we can work with the major auction venues. When the time comes, what will be the benefits? I don't have to say, you should all know, right? These words fell. The people in the room were a bit distracted. But, the matter of making Qin Bufan the president, they were, however, a little hesitant. Old Zhang, we've all seen the talent of this young man, Little Qin, but he's still too young after all. And, in terms of treasure identification, there is no achievement. I think you'd better think about the matter of making him president. It was suggested that, as these words fell, the crowd chimed in. Elder Zhang saw the crowd doing so. It seems to have been anticipated. Moreover, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Immediately, he laughed. Guys, how about this? Let's put Xiao Qin to the test. We'll each go home, bring over some collections we think are good, and, incidentally, go to the nearby antique street and buy what we think are good antiques. And what Xiao Qin has to do is to identify the authenticity of those collectibles, as well as to value them. If the success rate is above 90%, it's considered that Little Qin has succeeded. What do you guys think? The crowd did not have any problem with this proposal. And so, the group left in droves. In the blink of an eye, only Qin Bufan, Qinlinger and the others were left here. Elder Zhang, why do you want me to be the president of this association? Qin Bufan opened his mouth and asked about the doubts in his heart. Zhang Lao laughed out loud. Little Qin, let me ask you, what was the reason for your acquiring so many companies before, then buying Curator Lu's museum, and even you're going to the antique street to buy treasures? Elder Zhang inquired. Qin Bufan said with a straight face, of course it's to make money. Zhang Lao smiled. What if I said that after you become the president of the Antique and Treasure Appraisal Association, you will be able to have an extra income? Qin Bufan was uncertain. Zhang Lao could not help but laugh. Xiao Qin, to tell you the truth, antiques this industry, the water is deep, which the doorway, countless. Take me, I live off my ancestral foundation, so I love antiques and occasionally help actors, directors and bosses in the film industry to firm up their collections. As long as the valuation is successful, I get a 10% profit on the original price of the collection. So far, I've profited at least $30 million a year on this. If we could set up an organization and then specialize in making a living as treasure hunters, how much profit would that make, do you think? Of course, organizations like the one I'm talking about do exist, but their asking price, it's just too high. Some of the guys from the organization are even more unethical. They know that it is a treasure of great value, but they are swindling the people who come to identify the treasure in the capacity of experts. In the end, there was talk of buying those treasures at a low price and then taking the opportunity to destroy them. But in reality, they were secretly taking them and selling them for a big profit. Honestly, I wanted to start this organization, besides making money, and also, to clear up the mess in this industry. And before that, I heard from the two boss ones that you are very upright and definitely don't do anything against your conscience. I think you're perfectly capable and competent for this. I believe that I, Zhang, in addition to having a certain level of skill in treasure identification, will definitely not be blind when it comes to reading people. Qin Bufan laughed. Elder Zhang, since you've said so, then, I promise. But, for now, I still have to pass those treasure experts before I can do so. Zhang Lao nodded seriously. 2 hours passed quickly, and at this point, the original museum that was a bit cold, once again, it's buzzing. Zhang's old friends have gone and returned. At this moment,
they all brought several treasures each.
However, because of the fear of breakage during transportation, so there was no china or anything like that.
The vast majority are paintings and drawings, as well as smaller jade pieces. And when Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei saw this, they immediately began to busy themselves. They moved the table and then put it together,
letting the people put their respective collections on it. Xiao Qin, do you want to get ready, or just start? Elder Zhang smiled and inquired. Qin Bufan laughed lightly. Let's start straight away. After saying that, Qin Bufan came to the table. Seeing this,
Qin Linger also immediately moved her small stool and began to watch.
Sure, Qin Bufan didn't have any ability to identify treasures before.
The reason why he was able to buy those treasures at a low price could all be because he heard his daughter's heart.
Thinking of this, Qin Bufan prayed in his heart. Good daughter, it's up to you whether or not dad can pass this time. As Qin Bufan pondered, Qin Linger's heartbeat had run out. I'll go. These old men, they're really rich and big.
The treasures they brought this time are worth a lot of money. Either that or they are highly collectible. Carved rosewood with 3 jades inlaid. Not very expensive but used by the Kangxi Emperor of the Qing dynasty.
$3,000,000. Ming Dynasty painter Qiu Ying's Lotus Stream Fisherman's Retreat 2 million. 1 comment over. Only then did Qin Linger secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However,
soon Qin Linger began to get entangled.
After all, she didn't know that Qin Bufan could hear her heart. Therefore, she was very worried. How should one convey this to Qin Bufan? Chapter 130, A wise eye is like a torch. A single glance determines the truth. For what Qin Linger thought, Qin Bufan was actually torn. Though, he has heard his daughter's heart and knows the pricing of those babies. But if you say it yourself, is it not a disguised way of saying that one can hear one's daughter's heart? Actually, it's not a big deal. The key thing is, in case one bears the matter, what should I do when my daughter's system fails? Or, once one admits to being able to hear the voice of one's daughter's heart, what will one do when one, in time, loses that ability? It's not a good idea to be afraid. But nowadays, the arrow is in the air. As for the latter, we'll see when the time comes. Think about it. Qin Bufan withdrew his gaze. He looked at Elder Zhang and said, Elder Zhang, we can begin. As soon as they heard this, the people present instantly came to their senses. And at the moment, Qin Bufan asked Zhang Lao for a pair of gloves, then picked up that jade rui and said, purple sandalwood carved with 3 inlays of jade rui, one of the favorite playthings of the Kangxi Emperor of the Qing dynasty. The current market price is 2.9 million. After saying that, Qin Bufan picked up the Lotus Stream Fisherman's hidden picture on the side and said, this one is a painter from the Ming dynasty, Qiu Ying's heirloom masterpiece, 1.95 million. And for the rest of the day, Qin Bufan assessed each and every one of them according to his daughter Qin Linger's heart. The last item in the collection is evaluated. At this very moment, the people in the room were all a bit dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Bufan incredulously. In the end, it was Elder Zhang who broke the slightly silent atmosphere, only to see him go forward and say, Little Qin, I, Zhang, am now considered to admire you to the core. Your valuation of these collections, while not 100% accurate, is, nonetheless, well within the margin of error. Speaking of which, Elder Zhang looked at the people present and said, everyone, I wonder if you still have any objections to letting Xiao Qin become the president of the Treasure Appraisal Association? The crowd was silent, but just when Zhang Lao thought that this matter was considered to be finalized, an old man with white hair suddenly stepped forward. Elder Wu, what are you? Seeing the other party reveal a mysterious smile, Elder Zhang was curious. Elder Wu didn't answer. Instead, he came to Qin Bufan's body without haste. Little Qin, in fact, I have another item in my collection here. This object, left by Emperor Qianlong. As he spoke, Wu Lao unfolded the painting. Zhang Lao instantly looked over. Elder Wu, why did you bring this? Elder Zhang said with a frown. The rest of the old friends were also talking at the moment. Seeing this, Qin Bufan curiously said, everyone, what's going on? Elder Zhang smiled awkwardly, and the rest of the old friends, too, were sighing. On the contrary, Elder Wu said slowly, Little Qin, it's like this. I, for one, am very interested in the Qianlong Emperor's paintings and calligraphy. As a result, I have quite a few in my home, both real and imitation. The Songyang Hampa picture I'm holding now is, to put it mildly, convoluted. That was 10 years ago, and I had, at that time, just bought a collection on an antique street. It's none other than the Songyang Hampai map, but what I didn't expect was that a month later, a relative of mine, after learning about it, directly brought an identical copy of the Songyang Hanbai map. He told me that the pair I had bought were imitations, and that his was the real thing. At the time, I compared them carefully and eventually 2. Decided that what I had bought was an imitation. In a fit of anger, I just burned that painting, and paid a high price for the painting my relative left behind. This, for the first time in my life, is the first time I burned a Qianlong replica, but after the burn, I felt impulsive, so I called out to these old boys to join me in the appraisal, but they all flat out said that the one my relatives sold me was the fake painting. We argued about it, and until now, there's no answer. So, I'd like you to do a tasting for me. When he said this, on Elder Wu's face, he was filled with a look of anticipation. Qin Bufan saw this. Instead, there was no hesitation. He pulled Qin Linger to the front of that painting, and at this point, Qin Linger's heart snapped. Ha ha, Grandpa Zhang isn't 100% accurate every time when it comes to valuation. However, it's no wonder Grandpa Zhang and the others are to blame. After all, there are some painters who can paint at a level that is perfectly good enough to pass off as real. Take this Songyang Han Cypress picture. That imitation must also come from the hands of a famous artist. Otherwise, Grandpa Zhang, they will not be entangled. However, regarding this painting, there is a simplest way to recognize it. That is, when Emperor Qianlong made this painting, he accidentally stained the ink marks on the seal. It's extremely small, but you can still see it if you look closely. But then again, it was because of Wu's impulsiveness back then that he left behind this authentic painting. Only because, back then, Wu Lao was bought at a cost of $2 million. But nowadays, this authentic painting is worth close to more than $90 million. He's literally making a fortune. After hearing what my daughter said, Qin Bufan also sighed. He withdrew his eyes. Then he came to Elder Wu's body. Little Qin, how's it going? Any results yet? Elder Wu eagerly inquired. Qin Bufan nodded seriously. Elder Wu, there are results. A side note, Qin Bufan pulled the other party while he came to the body of the painting. As for Old Man Zhang and the others, they also walked over one after another. In the midst of all the anticipation, Qin Bufan could be considered to have spoken. Elder Wu, this painting in front of me, Songyang Hanbai 2, is the authentic work of Emperor Qianlong. At current market prices, it would sell for almost $90 million. You betcha. What? These words fell. The whole room was in an uproar. Elder Zhang and the others looked at each other. In the end, they looked at Elder Wu. Wu Lao pretended to be deep, but soon, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Qin, can you say what you base that on? Elder Wu inquired. Qin Bufan said seriously. Elder Wu, you are a fan of kanji paintings and calligraphy. In front of you, if I talk nonsense, won't I be making a fool of myself? However, determining whether this painting is true or false is actually quite simple. Saying that, Qin Bufan pointed at the seal of the painting. Here, a small ink mark exists. If I were a copyist of the painting, I would surely think that the ink mark, a later generation, was accidentally put on. But in reality, this ink mark was accidentally left by Emperor Qianlong. And on top of the imitations, it's definitely impossible for this trace to exist. They're definitely going to be lean. Elder Wu was slightly stunned. Afterward, he laughed out loud. Good, good. I didn't expect that what I have studied this painting for several years before I could understand. Little Qin, you knew it after spending only a few minutes. Speaking here, Elder Wu said seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, truth be told, I have been struggling with the authenticity of this painting for the past few years. In the end, it's all about depression. So, when I have something to do, I visit those historians, intending to learn a thing or two from them. As a result, half a month ago, I met an expert who was well versed in the history of the Qing dynasty, as well as wild history. It was only with his help that I dared to be sure that the painting was real. Later, I went to an auction house with the intention of pricing it, and the people there told me that the painting, its value, was at least $90 million. When Elder Wu's last words fell, Zhang Lao and his group were completely convinced of Qin Bufan. Chapter 131, Anime Genius, Battle of the Gods? Half an hour later, Qin Bufan took his daughter back to the hotel, and because his assessment of that Chongyang Hanbai picture is almost as good as a historian's, plus the precision of its valuation, therefore, Elder Zhang, Elder Wu, and the others, completely lost their worries, and that matter of the Treasure Appraisal Society could almost be said to be the nail in the coffin. After this, the two brothers, Wang Zhengjuan and Wang Zhonglei, were also completely convinced of Qin Bufan. They had already decided in their hearts that from that very day onwards, no matter what decisions Qin Bufan proposed, they would obey their words. For these, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. At the moment, he was lying on the couch watching the news. As for Qin Linger on the side, although she was sitting there playing with the tablet, but the thoughts kept coming in his mind. Today's events are just too strange. For example, the 9 jewels hidden within that emerald Buddha. Old Qin seems to have known in advance. Then again, for example,
That Chongyang Hanbai drawing that Wu Lao took out at the end. The flaws on top of that authentic piece. It was the system's prompting that made me aware of it. But why does old Qin know everything? Of course, what struck me as most strange was the offer for the collection sent by Elder Zhang and the others. Why do I get the feeling that old Qin is intentionally making the price a little off? Strange. All this, it's just so strange. When Qin Linger thought of this, she couldn't help but glance at Qin Bufan, who was not far away. Eventually, Qin Linger came to a conclusion. Forget it, I'm all system boosted. It's not strange for old Qin to suddenly appear to have some magical abilities. Anyway, as long as old Qin doesn't use these abilities to do something harmful. Of course, I'm sure that old Qin will not forget. Qin Bufan heard this, couldn't help but smile. Since my daughter has given herself a reasonable explanation, rather save yourself the time of explaining. Think about it. Qin Bufan got up and said, Linger, it's almost time for us to hit the road back home tomorrow. After all, this time we came to Yinjing and specifically gave you a vacation. Even though it's kindergarten, wouldn't it be bad to take too much time off and you won't be able to keep up then? Qin Linger replied in a milky voice. Yes, Daddy, it just so happens that I miss my grandparents. So says the mouth. But what Qin Linger was actually thinking was, this young lady is at least a graduate of Qingbei University. Kindergarten homework. I read it all on the first day. Old Qin underestimates me too much, doesn't he? But it's really time to go back. 2. After all, on the side of Suhai City, there are still a lot of things waiting for old Qin to deal with. However, before leaving, I think old Qin still needs to contact that Su Chen. After all, he has a huge future with his L-squared animation company. If we can get it to merge with Uncle Wang Fei's fantastic animation company, by joining forces, we will surely be able to make a fortune in the future in terms of big anime movies, as well as anime. As I recall, Fantagraphics, by the late stages of development. Actually, those theme parks, they weren't really making much money anymore. It's the big anime movies that really make the money. And later, the release of a movie called The Magic Boy Neza completely shook China. I think that with this lady's system, coupled with old Qin's ability, it's almost as easy as trying to get his company to make a big splash in the animation industry. Qin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heart. He was quite a bit shocked. An anime movie that can shock China? Could it be that the movie is strong at the box office? Just as Qin Bufan was considering whether or not to continue the condescension, his cell phone suddenly rang. The contact person is none other than Wang Fei. Good news, boss. Wang Fei on the other end of the phone said with a hint of surprise. Little Wang, what is it that can make you so happy? Qin Bufan asked with a smile. Wang Fei hurriedly said, the matter is like this. The boss of Air Square, Su Chen, who you had asked me to pay special attention to before, he just telephoned me. He said that he thought about it for a long time last night and decided, after all, to have a good talk with you. Oh yeah. He said that he's going to introduce you to a great talent in the manga industry. The other party, last year, won quite a few awards for a short anime. That person, I also know that he does have some talent. If he can become our partner, perhaps, this anime company of ours, will be truly complete. Qin Bufan raised his eyebrows. Oh, tell me, that anime great talent, who exactly is that? Wang Fei said evenly. His name is Dumpling. Qin Bufan nodded slightly. Alright, then, you contact Su Chen now, and have him bring the dumplings over. I'd like to see what this anime genius really is. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan still said, Dumpling, that's a strange name. He said this, of course, on purpose, to listen to my daughter's heart and see if she has any impression of this man. Who knows? Qin Bufan had just finished speaking. In Qin Linger's heart, she was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Dumplings? The person Uncle Wang Fei brought to old Qin is Dumpling? If that's true, that's really great. This is really a snooze and a pillow. Qin Bufan's heart was delighted. It seems that one's suspicions were correct, and in his expectation, Qin Linger's heartbeat rang out once again. Speaking of this anime scriptwriter Dumpling, he's really something. I remember reading something about him earlier. This man, who started out as a veteran comic book fan, taught himself to be an amateur painter. Later, there was a plunge into anime creation. He has created short anime that have won notable awards, bagging at least 30 plus awards. Even, it won the Golden Dragon Award. This award is a big deal. It's called the Oscars of the anime world, and it was under his direction that the one I just mentioned, the Magic Boy Neza, wrote the script himself. However, before the production of this movie, Dumpling was very bumpy, and he went to no less than 20 investors. But it is not taken seriously because it is a newcomer to the anime scene. But it was only later, when the anime movie gained notable success, that those investors caught up with it. As I recall, the production of this movie was all Dumpling's hands-on. 2.5 years of history before it was successfully released. it cost $200 million, but as a result, it reaped $5 billion at the box office, and Dumpling sealed the deal. After hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan became more and more excited. $2 billion to pry $5 billion from the box office. Such a good thing. Qin Bufan naturally couldn't miss it, and under Qin Bufan's mind, the doorbell of the hotel suddenly rang. Qin Bufan hurriedly ran to open the door. Chapter 132, the script? No, it's a whopping $5 billion. Coming? Qin Bufan said smilingly. Immediately, the three men outside the door were welcomed in. Once the three were seated, Qin Bufan smiled and said, Mr. Su Chen, I knew that between us, we would definitely meet again. I didn't expect it to be this fast, though. As he said this, Qin Bufan couldn't help but drop his attention to the dumpling beside Su Chen. Although, Qin Bufan had long known the past and even the future accomplishments of this anime genius from amongst his daughter Qin Linger's heartfelt words, but naturally he couldn't show too much. Thus, after greeting Su Chen, he couldn't help but look at Wang Fei and say, Little Wang, shouldn't you introduce yourself to the friend you brought with Mr. Su Chen? Little Wang said in a loud voice. Boss, look at me. I'll introduce it now. With that, Xiao Wang pointed at Dumpling and said, This is my mutual friend with Mr. Su Chen. Dumpling. Xiao Wang then introduced Qin Bufan to Dumpling. The two men finished shaking hands. Qin Bufan took the initiative and said, Mr. Dumpling, just now, before you guys came, I made it a point to search the internet for the short anime you won the award for before. Deeply meaningful, thought-provoking, and fully deserving of all the awards it has won. Dumpling humbly said, Mr. Qin, let's talk about my business later. I was introduced to you by Brother Su and Brother Wang, and this time, the main thing I'm talking about is still Brother Su's business. After saying that, Dumpling slowly came aside. Qin Bufan was quite shocked in his heart. Looking at the dumplings, they're about 25 years old at best, but it gives off a very mature vibe, and its attitude is humble. This kind, however, can't be faked. No wonder the future is so successful. Qin Bufan secretly praised up in his heart. But, Dumpling is right too. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Things have to be solved piece by piece. For now, it's better to talk about the R-squared acquisition. Think about it. Qin Bufan turned his attention and landed on Su Chen's body. Not waiting for Qin Bufan to speak, Su Chen was the first to speak. Mr. Qin, it's quite embarrassing to say it. I've taken the liberty of coming here this time, but I'm really out of ideas. As Su Chen opened his mouth, Qin Bufan instantly understood the reason. Immediately, he laughed. Mr. Su Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you should have some kind of problem with your financial chain, right? Su Chen was quite surprised. Apparently he didn't expect it. Qin Bufan unexpectedly guessed directly. Seeing this, Qin Bufan said flatly, Mr. Su Chen, you actually don't have to feel embarrassed. Anyone can have a hard time. And, I can understand why you rejected my offer before. After all, the person you were before had the investment of many companies, and you can't abandon them by doing so for personal gain. But you didn't realize that you were loyal to your investors, and as a result, they backstabbed you. Divestment at a critical time for R-squared. The bottom of the barrel. Actually, in this case, as an aside, I think you're both right. After all, you started your company with the idea of getting bigger and better. Those investors, on the other hand, want to see a return, and the shorter term the better. So if there's a situation where there's no profit for a few months, or 6 months, one would consider divestment to minimize losses. But, I can make you a promise. That is, even if it's a year and a half and your company doesn't make a profit, I will continue to invest until it rises. Because, when I invest, it's not the immediate benefits that I'm looking at, it's the longevity. That's true for you, with the businesses under me. Speaking here, Qin Bufan drew a change of tone and said, Mr. Su Chen, I see that you should be well prepared this time when you come to find me, right? How about this? You quote me a price, and all you have to do is tell me what the total value of the company is, and then, how much needs to be invested each year. Money-wise, you don't need to think about it. I'm there, and all you have to do is continue to run the company with your philosophy. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I need to say in advance. If you agree to my takeover, then, next, your R-squared will merge with Little King's company. Of course, the so-called merger is only for ease of administration. What you did before, continue to do so afterward. I stay out of the way the vast majority of the time, except to provide the occasional reference. And, as a white guy in anime movies, I don't think I'm in that position to get involved. Listen to all of this. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, he had been very apprehensive on his arrival. He was afraid that Qin Bufan, like the previous investors, would be rat-faced and only look at the immediate benefits while ignoring the rest.
But nowadays, all these concerns, all of them are gone. Think about it. Suchun hurriedly took out a document and said, Mr. Shin, these are the information I've compiled? All the data you want, it's all here. Shin Bufan briefly flipped through the pages and eventually looked at the total amount. Instantly, he said, is the market value $30 million? Okay, I'll take it at full price. And, on top of that, every year, I'll invest an extra 100 million. Of course, if you guys are going to produce any big anime movies in the future, or if you have any good scripts, I can reinvest extra. What? Suchan was dumbstruck. Granted, on the way here, he knew from Wang's mouth that Shin Bufan would be willing to splash the cash once he took a fancy in the matter of acquisition and investment. Now, one can see the other's vigor with one's own eyes. After a short thought, Suchen got up and said, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely run the company well and then make achievements to show you. Shin Bufan laughed, and the next time, the two quickly signed the relevant agreements. Suchen immediately said that after he returned to Sichuan and Shu, he would immediately carry out personnel transfers, relocate the company to the capital side, and complete the merger of companies as soon as possible. The transfer was completed successfully. Shin Bufan secretly sighed in relief, and then, he glanced at Dumpling on the side and said, Mr. Dumpling, now, can you tell us about yourself? Dumpling saw that Shin Bufan had such a bold personality, there was no hiding it at that moment. He said directly, Mr. Shin, I have a script for an anime movie here. It took me 3 months and almost no sleep to complete. It's just a pity that with this script of mine, I've looked for quite a few people to invest in it, and they all think I'm too junior to invest in it. I begged Brother Su and Brother Wang to bring me here after I learned about you from them. With that, Dumpling took out a briefcase he had with him, and respectfully handed over his script, as well as the anime script, to him. Shin Bufan opened the cover. Above it, the 4 big words Magic Boy Nezha jumped out at him, and at that moment, Shin Linger's heartfelt voice from the side suddenly came. I'll be damned. What kind of anime script is this? It's a walking $5 billion box office. Old Shin, take it. You must take it. Chapter 133, Cooperation with the 3 major carriers. Profiteering. Hear what your daughter is thinking. Shin Bufan was also quite excited in his heart. He naturally wants to take the script. After all, who can live with walking $5 billion? But, Shin Bufan, however, didn't show it. Instead, opened the script as well as the script separately. A careful reading was done. Shin Bufan closed it. Su Chen, Wang Fei, and Dumpling, on the other hand, looked at Shin Bufan with incomparable anticipation. Dumplings are so. Naturally, he wanted to gain Shin Bufan's approval. His original thought was that Shin Bufan would definitely clap his hands after reading it, and then a big wave. Invest in him and then have Dumpling make this anime movie. As for Su Chen as well as Wang Fei, they had other thoughts. They felt that they could gain Shin Bufan's favor, and decided in their hearts that they would make something of themselves. And they and Dumpling are very good friends, and the other side of this Magic Boy Nezha script, they have read it, and both think it is good. It's two, they hope, teaming up to produce the movie, then create a box office hit. Under the expectant eyes of the 3, Shin Bufan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Shin Linger, who was on the side, had a strange heart. What's wrong with old Shin? Doesn't he think well of the movie? Gosh, old Shin, your vision has always been very insightful. Don't go out on a limb on this one. Otherwise, the $5 billion box office of this anime movie might have been lost to you. Daughter's heart. Shin Bufan naturally heard everything. However, Shin Bufan was in no hurry to make a statement. Instead, he opened the script again, then looked at Dumpling and said, Mr. Dumpling, I can appreciate the care you took in creating the script, but ask yourself, can a movie like this really be a box office success? The movie was really well conceived. The fact that you were able to take the traditional Nezha and adapt it to this is truly unprecedented. But the movie, I always felt, lacked soul. Hearing what Shin Bufan said, Dumpling froze. Su Chen and Wang Fei, on the other hand, looked at each other in dismay. As for Shin Linger, she was even more and more curious. Seeing everyone like this, Shin Bufan said flatly, this script, I think, still has room for improvement. Of course, this immortal and demon spirit pearl, which was supposed to be reincarnated as Nezha, the 3rd prince of the East China Sea, turned out to be a misadventure, allowing Nezha to become a demonic child, which is the centerpiece of this script, and doesn't need to be modified. But why this is so, I think you should consider. Or even, you can link it to the feudal gods and add some more characters like the 3 Qing, Tai Yijin, Shen Gongbao, and other characters. However, since you have a setting that turns Nezha into a demonic child, there is a need to polish up on these characters as well to flesh out the story. For example, you can set it as Shen Gongbao, which is a leopard spirit,
and Tai Jinjin, which can also subvert the traditional immortal look and make it a cute fat guy who becomes a funny bearer. Also, since it's the devil child Neza, naturally it should manifest the identity of a devil child, and you can change its image properly. On top of that, the movie, while interesting in its setting, needed to have depth to it. For example, in the beginning, the demonic child Neza was feared by the people, and later, became a hero who saved the world. Qin Bufan finished his words. Dumpling, Su Chen, and Wang Fei looked at each other. They were, for a moment, speechless. After a long time, Dumpling slowly stood up. He bowed deeply toward Qin Bufan. Mr. Qin, thank you. Actually, I've been a little restless as I've been writing this script, and there's a bit of a rush. Just now, I was enlightened after listening to some of your comments. Thank you. I have, in my mind, a rough blueprint. And then, Su Chen and Wang Fei also stepped forward. Boss, in the future, you'd better not get ahead of yourself, Wang Fei said seriously. As a veteran anime movie maker, what you just said really shook me up. In the future, whoever dares to call you a movie buff, I'll be the first to get in a hurry with him. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. Obviously, he had a whole new understanding of Qin Bufan, as well. On this side, the three of them, Wang Fei, were completely convinced by Qin Bufan because of his comments just now. On the other hand, Qin Linger, on the other side, came to the front of that script. This isn't the script I remember at all. It's no wonder that old Qin is not happy with it. What the hell is this script? It's not even the true level of dumplings. A mumble finished. Qin Linger couldn't help but look at old Qin, thinking back again to the other party's comment just now. Inside, it was like a river turning over. I'm a little confused right now. Why do I feel that old Qin is more of a traveler than I am? If this is not the case, why was every one of old Qin's comments just now on point? Could it be that this is an evaluation generated by old Qin based on his feelings? If that's the case, then I really admire him. Still, old Qin, worthy of being this young lady's father. His insight and ruthlessness is undoubtedly my own father. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan thought nothing of it. After all, while he was an investor, he didn't invest in everything. As for the script of the Magic Boy Neza, Qin Bufan merely stated his first feeling. But who would have thought? He himself was mistaken, and it all came out on point. Qin Bufan collected his thoughts, and for the rest of the day, he continued to talk to the three of them about the details of this anime. Without realizing it, it was already past 11 p.m. Dumpling had a look of excitement on his face, and it says that the script will be overhauled in the shortest possible time. Qin Bufan was naturally looking forward to this. Wait for the three to leave. Only then did Qin Bufan wash up. Then he dragged his tired body to sleep for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, Qin Bufan was woken up by a phone call. He picked it up and looked at it. It's Rin Fei, the president of Warwick Cellular, calling. Boss, there's a good news. Our first 4G cell phone from Huawei Mobile has been made. And, this morning, we did the final commissioning and everything is functioning properly. More than that, the three major carriers took the initiative to approach me after they got their 4G licenses yesterday and asked us to work with them, aiming to make a wave of publicity before they get their 4G operating licenses and the rollout of their 4G networks is completed. What? Hearing this, Qin Bufan's heart secretly rejoiced. The 4G era, could it be coming? Doesn't that mean that, after casting a wide net, acquiring so many companies and making huge investments, it can now be considered that the net can be closed? Chapter 134, Patriotic Mainline, Acquisition of TikTok. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan immediately said, Mr. Run, the matter of cooperation with the three major carriers must be completed as soon as possible. Ren Fei, naturally, didn't have any opinion on this. After a pause, Ren Fei continued, by the way, boss, I have some good news here. That is, I finished agreeing with the three major carriers and have decided to make Suhai City the first trial city for the 4G network. And next, all that is needed is for the relevant formalities to be completed so that the production of 4G towers can begin. Of course, in other cities, although 4G signals are currently unavailable, I have used a 3G signal boosting device among the chips in Warwick's cell phone. Even though there is no 4G network for the time being, if you use our cell phones, their 3G signal is far stronger than other 3G phones, and the computing speed, too, is unmatched by previous 3G phones. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was overjoyed. Mr. Run, I knew you were reliable. By the way, speaking of chips, how's that thing I asked you to do coming along? Ren Fei on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, then said, Mr. Qin, wanting to independently develop a chip is not something that can be done overnight. However, during this time, I went to various countries, and those foreign companies said that they could provide us with raw materials. And,
also willing to give us technical support to build our own EUV lithography machine. If it succeeds, it can be considered a brand new breakthrough for us in Huaxia. Speaking here, Renfei sighed and said, after all, these years, the semiconductor industry, has always been our country's shortboard, and among the EUV photolithography machine, there are extremely complex parts, and these parts, the number of which is too much, can be said to be the world's most precise instrument. The raw materials alone need to be imported from various countries. You could say that without specialized technicians, even if we have the design drawings, as well as the raw materials, we might not be able to complete it without a decade or so, because Qin Bufan was on speakerphone. Therefore, Qin Linger, who was on the side, naturally heard everything about this. That's strange. As far as I remember, ASML, as well as Pretty Country, has been restricting the sales of EUV lithography to China. In this case, the chain of interests involved is so large that once it is sold, then China will not need to continue to import chips from abroad. As such, they lost their hold on Huaxia. But why did Renfei have such a smooth negotiation with those foreign friends? Even the other party has to send professional technicians to come and co-develop it? Qin Linger was puzzled in her heart. Soon, however, it dawned on him. It seems that ASML, Pretty Country, doesn't feel that Huaxia has the ability to make an EUV lithography machine. So, all this, just off the top of my head. Further, the raw materials for the EUV lithography machine made by ASML, there are hundreds of thousands of pieces, and they only make 15% of them, and the rest, they rely on the supply chain. I see, ASML, so that's what they're planning to do. If I'm not mistaken, after they send someone here, at first, they'll definitely build the photolithography machine step by step. It can come down to a critical moment when you just need to contact a few random supply chain merchants and tell them to refuse to supply. Then Huaxia's attempt to produce EUV lithography is doomed to die. When that happens, ASML will then buy that unfinished lithography at a low price, then bring it back and perfect it. So, not only can they be disgusted with China, but also, at a very low cost, they can get a complete photolithography machine. This wishful thinking is really loud. Qin Bufan was secretly surprised in his heart. ASML, well, it's a world-class company. They can do such a bad thing? But, the thought of having their backs to the Pretty Country, Qin Bufan didn't find it strange anymore. Furthermore, since Qin Linger could be so certain, this company, then, in the latter days, must have done something similar. Then I must organize Mr. Rain and never fall for the trap. Otherwise, a lot of manpower and financial resources are invested, but as a result, it's doing others a favor, and to a Pretty Country bent on sanctioning China on the chip front. This kind of thing, Qin Bufan doesn't want to see. But just as Qin Bufan was planning to dissuade him, however, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice was heard once again, though, this time, the behavior is a bit risky, but this is a rare opportunity. After all, compared to making an EUV lithography machine from zero, the latter is naturally easier if you can get a half-finished lithography machine and then take your time to develop it. It's a gamble, but I think it's a good one to try. After all, if you lose, it's really disgusting and you'll lose money. But old Qin can afford to lose money. But once the subsequent research and development is successful, then China will be able to develop the EUV lithography machine early. This is ahead of its time. After all, in my previous life, China still hadn't been able to make an EUV lithography machine, and the semiconductor technology, is still being blocked by foreign countries, especially that Pretty Country sanctions against Huawei chip, which almost caused this company to face bankruptcy. Old Qin, I think we can bet on it. Listen to your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan had a lot of thoughts for a while. In the end, he decided to listen to his daughter. Think about it. Qin Bufan spoke. Mr. Run, the matter of the chip is of great importance. Since we have this opportunity, let's give it a good try. As for the capital investment, I'll give you 2 billion first, and if there's still a need in the following, I'll continue to increase the amount. Renfei was so happy when he heard this. Hanging up the phone, Qin Bufan directly to Renfei's Huawei company, transferred 2 billion. And when Renfei called and said the funds had arrived, the heartfelt voice of his daughter, Qin Linger, came once more. I'm going. Old Qin, you made the right bet. Our country will soon have its own EUV lithography machine. Hearing this, Qin Bufan was uncertain. And at that moment, Qin Linger's heartbeat continued to emanate. I didn't expect that old Qin's actions just now would activate the patriotic branch line inside the system. Let me see the details of this mission. Completion of 5 acquisitions for patriotic purposes will make the crippled EUV lithography machine repaired and complete. It's not a snap for old Qin? However, what I should consider now is how to pass this information to old Qin. Just as Qin Linger was pondering, At this time, Qin Bufan's cell phone rang.
Boss, I have a friend who recently developed a traveling taxi software.
I think it's great. I wonder, are you interested in acquiring it? Sabra, on the other end of the phone, said with a hint of sincerity. Qin Bufan inquired. This software, what's its name? Sabra replied, Tic-Tac-Toe. And with these words fell. Qin Linger was ecstatic. This is really a snooze and a pillow. I was just struggling with what would be considered an acquisition for patriotic purposes. Cebuana then offered me the opportunity. Old Qin, I'm relying on you this time.
You must make the software.
Tic-Tac, a national software, not a piece of trash that sells users information for commercial purposes. Chapter 135, 200 million investment, 2,000
times returns. Qin Bufan's heart was a bit strange when he heard what his daughter was thinking. It should be known that the software and other companies that he had previously acquired could occupy a place in the future of the Chinese internet industry. But this time, for this tic-tac-toe software, the daughter's comments even directly used garbage and other adjectives.
What kind of hurtful things has this software done in the future? And how does acquiring this software yourself have anything to do with patriotism? Just as Qin Bufan was puzzled, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came out, aptly answering Qin Bufan's doubts. As I recall, when TikTok was first made, it was for the convenience of the people. Their intention is to make it possible for people in those remote areas to get a taxi. This is good for such an initial purpose, naturally, and its price is considerably cheaper than a flight. Thus, in just a few years, it has dominated the taxi industry. And this company, too, is eating the dividends of the 4G era. It's just a shame that, later on, this company's eating has gotten worse and worse. They don't just collect users' personal data, but even, they want to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange in the pretty country. And the matter, naturally, caused quite a stir. After all, at that moment, Tic-Tacs had completely become the leader, and the user information under their hands, if it were to be made public, would inevitably have a significant impact. And the most important point is that, at that time, there was a folk saying that this software would expose many secrets of China. It is good that the state timely action directly mandatory shelves, and also does not allow new users to register. Tic-Tac, which did not continue to die. To be honest, in my previous life, I basically relied on this software to get around. But since this happened, the software, I've permanently deleted it. Hey, a good piece of software that had a good future, but as a result, it had to die. However, in this life, this thing has not yet happened. If old Qin can recognize the time, we'll buy it, and then some operation. I think this software will certainly be able to burst into a whole new vitality. In his previous life, TikTok, the highest record was a quarter generating $50 billion in revenue. If old Qin gets his hands on it, its revenue generation, I think, is bound to multiply several times over. Listen to what your daughter is thinking. Qin Bufan was inwardly shocked. Who would have thought? Such a software. It's amazing that it was so terribly profitable because it ate the dividends of the times. And in the latter days, it was so terribly profitable. And as Qin Bufan pondered, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice continued to come through. Right, I remember. The developer of this software is called Shen Wei. He is a man of vision. He was a senior at a prestigious university, and at that time, what he developed, Tic-Tac, was for the convenience of the people. For this reason, a special company was started. It's just a shame that he's a great software developer, but not exactly a top-notch boss. As a result, after some tossing and turning, the company faced a loss, and as a last resort, he packaged the company and sold it. The bosses who can follow up are profit-oriented, bent on screwing their competitors but not on optimizing themselves. As a result, it took the blame. Of course, after selling Tic-Tac, Shen Wei also recognized his shortcomings in his ability to run a company. So, he worked and studied financial management and, eventually, got his master's degree. Later, he also started his own business and, eventually, became a billion-dollar entrepreneur as well. However, after the Tic-Tac incident festered, Shen Wei, the creator of the software, had openly stated that one of the things he regretted most in his life was selling the company. If Lao Qin can acquire this company and then put Shen Wei at the helm, perhaps there will be unexpected results. Qin Bufan heard all of this. The mind was already made up to take this software and, moreover, give it a makeover. And at the moment, Suwa, on the other end of the phone, spoke again. Boss, this software, I think it has a good prospect. Of course, it's up to you two, whether or not to acquire it. Who knows? Didn't wait for Suwa to finish. Qin Bufan smiled and said, Mr. Su Hua, there's no need to say more. You tell Chen Wei, just say, I'm on an afternoon flight, meet me at 8 p.m. At the latest. You tell him to prepare the acquisition agreement in advance,
and I'll sign it myself after confirming that it's correct.
Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan immediately called Wang Zhonglei to help him buy himself a plane ticket. After it's done, Qin Bufan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. On the other hand, Qin Linger, who was on the side, silently packed her luggage. But just then, in Qin Linger's heart, she once again cried out in shock. Qin Bufan was startled. At the same time some anticipation rose. He was curious as to what his daughter had thought of that made her so startled. Just as Qin Bufan was thinking, his daughter's heartfelt words quickly reached Qin Bufan's ears. I'll go. This system is powerful. Surprisingly, it directly shows the annual rate of return after old Qin's acquisition of Tic Tac Company. In the first year, the return was 2,000%. In the second year, the return was 10,000%. Year 10, 200,000% direct return. Towards the back, Qin Linger continuously sucked in cool air, and at this moment, Qin Bufan was stunned. 200,000% return in 10 years? You know, Qin Bufan's original idea was to have a good cultivation for DDT. Up front, put 200 million straight into it, let it develop, operate, put in ads and such. If we go by that base, in the first year, you'll make 20 times your own profit, that's 4 billion, and the next year, a total profit of $20 billion? Wait until after the 10th year, the total earnings of this company, which will reach a horrifying $400 billion. That's too scary, isn't it? And at this moment, Qin Linger was completely stunned. It was a long time before she slowed down. This system is weirdly good. While the previous, albeit perverted, mission to make $20 billion in 3 months was proposed, this ability I got to see the rate of return was really good, too. In the future, it will be much easier for old Qin to invest. Hearing what his daughter was thinking, Qin Bufan would smile, and the next time, father and daughter quickly cleaned up. Wang Zhongjuan, on the other hand, personally delivered the airfare. After a brief goodbye, Qin Bufan asked the other party to drive the car away and then headed straight to the airport. 6 p.m. Qin Bufan had already brought Qin Linger back to Suhai City, for calling ahead and telling. Therefore, Qin Bufan had just left the airport when he saw his mother. By panphone, Grandma. Qin Linger immediately scurried over and hugged her grandmother. Mom, I have a few things to do, so tonight, Spirit will have to trouble you to take care of her. Qin Bufan said smilingly. Bai Panfeng sighed helplessly. You child, you've been on the airplane for so long, don't you ever take a break? Career is important, but so is your body. Qin Bufan didn't say anything, but in his mind he muttered, with 200 million, it could generate $400 billion in total revenue over the next 10 years. How dare you delay? If you get cut off, won't you have nowhere to cry? Just as Qin Bufan was pondering, Qin Bufan's cell phone rang. It's Suva's phone. As soon as Qin Bufan connected, Su Hua, on the other end of the line, brought bad news. Chapter 136, Comparing Money with Me? I'll see you through. Boss, it's not good, Sebris said in a deep tone. Someone is going to cut off Tic Tacs, and the other side threatened to make us look good if we bid against them. Hearing this, how could Qin Bufan still hold back? After all, this is a company with a total future revenue of over $400 billion. How could Qin Bufan let it be cut off? Further, if he took down the drop company, he would have completed one of his daughter's 5 patriotic missions. He had to take it down, as a matter of course. Think about it. Qin Bufan immediately approached Su Hua and asked for the address, then hurriedly bid farewell to his mother as well as his daughter. This side, with great speed, Qin Bufan headed straight for the location of Su Hua, and in the meantime, Suhai City, inside a restaurant, Sebra was a bit overwhelmed. On the contrary, Chen Wei, who was in front of him, was also like this. No wonder they are so. Truly, the foreign company in front of us is a big deal. The other party is the person in charge of the famous foreign brand Adidas tier in China. And keep in mind that Adidas tier's market capitalization today is nearly $50 billion. Such a presence, Sebra wouldn't dare to fight against the other side. At this moment, he only hoped that Qin Bufan would arrive earlier, and perhaps he could still salvage it. While Su Hua was full of anxiety, fearing that Chen Wei would not be able to resist Charles's sugar-coated bombs and directly sell the company. The other side, Chen Wei spoke up. Mr. Charles, first of all, I am grateful for your favor. Chen Unicorn said with a smile on his face. I didn't think that a boss of your caliber would even look at this tic-tac-toe software that I've created. But, I still say that I've promised Mr. Sebra's boss in advance. I, for one, don't like to misspeak. Charles seemed to have known that Chen Wei would have this to say. He took out a cigar without haste and after lighting it, he said by virtue of, Mr. Chen Wei, you Chinese have a saying that people go to higher places. I think that I am the bull and you are the horse of 1,000 miles.
and now I see the future of you and of this tic-tac-toe. I want to buy it and then we'll incubate the software properly. Of course, you also know that my Adidas Tear is a clothing brand. The reason why I acquired this software of yours is completely thinking, let your software and my clothing brand to achieve complementary role. With this, make this brand a presence in the world's attention. Chen Wei was silent, and at that moment, Su Hua was unable to help but secretly praise him. Though, this Mr. Charles is the boss's rival, but I have to say, this tactic of his is indeed possible. You know, Adidas Tear spends hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising every year, but if the money is used to acquire tic-tacs, and then, on those cars that run tic-tac-toe, put up advertisements, which are not more eye-catching than TV commercials. Of course, more than that, Adi can, in the future, advertise for tic-tacs in their own stores, and the two complement each other. I guess it won't take more than a few years to multiply the earnings. This deal is a sure thing. But, soon, Suwa realized where the seriousness of the matter lay. After all, he and Chen Wei were considered old friends. Previously, the other party had asked Su Hua's opinion at the beginning of designing the software tic-tac, and naturally, Su Hua is well aware of the other party's original intention of making tic-tac-toe convenience for the people, make it a national enterprise, and even shine around the world. Perhaps, at this moment, Chen Wei was a bit moved by the other party's offer of $150 million. It must still be Charles's status as an expatriate that he's torn about. Just as Suwa was pondering all this, Charles, on the other side, spoke again. Mr. Chen Wei, let's put it this way. One price, 200 million, what do you think? Charles continued to speak. Chen Wei was dumbfounded. Inside, they were shaken to the core. To know, it's 14 years, and there are only a handful of billionaires in all of China. Quite a few listed companies. It's a rarity to have a market capitalization of over $100 million, but Charles is directly driving such a high price. Chen Wei felt like he was about to lose his grip. Charles saw that the other man had some heart. The heart couldn't help but sneer. He felt that he had taken hold of Chen Wei. Who knows? Just then, an indifferent voice came out, breaking the slightly eerie atmosphere. Oh, Your Excellency is really quite bold. For $200 million, buy tic-tacs. I have to say, also as an investor, I admire your tactics to the core. As these words fell, Qin Bufan slowly walked into it. Boss. When Su Hua saw Qin Bufan, it was as if he had found his backbone. The boulder hanging in his heart quickly fell. Qin Bufan smiled. Mr. Su Hua, sorry for the traffic jam. After saying that, Qin Bufan came straight to that Chen Wei's body. Mr. Chen Wei, I'm in a hurry, so let's just sign quickly, shall we? I'll transfer the money on top of the company account as soon as I get the contract. Chen Wei nodded repeatedly. Actually, he had just been shocked by the high price Charles had offered, though heartwarming, but his sanity was still intact. Moreover, Chen Wei also knew what it would really mean if he sold the Tic-Tac taxi software to a foreign company, and then allowed this software to be used in China. He would never allow the software he designed to become a tool for other countries to carry out espionage tactics. Perhaps, it's a case of being small-minded. However, such pitfalls should never be allowed to occur. So, Chen Wei quickly handed the agreement forward. Who knows? Not waiting for Qin Bufan to take the signature. However, he saw Charles blocking in front of Qin Bufan. You're that investment fiend who's been in the limelight lately. Qin Bufan? Charles inquired. Seeing Qin Bufan nod, Charles indifferently said, I've heard about you. I also know that you're a great investor, but I advise you not to tear fight with Adide. You can't fight us. Furthermore, I have just raised the matter of the 200 million acquisition to Mr. Chen Wei. So, let me ask, what is your intended purchase price? Facing the other party's questioning, Qin Bufan smiled blandly. What, Mr. Charles, are you bidding against me? Fine, I'll fulfill your idea. Speaking here, Qin Bufan looked at Chen Wei and said, Mr. Chen Wei, I'm willing to offer $300 million to buy this company of yours, and furthermore, I can let you continue to be in charge of this company. You're on your own with the company, big and small. Of course, if you feel that, at the moment, you're not up to it, you can read up on financial management while you're at the helm of the company. Under my hand, there are quite a few top-notch technical talents, so you guys can talk to each other more when you're not doing anything. And the most important point is that, as a native Chinese, I'm very happy to make this software, turn it into a national software, or even, make it famous all over the world. Of course, 300 million, just my acquisition price. I'll pump in an extra billion a year for you to use it for commercial promotion. After saying that, Qin Bufan suddenly dropped his attention to that Charles. Mr. Charles, aren't you the person in charge of Adidas Tear in China? Don't you have Adidas on your back? Compare me with more money?
I'll take you to the end. Now, you may start bidding.
That Charles was so angry that his teeth were clenched.
After finally throwing down a sentence of "you wait for me," he left in disgrace.
Chapter 137, Tick Down Tic Tac. Merge with Gold Navigator. As the compartment door closed,
Zebra sighed in relief, then said, "Boss, it's a good thing you're in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Charles will really get it. By that time, this software of Chen Wei's, it might really become a foreign company." Qin Bufan smiled. How can it be? Such an important software. If it becomes a foreign company, wouldn't the user's information, then, not be protected in the slightest? Furthermore, for Mr.
Chen Wei to be able to accept to live with that Charles 200 million acquisition offer, I think he must have his own considerations.
After all, if this software is sold to foreigners, how can this software, then, become a national enterprise? Because, Mr. Chen Wei is a patriotic young man, and his original intention of making this software was to facilitate the people. Instead, it creates a security risk for the state as well as the users. If this software is taken by a foreign company, when the time comes, it will surely become a tool for capitalists to circle money. I think if it wasn't for this consideration, Mr. Chen Wei would have sold the company a long time ago, right? Chen Wei was secretly surprised when he heard this.
He didn't understand how Qin Bufan had guessed what he had in mind.
I don't know. Qin Bufan had analyzed the general character of the other party after listening to his daughter's heart earlier. Otherwise, in the latter part of the world,
when Tic Tac emerged as a user safety hazard, Chen Wei would have suddenly spoken out and acted with great indignation.
As Chen Wei pondered,
Qin Bufan had already taken a step in front of him.
Mr. Chen Wei, I wonder if you have any objections to the acquisition proposal I made just now? If not, then we'll sign the contract now? What do you think? Chen Wei was confused, and aside, Suwa froze in the same way. They would have thought Qin Bufan was only gambling with Charles just now,
deliberately shocking the other party with his financial power so that he would know better.
But who would have thought Qin Bufan was actually playing for real? Boss, you're... Suwa wanted to say something else. Who knows? Chen Wei hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, are you really willing to spend $300 million and buy this company of mine? And $1 billion a year in capital injection? Qin Bufan nodded seriously and said, of course, I would never make a rash joke in this regard. But, first things first, the $1 billion I'm injecting into the company can be more than just company operations. After all, burning $1 billion a year is a complete no-brainer when it comes to operations. The purpose of my capital injection is for you to acquire other companies and merge them. Hearing this, Su Hua, who was on the side, revealed an expectant expression. Boss, it seems that you already have a preliminary plan? Qin Bufan nodded. Afterwards, he seriously said, Tic-tac-toe, the software, the design concept, very good. In the future, will inevitably become the mainstream taxi software in the 4G era. The software, however, has a huge problem to solve, and that is, it requires navigation software to be loaded in order to work. Nowadays, the three major carriers have all received 4G licenses, and Suhai City will serve as the first point of use for the 4G network. By the time that happens, mobile payments, online taxicabs, online grocery shopping and whatnot, it's almost predictable. And my idea is simple, take the navigation software and set it on top of Tic-Tac. When the time comes, the cell phone takes the order. GPS locates the customer's location, and then uses that as a starting point to choose the most appropriate route to the destination, and then check out, almost in one easy step. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Sebra looked as if she was waking up from a dream. On the contrary, that Chen Wei, after a long period of dumbfoundedness, immediately applauded. Mr. Qin, before, I had heard about your foresight from Big Brother Su Hua, but I didn't realize that you had already seen this step. Seriously, I had no choice but to sell the software Tic-Tac. It's a software that I've conceptualized very well, and, with a far-reaching future. It's a shame that the coquettish woman is not a good one. Even if I am ambitious, I can't take the first step without enough financial support. And this first step is to cooperate with the navigation software. But unfortunately, $100 million a year for cooperation is enough to make me look over my shoulder. But I didn't realize that you saw through that and, moreover, were willing to give me the funds to acquire the navigation software and allow it to merge. Speaking here, Chen Wei bowed deeply. The eyes that looked at Qin Bufan were filled with admiration. Qin Bufan smiled. So, can we sign? 10 minutes later, Qin Bufan signed it with his big name. Then he took out his personal computer and transferred $1.3 billion into the account of the other party. Mr. Chen Wei. Qin Bufan looked at the other party in a serious manner. Next, I need you to do two things. First thing, run this software well, then learn how to be a competent manager. With your talent, it's not difficult at all. The second thing, and the reason I'm late to the party, is because I've just been struggling with whether to just develop a navigation software or to acquire it. Now, I have no qualms about that, and that is taking a majority stake in Goddard Maps by way of merger and acquisition. Then, when the time is right, step in and just acquire it. Of course, you don't have to worry about promoting the software, because my Huawei cell phone has now developed a 4G cell phone, and the first one, at the same time, cooperates with the 3 major carriers. When the time comes, I'm going to make this software directly. It's built-in software. Doesn't that solve the problem perfectly? And, because it's in-house software, it also saves a lot of money on promotion. Not only that, today's headline is a program that is growing in users by the day, and I can advertise on it. Other software, too. Anyway, the first order of business is to take down the Goddard map, and this is something that can't be delayed. Speaking of this, Jean Buffon glanced at Su Hua. Mr. Su Hua, would you please go with Mr. Chen Wei to Pretty Country to negotiate this matter? Su Hua as well as Chen Wei and the two of them naturally didn't have any opinions. So, we can eat? Jean Buffon said smilingly. 1 hour later, the three ate and drank, and it was a good conversation. Jean Buffon had planned to go home and get some rest, which is when a call came in from his mother. Panfeng Bai. Son, come over quickly and take Linger back. Hey, this girl, she had to yell for her daddy. I can't coax it enough. Jean Buffon sniffed and was a bit strange, but it was quickly responded to. It looked like the girl wanted to know if she had successfully acquired the software Tic Tac. Just as well. Just tell her. Moreover, Jean Buffon did need his daughter's reference as to whether or not he had made the right move by purchasing the Goddard map. Chapter 138. When old Jean strikes, we'll know if there's something there. 20 minutes later, Jean Buffon arrived at his father's home. As soon as Jean Linger saw her daughter, she immediately ran up to her. Daddy, miss me, Jean Linger said in a milky voice. So says the mouth. However, Jean Linger had other thoughts. Hey, old Jean is finally here. I don't know if he's been successful in acquiring Tic Tacs. I think, with his means, a district foreign company is not enough to be feared, right? However, I don't know if old Jean has thought about what he's going to do behind the scenes. Hey, I'm to blame for all this. Before that, my focus was always on the Tic Tacs, but neglects to mention that the software, nowadays, has not been fully hatched. And, taxi software, which needs to be based on navigation software, that is to say, the acquisition of tic-tac-toe, is still only the first step. The most important thing is that a powerful navigation software, as a support, undoubtedly, the Gator navigation, is one of the best, both in terms of performance and otherwise, and it keeps getting better and better. This software, in the future, has a good market value, and the outlook is good. However, the reason I called out to old Sheen in such a hurry is because this software, which has already gone public in the Pretty Country, will be acquired by Jack Ma in 10 days, and for the astronomical price of $230 million, and then, after that, started buying up its shares, which ended up costing almost $1.4 billion. It's just a shame that Jack Ma overstated his step and pulled the crotch, and this software lost $50 million in the first quarter of 14 under his operation, and it's been losing money for years. If this time, the old Sheen early shot, may be able to take this software, plus with the tic-tac-toe strong combination, want to reverse the situation in the previous life, should not be a problem. But the question is, if I suddenly bring up this idea, will old Sheen hesitate? Regarding these, Jean Buffon naturally heard everything. He laughed out loud in his mind. If only my daughter knew that while she was obsessing over all this, she had already completed the layout ahead of time. How would she react? Just as Jean Buffon was pondering, Bai Panfeng spoke. Buffon, you're finally here. Hurry and take your little ancestor away. She just made such a big fuss that your old lady, me, had my eardrums ruptured. Bai Panfeng had just finished speaking when Qin Jinsong laughed. Son, don't listen to your mom's nonsense. Just now, her voice was louder than spirits. I'm the one who got my eardrums shattered. Bai Panfeng couldn't help but glare at Qin Jinsong. Qin Jinsong laughed, then put down the newspaper in his hands and came in front of Qin Buffon. Dad, how are you feeling these days? Qin Buffon was concerned. Don't worry, I'm in great shape, Qin Jinsong said. This afternoon, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told me that I just need to finish this course of special medication, and the tumor in my brain will be gone for good. I'm basically fine. Speaking here, Qin Jinsong looked at Qin Buffon and said, on the contrary, it's you. You've been running around all this time, so don't tire out your body. After all, the body is the essence. If you're exhausted, there's no use in getting more money when the time comes. Qin Buffon nodded seriously. Don't worry, Dad. I'm still young. struggle a little more while you're young, and when you're old, won't you be able to enjoy it? Qin Jinsong laughed. Afterwards, he drew a change of tone and said, by the way, just now I heard Linger say that you went to Sebra in a hurry and were trying to acquire a taxi software? How did it turn out? When this question fell, Qin Linger immediately eyed Qin Bufan. The mind laughed instead. Ha ha, Grandpa is really my mouth substitute. He directly told me what I wanted to ask. Seeing that his daughter was so curious, Qin Bufan didn't hide it either. There were some twists and turns, but it was good to get it done. Previously, the person who tried to cut off this software before me was an Adidas tier executive. They're trying to utilize the software and then advertise for Adi for mutual benefit. However, it's good that Chen Wei is still clear-headed. He has a passion and does not want his software to become a tool for capitalists to make profits. It was also worried that certain pitfalls would arise. So, although moved by people's $200 million acquisition, it was ultimately rejected. After hearing this, Qin Jinsong nodded slightly. Although, I don't know much about the TikTok taxi software, I do know that once it is controlled by a foreign company, it is definitely not a good thing. Qin Jinsong spoke his mind, and at that moment, Qin Linger had some thoughts in her mind. Old Qin, well done, that Adidas rip, one of my most hated foreign companies. Jude recalls that in his previous life, these few foreign companies jointly boycotted the Pei Frontier cotton. Well, my Chinese sons and daughters are not vegetarians, and they directly carried out a counter-boycott, resulting in those foreign companies becoming street rats. Speaking of which, there really aren't many good foreign companies stationed in China. Every time there is a disaster in China, it is the local national enterprises that are at the forefront, and those foreign companies, they just play dead. It even disparages national businesses from time to time. Its shameless behavior is simply gnashing of teeth. It's a great pleasure for old Qin to thwart the other side. Qin Bufan was a bit surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that this Adidas tear, but there is such an ugly face? Unable to help it, Qin Bufan already had some calculations in his mind. These, however, are not things to be considered now. Think about it. Qin Bufan continued. This tic-tac-toe taxi software, I ended up using $300 million to buy it. And, I also gave Chen Wei an extra $1 billion. Hearing this, Qin Jinsong and Bai Panphone looked at each other. Son, Qin Jinsong took a deep breath. Dad knows that you're right to have money, but the money all needs to be spent. Tic-tac-toe, the software, is not a bad prospect though from what you've said, but you came right out with $1. $3 billion. This is too, for you. Bai Panphone also hastily agreed. Confronted with the bitterness of their parents, Qin Bufan nodded seriously and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry about it. No one's money. It doesn't come from the wind. I'm offering $300 million for the promise of this software, and I'm injecting an additional $1 billion for layout. The software, TikTok, is bound to become the mainstream in terms of traveling in the future. The software, however, hasn't quite worked out yet, simply because, with the dropshipping software, it needs to be blueprint after the navigation software, and after some deep thought, I finally decided that it would be better to just take that gauntlet map. This billion, exactly, is for mergers and acquisitions, and at the back, I'll find a way to acquire it completely, and ultimately, realize the two as one. What? Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Bai Panphone and Qin Jinsong once again looked at each other. On the contrary, Qin Linger, who was on the side, was inwardly shocked. I'll go. Old Qin, you're worthy of being my own father. This operation of yours is just like the operation of that Jack horse in the latter days, but you cut off Jack Ma. That's a lot of gumption for you. Just as Qin Linger was shocked by Qin Bufan's methods, Qin Linger's heart suddenly exclaimed, I'll go. I'll go. My God. Hearing the shouts from his daughter's heart, Qin Bufan was somewhat baffled. This girl, has she discovered something remarkable again? While Qin Bufan was wondering, the heart of my daughter, ringing out, $1, $4 billion all in, and after 10 years, its total market capitalization is up to 440 billion Chinese dollars, 5,077% return. My goodness, old Qin directly took down two companies over 400 billion Chinese dollars today. Terrible. This is really terrible too, isn't it? It's true what they say, when old Qin strikes, you know whether there's something there or not. Chapter 139 Acquisition of National Brands, Han Trends and Company. In the next few moments, Qin Bufan continued to chat with his parents. When it was almost around 9 o'clock, Qin Bufan then looked at Qin Linger and said, Good daughter, didn't you miss Daddy? Now, shall we go home? It's just a shame. At this moment, Qin Linger already knew the answer she wanted, and also learned of the unexpected surprise that Qin Bufan was planning to buy the Gouda map. Naturally, she had no more reason to make a scene. Instantly she milked her voice. Daddy, I suddenly want to sleep at Grandma's again. Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything.
and Bai Panfeng did not have a good temper. You this girl. Forget it, you are only 5 years old. I guess I said to let you sympathize with your father. You do not understand what it means. Qin Linger smiled sweetly. The mind then muttered, Grandma, who are you looking down on? Although I am only 5 years old physically, I have the trajectory of the next 20 years of my life in my mind. And, who says I don't sympathize with old Qin? It was because I was there that I was able to spare old Qin decades of detours. Qin Bufan silently listened to his daughter's heartfelt words, and he did not refute them. With a sigh of relief, Qin Bufan smiled and said, Alright, then you have to be good. I'll go back first. Tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up and take you to school. Bai Panfeng hurriedly said, No need for that, you child, just take a good rest tomorrow, and just pick up the children when school is over in the afternoon. Qin Bufan left his parents' home, and after simply tidying up, he slept in peace, and before he went to sleep, he glanced at his cell phone and found that Chen Hao and the others had already followed their own mentions, and after buying stocks on the trading day, they slept peacefully. This night, Qin Bufan slept soundly, and by 8 o'clock the next day, he was awake, after simply washing up, going downstairs to exercise for a while, and eating a breakfast along the way. Qin Bufan had planned to go over to Lu Danian's Wi-Fi key, because the car was sent for maintenance. Qin Bufan could only take a taxi, but it just appeared outside the neighborhood. Qin Bufan then saw not far away, a store transfer information. Qin Bufan had planned to simply ignore it, but when the afterglow saw the transfer of the store, but it was honestly and trends, can't help but wonder a bit. What's going on? Qin Bufan said in disbelief. This store, which has been here for over 10 years, isn't exactly a hot business, but it's not bad. How come it's suddenly closed and transferred? Qin Bufan muttered something, and in the middle of his mind, he couldn't help but think of the brand Adidas Tear. Adidas Tear has always been a leader among high-end brands. The brand, though, belonging to a foreign company, has been very famous. On the contrary, this Hong Trends, although over the years, relying on super high cost-effective, pulling in a lot of customers. It's just a shame that they have stayed true to their nature to benefit the people and, as a result, they keep getting squeezed by the market. This Adidas Tear, it's kind of the culprit of it, since, sooner or later, this Adidas Tear collapses the house. Why don't I just take the brand of Huntrensel and fight against it? Anyway, doing business, as long as you don't lose money in the early stages, it's considered a profit. And, as a Chinese entrepreneur, it is incumbent upon us to make our national brand shine. If I didn't have this ability before, I would naturally only be able to look on, but nowadays, I'm perfectly capable of doing it. Thinking of this, Qin Bufan went straight to the Hans and Trends boutique. The moment, inside the store, there were only a handful of clerks. At the moment, they were surrounding a middle schooler. Next to them, the mother of the middle schooler, who was constantly picking for the other. Son, that's a nice shirt. You'll look great in it. The woman was not tired of talking, but the middle schooler was disgusted. Without even looking at it, he dropped it on the shelf. What? You don't like this dress? Then not waiting for the woman to finish, the middle schooler then said dismissively, Mom, it's not that I don't like the dress, it's that I don't like the clothes in this store. Although, he's good quality and comfortable to wear, but it's too cheap. You know, in my class, they all wear Audi, Nike, I'm sure I'll be laughed at if I wear this to school. Having said that, the middle schooler then whistled and headed out the door. The woman, on the other hand, rushed to apologize to the clerk and then chased after her. The few sales clerks could not help but sigh helplessly when they saw this, but when they saw Qin Bufan appear, they instantly revealed a smile. Buying clothes, sir? Still, Qin Bufan didn't intend to blow these people's self-confidence, and immediately smiled. Well, I'm buying clothes. Saying that, Qin Bufan picked out a few sets of fall clothes with decent materials. After trying out the game, Qin Bufan quickly checked out. Seeing this, the clerks were relieved. Qin Bufan immediately opened his box and said, This store, I remember it opened when I was in college. Business was pretty good back then, and every time I came in, I had to wait a long time for the check. How now? This statement, naturally, is sad. The clerks looked at each other. Eventually, a woman with a store manager's sign on her chest sighed. Sir, you just saw it. Today, it's all about the high end of the market. We, on the other hand, have always taken the common man's route, and originally, our brand purpose was value for money. But kids nowadays, it's not the same as it was back then. They're all decked out in designer labels and a pair of shoes can cost $1,000. Clothes under $200 are trash. They feel that our clothes are not up to par. And that climb, on the other hand, completely crushed us. Plus, we, at the Honestly Trends headquarters, haven't had a good time over the years. 5 years ago, floods hit our factory.
causing a lag in product sales. And then came the economic crisis. Over the years, we've been perfecting our distribution system, and even, just in case, we've stocked up on a lot of inventory. As a result, it's getting left behind by those high-end brands. Of course, we'd like to advertise, but over the years, we've basically been unable to make ends meet. This month, we've been forced to close hundreds of stores across the country. Hear these. Shin Bufan was silent. After a moment, he smiled and said, honestly, the brand positioning of this company is very good. Nowadays, your company, what it lacks is the advertising effect. And on top of that, there's the fact that I just took a look around and there's a lot of care put into the materials of the clothes and shoes in your house. But the only thing that's missing is, well, design. Well, can I take the liberty of asking for the number of the person in charge of your headquarters? I intend to acquire this company of yours, and I will make it a national brand that belongs to our China. Chapter 140, Wi-Fi Key. Open Western Markets. What? The owner and the clerk of Huntsman and Trifecta had a look of dismay on their faces. They looked at each other face to face. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Shin Bufan wouldn't open his mouth without opening it, but once he did, it was astonishing. This gentleman, you're not kidding. The store manager spoke up. I don't blame the other guy for being so. It is important to realize that Huntsman and Tritech is long gone after going public and being delisted. Right now their revenue, for a variety of reasons, is not as good as it has been for a year. Otherwise, they would not have transferred the store and used it to recoup their capital. But Shin Bufan made an acquisition at this time. Think about it. Moreover, today's Huntsman, although not as glorious as in the past, but its market capitalization is there. I'm afraid I'll need at least $5 billion to acquire it. He didn't think that the man in front of him had so much money. Shin Bufan could naturally see the other party's doubts as well. He grinned and took out his business card, then put it down. Anyway, the word is out. It's up to you to say it or not. You can think I'm a liar. But what if, in case, I do have that ability to acquire it? Do I really have that means to bring honestly Turk back from the dead? Try. Maybe there's a 1 in a million chance. If that's the end of it, then I can only express my regret. Throw that down. Shin Bufan turned around and left. The store manager, on the other hand, subconsciously picked up Shin Bufan's business card, and after looking at it for a while, he finally decided to call the headquarters side. What if it works? To this, although he didn't know, he was able to make a guess or two. After all, as the head of Hung Trends, Wu Rongwon must have heard of his name, and as long as the other party met with him, Shin Bufan was 90% sure that he would take down this national enterprise. Of course, Shin Bufan naturally couldn't completely rely on that store manager. He had already decided that if the other party didn't report it, then he would find a way to contact Wu Rongwon himself. Sure, regarding the acquisition, Shin Bufan was in no hurry. 20 minutes later, Shin Bufan appeared at Lu Danian's Wi-Fi Key headquarters. Appear outside the conference room. Shin Bufan happened to hear Lu Danian holding a meeting inside. Little Lu, I am now appointing you to be the head of Wi-Fi Key in Pretty Country. Kobayashi, on the other hand, you are responsible for opening up the Eagle Country market. Chang, you're in charge of. Lu Danian kept delegating work. But talk about it. Lu Danian's afterglow caught a glimpse of Shin Bufan outside the door. Immediately give everyone a break. And he came outside. Boss. Lu Danian had a smile on his face. Why didn't you call ahead when you came? As it happens, I'm calling an emergency meeting, so why don't you come up and say a few words as well? Inspire everyone? Shin Bufan shook his head. There's no need. As I said before, I'm only responsible for smashing money. As for how to arrange the staff, everything is up to you. Speaking of this, Shin Bufan smiled. By the way, old Lu, it seems that Wi-Fi Key's plate in the West is going to start expanding. Ha? Lu Danian nodded his head repeatedly. Not bad. This software of ours, at the moment, is considered unique in the world. Previously, I had a good response in New York City as a test site, and other cities, too, wanted to bring it in. Lu Danian took out a report and said, this, is the data related to overseas Wi-Fi keys since the last 10 days? Boss, please take a look. Shin Bufan opened it up and immediately saw a bright light. Not bad. The numbers are increasing by the day and, surprisingly, the daily activity is as high as 15 million? This is just the initial stage. When this software fully covers all countries in the future, the data will definitely be very objective. Lu Danian nodded repeatedly. Boss, the foreign market, it's just a small fight. Can't throw away this cake though. But our focus, again, has to be domestic. Today, the 3 major carriers have successfully received their 4G licenses. The 4G era, it's near. And, I've also heard that the 3 major carriers are going to make Sohai City the first 4G network to operate. More than that, Warwick has also launched its first 4G phone,
which works with all three major carriers at the same time.
Speaking of this, Ludanian excitedly looked at Qin Bufan and said, "Boss, you invested so much before, and next, you're going to see a return." Seeing Qin Bufan's calm face, Ludanian suddenly smiled. "Boss, I have an idea. I don't know." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Qin Bufan also smiled. "Are you trying to take this Wi-Fi key and port it to the Huawei cell phone?" Ludanian nodded repeatedly. Qin Bufan laughed. "No problem at all. Not only Wi-Fi butler, I will also port today's headlines, Elimination, Hungry and other software, all of them as well. It's our own resources, so it's good to use them. Still, it's the same thing, it has to be of superior quality. Otherwise, even the installed software will be removed." Ludanian froze. "Boss, since it's a loading software, you still set it to delete?" Qin Bufan nodded his head as a matter of course. Of course, after all, it doesn't matter if it's a cell phone or software. The user experience is paramount. If it can't be removed, won't that affect the mood? And it would be offensive. All in all, it's still the same thing. The promotion that should be there will definitely not be less. But in the end, how many people can be left behind will depend on their own skills. Ludanian sniffed and silently memorized this. "Well, go ahead with the meeting. I have something else I need you to counsel me on after the meeting." Ludanian was a bit strange. However, nowadays, meetings are most important. Ludanian quickly asked his assistant to take Qin Bufan to the restroom. As for him, he entered the conference room. Inside the lounge, Qin Bufan was bored. Simply turned on the computer and began to search the internet for news about Honestly Trend Micro. This look, Qin Bufan sighed. Brand founded in 2000. 13 years of cloak and dagger. Unforgettable and people-oriented. The first Chinese clothing brand to be listed abroad. It's just a shame that it was hit by the high end of the market. The results are every bit as bad. They have stayed true to their roots and have been the first to support wherever there has been a disaster in the country. Far better than the crooked-ass stars who eat the nation's food and are silent when disaster strikes. Qin Bufan murmured to himself. The idea of acquiring this company and bringing it back from the dead was reinforced in his mind. And that's when Ludanian has finished his meeting. "Boss, why are you reading the Hung Trends wiki?" Ludanian said in disbelief. Qin Bufan smiled. "I intend to acquire this company, but it's just intentions at the moment. After all, there are plans for the future of this company that I haven't thought of yet. That's not why I came to ask you for advice. After all, you were, in the beginning, an excellent costume designer. I'd like you, professionally, to analyze this." Ludanian smiled. "Boss, to say the least, Hunts and Trends this company's boss Wu Guanrong, or my college days of schoolmates. So, over the years, I've been following the brand. I feel quite sad about its demise. However, trying to acquire it and then have it turn around is probably a bit of a long shot. In my personal opinion." Qin Bufan had intended to inquire about it. Unbeknownst to me, just then, the female assistant came over in a hurry. "Boss, there's a man outside claiming to be the owner of Hung Trends, saying he wants to see you." Qin Bufan's eyes lit up at the words, and Ludanian commanded, "Quickly, invite the people in." Chapter 141, The only way to live forever is to stay true to one's heart. Outside the company building, Wu Guanrong, folder in hand, looked, with a worried look on his face. Several times during this period of waiting, he wanted to turn away, but in the end, he stood his ground. "Never mind, I'm all the way here. It's better to ask the seniors for their opinion. If Senpai thinks it's feasible, then I'll buy the company. Anyway, today's Hong Trends, in my hands, can't be revitalized. And according to the current trend, within 5 years at most, the company will face bankruptcy. A dead horse is a dead horse." Wu Guanrong had just finished speaking, just saw a female assistant not far away, walking briskly. "Mr. Wu, our boss has an invitation," the female assistant said with a smile on her face. "Follow the other person into the company." Wu Guanrong immediately brightened up. "I heard that Senior Lu's Wi-Fi key was acquired by a mysterious boss. It seems, is now refreshed Wu Guanrong inquired. "Yes, Mr. Wu, our company has changed drastically since we got a new boss. Now, under the new boss, our company is about to move overseas. Today this software is setting new highs in downloads, daily activity, and, with this record, it will probably keep being set." Hearing this, Wu Guanrong was envious, and in the heart, it fell even further. "I also wonder if that boss who wants to buy his company has the same brilliant skills as this boss of Senior's company to make Huntsman and Tritech rise again?" Soon, Wu Guanrong came inside the lounge. "Senior, it's been a long time, so it's a bit presumptuous of me to come all of a sudden this time," Wu Guanrong said with a smile. He then took out the gifts he had prepared in advance and placed them on the table. "Glorious, what kind of relationship do we have? You just come. What kind of gift do you have to give? Lu Danian said with a smile. No matter how good the relationship is, there is still no shortage of etiquette, Wu Guangrong said with a serious face. He then looked at Qin Bufan, who was silent on the side. And this is? Wu Guangrong inquired. This is my boss. Wu Guangrong hurriedly got up and took the initiative to shake hands with Qin Bufan. Lu Danian smiled in his heart. Before Wu Guangrong came, he learned from Qin Bufan that he had been to Huntsman and Trifecta while he was here, and left a business card. However, he didn't expect the other party to come so soon. Glorious, shouldn't you, at this moment, be busy at headquarters? Why did you suddenly come to Suhai City? Don't tell me you came all the way here to see me? Wu Guangrong said seriously. Senior, you're really right. This time, I really came to visit you, because there is something I need to ask you about. But, rather unexpectedly, it came across an opportunity. Although Lu Danian knew it all too well, he was still curious. Oh, what opportunity? Wu Guangrong hurriedly said. It's like this. I just got off the plane and received a report from the store manager of the branch on this side of Suhai City. The other party said that he intends to buy our company and, in terms of our clothing brand, did some analysis. I think that the other side has a reasonable point. However, I didn't go to him right away after I asked the store manager to give me the other person's contact information. Because, I think, this hung trends, since it can be from the peak in the beginning, fell to this, there must be a lot of reasons. I can't break through at all without resolving these. To put it bluntly, people are buying this company of mine because they believe in the brand, and even if I have to sell the company, well, at least I have to get these issues resolved. Speaking here, Wu Guangrong sighed and said, this brand, which I founded single-handedly, has been around for 13 years by now. I don't want to, watch this company go from rise to fall, and in the end, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Danian nodded silently in his mind, and Qin Bufan was touched by the other party's words, but moving is moving. However, in order for Qin Bufan to strengthen his resolve and take down this company, the other party, in addition to sincerity, Qin Bufan also needed to see hope. Lu Danian naturally understood Qin Bufan's thoughts, so, he looked at Wu Guangrong and said with a smile, Guangrong, since you've already reflected on yourself, can you tell us about the situation that Huntsman and Trifecta is facing today? Wu Guangrong sighed, then took out the documents he had prepared in advance. Lu Danian picked it up, then looked at it carefully. After reading it, he handed it over to Qin Bufan again. Qin Bufan didn't look at it, but instead looked at Wu Guangrong and said, Mr. Wu, I also have some knowledge about your Honestly Trends company. Why don't I say something of my own? I think that your company's mission of service, very good, taken from the people, made for the people, and it's far more cost-effective than any other brand. But today, the branding, it's just too serious. Adidas rips, Nike, all these brands, they are among the best of the high-end. Although it is said that the market, today, has already been occupied by it, there is no doubt that your intention to sprint from the low-end and middle-end market to the high-end market is tantamount to digging your own grave. And, to do so would surely be contrary to your original purpose. It's not a good sign. So, I think that what you have to do remains firm in your hearts, and then self-analyze it in a butch way. For example, if there's nothing wrong with the material of the clothes, the price, and the fabric and all that, then why can't they kill it? There are several reasons for this, I think. For one thing, you don't have your own identity. That is to say, too much attention is paid to quality, but the essence is neglected. Clothes, naturally, are meant to be comfortable, and in addition to being functional, they also need to be aesthetically pleasing. So, I think the first and foremost thing that you want to break out of that is the design aspect of the clothes. I think, at this point, you should have figured it out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to Old Lu. Secondly, there is the celebrity as well as the advertising effect. I have to admit that in this respect, Adidas Tier and Nike have done a good job. Even the previous head of Adidas Tier in China was planning to buy a software for the purpose of advertising. So, if your company wants to get a foothold, it's three things. First, staying true to your heart is the way to go for the long haul. Secondly, in terms of clothing design, use more care, preferably ethnic features, and even link up with specialized IP to launch limited edition models. Third, advertising, star power. After listening to Qin Bufan's analysis, Lu Danian and Wu Guangrong looked at each other. Chapter 142. Hundreds of billions of disposable funds. No wonder Lu Danian and Wu Guangrong are so. It was really because what Qin Bufan had said was somewhat beyond their expectations. Originally, what Lu Danian wanted was to join if he couldn't beat them, since one's low-end clothing market has been squeezed, then sprint to the high-end market. As for the star effect, and clothing design and so on, they had the same idea as Qin Bufan.
But who would have thought that Qin Bufan would say that he would stick to his heart? Could it be that he thinks that Huntsman and Trends has a chance to breathe in the lower end of the market? With such thoughts in mind, the two of them looked at Qin Bufan. Wu Guangrong was the first to say, Mr. Qin, I wonder what you mean by holding fast to your heart. Qin Bufan smiled and said, with the aim of serving our customers and giving them the best experience. Mr. Wu, you should know that Hunts and Trends, in the beginning, it was the low price that attracted a group of customers, and after that, had amazing sales. I still remember the grandeur of the original Hung Trends, the overnight success with a market capitalization of $40 billion. If you guys at that time, can in the clothing design style and so on, good development. If now I am afraid that there has been no those so-called Adidas tear, Nike what things. Seeing Wu Guangrong's silence, Qin Bufan continued, I know that you have the idea of rushing into the high end. While this path is feasible, once it is implemented, then this company loses its greatest advantage. When that happens, not only will it be hard to attract customers, but you might even be scolded for eating. By the time that happens, not only will we be unable to successfully impact the high-end market, we may even become cannon fodder for the high-end market. Wu Guangrong didn't say anything. Lu Danian, on the other hand, after a short period of contemplation, then said seriously, Boss, I understand what you mean. Then, he looked at Wu Guangrong and said, Guangrong, what the boss wants to tell you is that despite being a low-end brand, honestly Trends can strive for the top. We have advantages that Adidas Tier and Nike don't have. And conversely, those high-end brands have advantages that we don't have. So why would we want to give up our strengths so we can compete with each other's? Isn't that the equivalent of fighting someone and cutting off your own arm? Hearing this, Wu Guangrong was then enlightened. Wu Guangrong let out a kind smile. This gentleman, thank you. If you hadn't helped me analyze it, I'm afraid I would still be at a dead end. On the other hand, Lu Danian on the side was filled with helplessness. He had thought that Qin Bufan really intended to seek his counsel. As it turned out, he was taught a lesson by the other side. Just as Lu Danian was lamenting, Qin Bufan smiled and said, Mr. Wu, since the words are all clear, and there are already preliminary plans for the future. Now then, let's discuss how we can acquire your company. What? Wu Guangrong froze. At this time, Lu Danian laughed out loud. Guangrong, the boss has opened his mouth. What are you still waiting for? Wu Guangrong obviously didn't react. He said with some bewilderment, Brother Lu, what the hell does this mean? Lu Danian said helplessly, my silly brother, tell you what, didn't you leave behind that mysterious rich guy who went to your store and is going to buy your company? You call him now. Wu Guangrong nodded, then quickly dialed that number. Soon, Qin Bufan's cell phone on the table rang. At this moment, Wu Guangrong couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He hung up his cell phone while looking at Qin Bufan in dismay. You are the acquirer? Qin Bufan smiled. Mr. Wu, I will now make a formal introduction. My name is Qin Bufan. I'm the owner of Wi-Fi Key, today's headline, Teasing Fish, Hungry, and other software. And now, I might be your boss, too. Wu Guangrong froze. While on the side, Lu Danian laughed. Glorious, hurry up and take out the agreement you drew up in advance. Wu Guangrong naturally wouldn't hesitate. Immediately, he took out his computer and quickly finalized the agreement. However, when it came to the final pricing session, Wu Guangrong was a bit hesitant. He looked at Qin Bufan and said, Mr. Qin, nowadays, the stock market of our honestly has been suspended. Although, our financial statements are okay, the profits, in fact, are negative every year. If we calculate according to the total market capitalization, our company is worth $10 billion today, but its real total assets, I'm afraid, are only $5 billion. So, your purchase price. Qin Bufan smiled. Since that's the case, let's calculate the purchase price at $5 billion. However, on top of that, I'll put in an additional $10 billion as startup capital for the company. What? Hear this. Wu Guangrong's mouth was open, and Lu Danian, who was on the side, was too surprised to speak. Who would have thought? Qin Bufan opened his mouth to $15 billion. Mr. Qin, are you serious? Wu Guangrong's face was full of incredulity. Lu Danian, on the other hand, thought that Qin Bufan was crazy. To know, the previous Qin Bufan, in order to collect funds, had gone so far as to have his various companies pledge to make loans, and Qin Bufan had spent a lot of money on his previous trip to the capital. Granted, in the past few days, they had followed the stock details provided by Qin Bufan, thus making a small profit. But even so, you can't get that kind of money, can you? I don't know. The Qin Bufan at this moment was truly wealthy. Nothing else. The rewards given by the daughter system alone amounted to $20 billion. And it's still dollars. Taking out $15 billion is no big deal. Further, Qin Bufan believed, with this financial support, honestly, it's bound to return to the top of the year once again. Back then, when Shin Bufan hadn't gotten into the game, this company had been able to create a market capitalization of $40 billion. And now with myself, I'm sure to be able to turn it into a miracle. Much too much to say. Creating a market capitalization of $10 million in a few years and then relisting it isn't a problem, is it? If it does work, then one could have a publicly traded company under one's hand. Half an hour later, Shin Bufan can be considered to have successfully signed an agreement with Wu Guangrong, and without hesitation, Shin Bufan directly transferred 15 billion to Wu Guangrong. At this very moment, Wu Guangrong was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. On the contrary, Lu Danian was in a bit of a trance. Boss, looking at you, it seems like you're planning to, after taking down Hung Trends, you're going to call it quits for now. Ha! Lu Danian forced a smile and said, what does that say? Shin Bufan said in disbelief. Lu Danian coughed dryly, then said, I just did a simple calculation. You basically don't have much money in your hands now, do you? And a couple of our companies, while we have them, they are for speculation. That's why I dared to jump to that conclusion. Shin Bufan said smilingly, don't worry, in terms of funding, it's no longer a problem. Seeing Lu Danian's strangeness, Shin Bufan said seriously, I've gained quite a lot from my trip to the capital this time. I bought a quadrangle in the capital, and within that quadrangle, I dug up antiques worth a total of $20 billion. Then I went to the antique street, spent $3 million, and took down $5 billion in antiques. More than that, I got an extra $20 billion. What? Hearing what Shin Bufan said, Lu Danian as well as Wu Guangrong looked at each other. After a long time, Lu Danian said, boss, so you, right now, have at least $100 billion of disposable funds on you? Shin Bufan nodded his head. The two men instantly froze. Chapter 143, Wulin's request, R&D Gleevec. 1 hour later, Shin Bufan said goodbye to Lu Danian as well as Wu Guangrong and went straight to the neighborhood where his parents' house was located. He, on the other hand, was guilty of muttering in his mind, actually, for this acquisition, Shin Bufan relied entirely on his feelings. He felt that the pace of Huntsman's gain would never stop there. Moreover, Shin Bufan had absolute confidence that he could make this brand bigger and stronger. Of course, confidence is one thing. Next, it's still important to get Wu Guangrong to run a good operation. After all, he had invested in this company, but he had spent a total of $15 billion. If he loses money, he will also suffer a great deal of pain. Soon, Shin Bufan returned to his parents' home. Son, you're just in time. I was thinking of calling you earlier to come back for dinner. Now, just save me the phone bill. Pai Panfong is arranging fruits at the dining table. When he saw Shin Bufan appear, he immediately smiled. Mom, why didn't you go to the office today? Shin Bufan laughed. There was something strange in his mind. His parents, mind you, were workaholics. So, ever since Shin Bufan had memories, he had stayed home alone on every holiday. Occasionally, when I get bored, I go down to the restaurant. But the good thing was that at that moment, Zhang Qingxue would call herself when she had something to do and asked him to go out. Therefore, Shin Bufan wasn't very bored. I also wonder how Qingxue is doing with her shooting at the theater? Are the conditions bitter and tiring? Shin Bufan muttered in his mind. At this time, Bai Panfong spoke again. Why? It's been a long time since our family used family dinners. Your mom cooks once in a while and you have a problem with that? Shin Bufan smiled. Mom, that's not what I meant. Bai Panfong did not have the good sense to say, okay, hurry up and sit down. Your father went to get the tea that has been treasured for a long time. Later, you and your father, have tea and play chess. As for me, I'll make you a big meal. Oh yeah, and your favorite braised pork ribs. Hearing this, Shin Bufan couldn't help but eat his fingers. Mom, not to mention, before I went to the capital on business, I basically went down to the restaurant. It tastes okay, but I feel like, with the braised ribs, it's still my mom's best. Bai Panfong cracked up with a smile. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Just wait obediently. After saying that, Bai Panfong began to busy herself. And at that moment, Qin Jinsong also walked out of the room. Bufan is here? Qin Jinsong said with a smile. Hurry up and sit down. I'll make some tea, and then, we'll play a game of chess. Soon, a steaming cup of fragrant tea was poured. Shin Bufan took a slight sip. I couldn't help but smile and say, Dad, this 100-year-old pour was given to you by Uncle Jiang back then. You've never been able to spare a drink. And this New Year's Eve, I wanted you to share some with me and didn't even give it to me. So how come you're willing to spare it now? Qin Jinsong glared at Shin Bufan. Brat, you still dare to poke fun at your old man, don't you? Shin Bufan kindly smiled. And at that moment there was a loud knock at the door. Shin Bufan was going to run to open the door, but Qin Jinsong hurriedly got up. "Son, the honored guest has to be received only by Dad." When he finished, he rushed to open the door. Qin Bufan followed closely behind. The door to the room opened. Only then did Qin Bufan realize what his father had said about the honored guests. Surprisingly, it's martial arts, but it has to be said, Wu Lin was indeed a benefactor to their family. If not for the special drug developed by the other side, father wouldn't have recovered so quickly. "Uncle, boss." Wu Lin hastened to greet him. Qin Bufan smiled as he was about to speak, and at that moment, Qin Jinsong hurriedly said, "Xiao Wu, it's not like this is in your institute. Just call Big Brother Qin directly. Come on in." Wait for Wu Lin to enter it. Bai Panfeng also rushed in from the kitchen. "Takashi, coming? Have a seat. Your uncle pinched the time and guessed that you were coming. So, he made tea for you in advance. Also, the fruit I've peeled." Wu Lin nodded repeatedly. "Sit on the couch." Qin Jinsong chatted along with Wu Lin with a kind face. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed. "I mean, Dad, I'm your own son, right? Why? I seem a bit redundant when the martial arts are here." "I kind of get it. You too. You're here today specifically to entertain the martial arts." Seeing the way Qin Bufan spat, Qin Jinsong said seriously, "Hey, not to mention, I really let you guess right. I did do it to entertain Takeshi. As for you, you're just along for the ride." "Who let Takeshi save me from the risk of having surgery? I'm recovering to this point thanks to people." Nevertheless, Qin Jinsong had just finished speaking. Wu Lin hurriedly said, "Uncle, words can't be said like that. Now I have been given access to this potent drug. And, I've also opened a biopharmaceutical company in Suhai City. All of this is thanks to Mr. Qin, though you claim that I saved you. But if Mr. Qin hadn't bought the patent for this special medicine, I wouldn't have dared to make a move. Of course, I believe that this special medicine will be a boon to countless families in the future." Hearing this, Qin Jinsong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Bufan also laughed. "Wu Lin, my dad's messing around," Qin Bufan said. "Also, I'm not such a cheapskate. Well, I'll leave the tea and chess to you. As for me, I'm going to go help my mom in the kitchen and give you a taste of my handiwork while I'm at it. Worked on it for an hour. A delicious meal can be served. Here, Takashi, hurry up and taste it." Bai Panfeng brought clean chopsticks and gave the other party food, and then, Bai Panfeng gave Qin Bufan ribs. A few people happily ate, wine and dined. Wu Lin briefly examined the old man, then smiled. "Uncle, everything is normal for you now. After this course of treatment and then some rest and recuperation, you will be completely recovered." Qin Jinsong nodded his head repeatedly, then said, "Xiao Wu, I wonder, how is the recent progress of the research lab?" When Qin Bufan heard this, he was also instantly interested. After all, Wu Lin's current biopharmaceutical company was fully funded by Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan believed in the ability of the martial arts though, may also want to know its progress. Wu Lin said seriously, "Nowadays, the latest special drug for brain tumors, we are still developing. Not only that, but other tumor-specific drugs that are being developed. Next, once the boss signs off on it, we can bring it up to date." Speaking here, Wu Lin looked at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan smiled. "Wu Lin, as I said before, you're the overall person in charge. If you think it's feasible, go for it. Anyway, it's the same thing. You as a doctor, you need to stay true to your heart. Oh yes, I think that our special medicine, if possible, it is best to be included in the medical insurance. That way, it will truly benefit the people." When Wu Lin heard this, he immediately brightened up and said, "Boss, to be honest, apart from visiting uncle and auntie this time, I also have two things to discuss with you." While speaking, Wu Lin pulled out the application he had prepared. Qin Bufan opened it. Surprisingly, it was a petition to include this potent drug in Medicare. Qin Bufan laughed out loud. "Good, Wu Lin, I really wasn't wrong about you. This application of yours? Hurry up and submit it? I hold my hands up in support of you. After all, this idea of putting the patient first is the ethic of a true practitioner of medicine." Subsequently, Qin Bufan painted a different picture and said, "By the way, you just said that there are two things that need to be discussed. What is the second one?" Hearing this, Wu Lin Dun suddenly sighed, and then looked incomparably seriously at Qin Bufan and said, "Boss, I need to apply for a batch of funds from you to research and develop the Gleevec that belongs to our China. It's a special drug for chronic leukemia. Once it is successfully developed, then countless families on the verge of breaking up can be rescued from the brink." Chapter 144, worth $200 billion. Shocking parents. Hearing what Wu Lin said, Qin Bufan didn't reply but looked at the other party, waiting for him to continue speaking. Qin Jinsong, on the other hand, was puzzled. "Xiao Wu, why are you suddenly thinking of developing and producing Gleevec?" Bai Panfeng also became curious.
I've also heard of this special effect medicine. Wasn't there a fake drug incident with huge implications some time ago? So, I specifically Googled it, and it turns out that Gleevec is the very drug that works for chronic leukemia. And that's when I learned that leukemia is actually chronic as well as acute. As I recall, there was quite a bit of discussion because of that fake drug incident. Ultimately, many netizens are wondering why China is unable to develop on its own, given that the pretty country can produce, and the white elephant country can create generic versions of the alternatives. Later, I learned the answer, and it turned out that the imitation drug potentially had some safety hazards. As for the real Grelin, however, it requires high-end and specialized technology, as well as an extremely special drug to serve as a drug guide, and with the current technology in Huaxia, it's very difficult to make it. Of course, even if there is, however, that medicine guide, but very rare, if there is no supply chain, I am afraid. Qin Bufan listened to what his mother said, and for a moment he was in the clouds. But, mother was, after all, an amateur in medicine. It would be nice to get things straightened out. On the contrary, Wu Lin was also amused by Panfan's unprofessional and academic wording. He coughed dryly and said instantly, "Auntie, you're right. This drug, whether it's research and development, the availability of raw materials, it's extremely difficult. First of all, the production of Grelin relies on imatinib, a compound with a limited supply chain around the world and a specialized company for its production as well as its synthesis. Secondly, because this drug is a small molecule targeted drug, therefore, for the production conditions, very harsh, which requires compounds. With the current Chinese technology, it is difficult to do this. These 2 points alone are enough to doom the average biopharmaceutical company from completing this drug." Qin Jinsong nodded seriously, and he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, professional things still need professional people to explain them. On the side, Panfeng couldn't help but glare at the other party. "Just tell me, am I right?" Qin Jinsong hastily changed his words. Yes, you're right about everything." And at this time, Qin Bufan couldn't help but say, "Wu Lin, this medicine is so difficult to find, and its core substrate substance is still in the hands of the pretty country. Even if it's you, if you want to develop it, it's very difficult, isn't it?" When Wu Lin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh lightly. "Boss, you're wrong. I can say without exaggeration that in the whole of China, apart from me being able to develop this medicine, there's simply no one else." Qin Bufan was a bit surprised. In his impression, Wu Lin was a humble man. Now suddenly say this, could it be that you have some kind of doorway? Qin Bufan said curiously. Wu Lin nodded seriously. "Boss, truth be told, before I researched special drugs for brain tumors, I was actually a doctor in leukemia, and my director, one of the creators of the drug Gleevec. At one point, the director was given a topic on exactly how to improve the effectiveness of Gleevec's medication so that patients would be free from the disease during their chronic leukemia. And I, who was a participant in this subject, it was because of the great response achieved in those years that the director recommended me to develop a special drug for that brain tumor. That said, it was because of the foundation of the original research on Gleevec that I developed a potent drug for brain tumors in just a few short years." Speaking of this, Wu Lin had a look of emotion on his face. "That said, my development of an alternative to Grelin was, in fact, barring that, intertwined with some personal selfishness on my part. I was on the phone with my mom last night and my mom told me that I have a distant cousin who has exactly that, chronic leukemia. In the early years, she had been suffering from the disease, and her family had been fairly well off, but hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in medication had long since emptied the family coffers. Later on, it was only after buying that so-called fake medicine from the person who was involved in that fake medicine case that I barely survived. But, since that client was arrested, my distant cousin knows that her next step is to either continue to buy exorbitant medications or, alternatively, to go dark and suffer from her illness. She thought about it and ended up jumping straight off the building. Poor thing, she's only in her 20s and in her youth." Hearing this, Qin Bufan was deeply touched. He said seriously, "Wu Lin, since you are so confident, well then, tell me, how much money is needed to be able to develop this drug?" Wu Lin held out a finger. Qin Bufan laughed. $100 million? Good, I can transfer that money to your biopharmaceutical company right now. Wu Lin was shocked. "Boss, I am not $100 million. 100 million Chinese dollars will do. And that's still the cost of developing a substrate substance that can replace imatinib, as well as intermediates. Otherwise, $50 million tops." Qin Bufan laughed helplessly. "You kid, you've been going around for half a day just to ask me for $100 million? How big a deal did I think it was?" Qin Bufan had just finished speaking when he realized that he had lost his words. "Brat, don't you take a beanbag for a dry food.
Shin Jinsong said without a trace of anger.
$100 million, that's astronomical, okay? Even though you're rich now, you have to keep your beginnings. Don't think the money is that good. Seeing this, Bai Panfeng didn't have the heart to say, son, your father is right. To be a man, you must not forget the beginning. Shin Bufan said somewhat innocently, Dad, Mom, what I said was originally the truth. Speaking here, Shin Bufan looked at Wu Lin and said, Wu Lin, in the future, don't ask me for anything less than $500 million for research and development. I unconditionally support any research and development that benefits the people. So, later, I'll transfer $1 billion to you, and when it runs out, come back to me for more. Hearing Shin Bufan speak so boldly, the couple was stunned. Son, don't you have, in your hand, not much money left? When you went to the capital before, you also let a few of your companies, all mortgaged for loans, and as a result, you barely managed to scrape together $10 billion. If you spend money like that, even $20 billion will soon see empty. Shin Bufan naturally knew that his parents were being kind to him, but at this moment, Shin Bufan really did have money to spare. He confessed, Dad, Mom, these are different times. I have quite a bit of free money in my hands now. Then again, I went to Lu Dainian's Wi-Fi key company in the morning, and I even acquired a national enterprise. I spent $15 billion and took down Huntsman and Tritech. What? Hear this. The old couple was too surprised to speak. How much money do you have now? Son, Bai Panfeng couldn't help but inquire. Shin Bufan said seriously, if disposable businesses, I have almost 10 million, but if you take my Suhai city properties, as well as the museums, film and television investment companies, and the courtyard houses I bought in the capital, my total assets, I think, have been almost $200 billion. Hear that? Shin Jinsong, Bai Panfeng, as well as Wu Lin, all had eyes that showed dismay. Obviously, none of them expected it. Today's Shin Bufan, with a total worth, is over $200 billion. And, that's if the companies under his umbrella haven't made a push yet. They could almost envision when 4G networks started spreading all over China. Shin Bufan's value would definitely reach a very frightening figure. Chapter 145, Sanctions against China, banning the sale of chips. Soon, Wu Lin left, and before the other party left, Shin Bufan paid that 1 billion R&D fund into the other party's company account as promised. Do all that. Shin Bufan had a cozy look on his face, which is when Shin Jinsong as well as the old couple, Bai Panfeng, suddenly stood up as they just stared at Shin Bufan. Dad, Mom, you guys are? Shin Bufan was a bit confused. Shin Jinsong was about to open his mouth. Nevertheless, Bai Panfeng was the first to say, Child's father, don't say it, it's better to let me do it. Afterward, Bai Panfeng looked seriously at Shin Bufan and said, Bufan, let me ask you, what you just said, was it bragging, or was it true? Now you are, in total, really worth $200 billion? No wonder Bai Panfeng was so dismayed, and Shin Jinsong also felt like a dream. You know, half a month ago, Shin Bufan is still just a full-time baby daddy who specializes in bringing up babies and occasionally speculating on stocks to make money, as a way to make up for the expenses at home. But it's only been 2 short weeks, and it's gone straight from being worth millions to being worth $200 billion. Although, they also knew that in the beginning, Shin Bufan was because of coin speculation. Now that virtual coins are temporarily in decline, so Shin Bufan has turned to stock speculation. But you want to make $200 billion in half a month, speculating on stocks? Think about it, it's impossible. Shin Bufan smiled helplessly. Seeing the serious look on his parents' faces, he knew that if he didn't make this matter clear, he was afraid that his parents wouldn't feel at ease. Think differently. If my daughter Qin Linger grows up in the future, she suddenly used $10,000 and transferred $100 million. Shin Bufan would also worry about the source of income, fear that the other person will go down some illegal and criminal path. Thus, in order to let his parents put their hearts down, Shin Bufan had no choice but to say, Mom and Dad, you two know about all those things I did in Suhai before, so I won't say any more. Now, it's better to talk about what I did in the capital. When I went there, I started by acquiring YE and investing in movies. I went to a party and then looked at an amazing producer and took him down. And, I also bought the rights to the famous sci-fi masterpiece, Wandering Earth. Later, I attended an auction and I paid $120 million for all the lots in it. And through the brothers Wang Zhongjuan and Wang Zhonglei, I got to know a big shot in the antique world. With all of this, plus the fact that I let my companies speculate on stocks before, it resulted in me making $2 billion in 2 days. Subsequently, I looked at a courtyard house in the capital, and then I had the Wang brothers, in the name of Huai Corporation, buy it. Instead, it turned out that under a large tree, a treasure trove was found,
containing treasures with a total value of $20 billion.
I felt as if I had gotten lucky, and then, I took Linger to the antique street.
I spent $3 million in one breath,
and as a result,
I made another $5 billion.
Oh yeah, I bought a museum along with it. After hearing what Qin Bufan said,
Qin Jinsong as well as Bai Panfeng looked at each other. At this very moment, they had been boiling inside for a long time.
To know, over the years,
they have worked diligently to run the company. Results, it also leaves the company's market capitalization barely in the tens of millions.
But on the contrary, Qin Bufan, a trip to the capital,
was supposed to be for the purpose of acquisition.
As a result, it backfired big time. At this point,
Bai Panfeng suddenly said,
"Son, is there anything else besides this that you have earned?" Qin Bufan shook his head. "That's not right,"
Bai Panfeng said seriously.
"I just did some simple math.
You are still more than $100 billion short of a source even if you make a big profit in a few days."
Qin Bufan secretly said that it was bad. He'd forgotten
his own $200 billion worth of money,
of which, another $20 billion,
was the system reward he received for helping his daughter complete her mission.
However, just as Qin Bufan was considering how to muddle through, Qin Jinsong said flatly, "The child's mom almost got it, huh? Not Van was raised by us from a young age.
We know in our hearts what kind of person he is.
In short,
there is absolutely no way that my son could have done those illegal things.
That's all we need to know." Speaking of which, Qin Jinsong looked at Qin Bufan with a smirk. "Unusual," Qin Jinsong shouted bitterly. Qin Bufan knew that the old man was planning to say something again. Sure enough,
only to hear Qin Jinsong speak again.
"Nowadays, you are worth a lot of money. In terms of China, or even the world,
it is estimated that you are the only one who can start a business from nothing and reach a value of $200 billion in a short period of time at your age. And now that the 4G era is approaching,
there will be quite a few windfalls in the future.
Those companies under your hand are bound to kill the future.
What Dad is trying to say is that you should never float. Making money, no problem, but just so you're clear, there's some money to be made and some money not to be made.
Of course, from your attitude towards Xiao Wu and your move to get that brain cancer special drug added to the medical insurance,
I know that you can definitely stick to your heart." Speaking of this, Qin Jinsong smiled. "Bu Fan, nowadays, your career is almost considered stable. And next, isn't it time to think about personal things? Nowadays, Qingxue is already filming with the cast of War Tiger 2. I asked your uncle Jiang before,
and Qingxue told him that the movie,
it will take almost 3 months to shoot.
So, when Qingxue finishes filming,
shouldn't you guys think about getting married?" Qin Bufan froze. Feelings have circled around and returned to their own lifelong matters? Qin Bufan smiled. "Dad, Mom, Qingxue and I, this is just the beginning. Would it be a little too soon to think about getting married? Besides, Kyosu has her own business. Not to mention," not waiting for Qin Bufan to finish, the two old men immediately glared at Qin Bufan.
Bai Panfeng lightly hummed.
"Brat, what are you talking about?
You and Qingxue are childhood friends.
There's no one to compare this feeling to, and all these years, Qingxue has been silently paying for you. You're good, and you're hesitating? I don't care.
When Qingxue finishes filming, you guys get engaged right away.
Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking off the mother-daughter relationship with you." Qin Jinsong hastily chimed in. "Not bad, brat. I can tell you, if you make me lose Qingxue as my daughter-in-law, I won't forgive you." Qin Bufan said evenly. "Dad, I didn't say I wouldn't marry. It's just a shame that the older two aren't buying it at all." He was going to go on about something, and that's when the cell phone sitting in front of the coffee table rang. It's the head of Warwick Cellular, Ren Fei, calling. Qin Bufan quickly connected. "Boss, something big has happened. Intel
suddenly unilaterally terminated its cooperation with us and banned the sale of chips to Huawei cell phones.
I'm afraid
our Huawei cell phones
can't be produced in time,
and we have signed an agreement with the 3 major carriers.
The date of release, the 3 major carriers have set. If we can't release, we will definitely compensate a high amount of liquidated damages. Not only that, but ASML, too, has suddenly turned against us, saying it has decided not to work with us. However, they have an unfinished EUV lithography machine,
and the idea on their end is simply for us to buy it for $500 million and perfect it ourselves.
What do we do now?" Chapter 146, Crazy? Spending $500 million on a half-finished product?
Because Qin Bufan turned on the speakerphone button. Therefore, Bai Panfeng and Qin Jinsong naturally heard everything clearly. They have seen a lot and recognized the problem at once.
Qin Bufan, on the other hand, after a brief moment of contemplation, said, "Mr. Run, be at ease. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Wait at the office. I'll be right there. Hang up your cell phone." Qin Bufan had intended to leave,
but Qin Jinsong suddenly called out to Qin Bufan, "Son, this matter, it must be the pretty country's side again. They have always felt that they are the strongest in the world in the field of semiconductors as well as chips. Therefore, there is no telling how many times something like this so-called chip sanction matter has been played out. But I have to say, their tactics are really disgusting. Taking advantage of the fact that Warwick signed an agreement with the three major carriers with the intention of screwing this company over. It's really shameless. But, then again, it seems like a dead end this time. Bufan, have you considered a strategy to deal with this?" Qin Bufan smiled. In fact, when Renfei was reporting all this, Qin Bufan already had an idea. But, because of this matter, which was somewhat mysterious, he naturally was not in a good position to explain too much. Immediately, he could only say, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, the mountain man has his own plan." Bai Panfeng said repeatedly, "How can I be at ease? This time, the three major carriers are planning to start developing 4G networks with the help of Huawei. And, our city of Soho serves as the first test site. If successful, the development of 4G networks will certainly be a big step forward. But if you can't release the new 4G phone in time, you will pay for the breach of contract. I'm afraid, even if you're worth $200 billion, this breach of contract is likely to break your bones." Qin Bufan smiled. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I really have a way," Bai Panfeng said in a nonchalant manner. "What solution? Don't tell me you're going to buy the EUV lithography machine? But to spend $500 million on an unfinished photolithography machine, don't you think that's totally throwing money at the bottom of the sea?" Qin Bufan smiled. "I was planning to do just that. And, for others, it could be throwing money at the bottom of the ocean. But it's nothing to me, because I've come up with a way to perfect EUV lithography." Qin Bufan didn't brag about this. After all, from among his daughter Qin Linger's heartfelt words, Qin Bufan knew that as long as he could complete his patriotic mission, he would be able to repair and perfect the EUV lithography machine. Therefore, for others, the EUV photolithography machine that belongs to scrap is a rare opportunity for Qin Bufan. I wonder if ASML would be so pissed off that their lungs would explode if they knew that my precious daughter could fix the EUV lithography machine. Qin Bufan thought silently in his heart. Of course, these, naturally, were not good for him to explain to his parents. Immediately, he said, "Dad, Mom, you two don't worry, I have a plan in mind. And, I assure you, the pretty country will end up being the jumping off point in this so-called sanctions affair. They'll even be retroactive about it. And we, Huaxia, as well as the Huawei cell phone, will surely become famous in one battle." After saying that, Qin Bufan left the home under the gaze of his parents' dismay. Qin Bufan drove quickly, straight to Renfei's Warwick headquarters. The moment Renfei is holding an emergency meeting, when he saw Qin Bufan appear, he immediately said, "Boss, this crisis could be fatal to our Huawei company. I don't know, have you thought of a countermeasure?" Qin Bufan smiled. "Don't worry, the countermeasures, I've already thought of them." Hearing this, Renfei's heart rejoiced. Seeing this, Qin Bufan didn't talk nonsense and directly looked at the Huawei executives present. Everyone, what ASML, as well as Intel did this time must have been instigated by the pretty country. Their purpose, quite simply, is to make us a basket case. It's just a pity that their wishful thinking is wrong. Guys, don't worry about the chip, it'll be fixed. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Qin Bufan didn't bother to beat around the bush. He said directly, "Mr. Run, there are two things I need to be informed of right now. The first, you meet with the head of ASML in person immediately. Let's just say we're willing to spend $500 million and buy their EUV lithography machine. And, we'll fix it, perfect it, and then produce the chip on our own." Subsequently, Qin Bufan once again said, "As for the second piece, immediately acquire our Chinese semiconductor company and thus replace Intel. As long as these two pieces are completed, our country will be able to produce our own cell phone chips." What? These words fell. The whole room was in an uproar. No wonder those executives are so. Truly, they felt that Qin Bufan's words were a bit grandiose. Doesn't he know how hard it is to make that EUV lithography machine? Don't say half-baked. Even the finished product requires thousands of tests before it can be put to use. And its suppliers, from many countries. Because of this, the original ASML company had made a bold statement that even if the design drawings of the EUV lithography machine were released, no one but them would be able to reproduce it perfectly. But today, Qin Bufan was actually thinking of putting the EUV lithography machine into production with just his own strength. It's a fool's errand. Furthermore, in 13, a photolithography machine was only $400 million, while ASML jacked it up by $100 million to get Warwick to buy a half-baked product. Crazy? It's like having your head kicked in a donkey's ass. See the crowd talking. Qin Bufan,
however, did not explain, but instead swept a glance at the people present, eventually landing his attention on Renfei. Mr. Renfei, I'll just ask one thing, do you believe me? Renfei nodded repeatedly. He naturally believed Qin Bufan. After all, this company, but Qin Bufan bought it all. If something goes wrong, he will face huge compensation. But, Qin Bufan naturally saw the other party's hesitation. Immediately, he said, since you believe in it, then do as I say. Nowadays, the most important thing is to get that EUV lithography machine in hand. Secondly, there is the acquisition of semiconductor companies, and the rest, just leave it to me. As long as we are all united, we will definitely be able to survive this crisis. Seeing that Qin Bufan swore, Renfei nodded repeatedly, and he said that on ASML's side, he would go and talk personally. As for the acquisition of semiconductors, he left it to his handful of minders. And the next time, Qin Bufan continued to cheer on the employees of Huawei, and then he left Warwick. Unawareness, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Qin Bufan rushed to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter. Dad! Qin Linger's milky voice came out. Qin Bufan took his daughter to the car, just started the car. At that moment, Jiang Qingshua's phone call came through. Chapter 147, Chip Sanction? Turning the tide, my big boss Qin, I guess you are. At this moment, picking up the kids. When Qin Bufan connected the phone, on the other side of the phone, came Jiang Qingshua's gentle voice. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Qin Bufan said smilingly, how's it going? Are you getting used to being on the set? I bet you'd say that the crew shooting was exhausting but fulfilling. Jiang Qingxue smiled. Congratulations, you guessed correctly as well. Is there a reward for guessing correctly? Qin Bufan inquired. Yes, rewarded with a fragrant kiss, Jiang Qingxue softly said. The two of them simply got tired of each other for a while. At this moment, Jiang Qingxue smiled and said, Linger is by your side, right? Let me talk to my future first daughter for a few minutes. I haven't talked in a couple days, and it's killing me. Qin Bufan smiled helplessly and immediately handed the cell phone over to Qin Linger. After Qin Linger received it, she immediately greeted Jiang Qingxue happily. Mr. Jiang, I miss you too. When are you coming back to marry my dad? In that case, we'll be a happy family of 3. Jiang Qingxue was moved by the sudden words. Immediately, he nagged Jiang Qingxue. In the end, it was Qin Bufan who couldn't look away. He could only take the cell phone and then said, your teacher Jiang still has a scene to shoot. Afterward, Qin Bufan continued to chatter with Jiang Qingxue. Qin Linger saw this, a small pout. Apparently, there was something about the sour stench of love that she couldn't stand. And after a brief chat, Jiang Qingxue suddenly said, Bufan, why do I feel that? You are a bit absent-minded? Could it be that something happened? Qin Bufan sighed and said, indeed. Thus, Qin Bufan was brief and concise, and told the story of the pretty country's sanctions against Huawei cell phone chips with the help of Intel as well as ASML. What? Jiang Qingxue was shocked. Then he said, it's a real pain in the ass. Warwick nowadays works with the 3 major carriers, the sky-high compensation, even you can't afford it. And that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that without cell phone chips, Warwick is struggling. Bufan, this matter, do you have any countermeasures? Qin Bufan said helplessly. There are countermeasures, but this idea of mine is a bit crazy. Qin Bufan told the other party about buying the semi-finished EUV lithography machine. Jiang Qingxue sniffed and fell silent. She then smiled and said, Bufan, although I don't know what kind of drugs you have in your gourd, but one thing I've always believed in is that you have your reasons for whatever decision you make. And, I'm sure, with your ability, you'll be able to turn the situation around. Qin Bufan's heart warmed when he heard this. After all, there is a confidant around. Trust yourself unconditionally. What more could a man ask for? Qin Bufan had planned to get bored with Jiang Qingxue for a while longer. It was only a pity that Jiang Qingxue's time to rest had come. It was all he could do to hang up his cell phone reluctantly. Qin Bufan had planned to drive away, and at that moment, he realized that Qin Linger in the back seat was staring at himself with big, watery eyes. Qin Bufan's heart stirred. He sighed. Then he said, hey, I don't know if I can solve the crisis this time. Also, who do I go to help me fix that EUV lithography machine? Though, I boasted in front of Mr. Renfei and the others that I could solve this immediate problem. But the EUV lithography process, it's too complex and requires countless debugging. If it fails, then I will, this time, lose a lot of money. Also, I don't know if Warwick will be able to successfully acquire domestic semiconductor companies. Hey, if I had known, I would have transferred the funds to the other account in batches after acquiring Hungtrends. Now, I don't have much money on hand. What should I do? Qin Bufan's words appeared to be talking to himself. In reality,
He was telling Qin Linger what he had done, then learned some information from among the others' heart. Fruity. His words had just fallen.
Qin Linger's heart immediately rang out. What? Old Qin bought Huntsman? When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? Wait, I'll check the system panel first. Mental muttering over. In the next moment, Qin Linger couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss, old Qin, you're really a big shot.
$5 billion for acquisitions and $10 billion as working capital.
The return, however, is quite substantial.
$15 billion invested,
and a year later, $80 billion in turnover. And because of the new incoming money, the stock, which had been delisted and suspended, was listed again in 15. Eventually, the total market capitalization was up to $300 billion. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Hung Trends is a national enterprise, and this time the old Qin's accidental move, so that this enterprise become the pride of the nation. In the future market, beat Adidas tear as well as Nike, for China to fight for the breath, and that, too, is considered a patriotic act. Nowadays, old Qin has completed 2 patriotic missions in succession. As long as you complete the remaining 3, then the system rewards arrive. Waiting for that time, I was given a mission to perfect the EUV lithography machine. Old Qin, you must work hard. Just as Qin Linger was pondering, she suddenly realized that on the system panel, a prompt appeared. Qin Linger opened it. It was a moment of clarity. Is this a system mission? Let me see the details of the mission. Acquisition of CETC and then a strategic partnership with foreign company Hightower Semiconductor. Once completed, this can be equivalent to 3 patriotic missions. And, for this acquisition, it will only cost $2 billion. And its return, after 5 years, is a whopping 500 times? Doesn't this mean that by acquiring this company, Qin Bufan is equivalent to owning a behemoth with a market capitalization of over $1 trillion in 5 years? This is too scary, isn't it? However, how should I convey such important news to old Qin? Qin Linger was shocked in her heart, and at the same time, a little torn up. And at this point, Qin Bufan's cell phone rang. It's Renfei's phone. Boss, on ASML's side, they've already signed an agreement with us. 500 million Chinese dollars have been transferred to the other party's account, and they seem to be in more of a hurry than we are, promising to get it to us as fast as they can, and a guarantee that if there is a delay, liquidated damages will be paid. Qin Bufan's heart sneered when he heard this. It seems, ASML is planning to be bad. Perhaps what they are selling this time is not a half-baked EUV lithography machine at all. Instead, it's a semi-recycled item. But so what? Once you have completed your own patriotic mission, you can fix it. Pretty country, you want to sanction Wasia with a chip? Come on, let's have a good fight. Just as Qin Bufan was lamenting in his heart, Renfei spoke again. Boss, the matter of the EUV photolithography machine is sort of over, but the acquisition of the chip company has hit a snag. Qin Bufan raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Chapter 148, Confronting the Beautiful Country and Acquiring CETC. Being asked by Qin Bufan, Renfei couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, he said, Boss, it's like this. I previously asked my company Xiao Huang to contact those semiconductor chip companies, intending to discuss the acquisition. As a result, every one of them has responded by refusing to finance or acquire. Without waiting for Xiao Huang to ask the reason, the other party directly hung up the phone. It's a good thing that Xiao Huang was the person in charge of our Huawei chips before, so he has quite a few friends he knows in those companies. It was only when I asked around that I realized that it was Intel that had spoken to them ahead of time. The meaning is very simple. It means that they should refuse all business dealings with Huawei. Otherwise, in the future, it will be a devastating blow to their company. Of course, if it were any other company, maybe they wouldn't think anything of it. But the other side is the largest semiconductor chip company in the world. And they also have a good relationship with ASML. If the other side is playing for real, then, next, their company is struggling. After all, the semiconductor industry has always been a shortcoming of the Chinese industry, and these companies, to a greater or lesser extent, have worked closely with Intel. Once the other party secretly makes a bad move, then their company's industry chain will immediately collapse, and by then it won't be far from bankruptcy. After hearing what Renfei said, Qin Bufan's face was incomparably ugly, and so was Qin Linger. Apparently, they never expected that it would be so difficult to acquire a domestic semiconductor company anyway. And the most ironic thing is that those semiconductor companies, they would be threatened by a foreign company. Damn. I knew in my previous life that the pretty country has always been all over the map when it comes to monopolization. For this reason, they use any underhanded means. But I still underestimated their lower limits. This time,
What they did to stop Huawei from independently developing a chip was shameless to the extreme.
After a brief belly laugh, Qin Linger's heartfelt voice came to mind once again, though, this time, the pretty country thinks it has taken monopoly to the extreme. But unfortunately, he underestimated what old Qin could do, and that ASML, as well as Intel, is not omnipotent. As I recall, in a previous life, Intel had been trying to buy Hightower, simply because Hightower Semiconductor is a presence dedicated to high-end chips. If Intel can buy them out, then, in the future, they'll really be a dominant player. It's good to know that China is not a vegetarian, and I remember, at that moment, it was the CETC company that was the first to come forward, only because this company, with Hightower Semiconductor, has close cooperation, and Hightower Semiconductor, in China, has a lucrative yearly revenue. If they disconnect from CETC, then they lose the huge market of China. Because of this, I will support old Qin to buy this company, because as long as CETC Corporation is acquired, then pretty country will never have a monopoly on semiconductors. Old Qin, this time, you must take this company, because, after taking it, my system mission, even if it is completed, by then, that EUV lithography can be completely repaired and completed. Most importantly, being able to make pretty country suffer is a great opportunity to win honor for Huaxia, punching the face of the pretty country that messed up. This is what every Chinese son or daughter should do. What his daughter thought, Qin Bufan naturally heard clearly, and in his heart, he considered this. He took a deep breath. Then he asked, Mr. Run, could it be that there isn't a single semiconductor company in China that is willing to cooperate with us? Ran Fei said seriously, Mr. Qin, nowadays, we have one last hope. That would be CETC, a company that has been working closely with Hightower Semiconductor. And Hightower, the only foreign company, is the only one that exists that can compete with Intel. The profits in it are so lucrative that Intel, I've heard, has been trying to buy it out. So if we can take down CETC, maybe there's a turnaround. Qin Linger's heart was overjoyed when she heard this. After all, she had been struggling with how to tell this information to Qin Bufan. But now, Ren Fei said it, then she didn't have to worry. Good, Mr. Run, I may need to trouble you for overtime tonight. Qin Bufan said, I need to know the history of the CETC company, as well as the current state of development, and most importantly, I need to know the sales model of this company and how it operates. The most important thing I need to know is the information about the owner of this company. Ren Fei on the other end of the phone laughed. Boss, please wait for 10 minutes. I'm already having people gather information. Soon you will see all the intelligence you want. Qin Bufan was very satisfied in his heart. Worthy of being you are really too reliable. The two continued to talk for a while. After hanging up the cell phone, Qin Bufan quickly opened the penguin number on his computer. And soon, a file was sent over. After receiving it, Qin Bufan quickly opened it. At this look, Qin Bufan couldn't help but see a light before his eyes. There's a show. The owner of this CETC is, surprisingly, a seafaring doctor. At first, Silicon Valley paid a lot of money to hire it, but it was rejected by Wang Haiba. He, on the other hand, is motivated to open a semiconductor company belonging to China, based on what he learned abroad. And he really did. Good, good, good. Qin Bufan said 3 good words with one face. Then, it called back Ren Fei's number. Mr. Run, tomorrow, we'll make a personal appearance. I want to talk to the owner of that CETC, and I'll be prepared to buy it out for at least $2 billion. As for the purchase agreement, I'm going to have to trouble you to get someone to work overtime to finish it. Just take this company, and I'll let the whole staff take 3 days off, with pay. Ren Fei on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh. Okay, boss, promise to complete the task. Put away the cell phone. The smile on Ren Fei's face, however, gradually disappeared. Hey, he sighed tersely. Boss, would we be rejoicing too soon? After all, even if we could take down CETC Corporation, we would only be solving the problem of semiconductors as well as integrated circuits. But what about the EUV lithography machine that makes the chips? Could it be that we, in Huaxia, really have someone who can complete the restoration of a half-obsolete photolithography machine? What's the point of this acquisition, if it doesn't work? Ren Fei said to himself, but in the heart, there was still a last glimmer of hope. That is, in his impression, Qin Bufan had always been the kind of being who turned corruption into magic. Before that, in the future, it will be the same. Chapter 149 Young and Eager? Or is it just a matter of having a good plan? Early the next morning, Qin Bufan woke up early, and so was Qin Linger. After the father and daughter had simply washed up, Qin Bufan drove, sending his daughter to school, and then,
He went straight to Renfei's company. Boss, I just contacted Wang Haiba, and he's currently in the next city attending a meeting of entrepreneurs. Renfei said seriously. I have already explained the relevant matters to him. Wang Haibo didn't agree or refuse, just said that he was looking forward to meeting you. Qin Bufan smiled. Since we were able to meet, things are halfway there. Mr. Run, let's head out now. By the way, is the acquisition agreement done yet? Renfei smiled. Boss, you can rest assured that I'll do my job. Seeing Qin Bufan get on the car, Renfei suddenly shouted, Boss. Qin Bufan turned around and saw that the other party wanted to speak. He couldn't help but say, there are some things that need to be taken one step at a time. If you look ahead, you may miss an opportunity. And, nowadays, do we have any other choice but this path? Chips that belong to China's independent research and development, we must produce. To produce it, we have to have our own semiconductor chip company. At a time when other companies, all of them, are threatened by Intel, we can only take CETC. I realize, of course, that your concern is still with the EUV lithography, but I can assure you that by taking down this company, our chip problem will be solved. As for fixing the EUV lithography, it's a complete no-brainer. Seeing that Qin Bufan swore, Renfei said seriously, Boss, I know, take one step at a time. Anyway, taking the CETC is not a bad thing. Anymore, we have our own semiconductor company. And, with its backing of Hightower Semiconductor, it's like, we hold a bargaining chip, and no longer as passive as before. Qin Bufan nodded. That's the truth. Also, one of the things I was just considering as I was coming in is that it doesn't seem like it would be a long-term solution to just turn your back on Hightower Semiconductor. I'm going to. Not waiting for Qin Bufan to finish, Renfei was startled. Boss, you mustn't say that you want to buy Hightower? Renfei inquired. Qin Bufan nodded. Isn't it possible? Last night, I looked into it, and the company, Hightower Semiconductor, currently has a market capitalization of $2 billion. That translates to 12.4 billion. Taking it down is basically no problem. The matter, however, is for the moment on hold. After all, I have, in the meantime, acquired several companies that I need to consolidate. After all, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Renfei couldn't help but laugh when he heard Qin Bufan's glib words. Boss, this company, Hightower Semiconductor, has a good future, but I'm afraid they'll pay a premium if they want to acquire it, right? Qin Bufan nodded his head and said, no need to think, it will definitely be at a premium. Of course, my initial intention was to take it for $3 billion. However, if the other party asks for a lion's share of the money, I can grudgingly accept it. The highest price I can accept, almost $4 billion. After all, you're right, this company has a great future. If we can get it in the bag, it will do more good than harm to us at Warwick. It is even of great benefit to the whole of China. Just taking down this company is the equivalent of taking pretty country by the throat. Their ambition to monopolize in semiconductors and chips will be completely stifled. Hearing what Qin Bufan said, Renfei was emboldened. That's $4 billion. How is it that to Qin Bufan, these are like a string of numbers? Thinking of this, Renfei couldn't help but say, Boss, we still owe a bank loan now? Besides, you have so many companies under your belt that need money. Qin Bufan smiled. Your words remind me, the latest trading day is here. You should have arranged everything before you left, right? Seeing Renfei nodding, Qin Bufan smiled and said, that's fine. Talk to the person in charge of the stocks and pay back the bank loan after selling off the stocks according to the timeline I left. Turning back, I'll explain this to Sebra and the others as well. After all, the interest rate on the loan is too high, and we don't need the extra expense now that we have the money. Renfei looked at Qin Bufan in surprise. I don't blame the other guy for being so. You know, these days, Renfei has been all over the place. Originally too busy with the 3 major carriers to sign a contract machine, as well as the construction of 4G signal towers, and next came the issue of chip sanctions. Renfei fretted. Therefore, it was not clear about what Qin Bufan had done in the past few days. Qin Bufan also figured this out. Immediately, he laughed. Mr. Run, I now really have free money. No, yesterday, I spent $15 billion to buy out Honest and Young in its entirety. What? Renfei was dumbfounded. A heart that had boiled over long ago. There was so much he wanted to say. In the end, it was held back. Boss, I don't have any more questions. Come on, let's go to the neighboring city and settle the CETC acquisition first. 2 hours later, inside a cafe, Renfei crossed his fingers. When he saw Wang Haiba appear, he immediately rose to greet him. But just when Renfei was thinking of taking the initiative to greet and show friendship, but he saw Wang Haiba quickly sit down. He didn't even look at Qin Bufan, but after taking a sip of coffee, he directly said, both of you, I'm in a hurry.
In an hour, I have to get on a plane and head to the next city. From here, to the airport, almost 30 minutes. I don't want to rush, so you have 15 minutes to talk. Runfei was confused. Qin Bufan, who was on the side, laughed. He calmly said, since Mr. Wang is busy, then just go ahead. After saying that, Qin Bufan shouted for the waiter to pay the bill. Renfei was dumbfounded. Although, this Wang Haiba's attitude is not good. However, Qin Bufan was not the kind of person who was small-minded. But why, at the drop of a hat, do they go their separate ways? And at that moment, Wang Haiba's flat voice came out. Oh, really young and vigorous? However, you have piqued my interest. Mr. Qin Bufan, right? I've heard of you. A few of the companies you have under your belt seem to have accomplished quite a bit under your leadership. Just as well, since we're here, let's talk. I can change flights, but can't afford to miss this opportunity to work together. Qin Bufan sniffed and then sat down. He smiled lightly and said, Mr. Wang, you don't need to change flights. 15 minutes is enough time for you and me. Hearing this, Wang Haiba was interested once again. Oh, you mean, in 15 minutes, you can make me sell my promising CETC company to you? You're a little too arrogant, aren't you? When Wang Haiba finished, Renfei was silent though, but it also feels like the other person is telling the truth. This one, after all, was of a completely different nature than the previous acquisitions. Previously, Qin Bufan had acquired companies that were either facing financial problems or bankruptcy. It was Qin Bufan who pulled them through. But this CETC company, backed by Hightower Semiconductor, and has a lucrative annual profit, even Pretty Country, as well as Intel, didn't dare to mess with it easily. And now that the 4G era has arrived, 4G phones are bound to be popularized in the future. Seat, Inc. can be a great prospect. If Qin Bufan didn't give enough chips, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. But, Renfei saw that Qin Bufan was full of confidence, and the other party seemed to have enough backbone. Boss, how exactly are you going to ask to buy this company? Renfei looked at Qin Bufan, while in his heart, he became somewhat curious. Chapter 150, Successful Acquisition. Photolithography arrives in Soho. Of course, at this moment, it wasn't just Renfei. Even Wang Haiba, who was a party to the incident, was somewhat dismayed. He put down the coffee in his hand and looked seriously at Qin Bufan, signaling the other party to speak. Qin Bufan, on the other hand, quickly spoke up. Mr. Wang, last night, I made it a point to investigate the development of your company. Honestly, as the only one in the country, the semiconductor industry that won't be checked and balanced by Intel, you guys are growing very rapidly. And you're backed by Hightower Semiconductor. There's money, connections, and a steady stream of sales. Given your current trends, your company could be conglomerate in 5 years tops. Renfei listened to all of this, a little confused. He really didn't understand why Qin Bufan was touting Seat Corporation so much. Isn't that digging a hole for yourself? After all, the money Qin Bufan had prepared this time was $2 billion. Wasn't he afraid that the other side would take advantage of these advantages and then Leonize them? While Renfei was thinking about all this, that Wang Haiba was also overwhelmed by Qin Bufan's perverse remarks at the moment. Immediately, he could only laugh dryly. I'll take these compliments from you. Qin Bufan nodded his head and said, I'm not praising, I'm just being realistic. But well, Wang Haiba looked at Qin Bufan. But what? Qin Bufan knew that the other party had fallen for the trap. Immediately, he smiled and said, however, I think that Mr. Wang started this company in the first place. I assume there's more to your original intention than making money? For example, to make some contribution to the development of China. Another example is to do something that, for example, will boost the Chinese economy. And then, for example, take from the people and give to the people. These, I think, are the very reasons why Mr. Wang gave up his high-tech job in Silicon Valley in the first place and decided to return to China. And you, I'm sure, are very aware that today's chip, semiconductor, and other industries are in the hands of the Pretty Country. If you work with them, it's the equivalent of having your lifeblood held in your hands, and you simply can't help it. That's why you went the other way and chose to work with Hightower Semiconductor. Of course, I have to say, you made a very good decision. If it were not for that, we would not have met. Wang Haiba felt cloudy after hearing these words, and at that moment, Qin Bufan spoke again. Mr. Wang, you are a patriot, also an entrepreneur. Nowadays, Warwick, the company run by Mr. Renfei, is being targeted by Intel, due to the other party's chip sanctions, which led to Huawei. It was unable to fulfill its cooperation with the 3 major carriers. So, I'm going to play a big game. I made 2 decisions in the face of this sanction. First, buy a half-obsolete EUV lithography machine at a high price. Second, acquire a semiconductor chip company. your CETC company, as long as the EUV lithography is perfected. Then, relying on sex-integrated circuits, semiconductor technology, plus the lithography, then the chip problem that has long plagued our country has been temporarily solved. After hearing what Qin Bufan said, Wang Haiba froze. Only after a long time did he tentatively ask, Mr. Qin, did I hear you wrong? Or did you say it wrong? You're going to, you say, fix the half-obsolete EUV lithography machine? Qin Bufan nodded with certainty. Not bad. Womble laughed out loud. Mr. Qin, you really are an amateur. Wolf Hebdo said, do you know the EUV photolithography machine? What a precision instrument it is. It requires an extremely complex process from production to fabrication. The parts within it come from quite a few countries around the globe. This is something that people, ASML, have gone through a lot of trouble to accomplish. Not to mention a half-obsolete photolithography machine that can't function with even a random missing part. And this thing, when it leaves the factory, it takes ages to debug before it can be used officially. Because of this, even now, when science is advanced, this is the only company in the world that can make EUV lithography. But now, you're thinking of restoring it and putting it into use with just one country, China. Are you crazy, or am I? Qin Bufan faced the other party's questioning. He wasn't angry. Instead, he said with a grin, what if I said, I'm 100% sure? Wang Haiba didn't say anything, and at that moment, Qin Bufan continued, I, for one, never fight unprepared battles. Plus, I think that Mr. Wang should accompany me in this bet. After all, if the bet is right, then China will have its own EUV lithography machine. The pretty country's chip sanctions are a complete joke. Or even, we can have counter-sanctions, but in case the bet is wrong, there's nothing for you to lose. Wang Haiba was silent for a moment. Afterward, he laughed out loud. What a good move to advance by retreating. Mr. Qin, congratulations, you managed to convince me. This company, I'm willing to give it to you. Qin Bufan's heart was delighted, and in the next instant, the two coincidentally took out the acquisition agreement from among their respective folders. They looked at each other, and then, once again, they smiled at each other. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you, Qin Bufan said with some dismay. Wang Haiba smiled. Mr. Qin, truth be told, before I came here, I had consulted one of my elders. After that elder learned that it was you who purchased my company, he immediately told me to make sure I gave it to you. Because of that, it maximizes the benefit to the company. Only because, that elder of mine, has seen with his own eyes, you made $2 billion in 2 days. And after that, with $3 million, make $5 billion. Even, a few $100 million were spent to buy the quadrangle, which resulted in the digging up of antiques worth $20 billion. That elder of mine has said that in your body, there exists a magical power that is indefinable, but the facts speak louder than words. Of course, I was actually guilty of muttering in my mind as I was coming. Still, I choose to bet with you. Moreover, in this kind of bet, you have nothing to lose if you lose, but if you win, it's a great honor for the country and a great honor for the family. So why not? Qin Bufan smiled. I didn't expect that Elder Zhang, this time, has done me a big favor. In the next few moments, the two briefly nattered away, and, afterward, quickly signed an agreement, and without the slightest hesitation, Qin Bufan directly transferred 2 billion into the other party's account. Seeing this, Ren Fei's heart also became somewhat impassioned. He stepped forward and said, now that CETC has been acquired, the next thing to think about is fixing that EUV lithography. Qin Bufan was about to open his mouth, and at this point, Ren Fei's cell phone rang. What? That fast? Okay, you guys must be careful with the transportation. Then, send it to our chip department. I'm rushing right back now. Chapter 151, Foreign Media Jokes? It doesn't exist. Hang up your cell phone. Ren Fei looked at Qin Bufan with incomparable happiness and said, Boss, the parts for the EUV photolithography machine have already arrived downstairs at our company. Nowadays, professionals are installing it. Oh yeah, they said there's a transportation fee, but exactly how much, they didn't say. Qin Bufan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart after hearing Ren Fei's report. At that moment, he got up and said, it seems that we have to hurry up and go back. Hear this. Ren Fei naturally didn't have any comments. Wang Haiba, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before quickly pulling out his cell phone. Help me return my ticket. As for the next business seminar, cancel that for me too. Well, I have a big job to do right now. Wang Haiba put away his cell phone. Then he quickly got up and said, Boss, I'll go with you. Qin Bufan froze. Don't you have something to do? Qin Bufan inquired. Wang Haiba laughed out loud. Boss, since I'm taking part in this big gamble with you,
I naturally want to witness with my own eyes how you led Huawei to save the day and break the pretty country's chip sanctions. After all, once the bet is right, it's a historic moment. How could I miss such a grand spectacle? Qin Bufan laughed out loud. Good, I will definitely fulfill your request. So, a few people simply packed up. Immediately, he drove straight to Suhai City. In the blink of an eye, it was already 4:30 p.m. Qin Bufan let Ren Fei and the others go to the Huawei headquarters first on the pretext of picking up his daughter. Of course, Qin Bufan could have asked his mom to pick up the kids, but Qin Bufan had reasons why he had to pick his daughter up and bring her along. That is, he needed to use his daughter's system as a means of repairing the half-obsolete EUV lithography machine. Wait about a while. Qin Bufan saw his daughter walking with a small school bag on her back. Dad! Qin Linger trotted forward in a burst. I haven't seen you all day. I've missed you so much. Qin Linger spoke in a milky voice. Of course, Qin Linger's words were true. After all, previously, when Qin Bufan had successfully acquired the CETC company, Qin Linger's system panel then showed that this patriotic mission was completed, and the system rewards have been handed out. I don't know if old Qin has successfully bought that EUV lithography machine. I wish that photolithography machine had been shipped sooner. In that case, Huaxia will be able to have its own EUV lithography machine. By the time that happens, the so-called blockade by the pretty country will be a complete international joke. Hear your daughter's heart. Qin Bufan smiled without saying anything. He reached over and touched his daughter's little head and said, "Good girl. Have you been good today? Did you listen to your teacher? Did you get enough for lunch?" Qin Linger nodded seriously. Qin Bufan smiled. That's really good. That's my good big girl. Go. Dad has things he needs to take care of. We'll go home for a nice dinner when it's settled. Hear this. Qin Linger naturally didn't have any opinions. Soon, Qin Bufan drove away. Just got halfway there. At that moment, Ren Fei's phone called. Qin Bufan quickly connected. Mr. Run. What's wrong? Qin Bufan inquired. Ren Fei said in a deep tone. Boss, I have some bad news for you. What situation? Qin Bufan wondered. Ren Fei on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. Boss, here's the thing. Just now, I asked those in charge of transportation to help us finish installing that photolithography machine, but the guys said they couldn't install it until we paid for shipping. Turns out, when I asked, I learned that they said it would cost $1 billion for transportation plus maintenance costs. Why didn't they say anything before? Playing a set with us now? Of course, the most important thing is that they also said that if they don't pay this shipping fee today, they will come to the media to expose us. And I heard that there are several foreign media outlets that are coming this way right now. Hearing what Ren Fei said, Qin Bufan was also somewhat speechless, but soon, he was unimpressed and said, Mr. Run, be at ease. In that case, you stabilize them until I get there. Hang up your cell phone. Qin Bufan immediately frowned. I didn't expect ASML to play this with me, but good. Anyway, this EUV lithography machine, I'll take it. That billion, though, is out of my budget, but it's barely acceptable. After all, the first order of business is to fix the photolithography machine. As soon as the photolithography machine can be put into chip production, it won't take long for today's transportation costs to pay for themselves. What Qin Bufan said, Qin Linger naturally heard in her ears. Ha, what's going on? I'm so confident because I'm empowered by the system. But how could old Qin think that this EUV lithography machine could definitely be fixed? And, looking at him, he seems to believe it. What the hell is going on here? Qin Bufan heard what his daughter was thinking. It was a shock. He was thinking about how to round off the lie. Which is when Qin Linger's heartbeat came again. Forget it, don't dwell on it. No chance, it's my system that's affecting old Qin. After all, the old Qin these days, the acquisition of Hong and Trends, take the drop, merger and acquisition of Gauda Navigation. I was not present, yet, he invested heavily and, as a result, had good reports. Of course, it's also possible that old Qin was born with this keen insight. Never mind. Instead of dwelling on that, I should be thinking about how I'm going to explain this to the outside world after I've successfully repaired the EUV lithography machine. After thinking that, Qin Linger closed her eyes and rested. On the contrary, Qin Bufan was also reminded by his daughter's words and fell into deep thought for a while. Soon, Qin Bufan drove to the Warwick headquarters. From a distance, outside the company, a large group of people were gathering. Quite a few blonde guys with microphones in their hands and cameras over their shoulders were blocking the entrance. And inside the electronic roll-up door, Qin Bufan could see large and small boxes of parts. Next to them, there was a large group of personnel dressed in uniform overalls with the ASML logo on their clothes. The moment, Ren Fei as well as Wang Haiba were chatting with those people about something. Oh, what a hoot, Qin Bufan said with a faint smile. These foreign media, presumably to see which wrongdoer
bought a half-obsolete EUV lithography machine?
And then take some pictures and make a big deal out of it in the media,
taking the opportunity to mock it? But your wishes, unfortunately, may have to come to naught.
Finishing talking to himself,
Qin Bufan directly pulled Qin Linger and headed towards the entrance of the headquarters company. Boss, Ren Fei and Wan Haiba greeted them.
When Qin Bufan and his daughter entered inside the rolling gate,
Ren Fei frowned and said, "What should we do now?" Chapter 152, Assembly complete. Starting chip production. Facing Ren Fei's inquiry, Qin Bufan was incomparably calm. "Mr. Run, just leave the rest to me." After saying that,
Qin Bufan turned around and came in front of the head of ASML.
"Is it true that you will finish installing it for me after I pay the relevant fees?" Qin Bufan inquired.
The man in charge nodded.
"Well then, give me your company's account number." That person in charge sniffed and immediately brought a list as well as the corresponding account number. After briefly looking at it, Qin Bufan immediately said, 1 billion, right? Just a moment.
I'll have finance arrange the transfer immediately.
After saying that, Qin Bufan handed the list to Ren Fei. "Boss, Ren Fei was confused. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qin Bufan would give the money so painfully. This is true even for Wan Haiba. To know, that's $1 billion. And before that, Qin Bufan spent $2 billion to acquire his CETC company. Qin Bufan said to give it? Thinking of this, Wang Haiba hurriedly said, "Boss, I think we'd better return this EUV photolithography machine, right? After all, when I bought it before, they didn't say that there would be additional shipping costs. So, we have the right to return it." Qin Bufan smiled. "If you return it, won't it be a joke to people? Furthermore, we're so close to the door. If we back out at this time, wouldn't we be giving up our previous endeavor?" Seeing Ren Fei as well as Wang Haiba still wanting to say something, Qin Bufan made sure to say seriously, "You have to trust me. 1 billion is a lot,
but it's totally worth it for us to be able to produce our own chips."
Ren Fei at this moment, although there were 10,000 reluctance in his heart, he thought, those of you who own it, were treated like ingrates by that ASML company he hates. However, seeing Qin Bufan's look of conviction, in the end, Ren Fei still nodded his head. 10 minutes later, the head of ASML received a call from the head office that the funds had arrived. On his face, a villainous look instantly appeared. Subsequently, he let his men start taking those parts inside the chip shop, just start installing it, and it said that they would be assembled in less than an hour. Qin Bufan didn't have a problem with this, but it was a rush for Wang Haiba. Though, he doesn't really understand the construction of EUV lithography very well, but he also knew that the assembly of a photolithography machine needed to be done under very precise conditions. Moreover, it would take a long time to start from zero. After all, this was a precision instrument made up of hundreds of thousands of parts. As soon as any process makes a mistake, it must be started over. Available results. And those staff members said it would only take an hour to complete? Who are you kidding, boss? Wan Haiba wanted to say something else. Nevertheless, Ren Fei changed his mind and said, "Everything, it's better to wait for an hour. Our boss is not a cutie pie, and definitely not an ingrate. In the eyes of foreign companies, he must have his reasons for doing so, and we don't need to say anything, just be a witness." After a pause, Ren Fei continued, "By the way, I think we need to prepare in advance as well. As it happens, Mr. Wan, you are an expert in integrated circuits as well as semiconductors. Why don't you come with me for a tour of the chip department first, and then give some constructive advice? We're aiming to make the first chips after the EUV lithography is perfected." Wang Haiba froze. Crazy, it's all crazy, but on second thought, when Qin Bufan had done several great things in the capital, they had all been accomplished under the premise that everyone was not optimistic. As a result, the harvest exceeded all expectations. Just as well, it's all come down to this. It's useless to dwell on it. Mr. Run, let's go to the chip department and deploy in advance. After the two of them reported to Qin Bufan and left, Qin Bufan, on the other hand, pulled his daughter along and waited in the company's restroom. However, but Qin Bufan turned around and saw those eagerly awaiting foreign media outside, and muttered, "It seems that those guys will never leave until they've finished watching the action. Just as well, I'll give them a chance then." Having said that, Qin Bufan called a senior pipeline from Huawei. "Since these foreign media are so eager to publicize for us, it's good to give them a chance. Of course, this time, it may affect the Chinese economy in the future. So naturally, we have to call out our Chinese media as well. Let's all witness how China, in the chip industry, has risen to prominence." The executive was flabbergasted. But who made Qin Bufan the owner of this company? It was immediately arranged. On the contrary, Qin Bufan took this opportunity to take his daughter to do her homework. The hour passed quickly, and at this point, Li, who was in charge of the Warwick chip, walked in. Boss, the EUV photolithography machine has been assembled, and the person in charge of ASML has asked you to go and check it out, and if it's okay, it needs to be signed, and they can leave. Hearing this, Qin Bufan immediately brightened up. Go, hurry up and call Mr. Ren as well as Mr. Wang. Qin Bufan commanded. Right, there are also those foreign media, as well as our Chinese media, call them together. Today, it's considered to be a mini-launch of our Huawei company's development of an independent chip. Li was a little confused. The mind couldn't help but mutter. Does it say? Does Qin Bufan really think that EUV lithography can be put into use? Though he was bellyaching, but one can only do what one is ordered to do. 10 minutes later, inside the Warwick chip department, a huge photolithography machine was placed in front of the crowd. The moment, the excitement in Qin Bufan's heart overflowed. As for Ren Fei, Wang Haiba and the others, they were silent. Those foreign media, one by one, showed a look of watching jokes. As for those Chinese media personnel who hurried here, they had mixed expressions. They each had something to think about. Mr. Qin, this EUV photolithography machine in front of us is half finished, though, the head of ASML said in broken Mandarin. But if the production is successful, then, Warwick will be able to produce a 7nm chip. With technology like this, it's safe to say it's at least a decade ahead of other cell phone manufacturers. Hopefully, Warwick will be a leader in the global cell phone making industry. He said this, though with great sincerity, but anyone with a bit of brains knew that this was sarcasm on Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan was naturally clear about all this, but he didn't get angry. Instead he said with a smile, thanks for the blessing. That day, I think, will come soon. The head of ASML smiled. If there's no problem, why don't you sign it so I can give feedback to headquarters? Qin Bufan immediately signed, but just as the head of that ASML company was planning to leave, however, he heard Qin Bufan smile faintly and say, since you've come all the way here, shall I delay you a little longer? I want to put this EUV lithography machine, immediately, into production. As it happens, Mr. Run, Mr. Wang and the others have prepared everything in advance. What? When these words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. Chapter 153, Counter-Sanctions. Pretty country becomes a clown. Boss, you're not kidding? How can this photolithography machine, which is scrapped, produce chips? Wang Haiba can't help himself. Immediately, he stepped forward to discourage it, and Ren Fei was doing the same at the moment. Though, they trusted Qin Bufan very much, think the other side is the reason why. There's definitely something to it. But, nowadays, there are people from ASML present, in addition to national and international media. Qin Bufan was going to use this scrapped EUV photolithography machine to make a 7nm chip in front of so many people. Isn't this a disgrace? It's fine if this is a personal disgrace, but know this, the situation at hand is, Qin Bufan is a Chinese entrepreneur. If this one fails, not only Qin Bufan as well as Huawei, but even Huaxia, would be reduced to a joke. This is no joke, and those Chinese media people were also frowning at the moment. As for the many foreign media, as well as the head of ASML, although the surface showed a look of dismay, but inside, it was a smile. After all, this time, Qin Bufan in the name of the Huawei company, bought a semi-end-of-life EUV lithography matter. It's been known globally for a long time. There was even a press conference over at ASML's headquarters for this. Its purpose is simple. That's for the jokes. By this, let everyone know. In terms of EUV lithography, ASML, the world's leading company, no one can shake their monopoly at all. This time, the reason why the other side called out the media, it's really just for the follow-up, so that everyone can eat this whole melon. And just when everyone thought that Qin Bufan was being funny, Qin Linger's heart could be considered to be ringing. Old Qin, worthy of my father. This vigor, this boldness, dare I ask who in the whole of China can have it? Though I'm still, to this day, not sure what old Qin was thinking, but, the arrow is in the air. Think about it. Qin Linger immediately opened the system's control panel. System, extracting rewards. I want you to help me fix this lithography machine. Qin Linger mumbled in her mind. Soon after, Qin Linger saw a reminder of the successful repair on the system panel. Getting it done. Old Qin, next, it's up to you. Thinking so, Qin Linger immediately said, Dad, I'm a bit tired. I want to go home. So, why don't you hurry up and finish your business? Qin Bufan smiled. Okay, I'll start right away. After saying that, Qin Bufan asked Shaoli, the head of the chip department, to start connecting the power supply. And then, Qin Bufan came back to the person in charge of that ASML company. Mr. Rabs, the use of this photolithography machine still requires you, a professional, to operate it. It should be fine, right? Qin Bufan looked at the head of ASML with a smirk. Rabs nodded. Of course, you're my customers. It's our duty to teach you how to use it. And, no charge. But let me be ugly. This EUV lithography machine, which is only half finished, still needs to be fixed. So, I can't guarantee that I'm not going to damage this machine by following normal operating procedures. Qin Bufan laughed. If you're worried about that, you can teach Shaoli how to use it. As it happens, he's the person responsible for developing Warwick's cell phone chips. Naturally, Rabs had no problem with this, and because he still didn't know, at this moment, this EUV photolithography machine, under Qin Linger's system enhancement, had already been repaired. Therefore, he didn't hide anything, and went straight through the series of processes. Li quickly understood. Li, can we start? Qin Bufan inquired. At the moment, Li was a bit confused, but seeing that Qin Bufan was like this, he could only end up breaking. Boss, it's ready to go, Li replied seriously. Seeing Qin Bufan nod his head, Li immediately began to busy himself. Time, minutes and seconds lost, and Qin Bufan looked at the running machine. For a while, there was also some anticipation. On the contrary, the head of that ASML company, Labus, frowned. He had expected the half-obsolete EUV lithography machine to show a short circuit and smoke the moment it was energized. But who would have thought? The machine, surprisingly, actually ran. The mind is incredible though, but he thought the other guy was just lucky, and he was convinced that this thing, in no way, could produce a wafer product. It's not just Rabs. The moment. Everyone except Qin Bufan and Qin Linger were thinking the same thing. As for those foreign media, some of them have even taken out their portable computers, intending to directly write press releases with the material they just collected. Once this EUV lithography machine failed to produce a wafer product, they were the first to release it. The hour passed quickly, and that's when, that EUV lithography machine, it had stopped. Li quickly stepped forward. It was then realized that their wafer products had already been disposed of. This, Rabs was dumbfounded, and those foreign media, too, were dismayed. On the contrary, Ren Fei, Wang Haiba, as well as Xiao Li, quickly stepped forward after looking at each other. Mr. Wang, do you see this batch of wafer products? Has it been processed? Li inquired. Wang Haiba immediately looked at it and said, from the surface, it's impossible to tell. However, next, we just need to build on this foundation for chip manufacturing, and that's it. Li nodded. The chip department was then immediately put to work. Half an hour later, the first batch of chips has been completed. Ren Fei immediately asked the department under his hand to install the chip into the cell phone. Into it? Seeing that the phone turned on smoothly and could perform any operation smoothly, Ren Fei was overjoyed. At this very moment, within the entire chip department, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the staff of ASML such as Rabs. Their brains were mush. The mind, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. How come? Rabs was full of puzzlement. Warwick, surprisingly, made the chip with a half-obsolete EUV photolithography machine. Bull asterisk. Right? Sure, it's not just Rabs, even those in the foreign press. All of them were shocked by the images in front of them at the moment. On the contrary, those Chinese media, after a brief moment of dismay, they stepped forward. Mr. Qin, what's all this? Really? You guys? How did you actually make a chip? This photolithography machine, isn't it scrapped? The group of Chinese reporters kept asking questions. See the puzzled looks of the crowd. Qin Bufan burst out laughing. He came to the somewhat baffled Rabs, then smiled and said, guys, there's really nothing strange about this. Is it weird that a full EUV lithography machine that makes chips? However, I didn't realize that I spent $1.5 billion on such a good EUV lithography machine. This ASML company is really giving me face? The surface says, selling a semi-finished product. In fact, what was sold to us was the most sophisticated technology available. After all, as far as I know, today, the first-generation EUV lithography machine released by ASML is capable of processing 125 12-inch wafer products per hour. But, I just roughly counted the products that ASML bought me this time, and they are able to produce 250 12-inch wafer products in 1 hour. Not bad, not bad. Hear that? Naraboth and many of the foreign media have been at a loss for words. On the contrary, the group of Chinese media people heard the irony in Qin Bufan's words, but they felt that Qin Bufan had a good point. Originally, it was a conspiracy against Warwick. ASML treated Warwick like an ingrate, even thought of making a fool of China in front of the whole world. Results, pretty country but became a 250. It's pretty ironic when you think about it. Chapter 154, A Thief's Heart Never Dies. Pretty country makes a mess. The time, it was already evening. In Huaxia, on the side of Suhai City,
Qin Bufan had already taken his daughter and left the Huawei headquarters. This time, however, the fact that Warwick paid $1.5 billion for a complete EUV lithography machine spread rapidly and with storm-like speed. For a while, the whole of China was abuzz. However, because of the time difference, far away from the Dutch side of the ocean, the ASML company apparently has not received the news. At this moment, many ASML executives are still in a dream. After all, for them, it's a good idea to sell a semi-end-of-life EUV lithography machine to Warwick for $500 million and then collect a hefty $1 billion in shipping costs along the way. It's a sure thing. However, just then, those ASML executives, coincidentally, received a call to fire up the company for an emergency meeting. At this, they were puzzled, but when they heard the non-negotiable order from the board of directors, they could only get up in a hurry and rush to the company. Half an hour later, ASML Corporation. In the conference room, 3 bosses. "What's the matter with you calling us here in such a hurry?" an executive asked. Yawning, the rest of the executives, at this moment, were also filled with puzzled looks. No wonder they are so. You know, the last time they held an emergency meeting was when they worked on the first generation of EUV lithography, and it was from that time that their company, ASML, established an unassailable position in the chip world. Could it be that it's their company? Research has developed a second-generation EUV lithography machine? But that's just not possible. To know, they've been working on coming up with a second-generation EUV lithography machine all these years. Though, however, it never paid off because the technology was difficult to break through. So far, they don't know how many units they scrapped. The most recent one, on the other hand, was sold to Warwick in China. And, after some voting, they have decided that they will not continue to work on the second generation of EUV lithography for the time being. So, what was the reason for the sudden emergency meeting of the board? Just as those at the top were puzzled, the chairman of the Pretty Country Capital Group, one of the 3 major shareholders, spoke up. "You idiots, look what you've done." As the tirade fell, those executives were all confused, and at that moment, the chairman of the Capital Group said with incomparable anger, "You tell me, your heads, are they caught in the door? Why didn't you report that the second-generation EUV lithography machine was completed?" Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are, nominally, selling a half-obsolete EUV photolithography machine to Huaxia. As a result, Huawei, a Chinese company, was given, instead, a perfect EUV lithography machine, which produced 250 12-inch wafer products in 1 hour. What? Hear that? One by one, those executives rose. Then the executive who had spoken first waved his hand and said, "Boss, this joke isn't funny at all. What we sold to Huaxia was a nice second-generation EUV lithography machine, but it's true that scraps are undoubtedly. We've tested it countless times and it doesn't work. Moreover, in order to avoid our ASML Technologies core technology from being dismantled by Huaxia, I specifically had it dismantled before shipping. How is it possible for HWA to?" Who knows? He hadn't had time to finish his latter words, but he saw the chairman of that beautiful country's capital group slamming the table as he said angrily, "Do you think I'm joking?" As he spoke, he turned on the projector, then played an image. "This is a video sent by your handler's employee, Rabs. On this, it is clearly documented how Warwick, using EUV photolithography, made the wafer product. Even, Warwick made a batch of chips in his presence. And, still, it's a 7-nanometer chip. Nowadays, Huawei has independently developed its own chips. Do you know what that means? Hear that." That executive was utterly speechless. Facts speak louder than words. But at the moment, he was still full of puzzlement. Obviously, he didn't understand why things were the way they were. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that nowadays, all 3 bosses feel that this is a serious mistake on their part. Of course, this incident, which had put them to shame, was still a minor matter. Most importantly, this led to the beautiful country's plan to sanction the Huaxia chip, which was aborted, and the consequences of that, they simply can't afford it, even though they would love to save it. But racking my brain, I couldn't come up with any solutions, and naturally, those 3 bosses knew that there was nothing that could be done about this matter. At that moment, the chairman of that Pretty Country Capital Group spoke. "Forget it, right now, there's no point in talking about this. It is imperative that a second-generation EUV lithography machine be developed as soon as possible. And on top of that, we need to acquire a company. As long as we have this company in our hands, then we can continue to deploy." Granted, Huawei, a Chinese company, now has its own EUV lithography machine, but only one, and the demand for chips in China is still very high. Furthermore, there are quite a few materials used in that manufacturing of the chip that cannot be made in China itself. As long as we restrict the materials used in Chinese chips,
then the position of ASML's hegemony will remain unshakable.
We can still monopolize the market for semiconductor chips.
Hear this, those ASML executives were relieved, but soon, they showed hesitation. After all, second-generation EUV lithography, but they are clueless. Continuing research? It's hard to get to the top. And for those, Qin Bufan had no way of knowing. At this moment, he had already finished dinner with his daughter. Showers over. Qin Bufan had a relaxed look on his face. After all, for him, the perfection of EUV lithography directly solved the trouble of Huawei chips being sanctioned by pretty countries. And next, the Warwick phone is ready for mass production. Most importantly, because of the ultra-high processing speed of the 7nm chip, Qin Bufan believes that the first 4G cell phone must have super high quality. With this as a foundation, Qin Bufan could almost meet the future of Huawei. Spending $1.5 billion this time around in buying the EUV lithography machine is so smart. Qin Bufan said to himself, I wonder, though, how long it will take to see a return on this investment. As he said this, Qin Bufan sighed alas for a moment. Moreover, I now feel that an EUV photolithography machine will no longer be able to fulfill the demand. It would be really nice to have 10 or 8 of them. Sure, Qin Bufan's words appeared to be talking to himself. In reality, he was complaining to his daughter. Qin Linger, let's see if we can find some nice doorways from the other side. Sure enough, offending sleepyheads send pillows. Qin Linger's heart rang out. Old Qin complains well. Granted, now Warwick has an EUV lithography machine. Although self-sufficient, there are still a lot of troubles to be solved. For example, the problem of importing raw materials for chips. Warwick remains overstretched if the pretty country suppresses from this aspect. And, I'm sure that old Qin's goal is more than just getting Warwick to grow. Rather, he is thinking of using EUV lithography to drive chip development throughout China. This is a great goal. It's what every Chinese should do to help the country out. But then again, old Qin's appetite is really not small. You know, TSMC in China's Treasure Island province, in the latter days, has only 10 EUV lithography machines, and that still makes it the existence of the most photolithography machines in the world. If old Qin owns 10 photolithography machines, at that time, not to mention those semiconductor companies in China, I'm afraid that all the related enterprises in the world will have to hug their thighs, right? The trouble is, now that ASML has suffered a defeat, it is unlikely that it will sell any more EUV lithography machines to China. And, even if they are willing, I'm afraid that the 3 major shareholders of the beautiful country will absolutely not allow it. So the idea of buying an EUV lithography machine from the outside world is almost unworkable. However, since old Qin has this need, I will help him fulfill it even if I have to do everything I can. And just as Qin Linger was pondering all this, suddenly, a light came to her. Simply because, the system has started posting brand new quests again. And this time, there are 3 missions. As soon as it's all done, the system then awards 10 brand new EUV lithography machines. ______.